Lin Feng, who traverses into the world of beast taming, finds himself in an extraordinary predicament. Starting with an ordinary level fire crow, he is mocked as a disgrace to beast tamers. Fear not, the awakening of the 10,000-fold critical strike system is at hand. Ding! Feeding an ordinary fire spirit fruit triggers a 10,000-fold critical strike, causing the fire crow's bloodline to evolve into the divine level sun golden crow. Ding! Teaching the fundamental fire spark skill triggers a 1,000-fold critical strike, leading the fire crow to comprehend the forbidden spell. Great sun incineration of heaven. Ding! Investing a low-grade spirit stone triggers a 10,000-fold critical strike return, granting a supreme spirit stone mine. While others are burdened with worries over beast evolution materials, Lin Feng's beasts indulge in celestial elixirs and divine medicines at every meal. As other prodigies revel in the joy of contracting king-level beasts, Lin Feng's beasts are guaranteed to be of mythical caliber. Lin Feng, I do not wish for this, but the system bestows upon me far too much. Chapter 1. The disgrace of being a beast tamer? The activation of billion-fold critical strikes. Next, Lin Feng, mental strength F grade, receiving the initial beast, an ordinary level fire crow. A chilling pronouncement struck Lin Feng's heart like a heavy hammer. Accompanied by the unabashed laughter echoing within the awakening hall, his last shred of hope was utterly shattered. Lin Feng shook his still dizzy head. It has been 3 full days since he arrived in this parallel world known as Blue Star. This is an era of spiritual energy resurgence, frequent spatial rifts, and invasion by otherworldly beasts, where all can awaken the talent for beast taming. Beast tamers are the most esteemed profession of this age, serving as humanity's backbone against the wilderness's monstrous invaders. And he, Lin Feng, has transformed from an ordinary corporate drone in his previous world into a hapless soul who has just been sentenced to death during the beast awakening ceremony in this realm. F-grade mental strength represents the known lowest level, signifying that the number of beasts he can contract is exceedingly scarce and that his enhancements to beasts are negligible. The so-called initial beast, the fire crow, resembles a molted crow from his past life, a veritable scrap among scraps. Trembling, he extended his hand to receive a palm-sized, sparsely feathered, dim-eyed little crow from the staff responsible for distributing beasts, appearing as though it might perish at any moment. This is his initial beast, the fire crow, with a potential assessment nearing 0. A harsh snicker echoed from nearby. Lin Feng turned towards the sound to find a tall youth, clad in designer attire, cradling a sleek, glossy-furred wolf-like beast cub with sparkling eyes, exuding a subtle aura of authority, gazing at him with a mocking expression. It was his classmate, Wang Hao, who was rumored to come from a well-off family. The badge on Wang Hao's chest displayed his beast's information: Gale Wolf Cub, potential, golden level. Lin Feng, I must say, an F-level mental capacity paired with this frail little fire crow is indeed a match made in heaven. Wang Hao's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the corner, attracting a multitude of gleeful gazes. I suggest you refrain from squandering resources. This little creature likely cannot even digest the most basic energy being. Perhaps tossing it into the wilderness to feed wild dogs might yield better results. The surrounding jeers surged like a relentless tide, engulfing Lin Feng as he clenched his fists tightly and slowly lowered his head. Lin Feng's parents were merely ordinary wage earners, and they had exhausted their meager savings to ensure his smooth participation in this awakening ceremony. If they were to discover that he possessed an F-level talent, with a mere little fire crow as his initial beast, they would undoubtedly be utterly disheartened. Do not lose heart, Lin Feng, reassured Li Ming, the mentor in charge of the awakening ceremony, casting a sympathetic glance at Lin Feng's forlorn figure. While talent is indeed significant, persistent effort and fortuitous opportunities are equally vital. You are not without your chances. It is essential to diligently study the foundational courses at the academy. Despite his words, the unrestrained sorrow evident in Li Ming's eyes spoke volumes. An F-level talent and an ordinary little fire crow offer scant hope in this era brimming with prodigious beast tamers. Lin Feng remained silent, quietly cradling the ailing little fire crow as he exited the awakening hall. The sunlight was somewhat blinding, yet a coldness enveloped him. His class flower, Su Mushue, with whom he had been in love for 3 years, stood nearby, radiantly smiling beside Wang Hao, who was enthusiastically showcasing his Gale Wolf. Su Mushue awakened with a B-level mental capacity and had contracted a silver-tier moonlight fox, merely one grade shy of the golden tier. Her glance towards Lin Feng was nothing more than a fleeting, indifferent look before swiftly averting her gaze, tinged with an imperceptible hint of disdain. Lin Feng bitterly tugged at the corners of his mouth. Such is the reality. He reached into his pocket, finding only 5 solitary alliance coins, the entirety of his meal money for the week. Since his arrival in this world, the memories of his predecessor had merged with his own, granting him a basic understanding of this realm and inheriting the predecessor's dire circumstances. Aimlessly wandering to the market area at the academy's entrance, he found it teeming with an assortment of low-grade, beast taming supplies. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon a corner, where a collection of seemingly inferior energy beans lay, some even showing signs of slight mold. The stall owner, a gaunt old man, languidly reclined in his chair. "How much for these subpar energy beans?" Lin Feng inquired. The old man opened one eye, giving him a cursory glance before casting his gaze to the little fire crow in Lin Feng's arms, and replied indifferently, "1 alliance coin each, no bargaining." After some contemplation, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and spent all 5 of his alliance coins to purchase 5 energy beans that still appeared somewhat edible. These 5 beans would serve as sustenance for both him and the little fire crow in the coming days. Returning to the dilapidated dormitory assigned by the academy, he was met with the musty scent in the air. This place was designated for students with inadequate talents and impoverished backgrounds. Lin Feng gently placed the little fire crow on the table, where the feeble creature let out a couple of weak cries, struggling to maintain its balance. He gazed at this fragile being, akin to himself, and an array of complex emotions surged within him. "We are both wanderers of fate. Why must we have known each other before?" he murmured. "Little one, eat." Lin Feng picked up a slightly hardened inferior energy bean and offered it to the little fire crow, his voice hoarse. "After this meal, we shall see for the next." Perhaps this would be its last supper. Sustaining oneself was already a challenge, let alone nurturing a beast with virtually no potential. The little fire crow seemed to sense Lin Feng's despair. It strained to open its eyes, gently pecking at Lin Feng's finger with its tiny beak before laboriously swallowing the inferior energy bean. Just as the little fire crow ingested the energy bean, a resplendent golden light erupted within Lin Feng's mind. An ethereal yet authoritative voice resonated deep within his soul, akin to the primordial sound of the universe awakening. Ding! Detection indicates that the host is at an absolute low point in life, with a soul compatibility rate of 100. Ding! Conditions for bottoming out rebound, and from despair to hope have been activated. Infinite critical hit system for beast taming has been officially activated. Newbie super welfare. The first feeding action will surely trigger a guaranteed critical hit, a billion-fold explosion. Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment, his mind blank with disbelief. A system? A billion-fold critical hit. Chapter 2: The Little Fire Crow? No. This is the 9-turn Chaos Burning Heaven Golden Crow. The sudden system notification jolted Lin Feng back from the abyss of despair, and his heart began to race uncontrollably. Was he not dreaming? System? Lin Feng tentatively pondered within his mind. Ding. Greetings, host. The Beastmaster Infinite Critical Strike System is at your service. The crisp notification chimed once more, as a faint golden virtual panel unfurled before his eyes, visible only to him. Beastmaster Infinite Critical Strike System. Host, Lin Feng. Qualification, F grade. Qualification classification, F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. Mental strength, nearly 0. Physical condition, standard human level. Contracted beasts, 1, 10. System functions, 1. Universal critical strike. Any form of investment or training behavior performed by the host on their contracted beasts, including, but not limited to feeding, training, teaching skills, energy infusion, bloodletting, petting, verbal encouragement, etc., has a chance to trigger a critical strike effect. 2. Random multiplier. Critical strike multipliers range from a minimum of 10 times to conventional 10,000 times, 1 million times, and even divine critical strikes of 1 billion times. Triggered completely at random, emphasizing excitement and surprise. 3. Heaven-defying results. The critical strike effects include but are not limited to quality leaps, explosive quantities, skill enlightenment, ancestral bloodline awakening, evolution, and potential enhancement. 4. Shared with the protagonist. When the beasts gain enhancement through critical strikes, the system will return a portion of the original power to the host according to the critical strike multiplier and effects, comprehensively enhancing the host's various abilities. Lin Feng's breath quickened, and an overwhelming joy erupted in his eyes. This system was simply extraordinary. especially the beginner's benefit of guaranteed billion-fold critical strike on the first feeding. Immediately following, a deluge of notification chimes flooded his mind. Ding. Host has performed the first feeding of the Beast Little Fire Crow. Target, Little Fire Crow, ordinary level. Item fed, inferior energy bean X1, contains an extremely weak fire attribute energy. Triggered new player's super benefit, billion-fold critical strike, 100,000,000 times. Calculating critical strike rewards. Reward 1. Divine Bloodline. Your Beast Little Fire Crow devoured the inferior energy bean, and under the billion-fold critical strike. The weak fire element energy contained within underwent a transformation, successfully awakening a trace of the primal golden crow source blood lying dormant deep within its bloodline, elevating its bloodline potential from nearly zero to chaos divine level. Reward 2. Origin Divine Fire. Your Beast Little Fire Crow, having activated the golden crow source blood, simultaneously acquired the origin of Solar Chaos True Flame, juvenile stage, mastering its innate divine fire. Reward 3. Level Surge. Your Beast Little Fire Crow absorbed the immense energy transformed from the billion-fold critical strike, raising its level from juvenile stage, near death, to the pinnacle of juvenile stage, quasi-divine beast realm. Due to the overwhelming energy, a portion remains within its body for gradual absorption. Reward 4. Innate Divine Abilities. Your Beast Little Fire Crow, due to bloodline awakening and level elevation, automatically comprehended the bloodline innate divine abilities. Burning Heaven and Boiling Sea, preliminary understanding. Golden Crow Transformation, preliminary understanding. Undying Divine Flame, prototype, currently capable of low-level rebirth. Reward 5. Form Evolution. Your Beast Little Fire Crow is undergoing a bloodline ancestral return evolution, resulting in a tremendous transformation. With the new form, named 9-turn Chaos Burning Heaven Golden Crow. Boom. As the series of notifications concluded, the once feeble little fire crow lying on the table suddenly emitted a high-pitched, resonant cry, akin to shattering gold and stone. This cry was no longer the prior weak whimper, but was imbued with boundless majesty and dominance, as if an ancient deity had awakened at this moment. A dazzling 9-colored divine flame erupted from within the little fire crow without warning. This flame exhibited an indescribable chaotic hue, intertwined with the purest solar golden flame, sacred, blazing, and tyrannical, seemingly capable of incinerating all things in the world. The terrifying heat instantaneously enveloped the entire dormitory, distorting the air violently. Wooden tables, chairs, beds, and books turned to ash the moment they came into contact with the residual waves of the 9-colored divine flame. Lin Feng staggered back in shock, feeling that, were it not for the system's covert protection, this intense heat alone would have been enough to dissolve him. The 9-colored divine flame completely enveloped the little fire crow, forming a colossal cocoon of fire. Divine flames burned the body, and it was reborn through nirvana. The little fire crow's once frail form, under the tempering of the divine flames, did not turn to charcoal. Instead, it radiated a brilliant luster akin to the finest divine gold, its size rapidly expanding at a visible pace. Crack, crack. Lines began to form on the cocoon of flames, and beams of even more intense light burst forth from the fissures, illuminating the entire dormitory as if it were day. Bang! The cocoon of flames erupted violently, unleashing a torrent of divine flames. As the flames subsided, a majestic divine bird, with a wingspan exceeding 2 meters and its entire body covered in flowing 9-colored divine feathers, replaced the original little fire crow. It possessed 3 legs, standing in the air, each feather seemingly forged from the purest solar divine gold, the edges ablaze with fine 9-colored flames. Its eyes resembled 2 miniature suns, filled with authority and sanctity. Merely being gazed upon by it sent shivers through the soul, compelling one to bow in reverence. The 9-turn Chaos Burning Heaven Golden Crow. Stage, pinnacle of juvenile stage, comparable to king-level peak combat power. Quality, Chaos Divine Level. Attributes, Chaos. Fire Light. Bloodline, Golden Crow Source Blood, activated. Innate Divine Fire, Solar Chaos True Flame, juvenile stage. Skills 1. Burning Heaven and Boiling Sea, preliminary understanding. Consumes a massive amount of energy to summon the Solar Chaos True Flame, capable of incinerating all things and evaporating oceans. 2. Golden Crow Transformation, preliminary understanding. Transforms into a 9-colored rainbow, dramatically increasing speed, capable of traversing thousands of miles in an instant. 3. Undying Divine Flame, prototype. As long as the original True Flame remains, it can be reborn in the Divine Flames, recovering injuries and strength. Current rebirth effect is relatively weak, with limited uses. Loyalty, 100 devoted. Lin Feng gazed at the magnificent divine bird before him and the dazzling attributes displayed on the system panel, trembling with excitement. The little fire crow, no? This was no longer a mere little fire crow. This was undoubtedly a living divine beast. The 9-turn chaos burning heaven golden crow. At that moment, it seemed the golden crow had yet to fully master the surging power within. It merely shook its feathers unconsciously, and a drop of solar chaos true flame splattered out, landing on the dormitory curtains. Whoosh! The curtains instantaneously disintegrated into nothingness, followed by the entire dormitory's flammable materials igniting as if doused with gasoline, erupting into flames. The terrifying heat, combined with the divine beast's unconscious release of pressure, caused the already dilapidated dormitory to groan under the strain. The next second, boom! A deafening explosion shook the heavens. The dormitory where Lin Feng resided, along with several surrounding rooms, had its walls blown apart. Half of the dormitory building's windows shattered under the force of the shockwave. Thick smoke, accompanied by suffocating heat, spiraled skyward. Wail, wail, wail! The shrill, piercing sound of the fire alarm, coupled with the highest-level beast invasion alert, resonated throughout the expanse of Jiangnan Beast Taming Academy. The entire institution was instantly thrown into a state of alarm. Chapter 3. A shock that stuns the entire school. This was undeniably the arrival of a divine beast. What on earth was happening? Was it a fire? And an invasion alert? Had a formidable creature breached the academy's defenses? Look, over there. The F-block dormitory is engulfed in smoke. The flames and searing heat are terrifying. At that moment, whether they were students in the midst of training, instructors delivering lectures, or researchers engrossed in their work, everyone at Jiangnan Beast Taming Academy was startled by the sudden, overwhelming uproar and the cacophonous alarms. Countless figures surged from every corner of the academy, all gazing upwards towards the billowing smoke emanating from the F-block dormitory. They could palpably sense an oppressive, heart-stopping heat and an indescribable pressure radiating from that direction. At that moment, chaos reigned below the F-block dormitory, where some students residing in the building scrambled out in panic, their faces etched with the terror of narrowly escaping disaster. Wang Hao was inside the dormitory, boasting to a group of sycophants about his golden-tier Gale Wolf pup, daydreaming of future triumphs and romantic conquests. Suddenly, an irresistible, terrifying pressure descended upon him like a mountain. His once mighty Gale Wolf pup let out a pitiful howl, its limbs giving way as it collapsed to the ground, its fur standing on end, frothing at the mouth, and losing control of its bowels, unable to rise, its eyes reflecting sheer terror as though it had encountered its most fearsome nemesis. What is happening? Wang Hao's face drained of color. He too felt the suffocating weight of the pressure, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Hao Ge, look outside. One of his underlings stammered, voice quaking. Wang Hao stumbled to the window and beheld the dilapidated dormitory building where Lin Feng resided, now partially collapsed. Amidst the billowing smoke, a colossal silhouette bathed in 9-colored divine flames could be faintly discerned, exuding an aura that made his very soul tremble. That presence was 100-fold, 1,000-fold more terrifying than the most powerful beast of his family, one of their elite beast tamers trump cards. What on earth is that thing? Wang Hao screamed in horror, his earlier pride and arrogance swiftly replaced by boundless fear. Simultaneously, several powerful auras surged from the depths of the academy, soaring rapidly towards the F-block dormitory. It was the faculty and high-ranking officials of the academy. Leading them was none other than the vice president of Jiangnan Beast Taming Academy, Zhou Qingsong, a genuine master beast tamer. Accompanying him were instructors of at least intermediate beast tamer rank. What a terrifying energy fluctuation. Could it be that a king-tier beast has infiltrated the academy? One instructor said, his expression grave. Zhou Qingsong's brow furrowed. He could sense that the source of that pressure surpassed all king-tier beasts he had ever encountered. Upon their swift arrival at the scene, hovering in mid-air, they beheld the ruins, where a magnificent golden crow, with a wingspan exceeding 2 meters and 3 legs treading upon the void, radiated an awe-inspiring majesty amidst the 9-colored divine flames. Even with their extensive experience and composure, they collectively fell into a state of speechlessness. Every face bore the marks of utter astonishment and dread. What an unfathomable existence is this? Zhou Qingsong's voice trembled with disbelief. This pressure, this utterly pure flame aura, undoubtedly transcended imperial level. Could it be a legendary divine beast cub? Divine beast. The mere utterance of these words caused the surrounding instructors to gasp in unison, their eyes brimming with fervor and reverence. A divine beast. Such beings exist only in ancient legends and texts, every appearance capable of altering the very fabric of the world. An instructor proficient in reconnaissance, possessing a unique ocular technique, hurriedly summoned his beast to probe the golden crow's potential and information. However, as soon as his beast extended its mental reach, it emitted a chilling scream. Blood oozing from its orifices, collapsing in a state of weakness. He himself let out a groan, his complexion turning as pale as a sheet. As his precision instruments began to beep frantically, the screens flashing erratically before erupting with a loud bang, emitting a plume of smoke. "Dear Director," the instructor exclaimed, his voice trembling, "the potential is untraceable. The data has overflowed. My beast has suffered severe backlash. The instruments could not withstand even the slightest trace of its aura, and have been rendered inoperative. Untraceable potential." The instruments exploded from the aura alone. These revelations caused every prominent figure present to momentarily lose their breath, further affirming their suspicions. This divine bird before them was undoubtedly in existence beyond their wildest imaginations. Just then, a somewhat disheveled figure, covered in dust, crawled out from the ruins. It was Lin Feng. At that moment, he struggled to contain his overwhelming joy, forcing an expression of confusion, innocence, and a hint of terror. Shouting up at the esteemed figures in the sky, "Esteemed mentors, Vice President, I have no idea what just happened." He pointed at the golden crow, suspended in midair, curiously surveying its surroundings and occasionally preening its resplendent feathers, stammering, "I just fed my little fire crow an energy bean, and then it transformed into this." It even burned down the dormitory. At this proclamation, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. Zhou Qingcang and the assembled instructors exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss. A little fire crow? Just fed it an energy bean? And it transformed into this terrifying being resembling a divine beast. Are you jesting with me? Yet, gazing into Lin Feng's sincere yet anxious eyes, and then at the extraordinary golden crow, which tilted its head with curiosity and regarded Lin Feng with its sun-like golden eyes, the dignitaries fell silent. The golden crow seemed to harbor no malice towards Lin Feng. Rather, it radiated an air of affectionate familiarity. This indicated that a bond indeed existed between them. Could it be a super rare ancestral bloodline mutation that occurs once in a million years? No. Ordinary mutations could not reach such heights. This must be a remarkably rare, deep ancestral bloodline awakening. The little fire crow's ancestors were likely true primordial golden crow deities. Heaven bless our Jiangnan Academy. This is a divine omen, a divine beast choosing its master. This student Lin Feng must surely be a person of great fortune. In an instant, various outrageous speculations surged in the minds of the dignitaries. Their gazes shifted from initial scrutiny of Lin Feng to astonishment, disbelief, and ultimately transformed into an unmistakable fervor and eagerness to please. Indeed, to have a being suspected of being a divine beast cub voluntarily recognize a student with F-level mental prowess as its master. What a heavenly opportunity. Lin Feng was undoubtedly the hope of the Academy's future, no? He was one of the hopes for the future of all humanity. As for the notion of seizing the divine beast for oneself, Lin Feng was too easy to deceive, and the divine beast would not necessarily be easy to control. If things went awry, one might spend the rest of their life anticipating retaliation from the divine beast. Thus, the dignitaries promptly abandoned such thoughts. Ahem. Zhou Qingcang was the first to regain his composure, forcibly suppressing the tempest of emotions within him. A congenial smile, which he believed to be his most amiable, graced his face as he flashed forward to stand before Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, is that you?" The voice of Zhou Qingcang was as gentle as a brook, soothing yet firm. "Do not be alarmed, nor should you blame yourself. The dormitory may have burned down, but the Academy shall provide you with a new one. No, we shall arrange for you an S-rank luxurious cultivation villa." He paused, his tone becoming increasingly fervent. "You, my dear, are indeed a remarkable, mutated little fire crow, a true prodigy bestowed upon our Academy. This is a blessing for our institution, a boon for humanity. Young Lin Feng," Zhou Qingcang exclaimed, gripping Lin Feng's shoulders with palpable excitement. "I am Zhou Qingcang, the Vice President of the Jiangnan Beastmaster Academy. From this day forth, you shall be my esteemed disciple. All resources above S-rank shall be made available to you without limitation. What do you think of this?" The declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. The onlooking students' eyes widened in disbelief. The Vice President personally accepting a disciple? An S-rank cultivation villa? Unlimited access to S-rank resources? What unparalleled treatment was this? It was akin to soaring to the heavens in a single bound. All those who had once mocked or scorned Lin Feng felt a searing heat on their cheeks, as if they had been dealt countless invisible slaps, wishing only to vanish into the ground. Wang Hao's face turned ashen, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, fully aware that his fate was sealed. Standing amidst the crowd, Su Mushu gazed at Lin Feng, now surrounded like a star among admirers, alongside the awe-inspiring mutated fire crow. The color drained from her exquisite face. Her beautiful eyes filled with regret and bitterness, her heart a tumultuous storm of emotions. Lin Feng felt an immensely pure surge of energy return to him, a consequence of the Golden Crow's overwhelming critical strike. This energy was nourishing his consciousness and every cell within his body, propelling his F-rank aptitude to an S-rank level. His mental prowess surged significantly, allowing him to leap from a newly awakened apprentice Beastmaster to a novice Beastmaster. Listening to the Vice President's almost obsequious words and witnessing the myriad of expressions around him, Lin Feng's heart swelled with delight. Externally, he maintained a facade of humble surprise, repeatedly gesturing, "Vice President, I cannot accept this." Deep inside, however, a voice was exulting. With this critical strike, the Beastmaster world has become incredibly fascinating. The corners of his mouth curved subtly, betraying his delight. Chapter 4. Special Treatment. A burned dormitory becomes an S-rank villa? Zhou Qingsong's expression turned serious as he unleashed his master-level mental prowess, enveloping the ruins of the F-zone dormitory like an invisible hand. The aura of a divine beast, capable of instilling dread in even royal-level beastmasters, was swiftly compressed and contained beneath this mental barrier, preventing it from spreading further. The piercing alarm above the academy gradually subsided until silence reigned. The surrounding instructors exhaled in relief, gazing at Zhou Qingsong's silhouette with admiration. "Vice President, is this truly a bloodline mutation?" One instructor stammered, still reeling from the shock of the 9-colored divine flame. Zhou Qingsong cast a glance at him without directly answering, instead turning to Lin Feng, his amiable smile deepening. "Young Lin Feng, it is not wise to linger here. Follow me. The academy will provide you with a satisfactory arrangement." With a wave of his hand, a gentle energy enveloped Lin Feng. In an instant, the tumult and probing gazes faded away. Zhou Qingsong guided him swiftly through an unseen internal passageway deep within the academy. Such swiftness from this cunning old fox, Lin Feng mused internally, maintaining an expression of bewilderment on his face. Soon, they arrived before a standalone villa shrouded in a dense mist of vibrant energy. The villa was expansive, constructed from an unknown jade-like material, emitting a faint glow. The entrance bore the elegantly inscribed characters Tian Shu Yuan. This was the Academy's S-rank cultivation villa, one of no more than 5 in the entire institution. Zhou Qingsong pushed open the heavy gate, and an overwhelming aura of pure spiritual energy rushed forth. Upon entering, Lin Feng felt every pore in his body open in response. The interior of the villa was lavish beyond imagination, featuring an independent gravity training room adorned with shimmering runes, a central courtyard housing a gathering array of celestial energy, a steaming beast-nurturing pool exuding medicinal fragrances, and even a small materials processing room filled with intricate instruments. This was no mere dormitory, it was a sanctuary for cultivation. "From this day on, this shall be your abode," Zhou Qingsong declared, handing Lin Feng a black card that shimmered with ethereal light. "This contains 1 million Academy credits and 1 million Alliance coins, a welcoming gift from the Academy. Resources will be supplied to you without limits." Lin Feng accepted the card, feeling its weight. 1 million credits? 1 million Alliance coins? This was indeed a monumental gesture. "Additionally, I will assign you 2 dedicated support staff to manage your daily needs and material procurement. You need only focus on your cultivation and nurturing your mutated little fire crow," Zhou Qingsong added, emphasizing the last phrase. "Vice President, this is far too generous. I am merely a student," Lin Feng hastily protested, his face a canvas of anxiety. Zhou Qingsong waved his hand dismissively. "You are the future of the Academy. This investment is trivial. Settle in comfortably. Should you have any needs, contact me directly through the Academy terminal." With that, Zhou Qingsong cast a final look at Lin Feng and the now normal-sized golden crow perched on his shoulder, still radiating 9-colored divine glory, before turning to leave. The gates slowly closed, sealing him off from the outside world. In an instant, Lin Feng's apprehension vanished, replaced by an exhilarating sense of anticipation and shrewdness. An S-rank villa, boundless resources, this treatment was akin to being launched into the stratosphere. He could hardly contain his excitement as he mentally urged, "System, open the panel." A pale golden virtual panel unfurled in response. Beastmaster Infinite Critical Strike System. Host, Lin Feng. Aptitude, S-rank, aptitude levels, F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, 9 tiers in total. Physique, Novice Beastmaster level. Mental power, Pinnacle of Novice Beastmaster. Based on mental power's strength, Beastmasters are categorized as Apprentice, Novice, Intermediate, Advanced, Elite, Master, Grandmaster, Monarch, Legend, Myth. Note: the higher a Beastmaster's mental power, the easier it is to contract with high-quality beasts, facilitating smoother communication and control in battle. Contracted Beasts 1. 9-turn Chaos Burning Sky Golden Crow. Aptitude had surged from the lowest F rank to S rank. Lin Feng felt a clarity of mind unlike any he had experienced before. His mental powers surged with fervor, and his body brimmed with explosive strength. The shared effects with his main beast were unmistakable. He sensed an extraordinary affinity with the fire element, as if he were the favored child of flames. Even more astonishing was the appearance of a small sun-like phantom, radiating a faint 9-colored glow within his mental consciousness, establishing an inexplicable deep soul connection with the golden crow perched upon his shoulder. Truly, with a billion-fold critical strike. The shared benefits of the main beast were astounding. Lin Feng was elated. The little miser within him stirred once more. If everything could yield a critical strike, then even the most mundane investments could potentially yield miracles. He approached the opulent washroom within the villa, turning on a gem-encrusted faucet, and clear water flowed forth in a delightful cascade. Lin Feng took a cup and walked over to the golden crow. At that moment, although the golden crow had shrunk in size, the air of nobility and mystery emanating from its very bloodline remained undiminished. It curiously surveyed its new surroundings with its lively golden eyes. "Xiaojiu, come, have a sip of water," Lin Feng said, extending the cup towards the bird's beak. The golden crow tilted its head slightly, seemingly disdainful of the mundane water, yet still reached out with its delicate beak to take a token peck. At the very instant the golden crow swallowed that mouthful of water, a notification chimed. Host has fed the 9-turn Chaotic Burning Heaven Golden Crow. Feeding item, Ordinary Drinking Water X1, containing negligible trace elements. Triggered a 1,000-fold critical hit. Calculating critical hit rewards. Rewards. Life Spring, X1 standard unit. Your beast has consumed ordinary water, which, under the 1,000-fold critical hit, has undergone a miraculous transformation, becoming a spring infused with pure life energy. Consuming it will enhance the essence of life and regenerative capabilities. As the system prompt faded, the water swallowed by the golden crow instantly transformed into a stream of emerald light within its body. Caw! The golden crow emitted a joyous chirp, its already resplendent 9-colored feathers gleaming even more vibrantly, exuding an extraordinary majesty. Even tap water could yield a life spring. Lin Feng's eyes widened in amazement, his heart racing. This system was akin to a bug. It exchanged the most trivial resources for the most exquisite treasures. He could almost envision a splendid path paved with divine elixirs stretching out before him. At that moment, Lin Feng's wrist communicator vibrated gently. He raised his hand to check, and a new message appeared. Student record update notification. Esteemed student Lin Feng, your academic record has been updated. Mentor changed to Zhou Qingcong, Vice Dean. Permission level upgraded. S rank, the highest in the academy. For details, please log into the internal academy system. Zhou Qingcong moved swiftly. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. This effectively tied him to the chariot of Jiangnan Academy. He was acutely aware that the commotion caused by the golden crow today was immense. Even if Zhou Qingcong personally intervened to suppress the news, characterizing it as an extremely rare deep ancestral mutation, and issued strict gag orders to eyewitnesses like Wang Hao and Su Muxua, the truth was ultimately difficult to conceal. Once the seeds of suspicion were sown, they would inevitably take root and sprout, attracting covetous eyes towards him and Xiaojiu in the future. However, Lin Feng was not particularly concerned. With the Beast Master Infinite Critical Hit system at his disposal, his strength would expand at an astonishing rate, akin to a snowball effect. By then, who would dare to covet him? He could swat them away with a mere gesture. Lin Feng stroked his chin, gazing at the golden crow preening its feathers on his shoulder, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "Xiaojiu, our good days have only just begun." He opened the storage cabinet in the auxiliary courtyard, which was filled with various basic beast food and cultivation resources, all of a quality far surpassing anything he had previously encountered. Lin Feng picked up the most ordinary basic energy cube and weighed it in his hand. Chapter 5. Supplying S-rank resources, yet you feed a divine beast with wilted vegetable leaves. Lin Feng picked up the most ordinary basic energy cube and assessed its weight. Shortly after Zhou Qingcong's departure, someone delivered a thin booklet titled Basic Meditation Method for Beast Masters. Student Lin Feng, the Vice Dean, instructed that this is the Academy's most fundamental meditation technique. Though simple, it serves as the foundation for great achievements. The enhancement of mental strength is not an overnight endeavor. Diligence is essential. The messenger placed the booklet down respectfully and retreated. Lin Feng opened the booklet, finding the contents indeed straightforward and comprehensible, containing basic methods for guiding mental strength and perceiving the energy of the universe. He walked into the gravity training room provided in the auxiliary courtyard and sat cross-legged. Following the guidance of the basic meditation method, Lin Feng slowly closed his eyes, attempting to empty his mind and perceive the energy particles drifting through the cosmos. The S-rank aptitude was truly extraordinary. In just a moment, he entered a state of meditation where the distinction between self and the world faded away. Just as he became immersed in meditation, guiding strands of energy to refine his spiritual sea, a notification chimed. Host is performing basic meditation. Mental strength is in an active state. Triggered a tenfold critical hit. This meditation effect is equivalent to tenfold duration, resulting in a significant increase in mental strength. Boom. A torrent of energy, 10 times purer than that of normal meditation, surged into Lin Feng's spiritual sea. The previously gentle flow of mental strength grew exponentially, akin to a floodgate being opened. In just this first instance of basic meditation, his total mental strength visibly expanded, and its refinement surpassed that of an ordinary beginner beast master. The speed of his cultivation was such that, if known to outsiders, it would surely leave them astounded. Even an S-rank genius could not possibly be this exaggerated. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surge of mental strength within his spiritual sea, his heart ablaze with excitement. This system could even grant critical hits to his own cultivation. Meanwhile, the anonymous section of the internal forum at Jiangnan Beastmaster Academy was quietly erupting with activity. Breaking news. The F District dormitory is suspected to have experienced a major explosion. Terrifying high temperatures reported, with sightings of a divine bird's phantom. Is what the upstairs said true? I only heard the alarm and thought it was an alien beast invasion. Absolutely true. My cousin lives in the F District. He said half the building collapsed, and there was an overwhelming pressure that made his beast wet itself in fear. I heard it's related to Lin Feng, who has an F-rank mental strength and contracted a little fire crow. Lin Feng, that disgrace of a beast master? He could cause such a commotion? What a joke. The comments below the post were rife with speculation, and although the administrators responded swiftly, deleting the relevant posts and initiating the highest level of speech control, the news spread rapidly within a limited scope, with various conjectures flourishing. In the southern part of the city, at the Wang family estate. What did you say? The F District dormitory exploded, and it's suspected to be related to that Lin Feng's beast? Wang Qingye, the head of the Wang family and a grim-looking middle-aged man, furrowed his brow at the report from his subordinate. Wang Hao was one of his least accomplished sons, yet he remained a member of the Wang bloodline. Yes, head of the family, young Master Hao's Wind Wolf succumbed under that pressure and is still in a state of mental disarray. The official explanation from the academy is that Lin Feng's beast experienced an extremely rare deep ancestral mutation, with Zhou Qingcang himself stepping in to suppress the incident and even taking Lin Feng as his closed-door disciple, granting him S-rank privileges. Wang Qingye sneered coldly. Ancestral mutation? Deep ancestral return? What nonsense. I suspect Zhou Qingcang is after some tremendous benefit, or that kid simply hit the jackpot and acquired some extraordinary item. A glimmer of greed and malice flickered in his eyes. Our Wang family has some influence in the Academy's board of directors. Go pay a visit and insist on a public, impartial third-party joint inspection of Lin Feng and his mutated beast, for the sake of fairness and the safety of other students. Understood, head of the family. Wang Qingye tapped the table, fuming at the thought of a mere F-rank waste of space drawing such attention from Zhou Qingcang. There must be something amiss. In the Tianshu courtyard, Lin Feng's intelligent terminal vibrated repeatedly. He opened it to find a message from Su Muxue. Lin Feng, are you all right? I heard something happened in the F District dormitory. Where are you now? I'm really worried about you. Lin Feng, I'm sorry, I was too realistic before. I didn't expect. May we meet? I wish to clarify matters with you. A series of messages, laced with a humble tone, exuded an air of regret and urgency. Lin Feng, his expression impassive, perused the messages before gently tapping the screen with his fingertip. Shall the user Su Muxue be added to the blacklist? Affirmative. Shall all communication records with this user be deleted? Affirmative. Having completed these tasks, Lin Feng appeared to have merely brushed away a speck of dust, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. What is past should remain in the past. He had more pressing matters to attend to. With practiced ease, Lin Feng accessed the Academy's internal online marketplace, utilizing the black card privileges bestowed upon him by Zhou Qingcang to place bulk orders. He ordered only the cheapest and most rudimentary fire attribute spirit fruits, along with the lowest quality of ordinary beast feed, maximizing the quantities. After all, the supply was limitless. Why not take advantage of it? Soon, a substantial haul of crudely packaged supplies was delivered through the exclusive passageway of the villa. Lin Feng beheld the towering pile of inexpensive goods, a smirk reminiscent of a cunning merchant gracing his face. He picked up a dull-colored, visibly malnourished inferior fire cloud fruit and presented it before the golden crow. Xiaojiu, it's time to eat. The golden crow tilted its head, showing little interest in the unappealing fruit, yet pecked at it out of courtesy. Ding. The host is feeding the 9-turn Chaotic Flame Golden Crow. Feeding item. Inferior Fire Cloud Fruit X1. Contains a faint trace of fire attribute energy. Critical hit triggered. Calculating critical hit reward. Reward. Your 9-turn Chaotic Flame Golden Crow has received an amount of pure fire attribute energy equivalent to 100 inferior Fire Cloud fruits. A visible burst of fire erupted from the Golden Crow's beak, merging into its being. The Golden Crow emitted a contented chirp, its 9-colored divine light glowing even brighter. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled, effective. He immediately grabbed a pack of the coarsest base beast feed and offered it as well. The Golden Crow symbolically nibbled a bit. Ding. The host is feeding the 9-turn Chaotic Flame Golden Crow. Feeding item. Base Beast Feed X1. Complex composition, low nutritional value. Critical hit of 1,000 times triggered. Calculating critical hit reward. Reward. Obtained Dragon Blood Refined Flesh X1. Miraculously transformed from base beast feed under 1,000-fold critical hit. Containing a trace of rare dragon blood essence, capable of strengthening the beast's physique and enhancing vitality. The ordinary beast feed that the Golden Crow swallowed instantaneously morphed into a piece of treasure meat radiating a faint crimson glow, brimming with vigorous vitality, which it devoured in one gulp. Caw! The Golden Crow excitedly flapped its wings, a more potent aura emanating from within. Though it remained at the peak of its juvenile stage, its foundation was accumulating at an alarming rate. Lin Feng felt reassured. The alternating occurrences of quantity and quality critical hits rendered the cost of nurturing nearly negligible. He began to feed frantically, one cheap spirit fruit after another, one portion of ordinary beast feed after another. 100-fold critical hit, 10-fold critical hit, 50-fold critical hit. The system notification echoed incessantly in his mind. And the Golden Crow's aura soared as well. The curvature of Lin Feng's smile widened. The thrill of manipulating the situation to his advantage was exhilarating. Yet, during his feeding experiments, he sensed that the critical hit rate was somewhat higher for lower-tier items, though he could not discern why. While he diligently worked, the intelligent terminal vibrated once more. This time, it was a communication request from Vice Dean Zhou Qingsong. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and accepted the call. Zhou Qingsong's somewhat fatigued visage appeared on the screen. Lin Feng, the Wang family is exerting pressure through the board of directors, demanding a public assessment of you and your beast. Zhou Qingsong's weary figure flickered, yet his tone bore a strong discontent. Those old geezers from the Wang family want to conduct a public inspection of you and your beast under the pretense of an unknown powerful beast threat and the so-called equitable distribution of resources. Lin Feng arched an eyebrow, feigning concern. Then, Vice Dean Wei. Zhou Qingsong scoffed, his projection stabilizing somewhat. I have already rejected it. The reason being, you are my closed-door disciple, and your beast is a rare bloodline returnee of 1,000,000 years. The Academy has a responsibility to protect geniuses, not place them under scrutiny to satisfy the whims of certain individuals. He shifted his tone. However, Lin Feng, the Wang family is deeply entrenched within the Academy. While they dare not act recklessly in public, one must remain vigilant of their clandestine maneuvers. The Academy, though vast, is not a sanctuary. Lin Feng nodded, his mind racing with calculations. Zhou Qingsong's message was clear. He could safeguard Lin Feng's S-rank status and the anomalous nature of the Golden Crow, but could not prevent all undercurrents from flowing. After concluding the communication, Lin Feng paced within the luxurious villa. The Golden Crow was too conspicuous. Every action it took was earth-shattering. Such a trump card should not be exposed lightly. He required a second beast, one that could serve as both a supplemental force in daily battles and act as a diversion or cover at critical junctures. Most importantly, its origins must not draw undue attention, ideally one that would elicit no more than a passing glance if discarded in a refuse heap. Thus, even if it grew powerful under the system's critical hits, he could easily dismiss it as mere luck, a fortunate find, so to speak. Where might he discover such a potential asset? The expensive beast market? The auction house? No, those venues were too conspicuous. And the good items had long been claimed by the various factions, leaving only those of low value, unworthy of his investment philosophy. Lin Feng activated the Academy's intelligent terminal, utilizing his S-rank privileges to search through areas that students typically overlooked. Recycling and processing center for obsolete materials. Temporary storage for experimental remains. Rows of information flooded his view. A smile graced Lin Feng's lips. What others deemed a junkyard, he perceived as a treasure trove of golden opportunities. Half an hour later, Lin Feng arrived at a remote corner on the Academy's periphery. This was the recycling and processing center for obsolete materials. The air thick with the scent of rusted metal and a bizarre mix of energies. Towering heaps of waste loomed like small mountains, comprising discarded training equipment, damaged beast gear, energy-depleted crystals, and remnants of failed experiments. Occasionally, a few logistics personnel clad in work attire busied themselves in the distance, casting a glance at Lin Feng, the uninvited guest, before returning to their tasks. Rarely did students venture into such a place unless they were particularly impoverished and hoping to stumble upon usable parts. Lin Feng activated the embryonic form of the Golden Crow's divine eye, shared through the critical hits, enhancing his sensitivity to energy several-fold. Even if he could not discern its essence, he halted before a pile of rusted metal scraps. It was a collection of violently disassembled mechanical components. The main shell severely corroded, many wires exposed and flickering with dangerous electric sparks. Scattered nearby were several broken metal skeletons, marred with scratches and burn marks. On a slanted plaque, a few words were faintly etched: Canine Mechanical Beast MK3, Test Failed Model, Core Energy Module Damaged, Recommend Destruction. A typical failure. Lin Feng's mental energy quietly extended, permeating the core of the heap of scrap metal. To others, this pile of debris appeared lifeless, devoid of any value. Yet, under the meticulous scrutiny of Lin Feng's highly refined mental force, he vaguely detected an exceedingly faint, almost extinguishable fluctuation, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, emanating from deep within one of the core energy modules. This fluctuation was peculiar. It was not merely a pure energy reaction, but seemed more like an obsession, or a data specter that had yet to dissipate completely. He had found it. Lin Feng felt a sense of certainty within. He summoned a logistics personnel responsible for overseeing the area. I want these. Lin Feng pointed to the heap of mechanical remains. The logistics staff regarded him with a look of incredulity, glancing back and forth between Lin Feng and the pile of detritus that even scrap collectors would disdain for occupying space. Scratching his head, he said, "Student, this is all completely scrapped, with no recovery value whatsoever. What do you intend to do with this junk?" "Personal research, a small hobby," Lin Feng replied casually, while producing a black card. "What is the scrap recovery price in points?" "Huh. Oh," the logistics personnel quickly operated on the terminal, symbolically deducting 10 points from Lin Feng's academy account. "Student, are you sure you want this, treasure?" He couldn't help but ask again. Lin Feng nodded and directed the logistics personnel to package the heap of treasures and send it to his Tianshu courtyard via the internal transport system. Several passing students observed the scene, casting scornful and mocking glances. "Look, isn't that Lin Feng from the F District dormitory? I heard he struck gold and caught the Vice Dean's attention. Is this the S-class treatment? Scavenging in a junkyard? Truly a case of a mud unable to stick to the wall. Probably has a fried brain, thinking he could find treasure in a rubbish heap." Lin Feng remained oblivious to their gossip. The little birds know not the great ambitions of the swan. When his second divine beast emerges, these individuals would be even more astonished than today. As Lin Feng made his way back to Tianshu courtyard with his spoils, the academy's internal system announced a notification to all. Notice regarding the 23rd Freshman Outdoor Survival Trial at Jiangnan Beast Taming Academy. To assess the practical abilities, teamwork skills, and adaptability of this year's freshman beast tamers, the Academy has decided to hold an outdoor survival trial for freshmen in the D-level wilderness area, Blackstone Forest. 1 week from now. The trial will last for 3 days and 2 nights, and all freshmen must participate. Trial results will be included in the annual assessment. During the trial, students may form teams or act independently. Malicious attacks on other students are prohibited, but healthy competition is allowed. Specific rules can be found in the attachment. Blackstone Forest, D-level wilderness area. Lin Feng stroked his chin. This trial came at just the right time. Meanwhile, Wang Hao hung up the communication with a dark expression. He too had received a family notification. The implication was clear: do not target Lin Feng overtly, but during the freshman trial, he must be made to regret it. Ideally, he would encounter an accident and be silenced forever. The golden-level wind wolf beside him sensed his master's fury and emitted a low growl. "Lin Feng, just you wait. The trial ground will be your doom." Wang Hao's eyes were filled with resentment. Within Tianshu courtyard, Lin Feng casually placed the pile of rusted mechanical debris in the corner of the courtyard. The golden crow, Xiaojiao, curiously flew over, tilting its head to inspect the heap of junk, seemingly perplexed as to why its master had retrieved such refuse. Lin Feng patted its head. "Xiaojiao, soon you will have a new companion." He picked up the mechanical beast's core that he had sensed faint fluctuations from. What would happen if he fed this thing? A smile curved at the corner of his lips. Subsequently, he retrieved a finely crafted alloy knife from the materials processing room, and without hesitation, he gently sliced his fingertip. A drop of crimson blood oozed forth. He directed his finger toward the cold, dilapidated mechanical core, allowing his blood to drip slowly onto it. Chapter 7. A millionfold critical hit triggers. Birth of the second divine beast. The moment the blood made contact with the frigid, decayed mechanical core, A crisp system notification reverberated explosively in Lin Feng's mind. The host is feeding bloodline energy to the severely damaged early failure model K9 mechanical beast core. Investment item: a drop of the host's blood containing a trace of divine beast essence. Millionfold critical hit triggered. Lin Feng's heart raced. A millionfold. Calculating critical hit rewards. Quality leap. The target's early failure model K9 mechanical beast core, severely damaged, receives a millionfold quality enhancement. Being reshaped into an eternal immortal class annihilation core, prototype. Bloodline fusion. The trace of divine beast essence within the host's blood perfectly fuses with mechanical characteristics under the millionfold critical hit, transcending to give birth to an entirely new chaos-level bloodline, the Dragon Bloodline. Energy activation. The Annihilation Core, prototype, absorbs void energy, instantly completing an overload charge. Morphological restructuring. The Annihilation Core, prototype, will automatically absorb surrounding compatible metallic debris, conducting atomic-level disassembly and reconstruction to randomly generate the optimal combat form. As the system notification faded, the pile of rusted mechanical debris in the corner of the courtyard suddenly erupted in a blinding radiance. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth from the small core, sweeping outwards like a tsunami. The 9-turn chaotic burning heaven golden crow on Lin Feng's shoulder let out a vigilant cry, its 9-colored divine light manifesting, shielding Lin Feng behind it. As it stared at the radiant disturbance as though facing a great enemy, Lin Feng soothingly patted the golden crow's wing, signaling it to remain calm. His gaze fixated on the center of the anomaly. Before their eyes, the abandoned metallic components began to melt, distort, and reshape at a visible speed under the brilliant light. The hard alloy melted like wax. The broken skeletal structures rejoined themselves, and the decayed circuits gleamed with newfound luster. They transformed from lifeless scrap metal into living metal. Swirling around the suspended annihilation core, which pulsed with the energy of destruction and emitted countless runes, gathering and reconfiguring frantically. The radiance intensified to a point where it was nearly blinding. Above Tianshu Courtyard, the winds and clouds shifted, an invisible pressure enveloping the area, causing the gathering spirit array within the courtyard to momentarily stall. What is happening? Lin Feng's heart clenched. This energy fluctuation was even more immense and terrifying than when the golden crow had evolved initially. After a span of several seconds, the brilliant light gradually receded. A brand new life form floated in the air. It was not the mechanical dog he had envisioned, but rather a young dragon, approximately half a meter in length. Exhibiting a dark golden hue, embodying a blend of aerodynamic beauty and technological aesthetics. Its body was intricately constructed from countless fine and complex unknown alloy components, each scale glinting with a cold metallic sheen, edges sharp as blades. A pair of elongated dragon horns extended from its head, resembling two unsheathed swords. At its core, the Annihilation Core pulsated rhythmically like a heart, radiating destructive energy. Its electronic eyes shimmered with a ghostly blue data flow, both lively and icy. Crack, crack. The mechanical young dragon stirred its elongated neck, producing a series of crisp metallic friction sounds, and then directed its data-streaming gaze towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng could sense a spiritual link swiftly establishing itself between him and the mechanical dragon. With a thought, he activated the system panel. Contracted beasts. 2, 10. Beast name: Annihilation Star Source Dragon. Current status: Juvenile phase. Quality: Chaos Divine Grade. Attributes: Mechanical, Spatial, Energy. Bloodline: Source Dragon Bloodline Juvenile. Skills acquired: Annihilation Particle Beam. Prototype consumes core energy to launch a particle beam capable of obliterating matter. Current power is limited by juvenile phase. Absolute Defense Field. Prototype consumes core energy to generate a high-intensity energy shield at the surface, capable of withstanding the majority of attacks. Current strength is limited by juvenile phase. Spatial Leap, not activated. Data Invasion, not activated. Growth Potential, Chaos Divine Grade. Lin Feng gasped in astonishment. Another Chaos Divine Grade. Moreover, it was an unprecedented mechanical divine dragon. This was no mere scavenging. He had essentially acquired a future battleship. Little one, from now on, you shall be called the Mechanical Dragon. Lin Feng attempted to convey his thoughts. The mechanical young dragon tilted its metallic head, its electronic eyes flickering with blue light as if processing the command. After a moment, it gently nodded and emitted a low metallic hum, seemingly in response. At that moment, Lin Feng felt a peculiar energy feedback from the mechanical dragon, merging into his limbs and bones. His affinity for metallic elements appeared to surge instantaneously, and he gained a more nuanced perception of the energy flow surrounding him. In his mind, vague concepts regarding data analysis and information processing began to surface. shared between master and beast. The ability the mechanical dragon provided was none other than metal manipulation and rudimentary data analysis skills. Lin Feng's heart soared with elation. This was an auxiliary ability tailor-made for him. He gazed at the mechanical dragon with increasing satisfaction. Little 9, mechanical dragon, from now on, you shall be comrades. The golden crow curiously flew beside the mechanical dragon, circling it twice, seemingly intrigued by the newcomer. The mechanical dragon remained poised in midair, its electronic eyes calmly observing the golden crow. Lin Feng stroked his chin, pondering the diet of a mechanical life form. He picked up a severely rusted piece of scrap metal from the heap the mechanical dragon had discarded and tossed it over experimentally. Mechanical dragon, are you hungry? Try this. The mechanical dragon's electronic eyes flashed red, locking onto the flying scrap. It opened its small mouth, lined with sharp metallic fangs, and with a crunch, it bit down on the piece of metal larger than its own head. Accompanied by a disconcerting metallic chewing sound, the scrap vanished at a visible rate. Notification: Host has fed the Beast Annihilation Star Source Dragon. Item fed: Ordinary scrap metal X1. Contains trace iron elements and a plethora of impurities. Triggered 10,000 times critical hit. Calculating critical reward. Reward: Your Beast Annihilation Star Source Dragon has received an amount of pure metallic energy equivalent to 10,000 pieces of ordinary scrap metal. Additionally, received Superconductive Source Black Gold, X1 Standard Unit, Divine Grade Metal Material, can be used to enhance the core or body of the mechanical dragon, increasing energy conduction efficiency and defense. Lin Feng was left speechless. After witnessing the mechanical dragon consume the scrap metal, he noted that the dark golden alloy scales on its surface glimmered with renewed brilliance, and some delicate structures seemed to be optimizing themselves autonomously. In his hand, he found a fist-sized block of pitch-black metal, radiating an unusual energy fluctuation. Superconductive source black gold. This material felt cold and hard to the touch, yet possessed a strange vitality. Consuming scrap metal, it produced divine-grade materials. This was not merely a beast. It was akin to a mobile resource conversion factory. Lin Feng's entrepreneurial spirit ignited fiercely. He envisioned himself scavenging for scrap across the world, feeding the mechanical dragon refuse, while hoarding endless divine-grade materials. While Lin Feng reveled in his lucrative scheme, an unexpected figure appeared at the entrance of the Tianshu courtyard. The imposing silhouette of Zhou Qingcang manifested. His brow furrowed as he scanned the courtyard with piercing eyes. Lin Feng. Just now that energy fluctuation, his words faltered abruptly as he beheld the mechanical young dragon floating beside Lin Feng, its unusual form emanating a terrifying aura of energy. Zhou Qingcang, having lived for many years as the vice president of the academy, had encountered countless rare beasts, even those of legendary status. However, this creature, composed entirely of metal yet brimming with life, sent a shiver of unease through him with the energy emanating from its core. This is, Zhou Qingcang's voice trembled slightly. He had witnessed Lin Feng's mutated fire crow, a miracle seldom seen in a millennium. Now, merely days later, another even more astonishing entity emerged. Vice President. Lin Feng felt a jolt of apprehension, yet maintained a facade of appropriately measured surprise and confusion. I'm not sure what happened either. I just dripped a bit of blood on the scrap metal I found earlier, hoping to see if it could be restored, and it turned into this. He gestured towards the mechanical dragon, and then pointed to the discarded remnants that were no longer recognizable. Zhou Qingcang scrutinized the mechanical dragon, then turned his gaze back to Lin Feng, his expression a complicated mixture of disbelief and intrigue. Dripping blood to claim mastery? Scrap metal reborn? And transformed into this never-before-seen mechanical divine dragon? Who would believe such a tale? Yet, it had indeed transpired in Lin Feng's case. His thoughts drifted to the equally extraordinary 9-turn chaotic phoenix. Zhou Qingcang inhaled deeply, as if a realization dawned upon him. His initial shock gradually morphing into a blend of awe and resignation. Could it be that your constitution, or perhaps your mental prowess, innately possesses some form of transmutation ability, capable of turning the mundane into the extraordinary? Beyond this explanation, I cannot fathom another possibility. This young man Lin Feng is truly an enigma. Lin Feng mused inwardly. You truly are a keen observer. Yet outwardly, he feigned ignorance. Vice President, are you implying that it is I? Zhou Qingcang waved his hand, choosing not to delve deeper into the matter. Knowing too much about certain things could be detrimental. Have you named this mechanical dragon? He directed his gaze towards the creature, his admiration and curiosity unabashed. The students have temporarily dubbed it the mechanical dragon, Lin Feng replied candidly. Mechanical dragon? Not bad. Zhou Qingcang nodded. What is its strength? It appears to have just been birthed. Lin Feng's mind sparked with inspiration. This was the perfect opportunity for a test. I'm unsure of its capabilities and was looking for a place to try it out. Zhou Qingsong pondered for a moment before gesturing with a wave of his hand. Follow me. The Academy SS Class exclusive training ground should be able to withstand its antics. Chapter 8. The Newborn Trial. Under currents stirring, the Wang family bets everything. The initial testing results of the mechanical dragon left Zhou Qingsong utterly astonished, while Lin Feng gained a clearer understanding of its potential. At that moment, a new notification from the Academy arrived. Notice regarding the 523rd Freshman Wilderness Survival Trial of Jiangnan Beast Taming Academy. Lin Feng opened it and quickly skimmed through the details. The trial would employ a points system involving the hunting of exotic beasts, resource gathering, and survival duration, all convertible into points. Teaming up was permitted, and non-lethal competition among students was tacitly allowed. The location, the D-level wilderness area of the Blackstone Forest on the outskirts of the city. The time, 1 week later, lasting 3 days and 2 nights. Lin Feng gently tapped on the words Blackstone Forest. For his current Golden Crow and Mechanical Dragon, the D-level wilderness area was essentially a beginner's paradise, an ideal opportunity to refine their coordination during this trial, especially for the Mechanical Dragon. Newly born and in dire need of ample nourishment to grow swiftly, the resources in the wilderness would surely be abundant. Meanwhile, in a secret chamber within the Wang family estate, Wang Qingye's face was shrouded in shadow, revealing only his eyes that glimmered with a cold light. This freshman trial is our only opportunity, he stated. Wang Hao stood before him, his head bowed low. Father, the academy is on high alert. Zhou Qingsong is watching closely. Our informants report that he is treating Lin Feng as if he were a prized disciple to protect. Wang Qingye scoffed. Therefore, we cannot rely on conventional methods. He slid a small, black porcelain vial across the table to Wang Hao. This is soul-calling powder, a newly modified version of the frenzy beast-attracting powder. Colorless and odorless with an extensive diffusion range. Its allure to high-tier exotic beasts surpasses that of ordinary powders by over 100-fold. Wang Hao picked up the vial, feeling the faint, sinister energy emanating from within. What you mean is, deep within the Blackstone Forest, there lies a Rift Earth Rock Bear. A creature of peak master-level strength, teetering on the edge of quasi-grandmaster. I have already bribed some management personnel and team mentors in the trial area. They will inadvertently disclose to you the routes Lin Feng might take or any vulnerabilities near his chosen campsite. Wang Qingye continued in a flat tone. You simply need to sprinkle this powder along Lin Feng's path or at his potential campsite at the right moment. Once that Rift Earth Rock Bear is provoked into a frenzy, not even a novice beast tamer, let alone an elite mentor leading a team, will escape unscathed. When the time comes, his demise will be deemed an unfortunate accident, and no one will trace it back to the Wang family. Wang Hao's breath grew heavier. I understand. Father, Lin Feng, we shall see how you meet your end this time. Additionally, Wang Qingye added, I have contacted several students within the academy who share a similar disdain for Lin Feng or are willing to act for a reward. They will cooperate with you during the trial to ensure absolute success. Make sure he remains forever silenced. In the Tianshu courtyard, Zhou Qingsong's figure reappeared, his expression considerably more grave than before. Lin Feng, have you received the notice regarding the freshman trial? Lin Feng nodded. Yes, Vice President. The Wang family has been quite active recently, Zhou Qingsong stated directly. I have received information suggesting they might resort to underhanded tactics during this trial. Lin Feng's face displayed surprise. Do they dare to act during an academy-organized trial? On the surface, they would not dare, but their covert machinations are difficult to guard against. Zhou Qingsong produced a silver beacon the size of a longan, shimmering with spatial fluctuations, along with a pale gold scroll inscribed with intricate runes. This is a void positioning beacon. Should you encounter an insurmountable danger, shatter it, and I will arrive at the earliest opportunity. This scroll is a Diamond Guardian scroll, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a master-level beast tamer. It could save your life in a critical moment. Zhou Qingsong handed both items to Lin Feng. The trial is merely a test, but I do not wish for you to encounter genuine peril. The Wang family appears to be investing heavily this time. He patted Lin Feng's shoulder. Exercise caution. Lin Feng accepted the beacon and scroll, feeling their weight. Thank you, Vice President. I will certainly be careful. As he watched Zhou Qingsong depart, Lin Feng weighed the life-preserving trump cards in his hand. This vice president was genuinely concerned for him, indeed. However, did the Wang family truly think they could resolve matters with a mere junior trial? They underestimated him, as well as his divine beast nursery. Even if it currently housed only 2 younglings, the Blackstone Forest would serve perfectly as a second expansive buffet for the Golden Crow and Mechanical Dragon. In the following days, Lin Feng dedicated his time to daily meditation and frequently visited the Academy's waste material recycling center. He resembled a true scavenger, specifically selecting discarded batteries drained of energy, viscous waste oil, and various rusted metal components. An S-level student rummaging through garbage piles. What a disgrace. Rumors circulated, suggesting his fiery crow was somewhat peculiar. But Lin Feng's intellect was questioned. He paid no heed to the students' gossip. In a corner of the Tianshu courtyard, a diverse collection of industrial refuse quickly accumulated. The golden crow, Xiaojiao, showed no interest in these items, but the mechanical dragon's electronic eyes sparkled with blue light. Lin Feng picked up a large, corroded energy battery and presented it to the mechanical dragon. Dinner time, Big Eater. The mechanical dragon took a bite. Beep. The host is feeding the beast tamer, star-devouring mechanical dragon. Feeding item. Scrapped large industrial energy battery X1. Residual energy nearly zero. Internal structure severely damaged. Critical hit triggered. Lin Feng felt a stir within him. Calculating critical hit rewards. Reward. Your beast tamer star-devouring mechanical dragon has acquired micro-controlled nuclear fusion energy core, divine level, X1. Reshaped from the scrapped battery through a million-fold critical hit, it can provide nearly limitless clean energy. The star-devouring divine core, prototype, within the mechanical dragon shimmered, as the discarded battery transformed into a pure torrent of energy absorbed within. Subsequently, a fist-sized, softly glowing miniature core began to coalesce beside its divine core, stabilizing. Lin Feng then picked up a barrel of noxious waste oil. Beep. The host is feeding the beast tamer, star-devouring mechanical dragon. Feeding item. Inferior discarded industrial oil X1 barrel. Contains numerous harmful impurities, nearly no lubricating effect. Critical hit triggered. Calculating critical hit rewards. Reward. Acquired adaptive nano repair liquid, divine level. X1 standard unit. Transformed from inferior oil under a 10 million-fold critical hit, it can integrate into the mechanical dragon's body, achieving atomic-level self-repair for damaged areas and continuously optimizing structural strength. A mass of silver liquid metal appeared out of thin air, actively merging into the mechanical dragon's dark golden form, enhancing the agility of its alloy scales. Next came the mountain of discarded metal. Beep. Inputting rusted steel plates triggers a 100,000-fold critical hit, acquiring void dark matter alloy blueprint. Beep. Inputting a broken mechanical arm triggers a million-fold critical hit, acquiring Gauss kinetic cannon module, integrable, X1. Beep. Inputting a damaged sensor triggers a 5 million-fold critical hit, acquiring universal scanning array, divine level, design blueprint. A series of system prompts caused Lin Feng's smile to grow increasingly radiant. The internal structure of the mechanical dragon was undergoing earth-shattering transformations with the integration of these divine materials and blueprints. Its star-devouring divine core had become thoroughly stabilized and seamlessly linked with the micro-controlled nuclear fusion energy core. The charging speed and power of the Star Destroyer particle beam have been significantly enhanced. The intensity and coverage of the absolute defense force field have also seen considerable improvements. Moreover, it has acquired the continuous evolution capability bestowed by the nano repair liquid. However, to the naked eye, the mechanical dragon remains in its juvenile form. Merely half a meter in length, though its surface now exhibits a deeper, darker golden hue, with faint glimmers of energy occasionally flickering between its scales. This striking contrast is precisely what Lin Feng desires. On the eve of the trial, a current of intrigue courses through the academy. The vast majority of students and instructors still regard Lin Feng's greatest asset as nothing more than the luck of having a mutated fire crow. As for Lin Feng himself, with merely F-grade qualifications as perceived by the outside world, surviving in the perilous wilderness seems a daunting challenge. Word has it that Wang Hao and his cohorts harbor animosity towards Lin Feng, which promises an entertaining spectacle during this trial. A novice beastmaster, even with a formidable beast at his command, will struggle to maintain control without adequate mental strength. How long can he endure? In the dormitory, Wang Hao meticulously polished his specially crafted alloy combat knife. Su Mushiue sat by the window, gazing into the darkened night sky, her thoughts in disarray. Within the Tianshu courtyard, Lin Feng sat cross-legged, the golden crow perched upon his shoulder, while the mechanical dragon hovered silently before him. He slowly opened his eyes, directing his gaze towards the direction of the Blackstone Forest. A trap, perhaps? Lin Feng's fingers gently tapped against his knee. Chapter 9. Astonishment. A divine-class mecha emerges from the junkyard. The following day, as the colossal teleportation array of the academy flickered to life, the figures of the new students vanished in succession. In the next moment, Lin Feng found himself enveloped by a dimly lit jungle, the air thick with the scent of damp, decaying leaves, and a faint, fishy odor. So this is the Blackstone Forest? Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings, where towering trees obscured the sunlight, making it difficult for light to penetrate. The golden crow, Xiaojiao, took flight from his shoulder, silently disappearing into the dense canopy above, becoming his hidden eyes. The mechanical dragon trailed at his feet. Its half-meter-long dark golden body now covered in a temporary disguise of ordinary metallic paint, deliberately smeared with dirt and rust at the joints, presenting the appearance of a dilapidated mechanical dog salvaged from a junkyard. Thus began their scavenging endeavor for the day. Lin Feng ambled along a game trail at a leisurely pace. Before long, he stumbled upon a solitary claw rabbit, a bronze-tier exotic beast. After effortlessly dispatching it, he obtained a fist-sized bronze beast core. Lin Feng casually split the core in half, offering one portion to the golden crow and tossing the other to the mechanical dragon. Xiaojiao today's snack. Ding. The host is feeding the beast. 9-turn chaotic blazing golden crow. Feeding item, bronze beast core, containing mixed energy, X05. Triggered a 100-fold critical hit. Reward. 9-turn chaotic blazing golden crow receives energy equivalent to 50 bronze beast cores. The golden crow swallowed it whole, its 9-colored divine radiance dimly gleaming. Meanwhile, the mechanical dragon's metallic jaws crunched the beast core. Ding. The host is feeding the beast, Star Destroyer mechanical dragon. Feeding item, bronze beast core, containing mixed energy, X05. Triggered a 1,000-fold critical hit. Reward. Star Destroyer mechanical dragon S core energy receives substantial replenishment. And the energy structure of the beast core is analyzed to optimize energy absorption efficiency. The ethereal blue data stream in the mechanical dragon's electronic eye flickered faintly, and beneath the guise of rust on its surface, a deeper sheen seemed to flash momentarily. Lin Feng then collected several common blood coagulation grasses from the roadside. These herbs could only treat the most minor of superficial injuries. He casually crushed them, dividing them into 2 portions. A post-meal dessert. Ding. Feeding ordinary blood coagulation grass. Triggered a 1,000-fold critical hit. 9-turn chaotic blazing golden crow gains the essence of life from a 1,000-year blood ginseng herb. Ding. Feeding ordinary blood coagulation grass. Triggered a 10,000-fold critical hit. Star Destroyer mechanical dragon receives a trace of life essence, micro, enhancing the activity of the nano repair liquid. The auras of both beasts steadily and incrementally increased with these unassuming junk food offerings. Lin Feng pondered. This Blackstone forest is akin to a natural buffet, and it's free. After approximately half an hour, a subtle mental wave emanated from above, signaling the presence of others ahead. 2 men and 1 woman, deliberately concealing themselves, seemingly setting something up. Lin Feng paused his steps momentarily, then continued forward nonchalantly. His mental prowess, greatly enhanced by feedback from the golden crow and mechanical dragon, combined with the budding form of the crow's divine eye, allowed him to perceive his surroundings far beyond the ordinary. Ahead, at a narrow mountain pass, Wang Hao was busy with 2 lackeys, Li San and Zhao Si, working furtively. Brother Hao, the markings are complete. That kid will surely believe there are rare resources ahead if he follows this path, Li San said with a sycophantic grin. Zhao Si, hiding behind several large rocks at the mountain pass, carefully applied a colorless and odorless powder, with the specially made beast-attracting scent. Coupled with the rampaging period of the earth-shattering rock bear. That kid Lin Feng is as good as dead. Wang Hao's expression turned cold. Be meticulous. Leave no traces that can be traced back to us. I want him to meet his end as if it were an accident. A hapless victim of a powerful exotic beast. Understood, Brother Hao. A smirk crept across Lin Feng's lips. The earth-shattering rock bear? A pinnacle master-tier exotic beast, dwelling in the core region of the Blackstone Forest. To employ such a creature against me, they certainly hold me in high regard. He feigned indifference as he noticed an arrow formed from rubble left by Li San. Oh, there seems to be concentrated traces of beast activity over here. Let us investigate. Lin Feng muttered to himself, making his way toward the mountain pass. The mechanical dragon followed with a somewhat unsteady gait, resembling a piece of scrap metal that might fall apart at any moment. From a concealed treetop in the distance, Wang Hao, through binoculars, witnessed the scene unfold. A cruel smile crossing his face. Fool, he's taken the bait. Brother Hao is brilliant. Li San and Zhao Si hurriedly praised. Lin Feng strolled into the mountain pass at a leisurely pace. The terrain here was indeed treacherous, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with only a narrow passageway. He curiously surveyed his surroundings, seemingly searching for something. Strange, there's nothing particularly noteworthy here. Just as he paused in confusion, a faint yet peculiar sweet fragrance, mingled with a subtle pungency, began to waft through the air. This was the work of another accomplice of Wang Hao, hidden at a further distance upwind, who had scattered the soul-attracting powder at the appointed time. Lin Feng's nostrils flared. It's here almost instantaneously upon the scent dispersing. A thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the mountain pass. Following that, the ground began to quake violently, with debris cascading from the rocky walls on either side. A torrent of ferocious, bloodthirsty pressure surged forth like a tangible hurricane. Even from a distance, Wang Hao and his companions were rendered pale by this overwhelming force. It's the earth-shattering rock bear. It has been provoked. Zhao Ci's voice trembled. Wang Hao, however, wore a sinister grin. Excellent. Truly excellent. Lin Feng, let us see how you survive this time. An F-grade waste, now merely a novice beast master, even if that fire crow is peculiar. Faced with a rampaging pinnacle master-tier exotic beast, there lies only one path: death. Within the mountain pass, a colossal bear, comparable in size to a small truck, its body encased in heavy rock armor and its eyes blood-red, thundered forth with heavy steps. Earth-shattering rock bear, raging state. Rank, pinnacle master level. Characteristics, terrifying strength, astounding defense, and a ferocious temperament. The dreadful might it exudes far surpasses any limit that a novice could endure. Even a mentor leading the team would need to signal for help upon encountering it. Lin Feng stood quietly in place, facing the charging, earth-shattering rock bear, his expression betraying no hint of fear. Jinwu Xiaojiu let out a high-pitched cry from his shoulder, its nine-colored divine radiance surging, poised to unleash a conflagration. Xiaojiu, do not rush. Lin Feng raised his hand and gently pressed down on the golden crow. He then glanced at the dilapidated mechanical dog at his feet. Mechanical dragon. It's time to warm up. With a crack and a snap, a series of fine metallic friction sounds resonated. Just as the earth-shattering rock bear was about to reach him, the seemingly fragile mechanical scrap began shedding its ordinary metallic paint, revealing beneath it a menacing dark golden alloy scale armor. Countless intricate runes flowed across its surface, while the core annihilation energy core erupted with resplendent brilliance. A low hum echoed as a layer of azure energy shield instantaneously expanded from within the mechanical dragon, forming a hemispherical barrier that securely enveloped Lin Feng. The absolute defense field prototype. That second beast, once derided by Wang Hao and others as mere scrap metal, now unveiled a terrifying defensive posture that starkly contrasted its previously unassuming appearance. The earth-shattering rock bear, with its colossal claws capable of shattering alloy steel plates, struck down with immense force, crashing against the azure energy shield. Boom. Chapter 10. You thought I was just scraping, but I was actually unleashing my power. The deafening sound reverberated as the energy shield quaked violently, rippling with layers of distortion, yet it resolutely withstood the bear's ferocious blow. At the entrance of the mountain hollow, the hard rocky ground was instantly marred with spiderweb-like cracks as the bear's massive paw landed. The absolute defense field had boldly withstood the furious strike of a pinnacle master-level beast without shattering. In the distance, Wang Hao and the others nearly had their eyes pop out. What on earth is that thing? Zhao Ci exclaimed. How can a broken mechanical dog possess such defensive prowess? Li Xin could not comprehend it. Wang Hao's expression darkened considerably. The scenario he envisioned, Lin Feng being grievously injured by a single blow, only to be casually finished off by him, was now utterly shattered. Roaring. The failed strike only incited the earth-shattering rock bear to become more frenzied, its crimson, beastly eyes fixating on Lin Feng behind the shield, raising its massive paw once more. At that moment, a clear, melodious cry resonated through the mountains. Jinwu Xiaojiu transformed into a streak of nine-colored light, diving from the sky, its petite beak opening to unleash a slender, yet devastating stream of solar chaotic true flame. Though thin, the flame was honed to perfection. Puffed. The golden flame struck the bear's thick rocky armor, igniting its tough fur in an instant. Aku. The earth-shattering rock bear emitted a roar of excruciating pain, as the ignited areas of its rocky armor showed signs of melting, the intense burning sensation forcing it to momentarily abandon its attack on Lin Feng to frantically swat at the flames on its body. The solar chaotic true flame, even in its juvenile stage, revealed its domineering nature. However, the earth-shattering rock bear, being a pinnacle master-level beast, was tough-skinned and meaty, and its earth attribute granted it some resistance to fire. Jinwu Xiaojiu was still merely in its juvenile stage. Although the flames could inflict significant damage, they were insufficient to fully incinerate the bear in a short span of time. The battle momentarily settled into a stalemate. The bear, enraged by the flames, thrashed about wildly but found itself unable to catch the nimble Xiaojin in the sky. Lin Feng stood calmly within the protective barrier of the mechanical dragon, observing the battlefield. This bear is a tad more resilient to fire than I expected. Ha ha ha, Lin Feng. Let us see how you will handle this. Observing Lin Feng's beast struggling against the earth-shattering rock bear, a brash voice shattered the brief equilibrium in the mountain hollow. Wang Hao, having long forgotten the previous plan, emerged from the trees alongside Li San, Zhao Si, and two other students with formidable auras, a blatant malice etched across their faces. Their beasts also revealed themselves from the shadows, subtly encircling Lin Feng. Leading them was Wang Hao's golden-ranked Gale Wolf, bearing its sharp fangs and growling lowly. The other beasts, all of silver and gold rank, were now fixated on Lin Feng and his peculiar beasts. Lin Feng cast a glance at them. These individuals could no longer contain themselves. Wang Hao, what do you mean by this? Lin Feng's tone remained flat. What do you mean? Wang Hao sneered, taking a few steps forward. Let us not beat around the bush. Today you must die here. Your beasts and your points will all belong to me. Li San immediately chimed in. That's right. Offending brother, Hao leads to this fate. Zhao Si added ominously. Don't blame us, if anyone is to blame. It's you for being so bothersome and oblivious to your own demise. The other two students remained silent, yet their eyes were brimming with greed and murderous intent, revealing everything. Attack. First, take down that fire crow. Wang Hao waved his hand fiercely. He clearly saw that the fire crow's flames, while peculiar, had been depleted after the earlier confrontation with the earth-shattering rock bear, and the mechanical dog was merely a shell. With their numbers, they only needed to eliminate the agile fire crow and then concentrate their firepower to breach the mechanical dog's defenses. Lin Feng would be at their mercy. The Gale Wolf received its command, transforming into a blue whirlwind, charging towards Xiaojiu in midair. The other beasts unleashed their skills, with ranged energy attacks and close combat claws and fangs, all aimed at neutralizing Jinwu's aerial advantage. In that instant, various energy beams and wind blades converged upon Xiaojiu. Faced with a dual onslaught from both humans and the earth-shattering rock bear, Lin Feng remained composed. His initial-level beast master mental energy exhibited astonishing control, like invisible threads precisely connecting Xiaojiu and the mechanical dragon. Xiaojiu deftly evaded the incoming attacks, occasionally spewing forth a streak of chaotic true flame to repel the Gale Wolf, all while continuing to distract the rampaging, earth-shattering rock bear. Each of its evasions and counterattacks was impeccably timed, as if rehearsed countless times. Wang Hao observed this scene, his brow furrowing. Could it be that Lin Feng was truly just a novice beast master? Such multitasking precision and calmness were difficult even for advanced beast masters to achieve with such ease. Forget about that bird. It can't last much longer. Focus your firepower and shatter that turtle shell first. Wang Hao altered his strategy, glaring fiercely at the mechanical dragon's energy shield. He refused to believe that this mechanical creature possessed infinite energy. Brother Hao is right. Destroy it. The several beasts swiftly reoriented their attacks, launching a torrent of assaults upon the absolute defense field. Crack! The light of the mechanical dragon's absolute defense field flickered slightly, actively contracting to form a smaller, yet decidedly more solid barrier, tightly enclosing Lin Feng within. Simultaneously, the mechanical dragon's dark, golden mechanical head lifted slightly. The mouth lined with jagged metal teeth began to gather azure energy particles in a frenzied manner. A wave of disquieting energy pulsated from the mechanical dragon's mouth. Lin Feng, in synchrony with the mechanical dragon's movements, took a half-step back, seemingly to better observe the unfolding battle. Witnessing this, Wang Hao wore a smug, cold smile. What's this? Running low on energy? Is your defensive range shrinking? Lin Feng, you worthless scrap metal, is this all you can do? He assumed Lin Feng had exhausted all his tricks, believing the mechanical beast's sole purpose was defense, and its retracting shield was a clear sign of energy depletion. Li San mockingly chimed in. Kid, I wonder how much longer you can hold on. Soon, I'll twist your head off and use it as a ball. Zhao Si, with unabashed greed, added, Bro Hao, that fire crow of his seems mutated. Capturing it for research would surely fetch a fortune. Their beasts attacked with increasing ferocity, intent on depleting the mechanical dragon's energy as swiftly as possible. Noise, Lin Feng uttered softly. He turned his gaze toward Wang Hao and issued a chilling command. Target, Gale Wolf. The mechanical dragon, its mouth brimming with terrifying energy, glowed a deep azure, akin to a miniature star. It slightly adjusted its angle. The frigid electronic eye locking onto the Gale Wolf, which was charging forward, poised to pounce once more. Wang Hao continued to gloat. Lin Feng, kneel and beg for mercy. I might consider leaving your corpse intact. Before his words could fully escape, Lin Feng's voice rang out again, calm yet imbued with an undeniable murderous intent. Mechanical dragon, fire. In the next instant, a terrifying azure particle beam erupted from the mechanical dragon's maw. Chapter 11. Golden Crow burns the heavens. Mechanical divine dragon, instantaneous annihilation. The slender azure beam, suffused with an overwhelming aura of obliteration, traversed the battlefield in silence. At that moment, Wang Hao's Gale Wolf, transforming into a cerulean whirlwind as it lunged towards the airborne Xiaojiu, was abruptly met by the azure beam. Star Annihilation Particle Beam, Prototype. The Gale Wolf's proud defensive wind shield crumbled before the seemingly inconspicuous beam, as fragile as paper, instantly pierced through. The beam maintained its momentum, directly penetrating the Gale Wolf's chest. A woo. The Gale Wolf's attack froze mid-air, its mournful wail abruptly silenced, its massive body plummeting helplessly to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Its life force visibly dwindled, the contract chain nearly severed. Poof! Wang Hao's body jolted violently, a torrent of blood spewing from his mouth. As if struck by an invisible hammer, the smug and ferocious expression on his face abruptly solidifying into one of profound agony and disbelief. His mental energy was tightly bound to the Gale Wolf. The beast's grievous injury inflicted a backlash powerful enough to tear his mental sea apart. His eyes rolled back. Blood seeping from his orifices, he fell backward, unconscious. How, bro, how? Li San, Zhao Si, and the other two students were left utterly astounded. Their expressions of greed and cruelty frozen in shock. Their attacks, whether claws or gathered energy, came to a standstill. How could that battered mechanical dog unleash such a horrifying assault? With a single strike. Just one strike, and the golden-ranked Gale Wolf was on the brink of death. Wang Hao was directly rendered unconscious. What sheer destructive power! In the valley, a profound silence enveloped the scene, interrupted only by the heavy breaths of the cracked earth rock bear, writhing in pain, and the clear cries of the golden crow, Xiao Jiu, circling overhead. Xiao Jiu unleashed the golden crow transformation, morphing into a swift nine-colored rainbow, deftly evading the cracked earth rock bear's erratic swipes. While the sun's chaotic true flame rained down intermittently, adding fresh scorch marks to the colossal bear and relentlessly sapping its vitality. Lin Feng cast a glance at the unconscious Wang Hao and then surveyed the pale-faced, battle-weary lackeys. His heart remained unperturbed. Those who chose to strike must be prepared to face the consequences. Mechanical Dragon, disengage the defensive field. The absolute defensive field dissipated in response. Full energy output. Collaborate with Xiaojiu and eliminate that behemoth. The mechanical dragon's dark golden electronic eye flashed red, locking onto the cracked earth rock bear, which was moving sluggishly due to its agony. Its particle cannon flared to life once more, this time gathering energy at a markedly accelerated pace. Xiaojiu, sensing Lin Feng's intent, intensified its assault. It seized the moment, launching a concentrated beam of sun's chaotic true flame directly at the cracked earth rock bear's injured eye that had been grazed by the particle beam that pierced the Gale Wolf. The cracked earth rock bear let out a thunderous howl as its remaining eye was engulfed in divine flames, rendering it completely blind. Just as it thrashed its head about in a desperate attempt to rid itself of the flames, the mechanical dragon unleashed its second star annihilation particle beam, prototype. Target. The cracked earth rock bear's gaping maw opened wide in agony. Whoosh. The white beam accurately penetrated the cracked earth rock bear's mouth, emerging from its neck, spilling forth a torrent of foul black blood. The bear's massive body froze momentarily before crashing to the ground like a mountain collapsing, sending dust billowing into the air. The frenzied, bloodthirsty aura dissipated entirely. Ding! Your beast, the 9-turn chaotic burning heaven golden crow, and the star annihilation mechanical dragon have jointly slain the master-level peak variant beast, cracked earth rock bear, frenzied. You gain a substantial amount of combat experience. Ding! The core energy of the star annihilation mechanical dragon has consumed 30. The data analysis module records the biological force field and weakness data of the cracked earth rock bear. Ding! The 9-turn chaotic burning heaven golden crow's Hongming golden crow source blood has been refined in minute quantities, enhancing your control over the sun's chaotic true flame. Lin Feng felt the jubilant emotions emanating from both his beasts, alongside a subtle growth in his mental energy. He slowly approached the students now thoroughly petrified with fear. Li San collapsed to his knees, his voice trembling with a cry, "Lin, Brother Lin, we were wrong. We were coerced by Wang Hao. Spare us, please." Zhao Si scrambled to kneel, bowing his head fervently. Yes, yes. We were just momentarily foolish. We implore your mercy, grant us a chance to live." The other two students, pale and trembling like leaves in the wind, could hardly articulate their pleas. They had never imagined that a so-called F-rank waste, a mere novice beastmaster, possessed two such extraordinary beasts. The fire crow, with its uncanny strength, was one thing, but that seemingly useless mechanical dog was nothing short of a prehistoric beast in disguise. Lin Feng stood before them, looking down from his elevated position. "Hand over your points wristbands." His voice was soft, yet bore an irresistible authority. Li San and Zhao Si dared not hesitate. They hastily removed their point wristbands and presented them with trembling hands. The other two followed suit, quaking with fear. Lin Feng accepted the wristbands, delving into their contents with his mental energy, swiftly transferring the points to his account. He cast a glance at the still unconscious Wang Hao, who had accrued the most points. Ding. Acquired 785 points. Ding. Acquired 450 points. A bountiful haul. Lin Wei. Li San began. But Lin Feng simply called out, Mechanical Dragon. The half-meter-long dark golden figure of the mechanical dragon moved silently before the group, its cold electronic eye scanning them. The azure light at its cannon's mouth flickering ominously once more. Li San and the others fell silent instantly, cold sweat beating down their brows, not daring to breathe. What one might mistake for a mechanical hound is, in truth, a harbinger of death, a deity of slaughter poised to claim their lives. Lin Feng's display of mental fortitude far exceeded their expectations of a novice beastmaster, effortlessly commanding two such formidable beasts in intense battle. At that moment, high above the distant thicket, a small drone adjusted its lens, capturing the flickering glow of the mechanical dragon's cannon and the colossal corpse of the earth-shattering rock bear. The instructor responsible for remote monitoring, having previously encountered signal interference that rendered the image somewhat blurry, suddenly beheld a moment of clarity. Rubbing his eyes, he gazed upon the unmistakably master-level beast's carcass alongside the uniquely designed metallic beast, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. Lin Feng paid no heed to the sycophants around him. Instead, he cast a glance deep into the obsidian forest. There were still plentiful resources to be found here. Xiao Jiu joyfully alighted upon his shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his cheek. The mechanical dragon followed closely behind, resembling the most loyal metallic guardian. Chapter 12. The Return of the First King of Trials. The revelation of the second divine pet, Xiao Jiu. Maintain vigilance. The golden crow, Xiao Jiu, soared into the sky, merging with the lush foliage, becoming an inconspicuous sentinel. Lin Feng lightly touched the beacon in the void with his fingertips, sending forth a faint ripple of spatial energy. He was not summoning aid for himself, but marking a location. He indicated the site of the master-level earth-shattering rock bear's carcass and the unfortunate Wang Hao and his companions, who were gravely injured by the otherworldly beast and urgently required rescue. After all, Wang Hao and his group needed a reasonable explanation for their discovery. Having traversed to this realm not long ago, Lin Feng still bore the heavy mindset of a modern individual. The thought of directly eliminating Wang Hao's group was indeed a difficult one. The several incapacitated students, gazing at Lin Feng as he stood there, were so terrified that they could not muster the courage to flee. Meanwhile, at the Academy's new student trial monitoring center, dozens of screens streamed live footage from various locations within the obsidian forest. The atmosphere had been somewhat dreary and uneventful, as the D-level wilderness area trials held little surprise for the seasoned instructors. Wait, in Zone 3, C, Drone 7, enhance the image. A young instructor suddenly called out. The scene shifted, instantly capturing everyone's attention. In the dim mountain hollow, the massive corpse of an earth-shattering rock bear stood out starkly. Beside the carcass, a sun-kissed, handsome youth was commanding two beasts. One was a fire crow with a resplendent nine-colored radiance, one they recognized, but the other, a uniquely designed mechanical hound. Entirely dark gold and exuding a chilling metallic aura, was an enigma. The staff rewound the footage a few minutes, just in time to witness the blue particle beam firing from the mechanical hound's maw, swiftly piercing through the defenses of a golden grade gale wolf, which shrieked and plummeted to the ground. Wang Hao also fell unconscious. A collective gasp echoed through the monitoring room. Is that a mechanical-type beast? I've never encountered such a model. Lin Feng had recently become a figure of great renown at the school, and thus the instructors in the monitoring room instantly recognized him. To inflict such severe damage on a golden-grade beast with a single strike, this power was surely on par with a king-level skill. The scene continued. The mechanical hound's mouth illuminated once more, coordinating with the fire crow's assault, accurately bombarding the earth-shattering rock bear's mouth. The behemoth crashed to the ground. In less than a minute, Lin Feng's two beasts had jointly vanquished the master-level earth-shattering rock bear. Throughout the entire ordeal, Lin Feng stood unfazed, as if he were merely completing an ordinary battle. Is Lin Feng truly just a novice beastmaster? Murmured a seasoned instructor, nearly dropping his thermos. The ability to command such powerful beasts in high-intensity combat with such ease was extraordinary. That fire crow was already incredible. Where did this mechanical marvel emerge from? The entire monitoring center fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by heavy breaths. They had encountered countless prodigies over the years, but such a paradigm-shifting spectacle was unprecedented. In that moment, the name Lin Feng etched itself deeply into their minds. Immediately, secure all footage and documentation regarding Lin Feng's two beasts as S-Class confidential. Suddenly, the authoritative voice of Zhou Qingsong resonated through the communication channel. He was currently positioned at the pinnacle of the Academy's command tower, where the colossal light screen also displayed Lin Feng's exploits. Witnessing the moment, the mechanical dragon unleashed its annihilation particle beam, striking down the earth-shattering rock bear. Even his formidable composure wavered. This brat has no sense of restraint. I shall be the one to clean up his mess. After a brief moment of complaint, Zhou Qingsong swiftly resumed, issuing a series of commands. He notified all monitoring personnel to maintain utmost confidentiality. Furthermore, citing adverse weather conditions and unstable spatial fluctuations in the wilderness area, he ordered the premature conclusion of the new student trials. All students were to return to the assembly point immediately. He was acutely aware that the revelation of Lin Feng's second beast's combat prowess would incite a storm of chaos. Perhaps I should personally await him at the Obsidian Forest's exit, Zhou Qingsong mused, rising with a sense of resignation. At the temporary assembly point on the outskirts of the Obsidian Forest, new students trickled out, most bearing a mix of fatigue and the joy of modest gains. Su Muxue was among them, glancing at her points with a slight frown. Although her Moonlight Fox had grown during this trial, her point acquisition was less than satisfactory. Suddenly, the transmission array blazed brightly once more, and several figures appeared in succession. Leading the way was Lin Feng, with the wondrous fire crow perched upon his shoulder and a somewhat worn mechanical hound at his feet. Following him were Li San, Zhao Si, and others, resembling defeated roosters, their heads drooping in dismay. Most strikingly, Wang Hao was being dragged out by Lin Feng with one hand, resembling a lifeless dog, unconscious. Is that Wang Hao? What happened to him? And why do Li San and the others look as though they've seen a ghost? The worn mechanical hound, was it Lin Feng's new beast? It appeared rather ordinary. The students buzzed with speculation, their gazes darting between Lin Feng and Wang Hao. Lin Feng casually tossed Wang Hao to the ground. Instructor, these individuals were attacked by a powerful otherworldly beast and sustained severe injuries. I rescued them. Lin Feng's tone was unremarkable. The instructor responsible for registration was already aware of the situation, his mouth twitching involuntarily. Rescued? You nearly blasted them to oblivion. Do you consider that a simple rescue? At that moment, several academy staff members hurriedly arrived, pushing large alloy carts piled high with various otherworldly materials, the scent of blood overwhelming. Lin Feng, these are the materials harvested from your marked location, one staff member spoke respectfully. Silence enveloped the crowd. All eyes converged upon the towering pile of materials. With the carcass of the earth-shattering rock bear undoubtedly the most dazzling centerpiece. It was a master-level beast, and yet Lin Feng had single-handedly dispatched it. Please assist me in tallying my points. Thank you. Lin Feng extended his wristband forward. The mentor responsible for registration received the wristband and, after multiple confirmations, announced in a dreamlike tone, new student Lin Feng, total score for this trial, 38,650 points. 38,650 points. This figure detonated in the minds of all the new students like a heavy bomb. It is worth noting that in previous trials, very few first-place winners even exceeded 5,000 points. This time, the lead was nothing short of staggering. Su Muxue gazed at Lin Feng and the seemingly ordinary mechanical dog at his feet, her heart a tumult of emotions. Regret? Perhaps a hint. Yet, more prominently, a sense of powerlessness overwhelmed her. This man had transcended her understanding by leaps and bounds. Just then, Zhou Qingsong's figure appeared at the assembly point. His gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately landing on Lin Feng with a hint of barely perceptible approval. The freshman trial has concluded successfully. Zhou Qingsong's voice resonated throughout the venue. Student Lin Feng performed exceptionally, securing first place by an absolute advantage. The academy will provide rewards shortly. He paused, his eyes shifting to the mechanical dragon at Lin Feng's feet. Furthermore, the academy will evaluate the second beast of student Lin Feng. Until then, I hope all students refrain from unfounded speculation and dissemination. In a corner, a Wang family servant, tasked with observing Wang Hao's condition, appeared ashen. Trembling, he dialed a number. Master, young Master Wang Hao, he's ruined. Lin Feng, he actually possesses two exceptionally powerful beasts. On the other end of the line, the sound of a cup shattering echoed sharply. Lin Feng paid no heed to the surrounding clamor. He was merely calculating how this batch of materials and points might expedite the evolution of Little Nine and the mechanical dragon. Perhaps he could consider trading for a few more high-grade scraps for the two little ones. It was no wonder Lin Feng was a bit harsh on his two contributors. The system had peculiar tastes. He had conducted over 100 feeding crit tests previously. He discovered that feeding low-value materials significantly increased the probability of a critical hit, while feeding high-value materials, which cost him over 100,000 points, yielded no critical hits at all. He needed to expedite the growth of the two little creatures. So for now, he could only make do with them. Zhou Qingsong approached Lin Feng, lowering his voice. Come with me. Lin Feng nodded and followed. Chapter 13. With two divine pets by his side, His future is limitless. Zhou Qingsong's office was situated on the top floor of the administrative building, offering a panoramic view of a large portion of the campus. This office had formerly belonged to the dean, and after the dean frequently secluded himself. The management of the academy was temporarily entrusted to Zhou Qingsong, making this office his own. As Lin Feng entered the office, Little Nine stood quietly on his shoulder, while the mechanical dragon silently followed at his feet, its dark golden metallic body glinting with a cold, hard sheen in the light. Have a seat. Zhou Qingsong gestured to the sofa opposite him and then took a seat behind his desk. He did not speak immediately, instead observing Lin Feng and his two beasts, his expression growing somewhat complicated. You little rascal, do you not understand the principle of the taller the tree, the harder it falls? Why did you not exercise more caution? Lin Feng chuckled foolishly. I thought you were behind me, supporting me, so I dared to test the might of the mechanical dragon. Besides, I was already holding back. If I let the two little ones go all out, I reckon you'd have been in deeper trouble than me. You brat. Zhou Qingsong was both amused and exasperated by Lin Feng's words. He continued, the academy is already aware of the events during the trial. Your second powerful beast has also been exposed. Although I have ordered a news blackout, it is unlikely to be effective. Many will be intrigued by your means of creating powerful beasts, and you may find yourself in danger in the coming times. Stay within the academy and avoid wandering about unnecessarily. You needn't be overly anxious. As long as I am here, I will do my utmost to ensure your safety. Hearing Zhou Qingsong's words, Lin Feng was genuinely moved. He bowed sincerely. Thank you, teacher. I will be more cautious moving forward, and I apologize for the trouble. Foolish child, there's no need to be so formal with me. Zhou Qingsong smiled with satisfaction. Now, let us set aside your beast issues for now. I will handle it and try to downplay your prominence. The incident with Wang Hao and the summoned beasts is irrefutable. Although the surveillance did not capture them deploying the beast lure, the accomplices have already confessed. Zhou Qingsong's tone turned icy, completely shedding the kindly demeanor he had just displayed. I have reported this to the board and the dean. The academy has initiated the highest level of investigation. This matter will not be tolerated. He was establishing his stance while also providing Lin Feng with reassurance. Lin Feng replied, I leave it to the vice dean and the academy to decide. Zhou Qingsong nodded slightly, regarding Lin Feng with newfound respect for his composure. The Wang family has numerous assets and collaborative projects within the academy. They will suffer substantially this time. He handed Lin Feng a document, pushing it towards him. This is the preliminary handling plan. Take a look. Lin Feng did not reach for it, stating, I trust the vice dean's arrangements. At such a time, the more Lin Feng demonstrated his trust in the academy, the more the academy would perceive itself as at fault, allowing Zhou Qingsong to manage the situation with greater ease. Zhou Qingsong nodded in satisfaction, retracting the document. Wang Hao will be expelled, and the Wang family's influence in the academy will be thoroughly eradicated. Lin Feng's heart stirred. The Wang family had suffered a significant blow this time. However, he knew the old adage, a centipede, though dead, does not stiffen. The Wang family, being a second-tier clan, still had its roots intact. This feud was now firmly established. I understand, Lin Feng replied calmly. He was not concerned. As long as the system existed, his growth would accelerate beyond their reach. The deeper the hatred, the louder the noise it would make when he finally stepped on them. Meanwhile, at the temporary assembly point outside Blackstone Forest, the atmosphere continued to ferment. Wang Hao was taken away by the academy's law enforcement team, and Li San and Zhao Si were also apprehended. Su Muxue stood on the periphery of the crowd, watching Wang Hao being escorted away, her complexion pale. Wang Hao had the Wang family backing him and had been arrogant and overbearing in the academy, yet now he faced such a fate. She recalled Lin Feng's terrifying score of over 38,000 points, the mysterious mechanical dog, and the mutated fire crow. A wave of powerlessness, mingled with an indescribable sense of regret, washed over her. She once had the opportunity to grow closer to Lin Feng, but chose to distance herself due to short-sightedness and reality. Now, they were two people from entirely different worlds. The discussions around her were incessant, centering on Lin Feng and his two extraordinary beasts. At the Wang family residence, a precious porcelain cup was violently shattered on the floor, splintering into pieces. Wang Qingye's face was ashen as he listened to the trembling report from the servant on the phone, veins bulging on his forehead. What did you say? Wang Hao was taken away by the academy's law enforcement. The summoned beast was severely injured and on the brink of death, its core of psychic energy damaged, rendering it nearly useless. And it was Lin Feng again. Two beasts with divine potential? Wang Qingye's chest heaved violently, a metallic taste rising in his throat. He could hardly believe that a freshman he had previously dismissed had forced the Wang family into such a predicament. Over at the academy, Zhou Qingsong, that old fox, was evidently determined to protect Lin Feng while seizing the opportunity to suppress the Wang family. Lin Feng, Zhou Qingsong, The Wang family will not rest until we are avenged. The cold voice echoed in the study, filled with boundless resentment. Within the academy, in the vice dean's office. Ding! In the midst of a fierce battle. The golden crow of the 9 transformations of chaos and the star annihilation mechanical dragon experienced significant growth, resulting in a portion of their primordial power being bestowed upon their host. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Ding! The host's mental strength has been enhanced. Current mental strength level has advanced to Intermediate Beast Master, Initial Stage. Lin Feng felt a warm surge within his mental sea, accompanied by a tangible increase in his mental prowess, causing the corners of his mouth to curve upward. At last, he had ascended to the rank of Intermediate Beast Master. This expedition into the Blackstone Forest had proven immensely fruitful. Zhou Qingcang observed the subtle shifts in Lin Feng's expression, seemingly discerning his thoughts. The materials from the Earth Splitter Rock Bear will be converted into points for you by the Academy. You may keep the beast cores and essence blood for personal use. Lin Feng replied, Thank you, Vice Dean. He contemplated the beast cores as potential treats for Little Nine and the mechanical dragon, while considering the essence blood for the latter, hoping it might yield some extraordinary enhancement. Zhou Qingcang waved his hand dismissively. This is rightfully yours. Your performance this time has unsettled the higher-ups at the Academy. He shifted his tone. I just concluded an urgent online meeting with the president and the board regarding your treatment and training plan. I managed to secure several benefits for you. First and foremost, the Academy will grant you the highest tier S-class student status, which includes an independent training room, a fixed monthly allocation of points and resource subsidies, as well as the opportunity to select 3 treasures from the Academy's secret vault. Lin Feng's eyes lit up at the mention of S-class status and the chance to acquire treasures from the secret vault. These were indeed substantial perks. Furthermore, concerning your second beast, the mechanical dragon, the Academy will classify its file as S-class confidential, publicly asserting it to be a specially mutated mechanical entity, with strict confidentiality regarding its specifics. No one is permitted to investigate privately, and violators will face severe punishment. This was a measure to safeguard his secret. Finally, Zhou Qingcang emphasized, the top beast taming families in the Jiangnan base city, as well as the military, have already taken notice of you. It is likely that you will soon be approached. My advice is to refrain from aligning too early. With me here, the Academy will serve as your most steadfast support. His gaze was filled with expectation as he added, Lin Feng, the Academy has invested unprecedented resources and hopes in you. Do not disappoint us. Lin Feng stood and bowed slightly. Rest assured, Vice Dean, I will not let you down. Zhou Qingcang then exhaled a sigh of relief. Go forth. Lin Feng nodded, turning to leave with Little Nine and the mechanical dragon. Observing Lin Feng's departing figure, Zhou Qingcang lifted his teacup and took a sip. 2 beasts with divine potential. No, perhaps even more than that. This young man's future is limitless. Chapter 14. A review of gains and rewards. Catastrophic crits. The secret realm opens. A week later, the rewards from the Academy's freshman trials were credited. Lin Feng gazed at the information popping up on his wristband, detailing the rewards for securing first place. 10,000 Academy points. The opportunity to select 3 high-grade materials from the Academy's secret vault. Advanced access to the library. And a singular chance to enter the core of the Academy's energy tower for training. 10,000 points. This was a considerable sum. Lin Feng stroked his chin, recognizing that earning Academy points was no easy feat. In fact, within the Academy, these points held greater value than Alliance currency, as many training resources required Academy points for exchange. However, what excited Lin Feng the most was the chance to select 3 high-grade materials from the Academy's secret vault. The secret vault was heavily guarded. The guiding mentor briefly outlined a few rules before allowing Lin Feng to select. Inside the vault, soft lighting illuminated an array of exquisite and rare treasures, each radiating alluring energy fluctuations. Lin Feng's gaze swept across the displayed treasures before finally settling on an inconspicuous black mineral. The introduction card bore only a few words. Attribute unknown mineral. Suspected to contain special energy. Value, 1,000 points. This one, Lin Feng declared, pointing at the mineral. The mentor's expression was somewhat perplexed, but complied nonetheless. For his second choice, he selected a vial labeled Universal Fusion Agent, experimental, which bore minor cracks and was valued at 300 points. The mentor's lips twitched at this selection. Finally, Lin Feng's gaze fell upon a dull gray pill, potential enhancement pill, defective, which claimed to have a slight chance of boosting the potential of beasts below the king level. Valued at 1,000 points. This one, Lin Feng chose these seemingly inferior items over the exquisite materials. The mentor was left bewildered but quickly processed the transaction. With those 3 items, regarded as subpar by others, under the mentor's scrutinizing gaze, Lin Feng departed the secret vault and returned to his exclusive independent training room reserved for S-class students. He immediately cradled the unknown attribute mineral in his palm. System, unleash a crit. He tentatively infused a strand of mental strength into it. Ding. Energy investment into the unknown attribute mineral has triggered a 10,000-fold crit. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a space source crystal, divine grade, X1. The black exterior of the mineral began to flake away, revealing a fist-sized, translucent crystal within, as if countless galaxies were swirling inside. An overwhelming essence of spatial energy emanated from it. A space source crystal. Lin Feng's heart raced. This was a legendary treasure capable of enabling space-type beasts to directly comprehend the laws of space. Mechanical dragon, your feast has arrived. The mechanical dragon's dark golden mechanical head leaned in, its cold electronic eyes reflecting a hint of anthropomorphic desire upon sighting the space source crystal. It opened its fearsome metallic maw and devoured the crystal whole. Crack! The space source crystal shattered within its mouth, transforming into the purest essence of spatial energy, flooding into the annihilation core within its body. Ding! Your beast, the star annihilation mechanical dragon, has consumed the space source crystal, divine grade. And the space translocation skill has been activated. The dark golden sheen of the mechanical dragon deepened, and a silvery white ripple of space flickered between its scales. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction before picking up the universal fusion agent, experimental. He carefully extracted a thread of energy from both Little Nine and the mechanical dragon, cautiously dripping it into the vial. System. Ding. Energy investment into the universal fusion agent, experimental, has triggered a 1,000-fold crit. Congratulations, host. You have acquired divine fusion liquid, holy grade, X1. The liquid within the vial became extraordinarily clear, emanating a faint golden halo, and a divine, pure aura began to spread. Divine fusion liquid? What a remarkable item. It is said to facilitate resonance between energies of different attributes in beasts or promote the fusion of their bloodlines, yielding miraculous effects. Lastly, Lin Feng turned his attention to the potential enhancement pill, defective. He picked up the pill, anticipation brewing within him. Explode. Ding. Investment into the potential enhancement pill, defective, has triggered a 1,000,000-fold crit. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a divine beast source pill, chaotic divine grade, X1. The pill in Lin Feng's hand erupted into a brilliant radiance, unleashing a profound and vast life essence along with primordial divine power. Countless intricate golden patterns appeared on the surface of the pill, as if concealing the mysteries of the universe's inception. A chaotic divine grade. A divine beast source pill. Lin Feng's breath quickened in excitement. This pill was tailor-made for Little Nine. Little Nine, open wide. The golden crow Little Nine chirped joyfully and swallowed the divine beast source pill whole. Boom. An indescribable surge of terror erupted within Xiao Jiao, as the primordial bloodline of the Hongming golden crow boiled and refined at an unprecedented speed. The blazing true flame of the sun surged exponentially, with the 9-colored divine radiance threatening to engulf the entire cultivation chamber. Ding! Your beast, the 9-turn chaos burning heaven golden crow, has ingested the divine beast origin pill, chaos divine grade, significantly enhancing its bloodline purity and further awakening the Hongming golden crow bloodline. Ding! The accumulated energy of the 9-turn chaos burning heaven golden crow has been rapidly absorbed, successfully advancing to the growth phase. Although Xiao Jiao's physique underwent minimal change, its aura skyrocketed, the 9-colored halo on its feathers becoming more radiant and resplendent, with its eyes resembling 2 miniature golden suns, majestic and divine. Lin Feng immediately checked Xiao Jiao's attribute panel. Beast, 9-turn chaos burning heaven golden crow. Nickname, Xiao Jiao. Rank, growth phase, initial stage, currently comparable to initial stage royal combat power. Quality, chaos divine grade. Attributes, chaos, fire light. Bloodline, Hongming golden crow bloodline, 30 activated. Talent, divine fire, true flame of the sun, growth phase. Skills, 1. Heaven burning, sea boiling. Comprehensive mastery consumes a vast amount of energy, invoking the true flame of the sun to incinerate all, evaporating rivers and seas, with significantly enhanced power. 2. Golden crow transformation. Comprehensive mastery transforms into a 9-colored rainbow, drastically increasing speed, capable of instantaneous travel across thousands of miles, with reduced energy consumption. 3. Undying divine flame. Preliminary mastery as long as the source true flame endures. It can undergo nirvana rebirth within the divine flame, restoring injuries and strength, nirvana effect enhanced, number of uses slightly increased. 4. Solar storm. New insight harnesses the power of the sun to create a devastating energy storm, sweeping across all directions. Loyalty, 100, diehard. Initial stage royal combat power. And it has also comprehended a new skill. Lin Feng was overjoyed. At that moment, an exceptionally pure source of power feedback surged from Xiao Jiao and the mechanized dragon, flooding into Lin Feng's mental sea. Ding. Beast growth feedback. The host's mental strength has significantly increased. Ding. The host's mental strength level has advanced to Intermediate Beastmaster, late stage. Lin Feng felt the expansion and solidification of his mental sea. As his mental strength soared once more, seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng took out the essence blood of the earth-shattering rock bear obtained from the Blackstone Forest and fed it to Xiao Jiao. Ding. Feeding essence blood of the earth-shattering rock bear, master level peak, triggering a 10,000-fold critical strike, obtaining purified divine blood of the earth, king level, X1 drop. After Xiao Jiao swallowed it, its aura thickened yet again. Subsequently, he retrieved the beast core of the earth-shattering rock bear and handed it to the mechanized dragon. Ding. Feeding beast core of the earth-shattering rock bear, master level peak, triggering a 100,000-fold critical strike, obtaining high-energy titan crystal, royal level, X1. After the mechanized dragon consumed it, the star annihilation core, prototype, flickered with brilliance, its energy reserves instantly replenished. After this series of operations, the strength of both beasts was further enhanced. Just as Lin Feng was contemplating his next training plan, an urgent notification suddenly popped up on his wristband. Urgent notification. Due to the recent unusual activity of spatial rifts across the Alliance, the Academy has detected a newly formed, relatively stable medium-sized spatial secret realm. To explore rare resources and address potential crises, the Academy has decided to organize elite students for exploration. Specific lists and requirements will be announced shortly. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. A spatial secret realm? This is an excellent place to acquire rare materials and opportunities. Shortly after, a second notification followed. Supplementary notification for secret realm exploration. In light of Lin Feng's outstanding performance in the freshman trial and special contributions to the Academy, successfully slaying the out-of-syllabus beast, the earth-shattering rock bear, he has directly qualified for entry into this infernal abyss trace spatial secret realm. All students on the list are advised to prepare in advance. The issuance time will be notified later. Infernal abyss trace. Lin Feng pondered the name of the secret realm. He opened the attached preliminary list of explorers. A series of familiar and unfamiliar names came into view, most being renowned elite students from higher grades within the Academy. Suddenly, one name caused Lin Feng to pause. Li Tianyi, a prominent figure in the Academy, universally recognized as the top genius, reportedly possesses a royal-level main combat beast. Moreover, he is a direct descendant of the top Beastmaster family in Jiangnan. Unexpectedly, he would embark on an adventure with such a renowned individual. Chapter 15, 10,000-fold critical strike. Golden Crow instant comprehension of the forbidden spell Solar Storm. There are still several days until the opening of the infernal abyss trace secret realm. Lin Feng did not choose to enter closed-door cultivation. Instead, he utilized his S-rank student privileges to head straight to the Academy library. The shelves were filled with precious skill manuscripts and cultivation insights, emanating alluring energy fluctuations. However, Lin Feng's footsteps came to a halt at the farthest corner, in front of the shelf marked as the basic skills section. It was not that he did not wish to learn those invaluable skills, but rather that he had no time to spare. Furthermore, the system would only produce critical strikes after he mastered them, which would consume too much time. Lin Feng extended his hand, retrieving several dusty thin volumes. Introduction to Fireball Technique and Mastery, detailed explanation of metal hardening principles, preliminary exploration of basic illusions. The mentor in charge of the advanced area of the library, an elderly man with graying hair, adjusted his glasses. Lin Feng, these are all apprentice-level introductory skills. He could not help but remark. Yes, my foundation is lacking, and I wish to catch up, Lin Feng replied calmly. The elderly man opened his mouth, but ultimately just shook his head. Lin Feng, clutching several beginner manuals, left the library unperturbed under the curious gazes of other students. Upon returning to the exclusive independent cultivation chamber for S-rank students, Xiao Jiao affectionately settled on his shoulder, nuzzling its small head against his cheek. Xiao Jiao, let us learn something new. Lin Feng opened Introduction to Fireball Technique and Mastery, slowly transmitting the knowledge pertaining to energy guidance, shaping, and launching through a mental link to Xiao Jiao. Almost instantaneously, as Lin Feng imparted the knowledge, Xiao Jiao had completely mastered it. Ding. Teaching the beast the basic skill Fireball Technique, triggering a 10,000-fold critical strike. Your beast, the 9-turn Chaos Burning Heaven Golden Crow, has deepened its comprehension of the fire law and, combined with its innate Hongming Golden Crow bloodline, successfully upgraded the forbidden spell Solar Storm, initial level. Lin Feng's heart leaped with joy. Indeed, Xiao Jiao emitted a clear cry, its nine-colored divine radiance suddenly amplifying, as a more terrifying aura of destruction radiated from its diminutive form. Its mind was flooded with an abundance of intricate knowledge on how to harness stellar power, compress solar true fire, and generate destructive particle flows and energy storms. In that moment, the original talent divine ability, Solar Storm, seemed to undergo a catalyst and sublimation, its power increasing at least several-fold. No longer merely invoking solar power, it could actively refine, compress, and form a more devastating attack form. Xiao Jiao excitedly circled around Lin Feng, causing the temperature in the cultivation chamber to soar, the very air distorting. Calm down, calm down. Xiao Jiao, rein it in. Lin Feng hurriedly soothed. If it were to ignite the S-rank cultivation chamber again, Vice Dean Zhou would surely come to have a serious talk with him. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Feng turned his attention to the mechanized dragon, which remained as still as a statue at his feet. Mechanized dragon, it's your turn. He picked up the book titled Detailed Explanation of Metal Hardening Principles and, through a mental link, conveyed the knowledge contained within about altering metal structures, enhancing material density, and energy adhesion defenses. The Star Destruction Divine Core prototype of the mechanical dragon flickered slightly, its cold electronic eyes flashing a crimson light. As a mechanical beast, this kind of knowledge was as effortless for it as breathing. Ding! Teaching the beast the fundamental skill of metal hardening has triggered a 1,000-fold critical hit. Your beast, the Star Destruction Mechanical Dragon, has deepened its understanding of the profound essence of material immortality. The Absolute Defense Field prototype has evolved into the Absolute Domain Barrier. Your beast, the Star Destruction Mechanical Dragon, has additionally acquired the passive trait, Divine Metal Body, Beginner. Splendid. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. The dark, golden metal scales on the dragon's surface gleamed with an increasingly profound and restrained luster, as if each scale had been forged through 1,000 trials, rendering it unbreakable. What was once merely an energy shield covering its body now seemed to have completely fused with its form, creating an absolute defense posture that was both internal and external. Lin Feng immediately checked the mechanical dragon's attribute panel. Beast, Star Destruction Mechanical Dragon. Nickname, Mechanical Dragon. Rank, Larval Stage, Peak. Overall combat power assessed to be comparable to that of a Peak King. Quality, Chaos Divine Grade. Attributes, Mechanical, Spatial, Energy. Bloodline, Mechanical Source Divine Dragon Bloodline, Larval. Core, Star Destruction Divine Core, Prototype. Miniature Controllable Nuclear Fusion Energy Core, Divine Grade. Skills, 1 Star Destruction Particle Beam, Prototype. Charging speed increased, power slightly enhanced. 2 Spatial Leap, activated capable of short-distance spatial jumps. Cooldown time influenced by energy reserves. 3 Absolute Domain Barrier, can create an absolute defense domain with a controllable radius around itself, significantly weakening or annihilating any attacks within the domain. The strength and duration of the defense depend on core energy and the host's mental strength. 4 Divine Metal Body, Beginner. Passive skill. The mechanical dragon's body material gains divine metal characteristics, significantly enhancing physical defense, energy resistance, and self-repair speed. 5 Data Invasion, not activated. Growth potential, Chaos Divine Grade. Comparable to a Peak King in overall combat power. Lin Feng was quite satisfied with this assessment. The survival and sustained combat capabilities of the mechanical dragon had experienced a tremendous enhancement, especially with the Absolute Domain Barrier, which was nothing short of a mobile fortress. Finally, Lin Feng picked up the book titled An Initial Exploration of Basic Illusions. This time, he chose not to teach it to his beast, but instead began to peruse it himself. After just a few pages, Lin Feng sensed something unusual. The content of the book, which discussed mental energy guidance, the creation of simple visual deceptions, and the disruption of perception techniques, was astonishingly clear to him. He grasped it effortlessly. What had once been obscure knowledge now appeared in his mind, as clear as day. His learning speed and comprehension abilities had improved significantly compared to before. This must be the intuitive sensation brought about by his aptitude transforming from the lowest F grade to S grade. Lin Feng pondered thoughtfully. He attempted to channel his mental energy and, following the book's instructions, manifested a faint illusion of a butterfly at his fingertips. Though crude, it was indeed successful. This illusion technique was quite intriguing. It seemed that in the future, he could consider finding a supportive companion for Xiao Jiao and the mechanical dragon as a third beast. He stroked his chin, beginning to contemplate. Xiao Jiao would serve as the primary attacker, unleashing the sun's true fire to obliterate all, with unparalleled destructive power. The mechanical dragon was versatile, capable of offense and defense, utilizing the Star Destruction Cannon for long-range suppression and the Absolute Domain for invincibility in close quarters, while also executing tactical maneuvers through spatial leaps. If he could acquire a beast proficient in mental attacks, illusion control, and possibly even capable of providing healing or group buffs, the vision was too enchanting. And Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. A team composed of 3 Chaos Divine-grade beasts was exhilarating to contemplate. He wondered if the salvage station had any remnants or discarded eggs of such mental or illusion-type beasts. He was already looking forward to his next treasure-hunting adventure. Just as Lin Feng was immersed in his delightful fantasies about the future Beast Legion, his wristband vibrated suddenly. A message from Zhou Qingsong read, "The gathering time for the Secret Realm exploration team has been set. Assemble at 12 noon in 3 days at the Academy's Central Square." Chapter 16. Picking up a little fox by the roadside, feeding it a pill 1,000,000,000 times. Zhou Qingsong's message was brief and straightforward. The gathering time for the Secret Realm exploration team was set for 3 days later at noon at the Academy's Central Square. Departing in 3 days? Lin Feng felt a twinge of surprise. The time was sooner than he had anticipated. He stood up, and Xiao Jiao and the mechanical dragon immediately moved, one to his left and one to his right. It seemed he needed to procure some supplies. The secret realm was unlikely to be as tranquil as the academy. Lin Feng left the S-grade student-exclusive villa with Xiao Jiao, heading straight toward the academy's commercial district to quickly purchase some essential wilderness survival supplies and high-energy food bars. To avoid drawing attention, he opted for a relatively secluded path on his way back to the villa, passing by an inconspicuous building in a corner of the academy. He noticed a sign indicating a temporary refuge for stray beasts. This refuge was specifically designated for sick, disabled, or mediocre beasts that had been abandoned by their owners. Typically, few ventured here. Occasionally, some civilian students would stop by to hunt for bargains and hidden treasures. The interior of the refuge was dimly lit, and a few on-duty students were listlessly cleaning the cages. In a corner near the roadside, a small, emaciated red fox curled up in a metal cage. Its fur dirty and matted, stained with an indeterminate dark residue. Its breath so faint it was nearly imperceptible. The little fox in the cage seemed to sense someone watching and struggled to lift its eyelids, its dim amber eyes meeting Lin Feng's gaze. That look carried a sense of despair and a trace of a barely perceptible plea. Lin Feng paused in his steps and approached. "Senior, what happened to this little fox?" Lin Feng inquired of a slightly plump senior who was recording notes. The senior glanced up at Lin Feng and sighed. "Don't mention it. I don't know where it escaped from. Probably stole some experimental materials and got poisoned. It was like this when it was brought in. We checked it. Common antidotes are completely ineffective, and the special antidotes are too expensive. No one is willing to pay for that. Our refuge operates on a voluntary basis, barely sustained by the academy's subsidies. We simply don't have the funds to treat it." The senior shook his head, saying, "If no one comes to claim it, to save its life, it can only wait here to die." Lin Feng felt a stirring in his heart. Saving its life seemed to be an uncomplicated task. Moreover, what if? He recalled the system's unreasonable critical hits. "Senior, may I adopt this little fox?" The plump senior was momentarily taken aback, then showed an expression of surprise. "Junior Lin Feng? You want to adopt it? It's basically beyond saving, and even if it were revived, it would just be a low-grade little fox, lacking any developmental value. It doesn't matter. It looks quite pitiful. Let us give it a try," Lin Feng replied calmly. "All right then, I thank you on behalf of the little fox." The senior expressed his gratitude and quickly completed the adoption paperwork. "Here, this is its temporary identity ring. You can handle it yourself." Lin Feng accepted the identity ring, opened the cage, and cautiously lifted the feeble little fox out. The petite fox felt light as a feather, trembling slightly in his embrace, seemingly expending its last ounce of strength to nuzzle its small head against his palm. They returned to Lin Feng's exclusive villa. Xiao Jiao and the mechanical dragon curiously gathered around, scrutinizing the newly arrived little creature in Lin Feng's arms. He gently placed the fox on the soft beast blanket and retrieved a pill from his storage bracelet. This was the most inexpensive broad-spectrum antidote he had casually purchased from an ordinary pet shop, costing 10 alliance coins. Whether it could survive now depended on fate and a stroke of luck. Lin Feng brought the pill close to the fox's mouth, sensing the medicinal aroma. The little fox weakly opened its mouth and swallowed the pill. Ding! Feeding a common red fox a broad-spectrum antidote, inferior quality, has triggered a divine critical hit. 1,000,000,000 times. The system notification resonated explosively in Lin Feng's mind. 1,000,000,000 times. Lin Feng's breath caught in his throat. Ding! Calculating critical hit. Quality leap. The effect of the inferior antidote has been drastically enhanced. The lethal toxins within the target's body have been perfectly neutralized, purified, sublimated, and transformed into the essence of enchanting divine poison. Bloodline returned to ancestors. Evolution. The target's bloodline, stimulated by the divine critical hit, successfully activated the ancient celestial fox bloodline. achieving a leap in evolution to the nine-tailed cataclysmic celestial fox, juvenile form. Potential enhancement. The target's potential has surged from ordinary level to chaotic divine level. Skill comprehension. The target has successfully comprehended the innate divine abilities. Enchantment of all beings, beginner, cataclysmic illusion, beginner, and reality phantasm transformation, beginner. Almost instantaneously after the system notification concluded, a soft yet immensely grand pink radiance erupted from the little fox lying on the beast blanket. This light was not blinding. Instead, it possessed a peculiar bewitching power, rendering both Xiao Jiao and the mechanical dragon momentarily entranced. Amidst the glow, the once frail body of the fox began to transform at a visible pace. Its soiled fur shed in layers, replaced by vibrant, fiery red hair, untouched by any impurity. Its previously diminutive size expanded significantly, becoming more harmonious and graceful. Most strikingly, 3 fluffy, soft, and fiery red tails unfurled from behind, gently swaying. The signs of injury and poisoning vanished without a trace, replaced by an indescribable blend of purity and otherworldly charm. As it opened its eyes, they were like translucent pink crystals, swirling with an enchanting glimmer that seemed capable of captivating souls. Lin Feng felt an impulse to establish a mental link. Without hesitation, he swiftly completed the contract. Thus, Lin Feng's third divine beast was born. Beast, nine-tailed cataclysmic celestial fox. Nickname, to be determined. Stage, juvenile phase, beginner. Comprehensive combat power comparable to a novice king level. Quality, chaotic divine level. Attributes, spirit, illusion, enchantment, poison, divine poison essence. Bloodline, nine-tailed celestial fox source blood, 1 strand activated. Talented divine skills, 1. Enchantment of all beings. Beginner consumes spiritual energy to impose powerful mental enchantment and control over the target, with success rate and effects influenced by the disparity in spiritual energy. Target's willpower, bloodline level, and other factors. 2. Cataclysmic illusion. Beginner constructs a controllable and realistic illusion, capable of ensnaring enemies, bewildering them, and inflicting mental trauma. The strength and range of the illusion depend on spiritual energy. 3. Reality phantasm transformation. Beginner can distort the boundary between reality and illusion to a certain extent, creating phantasmal duplicates or converting some illusory attacks into low-intensity real damage. 4. Enchanting divine poison, passive. Active. The claws and breath of the celestial fox carry an enchanting poison, gradually eroding the enemy's mind. It can also actively release divine poison, with effects varying based on the target. Loyalty, 100, unwavering loyalty. With combat power at the initial king level, Lin Feng gazed at the attribute panel, astonished by the remarkable starting point of this little fox. At that moment, a surge of pure primordial power erupted from the nine-tailed celestial fox, directly pouring into Lin Feng's mental sea. Ding. Contract with the nine-tailed cataclysmic celestial fox successfully established. Feedback to the master. Host spiritual power receives a massive boost. Current spiritual power level breaks through to Advanced Beastmaster, Beginner. Ding. Host resistance to mental attacks significantly increased. Affinity for illusions greatly enhanced. Ding. Host gains a special ability. Eye of Truth, passive, can automatically see through the vast majority of king level and below illusions, disguises, and mental misguidance. Lin Feng felt his mental sea wildly expanding, solidifying, and the intensity of his spiritual power soaring, propelling him past the peak of Intermediate Beastmaster and directly into the threshold of Advanced Beastmaster. This enhancement was simply unfathomable. Finally reaching the Advanced Beastmaster level, Lin Feng reveled in the surging spiritual power within him. This was indeed a double blessing. The little fox had now fully recovered. It gracefully leaped off the beast blanket and approached Lin Feng with elegant steps, affectionately nuzzling its fluffy little head against his pant leg, its 3 tails wagging joyfully. The gaze it cast upon Lin Feng was filled with adoration and absolute attachment. Little one, from now on, you shall be called Little Fox, Lin Feng mused, casually bestowing a name. The little fox let out a cheerful chirp, seemingly pleased with its new appellation. Control, illusion, support. This nine-tailed cataclysmic celestial fox perfectly complemented the pure brute force output of Xiao Jiao and the mechanical dragon, one specializing in offense, another in tanking while also providing secondary offense, and now one focusing on control and support. This team configuration was simply perfect. Chapter 17, Thunderous Electric Eagle vs. Mutated Fire Crow, the advantage lies with me. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon Lin Feng. A communication request from Zhou Qingsong came through. Lin Feng, please come to my office. Zhou Qingsong's voice betrayed no emotion. Lin Feng rose, tidied himself up, and made his way to Zhou Qingsong's office. Zhou Qingsong sat behind his desk, a digital document lay before him. "Take a seat," he gestured to Lin Feng. Lin Feng pulled out a chair and sat down. Zhou Qingsong's expression appeared somewhat grave. "Lin Feng, tomorrow we will enter the infernal abyss secret realm," Zhou Qingsong remarked, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk. This secret realm is located within a newly discovered small spatial rift. While its danger level is relatively low due to incomplete exploration, caution is still advised. However, danger coexists with opportunity. The Academy has high hopes for you elite students. Lin Feng listened attentively. The rules are quite simple. Ensure your own safety while exploring the uncharted areas, and acquire as many resources as possible. Limited competition is allowed within the secret realm, but malicious slaughter of fellow students is strictly prohibited. Anyone caught will face severe punishment. Zhou Qingsong paused for a moment, projecting a list into the air. This time, besides you, there are 9 other students from the Academy entering the secret realm. Most of them are upperclassmen, with strengths around advanced Beastmaster level, and a few have even reached elite Beastmaster status. The names and their beast information appeared one by one on the list. These individuals were geniuses on the leaderboard, not to be underestimated. Zhou Qingsong's gaze lingered on the top name for a moment. Pay particular attention to this individual, Li Tianyi. Lin Feng's attention sharpened. Li Tianyi, publicly claiming to possess A-grade qualifications, is 18 years old this year and has already become an elite Beastmaster. His primary battle beast is the King-grade Purple Lightning Hawk, renowned for its speed and instantaneous explosive power, possessing astonishing destructive capabilities. The projection shifts to reveal a magnificent giant eagle, enveloped in swirling purple arcs of electricity, with piercing eyes. His second beast is the Netherworld White Tiger, also of King-grade quality. This White Tiger not only embodies the terrifying power and defense of the White Tiger clan, but also possesses the agility of a spirit cat and the eerie footwork associated with the Netherworld attribute. Its attacks are often accompanied by a soul-shattering roar that resonates like a tiger's roar and the unyielding strikes of its claws. The image changes again, showcasing a snow-white tiger adorned with intricate black patterns, exuding a chilling aura. With these 2 formidable king-grade beasts, Li Tianyi has long held the title of the Academy's foremost genius, his combat prowess unparalleled among all students. Consequently, the Academy has allocated a significant amount of cultivation resources to him. Zhou Qingsong turns to Lin Feng. Li Tianyi is the core heir of the Li family, one of the true top beast-taming families in Jiangnan Bay City, with a profound heritage that far surpasses the Wang family you previously encountered. He emphasizes his tone. Li Tianyi is exceedingly ambitious and has always held himself in high regard. Your performance in the freshman trials and the S-class treatment bestowed upon you by the Academy have likely made him feel threatened. Lin Feng maintains a calm demeanor, though he comprehends the implications within. When a tree stands out in the forest, the wind must inevitably bring it down. I've received some intel, Zhou Qingsong continues. The upper echelons of the Li family seem quite interested in the secret of your 2 mutated beasts. They may very well condone or even support Li Tianyi in testing you within the secret realm, or rather, suppressing you. In the secret realm, the greatest threat may not always come from the extraordinary beasts, but rather from your peers, Zhou Qingsong implies. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, teacher, Lin Feng nods. Upon leaving the vice president's office, Lin Feng has not wandered far when he learns that the Academy's internal forum has erupted in a frenzy. The cause stems from a report posted on the forum, suggesting a showdown between the newly risen Lin Feng and the established top contender, Li Tianyi. A comprehensive comparison of their strengths and beasts concludes that Lin Feng exhibits a trend of surpassing Li Tianyi, positioning him as the new first among the Academy's students. This prompts the illustrious Li Tianyi himself to engage in the discussion, leaving a statement on the internal forum. He remarks upon hearing of a fortunate newcomer who has acquired 2 mutated beasts and wreaked havoc during the freshman trials, expressing hope for Lin Feng's continued good fortune in the upcoming expedition to the Inferno Abyss secret realm. If the opportunity arises, I would not mind offering some guidance to this junior Lin Feng within the secret realm, allowing him to understand that the world of beast tamers ultimately relies on one's own foundation and diligent cultivation. This statement is exceedingly arrogant, directly targeting Lin Feng. In an instant, opinions within the Academy become polarized. Some students vividly recall Lin Feng's remarkable performance in the freshman trials, filled with awe towards his 2 mysterious and powerful beasts, deeming Li Tianyi's actions excessively domineering. Isn't Li Tianyi too arrogant? Lin Feng's strength is evident. Indeed, those mechanical hounds and fire crows hardly seem easy to provoke. Conversely, others, particularly those hailing from prestigious families or Li Tianyi's admirers, rally in support. Li Xiao speaks the truth. Luck is ultimately just luck. True foundation and orthodox cultivation are the true paths. Lin Feng merely stumbled upon good fortune. Li Xiao is our academy's true first genius. I eagerly await Lin Feng being put in his place within the secret realm. Su Muxue observes the forum's debate. Her feelings complex. She once believed that Wang Hao was an insurmountable peak, only to find Lin Feng easily surpass him. Now, Lin Feng faces the academy's true prodigy, Li Tianyi, and the colossal Li family backing him. She can't help but feel relieved that she did not grow too close to Lin Feng back then. Otherwise, she might have been embroiled in this turmoil. Regarding the external clamor, Lin Feng remains largely unfazed. Returning to the exclusive residence for S-class students, he cradles the newly acquired little fox in his arms. The little fox affectionately nudges his palm, its 3 fiery red tails gently swaying. Lin Feng retrieves a bag of jerky snacks from his storage ring, tears it open, and offers a piece to the little fox. Little fox, give this a try. The little fox sniffs and begins to nibble on it daintily. Ding! Feeding the beast 9-tailed catastrophe fox with jerky snacks triggers a 1,000-fold critical hit. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a divine illusion fruit, sacred grade, X1. A fruit emanating a mesmerizing aura and peculiar fragrance materializes in Lin Feng's hand. Divine illusion fruit? Lin Feng's eyes light up. This is a sacred spirit fruit that can significantly enhance the mental and illusionary talents of beast tamers. Without hesitation, he offers the divine illusion fruit to the little fox. The little fox tilts its head, seemingly intrigued by the sudden appearance of the fruit, and opens its mouth to swallow it whole. Boom! A gentle yet immense wave of extraordinary energy spreads throughout the little fox's body, its pink, crystal-like eyes shining even brighter, as if countless phantoms flickered within. Ding! Your beast 9-tailed catastrophe fox has devoured the divine illusion fruit, sacred grade, significantly enhancing its mental talents, improving illusion manipulation, and boosting the proficiency of the skills charm of all beings, catastrophic illusion realm, and reality illusion transformation. The little fox's aura solidifies further, and its 3 tails sway with increasing joy. Lin Feng nods in satisfaction. The little fox's support and control capabilities will undoubtedly reach new heights. Meanwhile, deep within the Li family's residence, a middle-aged man listens to his subordinate's report, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. Head of the family, preparations regarding Lin Feng are complete. The binding fire rope, armor-piercing spike, and a specially designed energy disruptor are sufficient to counter fire attributes and that peculiar mechanical dog. Moreover, we have procured a meticulous map of certain regions within the Inferno's mark through special channels, which has been entrusted to young Master Tianyi. Li Jianqing nodded in acknowledgement, lifting his teacup to savor a sip. As for Tianyi, let him discern the opportune moment himself. The steward bowed respectfully. The master is indeed sagacious. Young Master Tianyi has also reached out to several young masters from the Liu and Zhao families, coordinating to advance and retreat together within the secret realm, thereby isolating Lin Feng. Excellent, Li Jianqing declared, setting down his teacup. Go ahead, allow Tianyi to act without hesitation. I shall mediate matters with the academy. Meanwhile, Li Tianyi was engaged in encrypted communication with several heirs from prominent families. Gentlemen, regarding our expedition to the secret realm tomorrow, I intend to ensure that the newcomer Lin Feng faces insurmountable challenges. A hint of barely perceptible arrogance tinged Li Tianyi's voice. From the other end of the line, someone immediately concurred. Rest assured, Brother Tianyi. He is merely a fortunate lad relying on 2 mutated beasts. With Li Xiao in action, capturing him will be effortless. Another chimed in. Indeed, I am eager to see what waves he can stir in the secret realm without the academy's protection. Li Tianyi chuckled lightly. Within the secret realm, opportunities abound. United, we shall undoubtedly seize the lion's share. As for Lin Feng, should he exhibit wisdom, all will be well. Should he prove obstinate, he left the thought hanging, the implication clear. Understood, Brother Tianyi. We shall heed your guidance. In the office of the academy's vice president, Zhou Qingsong had just concluded a communication, his brow furrowed. The call had come from a director named Li from the academy, who, while courteous, had insisted on fair competition, subtly implying that he should not show any favoritism towards Lin Feng during the exploration of the secret realm. The reach of the Li family is indeed extensive. Zhou Qingsong snorted disdainfully. He held high hopes for Lin Feng. This expedition represented both an opportunity and a formidable trial for him. Within the exclusive residence for S-level students, Lin Feng remained utterly unaffected by the external turmoil. He had just finished feeding the little fox, observing its transformation with satisfaction. He then retrieved a small vial of shimmering, multicolored liquid from his storage ring, an essence of divine fusion. This was a product of a previous critical strike, rumored to assist in resonating the energies of various attributes of beast tamers. He meticulously divided the essence into 3 portions, gently applying each drop to the foreheads of Xiao Jiao, the mechanical dragon, and the little fox. Xiaojiu, mechanical dragon, little fox. Let us attempt to guide your powers and see if we can discover a harmonious equilibrium. Lin Feng conveyed his intent through a mental link. The Sun Chaos True Flame blazed upon the body of the 9-turn Chaos Phoenix, while the surface of the Star Destruction mechanical dragon shimmered with a dark golden luster. And the 9-tailed Calamity Fox emanated a pink mental power field. Under the guidance of the essence of divine fusion, the 3 distinct energy attributes began to tentatively interact and connect. The dominance of fire and chaos, the precision of machinery and space, the enigma of spirit and illusion. Initially, the energies exhibited some resistance, but under Lin Feng's persistent mental organization and the peculiar effects of the essence, faint signs of fusion began to emerge. It was as if they were searching for a shared frequency, a mode of harmonious coexistence. Although this was merely a preliminary attempt, Lin Feng could already discern a glimmer of hope. Just as he became immersed in this wondrous perception, his storage ring vibrated suddenly. An urgent notification from the Academy popped up. All students participating in the exploration of the Inferno's mark are requested to report to the Central Testing Hall of the Academy within 1 hour for a mental strength assessment and registration. In order to facilitate the Academy's risk evaluation and safety record, a mental strength assessment and registration? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. His current mental power was at the level of a high-level beast tamer, initial stage. If this were to be accurately recorded, a newcomer who had been enrolled for less than half a year boasting greater mental power than many upperclassmen would undoubtedly stir up quite a commotion. The system was his greatest secret, and he could not allow it to be exposed. A plausible explanation must be devised. For someone like him, a possessor of a mutated beast, perhaps. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng's mind sparked with a bold idea. Rather than passively await scrutiny, he would take the initiative and provide them with an explanation they could accept. He rose to his feet and addressed his 3 beasts. You all continue to explore your powers based on the sensations we just experienced. I shall step out for a moment. Before long, there was a knock at the door of Zhou Qingsong's office. Enter. Lin Feng pushed the door open. Teacher. Zhou Qingsong was somewhat taken aback. Oh, Lin Feng, is something the matter? The mental strength assessment is about to commence. That is precisely why I am here. Lin Feng replied candidly. I need to discuss something with you in advance. Zhou Qingsong noted the formality in Lin Feng's demeanor for the first time. His eyelids twitching slightly. Speak. Lin Feng carefully considered his words. My mental strength may exceed what is commonly perceived by a considerable margin. Zhou Qingsong raised an eyebrow. As expected, maintaining an impassive facade, he inquired, by how much? I'm not entirely certain of the specific value, but I feel that I have likely surpassed the bottleneck of a mid-level beast tamer. Lin Feng tentatively posited a relatively conservative estimate. Even so, Zhou Qingsong appeared somewhat moved. A newcomer, becoming a high-level beast tamer in less than 6 months? This was beyond the scope of mere S-level qualifications. Are you implying that you are now a high-level beast tamer? Lin Feng nodded. I believe so. This may be related to my beasts. Your beasts? Zhou Qingsong's interest was piqued. Yes, Lin Feng began to elaborate on his theory. You are aware of my little fire crow and that mechanical dog. They have both undergone some form of beneficial mutation, surpassing their peers in potential. Is it possible that these high-quality mutated beasts, upon establishing a profound contract with their beast tamer, could nurture the mental sea of the beast tamer with their powerful source energy, leading to an extraordinary increase in the tamer's mental strength? Master nourishment? Zhou Qingsong mulled over the term, finding the concept indeed novel, even bordering on fantastical. Yet, Lin Feng's rise had been fraught with the unknown and the extraordinary. If the relationship between ordinary beasts and beast tamers was one of unilateral cultivation and feedback, then the occurrence of such an incredible phenomenon of master nourishment with Lin Feng's beneficially mutated beasts seemed, at the very least, plausible. This explanation was far more acceptable than suggesting that Lin Feng harbored some unspeakable secret or had resorted to malevolent shortcuts. Zhou Qingsong pondered for a moment before stating, Your theory of master nourishment is not documented in the Academy's archives. However, I suspect that those old-timers may not readily believe such claims. I understand. This is the only explanation I can offer, Lin Feng admitted helplessly, as he could not disclose his system, lest he face dire consequences. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Qingsong slowly replied, I will take some time to digest your master nourishment theory. You may proceed with the mental strength assessment registration honestly. I will be present at the scene. Changing the subject, he added, However, Lin Feng, you should comprehend the principle of possessing a treasure brings trouble. Within the secret realm, human hearts are inscrutable. Exercise utmost caution. I understand. Thank you for the guidance, teacher. Lin Feng stood, and Zhou Qingsong waved his hand, indicating he could leave. As Lin Feng exited the office, he exhaled softly. The first hurdle had been surmounted. Zhou Qingcang watched Lin Feng's retreating figure, his gaze complex. This young man was becoming increasingly enigmatic. Chapter 19. The mental strength test shocks the audience. The useless one turns out to be a big shot. The Academy's central testing hall was bustling with activity. 10 students poised to enter the infernal abyss secret realm had gathered, surrounded by numerous onlookers eager to witness the unfolding drama. The instructor responsible for the assessment bore an austere expression as he operated a colossal metallic apparatus. The mental fortitude test shall commence now. Li Tianyi, you shall go first. Amidst the focused attention, Li Tianyi stepped forward with an air of arrogance. Placing his hand upon the sensor orb, the instrument's screen flickered with rapidly fluctuating values before finally settling on a staggering number. Advanced Beast Tamer, 965 units. A mere 35 units shy of the pinnacle, the instructor announced, his voice tinged with admiration. Truly, as expected of Senior Li Tianyi, remarkably powerful. An 18-year-old advanced beast tamer at his peak, such talent is scarcely found in Jiangnan-based city. A chorus of gasps and accolades erupted around him, and Li Tianyi smirked, luxuriating in the adulation. His gaze inadvertently swept across the crowd, landing on Lin Feng, imbued with a hint of provocation. Next, Lin Feng. Lin Feng calmly emerged from the throng. Following his contract with the nine-tailed annihilation fox, his mental prowess had risen to the early stages of an advanced beast tamer. Should he unleash his full potential, his reading would certainly rival Li Tianyi's. However, that would be astonishingly remarkable. Possessing 2 mutated beasts was already sufficiently attention-grabbing. And if his mental strength were to approach Li Tianyi's, it would surely undermine Vice Dean Zhou Qingcang's theory on the reciprocation of a primary beast. He had to maintain his standing within the bounds of genius without crossing into the realm of improbability. Placing his hand upon the sensor orb, Lin Feng released a portion of the mental energy from his sea of consciousness, meticulously controlling the output intensity. The values on the instrument began to fluctuate. Initially, they ascended slowly, but then surged dramatically, ultimately pausing on a number that rendered the entire assembly silent. Intermediate Beast Tamer, 720 units. The instructor's voice quivered. A stunned silence was followed by an uproar. Intermediate Beast Tamer. Am I seeing this correctly? How long has Lin Feng been enrolled? Wasn't he his aptitude F grade upon awakening? How can this be possible? In less than half a year, from F grade to Intermediate Beast Tamer? This speed of cultivation is akin to riding a rocket. Who truly possesses the F grade aptitude? All gazes turned to Lin Feng with expressions of disbelief. This was no longer merely good fortune. It was a paradigm shift. Li Tianyi's complexion shifted dramatically, disbelief giving way to a palpable sense of wariness and gloom. He had assumed Lin Feng was merely fortunate, relying on his 2 mutated beasts, and that he himself was just an early-stage beast tamer. He had not anticipated Lin Feng's mental strength to be so formidable, having already reached the intermediate beast tamer level. Impossible, Li Tianyi suddenly exclaimed, his voice laced with uncontainable anger. A waste with F-grade aptitude could never achieve the level of intermediate beast tamer in such a short span. You must have employed some nefarious shortcut. With this proclamation, several others displayed skepticism as well. Indeed, Lin Feng's rapid advancement defied logic. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, preparing to respond when a steady voice interjected. A calm Zhou Qingcang had appeared at the entrance of the hall, striding forward. He first glanced at the values displayed on the instrument, then directed his gaze toward Lin Feng, ultimately surveying the entire assembly. Classmate Li Tianyi. While one may indulge in reckless consumption, one must exercise caution in speech, Zhou Qingcang stated flatly, yet infused with undeniable authority. Li Tianyi's face paled, yet he remained obstinate. Vice Dean Zhou, Lin Feng's rate of progress is exceedingly bizarre. I suspect. I am aware of your thoughts, Zhou Qingcang interrupted. Lin Feng's situation is indeed exceptional. He paused, delivering a prepared explanation. You all should be aware that both of Lin Feng's beasts have undergone exceedingly rare beneficial mutations, their potential and inherent power vastly exceeding that of their peers. According to sporadic accounts in the Academy's ancient texts and my own deductions, when a beast tamer establishes a profound contract with such extraordinarily gifted, power-laden supermutated beasts, there exists a minuscule probability of triggering a phenomenon I term primary beast reciprocation. In essence, when a beast mutates, the formidable inherent power it possesses can nurture the beast tamer's mental sea, leading to an unprecedented acceleration in the growth of their mental strength. Primary beast reciprocation? The crowd exchanged glances, this theory being utterly foreign to them. This is simply too incredulous. Yet Lin Feng's 2 beasts were undeniably formidable. If they were indeed nurturing their master, Zhou Qingcang continued, this phenomenon of primary beast reciprocation is exceedingly rare, requiring minimal qualifications from the beast tamer, but demanding an exceptionally high caliber and mutation level from the beasts themselves. Lin Feng is precisely that fortunate individual. Although his explanation seemed somewhat mystical, when coupled with Lin Feng's two astonishingly powerful mutated beasts, it appeared somewhat plausible. After all, Lin Feng's rise was already steeped in legendary overtones. Rather than believing he had resorted to some malevolent sorcery, many preferred to view him as a superlatively fortunate individual favored by the heavens. Li Tiany's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white. With Zhou Qingsong's endorsement, any further dissent would be a slight against the vice dean. Nonetheless, his vigilance and animosity only intensified. Lin Feng's status as an intermediate beast tamer implied that he was no longer a glaring weakness within the team. Coupled with those two, in the eyes of outsiders, king-level mutated beasts, Lin Feng now possessed the foundational strength to confront him directly. The remaining 8 students subsequently stepped forward for their assessments, all performing steadily, yet none exhibited the astonishing prowess of Lin Feng. Upon completion of the evaluations, the assessing instructor noted the results. Zhou Qingsong clapped his hands and declared, "All right, the testing is complete. All students participating in the secret realm exploration, follow me." The group trailed Zhou Qingsong to a heavily fortified, expansive plaza deep within the academy. At the center of the plaza, an imposing stone platform was distorted, giving rise to a dark red vortex that exuded unstable energy fluctuations. Several academy instructors collaborated to maintain an immense rune array, barely restraining the swirling vortex hovering above the stone platform. "This is the entrance to the infernal abyss," Zhou Qingsong intoned gravely. "Remember, danger lurks within, exercise utmost caution." He cast a glance at Lin Feng, his eyes harboring a flicker of expectation. The dark red vortex slowly whirled, resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous beast poised to devour. Chapter 20. Turbulence arises. Witness the nine-tailed fox captivate all. Before the dark red vortex, the 10 students stood resolutely. Li Tiany stood at the forefront, hands clasped behind his back, faint sparks of lightning flickering around him, emanating an imposing aura. His king-level beast, the thunderclap eagle, perched majestically upon his shoulder, its keen gaze surveying the surroundings. The other students, some anxious and others expectant, occasionally glanced at the menacing entrance of the secret realm. Li Tiany turned and paced toward Lin Feng at the rear of the line, his towering figure casting a shadow that nearly engulfed Lin Feng. Junior Lin Feng, Li Tiany's voice, though low, carried a condescension that was unmistakable. Surrounding students shifted their gaze, the atmosphere becoming palpably tense. Lin Feng cradled a seemingly ordinary little red fox, the disguised nine-tailed annihilation fox. The small creature lazily yawned, appearing blissfully unaware of the charged atmosphere surrounding them. The junior is indeed fortunate to have garnered the favor of Vice Dean Zhou, along with those 2 extraordinary mutated beasts. A subtle smirk curved upon Li Tiany's lips. However, within the secret realm, peril lurks at every corner, far surpassing the trials of the academy. He paused momentarily, adopting a tone of condescension. "Once we enter the secret realm, you shall follow closely behind me. In critical moments, I may extend a modicum of assistance. After all, as a newcomer, your experience in the secret realm is rather scant." Though these words seemed to convey concern, they were laced with a hidden sharpness. The implication of assistance subtly suggested that Lin Feng should bow to his command, placing him under Li Tiany's control. Those who followed Li Tiany around him wore expressions of amused anticipation. Lin Feng lifted his gaze, calmly meeting Li Tiany's eyes without immediate response. Observing Lin Feng's silence, Li Tiany's heart harbored a cold chuckle. Just a lucky newcomer. Does he truly consider himself significant? Today, I shall make him face reality. With a slight shift in his thoughts, the Thunder Eagle, bound by a spiritual contract with him, suddenly emitted a frightening spark of electricity from its eyes. An imposing and concentrated king-level pressure bore down upon Lin Feng like an invisible mountain, silently crushing him. This pressure was meticulously controlled, targeting Lin Feng alone, leaving others unscathed. Li Tiany sought to establish his dominance, while simultaneously testing Lin Feng's capabilities. The moment the king-level pressure manifested, the air around Lin Feng seemed to stagnate. Several nearby students, although not directly targeted, felt a wave of trepidation wash over them. Their beasts became restless, emitting low whimpers, with some even retreating involuntarily by half a step. Such formidable pressure. Truly, the king-level Thunder Eagle is awe-inspiring. Merely its aura is sufficient to intimidate the majority of elite beast tamers. The students' faces displayed astonishment, their gazes toward Li Tiany filled with reverence. Zhou Qingsong observed Li Tiany's actions, his brow furrowing in concern. However, at the epicenter of this pressure, Lin Feng remained composed, not even furrowing his brow. His current mental strength had reached the initial stage of a senior beast tamer, combined with the feedback from a chaos-level beast, rendering his physique extraordinary. To him, This targeted pressure was but a gentle breeze. This boy indeed possesses some skill, Li Tianyi mused coldly. It seems the notion of the main beast's feedback is not entirely unfounded. Lin Feng, on the other hand, maintained clarity in his mind. Li Tianyi's little trick was merely an attempt to intimidate him. In the past, he might have summoned Xiao Jiao or the mechanical dragon to counter with an even stronger presence. Yet now, he had a new option. He lowered his head and gently patted the nine-tailed celestial fox disguised as an ordinary little red fox in his arms. Little fox, someone is not too friendly. Go and greet them, Lin Feng conveyed through their mental link. The little fox, seemingly displeased at being roused from its tranquil dreams, lazily raised its head. Its pink eyes, which had appeared somewhat hazy, suddenly glimmered with an almost imperceptible, enchanting brilliance. In an instant, a peculiar, silent, yet pervasive spiritual fluctuation emanated from the little fox, expanding like ripples. At that moment, the innate divine skill allure of beings activated in an exceedingly subtle manner. The once thundering king-level pressure that surged toward Lin Feng dissipated as swiftly as snow under the blazing sun, vanishing without a trace. Moreover, the indomitable Thunder Eagle's massive form abruptly froze. A fleeting daze flickered in its sharp, electric eyes. And when its fierce gaze shifted toward the little red fox in Lin Feng's embrace, it revealed a hint of almost infatuated admiration, though it lasted but an instant. The Thunder Eagle's formidable aura and pressure had entirely evaporated. A tremor coursed through Li Tianyi's mental realm, jolting him from his thoughts. He distinctly sensed that his beast had, in that fleeting moment, developed an inexplicable affinity for the inconspicuous red fox, even exhibiting a tendency to slip from his control. How could this be? Li Tianyi was taken aback. This turn of events had far exceeded his expectations. He scarcely had time to ponder before instinctively bellowing to sever some of the Thunder Eagle's perception, urgently issuing commands through their spiritual pact. Thunder Eagle, return. The Thunder Eagle, its electric glow dimming, shook itself awake, confusion rapidly fading from its eyes, returning to its usual ferocity. Yet, its gaze toward the little fox still bore a trace of bewilderment and wariness. It emitted a somewhat anxious cry, retreating back to Li Tianyi's shoulder, its feathers slightly ruffled. The entire process unfolded with astonishing swiftness. The surrounding students merely observed the Thunder Eagle's pressure rise and then seemingly retract without Lin Feng displaying any reaction, rendering the situation peculiar. They remained oblivious to the invisible clash of spirits. Only Zhou Qingcong, watching from a distance, noticed the unfolding scene, his brow subtly arching. Li Tianyi's complexion darkened instantly. He had intended to intimidate Lin Feng, yet his own beast had faltered. Although outsiders could not discern the anomaly, he understood that. During that brief moment, his control over the Thunder Eagle had weakened as never before. That red fox is peculiar. However, as the Academy's foremost prodigy, he could not afford to lose his composure at this moment. Suppressing the unease within, he forced a strained smile. It seems Lin Feng's beast indeed possesses some remarkable abilities. I hope you remain equally fortunate in the secret realm. With that, Li Tianyi turned away from Lin Feng, striding toward the dark red vortex of space, though his steps seemed hurried compared to his arrival. Chapter 21. The King-level Thunder Eagle's sudden withdrawal. The advantage is lost. Among the crowd, some perceptive students began to whisper among themselves. Did you see the Thunder Eagle's demeanor? It looked utterly dispirited, as if it had seen a ghost. One student murmured excitedly, struggling to contain his enthusiasm. Not just the Thunder Eagle. For a moment, Li Tianyi's expression was quite grim. He seems to be putting on a facade of calm. The crucial point was Lin Feng's little fox. What on earth is it? It appears harmless yet can influence a king-level beast? The third one. Could this be Lin Feng's third mutated beast? My heavens, could it be true what Vice Dean Zhou said about the main beast's feedback? Possessing 3 super-mutated beasts is no wonder his mental strength has surged so rapidly. A true chosen one. Lin Feng is as if the heavens are feeding him. The whispers surged like a tide, interweaving various conjectures and astonishment. The news of a third supermutation struck the crowd like a bombshell, elevating Lin Feng's image several notches. Shrouded in an aura of mystery and danger, Zhou Qingcong stood nearby, observing everything with keen eyes, a cryptic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The Academy's higher-ups exchanged glances, their astonishment barely concealed on their faces. They perceived more than the average disciples. The ethereal fluctuations emanating from that diminutive fox, though subtle, possess a quality that sends shivers down their spines. Li Tianyi's countenance darkened, his tightly clenched fists turning pale as he listened to the surrounding murmurs, each word piercing his heart like a needle. His dignity was utterly shattered. The esteemed genius of the Academy had suffered a significant loss in front of a newcomer. Under the gaze of many, the purple lightning eagle nestled in his arms seemed to sense its master's fury, restlessly shifting yet daring not to make a sound. Clearly wary of the little red fox, Li Tianyi forcefully suppressed the tumultuous rage and murderous intent within him. Knowing that a display of anger now would only compound his humiliation, he managed to force a smile, more grotesque than tears, directing it toward Lin Feng. His voice hoarse. Interesting, Junior Lin Feng. You are indeed quite intriguing. The word interesting dripped with unabashed chill. With that, Li Tianyi no longer lingered. Swiftly turning on his heel, his steps tinged with urgency as he was the first to stride toward the dark crimson vortex. Lin Feng, cradling the little fox, felt a ripple of emotions stirring within him. He had not anticipated that the little fox's mesmerizing charm would yield such remarkable results in its debut. A mere glance had left even a king-level purple lightning eagle entranced, nearly swayed to its side. The potential of this little fox exceeded his expectations by far. Utilizing the seemingly weakest beast to achieve the most unexpected effects created a shock far greater than a direct confrontation with the formidable Xiaojiao. The gateway to the secret realm is stable. All disciples, please enter in order. The instructor responsible for maintaining the portal announced loudly, interrupting the discussions. The disciples stifled their astonishment, each carrying their own complex emotions as they began to file in, their figures gradually disappearing into the distorted crimson vortex. Lin Feng, clutching the little fox, trailed at the end of the line, stepping into the unknown realm. A brief wave of dizziness and a sensation of spatial tugging washed over him. In the next moment, the scene before him transformed dramatically. They found themselves in a world shrouded in dark crimson. The sky was a stifling shade reminiscent of congealed blood. The air was thick with an overwhelming presence of fire elemental energy, mingled with a pungent sulfuric odor that brought a searing sensation with each breath. In the distance, the mountains undulated, their surfaces charred black, grotesque rocks jutted out, devoid of any vegetation. Occasionally, dark red lava erupted from fissures in the ground, forming meandering rivers of fire that illuminated the dim landscape. The concentration of spiritual energy within the secret realm far surpassed that of the outside world, nearly 3 to 5 times greater. However, Lin Feng keenly sensed the precarious nature of the spatial structure here. With minute cracks invisible to the naked eye scattered throughout the void, akin to a piece of glass riddled with fissures, on the brink of shattering completely. The scar of the infernal abyss truly lives up to its name, Lin Feng murmured to himself. As soon as they touched down, a majority of the disciples began to gather spontaneously. Li Tianyi's figure appeared not far off, quickly converging with familiar offspring of several esteemed families, such as the Lu and Zhao families. Brother Tianyi, are you all right? One of the Lu family disciples approached with concern. Li Tianyi waved his hand dismissively, his expression dark as he retrieved an aged animal skin map from his storage ring. This map details the regions of the scar of the infernal abyss that our Li family acquired at great expense. He pointed to several marked locations on the map, stating, according to our plan, we shall first head to these areas where fire crystal veins and potential red lotus formations may be found. That Lin Feng, a disciple of the Zhao family, whispered, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. Li Tianyi snorted coldly, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Let us first collect opportunities at the marked points and allow him to frolic a bit longer. Should he dare to be ungrateful and attempt to snatch resources from us, we shall settle old scores along with the new. Brother Tianyi is right. With so many of us, how could we fear a mere newcomer? After a brief discussion, the group determined a direction and swiftly departed, their figures vanishing behind the jagged rocks. Lin Feng paid no heed to the cliques forming among the disciples. He surveyed his surroundings and chose a path divergent from that of Li Tianyi and his group. He preferred to operate alone, ensuring that the secrets of his system remained undiscovered. With a thought, he commanded, Xiaojiao, mechanized dragon, little fox, remain vigilant. Through their mental link, he issued the directive. 2 beams of light flashed as the colossal, star-devouring mechanized dragon and the extraordinary 9-turned chaos-burning sky golden crow appeared, one to his left and the other to his right. Xiaojiao, enveloped in the blazing chaos of solar flames, dispelled some of the surrounding dark crimson glow, emanating an imposing aura. The mechanized dragon's cold, mechanical eyes flickered with streams of data, its dark golden body exuding an aura of strength and technology. An invisible force field expanding outward, surveying the area. The appearance of the 2 divine beasts caused the air temperature to spike dramatically, the very fabric of space appearing to distort slightly. The little fox gracefully leapt from Lin Feng's embrace, bounding atop the broad head of the mechanized dragon, its pink eyes curiously scanning this new, sulfur-laden crimson world, its 3 fiery tails swaying gently behind it. Chapter 22. While you battle, I am at leisure, a glance back. And I am invincible. Within the scar of the infernal abyss, beneath the dark crimson sky, waves of heat rolled. The creatures here were generally of a high level. and some seemed capable of momentarily traversing space. Quite intriguing. Lin Feng communicated through their mental link, issuing commands to Xiao Jiao and the others. He released his 3 beasts. Xiao Jiao flapped its wings, dispersing the surrounding chill with its solar chaos flames. The mechanized dragon's icy electronic eye scanned the surroundings, constructing a real-time map. While the little fox perched atop the mechanized dragon's head, its pink eyes remaining alert. In the distance, Li Tianyi and his entourage were advancing rapidly. Pick up the pace. A fire crystal vein marked on the map lies a mere 100 kilometers ahead, of considerable value. Li Tianyi rode on the phantom white tiger. The purple lightning eagle leading the way, lightning flashing as it repelled a few unwise low-level lava hounds. Relying on that precious animal skin map, Li Tianyi's team pressed forward quickly toward the marked fire crystal vein. Li Tianyi remained silent, his gaze fixated on the map, a barely perceptible smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. The earlier humiliation at Lin Feng's hands fueled his urgent desire to extract maximum benefit from the secret realm, enhancing his strength to re-establish his prestige. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was making his way in a different direction, unhurried. Xiao Jiao, conduct aerial reconnaissance. And be alert for any unusual energy fluctuations, particularly concerning special plants or minerals. The 9-turned chaos-burning sky golden crow emitted a clear, melodious cry as it soared into the stifling dark, crimson heavens. Mechanized dragon, analyze the terrain, marking all areas of spatial instability and points of unique geological structures. The sensors in the star-devouring mechanized dragon's eyes glowed red, meticulously scanning the surroundings. Little fox, your perception is the most acute. Alert me immediately if you detect any concealed life forces or powerful spiritual energies. The 9-tailed destruction celestial fox perched atop the mechanized dragon's broad head, its delicate nose sniffing the air, its crystalline eyes warily surveying the desolate expanse. Lin Feng held little interest in ordinary fire crystals. His true objective lay in resources that could enhance or facilitate the evolution of his beasts. At that moment, his gaze fell upon a cluster of inconspicuous, grayish stones partially buried in the scorched earth. These stones, unremarkable at first glance, emanated a faint, nearly imperceptible spatial fluctuation within Lin Feng's perception. The value of the object was negligible, and an ordinary beastmaster would hardly spare it a glance. He bent down to pick it up, and the system indicated that it was a stubborn stone imbued with faint spatial fluctuations. Lin Feng held it in his hand, deeming it perfectly suitable for the mechanical dragon. In the distance, a ferocious roar of a beast echoed, accompanied by the violent clash of elemental energies. According to the information relayed by Little Nine, Li Tianyi's team had reached the area of the Fire Earth Red Lotus and was engaged in a fierce battle with the master-level guardian beast there. He had no interest in intervening. Let them tear each other apart. Ideally, he hoped their entire team would be annihilated. Lin Feng found a relatively secluded rock depression. It was time to eat and upgrade. He first took out several pieces of the stubborn stone he had just collected, which contained faint spatial fluctuations, and tossed them to the star-devouring mechanical dragon. Ding! Feeding the beast's star-devouring mechanical dragon with a stone containing faint spatial fluctuations triggers a 10,000-fold critical hit. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Void Secret Silver X1. A piece of metal, shimmering with silver radiance and containing terrifying spatial energy, materialized in his hand, heavy and substantial. Void Secret Silver. This was the premier evolutionary material for space-type beastmasters. He handed the Void Secret Silver to the mechanical dragon. The dragon swallowed it whole, and a dark golden sheen rippled across its surface. The spatial leap skill on its attribute panel became exceptionally bright. Ding! Your beast's star-devouring mechanical dragon has consumed the Void Secret Silver, significantly enhancing its spatial affinity and successfully upgrading the spatial leap skill, allowing for further distances in spatial jumps. The star-devouring mechanical dragon emitted a deep, resonant hum, data streams flickering in its mechanical eyes, as its comprehension of space seemed to deepen further. Next, Lin Feng produced a peculiar plant root he had discovered near a lava fissure, its entire body a dark red, exuding faint fire energy. The infernal bloodvine root. He divided it among Little Nine and the Little Fox. Ding! Feeding the beast 9-turn chaos-burning heaven golden crow with infernal bloodvine root triggers a 1,000-fold critical hit. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Sun True Firegrass, Sacred Grade, X3. Ding! Feeding the beast 9-tailed doomsday fox with infernal bloodvine root triggers a 1,000-fold critical hit. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 9 nether illusory soulflower, Sacred Grade, X3. 2 varieties of top-tier spiritual herbs that had long been extinct in the outside world. One burned with the true fire of the sun, while the other radiated mesmerizing illusory light. Little Nine joyfully devoured the sun, true firegrass. Its body's solar chaotic true flame becoming even more refined and intense. The little fox savored the nine nether illusory soul flower with delicate bites, the brilliance in its pink eyes growing deeper and more enchanting. Finally, there were several corpses of peculiar insects he had efficiently dealt with, their shells tough and their blood carrying a faint metallic scent. The iron-shelled poison fire scorpion, with its uniquely potent bloodline. Lin Feng used an energy blade to simply dissect them, feeding the essence to his beasts. Ding! Feeding the beast 9-turn chaos-burning heaven golden crow with iron-shelled poison fire scorpion blood essence triggers a 100-fold critical hit. Obtained high-purity fire energy crystals x10. Minor enhancement to golden crow's origin. Ding! Feeding the beast's star-devouring mechanical dragon with iron-shelled poison fire scorpion shell fragments triggers a 100-fold critical hit. Obtained refined divine gold powder x1. Proficiency in divine gold body enhanced. Ding! Feeding the beast 9-tailed doomsday fox with iron-shelled poison fire scorpion venom sac triggers a 100-fold critical hit. Obtained wand-devouring poison source, weak, x1 strand, enhancing the charm poison effect. A series of prompt sounds resonated, and a faint glow enveloped all three beasts. The aura of the star-devouring mechanical dragon grew more profound, its connection to space becoming increasingly intimate as its tier fluctuated before settling at growth stage, initial. The little fox let out a joyful cry, and to Lin Feng's astonishment, a fourth snow-white tail sprouted behind it, now swaying with a more ethereal and lively grace. Its tier also successfully broke through to growth stage, initial. Ding! The beast's star-devouring mechanical dragon has advanced to the growth stage, returning a portion of its origin, slightly enhancing the host's physique and spatial affinity. Ding! The beast 9-tailed doomsday fox has advanced to the growth stage, sprouting a fourth tail, returning a portion of its origin, slightly enhancing the host's mental strength and illusion resistance. Lin Feng felt a surge of pure energy feedback into his being, his mental strength and physique having gained a slight improvement. He sensed that his mental strength had now reached the advanced Beast Master late stage. Excellent. Both the mechanical dragon and the little fox had entered the growth stage, and the little fox's four tails had elevated its combat power to a new echelon. Meanwhile, in the distance, Li Tianyi and his companions had just emerged from a vast pit shrouded in smoke, looking somewhat disheveled. They held a massive crimson lotus flower, the fire earth red lotus, successfully acquired. Lu Kuan gasped for breath, a charred burn marking his arm. Another member of the aristocratic family clutched his ankle, evidently injured. That flame demon ape was exceedingly formidable, indeed master level. Had it not been for Brother Tianyi's adept command, along with the formidable support of the purple lightning thunder eagle and the netherworld white tiger, we might have suffered casualties. Zhao Heng wiped the grime from his face. Still shaken, Li Tianyi's expression was rather grim. Although the fire earth red lotus was precious, their team had suffered considerable depletion, and some were injured. He swiftly distributed some healing elixirs. Just then, Lin Feng's system interface unexpectedly displayed a notification. Ding! Detected an ultra-high energy special energy response in the core area of the secret realm, suspected to be the heart of the inferno or a treasure of similar rank. Ding! Discovered a concealed spatial fold path leading to the core area, now marked. A three-dimensional map formed in Lin Feng's mind, clearly indicating a nearly imperceptible spatial fissure not far from his current position. The real treasure was about to emerge. Mechanical dragon. Set the new coordinates and prepare for a short-distance spatial leap. We shall proceed. The star-devouring mechanical dragon's eyes glowed red as it locked onto the coordinates Lin Feng provided, a faint spatial ripple appearing on its surface. With a soft hum, Lin Feng and his three beasts instantly vanished from their location. Moments later, Li Tianyi's team also sensed the increasingly potent energy fluctuations emanating from deep within the secret realm. It was the core area. The ultimate treasure of the secret realm was about to be revealed. Li Tianyi's gaze burned with intensity. Quick! We must not allow Lin Feng to gain the upper hand. His team, disregarding their fatigue, surged forward at full speed toward the direction of the energy fluctuations. Chapter 23. The Core Treasure of the Secret Realm. Li Tianyi battles the Emperor-level guardian beast. Deep within the scar of the inferno, spatial fissures sprawled like a web. Mechanical dragon, 30 degrees to the left, jump. Lin Feng commanded with his mental directive. The brilliance of spatial leap flickered, and in the next moment, the figures of one man and three beasts appeared above a lake of burning lava. A cry of mild discontent escaped Little Nine as it flapped its wings, barely pushing back the geysers of fire below with its solar chaotic true flame. The mechanical dragon's mechanical eyes flashed with red light, clearly indicating another miscalculation in their landing. Cursed spatial turbulence. Lin Feng muttered under his breath. His connection to the core area was intermittent, and the mechanical dragon's short-distance jumps suffered greatly in such an environment, leading to numerous landing errors that either thrust them into the nests of high-level exotic beasts or nearly swept them into a minor spatial storm. Although their powerful beasts ensured they remained unscathed, considerable time was wasted, making their situation rather precarious. On the other hand, Li Tiany's team fared much better. With the finely detailed map of certain areas of the Inferno Scar acquired at great cost by the Li family, they deftly avoided numerous high-risk zones. Hurry! The map indicates that crossing the skeletal wasteland ahead leads directly to the floating altar at the core of the secret realm. Lu Kuan's voice brimmed with suppressed excitement. Li Tiany, riding the netherworld white tiger with the purple lightning thunder eagle circling overhead in vigilant watch, maintained a calm demeanor, though the slight upward curve of his lips betrayed his current exhilaration. In a swift moment, a colossal floating altar materialized before their eyes. The altar, constructed entirely of an enigmatic black stone, bore ancient and obscure runes etched upon its surface, emanating an ethereal aura. At its center, a multifaceted crystal, roughly the size of a fist, hovered silently, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. Strange energy waves rippled outward like water, causing the surrounding fire elemental energy to become increasingly agitated. This was it. Zhao Heng's breath grew heavy. This energy fluctuation was undoubtedly a treasure of immense value. A fervent glint flickered in Li Tiany's eyes. Exercise caution. He scrutinized the crystal, and as he correlated it with the records in his family's ancient texts, a staggering hypothesis emerged in his mind. Could this be the Void Source Crystal? An invaluable gem capable of aiding a king-level beastmaster in breaking through bottlenecks, ascending directly to the Emperor level. Upon hearing this, the young Scions behind him collectively gasped, their expressions transforming into fervent excitement. Emperor level. Heavens! Tiany, we are in for a fortune. Li Tiany raised his hand, silencing the clamoring crowd. Let us not rejoice prematurely. A treasure of this caliber is bound to have a formidable guardian beast. No sooner had he spoken than the altar trembled violently. The ground at the altar's center warped as if it were a water surface, and an otherworldly beast, covered in dark purple scales, adorned with a single horn and possessing powerful limbs, emerged slowly. Its eyes glowed a pure shade of ghostly purple, devoid of any emotion. As a terrifying pressure befitting a mid-level emperor descended upon them. The void-burrowing beast. Mid-level emperor. Moreover, it possessed the rare space attribute. Zhao Heng exclaimed in shock, his complexion draining of color. The guardian beast's strength far exceeded Li Tiany's initial estimation. He had anticipated it to be, at most, an early-stage emperor. Yet it turned out to be mid-level with the most troublesome space capabilities. Form the formation. Li Tiany decisively commanded, his expression grave. Lu Kuan, Zhao Heng, your beasts must fully assist my purple lightning eagle and the nether white tiger, while the others' beasts will handle distractions. Roar. The nether white tiger let out a fearsome roar, charging forth, its claws tearing through the air. The purple lightning eagle transformed into a bolt of purple lightning, launching a fierce lightning spear directly at the void-burrowing beast's horn. The beast's ghostly purple eyes remained unfazed. It flickered, leaving behind an afterimage, effortlessly evading the assault of the two king-level beasts. In the next instant, it appeared like a specter behind one of the auxiliary beasts, its claws slashing downward. PFFF. The golden-quality rock giant turtle had its shell instantly torn open, revealing a wound deep enough to see bone, emitting a mournful cry as it collapsed. Damn it! Its speed is too swift. Lu Kuan roared, his beast unable to keep pace with the opponent's rhythm. Li Tiany's brow furrowed deeply. The void-burrowing beast's spatial abilities were even more troublesome than he had imagined, its short-distance teleportation causing their attacks to frequently miss. All-range skills, area attacks. Compress its movement space. In an instant, fireballs, ice spikes, wind blades, and various skills howled toward the void-burrowing beast. The battle had escalated into a white-hot frenzy. The void-burrowing beast weaved through the dense onslaught, occasionally counterattacking with spatial jumps, each strike precise and lethal. Li Tiany's team of beasts sustained injuries one after another, several being reduced to mere sludge from the beast's grasp. Tiany, we can't hold on. My platinum-level storm falcon is gravely wounded. My platinum-level lava giant lizard is nearly done for. Li Tiany's expression darkened. He had underestimated the void-burrowing beast's strength and the ferocity of this battle. Use the spirit binding net. Restrict its movement. He retrieved a shimmering silver net-like artifact from his storage ring, one of the trump cards prepared by the Li family. Several team members collaborated to activate it, casting a massive silver light net overhead, stabilizing the space. The void-burrowing beast seemed to sense the threat, attempting to teleport away, only to find the surrounding space had become extraordinarily viscous. The spirit binding net successfully enveloped it. A perfect opportunity. Purple lightning eagle, thunder dragon break. Nether white tiger. Nether soul rending claw. Seizing this rare chance, Li Tianyi issued the order for a full assault. The two king-level beasts unleashed their strongest attacks, striking fiercely against the bound void-burrowing beast. Boom. The void-burrowing beast emitted a pained roar as scales shattered from its body, its aura waning slightly. Yet, being a mid-level emperor, the binding time of the spirit-binding net was limited, and it was on the verge of breaking free. Now, armor-piercing spike. Li Tianyi retrieved another family heirloom, a short spike shimmering with dark light. He infused it with his entire spirit energy and hurled it forward. The armor-piercing spike transformed into a streak of light, accurately piercing the wound previously opened by the thunder dragon break. Hello. The void-burrowing beast let out a chilling wail, its energy plummeting. We did it. Zhao Hong and the others revealed expressions of joy. A faint smile finally graced Li Tianyi's face, despite the enormous cost. As long as they could defeat the void-burrowing beast, his gains would be far greater. The void source crystal was a prize he, Li Tianyi, must obtain. Just then, several hundred meters away from the altar, a figure emerged from a spatial distortion, Lin Feng. He had skillfully utilized the unstable space of the mechanized dragon to clumsily arrive at the periphery of the core area, remaining hidden as he observed the fierce battle unfold. Ding! High-purity Emperor-level core energy detected. Void source crystal, containing pure spatial power and vast life energy, greatly beneficial to the mechanized dragon, and capable of significantly enhancing the potential of other beasts. The system notification echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Indeed, it was a remarkable treasure. Lin Feng watched as Li Tianyi prepared to approach and collect the void source crystal, while the void-burrowing beast, though severely injured, still retained a sliver of retaliatory power. Most of Li Tianyi's team was also injured, their spirit energy severely depleted, placing them in a mutually destructive predicament. Xiao Jiu, little fox, get ready. Lin Feng's mental link quietly connected with his two beasts. Mechanized dragon, lock onto that crystal. If the opportunity arises, draw it over using spatial power. Chapter 24. A cataclysmic battle in the core area. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits. Atop the altar, Li Tianyi's breath quickened with suppressed excitement. His gaze fixated on the armor-piercing spike deeply embedded in the void-burrowing beast's wound, dark purple blood oozing forth. Purple lightning eagle. Li Tianyi abruptly pointed his arm forward. Heavenly thunder prison. Send it on its way. The purple lightning eagle let out a piercing cry, its wings flapping as countless delicate purple electric serpents coalesced around it. The terrifying energy fluctuations distorting the air itself. A net of pure thunder was poised to envelop the beast, threatening to extinguish the life of the Emperor-level guardian beast entirely. Just as the moment hung in the balance, a sudden, mocking hum, seemingly out of nowhere, pierced the air. Li Tianyi's movements froze. That voice. Before he could react, an intangible yet bizarre mental force surged forth, expanding abruptly from the altar's edge like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. The formerly focused expressions of Lu Kuan, Zhao Hong, and the others, who were poised to assist Li Tianyi in delivering the final blow, all faltered. Their faces morphed into confusion, followed by terror. As though witnessing something unfathomable. Fire. Such a massive fire. Help. A disciple from the Qian family suddenly screamed in terror, clutching his head and flailing his arms wildly. Stay away. Monsters. They're all monsters. Another cried, collapsing to the ground, his pants soaked in warmth. Even Li Tianyi himself felt a sudden wave of intense dizziness wash over him, as if the scene before his eyes had momentarily doubled. The annihilative illusion of the nine-tailed world-destroying celestial fox, prototype, had quietly activated. The impending thunderous prison of the purple lightning eagle, about to take form, wavered slightly due to the momentary fluctuation of Li Tianyi's spirit and the emergence of the little fox's world-destroying illusion, causing the gathered lightning to exhibit a hint of instability. At that instant, a spatial leap occurred. Boom. A colossal figure, dark golden in hue, abruptly appeared before the void-drifting beast with an overwhelming aura. The Star Destruction Mechanical Dragon's cold. Mechanical Crimson gaze flared with intensity as the absolute domain barrier activated at full power. A pale golden energy shield emerged, serving as an insurmountable bulwark, protecting the severely injured void-drifting beast behind it. Crackle rumble. The uncontrolled power of the purple lightning eagle, mingled with the residual might of the thunderous prison, struck fiercely against the absolute domain barrier. The barrier trembled violently, countless electric serpents writhing, yet ultimately, it remained unbroken. Lin Feng. Li Tianyi finally broke free from the brief mental assault, recognizing the newcomer, as well as the small fox perched atop the dark golden dragon's head, its four fiery red tails flicking about. Anger and shock instantaneously shattered his rationality. It was him. That useless fool. How dare he be here? Before Li Tianyi could unleash his furious roar, a high-pitched, resonant cry echoed through the skies. The nine-turned chaotic burning sun golden crow spread its wings, unleashing a torrent of solar chaotic flames akin to a breached dam of lava, creating an insurmountable sea of fire between Li Tianyi's team and the altar. The scorching waves of heat assaulted them, forcing Li Tianyi and his companions to retreat repeatedly. Lin Feng, you're courting death. Li Tianyi's eyes blazed red as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Feng. Damn it. He was so close to defeating that mid-tier royal-grade void-drifting beast and obtaining the void source crystal. He never anticipated that after exhausting his efforts and sacrificing several team members' beasts to weaken the royal guardian beast, when the treasure was finally within reach, Lin Feng would emerge from nowhere to ruin his plans. Moreover, he had saved the guardian beast. Did he not covet the void source crystal? Or was it? A chilling thought crept into his mind. From the very beginning, Lin Feng's objective was not merely the treasure, but to ensnare them all in his scheme. Cease your attack on the guardian beast. Li Tianyi's roar, tinged with an unusual pitch, commanded, focus all fire on Lin Feng. Eliminate him first. At this moment, he could no longer afford to concern himself with the void source crystal. Lin Feng's presence, along with his three terrifyingly powerful beasts, had become his greatest threat, particularly that seemingly harmless little fox. The bizarre mental assault it had just unleashed still left him in trepidation. Lu Kuan, Zhao Hong, and the others gradually regained their senses from the illusion, and upon witnessing the scene before them, were utterly astonished. Lin Feng had single-handedly thwarted them and rescued the royal guardian beast. How could this be possible? Lu Kuan's voice trembled in disbelief. 3 beasts, 3 that rivaled royal grade. No, perhaps even stronger. Zhao Heng's complexion turned pale as a ghost. It was only now that they truly realized Lin Feng's strength far exceeded what they had observed during the academy trials. The theory of the main beast's nurturing was rendered utterly powerless in the face of such formidable 3 beasts, yet it seemed the only explanation for Lin Feng's monstrous growth. Just as Li Tianyi's team prepared to turn their weapons on Lin Feng, the previously near-death void-drifting beast, lying on the ground gasping, slowly turned its amethyst-colored eyes. It first regarded the Star Destruction mechanical dragon, which had shielded it from a fatal blow, with confusion, then turned its gaze to the majestic 9-turned chaotic burning sun golden crow hovering above, radiating flames that instinctively instilled fear within it. Finally, its gaze settled on the calm young human, Lin Feng, who appeared as though he had everything under control. The beast's instincts informed it that this human, along with his beasts, posed no immediate threat to itself. In fact, he had saved it. Meanwhile, the humans who had just tried to kill it were now directing their murderous assaults at the very entity that had come to its aid. A low, weary growl escaped the void-drifting beast, infused with a deep-seated rage born of violation. Struggling, it attempted to rise, its amethyst eyes locking onto Li Tianyi. Though severely injured and significantly weakened, the dignity of a royal-grade beast could not be trifled with. Li Tianyi keenly sensed the shift in the void-drifting beast's hostility and felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. Damn! This creature had taken Lin Feng as one of its own. The situation had instantly grown more complex. Lin Feng, accompanied by his 3 beasts, faced off against the remnants of Li Tianyi's team and a royal guardian beast that, though battered, retained some fighting capability. The 3 forces were interlocked, and the atmosphere was charged with tension. A slight smile played at the corners of Lin Feng's mouth, revealing a hint of mischief. As the mantis preys on the cicada, the yellow bird lurks behind. Now, this yellow bird was not alone. He intended to throw the situation into utter chaos. Little Geo, mechanical dragon, little fox, Lin Feng's voice, though soft, resonated clearly within each of his beasts' consciousnesses. It is time to reveal your true strength. Chapter 25, Golden Crow Divine Fire, Dragon Breath Annihilation. Celestial Fox controls the field. Lin Feng's mental power, like invisible threads, precisely connected to the 3 divine pets. The overwhelming spiritual force of a high-level beast master in the late stage was laid bare at this moment. Little fox, let them entertain themselves. The 9-tailed world-destroying celestial fox's pink eyes shimmered with enchanting light as the world-destroying illusion silently spread, followed closely by the charm of all beings. Within Li Tianyi's team, a disciple from the Sun family suddenly covered his eyes, screaming, "Fire! A tremendous fire is coming!" My beast, the lava hound beside him, uncontrollably veering off course, lunged at a companion's Gale Wolf. "Are you insane? You're mad." Another disciple from the Zhao family retreated in terror, his ironclad rhinoceros charging straight at him with blood-red eyes. "What is happening? My beasts are disobeying commands. Help! What are these monstrous things?" Cries of horror and chaos erupted within Li Tianyi's ranks, as their beast master's mental links were forcibly disrupted, the scene before them warping and distorting. enemies and allies continuously swapping places in the illusion. Li Tianyi himself felt a wave of dizziness. He strained to stabilize his mind. The spiritual power of an elite beast master allowing him to barely resist the full-scale invasion of the illusion, but his commands to the beasts were already impeded. Steady yourselves. It's an illusion. Do not lose your composure. Li Tianyi roared, though his voice quivered imperceptibly. Star Destruction Mechanical Dragon, eliminate the threats. Lin Feng's command was crystal clear. The mechanical dragon's cold electronic eyes locked onto a member of the Li family's collateral line attempting to direct their beasts to unleash area attacks. Buzz. A beam of condensed star destruction particles surged forth instantaneously. Uft. The golden defensive shield of that disciple shattered, along with the three-eyed demon Pearl before him, turning to ash. The mechanical dragon's absolute domain barrier remained steadfast before Lin Feng, the pale golden shield blocking all chaotic stray attacks, unshakable as a mountain. Li Tianyi's spectral white tiger roared as it lunged forward, its soul-rending claw imbued with a chilling aura that could tear souls asunder. The colossal form of the mechanical dragon left behind a fleeting shadow as it activated its spatial leap, effortlessly evading a lethal strike and reappearing at the side of the ethereal white tiger. With a sweeping motion of its tail, it struck. With a piercing cry, the nine-turn chaos-burning heaven golden crow unfurled its wings, transforming into a radiant nine-colored arc that surged towards Li Tianyi's purple lightning thunder eagle. The blazing flames of the chaotic sun filled the air with a stifling heat. The once proud speed of the purple lightning thunder eagle paled in comparison to the golden crow, as the thunder it summoned was foiled before it could fully manifest, repelled by the searing divine fire. Each clash of wings incinerated purple arcs of electricity, leaving charred marks from the golden crow's claws on the thunder eagle's body. Thunder eagle, thunder dragon break. Li Tianyi's eyes widened in fury. However, the golden crow was swifter, executing a slight spiral to evade the main thrust of the thunder dragon, its solar chaotic flames surging even more fiercely. Lin Feng's mental focus was razor-sharp, as the energies of his three summoned beasts began to resonate in a remarkable harmony under his precise guidance. The mechanical dragon unleashed another beam of annihilation particles, targeting Li Tianyi's other beast, the ethereal white tiger. Xiao Jiao, understanding the intent, discreetly infused a strand of solar chaotic flames onto the particle beam. Sizzling. What was originally a mere energy attack was now imbued with a devastating golden flame, the initial signs of annihilation fire taking shape. The ethereal white tiger attempted to dodge, but the fire line was too swift, grazing its hind leg. With a pained howl, the ethereal white tiger cried out, its hind leg scorched and even emitting wisps of smoke, its recovery abilities proving ineffective against the divine fire. Meanwhile, the little fox's illusions subtly enhanced the mechanical dragon's absolute domain barrier, causing the surface of the barrier to shimmer and shift, blurring the line between reality and illusion, leading to frequent misjudgments in the enemy's attacks. Before the chaos of the chaotic divine golden crow, the purple lightning thunder eagle's quality was thoroughly suppressed. The burning of the divine fire not only harmed the flesh, but also eroded its essence, rendering its speed advantage non-existent, with each attack appearing increasingly impotent. The ethereal white tiger was particularly targeted by the mechanical dragon, as the annihilation particle beams in conjunction with the elusive spatial leap forced it to retreat repeatedly, leaving it battered and bruised. Roar. At that moment, the void burrow beast, heavily wounded by Li Tianyi's team, flickered with vengeful intent in its dark purple eyes. It saw an opportunity. The humans who had nearly slain it were now ensnared in chaos and suppressed by formidable foes. The void burrow beast suddenly rolled over. Despite its sluggish movements, the accumulated rage propelled it to unleash its final strength. A dark purple spatial blade shot forth from its singular horn, not aimed at Lin Feng, but at the nearest Lu family disciple who was frantically fending off illusions. The Lu family disciple, already disoriented by the little fox's illusions, was oblivious to the impending ambush from behind. The spatial blade sliced silently through the air, severing a head cleanly from its body. The spray of blood shocked the other members of Li Tianyi's team, plunging their already chaotic minds into further disarray. Monsters! The guardian beasts are attacking us. Run. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Under the influence of the little fox's illusions, some even began to turn on their companions, resulting in a complete breakdown of order as a tragic scene of fratricide unfolded. Li Tianyi watched in horror as his entire team, along with his proud summoned beasts, crumbled like paper under the multifaceted assault of Lin Feng's terrifying creatures. Most of the summoned beasts were either dead or severely injured, losing their combat capabilities. A smirk crept across Lin Feng's lips. The moment had arrived. Mechanical dragon, it is time to clear the field. The cold, electronic eyes of the annihilation mechanical dragon locked onto the void burrow beast, which was still struggling to retaliate against Li Tiany's team. A precisely calculated beam of annihilation particles, its power reduced by 70%, was unleashed. Puff! The particle beam struck the Void Burrow Beast's previously injured spot, exacerbating its already immense wounds. With a more agonized howl, the Void Burrow Beast collapsed, its massive body crashing to the ground, its breath faltering as it teetered on the brink of death. It was dying, but not yet dead. Lin Feng's maneuver not only neutralized the latent threat posed by the Void Burrow Beast, but also perfectly controlled this mid-tier royal guardian beast for his subsequent harvest. Controlling the monster, the people, the rhythm of battle, all was firmly within Lin Feng's grasp. Lin Feng, I will have your head. Li Tiany's eyes blazed crimson, his rationality consumed by rage. He could not accept this reality. As the heir of the Li family and the Academy's top genius, he could not endure such a complete and humiliating defeat. He unleashed all his mental energy as an elite beast master, the air around him swirling chaotically, resembling a frenzy. All summoned beasts, burn your essence and blood for me. I want him dead. Li Tiany roared, his facial muscles contorted with fury. Ethereal white tiger, purple lightning thunder eagle, burn your essence and blood for me. Kill him. He bellowed, pouring his elite beast master's mental energy unreservedly into the two royal beasts on the brink of collapse. With a simultaneous roar of agony and fury, the ethereal white tiger and the purple lightning thunder eagle ignited their life essence. Blood mist seeped from their fur and feathers, transforming into a surging aura of ethereal malevolence and purple lightning fury. Their aura soared to new heights, surpassing the mid-tier royal realm, reaching a fleeting pinnacle. This was the final brilliance of their lives, their most lethal strike. Li Tiany was prepared to go down in flames. Lin Feng stood firm, unperturbed by this desperate gamble. He simply raised his hand and waved gently. Xiao Jiao, little fox, mechanical dragon, let them witness despair. The chaotic sun flames of the nine-turn chaos-burning heaven golden crow surged violently, no longer pouring forth but instead condensing into a blinding, radiant nine-colored sphere, resembling a miniature sun suspended before its beak. The embryonic form of a solar storm, infused with the power of the primordial golden crow's bloodline, was now activated to its utmost potential. The mechanical dragon shielded Lin Feng with its massive form, as the dark golden absolute domain barrier blazed with brilliance. Countless arcane runes swirling upon its surface, the core annihilation core operating at an unprecedented frequency, intertwining spatial power and energy. The cannon of annihilation particles on the mechanical dragon's chest reignited, but this time the accumulated energy was even more terrifying, causing the surrounding space to warp slightly. The little fox's four tails swayed gently. Her pink eyes silently layered the realms of annihilation and enchantment into an invisible mental shockwave, affecting Li Tiany and his two beasts, burning their lives away. Die? Just die? Li Tiany screamed in a fit of hysteria. The purple lightning thunder eagle, having burned its essence, transformed into a massive purple lightning dragon, tearing through the air with a destructive aura, hurtling towards Lin Feng's face. The ethereal white tiger rose on its hind legs, its claws interlacing to conjure a massive 100-meter-long shadow of a soul-rending claw, following closely behind. Both attacks transcended the pinnacle of the royal tier, nearing the full power of the initial stage of the imperial realm. Before Lin Feng, the nine-transformation chaos-burning heaven golden crow was the first to make a move. That orb of nine-colored sunlight, condensed to the utmost, unleashed a solar storm. There was no earth-shattering roar, only an overwhelming radiance and heat. The nine-colored orb collided head-on with the purple lightning dragon. A sharp hiss pierced the air, a sound of annihilation. The proud, thunderous power of the purple lightning eagle melted rapidly in the face of the sun's chaotic true flame. Like ice and snow meeting the blazing sun, swiftly dissolving and disintegrating. The purple lightning dragon barely held on for a fraction of a breath before being pierced by the nine-colored orb, its momentum unabated as it surged towards the body of the purple lightning eagle. A piercing cry erupted from the purple lightning eagle, a mournful wail as it attempted to evade, but speed was meaningless in the face of absolute power. Boom! The nine-colored orb struck true, and the massive form of the purple lightning eagle burst apart in midair, a brilliant explosion of fireworks, countless burning feathers and remnants scattering in all directions. It couldn't even complete its final charge before being utterly defeated, its charred body tumbling backwards like a severed kite, crashing heavily against a distant rock wall, its breath instantly fading to the brink of death. Simultaneously, the absolute domain barrier of the Star Destroyer mechanism dragon met the soul-rending claw of the netherworld white tiger. A resounding clang echoed as the massive claw struck the pale golden energy shield, unleashing a deafening metallic clash. The barrier trembled violently, rippling with waves, yet remained as steadfast as a mountain. The strike fueled by the netherworld white tiger's burning essence failed to budge it in the slightest. Before the netherworld white tiger could change its approach, the annihilating particle beam from the mechanism dragon had already been unleashed. A beam of dark golden light, thicker and more concentrated than before, precisely struck the gaping maw of the netherworld white tiger. With a piercing sound, the beam penetrated through, emerging from the back of its skull. The tremendous form of the netherworld white tiger stiffened abruptly, the fierce light in its eyes dimming rapidly. And torrents of blood mixed with fragments of its innards erupted from its mouth and nostrils as it crashed heavily to the ground, convulsing a few times before failing to rise again. At that moment, the mental shock from the little fox precisely struck Li Tianyi as the two beastmasters launched their assaults. Li Tianyi, fully concentrated on directing his beasts, suddenly felt a surge of excruciating pain in his mind, as if countless steel needles were piercing him, sending his mental realm into a tempest. A scream of anguish escaped his lips, blood oozing from his 7 orifices. The close mental link with the two main battle beasts, at the moment they suffered severe injuries and approached death, resulted in a devastating backlash. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his body swaying dangerously before collapsing backwards. His consciousness plunged into chaos. Before his eyes flashed countless images, being hailed as a genius since childhood, the pride of his family, the foremost in the academy, with resources lavished upon him, looking down upon all. Then came Lin Feng's tranquil visage and the 3 beasts that resembled deities. An ordinary little fire crow? A mutation? A main beast's retribution? No, none of that. Such entities could not possibly be cultivated by mere humans. His pride, his understanding. Everything he held dear was shattered in that moment. No, perhaps. This was his final thought before losing consciousness. Ding. The purple lightning eagle is on the brink of death. The netherworld white tiger is on the brink of death. And its master Li Tianyi suffers a devastating blow to his mental strength. His Dao heart is shattered. The system prompt echoed in Lin Feng's mind. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence. Lin Feng waved his hand. The Star Destroyer mechanism dragon, with heavy steps, approached the nearly lifeless void-drifting beast. A cold, mechanical eye glimmered with red light, and an energy blade shot forth, decisively ending its final agony. A royal-grade mid-tier beast core, shimmering with a ghostly purple light and containing immense spatial energy, was extracted by the mechanism dragon and presented to Lin Feng. Little fox, it's time, he said. The 9-tailed annihilation celestial fox responded with a gentle snort, and the annihilation illusion enveloping the remaining team members of Li Tianyi quietly dissipated. Lu Kuan, Zhao Hong, and the other young aristocrats suddenly jolted, breaking free from the illusion. As they beheld the scene before them, the color drained from their faces, replaced by endless fear and despair. The altar lay in disarray. The beasts they had brought were either dead or gravely injured, sprawled in pools of blood. Li Tianyi, the invincible prodigy in their minds, now lay unconscious on the ground, blood streaming from his orifices, his breath faint. His 2 royal-grade mid-tier beasts, the purple lightning eagle, charred and lifeless, and the netherworld white tiger, pierced through and utterly dead. Yet Lin Feng stood there, still composed, with his 3 beasts radiating an oppressive aura of terror. A demon, a devil, trembled one of the timid young aristocrats, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. Do not kill me. I surrender. I want nothing. Spare my life. The remaining individuals completely lost their will to resist, some scrambling away in a panic, while others knelt in supplication. Lin Feng paid no mind to those fleeing. He strode up to the altar, his gaze resting upon the multifaceted crystal suspended in the center, radiating a spectrum of colors. The void source crystal. He reached out, gently plucking it from its place, holding it in his hand. An exquisite surge of spatial power and immense life energy emanated from it, refreshing his spirit. Lin Feng cast a glance at the unconscious Li Tianyi. To kill him? A fleeting thought crossed his mind. But upon seeing those kneeling in surrender and a few shivering students still observing from a distance, Lin Feng shook his head. There was no need to soil his hands. It would only complicate matters if he were the sole survivor exiting the secret realm. Approaching Li Tianyi, he skillfully removed the storage ring from his hand, along with the identity token representing his points. Thank you, Senior Li, for your generosity, he remarked casually, as though performing a trivial task. He then turned and, accompanied by his 3 divine pets, made his way towards the exit of the secret realm. Outside the Flame Prison Scar secret realm, the Academy's instructors and high-ranking officials were intently focused on a massive monitoring array's luminous screen. On the screen, the points representing various students flickered continuously. Suddenly, the energy runes representing the core area erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, causing the entire array to quiver slightly. This is energy collision far surpassing royal level, exclaimed a monitoring instructor in shock. Zhou Qingsong's brows furrowed deeply. even separated by the barriers of the secret realm. He felt a shiver of trepidation from that energy fluctuation. Could it be that Li Tianyi and his companions had encountered some insurmountable horror? Or perhaps Lin Feng? The brilliance persisted for several minutes before gradually subsiding, ultimately dimming into silence. The core area returned to tranquility. Chapter 27. The Return of the King shocks the world. The Li family's fury unleashed. Outside the flame prison scar secret realm, the massive monitoring array screen showed the energy runes representing the core area extinguished completely. Zhou Qingsong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his brow tightly knitted, while several high-ranking officials and representatives from various families held their breath. The fluctuations have ceased. The battle must be over, whispered one instructor. A representative from the Li family, a middle-aged man named Li Zhan, wore a confident smile at the corner of his mouth. In his eyes, Li Tianyi was destined to emerge as the ultimate victor. A low hum resonated as the exit of the secret realm manifested. The space warping to reveal a dark crimson portal slowly taking shape. All attention was instantaneously drawn to it. A figure stepped forth from the portal. It was Lin Feng. Immaculate and composed, he was accompanied by 3 magnificent beasts. The 9-turned chaotic burning heaven's golden crow retracted its divine flames, yet retained an air of nobility. While the obsidian star-source dragon stood stoically, and the 9-tailed annihilation celestial fox lounged lazily upon the dragon's shoulder, its 4 tails swaying languidly. The atmosphere was thick with silence. All anticipated cheers and discussions were lodged in the throats of the spectators. Why was he the first to emerge? And so effortlessly? Before anyone could regain their composure, the portal flickered again. A group of tattered and terrified scions from noble families stumbled forth, laboriously carrying a stretcher. On it lay Li Tianyi, his eyes tightly shut, remnants of dried blood staining his 7 orifices, his complexion as pale as parchment, and his breath faint, as if it could cease at any moment. Following closely were Lu Kuan, Zhao Hong, and others, all appearing disheveled, their faces bruised, their beasts either gravely injured or deceased. Each person bowing their heads, daring not to meet anyone's gaze. Boom. At that moment, it felt as if a silent bomb had been detonated in the square. Everyone's minds went blank. The outcome was entirely contrary to what they had envisioned. It was not Li Tianyi who emerged triumphant, laden with spoils. Rather, it was Lin Feng who had achieved a resounding victory, leaving Li Tianyi in a state of dire defeat, perhaps even at death's door. How could this be possible? An envoy from a beast-taming family gasped in disbelief. Li Tianyi had lost. And so catastrophically. Those 3 beasts, my heavens, the latent power they exuded made my heart race. Zhou Qingsong's pupils narrowed sharply before an uncontrollable surge of elation washed over him. He had made the right bet. This child, Lin Feng, had delivered him an astonishing surprise. Yet, his joy lasted barely 3 seconds before he caught a glimpse of Li Zhan's face, which had turned a grim shade of ashen. A sense of foreboding gripped his heart. Tianyi, Li Zhan bellowed, his form flashing to the side of the stretcher. A torrent of formidable mental energy surged into Li Tianyi's body, and his expression darkened to an almost palpable depth of despair. The mental sea was severely injured. A beast's essence was damaged, another had perished, and the heart of the Tao had collapsed. Excellent, splendid Lin Feng. What ruthless methods you possess. Li Zhan's head shot up, his eyes ablaze with unbridled murderous intent, locking onto Lin Feng. A terrifying pressure, akin to a peak master-level beast tamer, bore down upon Lin Feng like a cataclysmic wave. Li Zhan, how dare you? Zhou Qingsong roared, simultaneously releasing his own master-level pressure, forming an invisible barrier before Lin Feng that deflected Li Zhan's oppressive force. On the grounds of the Beast Taming Academy, to strike against an S-rank prodigy of the academy, do you wish to become an enemy of my Jiangnan Beast Taming Academy? Zhou Qingsong's voice was cold, devoid of any concession. Li Zhan's teeth ground together, his fists clenched tightly. Zhou Qingsong, he has ruined our family's prodigy, the Qilin's son. This grudge, my Li family will remember. If you do not provide me with an explanation today, no one shall leave. Explanation? Zhou Qingsong sneered. In the trials of the secret realm, life and death are determined by fate. This is a rule universally acknowledged. Is it permissible for your Li Tianyi to claim treasures and kill while others are forbidden to retaliate? What kind of logic is that? The pressures from the 2 master-level beast tamers clashed violently in midair, causing the atmosphere to crackle under the strain. Other high-ranking members of the academy stepped forward, aligning themselves with Zhou Qingsong, their positions clearly stated. Elderly, I implore you to remain calm. We will investigate the events of the trial. If one is outmatched, they must accept it. To wreak havoc at the academy's entrance, the Li family is being excessively domineering. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, Lin Feng made his move. Ignoring Li Zhan's murderous intent that seemed poised to consume him whole, he strode calmly to the instructor in charge of registration. With a flick of his wrist, He tossed Li Tianyi's identification token onto the table. The sound of it clinking resonated sharply in the stillness of the square. Here are his points, along with those of the others in his team. Please check how many points there are. I also have some resources and materials from the secret realm. Lin Feng casually flung 5 storage rings onto the table. His tone is indifferent, as if discussing a trivial matter. This statement struck like a resounding slap across Li Zhan's face. It signified not merely victory, but an unabashed humiliation. You insolent wretch. You seek death. Li Zhan could no longer contain the fury boiling within him, and an ethereal dragon of bones, engulfed in pale flames, materialized behind him, its royal aura compelling all students to retreat in terror. Enough. Zhou Qingsong's eyes flashed with cold light as a colossal azure phoenix appeared, confronting the skeletal dragon from a distance. Li Zhan, I shall say this one last time. Retract your beast. Otherwise, do not blame me for suppressing you on the grounds of disturbing the Academy's order. Li Zhan glared fiercely at Zhou Qingsong, then glanced at the impassive Lin Feng and the 3 unfathomable beasts behind him. Reason finally triumphed over rage. To act here would yield no advantage. It would only drag the entire Li family down with him. Very well, Zhou Qingsong, your academy may protect him for the time being, but not for eternity. Li Zhan spat, casting Lin Feng a venomous glare, as if etching his visage into his very bones. He commanded his kin to carry the unconscious Li Tianyi away swiftly. The storm had temporarily subsided, yet all present understood that this was merely the beginning. Lin Feng's victory had not ushered in peace. Rather, it had thrust him into the very eye of a greater tempest. A prodigy capable of overpowering Li Tianyi, suspected of possessing 3 beasts of royal potential. This news swept through the academy like a tempest, shaking the upper echelons of the entire Jiangnan-based city. The Beast Tamer Association, the Qin family, the Tang family, and other beast taming academies, all top-tier powers, received this battle report without delay. The name Lin Feng was suddenly placed on the desks of all significant figures overnight. Zhou Qingsong regarded Lin Feng with a complex expression, rife with both admiration and concern. Follow me. He said no more, personally guiding Lin Feng toward the exclusive courtyard for S-rank students. Along the way, every student and instructor they encountered instinctively parted to grant them passage, casting glances filled with awe, curiosity, and shock. You have stirred a veritable hornet's nest. Zhou Qingsong's tone was grave. They provoked me first, Lin Feng replied. The Li family is deeply entrenched in Jiangnan-based city, acting with tyranny and seeking vengeance for even the slightest slight. Zhou Qingsong continued, they will not let this go. It's easy to dodge an open attack, but difficult to guard against a concealed strike. Lin Feng remained silent. Concealed strikes? In the face of overwhelming power. Any conspiracy or trickery would merely be a farce. Once his beast army was fully formed, the entire Li family would be but a snap of his fingers away from obliteration. Soon, they arrived at Lin Feng's S-rank exclusive courtyard. This is your additional reward for this trial. Zhou Qingsong handed Lin Feng a storage ring filled with training resources. For the time being, do not leave the academy without my permission. Focus on your cultivation. Enhancing your strength is paramount. As the heavens threatened to collapse, an academy stood to shield you. Lin Feng accepted the ring with a nod. Zhou Qingsong cast one final glance at him before turning away, his silhouette imbued with an air of heaviness. Lin Feng pushed open the courtyard door and stepped inside. Xiao Jiao, the mechanized dragon, and the little fox adeptly sought their respective spots to rest. Lin Feng seated himself upon a stone bench in the courtyard, momentarily casting aside the threats from the Li family and the astonishment of those around him. He opened his palm, revealing the extraordinary treasure obtained from the core of the secret realm, the void source crystal, serenely resting in his hand. The multifaceted crystal radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, emanating pure spatial power and life energy in waves. Lin Feng's fingers gently caressed the crystal's icy surface. He understood that elevating both his own and his beast's strengths was his true source of confidence. Chapter 28. A billionfold critical hit. The astonishing gift of the void source crystal. As Lin Feng entered the S-class courtyard, the grand doors slowly closed behind him, sealing off all external prying. He did not immediately relax. Little fox, create an illusion to envelop the entire courtyard. Perched upon the mechanized dragon's shoulder, the 9-tailed annihilating celestial fox yawned, its 4 fiery red tails swaying gently, expanding an invisible psychic field that rippled outward, enveloping the exclusive S-class courtyard. To the outside world, everything within the courtyard appeared unchanged. The rustling of leaves and the shifting of light and shadow were all mere simulations of the illusion. Initiate alert mode, mechanized dragon. The cold electronic eye of the annihilation mechanized dragon flickered with red light as it transitioned into a low-power alert state. ensuring that no unauthorized energy fluctuations or life forms could elude its scrutiny. The nine-tailed annihilating celestial fox alighted on a phoenix tree, closing its eyes in feigned slumber, its dark golden divine flame flickering, serving as the final line of defense. Having completed these preparations, Lin Feng finally felt at ease. He sat cross-legged on the stone bench, his mind focused. The void source crystal, seized from the core of the secret realm, materialized in his palm. The fist-sized, multifaceted crystal floated silently, radiating a brilliant spectrum of colors, releasing streams of pure spatial power and immense life energy that thickened the surrounding air. This treasure, hailing from the core area of the Flame Prison's secret realm, was guarded by a mid-tier royal void burrowing beast. To whom should it be given? The thought flitted through his mind. The nine-tailed annihilating celestial fox, specializing in mental prowess and illusions, was not a fitting choice. Only the mechanized dragon, with its mechanical and spatial attributes, was ideally suited for this crystal. Should he simply feed it to the mechanized dragon? The thought briefly crossed his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. Passive feeding felt akin to force feeding. While it could trigger critical hits, it seemed lacking in something essential. Mechanized dragon, Lin Feng commanded. The massive form of the annihilation mechanized dragon approached him silently, its colossal mechanical head lowering as its cold electronic eye fixated on the void source crystal nestled in Lin Feng's palm. Attempt to actively absorb its energy. Lin Feng instructed mentally. He wanted the mechanized dragon to take the initiative. Such an act of exploration and absorption might yield far greater feeding value than passive consumption. The mechanized dragon received the command. Its armored chest opened, revealing a data tendril adorned with blue energy patterns that cautiously extended toward the suspended crystal. Now, Lin Feng concentrated all his thoughts on the tendril's tip. The moment the gleaming metallic tendril, pulsating with data streams, made contact with the void source crystal, a notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host's beast, the annihilation mechanized dragon, is attempting to actively analyze and absorb the spatial treasure, void source crystal. This action is determined to be a high-level intelligent feeding, triggering supercritical hit. Lin Feng's mind felt as if struck by a cosmic thunderbolt. Ding! Critical hit multiplier assessment in progress. Assessment successful. Critical hit multiplier, 1 billion times. Congratulations, host. Your beast, the annihilation mechanized dragon, is undergoing an irreversible ultimate evolution. Boom. Rather than exploding, the void source crystal in Lin Feng's palm instantaneously liquefied. It transformed into an endless, mercury-like liquid spatial essence, akin to a dazzling galaxy being forcibly compressed, rushing into the mechanized dragon's data tendril. The colossal body of the mechanized dragon trembled violently. Its size did not expand. Instead, it visibly contracted inward, solidifying. Each inch of its dark golden armor began to shimmer with a profound, shadowy purple glow, as if capable of devouring all light. Crack! Crack! The core of the Annihilation God core, prototype, within the mechanized dragon shattered under the assault of this terrifying energy, exposing the miniature stellar energy core within. The liquid spatial essence surged in a frenzy, reacting violently with the tiny controllable nuclear fusion core. Ding! The core evolution of the Annihilation mechanized dragon is complete. The Annihilation God core, prototype, has evolved into the mature Annihilation God core. Internal energy core fusion complete. Energy output efficiency increased by 13,600 times. The mechanized dragon skill list began to refresh. Skill space migration has undergone an ultimate mutation, upgraded to the innate divine ability, dimensional traversal. Dimensional traversal. Ignore conventional spatial barriers, allowing for short-distance dimensional plane jumps, with greatly reduced consumption and cooldown time. Skill absolute domain barrier has received enhancements from spatial essence, reconfiguring defensive rules and significantly increasing defensive limits. Skill divine gold body has acquired divine spatial characteristics, greatly enhancing self-repair efficiency and spatial resistance. Even more exhilarating for Lin Feng was the fact that a skill that had remained dormant and gray was now finally illuminated. Detected a massive flow of spatial data and essence information. Locking onto skill data invasion, forcibly activating, activation successful. Data invasion, beginner can invade and alter electronic devices, energy networks, and certain rule-based barriers below its own life level. At that moment, the system's critical return mechanism thunderously activated. An immense and pure spatial essence surged from the spiritual link between him and the mechanized dragon, flooding into his spiritual consciousness. Lin Feng's body quaked. This power was not merely a collision. It felt akin to an invisible carving knife forged from the laws of space. It did not brutally expand the boundaries of his consciousness, but conducted an unfathomable spatial expansion within Lin Feng's once lake-like mental sea. The boundaries remained unchanged. Yet the internal space was infinitely stretched, folded, and reconstructed. 1 fold, 2 folds, 5 folds, 10 folds. His originally advanced Beastmaster's mental power appeared diminutive within this newly expanded space, which had grown tenfold or more. Yet in the next instant, a torrent of immense mental power surged forth, wildly filling this vast new cosmos. The barrier of an advanced Beastmaster was like a thin sheet of paper, instantly shattered. Elite level early, elite level mid, elite level late, elite level peak. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your mental power has broken through, current Beastmaster rank, elite level, peak. Ding. Due to receiving a billion-fold spatial essence return, your mental power has undergone a transformation, gaining spatial affinity, ultimate. The host has acquired a gifted ability, spatial perception, passive. Lin Feng abruptly opened his eyes. The entire world, within the realm of his perception, had undergone a profound transformation. He could discern the subtle folds of space within the air, hear the trajectories of flowing energy, and even feel the alignment points between the illusionary field of the little fox and the fabric of reality. Slowly, he raised his hand and opened his palm. A faint silver luminescence began to coalesce in his palm, causing the surrounding space to warp ever so slightly. This was the power of space. Remarkably, he could now directly manipulate a fragment of spatial energy. Lin Feng gradually clenched his fist. Chapter 29. The Ultimate Evolution of the Mechanical Dragon. The Star Annihilation Core activated. As the energy storm in the courtyard subsided, Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the Star Annihilation Mechanical Source Dragon before him. The evolved mechanical dragon had not grown in size. Rather, it had contracted inward, each inch of its armor shimmering with a profound dark purple sheen, as if it could consume all light. It stood silently, its cold mechanical form harboring a terrifying power capable of overturning royal-level beings. With a mere thought, Lin Feng summoned the refreshed data panel of the mechanical dragon in his mind. Beast Mastery, Star Annihilation Mechanical Source Dragon. Nickname, Mechanical Dragon. Rank, Growth Period, Late Stage. Comprehensive Combat Power Assessment comparable to Royal Peak. Quality, Chaos Divine Grade. Attributes, Mechanical, Spatial, Energy. Bloodline, Mechanical Source Divine Dragon Bloodline, Great Completion. Core, Star Annihilation Core, Mature, Miniature Controllable Nuclear Fusion Energy Core, Divine Grade. Skills. 1. Star Annihilation Particle Beam. Minor completion charging speed limit enhanced. Power significantly increased. Can add spatial annihilation characteristics. 2. Absolute Domain Barrier. Spatial enhancement defensive rules restructured. Defense limit heightened. 3. Divine Gold Body. Intermediate passive skill. The material of the mechanical dragon's body gains divine spatial characteristics, enhancing physical defense, energy resistance, and self-repair speed to the limit. 4. Data Invasion. Beginner can invade and alter electronic devices, energy networks, and certain rule-based barriers below its own life level. Gifted Divine Ability. Dimensional Traversal. Ignores conventional spatial barriers, allows for short-range dimensional jumps, with significantly reduced consumption and cooldown time. Loyalty, 100 Unwavering. The ranks surged from the initial stage of the growth period directly to the late stage. The Comprehensive Combat Power Assessment soared from the initial royal level to the peak royal level. The bloodline transitioned from juvenile to great completion. Most strikingly, the transformation of the skill panel saw the original spatial leap evolve into the gifted divine ability of dimensional traversal. Let us test it. Lin Feng issued a simple command. The massive body of the mechanical dragon remained utterly still, not a single movement, nor did the surrounding space ripple in the slightest. It simply vanished into thin air. In the next moment, it reappeared beneath the phoenix tree at the other end of the courtyard, as if it had been standing there the entire time. There was no sensation of jumping, no spatial fluctuation. This was a higher dimensional mode of movement, traversing directly at the dimensional level, utterly beyond the scope of conventional spatial perception methods. Lin Feng's attention eventually settled on the newly activated skill, Data Invasion. The system provided a blunt and straightforward explanation: can invade everything. He commanded the mechanical dragon to connect to the Academy's internal network, merely to test the fundamental functionality of this skill and ascertain whether it could link to the Academy's local area network. The cold electronic eyes of the Star Annihilation Mechanical Dragon flashed with a torrent of dark golden data streams. Buzz. Immediately, the personal terminal on Lin Feng's wrist lit up. This was not the standard idle interface. Countless surveillance windows surged forth like a tidal wave, densely populating the entire screen. There were feeds from the Academy's entrance, the teaching buildings, the training grounds, and even several views from the exclusive courtyards of S-class students. Before Lin Feng could fully comprehend the situation, the screen switched again. The title of the student database of Jiangnan Beastmaster Academy loomed large. From F-grade freshmen to S-grade geniuses, all their family backgrounds, beast mastery information, and past assessment scores were meticulously arranged in editable format before Lin Feng. But that was not all. A red folder marked as highly classified automatically popped up. Minutes from the faculty meeting. The final resolution on resource allocation for the Inferno Scar Secret Realm. The preliminary proposal for the special training plan for S-class student Lin Feng. The contingency plan for the pressure incident involving the Li family. Lin Feng's breath momentarily caught in his throat. He had merely instructed the mechanical dragon to attempt a network connection, yet it had directly breached the entire Academy's server and packaged the highest permissions before him. This ability was unreasonably tyrannical. Erase all traces of invasion. Lin Feng immediately issued the command. Instantly, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. If this capability were to be discovered, the ensuing troubles would far exceed those of publicly defeating Li Tianyi. The electronic eye of the mechanical dragon flickered once more. All images on Lin Feng's personal terminal vanished in an instant, restoring to the standard idle interface. Establish an information barrier for myself, Lin Feng added. Henceforth, any directives investigating the name Lin Feng through network means will be responded to with garbled text and false information. The data invasion of the mechanical dragon stemmed from its chaos divine-grade origin, a manipulation at the level of rules, far surpassing the technological standards of this world. Yet he could not take the chance. Perhaps this grand Beastmaster Academy housed individuals or beasts with special abilities capable of uncovering such an intrusion. After executing all these measures, he felt the taut nerves finally relax. Meanwhile, in the vice president's office, Zhou Qingcang, engrossed in reviewing documents, suddenly paused, lifting his gaze toward the window overlooking Lin Feng's courtyard. Just moments ago, he had sensed an exceedingly subtle, yet overwhelmingly high-level spatial fluctuation that made his heart race. The fluctuation flickered and vanished so swiftly that he questioned whether it was merely an illusion. The ability to detect such a disturbance was due to his contract with a royal-level spatial beast, which typically remained hidden and rarely revealed itself to others. Hence few were aware of its existence. Could a high-level beast master create such a significant stir? He furrowed his brows and accessed the monitoring system on his office's holographic computer. He possessed the Academy's highest monitoring privileges. Retrieving the past minute's surveillance footage from S-Class Courtyard Number 1, the screen began to replay the scene of Lin Feng's courtyard. Everything appeared normal. The sweet sounds of birds chirping, flowers blooming, and shadows dancing. However, as it approached 30 seconds prior, a sudden crackle filled the air, and the entire monitoring screen was abruptly obscured by a violent flurry of static snow, lasting a full dozen seconds before returning to normal. Zhou Qingcang's pupils constricted slightly. This was not an illusion. Something undoubtedly transpired during those several seconds. The ability to disrupt the Academy's highest-level monitoring array could not merely be attributed to mutation or extraordinary talent. The secrets surrounding this child, named Lin Feng, were far deeper than he had imagined. He switched off the surveillance screen, leaning back in his chair, his fingers gently tapping the tabletop. Was this a blessing or a curse? Within the S-Class courtyard, Lin Feng felt the surging torrent of his formidable spiritual power, akin to a mighty river, alongside the terrifying force emanating from the mechanical dragon, a force potent enough to rend the very fabric of space. At this moment, his confidence swelled to unprecedented heights. The Li family? Previously, he had relied on the protection of Zhou Qingcang and the Academy. Now, he possessed a more formidable trump card. He felt he was not entirely without the ability to fight back. Chapter 30. Inventory of Spoils, Mysterious Map, and Token. The elite-level pinnacle of spiritual power surged within Lin Feng's sea of consciousness like a tidal wave. With his eyes closed, the entire world was redefined within his perception. He could see the trajectory of every breeze in the courtyard and hear the flow of life energy within the veins of the phoenix trees. The spiritual connection with his three summoned beasts was unprecedentedly close and clear. He could sense the violent and destructive will of the chaotic solar flame within Xiaojiao. As if it were an extension of his own arm, he could discern every subtle fluctuation of allure and illusion within the little fox's spiritual field, akin to reading a wordless tome of celestial wisdom. He could also immerse himself in the cold, vast, data-driven core of the mechanical dragon's mind, comprehending the essence of space and energy. This was the mark of an elite beastmaster. In the courtyard, Lin Feng gradually opened his eyes. Xiaojiao. A thought crossed his mind. The nine-turn chaos-burning heaven golden crow, resting in the phoenix tree, instantly opened its eyes. Its solar chaotic true flame emitted and then retracted. With not a trace of energy leaking, its control was exquisite to perfection. This synchronicity of thought had improved several-fold compared to before. In the ever-changing chaos of battle, this signified an absolute advantage. Buzz. The personal terminal on his wrist suddenly vibrated, and a communication request from Zhou Qingsong appeared on the screen. Lin Feng answered the call. You've broken through? Zhou Qingsong's voice came through directly, devoid of any superfluous words. Yes, by mere luck, Lin Feng responded calmly. There was a 2-second silence on the other end, as if Zhou Qingsong were digesting the news. Excellent. Truly excellent. His tone brimmed with uncontainable admiration. From this day forth, you officially become an elite-level student of the Academy. The resource allocation for S-class students will be tripled once more, including access to a dedicated gravity training room and energy pool. Thank you, Vice Dean. Don't be in haste to express gratitude. Zhou Qingsong's tone turned grave. I sought you out for another matter, the Li family. Lin Feng remained silent, listening intently. Li Tianyi has been sent back to the Li family. His summoned beast, the phantom white tiger, has perished, and the thunderbolt eagle is severely injured, essentially rendered useless. As for Li Tianyi himself, his spiritual sea is gravely damaged, and his path of heart has completely collapsed. He is utterly incapacitated. Each word from Zhou Qingsong carried a weight of seriousness. The Li family has publicly declared that they will stop at nothing to demand your life. An investigation within the secret realm has clarified that you bear little fault, and the Academy's stance is to protect you. Simultaneously, we are negotiating with the Li family, but you must understand that the Academy cannot provide round-the-clock protection. The Li family is deeply entrenched in the Jiangnan base city, employing ruthless methods. They are capable of anything. Lin Feng's fingertips lightly tapped on the stone table. I understand. That's good. In the near future, do not leave the Academy, and certainly do not venture into the wilderness. Utilize every moment for training and make the most of the resources the Academy has provided you to rapidly grow stronger. Zhou Qingsong's voice bore a hint of fatigue. Only your own strength is the most reliable trump card. If the sky were to fall, the Academy would shield you. But you must also possess the ability to stand tall. I will, Lin Feng replied succinctly. The communication ended, and silence returned to the courtyard. The Academy's protection? That was merely temporary, costly, and limited. Zhou Qingsong's words could not have been clearer. He needed to convert every available resource into tangible combat power as swiftly as possible. Lin Feng flipped his palm, revealing the storage ring he had taken from Li Tianyi, placing it on the stone table. He extended his spiritual power into it, beginning to tally his spoils. High-level fire energy crystal, X30. Thunder refinement liquid, X12 bottles. Ghostly spirit grass, white tiger bone powder, thunderbolt eagle feathers. A mountain of various royal-level beast evolution materials. Additionally, there was a substantial amount of Alliance currency gold cards and some rare ores. These scions from prestigious families possessed wealth beyond the imagination of ordinary beast masters. Lin Feng estimated the total value of all items to exceed 5 million Alliance currency. To others, this was a sum that could afford a life of leisure and ease. To him, it was fuel that could propel his 3 divine pets to new heights. It was capital for countless critical strikes. Just as he was about to categorize and organize all the resources, one item caught his attention. Deep within Li Tianyi's highest-grade storage ring lay a small wooden box, palm-sized and seemingly unremarkable, yet it was covered in a dense array of energy restrictions, far more complex than the other items. Lin Feng attempted to touch it with his spiritual power, only to be met with a fierce backlash that repelled his consciousness. Intriguing. Li Tianyi had chosen to haphazardly store valuable evolution materials while providing such rigorous protection for this small wooden box. Mechanical Dragon. The Star Destroyer Mechanical Dragon silently approached him from behind, lowering its massive mechanical head. Open it. Lin Feng pointed at the wooden box, bypassing the physical restrictions to directly analyze its energy structure. Command received. In the cold electronic gaze of the mechanical dragon, a torrent of dark golden data flowed rapidly. Its chest armor split open, and a slender data probe extended, its tip glowing faintly as it gently tapped upon the restriction nodes of the wooden box. There were no violent energy collisions, no sounds of cracking. Those complex energy restrictions, in the face of the mechanical dragon's data intrusion ability, were as vulnerable as code exposed to sunlight, read, analyzed, and rewritten line by line. Click. A soft sound echoed as the restrictions sealing the wooden box quietly dissolved. Lin Feng picked up the box and opened it. Inside, there were no miraculous elixirs or divine weapons as he had imagined. Instead, it contained a fragmentary beast hide map and a token, entirely black, inscribed with an ancient character. The material of the map was extraordinary, even in its incomplete state. It exuded an aura of profound antiquity. A blurred route was marked on it with special pigment, ultimately leading to a perilous area beyond the Jiangnan base city, Dragonfall Slope. Lin Feng grasped the token. It felt icy to the touch. His intuition told him that the value of these 2 items far surpassed the 5 million Alliance currency worth of resources in the storage ring. As the prodigal son cultivated by the Li family, This box was likely the most crucial possession he had. After studying it briefly and finding no clarity, Lin Feng carefully returned the map and token to the wooden box, which he then directly stored in his own storage ring. He did not draw attention to it, nor did he consult Zhou Qingcang. This might very well become his trump card against the Li family. Lin Feng rose to his feet, casting his gaze towards the courtyard outside, where the Li family resided, the very epicenter of the impending storm. He slowly clenched his fists. Chapter 31. The Wrath of Li Qingfeng. The Li family's revenge plan commences. In the Jiangnan base city, within the opulent confines of the Li family estate, the atmosphere was so stifling it felt as though it had solidified into a block of lead. In a lavish suite, Li Qingfeng stood by the bed with his hands clasped behind him, silent, while upon the bed lay his only son, Li Tianyi. It had been 3 days. Li Tianyi's eyes were wide open, devoid of focus, merely staring vacantly at the ornate ceiling, his entire being resembling that of a puppet from which the soul had been extracted. Clearly, his spirit had shattered. For a prodigious beastmaster, this fate was more cruel than death. Crack! A tile at Li Qingfeng's feet silently fissured, resembling a spider's web. He turned and exited the room, without glancing back. In the ancestral hall of the Li family, the atmosphere was heavier than the ominous clouds looming above the estate. Seated in the principal position was Li Qingfeng, the family patriarch and a mid-level grandmaster beastmaster, his expression as somber as the depths of the sea. On either side of him were a dozen core elders of the family, each exuding a formidable presence, the true pillars of the Li clan. Patriarch. This matter cannot simply be left unresolved. The first to shatter the silence was the impassioned elder, Li Zhan, the very one who had brought Li Tianyi back from the academy. He abruptly rose, slamming his fist upon the table. Tianyi is a once-in-a-century prodigy for our Li family. Our future hope. Now he has been incapacitated by some nameless wretch. This is a slap in the face for the entire Li clan. If we do not employ thunderous methods to annihilate that Lin Feng, our family will become the laughingstock of all Jiangnan city. Li Zhan's words resonated with some of the elders present. Indeed, blood must repay blood. A mere commoner dares to harm our heir. He seeks death. Li Zhan, sit down. Another elder, his hair as white as snow, slowly interjected. He was the family's strategist, Li Bowen. You see only hatred, yet fail to perceive the perils that lie beneath it. Firstly, that Lin Feng has proven capable of defeating 3 opponents single-handedly, effortlessly overpowering Tianyi's team, indicating that his 3 beasts must possess combat prowess at least at the peak of the king level, if not already at the threshold of the emperor level. Secondly, Zhou Qingcang of the Jiangnan Beastmaster Academy is extremely resolute. He has made it clear that he will protect Lin Feng at all costs. To directly kill Lin Feng would be tantamount to declaring war on the entire academy. Thirdly, this incident has already drawn the attention of the Beastmaster Association, as well as the top Beastmaster families such as the Qin and Tang clans, all of whom are merely observing. Every action we take could trigger a chain reaction. It is unwise to place our entire family in jeopardy for the sake of a single Lin Feng. Li Zhan's neck stiffened, retorting with indignation, Humph. Is Tianyi's future to be squandered so easily? Are we to let our family's dignity be trampled upon? Li Bowen, you are a coward. I am no coward, but rather someone who considers the long-term interests of the family. Li Bowen stood his ground. We have ample time and means to deal with an unseasoned genius. Why choose the most foolish course of action to confront him directly? Wait until he has fully developed his wings. Wait until he becomes a second Zhou Qingcang. By then, it would spell the end for our Li family. The 2 factions of elders continued to bicker, transforming the ancestral hall into a cacophony. Throughout it all, Li Qingfeng remained silent, merely listening, his fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest. At that moment, the side door of the hall was pushed open, and a woman clad in luxurious garments, her countenance haggard, stumbled in. It was Li Tianyi's mother. She collapsed at Li Qingfeng's feet, her hands gripping his robe tightly, weeping uncontrollably. Qingfeng, you must seek justice for Tianyi. Our son, he is only 20 years old. His life has been utterly ruined. I care not for family dignity, nor do I concern myself with the academy's influence. I want that little beast named Lin Feng to pay the price. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. The woman's wails pierced the hearts of everyone present like sharp steel needles. All arguments ceased abruptly. Li Qingfeng assisted his wife to her feet, handing her over to a nearby maid. He slowly rose. The air in the ancestral hall was suddenly drained of all breath. Bang! A muffled explosion resounded. The table, crafted from a century-old rosewood, shattered beneath his palm, the once solid surface disintegrating into dust. A terrifying aura of grandmaster-level pressure swept over the assembly like a tsunami, leaving all the elders in stunned silence. Revenge, of course, shall be exacted. Li Qingfeng's voice was not loud, yet it bore an unyielding resolve. However, It must be done in a manner that inflicts the utmost torment upon them. He turned to Li Zhan. First, you must immediately unite all factions under the Li family's influence and formally exert pressure on the Jiangnan Beastmaster Academy's board. Use the excuse that the student exhibited cruel methods during the trials, maliciously injuring his peers, causing a collapse of their spirits, and demand that the Academy expel Lin Feng and turn him over to us for handling. The greater the momentum we create, the better. I want everyone to witness the Li family's stance. Li Zhan accepted his orders, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. Li Qingfeng then turned to another elder responsible for intelligence. Second, our family's intelligence network shall operate at full capacity from this moment forth. I want every detail on Lin Feng, from his birth to the present, his family background, social connections, even what he eats for every meal. I want to know it all. Dig deep, uproot his very foundation. His tone turned icy, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Third, we shall employ a strategy of using others' blades to kill. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the room. Contact the rulers of Jiangnan's underground world, the masters of the black market. In the name of the Li family, issue a bounty of 100 million alliance coins. 100 million. A collective gasp echoed through the elders. This sum was enough to entice even the most formidable of assassins. Li Zhan could not restrain himself from asking, Patriarch, is this bounty intended for his life? Li Qingfeng suddenly smiled, yet there was not a trace of warmth in that smile, only an endless chill. No, to kill him would be too merciful. The bounty task is simple. Incapacitate Lin Feng, along with his 3 beasts. Break his limbs, shatter his spiritual sea, and destroy the essence of his beasts. I want him to live, to exist like a dog, witnessing his transformation from genius to worthless wretch, enduring a lifetime of endless despair and suffering. That is the revenge I seek. A collective intake of breath resonated within the hall. This was a far crueler punishment than outright killing Lin Feng. Fourth, we shall launch a campaign of public opinion. Li Qingfeng added as a final note. Activate all media channels under our control, and begin to widely disseminate the tragic circumstances of Tianyi, portraying Lin Feng as a ruthless villain, driven by jealousy to exact revenge, employing any means necessary. I intend to isolate him morally, turning him into a pariah within the academy, someone everyone seeks to cast out. This 4-step plan, intricately interwoven, from the overt to the covert, from the official to the underground, from power to reputation, formed an elaborate web, quietly taking shape. Li Qingfeng resumed his seat at the head of the table, waving his hand. Go forth and execute the plan. Understood, Patriarch. The elders bowed and retreated. The vast machinery of the Li family beginning to operate at high speed for a singular objective. The ancestral hall was left with only Li Qingfeng. He picked up an archaic encrypted communicator, dialing a number that did not exist in any public directory. The communication was established, yet silence enveloped the other end. Li Qingfeng pressed the communicator to his ear. The master of the black market, perhaps? I possess a business deal worth 100 million that I wish to discuss with you. Chapter 32. A 100 million bounty on Lin Feng. The royal-level assassin has accepted the order. The pressure exerted by the Li family was akin to a precisely directed tempest, sweeping through the board of directors of the Jiangnan Beast Taming Academy. I oppose this. A director suddenly slammed his hand on the table. His face flushed with anger as he was related by marriage to the Li family. Li Tianyi, our academy's prodigious student, has been maliciously injured by Lin Feng, leading to the tragic demise of his beast and the shattering of his spirit. This is no longer a mere sparring match. It constitutes a criminal offense. I propose we immediately expel Lin Feng from the academy and hand him over to the Li family for punishment, as a deterrent for others. Another board member concurred. Indeed. Vice Dean Zhou, are you truly willing to protect this individual at the expense of provoking a rift with a prestigious family, such as the Li clan, for the sake of a commoner? Zhou Qingsong sat at the head of the conference table, his expression inscrutable. He merely pushed a document into the center of the table. This is the testimony of the surviving students from the Secret Realm expedition. They all admit that it was Li Tianyi's team that initiated the provocation and attacked Lin Feng, who merely acted in self-defense. Zhou Qingsong surveyed the assembly. In the realm of exploration, life and death are unpredictable. If anyone can disregard the rules simply because of their powerful background, what is the purpose of sending disciples out for training? They might as well remain sheltered within their families. Your argument is specious. The Li family director's face turned crimson. Rules may be immutable, but human lives are not. Lin Feng emerged unscathed, while Li Tianyi lies incapacitated. As a fellow student, Lin Feng's methods were utterly ruthless. Ruthless? Zhou Qingsong countered. Did Li Tianyi's team hold back when they launched a joint attack against Lin Feng? When the spectral white tiger executed its shadowy strike, did they ever consider restraint? Had Lin Feng not possessed superior strength, it would have been his corpse lying there instead. Would you then claim that a commoner student deserved his fate for being outmatched? A brief stalemate fell over the meeting room. Ultimately, after 3 hours of intense debate and voting, the results were announced. Through Zhou Qingsong's vigorous mediation, the board rejected the Li family's unreasonable demand to expel Lin Feng. However, as a compromise, the Academy was obliged to provide the Li family with an explanation. Academy announcement: S-level student Lin Feng, during the trial in the Flames of Hell's secret realm, engaged in a conflict with a fellow student, resulting in excessive self-defense that severely injured Li Tianyi. In accordance with the Academy Board's resolution, Lin Feng receives a major demerit and is confined to S-level Courtyard No. 1 until the commencement of the 5 Courtyards League, prohibited from leaving the Academy. This outcome incited fury among the Li family members. They realized that such punishment was, in essence, a form of protection for Lin Feng. It appeared that Zhou Qingsong and the Academy were resolute in their intention to safeguard him. The flames of anger within the Li family blazed even more fiercely, and their covert schemes intensified. In S-level Courtyard No. 1, Lin Feng remained unfazed by the turmoil outside. His personal terminal buzzed with activity as the Academy forum erupted with chatter. Did you hear? Lin Feng has been confined. He received a major demerit. He deserves it. He was so ruthless that he incapacitated Senior Li Tianyi. Such a person is nothing but a madman. What do those upstairs know? I heard it was Li Tianyi's team that struck first. Injuries are inevitable in conflict. Huh, a commoner. What does it matter if he gets beaten? The Li family is a formidable force. He dared to cripple one of their own. He simply doesn't know his place. Countless posts vilified him as a heartless villain, driven by jealousy to exact vengeance on a genius. Lin Feng skimmed through the comments, then switched off the screen. A battle of public opinion? In this world, the praise of the weak is worthless, and the infamy of the strong can instill terror. He was utterly indifferent. Yet, a single thought tightened the previously relaxed grip of his heart. While he himself was unrestrained, his parents were merely ordinary people. Given the Li family's modus operandi, they might not be able to harm him within the Academy, but would they not unleash their wrath upon his closest kin? This notion sent a chill down his spine. He promptly dialed Zhou Qingsong's communicator. Vice Dean. Have you seen the result of the disciplinary action? Zhou Qingsong's voice came through, laced with fatigue. I have. Lin Feng spoke rapidly, without a hint of hesitation. I accept the punishment and am unconcerned about the slander. However, I have one request. Speak. My parents, they are ordinary people. I fear the Li family may target them. Silence lingered on the other end of the line. Zhou Qingsong was taken aback. The youth who displayed such decisiveness in the secret realm and remained unflinching under the Li family's pressure was now primarily concerned for his family's safety. Indeed, it is commendable that you consider your parents' safety. Zhou Qingsong's tone softened. Rest assured, I will arrange for your parents to be brought to the Academy's living quarters under the guise of special logistics consultants. Here, no one can harm them. Thank you. Vice Dean, Lin Feng expressed sincerely. No need for thanks. This so-called confinement serves as a form of protection for you, Zhou Qingsong advised. The outside world is perilous at present. Remain at ease, utilize the Academy's resources, and strive to grow stronger. Only with sufficient power can you shield those you wish to protect. As the communication ended, Lin Feng's final thread of concern dissipated. He gazed at the 3 beasts in the courtyard. Little Nine was preening its splendid feathers on the parasol tree. The mechanical dragon stood like a statue, and the little fox dozed at his feet. Thus, within this secure cage, let the journey of self-improvement commence. Lin Feng's revelation sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of the Jiangnan base city, akin to a boulder plummeting into a lake, creating ripples that spread far and wide. The Qin family. The current patriarch, Qin Wu, perused a dossier concerning Lin Feng. Intriguing. A commoner with no background has managed to contract 3 beasts of suspected royal caliber and even incapacitated the Li family's prodigy. Qin Wu set the document aside and turned to his aide. What are your thoughts? The aide bowed respectfully. This individual has either stumbled upon an extraordinary fortuity, or there exists an ominous force behind him that we are unaware of. Whichever it may be, he warrants our attention. The Li family has indeed encountered a formidable challenge. Qin Wu chuckled. Then let us observe the Li family and the Academy clash, and see just how much turmoil this Lin Feng can stir. Keep someone on watch, but do not engage too closely. The Tang family and several other top beast taming families in Jiangnan City made similar decisions, opting to watch from the sidelines and reap the benefits. Yet beneath the city's glamorous facade, deeper shadows stirred with tumultuous currents. In the underground black market of Jiangnan Bay City, a scarlet bounty task was pinned at the highest level on the task wall. Bounty target, Lin Feng, S-level student of the Jiangnan Beast Taming Academy. Task requirements: disable the target and all of their beasts. Requirements: break all 4 limbs, destroy the mental sea, and obliterate the essence of the beasts. The target's life must be spared, allowing them to endure everything while conscious. Bounty amount, 100 million alliance coins. Publisher, anonymous. 100 million. This figure sent the entire black market into a frenzy. Countless desperate individuals, bounty hunters, and lone assassins fixated on this task. Such a price could drive most royal-level powerhouses into a frenzy. Insanity. The Li family has gone mad. 100 million. All for the sake of avenging a mere student? Although it is shrouded in anonymity, discerning eyes can immediately deduce that the Li family has issued this bounty. The target lies within the confines of Jiangnan Beastmaster Academy, a place heavily fortified, where formidable experts abound, akin to a den of dragons and tigers. Fortune favors the bold. With 100 million, I could live extravagantly for several lifetimes. Amidst the cacophony of discussions and murmurs, in a shadowy corner, a gaunt figure cloaked in black robes gently tapped the acceptance button on his personal terminal. The screen illuminated with a notification confirming that the task had been locked. Codename, Shadow Serpent. A king-level assassin renowned for his stealth, infiltration, and elusive poisonings. Shadow Serpent raised his head, a cruel smile flickering across his face beneath the hood. He summoned a detailed map of Jiangnan Beastmaster Academy, his finger gliding slowly over it until it settled on an inconspicuous area, the number 3 logistics supply transfer station. No matter how sturdy a fortress may be, it still requires the disposal of refuse. His voice slithered like a venomous serpent, hoarse and frigid. Chapter 33. The Dark Hand of the Mentor? A lethal strike from the divine medicine. Within the confines of the S-Class No. 1 courtyard, silence reigned supreme. Lin Feng's gaze traversed the 3 beasts before him. Xiao Jiu perched in the crown of a phoenix tree, its divine flames contained. Akin to a sun that would never set, its mid-tier royal combat prowess made it an absolute trump card. The mechanical dragon stood nearby, its dark purple armor reflecting a cold metallic sheen, its peak royal power rendering it a true instrument of war. Only the small fox, curled at his feet and playfully brushing its fluffy tail against his pant leg, remained at the pinnacle of king-level strength, now the weakest link in the current power dynamic. It was imperative to enhance its capabilities swiftly. Lin Feng activated his personal terminal and accessed the Academy's resource exchange system. His fingertips danced swiftly across the holographic screen, quickly locking onto a particular item. Advanced Spirit Nourishment Liquid, a premium nutrient specifically designed for spirit-type and illusion-type beasts, quite costly, with each vial requiring thousands of points. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng redeemed 10 vials. Half an hour later, the courtyard's access system emitted a visitor alert. Upon opening the door, Lin Feng was surprised to find not a robot, but a middle-aged man clad in the long robe of a potionology mentor. Previously, all deliveries had been handled by drones or logistical robots. The man wore a warm smile. "You must be Lin Feng. A pleasure to meet you. I am Wang Chun, a mentor in the potion department. The nourishment liquid you ordered is rather precious, and I happened to be passing by, so I took the liberty of bringing it to you." Lin Feng accepted the sealed metal box, nodding slightly. "Thank you, Mentor Wang." Wang Chun did not immediately depart. Instead, he stepped closer and lowered his voice. "Lin Feng, you are quite the prodigy. Your recent achievements have spread throughout the academy." His tone brimmed with admiration. "The academy and Deputy Dean Zhou hold you in high regard. Keep up the good work." A fitting expression of gratitude graced Lin Feng's face. "Thank you for the reminder, Mentor. I will take it to heart." Yet, this seemingly kind reminder set off alarm bells deep within Lin Feng's mind. An unfamiliar mentor, specifically delivering goods. Surely something was amiss. Wang Chun observed Lin Feng's naive expression with satisfaction, nodding before turning to leave. Lin Feng closed the door and placed the metal box on the stone table, just as he was about to open it. A chilling system alert sounded unexpectedly in his mind. Warning: trace amounts of soul-eating powder chronic toxin detected in the advanced spirit nourishment liquid. Soul-eating powder, a sinister toxin targeting the essence of the soul, colorless and odorless, exceedingly difficult to detect. Ingesting it will cause irreversible damage to the essence of a beast's soul within 7 days, ultimately rendering it mentally incapacitated. Lin Feng's movements froze for an instant, a surging tide of murderous intent rising within him. The Li family, in their fervent desire to eliminate him, truly spared no effort. What a cunning plan, a treacherous insider. If it weren't for the system, he might have unwittingly fed this lethal poison to the little fox. At that moment, another system alert chimed in. "Alert, your beast. The 9-tailed cataclysmic fox possesses a divine poison essence. The soul-eating powder toxin cannot harm it and may instead serve as a unique nutrient, triggering the evolution of its divine poison essence." Lin Feng's heart leapt with joy. Otherwise, he would have had to discard the 10 vials of advanced spirit nourishment liquid, wasting over 100,000 points. At that moment, the vigilant Xiao Jiu in the phoenix tree threw a mental connection. alerted Lin Feng that Wang Chun had not left after delivering the goods, but was lurking outside the courtyard, spying on Lin Feng's actions. Upon receiving Xiaozhou's warning, Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the metal box, and a mad scheme began to take shape in his mind. He opened the box and retrieved a vial of pale blue nourishment liquid, removing the stopper. "Little fox, come here." The small fox, curled in the corner, immediately scampered over, nuzzling its head against his hand. Its emerald eyes sparkled with clarity and an unwavering trust in its master. Lin Feng brought the nourishment liquid to the little fox's mouth. Without hesitation, the little fox extended its delicate tongue and drank the liquid containing the deadly toxin in one gulp. At the very moment the toxin entered its body, ding! Your beast, the nine-tailed cataclysmic fox, has ingested a toxin-laden potion, triggering a 100-fold critical strike. Ding! Critical strike successful. The advanced spirit nourishment liquid is being purified and sublimated. Ding! Congratulations! The advanced spirit nourishment liquid has successfully sublimated into soul essence, nourishing divine dew. Boom! An invisible surge of pure energy erupted from within the little fox. It was a force of soul power on a higher plane. The little fox's form was enveloped in a gentle white light, and it comfortably squinted its eyes, its four tails swaying contentedly behind it. Its soul essence was being nourished and strengthened at an astonishing rate. Ding! The soul strength of your beast, the nine-tailed cataclysmic fox, has significantly increased. Ding! Detecting similar toxin characteristics, your beast is analyzing and absorbing its core rules. Ding! Congratulations! The innate divine skill, Charming Divine Poison, has been enhanced, successfully evolving into Soul-Eating Divine Poison, Beginner. Charming Divine Poison, Beginner Soul-Eating Divine Poison. The claws and breath of the heavenly fox carry the soul-eating poison. Capable of eroding the minds of enemies, the divine poison can bypass most physical and energy defenses, directly corroding the target's soul. Within the courtyard, the radiance dissipated. The little fox appeared largely unchanged, yet its eyes had transformed, now more lively and profound than before, as if containing a tapestry of stars. A pressure emanating from the very essence of its soul began to permeate from its diminutive form. Meanwhile, the mentor Wang Chun, who had been peering from outside the courtyard, stepped a distance away before turning into a secluded corner, producing an encrypted terminal. The amiable smile that had adorned his face vanished, replaced by a glimmer of greed and triumph. "It's all settled. I've secured the goods." He lowered his voice, excitement spilling over. "I secretly observed from outside the courtyard. He has already fed the first vial to that fox." A raspy voice responded from the terminal. "Excellent. He harbors no suspicions? Just a naive young fool, intoxicated by victory. A few kind words from me, and he is filled with gratitude." Wang Chen's tone was laced with disdain. He could never have anticipated that the Academy's mentor would take such drastic measures against his own student. "The funds will be transferred in installments to your overseas account. Keep a vigilant watch, ensuring he feeds the creature punctually each day. Fear not, within a week, that little fox of his will be rendered a fool, unable to even drool properly." With a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Wang Chun ended the communication. In the S-class courtyard, Lin Feng caressed the soft fur of the little fox, feeling the surge of fresh and formidable power within it. A similarly cold, piercing smile graced his lips. He turned to behold the imposing mechanical construct behind him, the Mecha Dragon. The cold, electronic eyes of the Star Destroyer Mecha Dragon flickered to life with a dark golden hue, locking onto the communication signal of the individual who had just departed. I must know who he is conversing with. Additionally, infiltrate the Academy's financial system to retrieve all recent account transactions associated with Wang Chun, particularly focusing on encrypted and overseas accounts. Command received. A slender data probe silently extended from the Mecha Dragon's chest, its tip illuminating a cascade of data that instantaneously vanished into the void. An invisible net had been cast, ensnaring the self-proclaimed hunter. Chapter 34. Turning the Tables. Immune to all toxins, the celestial fox evolves once more. An imperceptible wave of energy radiated from the little fox, causing the leaves of the phoenix tree in the courtyard to rustle without a breeze. This pure essence of soul energy enveloped Lin Feng's spiritual sea in a comforting warmth. He focused intently, and behind the little fox, amidst its four fluffy tails, a faint spectral image began to coalesce, the embryonic form of a fifth tail. Although merely a phantom, the surge of energy was undeniably potent. The pinnacle of the Wang level had already begun to loosen. Lin Feng's heart soared with joy. This opportunity must not be squandered. For the next 7 days, without hesitation, Lin Feng ordered 10 vials of identical high-grade spiritual nourishment through the Academy system each day. Each time, the mentor Wang Chun fortuitously passed by to deliver them personally. Each visit was accompanied by a few encouraging words from Wang Chun. who then concealed himself in the shadows to ensure Lin Feng administered the potions to the fox. Lin Feng, unguarded, willingly fed these poison-laden elixirs into the little fox's mouth. Ding! Your summoned beast, the nine-tailed celestial fox, has ingested a toxin-laden potion, triggering a 100-fold critical hit. It has successfully transcended into the divine essence nourishing elixir. Ding! The soul strength of your summoned beast, the nine-tailed celestial fox, has significantly increased. Ding! For 7 consecutive days, the same notification resonated in Lin Feng's mind, echoing 70 times. On the 7th day, as dusk fell, within a hidden chamber of the Li family's estate, Li Tianyi's mother paced anxiously while Li Zhan sat nearby, a cruel smile adorning his face. What news from Wang Chun? Today marks the 7th day, the woman queried sharply. Li Zhan picked up his personal terminal, glancing at the freshly received information. Rest assured, sister-in-law, all is proceeding smoothly. Wang Chun personally witnessed Lin Feng administer the final potion. He rose, moving beside the woman. The effects of the soul-eating powder will fully manifest tonight. By then, the essence of Lin Feng's fox will be wholly eroded, transforming it into a soulless husk. That little wretch Lin Feng will soon experience the agony of watching his summoned beast become worthless. A twisted expression of satisfaction crossed the woman's face. Not enough. This is far from sufficient. I want all his summoned beasts rendered useless. I want him to become like Tianyi. Soon, Li Zhan reassured her. Severing one of his limbs is merely the first step. The shadow serpent of the black market has already infiltrated the academy. Good news will soon follow. They reveled in the impending success of their revenge, awaiting the moment their prey would fall into their trap. In the S-class courtyard, a tremendous force erupted from the little fox, far exceeding anything previously witnessed. Behind it, the 5th tail, which had been ethereal for 7 days, solidified at that instant. The silky red fur of the fox shimmered like the finest silk, and a hint of eerie crimson emerged at the tip of its tail. Ding! Congratulations! The bloodline power of your summoned beast, the nine-tailed celestial fox, has significantly enhanced, successfully manifesting the 5th tail. Ding! Your summoned beast, the nine-tailed celestial fox, has broken through to a new tier, growth phase, middle tier. Comprehensive combat power assessment, comparable to initial stage royal level. Ding! The innate divine skill, soul-eating divine toxin, has received substantial enhancement, increasing its corrosive effects. It can now condense into soul-eating poison needles for ranged attacks. It is done. Lin Feng's fists clenched in silent triumph. The combat strength of the little fox had finally caught up, reaching the royal level. He could sense the terrifying power of the soul-eating divine toxin surging within the little fox, a sinister force that even he found unsettling, as if it could penetrate the very soul. The time has come. Lin Feng's gaze shifted to the towering mecha dragon beside him. Is the evidence prepared? The command has been executed. The mecha dragon's cold electronic voice responded. Its eye armor split open, projecting a beam of light into the air, forming a holographic display. The projection showcased all of Minter Wang Chen's communication records over the past 7 days, each recording crystal clear. Moreover, it revealed several transaction records from overseas encrypted accounts, each some precisely tracing back to a secret account within the Li family. Finally, there was the Mecha Dragon's detailed analysis report on the components of the high-grade spiritual nourishment and soul-eating powder, down to the molecular structure. A complete chain of evidence. Seamless and flawless. Excellent. Lin Feng retracted the holographic projection and turned towards the courtyard's main entrance. It is time to meet with the Vice Dean who has fretted over him so. In the Vice Dean's office, Zhou Qingsong rubbed his weary brow, beleaguered by the Li family's pressure at the board level. Knock, knock, knock. A knock resonated. Come in. The door swung open to reveal Lin Feng's figure. Zhou Qingsong was taken aback. Weren't you grounded? What brings you here? Lin Feng remained silent, closing the door behind him. He approached the desk, placing his personal terminal on the surface. He raised his hand, gently tapping the screen. The meticulously organized evidence from the Mecha Dragon was presented before Zhou Qingsong in a striking manner. Audio recordings of Wang Chen's communications with the Li family's contacts played aloud. Rest assured. He could never have anticipated that the Academy's mentor would take such measures against his own student. Within 7 days, that little fox of his will be reduced to a fool, unable even to drool properly. The greedy, smug, and cruel dialogue echoed through the quiet office. The weariness on Zhou Qingsong's face vanished in an instant. His body gradually straightened, and an aura of master-level prowess began to brew within him. Following this, the transaction records of the Li family's transfers to overseas encrypted accounts, each amounting to a significant sum, were displayed. Finally, the meticulously detailed report on the components of the poison was presented. Zhou Qingsong's expression shifted from dark to an ashen pallor, the atmosphere in the office plummeting as if the temperature had dropped several degrees. They possess an audacity beyond measure. Each word uttered by Zhou Qingcong seemed to be forced out from between clenched teeth. He had not anticipated that the Li family would not only dare to exert pressure so brazenly, but would also resort to such despicable tactics, infiltrating the academy and poisoning an S-rank genius's beast. This was no mere skirmish. It was a direct affront to the dignity and boundaries of the entire Jiangnan Beastmaster Academy. Bang! Zhou Qingcong slammed his palm on the table, leaving a distinct imprint on the sturdy alloy surface. He did not utter another word to Lin Feng, but immediately grasped the internal communicator on the table. Contact the enforcement team. Have Captain Qin bring his team to my office at once. His voice was laced with suppressed fury. A moment later, the office door was forcefully thrust open. A middle-aged man clad in a black combat uniform, exuding an intimidating presence, strode in. Vice Dean. Zhou Qingcong pointed at the image of Wang Chun displayed on Lin Feng's terminal and issued his command. Wang Chun, a mentor from the pharmacology department, has colluded with external enemies to poison the academy's S-rank student. The evidence is irrefutable. I don't care where he is or what he is doing. Apprehend him and bring him to interrogation room 1. Understood. Captain Qin did not hesitate, turning swiftly to execute the order with unyielding determination. In interrogation room 1. Behind the one-way glass, Lin Feng stood silently, observing the man slumped in the chair, his face ashen. Wang Chen's psychological defenses crumbled before the enforcement team and the mountain of incriminating evidence, appearing as fragile as a piece of paper. He divulged how he had been located by the Li family, how he was bribed with money and evolutionary resources in the process of poisoning the concoction, all while sobbing and laying bare the entirety of his treachery. He had fancied himself the hunter, unaware that from the very beginning, he had been merely a pawn in another game. Throughout this ordeal, Lin Feng's expression remained inscrutable, until the Li family was eradicated. It was only a matter of time before he fell victim to their schemes. Clearly, a strategy was required to eliminate the Li family. He turned and exited the room, which was steeped in an atmosphere of despair. Chapter 35. Unmasking the Traitor. Publicly humiliating the Li family. Zhou Qingcong exhibited no hesitation before the comprehensive chain of evidence. Any words appeared pale in comparison. He directly accessed his personal terminal to connect to the Academy's highest authority internal announcement system. Without concealment or exaggeration, he compiled all the information gathered by the mechanical dragon, Wang Chun's confession video, recordings of communications with the Li family, clear transaction records, and the meticulously detailed poison analysis report, packaging them as an attachment for upload. Subsequently, he personally drafted the announcement title, Final Report on Pharmacology, mentor Wang Chen's collusion with external forces to poison S-rank student Lin Feng's beast. After typing the final character on the virtual keyboard, he clicked to release it to the entire academy. Simultaneously, he selected to copy it to the Discipline Supervision Department of the Jiangnan City Beastmaster Association. Buzz. At that moment, the internal network of the entire Jiangnan Beastmaster Academy detonated. The Academy Forum, which had been fervently debating Lin Feng's excessive defense just seconds ago, was suddenly overshadowed by a glaring red-pinned announcement. All students who opened the announcement were plunged into a deathly silence. Following this silence came an explosive eruption. What the hell? Poisoning. They resorted to poisoning. Does the Li family possess no semblance of dignity? My heavens, this Wang Chun is still an academy mentor? Less than beastly. For the sake of money, he colluded with outsiders to poison his own academy's students. I have watched the video 3 times. That Wang Chun cried like a dog. Completely selling out the Li family. The chain of evidence is indisputable, utterly damning. I previously criticized Lin Feng. I was wrong. Oh, Lin Feng, I am sincerely sorry. Compared to the Li family's despicable methods, your actions were nothing but merciful. It is terrifying to contemplate. Had Lin Feng not discovered this, would that adorable little fox truly have been ruined? Li family, is your heart truly so blackened? Boycott the Li family. For the Li family to leave Jiangnan City. In a mere few minutes, the tide had turned dramatically. All previous accusations against Lin Feng and sympathies for Li Tianyi transformed into sharp daggers, ruthlessly piercing the Li family. The term top-tier family, once resplendent with glory, now became the greatest irony. Li family estate. Crash. A precious blue and white porcelain teacup was brutally smashed to the floor by Li Qingfeng, shattering into a multitude of pieces. A bunch of useless fools. You can't even handle this matter. Li Qingfeng's chest heaved violently, the pressure of a master-level presence leaking uncontrollably, rendering the air in the secret chamber thick with tension. On the luminous screen before him was the Academy's announcement, which had brought him such disgrace. Irrefutable evidence. He could almost envision the upper circles of Jiangnan City, his old rivals and acquaintances, relishing the spectacle of the Li family's downfall. Patriarch. Now is not the time for anger, Li Bowen said, his face pale. We must immediately initiate a crisis management strategy to suppress public opinion. Suppress? How can we suppress it? Li Zhan, now flustered, had lost his previous boldness. The evidence was laid bare before them. That waste of a Wang Chun had confessed everything. Just as the Li family members became increasingly agitated, deliberating how to refute the claims, Li Qingfeng's private encrypted communicator suddenly emitted a faint sound. It was not an incoming call, but rather an anonymous message. Irritated, he opened it. The contents were simple, consisting of only an encrypted file and a single sentence. Manage your dog well, or the next announcement will not be of this nature. Li Qingfeng's pupils abruptly contracted. He opened the file. Inside was but a single audio recording. He pressed the play button. A voice he knew all too well emerged from the communicator, cold and authoritative. No, killing him is too merciful. The bounty task is simple. Incapacitate Lin Feng and his 3 beasts. Break his limbs, shatter his mental sea, and destroy the essence of his beasts. That is the retribution I desire. This was precisely the command he had issued in the family shrine just days prior. Every word struck his heart like a hammer. Who recorded this audio? That Lin Feng is no ordinary character. The boy he regarded as prey not only saw through all his schemes, but had even planted eyes in what he believed was the safest of places. A chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head. Li Qingfeng's grip on the communicator tightened, his knuckles whitening from the excessive force. The sturdy metallic casing revealing several distinct cracks. He was caught in a dilemma. If this recording were to be made public, it could not simply be explained away as an unauthorized action by an external family member. At that point, not only would the Beastmaster Association intervene, but the entire Li family would face catastrophic consequences. He, the patriarch of the Li family, had been outmaneuvered by a student he had always looked down upon. Patriarch? Li Bowen cautiously inquired, observing the extreme distress etched on Li Qingfeng's face. Li Qingfeng closed his eyes, contemplating for a long while. When he opened them again, all traces of anger had dissipated, leaving only an endless chill. He deleted the message and prepared to issue a public statement. His voice was dry and hoarse. State that the incident involving Minter Wang Chun hiring a hitman to poison is purely the unauthorized action of an external family member and has no relation to the family as higher-ups. This individual, consumed by jealousy towards Li Tianyi's esteemed position, harbors intentions of framing and defaming him. It has now been verified, and he is to be immediately expelled from the family and handed over to the Beastmaster Association for further action. Li Zhan and Li Bowen were left in a state of shock. Who would believe such a feeble explanation? Patriarch, please reconsider. Execute it. Li Qingfeng interjected, his tone brooking no dissent. Soon after, a lackluster statement was disseminated through the official channels of the Li family, rather than quelling public outrage. This declaration only served to amplify their ridicule, solidifying the Li family's image as one riddled with guilt and reducing them to a laughingstock throughout Jiangnan City. Meanwhile, at the Jiangnan Beastmaster Academy, Zhou Qingcang seized this opportunity to initiate a sweeping purge with relentless efficiency. Enforcement team, investigate. Identify and apprehend every faculty member with improper dealings with the Li family, no exceptions. Their positions shall be filled by capable young instructors devoid of any connections. Numerous infiltrators embedded within the academy's various departments were uprooted. Zhou Qingcang's control over the academy reached unprecedented heights. In S-Class, Courtyard Number 1, Lin Feng observed the torrent of denunciations directed at the Li family on the forums, his expression betraying little. In this battle, he emerged unscathed. His little fox's strength significantly enhanced, while the Li family found themselves thoroughly humiliated. Everyone recognized that Lin Feng was far from a mere brute who understood only combat. But was that enough? Not at all. A snake cornered to desperation would only grow more ferocious. Having suffered this silent grievance, the Li family would undoubtedly abandon all petty schemes. Their next act of vengeance would undoubtedly be a thunderous strike capable of inflicting lethal damage. Strength must be augmented. In the Li family manor, within the room where a teacup had been shattered, Li Qingfeng sat alone, deep in contemplation. He retrieved 2 documents. One was a distribution map of all enterprises under the Li family's banner, and the other was a detailed outline of the upcoming Inter-Academy competition rules. Chapter 36, Citywide Lockdown and Suppression, Attempting to Cut Off My Familiar's Sustenance? Within the secret chamber, Li Qingfeng's fury had subsided, transforming into a chilling ice. The luminous screen before him no longer displayed the Academy's announcements, but rather a complex web of commercial networks enveloping the entirety of Jiangnan-based city. Lin Feng's 3 familiars, if his research was accurate, included one of the fire element, one of the psychic and illusion elements, and a rare mechanical type. Li Qingfeng's fingers glided slowly across the luminous screen, pinpointing several of the largest resource suppliers. Notify them. We, the Li family, shall reserve all high-level fire, psychic, and specially modified alloy outputs available in the market for the next 3 months. Furthermore, keep a close eye on the Academy. Should they procure relevant high-level materials from surrounding base cities, we will acquire them at a premium. Li Zhan trembled at the enormity of this undertaking. Patriarch, this is tantamount to monopolistic procurement, which will require an immense financial outlay. Money can be earned again, Li Qingfeng replied, his voice unwavering. However, the growth period of a prodigy, once missed, can never be regained. As long as we can delay until the inter-academy competition commences, Lin Feng's 3 familiars will stagnate. And naturally, someone will deal with him then. Li Zhan's breathing quickened. Understood. I will take care of it immediately. In the Vice Dean's office, Zhou Qingsong's personal terminal was ablaze with red emergency alerts. The head of the logistics department, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, stood before him, drenched in perspiration. Vice Dean, it's all fallen through. All of it. What do you mean? Our next batch of infernal dragon heart stones, the tears of the ethereal fox, and the titan alloy for mechanical familiars. All suppliers have unilaterally breached their contracts. Zhou Qingsong straightened abruptly, the pressure silencing the man before him. What was their rationale? They all claim insufficient production capacity. However, I have learned that a mysterious major client has bought them out. Even with a 30 price increase, they refuse to sell. A major client? Zhou Qingsong's fingers drummed against the table, producing a dull thud. Besides the Li family, who else possesses such financial clout and motive? He promptly dialed several old acquaintances, resource tycoons from other base cities. Old Wang, please urgently source a batch of royal-grade fire materials. What? Your stock was also swept up by a buyer from Jiangnan City? Old son, no psychic materials either. After a series of calls, Zhou Qingsong's expression darkened to the utmost degree. The Li family's commercial influence was far more intricate than he had anticipated. They were not merely targeting Lin Feng. They were exerting pressure on the entire Jiangnan Beastmaster Academy. He grabbed his coat and strode out of the office, heading straight for S-Class Courtyard No. 1. This matter must be promptly communicated to Lin Feng. Within the courtyard, Lin Feng was instructing his 3 familiars in practical combat techniques. Upon noticing Zhou Qingsong's hurried entrance, his training came to an abrupt halt. Vice Dean, what has happened? Zhou Qingsong wasted no time, laying bare the situation. The Li family has made a new move. They have secured all high-level evolution materials related to your familiars throughout Jiangnan City and several surrounding cities. The Academy's stock can last a maximum of 2 weeks. Zhou Qingsong fixed his gaze intently on Lin Feng, prepared to soothe this prodigy. Any beast master hearing that their familiar's sustenance was being cut off would undoubtedly be thrown into disarray. Yet Lin Feng's reaction was entirely unexpected. There was no anger, no anxiety, not even a hint of concern. The youth simply listened quietly, and after a moment, a peculiar smile crept onto his lips. Cutting off the supply? No. This isn't cut off. While high-level evolution materials are indeed pure in energy, they are exorbitantly priced. And exchanging for a portion may not guarantee a high multiplier crit from the system. But what of low-level materials? They are inexpensive, abundant, and filling. With the same expenditure, he could exchange for thousands of low-level materials, enabling him to conduct countless crit feedings, yielding a greater number of high multipliers. In the face of the infinite crit system, the advantages of high-level materials pale in comparison. The high-level evolution materials Lin Feng had exchanged for were primarily to reward his familiars or enhance their diet. The Li family believed they had him cornered, but in reality, their actions bore no effect on him whatsoever. Vice Dean, Lin Feng finally spoke. Yes? Zhou Qingsong had prepared his reassurances. Let them impose their blockade. It truly has no impact on me. The Li family's actions will only serve to exacerbate their own difficulties. Zhou Qingsong was left momentarily speechless. All his prepared words of comfort lodged in his throat. No impact. Lin Feng, do you truly understand what you are saying? Without adequate evolution materials, the advancement of your familiar's ranks will become exceedingly slow, or even come to a standstill. I understand, Lin Feng nodded. He couldn't possibly reveal to the Vice Dean that his familiars could also evolve using low-level materials. That would not signify genius. It would signify monstrosity, and would surely alarm this elder who genuinely cared for him. Trust me, I am truly untroubled. You should focus on addressing the Academy's supply issues. Lin Feng's tone remained calm and composed. Zhou Qingsong regarded Lin Feng's overly serene countenance, attributing it to the youthful disposition of the boy, who seemingly wished to conceal any tremors of fear before him. He sighed inwardly, acknowledging the youth's naivety. Very well. Zhou Qingsong patted his shoulder, laden with unspoken concerns, and turned to depart. As he watched Zhou Qingsong's retreating figure, Lin Feng activated his personal terminal, connecting to the Academy's standard resource repository. The holographic display revealed an array of neglected low-tier materials. Ordinary fire spirit stones, priced at 100 points each. Basic mental power potions, 200 points per vial. Discarded mechanical gears, 30 points per kilogram. A smile akin to that of a youthful miser stumbling upon a treasure trove graced Lin Feng's face. Let us commence with an appetizer worth 100,000 points. In the monitoring room of the Li family's estate, Li Zhan lounged comfortably in his chair, perusing the reports submitted by his subordinates. What was Lin Feng's reaction? The reporting officer, suppressing a grin, conveyed that Lin Feng had exchanged a substantial quantity of low-tier materials in the Academy's public resource repository. The public resource repository? What did he redeem? 100 ordinary fire spirit stones, 50 basic mental power potions, and, additionally, 100 kilograms of discarded mechanical parts. Li Zhan sputtered, spewing tea in surprise, before erupting into hearty laughter. Ha! Discarded parts? Is he planning to feed that dragon rust? Our plan is bearing fruit. Continue to monitor. I wish to see how long he can endure. In the secret chamber, the triumphant laughter of the Li family's higher-ups echoed. They believed they had seized the genius by the throat, relishing the spectacle of their prey's impotent fury. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the boy they regarded as a cornered beast was orchestrating an unimaginable feast within his own confines. Chapter 37. The Cultivation of Public Opinion. The exalted Qin Wushuang of the Qin family. Within the cold air of the Li family's secret chamber, Li Qingfeng waved his hand, switching the holographic display to present two parallel profiles. One was Lin Feng, the other, Qin Wushuang of the War God Academy. First, they would impose a blockade of resources to vex him, then find a worthy adversary for Lin Feng in the 5 Academy League. Li Qingfeng's tone was devoid of emotion. Li Zhan immediately bowed. What does the clan leader mean? To elevate him through suppression. Li Qingfeng's finger tapped on Qin Wushuang's visage, aiming to elevate this young man of the Qin family to the status of a deity. Let them become fated rivals, convincing all that no matter how Lin Feng struggles, he will ultimately serve as a stepping stone for Qin Wushuang's ascent. Furthermore, let there be reports dissenting from this view, positing that Lin Feng, a newly minted S-Class Academy student, will serve as the bane of Qin Wushuang. He intended to utilize public opinion to amplify the rivalry between Lin Feng and Qin Wushuang, ensuring their confrontation was inevitable. Go forth. Li Qingfeng waved his hand, instructing the media to compose an extraordinary narrative. Overnight, the entire Jiangnan Bay City S network was ignited. Breaking news. The fated battle. War God Academy S Qin Wushuang shall be the insurmountable mountain for Lin Feng. In-depth analysis. The Xianshui Dragon Turtle S realm of Xianshui exerts absolute dominance over fire-type beast tamers. Will the spirit storm of the illusionary siren and the illusions of the nine-tailed celestial fox withstand the challenge? Across major media platforms, it was as if a consensus had been reached, inundating the public with comparative reports on Lin Feng and Qin Wushuang. In these reports, Qin Wushuang was sculpted into the ideal beast tamer, hailing from a prestigious lineage, endowed with exceptional talent, and possessing a configuration that perfectly countered Lin Feng. However, soon another voice rose in fervor, clearly orchestrated from behind the scenes to deliberately incite opposition. Ridiculous. Water can overcome fire? Have you not heard that fire can evaporate water? Lin Feng's Golden Crow will brew a splendid soup for the Xianshui Dragon Turtle. The true duel. The ultimate contest between tangible reality and mental interference. Who will reign as the master of illusions? I stand with Qin Wushuang. Attribute dominance is the natural order, and Lin Feng shall surely fall. Nonsense. Lin Feng's prowess is not solely reliant on attributes, but rather on sheer dominance. I foresee Lin Feng defeating 2 opponents. The title of the foremost youth in Jiangnan Bay City will be decided in the 5 Academy League. Let us await the outcome. Public opinion was thoroughly ignited, with supporters of both sides engaging in vehement disputes online. Under the meticulous orchestration of the Li family, Lin Feng and Qin Wushuang were forcibly entwined, thrust onto the stage of their fated confrontation. In the War God Academy's gravity training room, Qin Wushuang stood bare-chested, beads of sweat cascading down his bronze skin. Before him, a colossal turtle akin to a mountain lay placidly, its shell adorned with deep blue patterns pulsating with an icy aura. The Xianshui Dragon Turtle, a mid-tier royal class. A seemingly subordinate student hurriedly entered, presenting a personal terminal before him. Brother Wushuang, have you seen today's news? Qin Wushuang did not turn, merely emitting a disdainful sound from his nostrils. This is clearly a trick of the Li family. It's tiresome. But they have dubbed you and that Lin Feng as fated adversaries. The entire Jiangnan city is abuzz with discussions on who is the foremost of the younger generation. Qin Wushuang paused, taking the terminal and swiftly browsing through the content. Upon encountering titles that exalted him to the heavens and remarks that positioned Lin Feng as his sole rival, a smirk of amusement flickered across his proud visage. He had previously dismissed such manipulations as mere puppetry. Yet, the term foremost struck a chord with his deepest-seated competitive spirit. Lin Feng. He uttered the name as if savoring an intriguing prey. Since they have set the stage, would it not be a disservice to their expectations if I did not perform a splendid act? He clenched the terminal, producing a cracking sound. Convey my message. In the 5 Academy League, I shall personally crush him. In the Vice Dean's office, Zhou Qingcang observed the news on the holographic display, his brow furrowing into a furrowed line. A scheme, indeed a clever scheme. The Li family's intentions are transparent enough for anyone to comprehend. It is nearly an open secret. To elevate Qin Wushuang while intensifying the conflict, pressuring both him and Lin Feng to clash under the public eye. Should he win, it is only to be expected, for he is the heralded genius. Should he lose, he faces disgrace and the deluge of public scorn. This pressure could easily overwhelm any young person lacking mental fortitude. Can that boy Lin Feng withstand such strain? A profound concern surged within him. Meanwhile, within the Qin family, an elder slammed a report onto the table, seething with anger. This is too much. The Li family is using our Wushuang as a pawn. The patriarch of the Qin family, seated at the head of the table, leisurely lifted his teacup, blowing on the steam. A pawn. I see it as a whetstone. He set down the cup, surveying the assembly. Wushuang's ascent has been too smooth. He requires a substantial stone to sharpen his blade. This Lin Feng is perfectly suited for that role. The Li family sets the stage, and we shall perform. Both reputation and experience shall belong to the Qin family. Tomorrow, I shall seek the Li family to negotiate our appearance fee. An elder hesitated. But what if Wushuang loses? The patriarch of the Qin family scoffed. How could my family's prodigy possibly be defeated by a commoner student? In the S-class courtyard number 1, beneath the shade of a parasol tree, Lin Feng sat cross-legged. Before him lay a heap of items that, to the untrained eye, resembled nothing more than refuse. 100 dull, unremarkable fire spirit stones. 50 basic potions for enhancing mental strength, and a considerable assortment of rusted, discarded mechanical components. He activated his personal terminal, scanning the cacophony of news reports that filled the screen, a smirk curving his lips. The so-called nemesis of fate, the foremost individual of Jiangnan, he dismissed the news interface, casting aside the reports with a casual flick of his wrist. Such titles were mere illusions. True strength was the only reality. Rather than indulge in such trivialities, he would do better to lavish more treats upon his 3 little companions. Who knows, a fortuitous explosion of power might occur at any moment. He picked up a rusted mechanical gear, weighing it in his hand before offering it to the mechanical dragon before him. Time to eat. The dragon's colossal metallic maw opened wide, swallowing the corroded gear hole. Ding! Your beast, the Star Destroyer mechanized dragon, has consumed an ordinary mechanical gear, triggering a 10-fold critical hit. A barely perceptible ripple of spatial energy flashed within the dragon's form. Lin Feng then seized a basic mental strength potion, uncorked it, and held it up to the little fox's eager mouth. The fox extended its tongue, obediently licking the potion clean. Ding! Your beast, the 9-tailed apocalypse celestial fox, has consumed a basic mental strength potion, ordinary, triggering a 100-fold critical hit. The little fox squinted its eyes in delight, its 5 tails swaying joyfully behind it. Finally, Lin Feng tossed an ordinary fire spirit stone to the little golden crow perched atop the treetops. The crow gulped it down as if it were a sweet candy. Ding! Your beast, the 9 transformations chaotic burning golden crow, has consumed an ordinary fire spirit stone, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit. Ding! Critical hit successful. The ordinary fire spirit stone has been sublimated into a spark of true solar fire essence. A surge of invisible golden radiance fused into the little crow, its aura surging to new heights. Lin Feng dusted off his hands with satisfaction and continued his generous feeding. Chapter 38. A shocking discovery. The mysterious fossil egg from the ancient era. In the S-class number 1 courtyard, the air was thick with a peculiar blend of sulfur, ozone, and an exotic fragrance. Lin Feng meticulously organized the low-grade materials he obtained for over 100,000 points, continuing his assembly line-like feeding process. He first picked up a dull, ordinary fire spirit stone and tossed it toward the crow resting among the branches of the phoenix tree. Ding! Your beast, the 9 transformations chaotic burning golden crow, has consumed an ordinary fire spirit stone, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit. Ding! Critical hit successful. The ordinary fire spirit stone has been sublimated into a spark of true solar fire essence. An energy imperceptible to ordinary beings flowed within the little crow, its feathers deepening in hue, hinting at a swirl of chaotic energy. Lin Feng then grabbed another basic mental strength potion, twisted off the cap, and offered it to the little fox once more. The fox extended its delicate tongue, licking eagerly, its azure eyes narrowing with contentment. Ding! Your beast. The nine-tailed apocalypse celestial fox has consumed a basic mental strength potion, ordinary, triggering a 100-fold critical hit. Ding. Critical hit successful. Successfully sublimated into a soul essence, nourishing divine dew. The five tails of the little fox swayed gently as if stirred by an unseen breeze. The fifth tail's tip exhibiting an even richer shade of purple. Finally, he gathered a handful of rusted, discarded mechanical parts and tossed them before the mechanical dragon. The dragon's jaws opened wide, the sound of metal grinding echoing as it devoured the entire heap. Ding. Your beast, the Star Destroyer mechanized dragon, has consumed ordinary mechanical parts, triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit. Ding. Critical hit successful. Successfully refined into a trace of void divine metal, integrating into its body. A barely discernible ripple of spatial energy flashed across the dark silver armor of the dragon, its structure seemingly growing denser. An hour later, the mountain of low-grade materials had been completely consumed. All three beasts lay languidly, digesting the surging energy within them, each experiencing a significant enhancement in power. Particularly the little crow, whose aura of solar fire was nearly overwhelming. This method of feeding was simply unparalleled in cost-effectiveness. With time on his hands, Lin Feng opened his personal terminal once more, re-entering the Academy's public resource repository. He intended to exchange for another batch of materials, aiming to elevate the power of his three beasts further before the commencement of the 5 Academy League. He deftly bypassed the expensive high-grade materials section, directly entering the miscellaneous and unverified categories. The items here were primarily collected from various wilderness zones and spatial rifts, their values uncertain, some even marked as scrap, thus priced relatively low. This was a favored treasure trove for many beast masters like Lin Feng, who relished speculation. A stream of item information scrolled rapidly across the screen. Fragmented ancient city stone bricks, suspected to retain faint energy traces, 50 points each. Unidentifiable beast skeleton, unique material, 1,000 points per kilogram. Dried energy crystal fragments. Usable for basic meditation room energy supply, 50 points per pack. Lin Feng's gaze swept quickly, his fingers gliding over the virtual screen. Suddenly, he paused slightly, his attention fixating on a particular item. It was a jet black, oval stone, larger than a basketball, lying quietly in the corner of the item list. Its surface marred by a network of spiderweb-like cracks, resembling a piece of charcoal on the verge of crumbling, devoid of any aesthetic appeal. The description beneath the item was equally discouraging. Item No. 734. Item Name. Suspected ancient biological fossil. Status. Completely petrified, devoid of life activity, jointly assessed by multiple departments. Deemed to have no research value. Exchange points. 50,000. 50,000 points. This price, for an item officially deemed worthless, was astronomical. It felt more like a placeholder, or perhaps a price arbitrarily assigned by the Academy to record the item's existence. No wonder it had lingered here, overlooked and neglected. Just as Lin Feng prepared to scroll past, his passive ability, the Eye of Truth, activated unexpectedly. The world before him shed its superficial colors in an instant. Within the pitch-black, lifeless stone, deep within the layers of petrified structure, he glimpsed something. He saw a point. A glimmer weaker than the most distant star in the night sky. This light flickered like a candle flame in the wind, slowly, imperceptibly, and irrevocably fading into oblivion. That was the fire of life. Almost simultaneously, a cold system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Special target item detected. Item Name. Fossilized egg of the ancient ice whale. Status. Contains a trace of extremely weak, nearly extinguished ancient life essence. Ancient life essence? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat in that moment. His breath caught in his throat. This was, astonishingly, an egg imbued with the bloodline of an ancient divine beast. Despite the system labeling it a dead egg, nearing obliteration, to him, those words felt less like a warning and more like a form of protection. The dead egg signifies that conventional methods, even those employed by legendary or mythical beast masters, are utterly incapable of hatching it. This explains why it has lain undisturbed in the Academy's warehouse, untouched and unclaimed. For someone endowed with an infinite critical hit system, the distinction between life and death holds no significance whatsoever. As long as there exists a trace of primal essence, he possesses the confidence to revive this lifeless egg through repeated critical feedings. An overwhelming ecstasy surged within him, akin to a volcanic eruption, overwhelming his rationality. He deftly manipulated his personal terminal, swiftly retrieving all pertinent files related to the fossil egg numbered 734. The screen illuminated with a series of reports. Jiangnan Beastmaster Academy Life Sciences Institute, 17th Vitality Assessment Report, failed. High-energy particle injection experiment report from the Energy Research Center. No reaction, energy absorption rate at 0. Final conclusion. The internal structure of this fossil egg has completely disintegrated, and the life imprint has entirely dissipated, rendering it devoid of any value for hatching or research. Recommended for preservation. Chief Researcher, Zhang Bowen. Gazing at the meticulously detailed reports and the signatures of various experts, Lin Feng nearly burst into laughter. Everyone had been misled by its facade. Ironically, it was these authoritative death sentences that allowed this priceless treasure to be presented to him at the paltry price of 50,000 points. To others, 50,000 points would be a fortune, but to him, it was but a trifling sum. Should he let this opportunity slip away, regret would haunt him for a lifetime. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng's fingers glided across the screen, precisely landing beneath the icon of the obsidian egg, directly on the vibrant red exchange button. Chapter 39. Exchange for the ancient fossil egg, sprinkled with basic life potion. His finger pressed down decisively. Ding. Points deducted successfully. Item number 734 has entered the shipping state. Expected to be delivered within 30 minutes by the Academy's dedicated drone to the S-Class Courtyard number 1. It was done. Lin Feng closed his personal terminal. A great weight lifted from his heart. For the next half hour, he exhibited signs of restlessness, pacing back and forth in the courtyard. 50,000 points could bankrupt any elite student, yet to him, it felt like a mere windfall. An ancient primordial fossil egg, harboring a flicker of life, could, with the right manipulation, become the embryo of his fourth chaos divine beast. The Li family was exhausting their efforts to monopolize high-grade materials, attempting to choke him. Yet, they remained blissfully unaware that their true path had long deviated from their comprehension. A distant hum caught his attention, a black-tipped approach from afar, the Academy's delivery drone. Lin Feng's senses sharpened. He did not rush forward immediately, but issued succinct commands to his 3 beasts nearby. Little fox, create an illusion. The 9-tailed celestial fox's cerulean eyes shimmered, unleashing an invisible wave of mental energy that enveloped the entire S-Class Courtyard number 1. To the outside observer, everything appeared as usual, with the shadows of the phoenix trees swaying, as if nothing was amiss. Little Geo, take to the skies and remain vigilant. The 9-turned chaos-burning golden crow atop the tree emitted a low call, its wings unfurling as it silently merged into the cloud-laden sky. Its keen gaze locking onto every corner of the courtyard. Mechanical Dragon, initiate energy shielding. The colossal body of the Star Destroyer Mechanical Dragon activated its myriad of intricate mechanisms, swiftly constructing an invisible energy field that completely isolated the courtyard from the outside world. Having completed these preparations, Lin Feng stepped into the courtyard center as the drone hovered steadily above. A specially designed anti-shock metal box descended slowly. As the box opened, a fossil egg, larger than a basketball and riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, lay quietly within the cushioning material. Lin Feng gingerly lifted it, placing it upon the soft grass of the courtyard. Its surface was cold and heavy, imbued with an aura of ancient desolation and lifelessness. Through his true eye, Lin Feng sensed that the life force within this egg had dwindled to a mere flicker, on the brink of extinguishment. Were it not for his true eye, he would not have perceived the faintest breath of life within this fossil egg. Now, the question arose, what material could be employed to activate the life essence within this fossil egg? Divine-grade materials? None were available. Even if they existed, they were beyond his financial reach. Moreover, procuring divine materials would attract undue attention, as the entire academy was under the Li family's surveillance. And any fluctuations in the prices of high-grade materials would surely arouse suspicion. What then could he use? He settled cross-legged before the egg, lost in contemplation. Since it was a dead egg, what it lacked most was undoubtedly vitality. It required the most direct and pure form of life energy. A brilliant idea formed in his mind. He reopened the Academy's public resource repository, swiftly navigating to the lowest tier of consumables. Found it. The basic life potion. Effect: restores a minor amount of stamina and life energy to ordinary quality beasts. Exchange points: 10 points per bottle. This was arguably the most economical and fundamental potion within the Academy's resource repository, with negligible effects. Typically exchanged only by those novice apprentices who had recently enrolled and contracted ordinary beasts. Yet, a satisfied smile spread across Lin Feng's face. This was precisely what he desired. The purest and most fundamental life potion for beasts. He pressed the exchange button without hesitation. Quantity exchanged, 100 bottles. Total, 1,000 points. Payment successful. In less than 5 minutes, another small drone delivered a box containing 100 vials of emerald green potions. Holding this box of inexpensive potions felt akin to possessing the key to an unparalleled treasure. He approached the fossil egg and, without a moment's hesitation, twisted off the cap of the first vial of basic life potion, raising it high above the egg. The verdant liquid cascaded from the vial's mouth, soaking into the cracked obsidian shell, which immediately absorbed it entirely. Ding! You have applied basic life potion to the fossil egg of the ancient ice whale, triggering a tenfold critical hit. Ding! The internal life essence of the dead egg has received a minuscule replenishment. There's hope. Lin Feng's spirit soared as he picked up the second vial. Ding! Triggered a 20-fold critical hit. The third vial. Ding! Triggered a 50-fold critical hit. He continued to pour them one after another, his motions mechanical and repetitive. In the courtyard, only the faint sound of liquid flowing and the incessant notifications from the system could be heard. 10 vials, 50 vials, 100 vials. The critical hit multiplier fluctuated between 10 and 1,000, never exceeding that range. The breath of the fossil egg was indeed slowly reviving. The flicker of life that had been on the verge of extinguishment swelled slightly, yet it remained akin to a candle flickering in the wind, still far from genuine revival. Perhaps the vitality within the fossilized egg was indeed too faint, preventing the activation of a high-magnitude critical hit. Nevertheless, Lin Feng did not relent. After all, this potion was inexpensive and abundantly available, and the method showed a modicum of effectiveness. With determination, Lin Feng placed an order for 1,000 bottles and resumed his diligent pouring. 200 bottles, 500 bottles. Until, as he reached the final bottle of the basic life potion, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, the continuous application of the potion leaving him somewhat fatigued. He grasped the last bottle, gazing at the still lifeless stone egg before him. Clearing his parched throat, he addressed the stone egg with a solemn and reverent tone. Dust to dust, earth to earth, it is time to awaken from eternal slumber. Grant me a miraculous critical hit. He certainly did not believe that mere vocalization could alter the randomness of critical hit multipliers. Rather, it felt more like a cathartic release, a form of self-encouragement. He understood that this might just be a psychological effect, yet the sense of ritual could occasionally yield unexpected surprises. What if it came to fruition? As his words faded, he tilted his arm. The final bottle of emerald potion transformed into a stream of liquid, landing precisely upon the web-like cracks of the stone egg. A system notification echoed in his mind. Suddenly, from the myriad fissures of the fossilized egg, beams of intense light erupted forth. Chapter 40. While you were meant to develop in obscurity, you have conjured a fourth disaster. The final bottle of emerald potion cascaded down, landing accurately on the stone egg's web of cracks. The system notification resounded in his mind, but this time, the tone was no longer mundane. Ding! You have used a basic life potion on the fossilized dead egg of the ancient ice whale. The input-output logic has diverged to an extreme, triggering a divine-level critical hit. Lin Feng's heart nearly stopped. A divine-level critical hit. This was the first time the system had employed such extravagant terminology. Ding! Critical hit multiplier. Billions. Congratulations, host. The basic life potion has critically hit the primordial source of ancient life. The laws of time governing the life source of the fossilized dead egg are being reversed, initiating a time reversal style hatching. Boom. In that instant, as the notification concluded, countless beams of light burst forth from the cracks of the fossil egg. Following this, an indescribable aura of terror erupted from the dark, unyielding fossilized egg. This aura was vast, ancient, and profound, imbued with the decay of time and the might of rebirth. The energy shield set by the mechanical dragon surrounding the courtyard was instantly shattered upon contact with this aura, as if a soap bubble had been punctured, not lasting even a millisecond before being torn asunder. The temperature within the courtyard plummeted dramatically, plunging from the warmth of early summer to an unearthly chill akin to a primordial ice cave. On the ground, the verdant grass blades crystallized at a visible speed, thick frost forming rapidly, while translucent snowflakes began to drift through the air, each flake encapsulating an essence of extreme cold and pure vitality. Yet, this was merely the beginning. More terrifying anomalies unfolded across the skies of the Jiangnan Beastmaster Academy. The heavens appeared to be replaced by an endless expanse of blue crystal, clear and profound. Countless students and mentors looked up in horror. They witnessed illusions of time flowing backward in the sky. Ancient structures rose from the ground, only to transform back into historical ruins in the next instant. The vast sea roared, surging with titanic waves that shattered the firmament. The sun, moon, and stars flickered across the celestial dome at a frenzied pace, as if the eons were being compressed into this singular moment. An ancient, overwhelming pressure far exceeding that of the king level or emperor level settled firmly at the pinnacle of the divine level, sweeping like an invisible mental tsunami from the S-class courtyard, engulfing the entire academy. Thud, thud, thud. Across the academy, Whether in the training grounds where students sweated profusely or in laboratories where mentors were deeply engrossed in research, their summoned beasts, regardless of rank, all succumbed in that moment. Beasts below the king level fell prostrate upon the ground, trembling uncontrollably, too fearful to lift their heads. Royal beasts, though still able to stand, quivered violently, their eyes reflecting a primal terror stemming from the depths of their lineage. It was an involuntary submission of lower beings in the face of supreme deities. What is happening? My king-level flame lion is actually lying motionless on the ground. By heavens, look at the sky. The sight is utterly terrifying. This pressure is overwhelming my mental fortitude. Help! Panic spread through every corner of the academy. In the vice principal's office, Zhou Qingcang was still making calls regarding the resource blockade by the Li family. Suddenly, a wave of pressure surged forth, shattering the teacup before him into a multitude of cracks, exploding into fragments. Subsequently, a flurry of snowflakes drifted in through the open window, landing upon his hand and delivering an icy chill that pierced to the bone. He sprang to his feet, the terrifying pressure rendering even this master-level beast master breathless. Is this divine-level pressure? He rushed to the window and beheld the unimaginable phenomenon in the sky, sensing the fluctuations of the underlying laws within it. No, this aura is older than divine level. It feels as if it carries the fluctuations of the laws of time. That boy has truly stirred up a colossal mess. Zhou Qingcang exclaimed in shock, not even pausing to grab his coat, his figure blurring as he dashed out of the office, racing toward the source of the pressure, the S-class courtyard. Simultaneously, in the deepest recesses of the academy, within several long-sealed cultivation towers, numerous elders, their auras as profound as the ocean, were jolted from their deep meditations by this force. Their consciousness surged like a tide across the entire academy, ultimately converging above Lin Feng's courtyard. Shock and confusion etched upon their faces. This pressure was conjured by that boy. An elderly man with hair as white as snow murmured, his contracted beast. A peak emperor-level dragon, trembling beneath him. What manner of monster has he contracted? The entire academy was in an uproar. All students and mentors rushed out of the buildings, gazing in astonishment at the strange phenomena in the sky and the S-class courtyard area, now entirely enveloped in ice and snow and radiant blue light. They were unaware of what had transpired. They only knew that something earth-shattering was occurring. In the Li family manor, within a subterranean chamber, Li Qingfeng leisurely sipped a glass of red wine, surveying the commercial landscape of Jiangnan City with a smug expression of complete control. Suddenly, a horrific wave emanating from the direction of the Beast Master Academy struck, shattering the goblet in his hand with a resounding crack, crimson liquid splattering across him. Immediately, the alarm system of the entire chamber blared an ear-piercing warning. Warning. Detection of an extraordinary energy reaction. Energy level indeterminate. Suspected divine level. Li Qingfeng sprang to his feet. Glancing at the energy distribution map of Jiangnan City displayed before him, the position of the Jiangnan Beastmaster Academy had transformed into an unfathomable black vortex. Divine level? Beside him, Li Zhan's legs buckled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Patriarch, what is happening? The smugness on Li Qingfeng's face instantly froze, replaced by an uncontainable, profound shock. At the eye of the storm, the S-class courtyard, Lin Feng stood at the epicenter of the storm, his garments swirling wildly. He stood there in a daze, absorbing the chilling aura imbued with the grandeur of time, his face a canvas of both ecstasy and undeniable resignation. It was accomplished. A billion-fold critical hit. A direct leap to success. Yet, was this commotion not a tad excessive? So overwhelming that he could hardly dismiss it as mere beast mutation. This transcended mutation. It was a divine manifestation. Had he known, he would have sought a desolate wilderness to conduct this endeavor. Zhou Qingcang was the first to arrive outside Lin Feng's courtyard. However, just as he attempted to rush in, he was forcefully repelled by an invisible barrier. The time barrier. He could only anxiously remain outside, peering through the distorted light of the barrier, witnessing Lin Feng's figure enveloped in an extraordinarily brilliant blue light at the courtyard center. In the heart of that radiance, the fossil egg pulsated vigorously and rhythmically, akin to a heart that had come to life. Crack. Crack, crack. The crisp sound of shattering resonated, distinctly reaching the ears of everyone present, even through the time barrier. The web-like fissures on the fossil egg multiplied and densified. The light emanating from within grew ever more resplendent, as the frigid essence that froze the heavens and earth, a chill that had endured through the ages, rose to a peak alongside the twisting might of time, under the gaze of tens of thousands from the academy. Amidst the tense expressions of Zhou Qingcang and several esteemed elders, a crack echoed. The frost-covered fossil egg's surface fissures expanded rapidly. A cascade of dazzling azure light burst forth from the crevices, illuminating the entire courtyard as if it were a divine realm. The previously faint spark of life had blossomed into a radiant blue sun suspended in the deep sea. Crack, boom. At long last, the shell of the stone egg shattered completely. Fragments erupted into a shower of crystalline ice, scattering in all directions. Chapter 41. The Icebound World Phenomenon. The fourth divine beast, the ancient time mirage ice soul whale. As the brilliance faded, a diminutive whale, no larger than a palm and sculpted from the purest ice crystal, floated in midair. Upon its forehead, a complex and sacred rune, reminiscent of a snowflake, rotated slowly. Its body was semi-transparent, allowing a clear view of the energy core within. Swirling like a nebula. Its eyes were not black, but rather two profound orbs, swirling with what seemed to contain the cosmos, brimming with curiosity about this world. The moment it appeared, the terrifying phenomenon of time reversal and the inversion of sun and moon in the sky ceased abruptly. The ice and chill that enveloped the entire academy melted in an instant, and warm sunlight cascaded down, as if all that cataclysmic chaos had merely been an illusion. Yet, the tremor that resonated from their very souls reminded everyone that what had just transpired was indeed real. In Lin Feng's mind, the long-awaited notification from the system rang out, heralding a triumphant fanfare. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully hatching a chaos divine beast, the ancient time mirage ice soul whale, juvenile phase. Ding! Contract successful. By forging a soul contract with the ancient time mirage ice soul whale, the host receives a partial feedback of the power of time's essence. Ding! The host's mental resistance has significantly increased, and their affinity for illusions has vastly improved. The host's special ability, Eye of Truth, passive, has upgraded, allowing automatic penetration of the majority of royal level and below illusions, disguises, and mental misdirections. Lin Feng's beast panel refreshed once more. Ancient time mirage ice soul whale. Nickname, unnamed. Tier, juvenile phase, initial stage. Currently comparable to imperial level initial combat strength. Quality, chaos divine level. Attributes, ice, time, life. Bloodline, ancient source initial ice soul whale bloodline, fully activated. Innate divine skills. 1. Time freeze. Beginner can designate an area to significantly slow down the flow of time. 2. Life's tribute. Beginner gathers the power of life's essence to heal injuries and even repair fragmented souls. 3. Eternal icebound. Beginner calls upon the ancient ice source to freeze all things, with an ice layer that possesses the characteristic of time stasis, making it extremely difficult to break. Loyalty, 100 devoted. Ice time life. Lin Feng gazed at this breathtakingly exquisite panel, particularly the 3 extraordinary skills, his mind a blank slate. This was no mere beast. It was essentially a walking bug. The time barrier dissipated. Zhou Qingcang and several esteemed elders who had rushed over were nearly simultaneous in their entrance into the courtyard. All their movements froze in place. They stared in astonishment at the small whale hovering before Lin Feng, from its seemingly harmless form. Each could distinctly feel a power that could instill tremors even in these master-level and royal-level experts. This was not merely an energy pressure. It was a dominion over the fundamental principles of existence. Time, ice, and that overwhelming essence of life. An elder with snow-white hair gasped, his voice trembling uncontrollably. This had never been recorded in any beast compendium of the Alliance or ancient texts. What species is this? Another burly elder fixated on the sacred rune upon the whale's forehead, his breath becoming labored. That was not a skill rune. It was a mark of the laws. A natural-born child of the laws. From the moment of its birth, it inscribed the principles into its very essence. This completely overturned their understanding. The newly born whale curiously surveyed the powerful elders surrounding it, its azure starry vortex eyes darting around, ultimately finding Lin Feng's aura the most comforting and safe. It gently swayed its tail, transforming into a streak of blue light, affectionately nuzzling its ice crystal-like head against Lin Feng's cheek. A sound reminiscent of wind chimes resonated in Lin Feng's mind, filled with fondness and joy. From now on, I shall call you Little Ice. Lin Feng smiled as he extended his hand, gently caressing its smooth, cool body, his elation surging like a tsunami. It was done. The fourth one. The fourth chaos divine beast. Moreover, one that commanded the triad of overpowered laws, time, life, and frost. While the Li family outside was exhaustively scheming to impose a resource blockade, attempting to use such laughable tactics to stifle his development, they would never conceive that he had long since departed from the path they had delineated for him. Their blockade was, in the face of his extraordinary system, nothing more than a farce. Zhou Qingcang approached with a solemn expression. His gaze traversed Lin Feng's shoulder. where the increasingly restrained yet terrifying nine-turn chaotic burning sky golden crow resided. It then settled upon the fox at his feet, the nine-tailed annihilation celestial fox, swaying its five tails, its eyes gleaming with alluring danger. Lastly, it paused on the newly birthed mysterious wail that had stirred the phenomena of heaven and earth. Vice Dean, Zhou Qingsong is here. Lin Feng endeavored to muster a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Let me explain. I conducted a modest experiment, and to my astonishment, it hatched all by itself. Zhou Qingsong staggered, steadying himself against the doorframe. The explanations offered by this young man grew increasingly feeble. A mere modest experiment? Is that truly what you call it? The commotion nearly pierced the heavens above the entire Jiangnan base city. He opened his mouth, countless questions swirling within him. What sort of egg was it? How did you manage to hatch it? What on earth is this creature? Yet, as the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, he swallowed them all back down. He understood that asking would yield no fruitful answers. This young man's secrets outweighed the collective archives of the entire academy. In that moment, Zhou Qingsong and several esteemed elders of the academy engaged in a brief consultation, ultimately managing to utter a singular phrase through clenched teeth. Lin Feng. His voice was hoarse, imbued with an indescribable complexity of emotion. The future of the academy and the upcoming 5 Academy League rested upon your shoulders. He refrained from mentioning anything further about the enigmatic beast or pursuing the matter of the chaos that had nearly toppled the academy. For in the face of such unfathomable talent, any rules or inquiries seemed utterly futile. All he could do now was place every wager. The entirety of Jiangnan Beast Tamer Academy's future upon this student who had repeatedly shattered his preconceived notions. The other elders, astute as they were, instantly grasped the underlying significance of Zhou Qingsong's words. They exchanged glances, each discerning the same resolution in the other's eyes. Pursue the matter? No. It was about protection. Protection at all costs. Such a prodigy, as long as he did not falter, was destined to rise to the pinnacle of the world. One elder stepped forward, presenting Lin Feng with a black crystal card. This was a special authority card from the academy, containing 3 million points, granting him unconditional access to all resource zones within the academy. Take what you need. Another elder spoke, his tone unusually gentle. Before the league, you need not attend any public classes. Your courtyard is hereby designated a restricted area. Without your permission, no one may approach. We will publicly declare that the academy was conducting a high-level experiment, which resulted in an energy surge. They had swiftly concocted excuses and escape routes for Lin Feng. Lin Feng accepted the weighty crystal card, observing the once aloof figures of the academy's rulers now treating him with kindness, even harboring a hint of expectation. He understood that this transformation stemmed from his possession of 4 chaotic divine beasts, from the potential he had unveiled, which was impossible for them to ignore, even instilling a sense of dread. Thank you, Dean, and thank you, esteemed elders. Lin Feng replied with neither obsequiousness nor arrogance, tucking the crystal card away. Zhou Qingsong waved his hand dismissively, turning to leave, his back appearing somewhat desolate. You, boy, keep a low profile and refrain from causing any world-ending disturbances. I must go handle the aftermath of this mess. Chapter 42, the opening of the 5 Academy League, a single move to victory, leaving the audience speechless. Regarding the extraordinary phenomenon, the Academy uniformly maintained that it was a result of a high-level spatial experiment gone awry. Many in the outside world remained skeptical, but ultimately, Zhou Qingsong and several esteemed elders collectively intervened to quell the rumors, restoring a semblance of calm. Within the S-Class No. 1 courtyard, Lin Feng gazed at the little whale frolicking in the palm of his hand, its power capable of freezing time perfectly contained, appearing harmless. The disturbance had been monumental. The presence of the golden crow, celestial fox, and mechanical dragon had already drawn the envy of countless factions. Were it not for his sanctuary within the academy, he would have likely faced merciless attacks long ago. Revealing yet another creature capable of manipulating time and life would be akin to placing himself on a pyre. At that point, he would attract not merely greedy eyes, but also lunatics eager to dissect him for research. Little one, you must be concealed. As his strongest trump card, it must remain hidden until the finals, or until facing true adversity. Lin Feng transmitted this thought through their bond. The little whale affectionately nudged his finger with its rune-etched forehead, transforming into a beam of light and vanishing into the depths of his beast space, completely masking its presence. A month later, in the heart of Jiangnan Base City, a colossal circular structure floated 1,000 meters above ground, known as the Floating Combat Arena. Today marked the grand opening of the 5 Academy League, an event eagerly anticipated by all. The 5 most formidable teams from Jiangnan Beast Tamer Academy, War God Academy, Celestial Academy, Ocean God Academy, and Mecha Academy gathered in unison. As Lin Feng, the captain of Jiangnan Beast Tamer Academy, led his team into the venue. Thousands of gazes instantly converged upon him. The expressions were multifaceted, filled with reverence, curiosity, and a few sharp, venomous stares emanating from the VIP section, specifically from the Wang and Li families. Lin Feng paid them no mind, calmly taking his seat in his academy's preparation area. Look over there. It's Qin Wushuang from War God Academy. A wave of gasps rippled through the crowd. Qin Wushuang slowly rose, standing at a distance of several hundred meters, locking eyes with Lin Feng. His face radiated unabashed pride and combat fervor, as floating cameras captured the moment, shifting between the two, amplifying the tension of their destined confrontation to an exhilarating peak. A smirk graced Qin Wushuang's lips as he subtly traced his thumb across his neck in a silent provocation directed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, however, could not be bothered to rise, simply reclining in his chair and responding with a languid yawn. This exchange, captured by the cameras and narrated by the commentators, escalated the atmosphere of the opening ceremony to unprecedented heights. The first phase of the league, the individual points competition, was about to commence. With the host's impassioned announcement, the massive screen in the center of the arena began to scroll through the names of the participants at a rapid pace. Finally, the spotlight settled. The first match of the individual competition, Jiangnan Beast Tamer Academy, Lin Feng, versus Ocean God Academy, Lu Tao. The atmosphere ignited instantaneously. The first match featured Lin Feng, the one who had triumphed over the S-class prodigy Li Tianyi and had newly ascended as a genius of the Beast Tamer Academy, reputed to possess 3 mutated beasts. Lu Tao from Ocean God Academy was no slouch either, boasting peak elite-level prowess and possessing 2 pinnacle water-type royal beasts. This promised to be an exhilarating showdown. In the preparation area of Ocean God Academy, a tall young man rose, a confident smile gracing his face. He was Lu Tao. Striding onto the battlefield, he summoned 2 colossal sea creatures to his side, a peak royal-level deep-sea giant octopus and a peak royal-level oceanic frenzy shark. The surge of water energy rendered the air within the arena palpably humid. Lu Tao turned to Lin Feng, who was approaching the stage, his demeanor relaxed. Lin Feng, correct? I've reviewed your dossier. You possess 3 mutated beasts, all rumored to be above royal level. I acknowledge your strength, but I am no weakling either, Lu Tao proclaimed, shaking his head with an air of confidence. Lin Feng came to a standstill, appearing to disregard Lu Tao's words, merely stretching his neck. Let the match begin. The judge's voice echoed through the arena. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Tao immediately launched his assault. Fusion technique, raging tidal wave. Aware of Lin Feng's formidable strength, Lu Tao opted to unleash his most potent move right from the start, hoping to catch Lin Feng off guard. The deep-sea giant octopus and the oversea mad shark roared in unison, with an endless torrent of seawater surging from beneath them, swiftly coalescing into a monstrous wave towering over a dozen meters, crashing down upon Lin Feng. The entire venue was enveloped in a mist of water vapor, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The audience gasped in awe. Yet, Lin Feng remained rooted in place, not moving an inch. He merely gazed at the impending deluge, slowly raising his right hand. Snap! A crisp sound echoed as a golden glimmer materialized behind him, hovering in midair. It was Xiaojiu. In the face of the colossal wave capable of shattering steel, its diminutive form appeared utterly insignificant. With a piercing cry that resonated not like a crow's caw, but more akin to the rhythmic pulse from the core of the sun, it reverberated throughout the combat arena. Xiaojiu opened its beak. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no thunderous roar of flames. A visible circle of 9 colored ripples emanated from it, expanding abruptly. The solar chaotic true flame. The towering wave, upon making contact with the 9 colored ripples, came to a standstill. Then, under the astonished gaze of tens of thousands, the wave vanished. It did not evaporate, nor did it vaporize. Not a single wisp of water vapor rose. It was as if a design had been erased by an eraser, completely and inexplicably obliterated from this world. The moist air in the arena transformed into an extreme dryness within a mere 1/10 of a second, bordering on scorching. Lu Tao's 2 imposing water-type beasts emitted agonized cries. The moisture within their massive bodies was instantaneously siphoned away, their colossal forms visibly shriveling. Resembling sun-dried fish left to wither in the heat, collapsing pathetically to the ground, utterly devoid of combat capability. The entire world fell silent. The confidence and superiority on Lu Tao's face were frozen, morphing into an incomprehensible stupor. The judge's mouth gaped, his outstretched arm suspended in midair, forgetting to lower it. After a full 5 seconds, he seemed to be jolted by an electric shock, stammering as he announced, Lu Tao's beasts have lost their combat ability. The victor of this match is Lin Feng. Only one beast was summoned. One single move was executed. Not even a semblance of a proper attack was made. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Following that brief stillness, an eruption of cheers and gasps akin to a cataclysm roared forth, nearly lifting the dome of the floating combat arena. Lin Feng recalled Xiao Jiao and turned to leave, never casting a glance at the prostrate Lu Tao or his two pitiful beasts. In the most domineering and brazen manner, he proclaimed his rise to all. In the stands of the God of War Academy, Qin Wushuang's contempt and fighting spirit vanished without a trace, replaced by an uncontainable seriousness. Chapter 43. The individual competition concludes. With Lin Feng dominantly securing the top of the leaderboard, Lin Feng summoned merely one beast and dispatched his opponent with a single blow. An eerie silence enveloped the arena, where the sound of a pin dropping could be discerned. Tens of thousands of spectators in the floating combat arena fell into a bizarre, suffocating silence after Xiao Jiao's call, as if they had been throttled, staring blankly at the figure turning away. Alongside the two king-level peak beasts collapsed on the ground. Shortly thereafter, as if a delayed wave from a century past, the uproar erupted with thunderous intensity. What just happened? One strike to finish him off. What on earth is that golden bird? My heavens, it actually disregarded attribute constraints and eliminated two king-level peak beasts with a single move. This is beyond mere strength. This defies reason. The waves of discussion surged like a tsunami, almost threatening to lift the dome of the combat arena. In the VIP section, Qin Wushuang, who had originally leaned back against his chair, was now sitting upright, his hands resting on his knees, instinctively clenching tight, knuckles turning pale from the pressure. He believed that if he were to face Lu Tao, he too could secure a victory, and effortlessly at that. Yet he could not replicate Lin Feng's instantaneous annihilation. That was not combat, it was a dimensional strike. The fire-type beast was not only unrestrained, but had eradicated the colossal wave from the very fabric of the rules. Such power transcended his entire understanding of beast battles. He had thought he had greatly overestimated Lin Feng, but it now appeared that his so-called overestimation was a grave misjudgment. In the viewing area of the Li family, Li Qingfeng's expression was dark enough to drip water. The table before him bore the cracks from the uncontrolled energy waves emanating from him. The more Lin Feng shone on the field, the more it felt like a resounding, invisible slap to his face, stinging painfully. Useless. That good-for-nothing Lu Tao. Beside him, Li Zhanzhan trembled, not daring to utter a word. He understood that the patriarch's ire was not directed at Lu Tao, but was rather an outpouring of his own impotent rage after being thoroughly crushed. The light curtain shifted once more. In the second match, Lin Feng's opponent was a wind-type beastmaster from the Sky Academy. Lin Feng, your fire crow is impressive, but my storm griffin is several times faster. Please, enlighten me. The opponent evidently had done his homework, cautious not to be blindly overconfident. All right, but who says I still have to summon Xiao Jiao? Lin Feng replied with a slight smile. He did not summon Xiao Jiao again. Instead, to his opponent's astonishment, a graceful figure quietly appeared at his side, 5 fluffy tails gently swaying behind her. The 9-tailed annihilation celestial fox, the opponent's king-level peak storm griffin, unwilling to back down, emitted a sharp cry, its wings stirring up fierce winds, preparing to launch an attack. The little fox's azure eyes merely glanced over. Annihilation illusion, it activated. The storm griffin's movements abruptly halted, its gaze turning dazed and blank. Its master, the wind-type beastmaster, wore a similarly frozen expression of astonishment, quickly replaced by a foolish grin. The next moment, under the astonished gaze of the entire audience, the duo began to perform a wildly comical dance, as if attending a grand banquet. I concede. A few seconds later, the beastmaster jolted awake, his face flushed, shouting this phrase before dashing off the stage with his beast, not looking back. Another move. Not even a clash of energies occurred. In the third match, he faced a modified beastmaster from the Mech Academy. The opponent was a bald, muscular man, and his beast was a king-level peak steel-armored Tyrannosaurus transformed into a mobile artillery platform. Come on, let my artillery shatter your defenses. With his command, dozens of cannon ports on the steel-armored Tyrannosaurus simultaneously illuminated, unleashing energy beams, physical projectiles, and tracking missiles, raining down upon Lin Feng. This time, Lin Feng deployed the Star Eraser mechanical dragon. In the face of an overwhelming assault capable of leveling a small mountain, the mechanical dragon simply stood quietly before Lin Feng. Absolute domain barrier. An invisible barrier unfurled. All artillery fire, upon making contact with the barrier, dissipated into nothingness, akin to a cow sinking into the sea, leaving not even the faintest ripple in its wake. The smile on the bald, muscular man's face froze. It's my turn to take action, Lin Feng reminded, as the scarlet electronic eye of the mechanical dragon locked onto its opponent. The annihilation particle beam, a dark red flash, slender yet exquisitely concentrated, vanished in an instant. Boom. The proud, heavy armor of the steel Tyrannosaurus was instantly melted, creating a massive, smooth incision from its left shoulder to its right abdomen, with molten iron dripping to the ground. Its colossal frame swayed and then collapsed with a thunderous crash. In the subsequent personal matches, Lin Feng employed the same ruthless tactics. Against a defensive Earth-type Beastmaster, Xiao Jiu unleashed a torrent of true flames, incinerating both the opponent and their turtle, leaving them nearly in a state of undress. When facing a foe skilled in poison and curses, the little fox retaliated with a soul-devouring toxin, causing the opponent's beast to foam at the mouth, its soul severely wounded. He consistently relied on only one beast. Regardless of who the adversary was, what attributes they possessed, or the strategies employed, none lasted more than 10 moves. The audience and commentators had become utterly numb. Well, we can see that once again, Lin Feng has concluded the match using just one beast. His opponent couldn't even compel him to take a step. The commentator's voice brimmed with enthusiasm. They realized that the so-called attribute counters and tactical synergies became a complete farce in the face of this man's overwhelming prowess. Each of Lin Feng's beasts possessed the terrifying capability to dominate an entire match singularly, according to the unspoken rules of the league. To ensure the spectacle of the final team competition, the ace players from the 5 academies were deliberately kept apart during the personal match phase. Ultimately, the personal competition leaderboard was refreshed. Lin Feng, alongside Qin Wushuang from the War God Academy, the Princess from the Sea God Academy, the Swordsman from the Sky Academy, and the Chief from the Mecha Academy, all stood at the pinnacle of the leaderboard with flawless records. Lin Feng, this dark horse who had garnered attention even before the competition began, had proven his worth in the most unreasonable manner. Yet a question loomed, one that no one could evade. Throughout every match, he had relied solely on one beast. As Qin Wushuang gazed at Lin Feng's name on the screen, she muttered softly to herself. Her teammates leaned closer. "Captain, this kid is indeed uncanny, but personal matches don't signify much. The team competition is the key." "No." Qin Wushuang shook her head, her gaze fixed on Lin Feng's preparation area. "The issue lies here. Which of his fire crow, fox, or that mechanical dragon is truly his trump card?" This inquiry left all who heard it momentarily speechless. Indeed, which one was the trump card? Or perhaps they were all trump cards. If all 3 of these monsters were to appear simultaneously on the field, what spectacle would that unfold? This thought sent a chill down everyone's spine. The personal matches were merely a warm-up, an appetizer. The team competition, which would truly determine the allocation of resources among the 5 academies for the next 5 years, was about to commence. In the center of the arena, the host's voice rang out through the loudspeakers. "The individual points competition has concluded. Next, let us extend the warmest cheers to welcome the more brutal and intense team competition." Chapter 44. He didn't even exert his full strength, and his opponents had already crumbled. As the host's words faded, the rules of the team competition were swiftly displayed on the large screen. Each academy would field 3 teams, totaling 15 teams from the 5 academies, with each team comprising 3 members, engaging in a 3v3 elimination format. "Lin Feng, 2 teammates have been prepared for you by the academy. Please get acquainted." Zhou Qingsang's figure appeared in the preparation area, flanked by a male and female student, both adorned with badges denoting S-class genius. "Lin Feng, this is Gao Ran, whose beast is the peak-level lava giant lizard. This is Su Yu, whose beast is the peak-level moonlight sprite." Gao Ran, robust in build, gazed at Lin Feng with fervent admiration. Su Yu appeared much more demure, curiously surveying this legendary figure of the academy. "Hello, Captain," they chorused. Lin Feng leaned back in his chair and nodded at them. "No need to be so tense." Zhou Qingsang leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "Our first-round opponent is the Sky Academy, ranked at the bottom of the academy standings. But don't underestimate them. The team competition differs from the individual matches. It pertains to the resource allocation for the next 5 years, and we must secure victory." Lin Feng snapped his fingers. "Rest assured, Vice Dean, even if I were alone, I could handle 3 opponents without issue." Gao Ran and Su Yu felt a surge of adrenaline at his audacious remark. But they understood Lin Feng had the audacity to back it up. Zhou Qingsang patted Lin Feng's shoulder, said nothing more, and turned to leave. He also recognized that Lin Feng was not merely boastful. He spoke the truth. Soon, it was time for Jiangnan Beastmaster Academy's first match. As Lin Feng and his 2 companions stepped onto the battlefield, the audience erupted in excitement. Here it comes. Lin Feng's debut in the team competition. Both of his teammates were also S-class geniuses. Clearly, Jiangnan Beastmaster Academy had placed all its hopes on Lin Feng's team. The Sky Academy's trio, on the other hand, appeared pale, especially their captain Zhang Wei, whose forehead was already glistening with sweat. "The match begins," the referee announced. Zhang Wei immediately issued orders to his 2 teammates. "Stick to the plan. I'll find a way to delay Lin Feng while you 2 quickly take out his teammates. Then we'll gang up on Lin Feng." However, to everyone's astonishment, Lin Feng had no intention of summoning his beast. He even took a step back and waved his hand at Gao Ran and Su Yu. You two go first, warm up. Gao Ran was taken aback. Captain, you, go, Lin Feng replied calmly. This is your chance to shine in front of all of Jiangnan City. Don't waste it. His words exchanged glances of surprise between Gao Ran and Su Yu, and the tension in their hearts was swiftly replaced by a surge of fighting spirit. The opponents were the ones being underestimated, yet they were the ones receiving trust. All right. Gao Ran bellowed. Moonlight Sprite, assist me. Understood. Su Yu immediately got into position. A lava giant lizard, engulfed in flames, and a sprite radiating gentle moonlight appeared simultaneously. The trio from the Sky Academy was utterly bewildered. Lin Feng wasn't participating? What utter disdain. He looks down on us. Zhang Wei's face turned a shade of deep crimson. You two go first. Let's see what these two are capable of. The battle exploded into action. Gao Ran's lava giant lizard took the lead aggressively, each claw imbued with searing magma. Su Yu's moonlight sprite provided healing and buffs from the rear, as the moonlight cascaded down, elevating the lava giant lizard's momentum. The prowess of the S-class geniuses was unmistakable. Their coordination was seamless, and their individual strength far surpassed that of their opponents, causing the Sky Academy's two members beasts to retreat steadily, soon finding themselves in dire straits. In the commentary booth, the commentators grew increasingly animated. What a splendid collaboration. Gao Ran and Su Yu's strength is formidable. The S-class geniuses of Jiangnan Beastmaster Academy this year are of exceptionally high caliber. It appears that contestant Lin Feng intends to seize this opportunity to demonstrate the overall strength of the Jiangnan Beast Taming Academy, rather than merely showcasing his own prowess. However, in the VIP section, Qin Wushuang furrows her brow slightly. Something feels amiss. Lin Feng does not strike one as the type to conceal his brilliance for the sake of collective honor. What is he truly up to? Suddenly, the situation on the battlefield takes a dramatic turn. As he watches his two teammates teetering on the brink of defeat, Zhang Wei, the captain of the Zhangqiang Academy, can no longer remain passive. Since you are so audacious, do not blame me for what follows. He bellows, summoning his trump card beast. A colossal creature exceeding 10 meters in size, entirely cloaked in azure wind blades, emerges, the storm-horned rhinoceros. This is a desperate gamble. Its target is the lava giant lizard. Unleash the wind blade tornado and shred it to pieces. The storm-horned rhinoceros lets out a roar, and a towering tornado spirals around its massive form, filled with countless sharp wind blades, surging toward Gao Ran's lava giant lizard. This strike channels all of its power. Gao Ran's expression shifts dramatically. Lava shield. The lava giant lizard immediately coils its body, manifesting a thick layer of protective lava. However, the power of the wind blade tornado is overwhelming. Crack. The lava shield holds for less than 3 seconds before it becomes riddled with cracks and shatters explosively. The lava giant lizard emits a pained roar, violently flung away. Gao Ran. Su Yu hastily instructs the moonlight elf to administer healing. The tide of battle shifts in an instant. At that moment, Lin Feng, who has been observing from the back, finally speaks with a languid tone. The battle should come to an end. Xiaojiu, go forth. A golden streak of light bursts from his side, hovering in midair. The golden fire crow, which had wreaked havoc in the individual matches, finally makes its appearance. The enthusiasm of the audience ignites instantaneously. In this world where strength reigns supreme, everyone admires the powerful. All expect a scene of catastrophic devastation akin to a fiery apocalypse. However, Xiaojiu merely flutters its wings gently. There are no raging flames, no earth-shattering pressure. Only 2 orbs of fire, burning with a faint golden flame, emerge from its wings and soar forward. Those 2 fireballs carve nearly imperceptible trajectories through the air, not sparking a single ember, but precisely targeting the rampaging storm-horned rhinoceros. One fireball strikes its right front leg joint, where it generates the tornado. The other fireball impacts a highly concealed energy focal point on its back. Puff. 2 soft sounds echo. The once mighty storm-horned rhinoceros suddenly stiffens. The sweeping wind blade tornado dissipates as if its power source has been severed. The energy aura emanating from its body, akin to a punctured balloon, rushes out in a deluge, plummeting it from peak to nadir. The world falls silent once more. The lava giant lizard, just moments ago toppled, seizes the opportunity and, with a roar, slams a claw onto the storm-horned rhinoceros's head. Bang! The massive body of the storm-horned rhinoceros crashes to the ground, utterly devoid of combat capability. The arena is enveloped in an eerie stillness. If the previous instant kill showcased Lin Feng's unyielding destructive power, then this time, his seemingly effortless, precise strike exemplifies a chilling mastery of combat understanding. He does not need to crush with brute force. A mere indication of the opponent's weakness suffices to conclude the battle. Zhang Wei, The captain of Sangqiong Academy, stares blankly at his fallen trump card Beast, then glances at Lin Feng, who has remained composed throughout. The disparity is insurmountable. A wave of overwhelming helplessness engulfs him. He didn't even compel his beast to unleash its full potential. His team has already crumbled. With a heavy heart, he raises his hand. We concede. Following this battle, no one dares to underestimate any member of the Jiangnan Beast Taming Academy. For their captain can determine the outcome of a pinnacle battle with but a few words. In the seats of the War God Academy, Qin Wushuang's teammates gasp in awe. What monstrous control is this? Qin Wushuang remains silent, yet his hand resting on his knee has turned pale from gripping too tightly. Chapter 45. The Grand Finals commence. With great expectations resting on him, Qin Wushuang, accompanied by the formidable dark horse Lin Feng, sees the Jiangnan Beast Taming Academy surge triumphantly into the finals. Poised to face the War God Academy led by Qin Wushuang in a battle for the championship title in 7 days. What follows is a 7-day intermission, during which the entire Jiangnan Bay City is swept up in an unprecedented fervor. Countless media drones hover above the Jiangnan Beast Taming Academy and the War God Academy, attempting to capture any hints or clues. A battle of peaks. A fateful duel. This fire has been stoked by the Li family from behind the scenes, ignited by major media outlets. It remains uncertain whether it is the power of capital, but neither in individual matches nor team contests have these two encountered one another. Moreover, they are the two students with the highest acclaim for the championship in this session, making the anticipated showdown between Lin Feng and Qin Wushuang a highly awaited event. Lin Feng and Qin Wushuang. These two names have become the hottest topic in the city. Betting companies have been inundated, with odds fluctuating wildly before stabilizing at a nearly even value. Despite Lin Feng's record being nothing short of overwhelming, Qin Wushuang has also advanced to the finals undefeated, showcasing strength and depth that intimidates even the most seasoned magnates. Within the War God Academy's exclusive top-tier training room, Qin Wushuang stands amidst a simulated oceanic environment. Before him, a massive holographic screen hovers. On this screen, every match video of Lin Feng has been dissected into countless segments, replayed repeatedly. A chief analyst from the Qin family, clad in a white coat, points at the hologram depicting Xiaojiao, young Master Wushuang, according to intelligence shared with the Li family. This mutated fire crow is Lin Feng's absolute core. Its flames possess formidable lethality, subtly exhibiting characteristics of rule-level elements, rendering conventional water-based counters ineffective. However, the analyst shifts the tone of his voice, brimming with unshakable confidence. The Qin family has expended vast resources to procure a Sea Emperor's heart from an Imperial Sea Beast, perfectly integrating it into your Xian Shui dragon turtle, enabling it to successfully ascend to the pinnacle of the Emperor rank. Its Xian Shui heavy domain now carries a hint of true Imperial-level suppression. It is now sufficiently powerful to directly counter that mutated fire crow. The analyst's finger glides over the hologram, pausing on the little fox. This fox specializes in spirit and illusion, proving to be exceedingly troublesome. Yet, your Siren of Illusions, reinforced by the Siren's tier provided by the Li family, has also successfully ascended to the pinnacle of the Emperor rank. The range and intensity of the soul-breaking melody's attacks have tripled, capable of unleashing indiscriminate large-scale mental shocks, effectively countering and suppressing Lin Feng's fox. As for the mechanical dragon, a subtle smile appears on the analyst's face. Based on previous energy analysis, its offensive power is average, yet its defensive capabilities are formidable. Your teammate, Zhao Hai, will be able to restrain it with his 2 pinnacle beasts. The remaining 2 members of Lin Feng's team each possess only a single royal-level beast. Entrust the 3rd teammate to restrain them. As long as you achieve victory on your side, success is assured. Qin Wushuang listened quietly, her fists slowly tightening. The unwavering support from her family, combined with the generous assistance from the Li family and the extensive research conducted by numerous analysts, had culminated in a strategy that could only be described as flawless. This tactic aimed to dissect, counter, and target every card Lin Feng had revealed. Theoretically, it was the singular and most probable method to triumph over Lin Feng. I understand, Qin Wushuang declared, shutting down the holographic display and turning towards her 2 beasts. On the carapace of the Xian Shui dragon turtle, faint azure patterns of law flowed like water. The eyes of the illusory sound siren shimmered with an unsettling, enchanting light. Their powers had been fortified to the pinnacle of the royal level through an abundance of resources amassed over the past 7 days. 7 days later, during the finals of the 5 Academies League, the floating arena was filled to capacity, the cacophony of voices converging into a tangible wave, scattering even the clouds above. As Lin Feng and Qin Wushuang led their teams into the center of the arena, the world seemed to fall into a momentary silence. All lights, cameras, and gazes converged upon these 2 young individuals. Lin Feng. Qin Wushuang spoke first, her voice amplified through the loudspeaker, resonating throughout the venue. I admit, I underestimated you before. You are indeed formidable, the undisputed dark horse of this league. She paused, her gaze sharp as a blade. But today you face me. Your legend ends here. The atmosphere in the arena ignited instantaneously. Lin Feng merely raised a hand to his ear, seemingly discomforted by the overwhelming cheers. He smiled. I hope your strength matches your confidence. The match begins. The referee's arm came down with conviction. Now, without a moment's hesitation, Qin Wushuang let out a low growl. In an instant, the trio from the War God Academy moved in unison, like a well-rehearsed war machine. A roar erupted as a Xian Shui dragon turtle, comparable in size to a small hill, appeared as if conjured from thin air. It opened its massive mouth, unleashing not a column of water, but a colossal curtain of water that blotted out the sky. The curtain displayed a profound ink-blue hue, heavy and imbued with a trace of law's pressure that made all royal-level beasts tremble, descending directly upon Xiaojiao. Almost simultaneously, a piercing sound wave erupted from the illusory sound siren, a shriek so sharp it defied description. This sound was not merely an assault on the eardrum. It penetrated physical defenses, striking deep within the souls of everyone present. Gao Ran's lava giant lizard let out a pained roar, its flames dimming. Su Yu's moonlight sprite trembled, nearly plummeting from the sky. The small fox's azure eyes flickered with a hint of seriousness, its 5 tails instantly wrapping around itself, shielding against the pervasive mental assault. But that was not all. Qin Wushuang's other 2 teammates swiftly summoned 4 royal-level beasts. 2 of them locked onto Lin Feng's mechanical dragon, their 4 legs firmly planted on the ground, instantly enveloping Lin Feng's side of the arena in an invisible gravitational field. The other 2 beasts, positioned to the left and right, charged towards Gao Ran and Su Yu, leaving them no time to react or coordinate. At the outset, within merely 3 seconds of the match's commencement, Lin Feng's side was ensnared in the meticulously crafted web of their opponents. Xiaojiao was restrained by the water curtain's law, its formidable might stifled. The small fox was targeted by the soul-destroying melody, struggling to maintain its composure. The mechanical dragon was immobilized by the gravitational field. Any attempt to act would result in concentrated fire. Gao Ran and Su Yu were also entangled by the adversary's secondary attackers. In the commentary booth, the announcer's voice shifted in tone. Heavens, a perfect strategy. This is a textbook-level targeted tactic. The War God Academy has divided the battlefield from the outset and flawlessly restricted Lin Feng's 3 strongest beasts. In the VIP section, a glimmer of satisfaction emerged on Li Qingfeng's face. Meanwhile, Zhou Qingsang's heart sank to the depths of despair. Chapter 46, The Pinnacle Showdown. The myth under tactical suppression. Zhou Qingsang discerned that this strategy was intricately interlinked, leaving almost no vulnerabilities. Lin Feng seemed to have truly fallen into a dire predicament. On the battlefield, Lin Feng stood within the protective barrier of the mechanical dragon, his expression serene and unmoving. The weighty water-based laws pressed down upon the air, rendering it nearly solid, while the soul-piercing melody echoed repeatedly in his mind. The cries of his teammates intertwined with the roars of their beasts. For the first time since his awakening, he genuinely felt pressure. Yet, a slow smile of excitement crept upon his face. Interesting. His voice, though soft, cut through all the noise with clarity. Now this feels like a final. In the arena, the ink-blue water curtain created by the Xian Shui dragon turtle resembled not merely water, but rather an ocean compressed to its utmost limits. Descending from above, it bore the residual might of an emperor-level sea beast, enveloping Xiaojiao completely. With an enraged cry, Xiaojiao unleashed the full force of the sun's chaotic true flame, 9-colored divine light shooting skyward in an attempt to pierce through this canopy. However, upon contact with the water curtain, the anticipated violent evaporation did not occur. The brilliance of the divine flame was gradually eroded and suppressed by the profound ink blue, rendering it immobile. This marked the first time since the match began that Xiaojiao's flames had been overtly stifled. On the other side, the illusory sound siren's soul-destroying melody enveloped the entire arena. This was no mere physical sound. It was a piercing shriek that acted directly upon the soul. The small fox's azure eyes lost their previous vibrancy, becoming gravely serious. Its 5 fluffy tails ceased to sway, instead tightly wrapping around itself and the Lin Feng behind it, forming a barrier composed entirely of mental energy. Even so, the pervasive sound waves still penetrated the barrier, causing its form to tremble slightly. Its world-destroying illusion had just begun to unfold when it was shattered by the opponent's indiscriminate mental onslaught, rendering it unable to lock onto any target. Countered. A complete and utter suppression from attributes to skills. Gao Ran and Su Yu found themselves in an even more precarious situation. They are royal-level beasts, already struggling against the assault of the two opposing beasts of equal rank, now had to endure the mental interference from the soul-destroying melody, barely managing to exert even 70% of their strength. The lava giant lizard's movement slowed, the magma upon it dimming significantly. The healing moonlight emitted by the moonlight sprite became intermittent and precarious. The entire battlefield was fragmented and disjointed. Lin Feng's side had plunged into an absolute disadvantage. Haha, excellent. Simply marvelous. In the viewing area of the Li family, Li Qingfeng suddenly leapt to his feet, slamming his palm onto the table, unable to contain his overwhelming joy. Do you see? This is heritage. This is the power of a prestigious family. No matter how monstrous Lin Feng may be, he is ultimately just a commoner. What can he use to contend with us? The surrounding members of the Li family echoed in agreement, their gazes fixed upon the figure constrained by layers of limitation, as though watching a prisoner on the verge of execution. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the audience surged with excitement. The Qin family has truly made a significant investment this time. The aura of the laws emanating from the Xian Shui dragon turtle, along with the mental fortitude of the illusionary sound sea demon, has likely already placed them at the threshold of the initial stage of the imperial level. A myth? Could it possibly shatter today? The commentators at the analysis table reached an unprecedented peak in their pace. An astonishing start. The War God Academy has executed a textbook-level targeted strategy. Contestant Qin Wushuang's Xian Shui Dragon Turtle and Illusionary Sound Sea Demon perfectly countered the two core beasts of contestant Lin Feng. We can observe that Lin Feng's teammates are embroiled in a grueling battle. His three strongest beasts, Fire Raven has been suppressed, Fox is restrained, and that mysterious mechanical dragon is locked down by the opponent's gravity field, hesitating to act. He has been utterly isolated. Indeed, this is the allure of team competition. No matter how formidable individual strength may be, it appears futile in the face of impeccable tactics and resource suppression. If contestant Lin Feng has no further plans up his sleeve, the suspense of this match may already be minimal. The atmosphere in the audience has subtly shifted. Those who wagered on Lin Feng's victory have turned pale, while supporters of Qin Wushuang erupted into thunderous cheers. Qin Wushuang! Qin Wushuang! The roar coalesced into a sea, assaulting the eardrums of everyone present. Zhou Qingsang's heart sank gradually. He could see clearly that this was no simple tactic. This was an absolute counter meticulously constructed through the expenditure of exorbitant resources. The foundation of the Qin family, coupled with the covert support of the Li family, had forged this net specifically targeting Lin Feng. It was almost an inescapable scheme. On the battlefield, the mechanical dragon's absolute domain barrier isolated all residual energies. Lin Feng stood within the barrier, calmly observing everything before him. His teammates' desperate struggle, the beast's plight, the relentless advance of his opponents, and the clamor of the outside world. He absorbed it all through his eyes and ears. There was no sign of anxiety or disquiet on his face. Instead, a faint, almost imperceptible smile blossomed at the corners of his lips. It was a smile born from an appreciation of a worthy adversary. A thrill at the prospect of finally being able to engage in a genuine battle. Qin Wushuang noticed that smile, and his heart raced. Why? How could he still smile? His meticulously crafted plan, with every aspect subjected to countless simulations, had accounted for all of Lin Feng's known abilities. He should feel despair, should feel powerless. An indescribable sense of unease quietly took root in Qin Wushuang's heart. At that moment, Lin Feng's voice resonated. It was not loud, yet it pierced through the tumultuous battlefield, overshadowing the shrill sounds of magical cries and the thunderous cheers. Qin Wushuang. He raised his head, locking eyes with his opponent. I acknowledge that you and your beasts are worthy of respect. To demonstrate my regard, I have decided to let you witness my true trump card. These words caused Qin Wushuang's pupils to constrict sharply, and even the referee nearby instinctively tightened his grip on the adjudicator's device. A trump card? He still has a trump card? Just as everyone assumed Lin Feng was poised for a desperate struggle, he executed a move that left the entire arena in stunned silence. He gently waved a hand at his teammates. Gaoran, Suyu, you both and your beasts fall back. The two were momentarily taken aback. But out of absolute trust in their captain, they immediately commanded their beasts to retreat with great difficulty. Qin Wushuang did not issue a pursuit order. He fixed his gaze on Lin Feng, intent on deciphering his intentions. At that moment, tens of thousands of eyes across the arena converged solely on Lin Feng. He slowly raised his hand, the mark of the beast's face glowing upon his brow. That radiance was neither the fervor of Xiaojiu, nor the allure of the little fox, nor the chill of the mechanical dragon. It was a profound, primordial essence, as if it originated from an era long past, capable of freezing time itself. Lin Feng softly called out, as though awakening a slumbering monarch. Come forth, little ice. Chapter 47. The Emergence of the Fourth Beast. A perfect counter that is unassailable. Come forth, little ice. A circle of ethereal blue ripples spread from the space in front of Lin Feng. A palm-sized creature, entirely sculpted from the purest ice crystal, gradually materialized. It bore no fins, no tail. Its form resembled that of a flawless work of art. And the snowflake-like rune on its forehead refracted a dreamlike halo under the arena's illumination. Its appearance did not carry cataclysmic pressure, nor did it emit even the slightest energy fluctuation. Yet, the temperature of the entire floating arena plummeted by at least 20 degrees the moment it manifested. It was as if countless invisible ice crystals were silently forming in the air, infusing every breath with a bone-chilling coldness. What is that? Wait. The mark of the beast space. This is Lin Feng's fourth beast. The chief referee's pupils contracted sharply, instinctively stepping forward to gain a clearer view. The audience erupted into chaos. What a joke. The fourth one. Even if Lin Feng is an elite beastmaster, it is impossible for him to contract a fourth beast. Wouldn't his spiritual sea burst apart? They had no idea that when Lin Feng hatched the ancient illusionary ice soul whale, the system had triggered a catastrophic critical hit 1 billion times over. Through the shared energy of his primary beast, Lin Feng had already ascended to the mid-level of Master Beast Master. The commentators' voices brimmed with shock and confusion. What are we witnessing? Contestant Lin Feng still possesses a trump card, having summoned his fourth beast in a moment of dire straits. An ice-type beast that appears to be quite adorable? In the VIP area, the ecstasy on Li Qingfeng's face froze, replaced by a sense of despair, as the chilling aura that even made him feel a pang in his heart rendered him speechless. In Qin Wushuang's team area, everyone was bewildered. They thought they had Lin Feng cornered, only to find that he could still summon a fourth beast. How many more trump cards does Lin Feng conceal? A sense of helplessness welled up within Qin Wushuang. From the moment the ice crystal whale appeared, an indescribable tremor, originating from the depths of his soul, gripped his heart. It was not fear, but a more ancient, primal reverence, as if an ant were gazing up at an infinite starry sky. His Xian Shui dragon turtle, a beast that had 1 foot in the imperial level's pinnacle, actually took a half step back, emitting an uneasy low growl. His illusionary sound sea demon, with its resounding annihilation magic sound, also displayed a barely perceptible hint of disorder. His beasts are afraid? They are afraid of this palm-sized creature? On the battlefield, the ancient illusionary ice soul whale slowly opened its eyes, which seemed to encompass an entire galaxy. It surveyed the vast, dark blue curtain of water that obscured the heavens. And ultimately, its gaze settled upon Qin Wushuang. A hum resonated as little ice opened its tiny mouth, releasing a gentle sound that seemed to echo from before the dawn of time. That sound was not loud, yet it drowned out all the clamor in the arena. Time froze. An invisible, imperceptible wave emanated from little ice, instantly enveloping the entire arena. Time, at this moment, was distorted. Qin Wushuang stared in horror, his eyes wide with disbelief. He beheld the abyssal water domain, a magnificent spectacle that roared and surged, its waters infused with the oppressive might of imperial laws. Moving at a pace that seemed to have been slowed to 1/10 of its usual speed. It was no longer an ocean, but rather a viscous, languid syrup that writhed slowly. He observed his siren, the illusory melody, whose soul-rending wails had now become a grotesque, elongated drone, its piercing cries drawn out into a low, mocking hum. He saw his teammates, 2 pinnacle-level beasts, charging forward in a clumsy, puppet-like manner, each movement appearing as if it were in slow motion. Only Lin Feng's side moved with unrestrained grace. In the VIP section, a master from the Celestial Academy stood abruptly, his murky eyes filled with shock and disbelief. He trembled as he pointed toward the arena. Time. This is the law of time. The words struck the minds of all who heard them like thunderclaps. Time. It was one of the fabled supreme laws, transcending all elements, physical and mental principles. In the face of this temporal stasis, notions of elemental counteraction, flawless strategies, and vast resources became nothing more than a chilling farce. No matter how potent your attack, if it cannot land, what value does it hold? No matter how formidable your defense, before the stillness of time, it becomes merely a target ripe for slaughter. Qin Wushuang's complexion turned ashen, devoid of color. The law of time. It was a supreme power that existed solely in legend, the ultimate nemesis of all tactics and schemes. Everything he had built, supported by the resources of his family and the hopes of many, felt as fragile as a sandcastle before this force. In this silent, distorted realm of time and space, Lin Feng's voice rang clear, devoid of any emotion, like a divine decree. It is time for this to end. Little 9, Mechanical Dragon, Little Fox. Fusion Technique. Triad of Doomsday Judgment. Without granting Qin Wushuang's team a moment's respite, he unleashed the newly developed fusion technique. With a command, the 3 divine beasts, liberated from the shackles of law, erupted with their true, destructive essence. Caw! Little Nine emitted a piercing cry, a blend of fury and majesty. No longer attempting to incinerate the viscous curtain of water, it fervently compressed the boundless chaos of solar flames, coalescing it before its beak. A spear of judgment, entirely forged from 9-colored divine flames, silently took form. It radiated no heat. All its energy was perfectly contained, causing the space around its tip to ripple subtly. Simultaneously, the mechanical dragon's core blazed with brilliance. It raised its fearsome head, aiming its cannon forward. The annihilation particle beam began to charge, and this time, countless minuscule spatial rifts flickered around the cannon's mouth, a testament to the overwhelming energy that even provoked spatial annihilation. Meanwhile, the previously passive little fox unfurled its 5 tails. In its cerulean eyes, the 2 royal-grade beasts struggling in slow motion were reflected, a glint of coldness flickering within. Its vast mental force ceased to weave illusions and coalesced into a pure, soul-devouring beam of light. 3 distinctly different, yet equally destructive attacks stood ready. No. Qin Wushuang's eyes widened in despair. He screamed internally, desperately trying to command his beasts to defend. Yet his thoughts, his commands, were ensnared by the shackles of time. Each notion felt as if it were trudging through a mire. The speed of transmission drastically reduced. He could only watch helplessly. He witnessed Lin Feng raise his hand. His formidable mental energy weaving invisible threads, binding the strength of the 3 beasts together. The spear of judgment, the particle beam, the soul-destroying light. Under the peculiar rules of this temporal realm and Lin Feng's terrifying mental control, the attacks did not cancel one another out. They spiraled, intertwined, and merged along an arcane trajectory that transcended all known theories of the current world. Ultimately, they coalesced into a gray pillar of light that defied verbal description. This pillar bore no light, no heat, no sound. Only pure, chaotic nothingness, as if it could consume all existence. In the next instant, this light of doomsday judgment shot forth at a speed that disregarded the sluggishness of time. Its target, the 2 royal-grade pinnacle beasts, the abyssal water dragon tortoise and the illusory melody. Boom. Chapter 48. The Realm of Time. One man suppressing 5 great academies, a new legend. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The gray pillar of light merely brushed past the colossal form of the abyssal water dragon tortoise like an eraser, effortlessly obliterating the proud domain. Along with its seemingly indestructible shell, which vanished silently, disintegrating into the most primal particles upon contact. The pillar continued unabated, piercing through the rearward illusory melody. With a soft pft, the brilliance dissipated. Little ice gently fluttered its body, the snowflake runes on its forehead ceasing their rotation. The realm of time was lifted. The distorted time reverted to normalcy in that moment. The elongated drone, the slowed waters, the frozen actions, all returned to their original velocities in an instant. Then, an absolute silence enveloped the world. Bang, bang. The dull thuds of heavy bodies hitting the ground shattered the tranquility. The abyssal water dragon tortoise and the illusory melody, once regal and dominating, now lay gasping for breath. The aura of law that emanated from them, the violent power amassed through countless resources, had completely faded, leaving only faint ripples of life. They could not even emit a mournful cry, having lost all fighting capability. The audience, numbering in the tens of thousands, fell utterly silent. In the commentary booth, the commentator gaped, unable to utter a single word, his forehead slick with cold sweat. In the VIP section, Li Qingfeng slumped back into his chair, his face ashen. Zhou Qingtsong stood frozen, having anticipated Lin Feng's victory, yet never envisioned it occurring in such a mind-bending manner. Qin Wushuang stared blankly at his fallen beasts, then glanced at his team, which had similarly lost all courage. Finally, his gaze settled on the unscathed youth across the arena. Lin Feng calmly recalled Little Nine, the mechanical dragon, and Little Fox into his beast space, as if merely performing a trivial task. He had lost. He had lost utterly, his defeat complete and devastating. All the pride and confidence he had built, the familial heritage and meticulous strategies he had relied upon, were shattered by that gray pillar of light. A profound sense of absurdity and helplessness crashed down upon him, obliterating all remnants of his pride and confidence. Qin Wushuang's body swayed. He felt as though his world was collapsing. Lin Feng calmly retrieved the palm-sized ice crystal whale into his beast space. He stepped toward the center of the arena, gazing at the dazed Qin Wushuang, and remarked, "Your beasts are indeed formidable, and your strategy is commendable." This calm statement made Qin Wushuang tremble, slowly raising his head. "But you are far too arrogant and overly reliant on information." Lin Feng continued to elaborate, asserting that true combat is ever-changing. This statement struck Qin Wushuang's heart like an invisible hammer. Indeed, intelligence. The information painstakingly amassed by the family, the invaluable aid from the Li family, and the tireless analyses conducted by the team of analysts, all hinged upon the fact that Lin Feng commanded but 3 beasts: the formidable fire crow, the enigmatic fox, and the defensive mechanical dragon. He had meticulously crafted an impeccable strategy of countermeasures. However, he had never conceived that when the intelligence itself constituted a trap, what was deemed flawless could transform into the most terrifying weakness. All that he relied upon had become the very foundation of his destruction. Qin Wushuang managed a bitter smile, one that was more sorrowful than tears. He bowed deeply to Lin Feng, under the gaze of tens of thousands. I concede, wholeheartedly. He rose silently, uttering not a single word more, nor delivering any parting threats. He merely gestured to retract his 2 ailing beasts, casting one final, profound glance at Lin Feng, a gaze imbued with reverence, frustration, and an indefinable sense of bewilderment. Then, he turned away, alone, his dejected silhouette descending from the arena. This scene rendered the War God Academy's preparation area utterly silent. It also transformed the countenance of the Li family members in the VIP section into a pallid shade of iron. They had envisioned countless outcomes, even strategizing on how to exploit Qin Wushuang's victory to suppress Zhou Qingcong and the Jiangnan Beastmaster Academy. Yet, they had never anticipated that Qin Wushuang would suffer such a complete defeat in this manner, one that could potentially mar his resolve. A scion of the Qin family, once brimming with promise, had been utterly vanquished due to their intelligence and instigation. This had forged a profound enmity. Ha! Excellent. Utterly splendid. A loud, unabashed laugh shattered the silence of the VIP seats. Zhou Qingcong rose, exhilarated, pounding the table with fervor, his face suffused with a flushed joy. His gaze directed toward the Li family's seats, his delight unmasked. It is with great pleasure that I announce, in recognition of our team's gallant performance, the Academy shall reward each participant with 1 million Academy points. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, igniting envy among countless ordinary students. Zhou Qingcong paused for effect, his voice rising higher, brimming with pride. Captain Lin Feng has made an exceptional contribution, earning a staggering 5 million points. After a protracted, nearly suffocating silence, the chief referee finally regained his composure from the cataclysmic blow. He tremulously raised his hand, summoning every ounce of strength to roar the long-awaited result. The champion of the new Jiangnan Bay City's 5 Academy League is Jiangnan Beastmaster Academy. Boom! In an instant, it was as if a long-dormant volcano erupted. The entire floating arena erupted in a cacophony of cheers akin to a roaring tsunami. The sound pierced the heavens, vibrating the very ground beneath them. Lin Feng, Lin Feng, Lin Feng. It was uncertain who first uttered the name, but soon, the voices of thousands coalesced into a torrential wave, all fervently shouting his name. Their faces radiated fervor and adulation, witnesses to a legendary duel that would etch itself into the annals of Jiangnan's beast mastery history. One man, one team, eclipsing all the prodigies of the 5 academies. Lin Feng ascended to the absolute pinnacle of the younger generation of Jiangnan City with an indisputable, overwhelming aura of a king. Gao Ran and Su Yu rushed forward, their eyes glistening with emotion, yet rendered speechless. They understood that as members of the champion team, they would forever be immortalized on the Academy's honor wall. And all of this stemmed from the man before them. In the VIP section, Zhou Qingcong, usually a figure of stern authority, now had slightly moist eyes. He beheld the frenzied crowd below, the flashing cameras, and the young man beside him who had brought unparalleled glory to the Academy. The skepticism of the board members, the immense pressure from the Li family, and the subtle antagonism from the Qin family, all vanished in this moment. He had weathered it all to protect Lin Feng, and it was proven that his judgment had never faltered. He knew, no, he could foresee, that Jiangnan Beastmaster Academy was on the brink of entering an unprecedented, resplendent golden age, all thanks to Lin Feng. Meanwhile, in the viewing area reserved for the Li family, Li Qingfeng sat expressionless, starkly contrasting the surrounding uproar. The suppressed rage in his eyes had dissipated, replaced by an icy, profound intent to kill. The plan had utterly failed. Not only had they been unable to eliminate Lin Feng through Qin Wushuang, but instead, he had ascended to a higher platform, garnering even greater renown. If this continued, once Lin Feng fully matured, the Li family would know no peace. Crack! The shell of the communicator in his hand was unconsciously crushed, forming a fissure. He quietly lowered his head, his thumb gliding across the screen, dispatching a brief, chilling directive. Chapter 49, The Pinnacle of Glory, a Deadly Threat, the Arrival of a King-Class Assassin. The Li family's attempt to thwart Lin Feng through Qin Wushuang had completely failed. Observing Lin Feng basking in glory on stage, Li Feng lowered his head discreetly, his thumb once again tracing the screen to send a terse and frigid command. The revenge plan was now in its final phase, initiated. Meanwhile, a number hidden within the crowd received this message. Li Feng lifted his gaze to the spotlight-bathed figure that captured everyone's attention, a cruel smile gracing his lips. He issued another directive, each word laced with venom. At any cost, I want him dead on the podium. The award ceremony was held that evening. The entire floating arena was ablaze with light, every seat occupied, the fervor of the crowd surpassing that of the day. Lin Feng, flanked by Gao Ran and Su Yu, ascended to the champion's podium, a symbol of the highest honor, under the scrutiny of countless eyes. Below, a row of distinguished figures, typically seen only in the news, sat smiling and conversing. The mayor of Jiangnan Bay City, the president of the Beastmaster Association, Zhou Qingcong, and the deans of the other 4 academies, alongside representatives of various esteemed Beastmaster families, were all present. Such a scale was unprecedented. The spotlight converged like a blade, illuminating the trio of Lin Feng on every large screen. His name, alongside the live broadcast signal, reverberated throughout Jiangnan Bay City, radiating to surrounding cities. The Divine Beast Team. One person equating to one team, the Master of Time. The foremost youth of Jiangnan Bay City. Countless dazzling accolades crowned him that night. As major media outlets rushed to report, the mayor of Jiangnan Bay City, an amiable-looking middle-aged man, was the first to step forward. With a warm smile, he offered words of encouragement and personally affixed a medal representing the championship to Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng, you are exceptional. Keep it up. I hope to see you achieve even greater feats, bringing glory to Jiangnan Beastmaster Academy and our base city. The mayor's voice echoed through the loudspeakers, bearing an undeniable official tone. On behalf of the Jiangnan municipal government, I hereby pledge to provide Jiangnan Beastmaster Academy with an S-level resource allocation. Simultaneously, a luxurious security villa located in the heart of the city, Tianjin Garden, will be awarded to Lin Feng as a personal reward. A gasp of astonishment swept through the crowd as countless envious glances were cast in his direction. Tianjin Garden. It is the most prestigious affluent district in Jiangnan City. With security measures rivaling those of a military base, wealth alone cannot secure a residence here. Lin Feng's heart stirred with emotion. With this, the safety of his parents would be assured beyond doubt. He turned to the mayor, bowing deeply in gratitude. Thank you, mayor. The mayor, satisfied, patted his shoulder and stepped back. Next, the president of the Beastmaster Association, a dignified and imposing elder, approached. Without unnecessary pleasantries, he unveiled a glimmering silver badge. By unanimous decision of the association's Elders Council, we bestow upon Lin Feng the honorary title of Elder of the Beastmaster Association. Furthermore, on behalf of the association, I formally invite you to join the Celestial Plan, which is exclusively accessible to the most exceptional prodigies. Another bombshell announcement. The title of Honorary Elder of the Beastmaster Association meant that Lin Feng could enjoy numerous privileges and benefits from the organization. The Celestial Plan, on the other hand, was a revered sanctuary long coveted by countless young Beastmasters. Lin Feng relished this moment of glory. He knew that the goal of his arrival in this world was steadily materializing. At last, he possessed the strength to protect those he cherished. Gao Ran and Su Yu stood behind him, their faces flushed with excitement, gazing at Lin Feng's silhouette with eyes brimming with gratitude and admiration. They understood that without Lin Feng, they would not even have touched the threshold of the finals. Zhou Qingcong, seated in the VIP section, watched this scene with clenched fists, his aged face breaking into a joyous smile. In stark contrast, Li Feng, the head of the Li family in the VIP area, wore a countenance as dark as a storm cloud, as if it could drip with water. The awards ceremony reached its final segment. The host, in an exceedingly fervent tone, proclaimed, "Next, we are honored to have Mr. Wu Chun, a master beastmaster of great repute and a mentor to many, to present the champion trophy, symbolizing the highest honor." Thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. An elderly man, his hair grizzled and his demeanor gentle, was assisted onto the stage. This was Wu Chun, one of the 3 founding elders of the Beastmaster Enlightenment era in Jiangnan City, who, despite his withdrawal from worldly affairs, remained unparalleled in prestige. His presentation of this trophy signified the utmost recognition for the champion. Wu Chun trembled as he accepted the resplendent trophy crafted from radiant gold from the hands of a ceremonial attendant. With a warm, benevolent smile, he gradually approached Lin Feng. All cameras and lights converged upon this historic moment, a symbol of legacy and honor. Zhou Qingcong, the mayor, and others watched with smiles on their faces. As the atmosphere in the venue reached a zenith, Lin Feng, too, gazed at the venerable elder, preparing to bow and receive this weighty honor. As Wu Chun drew nearer, 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter, He stood before Lin Feng, ready to extend the golden trophy. In an instant, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded. Wu Chen's gentle visage morphed into one of malevolence, and an overwhelming aura erupted from him, revealing him to be a genuine king-level powerhouse. The space around him exhibited subtle, abnormal distortions. Instinctively, Lin Feng's muscles tensed with urgency. Yet, it was too late. Wu Chen's motion to present the trophy accelerated abruptly. The hand holding the trophy moved with the swiftness of an apparition. For the reward of 100 million alliance coins, little one, you may rest easy in death. A venomous mental transmission echoed in Lin Feng's mind. At that moment, the trophy, which symbolized unparalleled glory, transformed into the most lethal weapon. From the base of the trophy, a sharp dagger, imbued with deadly poison and radiating a ghostly green glow, stealthily emerged. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Zhou Qingsong's smile froze. The mayor had just raised his teacup, preparing to savor this historic moment. The cheers of tens of thousands of spectators had yet to subside. No one could fathom that this pinnacle of glory would instantaneously devolve into a meticulously orchestrated assassination. And the assailant was none other than the most esteemed figure in the city. In truth, he was not Wu Chen at all. Instead, he was the king-level assassin known as Shadow Serpent, who had accepted a bounty of 100 million issued by the Li family on the black market. Shadow Serpent first stealthily eliminated the genuine Mr. Wu, who was to present the awards, and then employed an extraordinarily sophisticated disguise technique to impersonate him, deceiving all present. The sinister grin replaced the kindly demeanor, and his aura no longer concealed its malevolence. Chapter 50. A billionfold critical strike. Poison transformed into divine medicine, the assassin stupefied. The overwhelming aura locked onto Lin Feng, unleashing the full force of a king, enveloping the entire VIP section. Zhou Qingsong sprang to his feet. The power he had just attained at the beginning of the master level surging wildly within him, yet he was ruthlessly pinned to his seat by the oppressive aura. Unable to move, his face flushed crimson, veins bulging. "You dare, scoundrel!" He yearned to intervene, but the mere distance of a few meters felt like an insurmountable chasm under the king-level presence. The mayor's teacup shattered in his grip, his expression rife with horror and fury. The guards beside him attempted to rush forward, but they too were rendered weak-kneed by the oppressive force, struggling even to stand. The assassin had chosen the perfect moment, at the zenith of glory, when all were relaxed and unguarded. He launched this fatal strike under the guise of the most revered identity. Warning: the host has detected a fatal threat. The system's alert resonated sharply in Lin Feng's mind. His brain was clearer than ever, yet his body lagged behind in response speed. The king-level ambush was far beyond what his master-level physique could react to. The dagger, steeped in miraculous venom, pierced toward his heart at a speed surpassing sound. The very fabric of space was effortlessly torn, emitting a barely audible lament. The glint of the dagger grew alarmingly larger in Lin Feng's pupils. He could see the swirling, ghostly green venom upon the dagger, could sense the chilling aura that targeted the very essence of his soul. The shadow of death enveloped him more vividly than ever before. The powerful beasts, once a source of pride, now seemed utterly insignificant in this moment. The aura of the king-level assassin did not merely lock onto his body. It disrupted his connection to the Beastmaster realm. He could not summon any of his beasts in time. The tip of the dagger brushed against the fabric of his shirt. The dagger, saturated with lethal poison, silently lunged toward Lin Feng's heart. Zhou Qingsong and the other master-level powerhouses were utterly suppressed by the aura of Shadow Serpent, their eyes wide with rage. Yet they could not move a single finger, helplessly witnessing this impending doom. As the dagger approached his skin, the frigid sensation of death engulfed Lin Feng like a tidal wave. His mind was a blank slate, as if time itself had been stretched indefinitely. Warning: host detected to be under the lethal assault of a king-level miraculous toxin. Ultimate Guardian Protocol activated. The system's alarm reverberated like thunder, echoing through his mind on the brink of being engulfed by darkness. Ding! Desperate Guardian has been activated. Billionfold critical conversion of the miraculous toxin underway. The chilling tone of the system prompt became Lin Feng's sole auditory haven amidst the chaos. With a sickening thrust, the dagger pierced through flesh without hindrance. An excruciating pain surged from his chest, radiating throughout his limbs and body. The terrifying miraculous toxin surged forth like an unbridled black torrent, racing through the wound, intent on obliterating every vestige of his vitality, soul, essence, and existence. A sinister glee spread across the face of the Shadow Serpent, reveling in the completion of his task. Once afflicted by the miraculous toxin, even a mere master-level practitioner would inevitably transform into a puddle of putrid blood within 3 seconds, their spirit extinguished. Yet, Just as the destructive toxin was poised to unleash its full fury, the voice of the system resonated within Lin Feng's mind, becoming the only sound he could discern. Ding. Desperate Guardian has been activated. Host's physical vitality has been locked. Ding. Billion-fold critical conversion of the miraculous toxin underway. Boom. An unprecedented, supremely pure golden energy surged forth, replacing the impending destruction with a deluge that swept through Lin Feng's very being. Ultimately, it surged toward Lin Feng's spiritual sea. The toxin potent enough to annihilate those below the king level faltered before this golden energy, akin to a natural enemy, unable to resist even for a moment, and was forcibly reversed, decomposed, reconstituted, and transcended. The blackness faded into pure gold. Destruction transformed into rebirth. Ding. Critical success. Ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired one strand of immortal soul essence. In the spiritual sea, that strand of golden immortal soul essence radiated like a rising sun, illuminating the entire spiritual realm. Wherever it traversed, the chilling remnants of toxins were instantaneously purified. Not only did it effortlessly annihilate the subsequent destructive power of the miraculous toxin, but it also began to repair, reshape, and elevate Lin Feng's soul and body at an inconceivable speed. Lin Feng's soul, on the brink of collapse from unbearable pain, was not only stabilized but began to be restored, remade, and exalted at an astonishing pace. The essence of Lin Feng's soul underwent a transformative metamorphosis. Meanwhile, in the outside world, no, Zhou Qingcang let out a heart-wrenching roar, desperately urging the core of his spirit within to break free from the oppressive king-level pressure. Yet that force felt insurmountable, rendering him immobile. The guards beside the mayor were already bleeding from their mouths and noses, yet they remained unable to breach the invisible barrier. Who could have anticipated that at the pinnacle of glory, Lin Feng would, in an instant, become a figure of blood-soaked despair? At this moment, Lin Feng's master-level spiritual core, nourished by this force, emitted a strained hum of overexertion, yet in the midst of fragmentation and reformation, it grew exponentially. The surprises did not end there. Under the nurturing of the immortal soul essence, Lin Feng's passive talent for spatial perception, gained from the mechanical dragon, underwent a radical qualitative change. Ding. Talent upgraded. Host has acquired the passive talent, spatial folding. At the instant this prompt rang out, there was no time for Lin Feng's brain to process it. An instinctive drive, originating from the depths of his soul, instinctively activated the newly acquired talent. Spatial overlay. In the critical moment, in the minuscule reality just less than a millimeter before his heart, a tiny distortion appeared, imperceptible to the naked eye or even mental energy. It was as if a smooth white sheet of paper had been gently folded in an instant. With a soft sound, the dagger's unstoppable trajectory experienced a minuscule deviation. It did not pierce Lin Feng's heart. Instead, it grazed the edge, narrowly penetrating his body and exiting through his back. A horrific wound marred Lin Feng's chest. Blood instantly stained the champion metal that hung before him. Pain surged throughout his entire being. Yet Lin Feng had evaded the most lethal blow. What? The assassin shadow serpent's face, masked as Elder Wu, contorted in a frozen snarl. Something was amiss. The sensation was wrong. He distinctly felt the dagger pierce through flesh and bone. Yet the target's life force did not vanish as anticipated. It remained. Though faint, it was undeniably there. How could this be? A master-level beast tamer, with their heart pierced by a king-level weapon laced with miraculous toxin, should be dead. He prepared to withdraw the dagger immediately, intent on utilizing his king-level power for a second strike to utterly extinguish Lin Feng's vitality. Chapter 51. The Ripple of Time, 0. 1 seconds. From the Divine Pet's autonomy, the Shadow Serpent attempted to withdraw the dagger, initiating a second assault. Yet a torrent of boundless golden energy erupted from within Lin Feng. This was not spiritual energy, nor mental force, but a higher-dimensional, pure essence of life and soul. Boom. This force erupted like a volcano, instantly shattering his king-level pressure, even pushing back against the dagger, striking his palm. This was not the power expected of a master-level beast tamer. What in the world was this? The Shadow Serpent was struck with terror. In that moment, Lin Feng's consciousness was drawn into a maelstrom of spinning golden energy. His spiritual sea was undergoing a cataclysmic transformation of destruction and rebirth. The energy of the immortal soul essence was utterly terrifying. After annihilating all toxins, it began to forcibly infuse and transform everything about him in a manner that defied reason. The barrier of master level, mid-stage, crumbled before this energy, as fragile as a cicada's wing, shattering upon contact. Late stage, pinnacle, boom. At the center of Lin Feng's spiritual sea, boundless spiritual power was being frantically compressed, spun, and condensed by an invisible hand. A brilliant, diamond-like core began to take shape slowly, consolidating the spiritual core. This marked a qualitative leap from master level peak to the assault on master level. The overwhelming momentum of this breakthrough slammed against the king-level pressure the shadow serpent had set in place. Crack! An infinitesimal fissure appeared in the invisible blockade. Breaking through before me, the shadow serpent instantly deduced the unfolding events, and the astonishment in his eyes morphed into an even more intense murderous intent. This brat harbored a colossal secret. If he could not be eliminated here today, he would undoubtedly become a future calamity, no longer holding back. The king-level essence within him ignited in a frenzy. Die! He was willing to expend his essence to forcibly suppress this momentum of breakthrough, aiming to utterly crush Lin Feng at the threshold of master level. However, just as an even more terrifying pressure was about to descend within the beast tamer space, the ancient illusionary ice whale, which had remained dormant, sensed its master's impending crisis of death and the fleeting chance of breakthrough. It felt it, the crack that shattered the regal aura's confinement. A hum resonated as a cerulean ripple unfurled before Lin Feng. Unbidden, the figure of Little Ice emerged forcefully from the beast master's space, manifesting in front of Lin Feng. The snowflake-shaped sacred rune upon its brow spun rapidly, emanating an unprecedented radiance. An invisible, imperceptible wave radiated from its diminutive form, expanding instantaneously. With its innate divine skill, time freeze. The flow of time within a 10-meter radius centered on Lin Feng was forcibly distorted and slowed. The shadow serpent's relentless pursuit, fueled by a burning essence, its kingly pressure capable of obliterating all, now appeared as if played in slow motion. This precious, fleeting delay of less than a second became the final straw that broke the camel's back. The crack unleashed by Lin Feng's breakthrough shattered completely. The aura confinement was breached. Ah, the rogue shall perish. Zhou Qingsong's eyes blazed crimson, as the suppressed fury and power within him erupted explosively at that moment. The space behind him distorted, and a colossal azure phoenix's phantom let out a mournful cry, unleashing a blue wind blade, infused with the entirety of a master's might, that tore through the heavens. Protect the mayor. Open fire. The captain of the mayor's guard bellowed. Several equally suppressed master-level warriors simultaneously broke free from their constraints. Without a hint of hesitation, they unleashed their most formidable assaults upon the Elder Wu, who stood atop the podium. Waves of attacks, imbued with the force of the laws, sealed off all escape routes for the Shadow Serpent from all directions. The Shadow Serpent's pupils constricted sharply. Damn, the time law? He could never have imagined that within this boy's beast, there existed a creature wielding the power of time itself. He was compelled to abandon his pursuit of Lin Feng. Faced with the wrathful strikes from multiple master-level warriors, even he dared not withstand them head-on. He yanked the dagger embedded in Lin Feng's body and transformed into a blurred afterimage, retreating hastily. Boom, boom, boom. The azure wind blades, explosive fireballs, and thunder spears descended almost simultaneously upon the spot where he had just stood. The rampant energy instantly obliterated the championship podium crafted from gleaming gold into a shower of fragments. The Shadow Serpent narrowly avoided a fatal blow but was still caught by the residual force of several attacks, spitting out a mouthful of blood while suspended in the air. He dared not linger for a moment, merging into the shadows, ready to flee. But at that moment, the crystalline little whale hovering in midair, with its eyes containing the essence of the galaxies, coldly locked onto his figure. Eternal ice ceiling, an overwhelming chill, originating from the primordial age, transcended the spatial distance and suddenly enveloped the Shadow Serpent. Crack, crack. The Shadow Serpent's form, on the verge of merging with the shadows, abruptly stiffened. A layer of ice, possessing the properties of time suspension, surged upwards from his feet. Get away, the Shadow Serpent roared, unleashing his kingly power to shatter the ice encasing him. Yet, that brief delay was already sufficient. Zhou Qingsong's Azure Phoenix, now at mid-level royalty, had appeared behind him, its sharp talons descending with the force to rend space itself. On the other side, Lin Feng, having completed the preliminary gathering of his spiritual core, could no longer endure the grievous wounds piercing his body, the immense consumption of spiritual energy from his breakthrough, and the vast energy of his immortal soul's essence still transforming his body. A multitude of impacts caused his vision to blacken, and he collapsed backward. Little Ice emitted a gentle chirp, using its small, crystalline form to catch him securely. Zhou Qingsong's wrathful blow and the coordinated onslaught from several master-level warriors had driven the Shadow Serpent into a corner. Soon after, sensing the arrival of the mid-level Royal Beast Master Association president, the Shadow Serpent realized the tide had turned against him. This assassination attempt was doomed to fail. If he did not flee now, he would likely meet his end here. Confronted with the myriad of attacks capable of rending space, the Shadow Serpent displayed no hint of panic. He abruptly drew from his bosom a blood-red jade talisman. The talisman, inscribed with bizarre, twisted spatial runes, caused the surrounding space to begin fluctuating erratically upon its appearance. Blood Escape Talisman. Zhou Qingsong's pupils constricted violently as he recognized the origin of that talisman. It was a life-saving treasure refined with a considerable amount of one's own blood, capable of forcibly tearing through space for random long-distance teleportation. The cost was immense, yet nearly insurmountable. Chapter 52. The King's Bloodied Escape. The city in turmoil. A storm approaches. Without a moment's hesitation, the Shadow Serpent crushed the talisman. Crack! The talisman shattered, transforming into a dense cloud of blood mist that instantly enveloped him. Boom! At that moment, Zhou Qingsong and the others' attacks all missed their mark, creating a massive void in space where the blood mist had been, the rampant energy wreaking havoc, yet failing to harm the target in the slightest. Within the blood mist, the Shadow Serpent's figure became indistinct. Through the rapidly closing spatial fissure, he cast one last glance at the boy cradled by the crystalline little whale. A mix of resentment and bewilderment etched upon his face. In the next instant, a flash of blood light occurred, and the spatial rift abruptly closed. The Shadow Serpent vanished without a trace. Damn! Zhou Qingsong roared, striking at the empty space, sending shockwaves that completely upended the damaged podium. The entire floating battle arena, after a brief silence, plunged into unprecedented chaos and panic. Assassination. The champion has been attacked. Quick! Protect the mayor. Seal off the scene. No one is allowed to move. The piercing sound of alarms echoed through the sky. Media flashes erupted chaotically, and the audience's screams mingled with the officials' furious shouts. The mayor's face turned ashen. The public assassination of the champion of the 5 Academy League was not merely a murder of Lin Feng, but a blatant challenge to the highest authority and order of the entire Jiangnan-based city. He abruptly stood, his voice low, yet carrying an unassailable authority that spread throughout the chaotic scene. Jiangnan City Guard, take control of the situation. The entire city is under martial law. Seal all exits. No one is permitted to leave the city without authorization. Activate the Sky Eye system and trace the escape trajectory of that blood light. Dig 3 feet into the ground if necessary to apprehend him. A series of cold commands emanated from the mayor's lips. The vast war machine that was Jiangnan Bay City roared to life at that moment, all due to Lin Feng alone. Zhou Qingsong paid no heed to the external chaos. He rushed immediately to Lin Feng's side. Little Ice was steadily supporting Lin Feng with its body. A stream of gentle life energy flowing from the snowflake rune on its forehead, continuously infusing into Lin Feng, barely sustaining his faint life force. Zhou Qingsong reached out to check Lin Feng's breath. The almost imperceptible rise and fall allowed his heart, which had been lodged in his throat, to ease slightly. He is still alive. As long as he lives, there is hope. He immediately turned and shouted at the approaching medical team. Top priority. Transport him to the 1st Military Medical Center at once. Quick! The scene descended into utter chaos. Media reporters were forcibly controlled by armed guards. All footage was sealed, and the agitated audience was evacuated in an orderly manner. Amidst a heavy guard, Lin Feng was urgently ushered into a medical hover vehicle endowed with the highest privileges, racing toward Jiangnan City's most fortified medical institution amidst the blaring sirens. Outside the highest-level emergency room of the Jiangnan Military Medical Center, the atmosphere was as oppressive as if time itself had frozen. The corridor was filled with notable figures: the mayor, Zhou Qingsong, the president of the Beastmaster Association, and the deans from the 4 major academies. All were titans whose mere footsteps could shake Jiangnan City. Yet at this moment, each countenance bore the weight of grave concern. The presence of a force capable of employing a king-level assassin, equipped with a blood escape talisman, an item of strategic significance, instilled a sense of trepidation among all present. The mayor was the first to break the silence, glancing at Zhou Qingsong beside him. Director Zhou, the assailant's target is unmistakably clear. Zhou Qingsong clenched his hands tightly, his knuckles paling. The Li family. Beyond them, I can think of no other. The president of the Beastmaster Association, a composed mid-level king, spoke slowly. Though the Qin family has also suffered defeat, it was merely a benign sparring without a formal competition, resulting in no tangible loss. In the entirety of Jiangnan Bay City, there exists but one family with the motive and capability for such an act. All eyes converged in tacit agreement upon a singular direction: the Li family. This assassination, while ostensibly directed at Lin Feng, was, in truth, a resounding slap across the faces of all present. It unveiled a terrifying reality. Within Jiangnan Bay City, there existed a family that could flout the rules and wield king-level power to obliterate an officially recognized rising star. What of the evidence? To take down such a super family, we require irrefutable proof. Otherwise, we may find ourselves in a precarious situation. The mayor rubbed his fingers together. The shadow serpent utilized a blood escape talisman, randomly teleporting. They are likely no longer within Jiangnan City. Without the assassin's testimony, despite suspicions, we are powerless against the Li family. Powerless? Zhou Qingsong whirled around, his eyes ablaze with a crimson fire. Shall we simply let this go? Allow them to roam unrestrained? Let Lin Feng lie there, unaware of his fate? The mayor met his gaze calmly. Who said we are letting it go? He slowly paced toward the observation window of the emergency room, observing Lin Feng, his body entwined with tubes and enveloped by advanced life support apparatus. Firstly, Lin Feng's life force has not extinguished. His chances of survival are substantial. Secondly, while the shadow serpent has fled, the funds that hired him must have an origin. I have instructed the financial regulatory authorities to meticulously investigate the Li family's secret accounts and financial flows over the past 3 months. As long as we uncover a lead, even if we cannot secure a conviction, we can still inflict significant damage upon them. The mayor turned, articulating each word with gravitas. Thirdly, and most importantly, the assassin acted during a ceremony I personally presided over. This is a direct challenge to me and the very foundation of the Jiangnan city government. From his pocket, he produced a recently issued electronic document, projecting it into the air. Jiangnan City Special Security Investigation Order. In my capacity as mayor, I suspect the Li family of endangering the safety of the base city and colluding with illegal foreign organizations. Effective immediately. A joint investigation team composed of the city's garrison and the Beastmaster Association's enforcement team will conduct an indiscriminate, comprehensive investigation into all of the Li family's enterprises and core members. Director Zhou, President, this investigation order requires your joint signatures. Zhou Qingsong and the president exchanged glances, both recognizing the resoluteness in each other's eyes. This was no mere commercial inquiry. It was a table-turning confrontation. A political tempest targeting Jiangnan City as foremost family had officially commenced at this moment. Meanwhile, within the emergency room, Lin Feng, believed by all to be on the brink of death, was undergoing an unprecedented transformation unbeknownst to anyone. The strand of immortal soul essence, having mended all his injuries, pulsated with vitality. It began to assertively elevate his soul and spiritual core. The newly formed, somewhat ethereal master-level spiritual core was solidifying at an alarming pace, shimmering brilliantly, and striving toward even loftier heights under the infusion of this golden energy. A life-threatening peril was transforming into an unimaginable fortuity in an unforeseen manner. The mayor switched off the projection, gazing at the red light of the emergency room. Now, we shall await Lin Feng's awakening to proceed. Chapter 53, The Li Family. Cornered and desperate to silence, citywide manhunt. In Jiangnan Bay City, within the Li family's underground chamber, a resounding crash echoed. A long table, carved from a single piece of precious rosewood, disintegrated into fine powder beneath Li Qingfeng's hand. He retracted his palm, his fingertips untouched by a single wood chip. In the chamber, a figure clad in black knelt on one knee, his head bowed low, unwilling to meet the master's exceedingly grim visage. You say Lin Feng is still alive and being rescued? The shadow serpent has been gravely injured and escaped using the blood escape talisman? Each word emerged as though forced through clenched teeth, imbued with a chilling aura. Li Qingfeng's chest heaved violently with a mix of astonishment and fury. Astonished that a genuine king-level assassin, armed with a blade laced with lethal poison, had failed to extinguish the life of a mere master-level junior. Furious that the shadow serpent's grievous escape would thrust the entire Li family into the spotlight, he closed his eyes, racing through mental calculations. The icy dread emanating from his very soul made him acutely aware that the situation had spiraled entirely out of control. The plan had irrevocably failed. Now was not the time to assign blame, but rather to mitigate losses. Li Qingfeng's eyes flew open, revealing only the ruthless resolve of a cunning leader. He issued a series of cold commands to the kneeling figure. Notify the black market to erase all traces of our bounty task immediately. That intermediary is no longer necessary. Furthermore, initiate the family's highest state of alert. The black-clad figure trembled almost imperceptibly. Yes, master. Summon all family death warriors. Li Qingfeng's voice escalated, infused with an unyielding ferocity. He fixed his gaze upon the black-clad figure. Tell them, at all costs, to find the gravely injured shadow serpent before the authorities do. I do not care what methods they employ, dig to the depths of the earth, or perform blood rituals in the wilderness. If they cannot return with him alive, they must bring back his corpse. Not a single hair must fall into the hands of the authorities. Understood. The black-clad figure bowed and vanished into the shadows. Alone in the chamber, Lin Feng understood well that the Shadow Serpent was the sole survivor, the only link between the Li family and the assassination case. As long as this link remained intact, even if the mayor were to tear the heavens asunder, even if all suspected the Li family's involvement, without direct evidence, they could not touch a top-tier Beastmaster clan that had been entrenched for a century. Suspicion would forever remain merely suspicion. The Li family's intelligence network, akin to an invisible net, began to silently spread throughout the city and even into the wilderness beyond. In the mayor's residence, the conference room's atmosphere was stifling, almost suffocating. The mayor sat at the head of the table, flanked by Zhou Qingsong and the president of the Beastmaster Association on either side. The joint investigation team is to be established immediately. The mayor's fingers lightly tapped the table, shattering the silence. I shall take on the role of leader. While Dean Zhou and president, you two will serve as deputy leaders. His gaze swept across the two individuals. The objective is to uncover the true mastermind behind the assassination. The president of the Beastmaster Association, a formidable mid-tier king-level expert, let out a heavy sigh. We are all acutely aware of who the target is. However, with the Shadow Serpent having escaped, the absence of this critical eyewitness makes it exceedingly difficult to bring down the Li family. Difficult? Zhou Qingsong abruptly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed intensely on the president. Lin Feng remains in the emergency room, teetering on the brink of life and death. And you dare to tell me it's difficult? Dean Zhou, I did not mean it that way. Curse Li family. Zhou Qingsong slammed his fist onto the table, the overwhelming aura of a master radiating uncontrollably, causing the teacups to vibrate ominously. Are we to simply let them roam free? Merely because it is difficult? Allowing a genius who has brought unparalleled glory to the base city to lie there for naught? The mayor did not intervene. He merely observed quietly. He comprehended Zhou Qingsong's fury, the helplessness and guilt of witnessing his prized protege fall before his very eyes. Zhou Qingsong breathed heavily, forcing himself to regain composure. Anger would not resolve the issue. He approached the colossal electronic map hanging on the wall, which distinctly marked every inch of Jiangnan Base City and the surrounding wilderness. The Shadow Serpent utilized a blood escape talisman. His voice grew hoarse yet resolute, but his thoughts remained exceptionally clear. Such a forbidden item is inherently unstable, particularly when the user is gravely injured. He was struck first by my Phoenix and then by the security team, sustaining injuries, and subsequently forcing the use of the blood escape talisman would inevitably affect the transmission. Long-distance teleportation could not possibly be completed. His finger forcefully jabbed the map, targeting the vast area marked in red on the outskirts of the city, designated as a danger zone. The most probable scenario is that he has fallen into this energy-disrupted wilderness on the city's outskirts. The mayor and the president of the association stood up simultaneously, moving towards the map. The association president's expression turned grave. The Li family must also be considering this. They have likely dispatched personnel to eliminate any witnesses. An invisible race has now commenced. On one side, the murderer seeks to obliterate the last pieces of evidence. On the other, the authorities are resolute in their pursuit of justice. The finish line is the severely injured, missing king-level assassin, the Shadow Serpent. A glint of determination flashed in the mayor's eyes as he made a decisive call. The investigation team shall split into two groups. He turned to the association president. President, you are responsible for operations within the city. Employ all the resources of the association to monitor every aspect of the Li family's enterprises and financial transactions. I want them unable to move even a single penny. He then turned to Zhou Qingsong. Dean Zhou, you and I will lead the charge personally. Assemble the garrison and the association's elite forces and conduct a thorough search of the wilderness. The mayor's voice carried an iron-willed resolve. Alive, we shall find him. Dead, we shall recover the body. Zhou Qingsong did not respond, but nodded heavily before turning to exit. His silhouette was reminiscent of a tautly drawn bow. At the 1st Military Medical Center, in the S-Class Intensive Care Unit, Lin Feng's body floated serenely within a verdant liquid emanating a gentle radiance. This was the essence of life, each drop worth its weight in gold, and at this moment, the entire protective chamber was filled with this liquid. Outside the ward, several top medical experts fixated intently on the fluctuating data displayed on their instruments, their expressions shifting from initial shock to numbness, and finally, to fervent excitement. The vital signs were recovering at a rate exceeding theoretical limits by 300 times. The fluctuations in mental energy were escalating geometrically. This was not mere recovery, but evolution. The dimensions of consciousness were far more expansive than the physical realm. Chapter 54, Spiritual Transformation, Lin Feng ascends to Master-level Beastmaster. Lin Feng's sea of consciousness had undergone a profound transformation. The once infinite misty sea representing Master-level mental energy had vanished without a trace. In its stead was a deep, stable, and boundless expanse of starry sky. His mental energy had coalesced into countless stars, adhering to some arcane laws, moving gracefully and powerfully. At the absolute center of this mental cosmos, a diamond-like core, radiant and sharply defined, as though composed of millions of perfect facets, floated serenely, rotating slowly. With each rotation, it resonated with the entire starry expanse, exuding an immortal and eternal aura. A master-level spiritual core. He had succeeded. That strand of immortal soul essence, derived from the miraculous toxin's million-fold critical strike, not only facilitated this critical metamorphosis, but the residual power washed over and refined his soul and body repeatedly. Akin to the Milky Way cascading down, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. The world had transformed. He could see the pure life energy within the surrounding essence, visibly permeating his skin. He could perceive the minutest particle structures of the dust suspended in the air. He could even discern the waves of mental energy emanating from the experts outside the ward, symbolizing their excitement and shock. A sensation of omnipotence enveloped him. With a mere thought, he accessed the system's log. Ding! The Guardian of Despair has been activated, transforming the miraculous toxin into a million-fold critical strike. Ding! Critical strike successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring Immortal Soul Essence X1 strand. Ding! Host's spiritual core has successfully condensed, officially ascending to master level, initial stage. Ding! Due to the baptism of Immortal Soul Essence, the host's innate capabilities have been enhanced. Lines of golden log entries meticulously documented the entire process from hell to paradise. There was no trace of joy on Lin Feng's face. A chilling, bone-deep killing intent gradually settled within his newly formed mental cosmos. He did not rise immediately, nor did he exhibit any signs of recovery. Instead, he controlled his heartbeat and breathing, maintaining the data on the instruments at a steady state indicative of severe injury recovery. Simultaneously, a clear command was issued through the soul link directly to the mechanized dragon within the Beastmaster space. Mechanized dragon, initiate maximum computational power. Objective, analyze the remaining sample of the miraculous toxin on my championship attire. Task, complete component analysis, trace energy fluctuation frequency, and lock onto associated trace substances. Command confirmed. Star Annihilation Core computational power 100 activated, commencing ultra-high-speed analysis. The mechanized dragon, with computational prowess rivaling the foremost supercomputers of the Dragon Kingdom, operated at full capacity in that moment. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the ward. Zhou Qingcang burst through the door, and upon seeing Lin Feng open his eyes, he froze momentarily before an uncontrollable ecstasy erupted in his gaze. Lin Feng, you're awake. He hurriedly approached the protective chamber, his voice trembling with excitement. Lin Feng struggled to turn his eyes. His lips moved, emitting an exceedingly faint sound. Dinzhou. A weak cough rendered him painfully fragile. Analysis progress. 17. Toxin structure complex, containing over 300 types of biological toxins and vengeful spirit energy. Zhou Qingcang gazed at Lin Feng's frail form, a tumult of compassion and fury surging within him. Do not speak. Conserve your strength. Alas, this time, the fault lies with me, your teacher, for failing to safeguard you. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning pale. Rest assured, this matter shall not be brushed aside. The mayor has issued a strict decree. The city is under martial law, and a joint investigation team has been established. We are fervently pursuing that accursed assassin. Lin Feng's eyelids fluttered open slightly, as if he sought to utter something. Yet exhaustion forced them to close once more. Analysis progress. 49. Energy fluctuation frequency locked, currently cross-referencing all known high-energy reaction records in Jiangnan City. The Li family. It must be the Li family. Zhou Qingcang's voice dropped, yet the venom within was unmistakable. No one else possesses the motive, nor the audacity. Unfortunately, that assassin known as Shadow Serpent employed a blood escape talisman, and we've lost our most critical eyewitness. He struck the adjacent metallic wall with a fist, producing a dull thud. Without evidence, we cannot act against that deeply entrenched behemoth of a family. How infuriating. Lin Feng's lips twitched faintly, as though attempting to offer solace. Yet, from Zhou Qingcang's perspective, that fleeting smile appeared cold and sharp as ice. Analysis progress. 82. Core material identified. Soul corruption flower. Conducting analysis of accompanying trace substances. Soul composition, energy source, cultivation environment, data matching in progress. You need to rest well. Do not think of anything else. Zhou Qingcang steadied his emotions, placing a reassuring hand upon the exterior of the protective pod. When you recover, the villa in Tianjin Garden promised by the mayor, along with all the rewards from the academy, will be yours. None shall be lacking. We shall await your return. Lin Feng's gaze seemed to regain a flicker of vitality. If only for a moment. Analysis complete. A remarkably detailed report, accurate to 20 decimal places, materialized within Lin Feng's mind. Report. The main material for the concoction of the mysterious poison is the soul corruption flower, which requires soil rich in Sha stone powder for growth. Must be irrigated with nether spring water, and must receive at least 4 hours of illumination from the moonlight energy array daily. Conclusion. Through a triple comparison of Jiangnan City's geological exploration maps, hydrological databases, and registered high-energy array schematics, the only location that meets all conditions is east of the city, at the Tranquil Herb Cultivation Base, Greenhouse Number 3. This base is affiliated with Xingyuan Trading Company, and upon investigation, the legal representative of this company is the distant nephew of Li Qingfeng, the head of the Li family. The chain of evidence was perfectly sealed. Zhou Qingcang continued to utter words of consolation and encouragement, wholly unaware that within the confines of the protective pod, the frail youth harbored a fleeting glimmer in his eyes, cold as death. He had obtained the first and most damning piece of physical evidence pointing towards the Li family. Now was not the time to act recklessly. He must wait for the opportune moment to transform this evidence into a sword capable of uprooting the Li family entirely. After Zhou Qingcang offered a few more reassurances and noticed Lin Feng had wearily closed his eyes, he quietly exited the hospital room. Chapter 55. An analysis report that rips off the mask of the Li family's hypocrisy. 3 days later, within the S-Class intensive care unit, the life essence had long been depleted, and Lin Feng lay upon the pristine white bed, his complexion still pale, connected to multiple life sign monitoring devices. The door to the ward slid open silently, and the mayor entered, followed closely by Zhou Qingcang, both bearing an unmistakable gravity upon their faces. "How are you feeling, Lin Feng?" The mayor inquired first, his tone gentle. "Thank you for your concern, Mayor. I am feeling much better," Lin Feng replied, struggling to sit up, only to be gently restrained by Zhou Qingcang, who stepped forward to press a hand upon his shoulder. "Lie down, do not move around." Lin Feng complied, reclining back. His breaths slightly labored, resembling an ordinary youth recovering from a serious illness. The mayor observed this sight, a sigh escaping his lips, and his expression grew tinged with guilt. "You need not worry about the investigation. We have already commenced," but he paused, seemingly weighing his words. Zhou Qingcang interjected, his voice tinged with suppressed rage. "The mastermind behind this is cunning. All the leads we could conceive have been deliberately severed in advance. That assassin has vanished as if into thin air. And we currently have no groundbreaking progress. That is all right. I have faith in the authorities," Lin Feng responded, his voice frail, a hint of lingering fear and disappointment flickering in his eyes. "I will follow the arrangements of the mayor and the dean." His demeanor, imbued with trepidation, tugged at Zhou Qingcang's heart, and he clenched his fists tightly. What an astonishing genius, yet he must endure such schemes and treachery. The mayor offered a few more comforting words, merely encouraging him to focus on recovery, assuring him that the base city would not relent in its pursuit of the true culprit. Such official and appropriate words, however, conveyed a profound sense of helplessness. In the absence of direct evidence, even with the collective understanding of all parties involved, no substantial action could be taken against a colossal entity like the Li family. After a brief pause, observing Lin Feng's fatigue, the mayor prepared to conclude his visit. "Take care and rest well. We shall not disturb you further." The mayor departed slowly. Lin Feng nodded. Just as the mayor turned to leave, Zhou Qingcang was also preparing to exit when Lin Feng suddenly spoke. "Dean Zhou, could you stay for a moment?" His voice was soft, tinged with a hint of pleading. "I wish to speak with you privately." Zhou Qingcang halted, turning back to meet Lin Feng's earnest gaze, and nodded. "Mayor, I shall join you shortly." "Very well." The mayor, not pondering further, departed the ward with his secretary. As the door closed, sealing off all external sounds, the ward fell into a brief silence. Zhou Qingcang pulled up a chair and sat beside the bed. "Speak freely. This place is entirely safe." Lin Feng did not respond immediately. He controlled his weakened body, slowly raising his right hand, where a faint light flickered from a storage ring. In the next moment, a data panel, as thin as a cicada's wing and composed of a special crystal, appeared in his grasp. He extended the data panel toward Zhou Qingcang, the effort apparent, as if it drained the last vestiges of his strength. "Teacher, this is an analysis report of the residual toxins on the assassin's dagger, conducted by my mechanical beast before I fell unconscious." Zhou Qingcang was taken aback. An analysis report of the toxins? Instinctively, he accepted the cool data panel. The moment his fingers brushed against it, a torrent of immense information surged into his consciousness. Boom. Zhou Qingcang's body jolted, freezing in place. A deluge of data. Intricate molecular formulas, energy spectral analyses precise to several dozen decimal places, and over 30 pages of logical deductions and material tracing. This was far more than a mere analysis report. It was an academic tome that would render even the foremost research institutions in the Dragon Kingdom humbled by its depth. The professionalism and thoroughness of the report exceeded his comprehension. His breath quickened involuntarily. He forced himself to suppress the shock swelling within, concentrating his mental faculties as he rapidly scanned the report's core content. Soon, 3 words seared into his mind like a brand: soul corruption flower. The report explicitly delineates that the mystical toxin on the assassin's shadow serpent dagger is fundamentally composed of a forbidden plant known as the corrupted soul flower. Accompanying the report is a spectral energy characteristic unique to this plant, along with a geographical coordinate boasting a remarkable matching accuracy of 99.8%. Upon discerning the significance of this coordinate, Zhou Qingsong's pupils abruptly constricted into the most perilous pinprick: the eastern suburban region, the Tranquil Heart herb cultivation base. This locale, ostensibly a manor belonging to the Li family for cultivating rare ornamental plants, is not open to the public and is fiercely guarded. It is the Li family's territory. This is irrefutable evidence, a damning testament capable of firmly pinning the blame on the Li family. Clutching the slender data tablet, Zhou Qingsong felt its weight akin to 1,000 pounds. He abruptly lifted his gaze to Lin Feng, who lay frail upon the hospital bed. The weakened youth met his eyes with a calm gaze, devoid of any youthful naivety, revealing only an abyss of composure. "My mechanical beast, the mechanical dragon, is rather unique." Lin Feng's voice, though soft, elucidated the source of it all. It possesses an analytical talent that automatically records and deciphers threats when sensing imminent danger. This time, it has left behind a fragment in the face of a life-threatening situation. The tumultuous waves within Zhou Qingsong's heart could not be quelled. He had assumed his visit was merely to comfort a brilliant student who had suffered a grievous blow. Yet, he could never have imagined that the key to unraveling the situation, an instrument potent enough to undermine the Li family's foundation, was being handed to him directly by the very individual entangled in it. At the precipice of life and death, he suddenly realized he had never truly comprehended this student. The extraordinary calmness and strategic foresight beyond his years, the capacity to counterattack in dire straits, even eclipsed the beast taming talents he had exhibited, leaving him astounded. This was no mere fledgling in need of protection. This was a young dragon, one who understood the art of concealing its claws until the moment demanded the revelation of its lethal fangs. Zhou Qingsong solemnly and cautiously stowed away the data tablet. He recognized that with this report in hand, they were no longer passive victims. They could bypass all the leads severed by the Li family and launch a thunderous, decisive raid on that manor. "I understand," Zhou Qingsong rose, refraining from probing further into the matter of the mechanical beast. This was Lin Feng's secret, and he would not pry excessively. He merely needed to grasp the gravity of this evidence. "Lin Feng, you have done excellently." He regarded Lin Feng, his tone imbued with unprecedented seriousness. "The subsequent matters shall be entrusted to me." As a political tempest aimed at the foremost family in Jiangnan City quietly brewed, it was infused with the most critical catalyst. The clarion call for retaliation was on the verge of sounding. Zhou Qingsong lingered not a moment longer, turning sharply and striding purposefully towards the exit of the hospital room. His silhouette exuded determination and a chilling resolve. Chapter 56, Thunderous Strike. The foundation of a century-old family began to tremble. Within the mayor's residence, in the highest security conference room, Zhou Qingsong entered without a word of pleasantry, placing the crystalline data tablet directly before the mayor. "What is this?" the mayor inquired, his taut demeanor reflecting the oppressive atmosphere within the chamber. "Evidence," was Zhou Qingsong's succinct reply. The mayor grasped the data tablet, probing its contents with his mental faculties. In the next moment, his entire being froze. The report was exhaustive, meticulous, and its logical chain impeccably closed. Its professionalism was enough to induce embarrassment among the nation's toxicology experts. The conclusion of the report pointed unmistakably to a coordinate: the eastern suburban region, the Tranquil Heart herb cultivation base. The mayor set the data tablet down, opting not to question the report's origins. That was of no consequence. "What do you intend to do?" "Mayor, this is not about what I intend to do." Zhou Qingsong's fist clenched discreetly beneath the table, but rather, who you wish to dictate the rules of Jiangnan Bay City. Silence. A prolonged silence ensued. The mayor gradually rose, pacing within the conference room, bypassing all conventional procedures, directly mobilizing the highest authorities' subordinate forces to raid a top-tier family South private estate. This is akin to walking a tightrope. Should we fail or lack sufficient evidence, the ensuing political earthquake could cost me my position as mayor. He halted, turning his back to Zhou Qingsong. "Thus, they shall not be involved." The mayor pivoted, pressing a command into his communicator. "Order the mayor's direct guard, the 1st and 3rd squads, to assemble immediately." Informed the Beast Tamer Association to deploy the most elite team from the Enforcement Division. His orders were swift and decisive. Operation Codename Purification, commanded by Vice Principal Zhou Qingsong. With full authority, the mayor regarded Zhou Qingsong, enunciating each word. I grant you the highest authority. I expect results within an hour. Zhou Qingsong did not respond verbally, but nodded earnestly, turning on his heel and striding out of the conference room. A tempest, circumventing all protocols and directly instigated by the highest power in Jiangnan City, had already taken shape. In the eastern suburban region, the tranquil heart herb cultivation base lay distant from the urban sprawl, its serene environment outwardly presenting as a grand estate for cultivating rare ornamental flora. Beneath the veil of night, an imperceptible energy barrier enveloped the entire estate like an inverted bowl. Without any forewarning, dozens of figures appeared, akin to phantoms, silently materializing outside the estate. At the forefront stood Zhou Qingsong, who uttered not a single word but merely raised his hand. The azure-hued phoenix behind him emitted a melodious cry, its wings unfurling. A blade of azure wind cleaved through the night sky, precisely striking the barrier at its most vulnerable point. The guard unit simultaneously sprang into action, perfectly synchronized. The sound of shattering glass echoed. The defensive barrier, capable of withstanding the full force of a royal-level beast, crumbled like mere parchment before the overwhelming might of the guards. Move, issued the cold command. Dozens of figures transformed into fleeting shadows, surging through the breach in the shattered barrier. The estate's defenders barely had time to sound an alarm before they were all subdued in a silent onslaught. The entire operation took no more than 30 seconds. According to the energy readings, in that direction, Zhou Qingsong directed towards the innermost depths of the estate, leading to an unremarkable temperature-controlled flower room. The group advanced like a searing dagger, penetrating deep within. Inside the flower room, warmth enveloped them, with exotic blooms vying for attention. Yet, every individual present detected a barely perceptible scent of decay lurking beneath the floral aromas. Zhou Qingsong stepped into the heart of the flower room and stomped his foot heavily. Boom! The ground split open, revealing a concealed metallic door leading underground. Without the need for orders, two members of the enforcement team stepped forward and forcibly breached the hidden door. A nauseatingly thick, cold aura rushed forth to greet them. Descending the staircase, the sight that unfolded before them caused every face to blanch. They had entered a vast underground greenhouse. In the greenhouse, there existed no extraordinary flora, only patches of peculiar flowers, entirely black and exuding an ominous aura, flourishing robustly. The corpse soul flower, both human and material evidence were present. Seal this place. Each blossom, each grain of soil, constitutes irrefutable proof. Zhou Qingsong's voice resounded with an uncontrollable fury. Yet, this was not the end. A team member, having discovered a concealed door camouflaged as a wall in a corner of the greenhouse, forced open the heavier lead door. Before everyone lay a genuine secret base hidden beneath the greenhouse. To the left was a well-equipped laboratory for the concoction of poisons. Shelves adorned with numerous finished and semi-finished products of miraculous toxins. To the right, rows of cold metallic cells. The prisoners within were not beasts of the wild, but humans. In some cells, youths with vacant stares and a palpable aura of death emanated. They were the death warriors secretly nurtured by the Li family. In others, a dozen malnourished and listless civilians were confined. A team member quickly accessed the database for comparison. Report. These individuals were all civilian beast tamers who had mysteriously disappeared in the Jiangnan base city over the past 2 years. Their talents predominantly related to plant acceleration or soil enhancement. In that moment, the truth became glaringly evident. The Li family was not merely concocting forbidden drugs for the assassination of Lin Feng. Long before, they had clandestinely abducted and enslaved civilian beast tamers to mass cultivate taboo plants, breeding death warriors, researching forbidden drugs, illegal detention, and enslavement. Each of these acts constituted heinous crimes capable of leading a century-old illustrious family to utter ruin. Zhou Qingsong's body trembled with intense rage. He immediately connected with the mayor. Mayor, the evidence is far more extensive than we imagined. In the Li family's main residence, Li Qingfeng was seated, savoring tea, having preemptively severed connections to many critical pieces of evidence pointing to the Li family. He believed that as long as the shadow serpent remained unfound, even if the authorities harbored suspicions, they could not touch the Li family. Suddenly, a piercing alarm erupted from the encrypted communicator beside him. He grasped the device, and a blood-red warning consumed the entire screen. Highest alert. The Tranquility Base is under attack by an unidentified force, and the defensive barrier has been breached. Crack. The precious teacup in Li Qingfeng's hand shattered in response. He sprang to his feet, his complexion drained of color. The Tranquility Base was his most critical secret, his greatest trump card. How could this be? How could the authorities bypass all surveillance and pinpoint that location with such precision? His face turned ashen, his body teetering on the brink of collapse. It was over. Everything was over. That base concealed all of the Li family's unspeakable sins. A spark of frenzied survival instinct ignited in Li Qingfeng's murky eyes. He seized another communicator, his voice hoarse and violent. Notify everyone. Abandon all tasks. At all costs. Mobilize the family's entire resources to locate the Shadow Serpent. Alive or dead, we must see him. As long as the Shadow Serpent does not fall into the hands of the authorities, as long as there are no direct eyewitnesses, the Li family may face official retribution. Yet their foundation would remain unshaken. An all-out, frantic pursuit against the Shadow Serpent, racing against time with the authorities, commenced at that moment. Chapter 57. The Battle of the Abandoned Industrial Zone. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. The Li family's crimes were exposed, igniting a conflagration throughout Jiangnan Base City. The shocking scene within the underground Tranquility Herb Cultivation Base spread to every corner through officially released, processed footage. Breeding death warriors, concocting forbidden drugs, abducting and enslaving civilian beast tamers. Each accusation struck like a hammer upon the hearts of the populace. The public's fury erupted like a volcano, sweeping through every corner of the city with waves of denunciation against the Li family. In the S-Class Special Care Ward, a massive screen on the wall displayed these news reports. Lin Feng leaned against the head of the bed, calmly observing the face of Li Qingfeng. The head of the Li family, contorted with shock and rage, his own expression betraying no emotion. The first step to toppling the Li family had been accomplished. Next was the second step, to personally conclude this enmity. The ward door swung open, and the mayor along with Zhou Qingcang entered, both bearing the fatigue and gravity that followed a tempest. Lin Feng, you have seen everything, haven't you? Zhou Qingcang approached the bedside, his tone laden with complexity. Yes, Lin Feng replied, voluntarily shutting off the screen. The Li family is finished. The mayor spoke, his voice hoarse. The malignant tumor that has plagued Jiangnan City for a century is finally to be excised. Lin Feng refrained from responding, merely coughing lightly to portray the demeanor of a frail patient. The authorities had sealed all of the Li family's enterprises, and all core members had been apprehended. However, Zhou Qingcang's fists clenched tightly. That old fox, Li Qingfeng, had mobilized every dark influence and was frantically searching for the Shadow Serpent, intent on silencing him. Thank you, Dean and Mayor, Lin Feng expressed sincerely, his tone imbued with just the right amount of gratitude. He lifted his gaze to the two dignitaries, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of entreaty. Mayor, Dean, I wish to apply for discharge. No, Zhou Qingcang denied without hesitation. You have just stabilized from your injuries. And the situation outside is chaotic. The Li family's rabid dogs may act irrationally. Indeed, Lin Feng, the mayor urged, your safety is paramount. We have arranged the utmost security measures to ensure your protection. Lin Feng shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his features. Remaining here, surrounded by these instruments, will only serve to remind me of the moment of the assassination. His gaze swept over the two men. I simply wish to return home, to be with my family, and to recuperate in peace, without any further disturbances. This sentiment was completely understandable. A youth who had narrowly escaped death yearned for the warmth and tranquility of family, unwilling to be confined like a prized animal under protection. Zhou Qingcang intended to argue further, but was silenced by the mayor's glance. After a moment of contemplation, the mayor finally nodded. Very well, I approve. We will arrange for personnel to discreetly ensure your safety and that of your family. Thank you, Mayor. Half an hour later, Lin Feng boarded a special vehicle returning to Tianjin Garden. He declined all offers of companionship, opting to return alone to the lavish villa granted by the mayor, fortified with top-tier security. The instant the villa door closed behind him, all traces of weakness and pallor vanished from Lin Feng's face, replaced by an abyss-like calmness. He closed his eyes. His newly acquired master-level spiritual power enveloped the entire villa like an invisible web in an instant. In the shadows, several subtle presences lay in wait. These were the official protectors. Lin Feng paid them no heed. With a mere thought, he pinpointed a faint, nearly imperceptible remnant of the king's essence lingering in his spiritual cosmos. It was the trace left by the Shadow Serpent during the assassination attempt on Lin Feng. For others, this trace would have long dissipated into the ether. Yet, for Lin Feng, who possessed a system, a sliver remained, serving as the clearest tracking coordinate imaginable. More importantly, after his promotion to master, his innate talent had been further enhanced through the accumulation of spatial abilities. In his perception, the spatial trace left by the shadow snake as it escaped using the blood escape talisman, though steadily dissipating, radiated a unique, distorted fluctuation that stood out like a beacon in the night. A king-level assassin, How many treasures could he possibly have within his storage ring? Revenge was merely a secondary motive. The true objective of this venture was to plunder his legacy. Mecha Dragon, lock onto the coordinates I transmitted to you and prepare for dimensional traversal. Coordinates locked. Dimensional energy is being replenished. In the villa's living room, the air around Lin Feng began to warp subtly, imperceptible to the naked eye. In the next instant, he vanished into thin air, leaving behind an energy phantom, conjured by a small fox's illusion that mimicked his life signs and lay quietly in the second-floor bedroom. Outside the villa, the dutiful official guards remained oblivious, guarding a house devoid of its inhabitant. In the southern part of the city, within an abandoned industrial zone, lay a scar upon the urban landscape, a forgotten corner. An underground river, reeking of rust and decay, wound its way through the area's depths. Rustle. In the dark passage, 7 or 8 shadows maneuvered swiftly, their movements silent as they melded into the darkness like phantoms. The leading shadow raised a hand, causing the team to come to an immediate halt. He glanced at the compass in his hand, where the needle trembled faintly. The target was nearby, he was gravely injured, and the aftereffects of the blood escape talisman had rendered him exceedingly weak. The head of the household had commanded, "Find him, bring back his corpse and storage ring, and then erase all traces." Understood. Several death warriors from the Li family dispersed at once, heading towards different paths. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, at another entrance, a fully armed team had also arrived. The captain, an elite of the Beastmaster Association's enforcement team, surveyed the vast expanse of the abandoned industrial zone with a furrowed brow. Split into search units. We must find him before the Li family does, even if we have to turn this place upside down. In a hidden corner of the abandoned industrial area, space twisted as Lin Feng's figure quietly materialized. The moment he appeared, he immediately concealed all traces of his presence, transforming himself into a cold, unyielding stone. His true eye disregarded the surrounding darkness, while his spatial perception distinctly captured the existence of 2 other groups. The Li family's hounds had arrived quite swiftly. Lin Feng remained motionless, embodying the most patient of hunters, awaiting the opportune moment. 3 factions, each driven by divergent motives, converged from different directions towards the same target. The underground river system was damp and gloomy. Enormous concrete pipes crisscrossed like a labyrinth, the sound of dripping water echoing in the vast space, an extension of the city's shadows, a breeding ground for sin. Within a relatively dry underground cavern, the shadow snake sat cross-legged. His complexion was as pale as parchment, and the wound on his chest, inflicted by the azure phoenix, still oozed strands of black blood. This was the king-level injury dealt by the president of the Beastmaster Association, compounded by the backlash from the blood escape talisman, which was ravenously eroding his vitality. He needed to regain some combat strength swiftly. If he could muster even 30% of his peak power, he would have confidence in escaping the Jiangnan base city and fleeing this perilous place. The Li family, the thought of the employer who had cast him into this abyss sparked a glint of resentment in the shadow snake's eyes. He understood well that, at this moment, the ones most eager for his demise were not the officials, but indeed the Li family. Suddenly, his ears twitched, and he abruptly opened his eyes. Amidst the sound of flowing water, he discerned faint footsteps that did not belong to this place. They were coming. The shadow snake struggled to rise, leaning against the slick rock wall, tightly gripping a pitch-black dagger. About a kilometer upstream, the Li family's death warriors trudged through ankle-deep murky water, stealthily closing in under the compass's guidance. They moved like a pack of well-trained hunting dogs, silent yet efficient. On the opposite side of the cavern, from an abandoned ventilation duct exit several dozen meters above the ground, Lin Feng's figure blended seamlessly with the shadows. He suppressed all his presence, cradling the small fox, while the mecha dragon crouched at his feet, its gaze fixed intently on the darkness, resembling a golden statue. The ice whale remained poised in the Beastmaster space, ready for action at any moment. With the convergence of his true eye and spatial perception, nothing below escaped his scrutiny. The shadow snake's frailty and vigilance, the murderous intent and approach of the Li family's death warriors, all their spatial positions, energy intensities, and even heartbeat frequencies formed an unerringly clear 3-dimensional map in his mind. He was in no rush to strike. A gravely injured king was still a king. A cornered beast would fight back fiercely, its retaliatory power capable of threatening anyone. Let the Li family's loyal hounds expend their master's energy first. All he needed to do was await the moment when the mantis strikes the cicada, and then reap the benefits. Below, the captain of the Li family's death warriors had spotted the figure leaning against the cavern wall. He halted, slowly raising his right hand. Chapter 58. The illusion descends. In my domain, you are all mere ants. Within the underground cavern, the captain's signal fell silently. In the darkness, dozens of shadows surged forward with sudden speed, moving silently like a horde of starving ghosts emerging from hell. Pouncing on the weakened figure in the center of the cavern from various angles. Coordinated assault, a silent kill. Their moves were ruthless, their coordination seamless. A finely honed machine of slaughter. Seeking death. The shadow snake's eyes snapped open as his kingly combat instincts exploded under the threat of death. He forcibly summoned the last remnants of his kingly essence, leaving behind an afterimage as he narrowly evaded the lethal encirclement. He retaliated with a backward slash. The pitch-black dagger traced a cold arc, accurately slicing through the throat of one death warrior. Blood spurted forth, and the warrior fell lifelessly without even a sound. Kill. The death warrior captain let out a hoarse roar. After a failed strike, they showed no hesitation. Their formation shifted instantly, surging forth once more like a tide. Though the shadow snake was a king, his grave injuries meant he could barely muster 70% of his strength. He fought like a tiger trapped in an iron cage, facing a pack of fearless hyenas. Each swing of his blade claimed a life, yet each block intensified his wounds, adding more blood to the corner of his mouth. The Li family's death warriors cared little for casualties. They used their fallen comrades as shields, sacrificing their own flesh to drain the king's power. After yet another fierce exchange, the shadow snake staggered back, his shoulder gashing open a deep wound, yet he managed to slay 2 more death warriors. But the encirclement continued to tighten. High above in the ventilation duct, Lin Feng observed the shadow snake, who was gradually losing the upper hand below. His brow arched. He could wait no longer. The shadow serpent must perish at his hands, and his storage ring must become his own spoils. An invisible, formless wave, akin to a stone cast into the tranquil surface of a lake, quietly radiated from above, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. In Lin Feng's embrace, the languid 9-tailed celestial fox swayed its 5 tails gently, a flicker of brilliance dancing in its violet eyes. The world annihilation illusion. At the moment the illusion descended, no false images manifested on the battlefield. There were no wails of ghosts nor the sounds of mountains crumbling. Everything appeared exactly as it had before. Yet, for those ensnared within, the world had become distorted. To the left, fill the gap, barked the captain of the Li clan's death squad, his voice sharp. He clearly saw the shadow serpent's form wavering, revealing a significant opening. 3 death warriors understood the cue, their blades converging from 3 directions, sealing off all escape routes for the shadow serpent. This was a fatal strike. However, as the blades fell, they merely cleaved through the air. The shadow serpent's position had shifted half a meter from where they perceived. How is this possible? A thread of absurdity flickered in the death squad captain's mind. The shadow serpent was equally disconcerted. In his eyes, the trajectories of the 3 death warriors' attacks appeared warped and illogical. Instinctively, he attempted to evade, only to find himself nearly colliding with the blade of another death warrior, his movements clumsy and awkward. It felt as though he were battling a host of phantoms in a mire, visible yet perpetually out of reach, defenseless against their onslaught. At that moment, the rhythm of the entire battlefield became eerily strange. The coordinated assault of the death warriors faltered repeatedly, their strikes finding only emptiness. One death warrior, misled by the bizarre distortion of a companion's attack trajectory, instinctively blocked, the clang of metal resounding as his weapon clashed with that of his ally. Above, in the darkness, Lin Feng, akin to a director, meticulously controlled every nuance of the illusion through his soul link with the little fox. There, a thought flickered in his mind. Below, the shadow serpent, cornered, slashed wildly, a strike that should have missed. Yet, through the subtle adjustments of the illusion, the angle of this strike fortuitously aligned with the exposed neck of a Li clan death warrior, revealed by the chaos of their formation. Thud! Another life was claimed. But that was not the end. A faint, oddly aromatic mist, courtesy of the illusion, quietly seeped into every breath taken by the combatants. The enchantment toxin. This toxin, in minute quantities, did not directly harm, yet it amplified the innate suspicions, rage, and murderous intent within living beings. One death warrior glared at his companion, who had inadvertently obstructed his attack route, an irritable glint flashing in his eyes. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, the shadow serpent's dagger pierced through his heart. Incompetent. Another death warrior cursed, failing to act immediately to fill the gap, instead instinctively distancing himself from his comrade. The once seamless formation now bore a fatal flaw. Come on. The shadow serpent, seemingly driven mad, abandoned defense, enduring 3 gashes across his back as he ruthlessly felled 2 wary death warriors. Die for me. The captain of the Li clan's death warriors, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury, relinquished all command and reason under the toxin's influence. Seizing a moment of weakness from the shadow serpent, he braced his left shoulder against a vicious elbow strike and drove his long blade deep into the shadow serpent's right shoulder blade. Crack! The sound of shattering bone was unmistakable. The shadow serpent emitted a muffled groan, his entire right arm rendered utterly numb, the dagger slipping from his grasp. The captain, too, was sent reeling from the force of the blow, blood spilling from his mouth. As the dust settled, the cavern floor was awash in crimson. Only 3 Li clan death warriors remained, all wounded, their expressions wary as they scrutinized one another. The shadow serpent knelt on one knee, propping himself up with his left hand, gasping for breath, the blood from his chest and shoulder staining the ground a deep crimson. He had expended his last vestige of strength. Both sides, mutually wounded, were at the brink of collapse. Lin Feng knew the moment had arrived. He leaped silently from a ventilation duct high above, landing with a whisper at the cave's entrance, emerging slowly from the shadows. The sound of his footsteps resonated sharply in the cavern's silence. The remaining 4 turned their heads in unison. Upon recognizing the newcomer, an indescribable terror, potent enough to freeze their very souls, descended upon them. It was as if 4 ancient mountains had instantaneously suppressed the entire space. At Lin Feng's side, the presence of 4 divine beasts surged forth without reservation. The fierce expressions on the faces of the 3 Li clan death warriors solidified instantly, replaced by boundless dread. Their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably, rendering them incapable of even gripping their blades. The kneeling shadow serpent struggled to lift his head, the visage of the young, sun-kissed face before him appeared more fearsome than the deepest abyssal demon. The mantis stalks the cicada while the yellow bird waits behind. No, they were not even worthy of being called mantises. From beginning to end, it was merely a meticulously orchestrated play, and they were but sacrificial offerings, destined for self-destruction. Lin Feng offered no superfluous words. He did not even cast a glance at the 3 death warriors. A thought silently coursed through the mental link. Beside him, the mechanical dragon, forged entirely from divine gold, ignited the hexagonal cannon on its shoulder with a devastatingly pale light. The Star Destroyer particle beam. Buzz. The beam sliced silently through the darkness. The 3 Li clan death warriors, along with the solid rock wall behind them, were instantaneously pierced by the beam, vaporizing in an instant. No explosion, no roar. Only a vast void and a bottomless tunnel with edges as smooth as a mirror remained to attest to their existence. The entire process was clean, swift, and efficient. The shadow serpent's pupils dilated to their utmost. Run. This was the singular thought racing through his mind as a king-level assassin. He desperately strained his spirit, attempting to ignite the last flicker of his royal essence to unleash a desperate escape technique. Yet, he was quick, but something was even quicker. A wisp of ice-blue mist had, unbeknownst to him, enveloped the entire area. The shadow serpent's movements froze mid-air, contorted into an exceedingly bizarre posture. His thoughts continued to race. Yet his body, along with a droplet of blood poised to fall, slowed to the point of seeming suspended in time. Time had frozen. Beside Lin Feng, the diminutive ancient illusory ice whale, adorned with snowflake-like runes upon its brow, radiated a soft, yet commanding light. Yet, this was but the beginning. A wisp of gossamer. 9-colored flame erupted from the beak of the golden crow, curling around the form of the shadow serpent with the precision of a living serpent. The sun's chaotic true flame. Hiss! The fire did not consume his flesh and blood. Instead, it ignited the nascent source of royal power within him. The shadow serpent felt his strength dissipate, as if a balloon had been pierced, reduced to naught in an instant. A formidable monarch-level powerhouse, grievously wounded, stood before Lin Feng's divine beast legion. Stripped of even the right to self-detonate or resist, Lin Feng approached the immobilized shadow serpent with measured steps. He extended his hand, gently pressing it against the serpent's crown. His touch is tender, as if caressing a work of art. Reveal to me all that pertains to the Li family, along with your every secret. Though the shadow serpent could not move or speak, its soul erupted in a final surge of resolve and animosity. It sought to detonate its spiritual core. Even if it meant mutual destruction, it aimed to plant the Li family's secret soul pursuit curse within this young one's soul. However, in that fractional moment before its spirit was to explode, a furry, beguiling paw, imbued with a sinister aura, delicately rested upon its shoulder. An inescapable, chilling toxin coursed through its veins, invading its spiritual sea. The soul-biting poison. The core it was on the brink of detonating was abruptly paralyzed and subdued by this external force. The shadow serpent's last frenzy transformed into boundless terror. Its self-detonation was once again effortlessly thwarted, and in an unfathomable manner, easily resolved. Just as the shadow serpent's consciousness plunged into chaos, the scene before it shifted dramatically. It found itself back in the Li family's secret chamber. Li Qingfeng sat across from it, his expression dark and brooding. How did the matter unfold? The shadow serpent's eyes were vacant, akin to a marionette, mechanically responding. It failed. Lin Feng is protected by a monarch. Incompetent. I provided you with so many resources. And this is how you repay me? The head of the Li family retorted, it was your erroneous intelligence that led to this loss. You must bear the consequences. The two engaged in a fervent dispute within the illusion, while Lin Feng remained composed, standing aside as he activated his phone's recording function, meticulously documenting every detail of the Shadow Serpent's admissions regarding its dealings with Li Qingfeng. Once the recording concluded, the illusion dissipated. This evidence was sufficient to obliterate any chance of a comeback for the Li family. System, can you access his memories? Lin Feng mused internally. Affirmative. Ding. Monarch-level soul target detected. Would you like to proceed with memory extraction? Yes. Ding. Commencing extraction of Monarch-level soul memories. Congratulations, host. Monarch-level perfect memory, Shadow Serpent, acquired. Boom. A torrent of information, far more vast, intricate, and detailed than any martial legacy, surged into Lin Feng's mind. Every nuance of the transaction with Li Qingfeng, including the slightest changes in his expressions, was vividly replayed, corroborating the earlier recording perfectly. The Shadow Serpent's lifetime of secrets, encompassing 7 treasure hideouts concealed across the Dragon Kingdom's black markets and wild secret realms, alongside coordinates and unlocking methods, manifested before him. The entirety of its knowledge regarding the underground world of the Jiangnan province and the southern Dragon Kingdom, including major organization strongholds, leaders, and trading protocols, was laid bare. Even its lifetime's learning, the Monarch-level assassination techniques known as Phantom Shadow, comprising hundreds of methods of concealment and disguise, dozens of poison formulas and antidotes, transformed into pure knowledge and experience, seamlessly absorbed and imprinted upon Lin Feng's soul. This was more perfect and thorough than any soul-searching secret art. In that moment, the Shadow Serpent's lifetime of accumulation became Lin Feng's own. After gleaning all the information, Lin Feng seized the inconspicuous storage ring from the serpent's finger. He withdrew his hand from the serpent's crown, and with a gentle wave, the sun's chaotic true flame that had entwined around the Shadow Serpent flared. The serpent's body, along with the vestige of despair from its soul, was utterly incinerated, dissipating into a wisp of blue smoke within the humid air. What remained was the Shadow Serpent's head, frozen in time, an artifact for the authorities. With a graceful turn, Lin Feng vanished, the silhouette of the mechanical dragon appearing by his side as the space began to warp. He brushed off the dust from his clothing, stepping into the distortion without a trace of reluctance, disappearing from sight. Chapter 60. Delivering evidence under the cover of night. Irrefutable proof. The Li family's doom. The night was profound, enveloped in silence. Within the highest security office of the mayor's residence, a guard reported the arrival of a black metal box devoid of any markings, the sender's visage obscured, disappearing in an instant. It was stated to be the evidence required by the mayor. Simultaneously, in the office of the vice president of Jiangnan Beastmaster Academy, Zhou Qingsong was overwhelmed with a pile of documents when a similar metal box was delivered to him by a guard. Likewise, within the secret chamber of the Beastmaster Association's president, it was opened. Buzz. The 3 boxes revealed ethereal blue 3-dimensional images, at the center of which lay a head that could not find rest. It was the Shadow Serpent. Following this, the serpent's expressionless face began to animate, resembling a soulless puppet, articulating in a flat tone with crystal clarity. I am the Shadow Serpent, a monarch-level assassin. The head of the Li family, Li Qingfeng, hired me to assassinate Lin Feng at the cost of 3 monarch-level breakthrough pills, 100 million alliance coins, and the permanent mining rights to a secret realm. The details of the plan unfolded, detailing everything from the transaction to the assassination deployment, from the escape route post-failure to the Li family's contingency preparations. Every word was audible, every detail aligning closely with the clues held by the authorities. This constituted irrefutable evidence to solidify the Li family's guilt, leaving them no chance of redemption. In the mayor's office, the communicator rang urgently. Did you receive it too? The mayor's voice was tinged with suppressed turmoil. Received. Zhou Qingsong's reply was terse, yet weighted with gravity. A third voice emerged from the communicator, aged and authoritative, belonging to the president of the Beastmaster Association. Who sent this evidence? Silence ensued. No one could provide an answer. There is more than one piece of evidence. The mayor switched the image. The Shadow Serpent's head vanished, replaced by a digital ledger flipping through pages. The Blackwater Commerce Association traded 300 soul corruption flowers, with funds flowing to Li family's third elder, Li Tianhe. The Scarlet Wolf Mercenary Corps kidnapped 7 civilian beastmasters, with the intermediary being the Li family's chief steward. The Wang family of Chengnan provided core materials for the forbidden drug, exchanging them for land in the Chengxi development zone owned by the Li family. Zhou Qingsong's breath hitched. The Wang family of Chengnan. ostensibly one of the Li family's greatest competitors, was actually entangled in deception. This ledger resembled a vast web, intricately connecting the darkness of the underground world of Jiangnan Bay City with the illustrious families, with the Li family at the center, the most corpulent venomous spider. What does he intend to do? Zhou Qingsong murmured. The enigmatic figure who delivered this evidence harbored intentions far beyond merely wishing for the demise of the Li family. He sought not to enact his own desires. The mayor interrupted him, his voice imbued with an unprecedented decisiveness. He was bestowing upon me a blade, a weapon potent enough to excise the malignant tumor plaguing the entirety of Jiangnan City. Now that the knife has been placed in our hands, we have no reason to hesitate. The president's voice resonated, declaring that he would personally dismantle the Li family's Xiangui Zhunhai formation. Excellent. The mayor emphatically terminated the communication. Rising to his feet, he pressed the red button on the desk that signified the highest state of emergency. Orders. The mayor's personal guard, 1st, 3rd, and 5th squads, mobilize fully. Orders. The Beastmaster Association's enforcement teams, Blade, Thunder, and Storm, assemble immediately. Orders. The City Defense Army's 7th and 9th Divisions. Seal off all known assets and strongholds of the Li family. No one is to enter or exit. The operation was codenamed Dawn, with the objective set firmly on the Li family. One directive after another, transmitted through the highest encryption channels, swiftly permeated the power center of the entire Jiangnan Bay City. An unprecedented storm, spearheaded by the 3 major violent agencies, took form in the last vestiges of darkness before dawn. At the Li family's main residence, Li Qingfeng paced anxiously. He had awaited the arrival of news regarding the shadow serpent for an entire night. Yet there was still no word, neither a sign of life nor a trace of death. This only intensified his ominous foreboding. Just then, a piercing alarm reverberated throughout the estate. Above the mansion, the energy shield, supported by a royal-level formation and resembling an inverted jade bowl, suddenly illuminated. Li Qingfeng dashed from the secret chamber, gazing skyward. Beneath the night's shroud, a colossal azure blade of wind descended with the might to rend the heavens asunder. It was the Beastmaster Association's president unleashing his beast. How could he have come to strike personally? Open fire. Bring it down. Li Qingfeng roared hoarsely. Yet it was all too late. Crack. The sound was akin to the shattering of the heavens. The formation known to withstand the relentless assault of a king-level powerhouse for 3 days and nights crumbled under the azure wind blade after merely a second of resistance. Countless fragments of the array plummeted like meteors. The last bastion of the Li family vanished. In the next moment, dozens of figures clad in black combat attire, exuding an icy aura, surged forth like divine soldiers through the breach in the shattered shield. They were the mayor's personal guard. Following closely were hundreds of members of the enforcement team, donned in standard association armor. A deep rumble resonated from above as armed aerial vessels of the City Defense Army aimed their cannons at every corner of the Li family estate. The Li family is suspected of treason, manufacturing banned substances, and enslaving civilians. By order of the mayor, we are here to eradicate. The cold voice echoed through loudspeakers, resonating throughout the estate. The Li family's guards and death warriors failed to mount even a semblance of resistance, utterly suppressed by a force exponentially greater than their own. Li Qingfeng stood frozen in the courtyard, witnessing the fully armed enforcement team storming into the main residence. His face turned ashen, his body swayed unsteadily. A captain of the guard approached him, presenting an arrest warrant bearing the mayor's highest signature. Li Qingfeng, you are under arrest. His body crumpled in defeat. In that moment, he understood that the century-old Li family of Jiangnan had met its irrevocable end. As dawn broke, every public screen in Jiangnan Bay City simultaneously broadcast an A-level wanted notice. The Li family, harboring death warriors, concocting forbidden drugs, and abducting and enslaving civilians, has undeniable evidence against them, guilty of heinous crimes. The screens displayed harrowing images from the Li family's underground base, recordings of the Shadow Serpent's testimonies, and the disheveled appearances of key family members shackled with energy restraints. The entire city erupted in fervor. Countless citizens poured into the streets, hurling stones and refuse at the Li family's enterprises, their furious denunciations merging into a tsunami of outrage. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, Longdu, within a magnificent estate suspended among the clouds, an elderly man in a butler's attire hurriedly entered an ancient study, respectfully placing a secure data tablet upon the desk. Young master, urgent intelligence from Jiangnan Bay City. From behind the desk, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was a hand, exceedingly youthful, with sharply defined joints, embodying perfection. He lifted the data tablet, casually scanning its contents. Upon encountering the phrases regarding the obliteration of the Jiangnan branch of the Li family, His movements did not falter in the slightest, as if perusing an inconsequential weather report. He casually discarded the tablet into the energy recovery slot beside the desk. The Jiangnan branch was merely a collection of wastrels. They dare to bear the surname Li? Chapter 61. A review of gains, a surge in power. Next stop, Longdu. The news of the Li family's reckoning and downfall swept across Jiangnan Bay City with the first rays of morning sunlight. Lin Feng, as the victim and pivotal informant, found his bank account swelling with a dazzling array of figures. This was compensation from the authorities, an astronomical sum that would make anyone envious. Without a moment's hesitation, the first action he took was to retrieve his parents from the Beastmaster Academy's residential building to the city center's top-security villa, Tianjinjuan. As the villa's gates slowly closed, they sealed off all external clamor and prying eyes. Observing the mixed expressions of excitement, anxiety, and confusion on his parents' faces, Lin Feng felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility within. He approached the center of the living room and placed the unassuming storage ring of the shadow serpent on the table. As his mental energy probed within, a vast treasury, overflowing with a myriad of treasures, unfurled within his consciousness. The life savings of a king-level assassin far surpassed the official reparations. Xiaolong, he softly called. The golden mechanical dragon manifested silently at his side, its cold electronic eyes glimmering with a red light. Utilize all available resources here to renovate this villa. Lin Feng's command was simple and direct. Objective: to create an absolute fortress capable of withstanding continuous assaults from peak king-level powerhouses. Command confirmed. Initiating analysis of existing materials. Rare spatial stabilizing anchors, void divine gold, energy circuit optimization. The mechanical dragon executed no superfluous movements. A portion of its body began to liquefy, and countless nanoscopic mechanical insects surged forth, merging with the core of the villa's existing defensive formation. It precisely extracted pieces of rare metals emanating spatial fluctuations from the shadow serpent's treasury, decomposing, reassembling, and integrating them into the walls and foundation. A new subcore gradually took shape within the villa's energy center. It commenced the construction of a complex subspace energy circulation system from deep within the villa's foundations. The entire villa ceased to rely on external energy supplies. It transformed into a self-sustaining war fortress capable of drawing energy from the subspace, continuously cycling and thriving. Watching everything unfold methodically, Lin Feng redirected his focus back to the shadow serpent's legacy. With his family settled, the next awaited moment was the long-anticipated beast feeding time. He sat cross-legged on the ground, categorizing the treasures from the treasury, heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and beast core ores, spreading them across the floor. He first picked up a pitch-black, king-level beast core, exuding a rich aura of shadow and dragon might. The king-level shadow dragon core. He presented the beast core to the little fox, who tilted her head slightly, her violet eyes sparkling with curiosity. After a gentle sniff, she opened her mouth and swallowed it whole. Ding! Feeding the king-level shadow dragon core has triggered a 10 million-fold critical hit. Your beast, the nine-tailed annihilation celestial fox, is experiencing a surge in bloodline energy, currently deciphering the laws of shadow and space. Congratulations! The nine-tailed annihilation celestial fox has successfully comprehended a new skill, Shadow Dimensional Walk, Beginner. The little fox's figure blurred momentarily before she instantaneously appeared behind Lin Feng, her movement utterly silent, so much so that even the spatial fluctuations were barely perceptible. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Next, he picked up a peculiar crystal the size of a fist, within which the essence of the stars seemed to swirl. This was the essence of stars, the key to the mechanical dragon's ascension. He pressed the essence of stars against the dragon's chest. Ding! Feeding the essence of stars has triggered a 20 million-fold critical hit. Your beast, the Star Annihilation Mechanical Dragon's core module, is beginning to undergo hyperevolution, with the Annihilation Divine core evolving towards its complete form. Expected completion time for metamorphosis, 168 hours. During the metamorphosis, combat power will experience slight fluctuations. The mechanical dragon emitted a low, resonant hum, its surface adorned with divine golden armor, shimmering with a cascade of vibrant colors as countless streams of data cascaded like a waterfall. Lin Feng nodded in approval. Subsequently, he continued to feed them for 3 consecutive days. After a barrage of critical hits, the auras of the 4 divine beasts surged dramatically. Jinwu Xiaojiu and the little fox firmly stepped into the initial stage of the emperor level. Although the mechanical dragon was in metamorphosis, its energy level had already reached the initial stage of the emperor level. Meanwhile, the ancient illusory ice whale, having previously absorbed a vast amount of life essence and now receiving a considerable amount of resources, exhibited the most robust aura. its combat power even advancing into the mid-stage of the Emperor level. It officially transitioned from its juvenile phase to the initial stage of its growth phase. The substantial return of primordial power solidified Lin Feng's own master-level early-stage realm, his mental core growing increasingly solid, subtly hinting at a trend towards the mid-stage. Finally, he retrieved an inconspicuous, slightly warm red stone from the corner. This was one of the least remarkable treasures in the Shadow Serpent's treasury, selected solely due to its faintly detectable fragment of solar law. He tossed the stone to Xiaojiao. The Jinwu swallowed it as if it were an ordinary candy. Ding! Feeding the enigmatic stone containing a fragment of solar law has triggered a special mutation critical hit. Your beast, the nine-tailed chaotic celestial Jinwu's innate divine fire, has undergone an unknown transformation. The solar chaotic true flame has acquired a new attribute, law burning. Law burning temporarily suppresses and incinerates the opponent's comprehension and control over the corresponding laws during an attack. It possesses absolute suppression over fire and light law entities. At that moment, Lin Feng called forth the information panels of his four beasts, gazing at the rows of data that could only be described as luxurious. Feeling a surge of exhilaration within, nine-tailed chaotic celestial Jinwu, nickname, Xiaojiao. Stage, growth phase, mid-stage, comprehensive combat power assessed as initial Emperor level. Quality, chaotic divine grade. Attributes, chaos, fire light. Bloodline, Hongming Jinwu source blood, 40 activated. Innate divine fire, solar chaotic true flame, new attribute, law burning. Skills, heaven incineration, Jinwu transformation, undying divine flame. Forbidden spell, solar storm, shadow dimensional walk, beginner. Loyalty, 100 devoted. Star annihilation mechanical dragon, nickname, mechanical dragon. Stage, growth phase, late stage, annihilation divine core undergoing metamorphosis. Comprehensive combat power assessed as initial Emperor level. Quality, chaotic divine grade. Attributes, mechanical, space, energy. Bloodline, mechanical source divine dragon blood, fully matured. Core, annihilation divine core, complete form. Micro-controlled nuclear fusion energy core, divine grade. Passive skills, divine golden body, intermediate. Skills, annihilation particle beam, absolute domain barrier, data invasion, beginner. Innate divine ability, dimensional traversal. Ignores conventional spatial barriers, allowing for short-distance dimensional jumps, significantly reducing consumption and cooldown time. Loyalty, 100 devoted. Nine-tailed annihilation celestial fox. Nickname, Little Fox. Stage, growth phase, late stage. Comprehensive combat power assessed as initial Emperor level. Quality, chaotic divine grade. Attributes, spirit, illusion, charm, poison, divine poison source. Bloodline, nine-tailed celestial fox source blood, 50 activated, possessing 5 tails. Innate divine skills, allure of all beings, beginner. Annihilation illusion, beginner. Reality illusion transformation, beginner. Charming divine poison, intermediate. Loyalty, 100 devoted. Ancient illusory ice whale, nickname, Little Bing. Stage, growth phase, initial stage. Comprehensive combat power assessed as mid-Emperor level. Quality, chaotic divine grade. Attributes, ice time, life. Bloodline, ancient source initial ice whale blood, activated. Innate divine skills, time freeze, beginner. Life's tribute, beginner. Eternal ice seal, beginner. Loyalty, 100 devoted. At that moment, the doorbell of the villa rang. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Inside the house, the reformed screen of the mechanical dragon displayed that the visitor was the vice dean, Zhou Qingcong. He gestured for the mechanical dragon to halt its modifications and opened the villa's door. Zhou Qingcong entered, gazing at the villa's interior, which starkly contrasted with the metallic texture in the documents and the faint energy fluctuations in the air that even made him feel a twinge of trepidation, momentarily leaving him dazed. What is this? I just had someone perform a simple security upgrade. Lin Feng poured him a cup of water. Zhou Qingcong did not reach for the cup. Instead, he fixed a serious gaze on Lin Feng. I have come to deliver the official final verdict. All core members of the Li family have been sentenced to death, to be executed immediately. The remaining affiliates will receive sentences ranging from life imprisonment to 300 years, depending on their crimes. All confiscated assets, aside from your compensation, will be confiscated. Lin Feng listened quietly. All of this was within his expectations. There is one more matter. Zhou Qingcong's tone grew somber. Although the Jiangnan Li family has fallen, they are merely an inconspicuous branch of the main Li family in Longdu, which is said to hold considerable power. The atmosphere in the living room abruptly fell silent. Each of Zhou Qingcong's words struck Lin Feng's heart like a heavy stone. The main family will not simply let this go. The destruction of a branch may not mean much to them, but the family's honor cannot be trifled with. You are no longer safe here. Chapter 62, Settling Family Affairs, saying farewell to Jiangnan City. The celestial train commenced its journey. Lin Feng lifted his cup and took a gentle sip. So does the dean mean? To depart from Jiangnan Bay City, Zhou Qingsong replied. To Longdu. This answer took Lin Feng by surprise. To the eye of the storm? Precisely. Zhou Qingsong's fist clenched tightly. Paradoxically, the most perilous places can often be the safest. The Dragon City is on the brink of initiating the latest selection for the Celestial Canopy Project, the paramount genius selection in the Dragon Kingdom. Open to all young beast tamers under the age of 30. Once selected, one would gain the utmost protection from the military and the Beast Tamer Association, ensuring even the Leaf family of Dragon City would dare not act against you openly. Utilize this as your shield, grow swiftly, and then seek a path to break through. Lin Feng set down his cup. Indeed, whether for better prospects or to counter the threats from the Leaf family, he must venture to that grander stage. More crucially, by departing, he could divert their attention and thereby better safeguard his family. He stood and gazed out the window. When shall I set forth? Inside the Tianjinjuan villa. The atmosphere was both warm and oppressive. Lin Feng gently placed a gleaming mechanical core before his parents. Father, mother, I shall be going to Dragon City for a period of study. His mother's eyes instantly reddened as she grasped his arm, her knuckles whitening from the pressure. Dragon City? So far away. Is Jiangnan City not sufficient? We have everything we need now. Precisely because we have everything. I must go, Lin Feng replied, holding his mother's hand with a gentle gaze. Some troubles can only be resolved at their source. Do not worry, I shall be fine. He pointed to the mechanical core. This is a mechanical avatar I devised for my beast. It will remain here to protect you. It possesses Imperial-level combat power, ensuring your safety. With a hum, the core levitated, its liquid metal flowing, coalescing in mere seconds into a robot resembling Lin Feng. His father parted his lips, taking a moment to utter a few words. Stay safe. We will be waiting for your return at home. Lin Feng nodded earnestly. He lingered not, turning to exit the fortress he had painstakingly built with his own hands. Outside, Zhou Qingsong's vehicle had long been awaiting. Is everything settled? I appreciate your assistance, teacher. Zhou Qingsong handed him a shimmering black card, a first-class ticket for the Celestial Canopy train. The train would depart in an hour, heading straight to Dragon City without any stops along the way. I've already made arrangements with the Beast Tamer Association. With your parents here, no one would dare to make a move. Lin Feng accepted the ticket. The card felt icy in his palm, emblazoned with the emblem of a train traversing the clouds. The Celestial Canopy train was less a mere train and more a steel fortress gliding swiftly along its tracks. It was crafted entirely from black alloy, its body adorned with dense energy circuits and closed cannon ports, exuding an aura of cold, formidable power. Lin Feng's first-class compartment was a private suite, spacious and equipped with all necessities. As the train commenced its journey, he felt no tremor, and the Jiangnan Bay City outside receded rapidly. Soon, the towering city walls vanished beyond the horizon, replaced by the vast expanse of a wilderness brimming with primal and perilous energy. The terrain was rugged, marred with enormous claw marks and deep pits left by the movements of otherworldly beasts. The sky was overcast, with occasional glimpses of grotesque flying beasts that veered away from the train's path. Between cities lay such a deadly expanse. The Celestial Canopy train was the sole means for mortals to traverse this treacherous territory. Lin Feng activated the terminal screen within his compartment, beginning to review the materials Zhou Qingsong had prepared in advance. Overview of the Dragon City power structure, introduction to major prestigious families, detailed interpretation of the Celestial Canopy project. He clicked on the last document, and a line of red data immediately caught his eye. Celestial Canopy Project, the Dragon Kingdom's highest-level combat personnel reserve plan. Purpose: to address the increasing number of high-risk world fissures and potential threats from other dimensions. Selection criteria: under 30 years of age. No restrictions on background, only potential and strength will be considered. Note: this plan has a staggering elimination rate of 90%. A 90% elimination rate. This was no longer a selection of geniuses, but rather a ruthless method of sifting through the monsters capable of surviving through blood and fire. Lin Feng's fingertips lightly tapped the screen. Rather than fear, a strong sense of eagerness welled up within him. This was precisely the stage he needed. At that moment, an ear-piercing alarm suddenly reverberated throughout the entire train. Warning! Warning! Under attack by a massive tide of beasts. Non-combat personnel, please do not leave your compartments. Repeat, non-combat personnel, please do not leave your compartments. The soft white light within the compartment was abruptly replaced by the frantic flashing of red warning lights. Lin Feng looked up, peering through the specially designed porthole at the outside world. At some point, the sky had darkened completely. A cloud composed of thousands of flying beasts was frantically battering against the train's faint blue energy shield. Each impact sent a slight tremor through the entire train. At the apex of this terrifying beast tide hovered a colossal eagle, casting a shadow over all. Its body was cloaked in dark green-black feathers, with each feather's edge entwined with destructive purple lightning. An Imperial-level beast, the thunderstorm cloud eagle. The armored panels atop the train slid open, and dozens of guards clad in uniforms surged out. They were all masters of their craft, summoning their beasts to engage in a fierce battle with the tide. However, the sheer number of beasts was overwhelming. More critically, the Imperial leader in the sky loomed ominously. Boom! The thunderstorm cloud eagle opened its massive beak, and a purple lightning bolt as thick as a barrel descended violently upon the train's energy shield. The shield violently rippled, its glow dimming by a third, and the entire train groaned under the strain. The situation was dire. Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. He did not wish to reveal himself prematurely, but if the train were to be destroyed, reaching Dragon City would become an insurmountable challenge. He loathed causing trouble, but detested complications even more. A thought flickered through his mind, conveyed through his mental link to Xiaojiu. Go, disguise yourself as an ordinary fire crow and resolve this swiftly. The once lethargic golden crow that had been resting on the table opened its eyes. The nine-colored divine light and chaotic aura around it retracted instantly, its form shrinking to a mere palm-sized figure, its feathers transforming into the most ordinary crimson hue. It appeared as nothing more than an ordinary fire crow. Activate skill. Shadow Dimension Walk. Xiaojiu's figure momentarily blurred in place, seamlessly merging into the shadow layer of space, vanishing soundlessly from the compartment. Outside, the thunderstorm cloud eagle reveled in the thrill of the hunt. Once more, it gathered lightning, preparing to deliver a lethal blow to the iron canister below. At that moment, it sensed a minute fluctuation in the space before it. A diminutive, seemingly fragile fire crow appeared out of thin air. A flicker of disdain crossed the thunderstorm cloud eagle's enormous eyes. This lowly creature was not even worthy of being a toothpick for it. Surely, the little one's attack wouldn't breach its defenses. The thunderstorm cloud eagle, disinterested, continued to accumulate its thunderous might. Xiaojiu opened its tiny beak. A seemingly unremarkable spark, even somewhat dull, leisurely drifted towards the thunderstorm cloud eagle. The creature did not attempt to evade. It allowed the diminutive spark to merge with its colossal form. In the next moment, the thunderstorm cloud eagle's build, which had been gathering thunder, abruptly ceased its movements. A point of radiant gold ignited within, expanding instantaneously without sound or explosion, only pure light and heat. This imperial beast, unable to emit even a mournful cry, was completely disintegrated and incinerated within that golden flame, reduced to a fine ash that gracefully floated down from the sky. With the leader's demise, the once fearsome tide of beasts descended into chaos and panic, scattering in all directions. The crisis was instantly averted. Inside the private compartment, the figure of Xiaojiu reappeared, nuzzling Lin Feng's fingers as if to claim credit. The captain of the train's security team and all the surviving passengers stood in a daze, gazing at the dissipating golden ash in the sky, their minds blank. After a lengthy pause, the train's intercom finally transmitted the conductor's voice, filled with profound shock and reverence. Crisis averted. Gratitude to the formidable being who intervened. Lin Feng paid no heed to the commotion outside. Calmly, he redirected his gaze to the luminous screen before him, casually opening a folder titled "Li Family of Longdu." The aftermath of the beast tide left no trace aboard the sky train. The subsequent journey proceeded without incident, as the train smoothly traversed the clouds, ultimately coming to a gentle halt at a station of magnificent grandeur. Upon stepping out of the station, Lin Feng was immediately enveloped by an almost tangible wave of spiritual energy. The air was thick and humid, with a concentration of spiritual energy exceeding that of Jiangnan City by tenfold. The spires of skyscrapers vanished into the clouds, and anti-gravity vehicles zipped between the buildings, leaving trails of brilliant light. On the streets, a youth rode past on a pinnacle-level griffin, drawing only a casual glance from passers-by. Here, royal beast tamers were not mere legends, but part of everyday life. Lin Feng's master-level mental acuity unfurled like an invisible net, only to retract sharply in the next moment. The instant he stepped out of the station, at least a dozen concealed, yet powerful minds from the shadows of the towering edifices precisely focused upon him. Some of these minds were merely curious, others scrutinizing, but the majority radiated unmasked malice, akin to icy needles probing the depths of his essence. In Longdu, at the Li family estate, a manor suspended in midair exuded an ancient charm that seemed utterly incongruous with the steel metropolis below. Within a quaint study, fragrant sandalwood wafted through the air. A young man clad in a custom white robe, with an aura as cold as eternal ice, calmly observed the real-time image of Lin Feng stepping out of the station on the screen before him. He was Lin Yuan, the foremost prodigy of this generation in the Longdu Li family, a master-level beast tamer. A mere country bumpkin from Jiangnan Bay City, he thought, lightly tapping his fingers against a table carved from a single piece of warm jade, producing a crisp sound. Having extinguished a branch of my Li family, he dares to swagger into Longdu. A contemptuous smile curved his lips, not born of anger, but rather the indifference of a superior species gazing down upon the inferior. From the shadows beside him, a faint distortion of space appeared. A pitch-black mantis-like beast, seemingly coalesced from the purest shadows and void energy, quietly materialized. The Void Knight King Mantis, an intermediate imperial beast, its scythe-like forelimbs, sharper than divine blades, rubbed together, emitting a chilling hiss. As if ever ready to rend space and harvest lives, Li Muyan did not glance at it. His gaze remained fixed on the slightly slender figure on the screen. "Young master, shall we take care of him?" An aged voice inquired from outside the door, the family steward. "Take care of him?" Li Muyan chuckled, shaking his head. To kill him outright would be too lenient. A sudden thought of an intriguing game crossed his mind, and the indifference in his eyes was replaced by a glimmer of playful interest. "I want him to personally experience the difference between the heavens of Longdu and the soil of Jiangnan City. I wish to strip him of all his dignity, pride, and the supposed trump cards he clings to, all while under the gaze of the masses. I want him to understand that some individuals do not even merit the privilege of looking up." Li Muyan raised his hand and dialed a secure communication line. "It's me." Once the call connected, he did not allow the other party a chance to speak. "Please pay a visit to the Beast Tamer Association. I do not wish for the newly appointed honorary elder from Jiangnan City to set foot through the doors of the association. Understood?" He did not wait for a response. Abruptly severing the connection and carelessly tossing the communicator onto the table, he intended for Lin Feng to grasp that in Longdu, a single word from him, Li Muyan, could sever every path for a so-called genius. After a moment's contemplation, he decided it would be far more engaging to personally meet Lin Feng. "Prepare the vehicle. I shall step out." Outside the station, a sleek anti-gravity vehicle came to a smooth halt before Lin Feng. "Sir, where to?" inquired a polite synthesized voice from within the car. "To the headquarters of the Longdu Beast Tamer Association." Lin Feng entered the vehicle, which ascended soundlessly, merging into the bustling aerial traffic. The scenery outside blurred by in a rapid sweep. Below lay an endless expanse of splendor. Above loomed the ethereal silhouettes of cloud-kissed towers. The probing minds continued to linger, unwavering like a persistent shadow. The Li family's response was swifter and more direct than anticipated. The beast tied aboard the sky train was likely no mere accident, but a test, an appetizer. Now that he had stepped into Longdu, the net laid out for him had quietly unfurled, and he was merely a moth drawn into the flame. Yet, no one knew that the wings of this moth were forged from divine fire. Zhou Qingsang's plan was astute, using the identity of a selected candidate from the celestial plan as a protective charm. However, Li Muyan clearly intended to deny him the opportunity for stable growth. He aimed to crush him into the mud with thunderous force before he could even find his footing. The vehicle glided through a commercial district composed of light and shadow. Ahead loomed a magnificent building resembling a colossal sword piercing the heavens, breaking through the clouds and reaching for the sky. That was the headquarters of the Longdu Beast Tamer Association. The vehicle gradually descended onto the expansive plaza before the headquarters. Lin Feng pushed the door open and stepped out, gazing upward at the imposing structure radiating infinite majesty. He needed to activate the identity of the honorary elder. This was not only to acquire resources and rights, but to declare to all those watching, "I have arrived." He straightened his collar and took his first step toward the enormous metallic door of the association, which seemed capable of swallowing all light. Chapter 64. The warning from Longdu's Li family prodigy, Li Muyan. The headquarters of the Longdu Beast Tamer Association, like a colossal sword thrust into the clouds, its cold metallic exterior reflecting a dim light beneath the clouds. As Lin Feng stepped down from the anti-gravity vehicle, before he could secure his footing, several figures obstructed his path. Leading them was a young man clad in a custom white robe, immaculate and unblemished, yet exuding an aura as frigid as ancient ice. Li Muyan. Behind him trailed several subordinates, their imposing presence indicating they had been waiting for some time. "You are Lin Feng." Li Muyan scrutinized Lin Feng from head to toe, his demeanor suggesting he was not assessing an adversary, but rather observing an insignificant ant that had inadvertently sullied his vision by crawling out of the muddy countryside. One of his lackeys stepped forward, brimming with arrogance. "Our young master is inquiring of you, country bumpkin from Jiangnan City. Are your ears not functioning?" Another lackey scoffed, crossing his arms. "Upon meeting my young master, you have yet to pay your respects? Is it the customs of Jiangnan City that are too insignificant?" Or do you simply lack understanding of decorum? Lin Feng chose to ignore the incessant buzzing of these flies, maintaining a calm gaze fixed upon Li Mo Yuan. This disregard irked Li Mo Yuan more than any rebuttal could. He was too disenchanted to utter another word, without granting Lin Feng an opportunity to respond. A thought flickered through Li Mo Yuan's mind, and the shadows at his side abruptly twisted. Hiss! A mantis. Entirely enveloped in black as if forged from the purest shadows and void energy, silently manifested. Void Night King Mantis. A chilling, razor-sharp aura capable of tearing through souls. Accompanied by the terrifying presence of an intermediate Emperor-level force, surged towards Lin Feng like a deluge breaching a dam. The very air seemed to freeze under this oppressive weight. The fine dust upon the plaza's surface forcibly compressed into the crevices of the stones. Li Mo Yuan's intentions were clear. He sought to employ this most direct and brutal method to compel this audacious country boy to kneel before him at the very heart of Longdu. Right at the doorstep of the Beastmaster Association, in full view of all, he aimed to crush Lin Feng with absolute strength, imparting an unforgettable lesson in humility. Beastmasters passing by, whether hurried members of the association or young scions of illustrious families conducting business, abruptly halted in their tracks. Is that not Li Mo Yuan of the Li family? And beside him is the Void Night King Mantis, an Emperor-level beast. Who is that boy he has cornered? He looks unfamiliar. He seems to be in for a world of trouble. The onlookers gathered at a distance, their expressions betraying a morbid curiosity. Upon realizing it was Li Mo Yuan, none dared to intervene. In Longdu, the mere mention of Li Mo Yuan's name was tantamount to a decree of intimidation, synonymous with arrogance and tyranny. Everyone anticipated the forthcoming spectacle. The frail youth would turn pale under the Emperor-level pressure, his bones creaking, ultimately collapsing to the ground in utter disgrace. The oppressive force, capable of instilling terror into even the most stalwart of master-level beastmasters, would crash down upon Lin Feng like an invisible mountain. However, the anticipated scene of humiliation did not materialize. Lin Feng remained rooted to the spot, utterly unmoving. Not only did he refrain from kneeling, but even the edges of his garments did not stir. In that instant, as the piercing pressure approached, he did not even summon the manifestation of his beast. Ding! The Beastmaster Obliterator Mechanized Dragon has activated the skill, Absolute Domain Barrier, Spatial Enhancement. An imperceptible barrier, invisible to the naked eye and nearly undetectable even by mental acuity, unfurled instantaneously across Lin Feng's body. The Emperor-level pressure, capable of rending steel and crushing mountains, dissipated the moment it encountered the barrier, akin to a clay cow sinking into the sea or being consumed by an unseen black hole, stirring not even a ripple. Vanishing silently and completely, the entire process unfolded in ominous silence. Li Mo Yuan's contempt froze on his face. The derisive expressions of his lackeys became stony. The Beastmasters, who had gathered to witness the unfolding drama, transitioned from intrigue to shock, and then to utter disbelief. How could this be? How could a mere fellow from Jiangnan City withstand Li Mo Yuan's Emperor-level beast pressure so unfazed? Did he possess a royal, or even an Emperor-level defensive treasure? A flicker of doubt crossed Li Mo Yuan's mind, quickly replaced by an even more profound coldness. What did it matter if he possessed a treasure for protection? A turtle shell, no matter how hard, remained merely a turtle. He was about to command the Void Night King Mantis to unleash a true offensive, intending to shred both the annoying shell and its occupant. At that moment, a fluffy, fiery red head slowly emerged from Lin Feng's embrace. It was a seemingly harmless, even endearing little fox, which yawned lazily, its amethyst-like eyes casting a languid glance at Li Mo Yuan and the Void Night King Mantis beside him. It was, in fact, the nine-tailed annihilation fox. It made no unnecessary movements, simply conjuring a thought. An intangible mental wave rippled forth, akin to a droplet falling into a tranquil lake, instantly expanding. Annihilation Mirage, it activated. Li Mo Yuan felt the scene before him shift dramatically. Lin Feng's figure appeared to stretch infinitely, transforming into a deity or demonic figure from ancient times, towering amidst the heavens and earth. Meanwhile, the little fox nestled in his arms swayed its nine tails, each one radiating a terrifying aura potent enough to extinguish stars. An overwhelming fear, rooted in bloodline and the deepest recesses of the soul, pierced through his consciousness like a chilling spear. His consciousness reeled in agony. Li Mo Yuan's pupils constricted sharply, and instinctively, he found himself stepping back involuntarily. Though it was but a fleeting moment, he swiftly broke free from the illusion with his peak master-level mental prowess, and the scene before him returned to normal. Lin Feng was still Lin Feng, and the little fox remained that charming little creature. Yet, the sensation of an ant gazing up at a divine being, that bone-deep shudder, felt all too real. More importantly, He had retreated. Before the eyes of the crowd, he had been frightened back a step by a country bumpkin in his eyes. The entire scene fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. If Lin Feng's earlier defiance of the oppressive force was shocking, then Li Mo Yuan's retreat was nothing short of cataclysmic. Everyone's minds faltered, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. The pride of the Li family, Li Mo Yuan, had found himself at a disadvantage in his first confrontation with an outsider. Li Mo Yuan's face flushed a deep shade of purple, rapidly turning an ashen gray. Humiliation. This was an unprecedented and egregious disgrace. He was utterly at a loss as to what means his opponent had employed. You seek death. The words escaped Li Mo Yuan's clenched teeth, laced with a chilling, murderous intent. The Void Knight King Mantis sensed its master's fury, its scythe-like forelimbs raised high, the razor edge beginning to distort and tear at the fabric of space. Finally, Lin Feng made a move. He gently caressed the little fox's head nestled in his arms, then lifted his gaze to Li Mo Yuan, offering a warm smile. Is this truly how the Li family treats their guests? He took a step forward. Quite an unusual approach. Chapter 65, The City Sealed. The Li family's influence renders you immobile. Li Mo Yuan's face shifted from purple to a grim shade, ultimately settling into a chilling pallor. Humiliation. A deep-seated humiliation. At the doorstep of the Beast Master Association, under the scrutiny of countless eyes in Longdu, he, the prodigy of the Li family, had been made to retreat a step by a provincial bumpkin through a means he could not begin to fathom. Murderous intent roiled within him, nearly breaking free of the constraints of reason. The Void Knight King, Tang Na, raised his two scythes, capable of tearing through space, their edges emitting dark wisps that caused the ground beneath to crack subtly. However, this was the entrance to the Beastmaster Association's headquarters. A slight probe revealed no immediate issues. Yet, to engage in a full-blown confrontation here would alter the stakes entirely. He suppressed the murderous intent that threatened to erupt, the ferocity on his face gradually receding, replaced by a calmness steeped in venomous tranquility. Excellent. Li Mo Yuan fixed his gaze upon Lin Feng, as if imprinting his visage into his very marrow. You are far more intriguing than I had anticipated. I hope your days in Dragon City bring you joy. With that, he cast not another glance at Lin Feng, abruptly turning away and departing with his ashen-faced entourage, leaving no room for hesitation, as if lingering even a moment longer would be a desecration of his dignity. As Li Mo Yuan departed, the suffocating silence of the square finally began to stir. Whispers surged like a tide. Has he lost his mind? How dare that young man provoke Li Mo Yuan so brazenly? It's over. It's utterly over. Li Mo Yuan is notorious for his vengefulness. That young man may not last a single day in Dragon City. What transpired just now? Why did Li Mo Yuan withdraw? Could that little fox possess some terrifying illusion-based beast? Regardless of what it is, offending the Li family leads to the same grim fate. It's a pity. He appeared to be a genius, yet he is so blissfully unaware of his own insignificance. The gazes that once anticipated a spectacle now morphed into a complex blend of sympathy and schadenfreude. They seemed to foresee that this unknown youth would be ground to dust beneath the formidable weight of the Li family in Dragon City. Lin Feng remained impervious to it all. He did not cast another glance in the direction of Li Mo Yuan's departure. Instead, he reached out, gently scratching the chin of the little fox nestled in his arms. Then, he strode purposefully toward the immense metallic door that seemed capable of devouring all light. Inside the association's headquarters, the space was vast and majestic, the dome soaring to an unseen height, the cold metallic structure intertwining with intricate energy circuits, evoking a sense of overwhelming insignificance. He made his way directly to the identity verification counter. A staff member, clad in uniform with an air of competence, greeted him. Sir, how may I assist you today? To activate the Elder Honorary Privileges, Lin Feng presented his identity card alongside a recommendation letter signed by the president of the Jiangnan Beastmaster Association. A recommendation from the vice president of the Jiangnan-based city? The staff member took the documents, her demeanor shifting to one of heightened seriousness upon observing the signature and seal. She entered Lin Feng's information into the terminal, initiating a process of identity verification and privilege assessment. Mr. Lin, your information has passed the preliminary review. According to protocol, her words abruptly halted. A barely perceptible vibration emanated from the private communication terminal beneath the counter. She glanced down, her body momentarily stiffening. When she raised her head again, the professional gravity on her face had vanished, replaced by a colder, more bureaucratic demeanor. Apologies, Mr. Lin. Her tone was flat, yet it carried an air of detachment. Your application to activate the Interbase City Elder Honorary status involves a very high level of permissions. We need to conduct multiple comprehensive verifications and checks with the headquarters of the Beastmaster Association in Jiangnan. Lin Feng regarded her calmly, choosing silence. This process may be rather prolonged. Prolonged? Lin Feng finally spoke. Indeed. The staff member adjusted her glasses, perfectly masking her emotions. To ensure the absolute security of association information, such a level of scrutiny allows for no oversight. And how long will it take? That is difficult to say. She tapped on the holographic screen, pulling up a convoluted flowchart. Completing all reviews, rechecks, and final approvals will likely take approximately 3 months. 3 months? In a place like Dragon City, where fortunes shift like the wind, 3 months could bring about any number of changes. The Li family's influence proved to be even more direct and efficient than he had anticipated. I understand. Lin Feng did not dispute or question her. He simply extended his hand, retrieving his documents and recommendation letter from the counter. Then, he turned to leave. His composure elicited an inexplicable sense of unease in the staff behind the counter. Upon exiting the Beastmaster Association, Lin Feng promptly contacted the largest chain training facility in Dragon City, the Qingtian Tower, to validate his suspicions. Hello. I would like to book a training room of Class A or above. On the other end, a sweet voice from customer service responded, Certainly, sir. Please provide your Beastmaster ID. After a brief pause, the voice took on a tone of formal apology. I'm very sorry, Mr. Lin, but all Class A and above training rooms at Qingtian Tower are fully booked for the next 6 months. Lin Feng ended the call. He then reached out to Wanbao Pavilion, the largest resource supplier in Dragon City. I wish to purchase some royal-grade evolution materials with space attributes. Apologies, sir, but Wanbao Pavilion is currently conducting an internal inventory and has suspended all external bulk transactions. One call after another yielded similar results, either fully booked, under inventory, or undergoing system maintenance. An invisible net, centered around the Li family, had quietly enveloped the upper echelons of Dragon City. All avenues leading to Lin Feng were being methodically closed off. Li Mo Yuan intended to render him unable to move within this bustling metropolis of steel. Standing amidst the bustling streets, with anti-gravity vehicles whizzing overhead and the gusts of wind tugging at his garments, Lin Feng displayed no trace of despair or anger. In fact, a hint of amusement flickered across his face. Another attempt at a blockade? Such tactics might prove fatal for an ordinary beastmaster, but for him, the vast memories of the Shadow Serpent unfurled within his mind like a clear map. It was a map of the shadows beneath Dragon City. He turned, moving against the flow of pedestrians, veering away from the vibrant main thoroughfares into narrow, secluded alleys. The glamour of the skyscrapers faded behind him, replaced by the damp air, mingled with various food and machinery oil scents. After navigating several turns, he finally halted before an abandoned subway entrance. Above the entrance, a dilapidated neon sign flickered ominously, casting a ghastly green light. 2 crooked, ancient characters adorned it, Ghost Market. The Li family's reach likely did not extend this far. Here, he intended to dispose of a portion of the spoils acquired from the Shadow Serpent, while also augmenting the strength of his beasts. Without hesitation, Lin Feng stepped into the profound darkness. Chapter 66. Treasure Hunting in the Black Market, Activation of the True Eye, Fragments of the Realm Core. The abandoned underground entrance resembled the gaping maw of a colossal beast, ready to devour all light and sound. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng stepped inside. Following the route etched in the memories of the Shadow Serpent, he traversed the damp, mold-ridden passageway. Arriving at the rear entrance of what appeared to be an ordinary antique shop, he extended his finger and, on the dust-laden counter, tapped out a specific rhythm, 3 knocks. 1 long and 2 short. From behind the counter, a gaunt attendant, roused from his slumber, lifted his eyelids, his murky gaze sweeping over Lin Feng. A new face? Seeking something? Lin Feng replied succinctly. The attendant, with no further inquiry, rose and pushed open an unobtrusive hidden door beside the counter. Step inside. Whether you live or die is a matter of fate. Beyond the door lay a spiraling staircase descending into the depths, which opened into an expansive underground cavern. Rather than a market, it resembled a chaotic city-state. The air buzzed with voices, the heat enveloping him, mingled with the acrid scent of exotic beasts, the peculiar aroma of herbs, and the burnt tang of metal. This was the shadow of the Dragon City, the Ghost Market. Lin Feng did not hastily unveil the spoils of the Shadow Serpent. Instead, he ambled through the stalls like a wide-eyed newcomer, hands tucked into his pockets, leisurely browsing. Hey there, brother. Come take a look at this dragon egg fossil. It harbors a trace of ancient dragon might. Take it home, and it will nourish your beast's bloodline. An eager vendor enthusiastically hawked a rather unremarkable stone. To Lin Feng's discerning eyes, words appeared inscribed upon the stone. Ordinary iron ore, long subjected to the geothermal flames. Disguised with inferior dragon blood herb powder, utterly worthless. He walked away, expressionless. Freshly unearthed ancient scrolls documenting the lost beast taming techniques. only 3 million alliance coins. Modern imitation, paper aged with the urine of a royal sand fox, the script mimicking ancient forms, with content entirely fabricated. This is a mysterious crystal brought from the Forgotten Rift, exhibiting an extremely strong energy response. An abandoned energy core, its structure unstable due to energy leakage, posing a slight explosion risk. As he continued his stroll, the passive effect of the Eye of Truth triggered repeatedly. The vendor's exaggerated claims about ancient rarities were, in 99% of cases, mere fakes. One had to concede, the depths of the ghost market were more profound than anticipated. The techniques of counterfeiting here had reached a level of sophistication capable of bewildering even a king-level appraiser without the Eye of Truth. Lin Feng chuckled inwardly. The Li family had gone to great lengths to block him, unaware that a place like this was a veritable treasure trove for him. After about half an hour of wandering, his steps halted before a scrap stall specializing in various metallic ores and mechanical parts. The vendor, a one-eyed brute, lay slumped against a heap of rusted armor plates, fast asleep, indifferent to the passing clientele. The stall was cluttered with a haphazard assortment of scrap metal pried from some celestial wreckage, exuding a cold aura reminiscent of cosmic dust. Nearby stood a wooden sign reading, "Scrap metal, 500 alliance coins per kilogram." Clearly, this was refused sold by the weight. Lin Feng's gaze swept slowly over the pile of scrap, as if sifting for usable components. Suddenly, his movement halted. In the vision offered by the Eye of Truth, among the dark, rust-riddled scrap metal, a nondescript black stone, the size of a fist, blended seamlessly with the surrounding refuse, appearing indistinguishable. Yet within that stone emanated a faint yet profound gray light, transcending all energy levels. That light was deep and ancient, as if it contained the essence of life and death from an entire world. Ding! A crisp notification echoed in his mind. Discovered an ultra-rare substance containing the essence of the world, fragment of the world core, damaged. Lin Feng's heart raced. The phrase world core fragment alone was enough to drive any legendary powerhouse into a frenzy. It constituted the cornerstone of a world, a condensation of laws. Even a piece the size of a fingernail would incite a bloodbath at a premier auction. The value of such a thing transcended mere currency. Yet here it was, treated as scrap metal, mingled with refuse and sold by weight. Its primal aura was suffocated under thick celestial shells and solidified temporal dust, rendering it undetectable even to a master-level appraiser without special means, who would merely perceive it as a high-density, ordinary celestial companion iron ore. This was not a filthy ghost market. It was, in fact, Lin Feng's paradise. Merely perusing the stalls allowed him to stumble upon materials of such heavenly caliber. If the Li family knew they had unwittingly driven him into this treasure-laden realm, would Li Mo Yuan be so incensed as to spit blood? If this fragment could be absorbed by the mechanical dragon, Lin Feng's heart churned with tumultuous waves, yet his visage betrayed no sign of his inner turmoil. He bent down, casually picking up several pieces of reasonably appealing alloys from the pile of scrap, then pointed at the stone encasing the world core fragment. "Boss, wake up." The one-eyed vendor groggily opened his eyes, yawning. "What do you want? How much for these?" Lin Feng inquired, weighing the scrap metal in his hands. The vendor glanced at them, lazily extending 5 fingers. 500 per kilogram. Weigh it yourself." "Too expensive." Lin Feng shook his head, tossing the pieces back onto the stall with a clatter. "This junk is rusty. Who knows if there's anything good in it? It's taking up space even for scrap recycling." He feigned an intention to leave. "Buy it or don't." The one-eyed vendor rolled over, seemingly ready to return to sleep. "All right then." Lin Feng halted, adopting a reluctant demeanor. "I'll take the whole lot. Consider it me helping you clear out your trash. Flat price, 10,000 alliance coins." The vendor shot upright, a flicker of suspicion crossing his single eye. "The whole lot. This scrap weighs over 100 kilograms. If I sold it at 500 a kilogram, I could get 50 or 60,000. But it's been here for nearly a month, and interest has been scarce. This kid doesn't look like a fool." "Yes, the whole lot." Lin Feng pointed to the heap of scrap. "I'm conducting some research and need various types of celestial metals for experiments. Although this is junk, it's diverse enough to save me the trouble of searching elsewhere." He produced a stack of cash from his pocket, patting it in his hand. 10,000. Will you sell it or not? Speak plainly. If not, I'll find another vendor." The one-eyed vendor eyed the stack of cash, then glanced at the neglected scrap, hesitating. "Kid, don't think you can pull a fast one on me. This stuff is." "Enough." Lin Feng interrupted impatiently. "If you think there's treasure among these, keep it and get rich slowly. I don't have time to waste." With that, he turned to leave, not a trace of hesitation in his stride. "Wait." The one-eyed vendor ultimately couldn't resist. He gritted his teeth. 20,000. At least 20,000 alliance coins, and the whole lot is yours." Lin Feng paused, turning back with a smirk that suggested the vendor had met his match. Fine, 20,000 it is. He counted out 20,000 alliance coins with alacrity, tossing them onto the stall. The goods are mine, he declared. Rather than collecting the payment on the spot, he summoned the internal porters of the ghost market, instructing them to transport the several hundred kilograms of scrap, along with the genuine treasure, to a temporary warehouse he had just rented. It was only when he witnessed the warehouse door close before his eyes that Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. From the heap of refuse, he extracted a nondescript black stone, no larger than a fist. Even in his hand, it exuded nothing more than a heavy texture, indistinguishable from ordinary high-density meteorite iron. The Li family had exerted tremendous effort and vast resources to expel him from all elite circles in Dragon City. Little did they realize that their actions had inadvertently thrust him into an unrecognized treasure trove. With a mere thought, a colossal entity composed entirely of dark silver metal materialized silently before him, the Annihilation Mechanized Dragon. Its appearance stirred not a single breeze, as though it had always existed within every dimension of the space, merely choosing this moment to reveal itself. As the dragon's electronic eyes, shimmering with streams of data, fell upon the black stone in Lin Feng's hand, the annihilation core within its chest began to emit a deep, urgent hum. A powerful yearning coursed through the mental link, clearly conveying itself to Lin Feng's mind. This was not a thirst for energy, but rather a resonance with higher laws emanating from the very essence of the core. Patience. I shall grant you this, Lin Feng said as he approached the mechanized dragon, opening the energy core's delivery port nestled in its chest. Without a moment's hesitation, he gently placed the world core fragment, capable of shaking the entire dragon nation, inside. At the instant the fragment vanished into the core, a cold mechanical notification reverberated explosively in his mind. Ding! Fragment of the world core, damaged, fed, triggering a 10,000-fold critical strike. Lin Feng's breath hitched for a moment. It was happening. He had envisioned countless possibilities, perhaps 1,000 fragments of the same size, or maybe a direct refinement yielding an abundance of world origin power. Yet, the system's next prompt utterly surpassed his expectations. Within the warehouse, the fragment that had just been consumed by the mechanized dragon was not immediately digested. Instead, an excruciatingly brilliant gray-white light erupted violently from the core within the dragon's chest. Under the influence of the system's power, the world core fragment did not multiply in number but underwent an extraordinary enhancement in quality. Countless impurities within it were instantaneously obliterated and expelled. The faint traces of world origin power were condensed, reshaped, and completed at a geometric rate. It was as if an invisible hand was forging a cornerstone of a new world from that very fragment. Critical strike successful. Quality has undergone a fundamental metamorphosis. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a prototype of a small world source core, divine grade. Lin Feng's pupils dilated in shock. A source core prototype, no longer a mere fragment, but a model possessing a complete structure of world laws. This signified that it had transcended being a broken brick, transforming into a scaled-down model of an entire building. Its value exceeded that of the former by no less than 10,000 times. Crack, crack, crack. Before Lin Feng could fully process the astonishment, a cacophony of metallic distortion echoed from within the mechanized dragon. Its body, forged from divine metal, began to heat up dramatically, turning a vivid crimson, as though it were on the verge of melting. The entire warehouse space warped violently around it. Walls, floors, and ceilings undulated as if caught in turbulent waves. Inside the dragon's core chamber, the annihilation core was fervently merging with the newly birthed source core prototype. The core, embodying attributes of machinery and energy, was being forcibly suppressed, consumed, and assimilated by another force. The brilliance of the laws of space shone more radiantly than ever, nearly overshadowing all else. Boom! An invisible shockwave radiated from within the mechanized dragon. The distortion in the warehouse instantaneously settled. The dragon's surface returned to its dark silver, cold texture, with no change in size. However, its metallic shell now adorned countless intricate silver space runes, pulsating with an essence that seemed to encapsulate the profound truths of cosmic birth and demise. Ding! Your beast, the annihilation mechanized dragon, has completed its ultimate metamorphosis. Stage, growth phase, late, growth phase, pinnacle. Comprehensive combat power assessment. Comparable to initial stage of Emperor level. Comparable to late stage of Emperor level. Lin Feng quickly accessed the dragon's attribute panel. The changes were revolutionary. Skills. 1. Annihilation particle beam. Great accomplishment, charging speed enhanced by spatial laws. Capable of short-range folded jump attacks that defy conventional barriers, with maximum power augmentation. 2. Absolute domain barrier. Enhanced by spatial source core, the barrier contains microspatial fractures that can distort, banish, and obliterate the vast majority of attacks, resulting in a qualitative transformation in defense. Talent abilities. Dimensional traversal, world traversal, beginner capable of long-distance dimensional plane jumps, with the ability to carry the host through low-intensity world barriers, significantly reducing consumption and cooldown time. New core ability. Micro-spatial folding. Beginner can forcibly fold a target area's space, causing spatial collapse strikes, or establish an independent micro-folded space within itself for storage, concealment, and energy reserves. Comparable to the late-stage Emperor level. Even Li Mo Yuan's Void Knight King Mantis was merely at the mid-stage of Emperor level. Yet now, the mechanized dragon's combat power assessment had firmly placed it above him, and this was just the beginning. The micro-spatial folding ability acquired by the dragon was essentially a game-changer. Not only could it fight, but it could also serve as an enormous portable storage space. Even more terrifying was the upgrade from dimensional traversal to world traversal. Dimensional traversal merely involved jumping between different dimensional layers within the same plane. World traversal, in theory, endowed the ability to traverse between two worlds by breaching fragile world barriers. The Li family's so-called blockade had become a complete farce. They had sealed off the resources of Dragon City, yet they had unwittingly propelled Lin Feng into the ghost market, where he discovered such an extraordinary treasure. Lin Feng suppressed the surging joy within him and approached the cold body of the mechanized dragon. The dragon lowered its massive head, gently nuzzling his palm with its forehead, conveying a sense of affection and immense confidence. Lin Feng withdrew the mechanized dragon, restoring the warehouse to its former emptiness. He gathered the genuine scrap into his storage space, leaving not a trace behind. Li Mo Yuan, your warning has been duly noted. Now it is my turn. He pushed open the leaden door and strode unhesitatingly out of the warehouse that had borne witness to miracles. Chapter 68, Spatial Folding. Mid-level Master, Li Mo Yuan's blockade. The moment he retracted the mechanical dragon, the colossal entity forged from divine gold vanished without a trace, and the entire space returned to its emptiness. Ding! The beast evolution absorbs the world's essence, triggering a 1,000-fold critical return. The system's notification echoed, devoid of any emotion. In the next instant, an indescribable surge of pure power manifested within Lin Feng's spiritual consciousness. It was not mere energy, but a higher dimensional authority, a profound comprehension of the very essence of the concept of space. His master-level spiritual core, now congealed into a tangible form, began to tremble violently. The previously smooth surface of the core revealed intricate, complex silver patterns, as if naturally occurring. These patterns mirrored the newly formed runes on the mechanical dragon's surface, yet were more subdued and profound. At this moment, his mental prowess underwent a qualitative leap. The spiritual core voraciously absorbed this returning primal force, expanding and solidifying at a visibly accelerated pace. The barrier of early-stage master shattered like a thin sheet of paper, allowing his realm to surge forward, stabilizing firmly at mid-level master, with even some capacity to gradually advance towards the later stage. The total amount of spiritual energy skyrocketed several-fold. And this was not the end. Due to the acceptance of the spatial essence return, the host's innate ability of spatial perception has undergone a leap. Passive talent, Eye of Truth, upgraded. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. The world had transformed. Before him, the wall was no longer merely a wall. He could perceive that space itself was not smooth, but teeming with countless subtle wrinkles, fractures, and weak points. The entire world resembled crumpled paper, and he now possessed the ability to discern these wrinkles. So it is. Lin Feng raised his hand, reaching towards the seemingly empty space before him. He felt as if he could touch the very fabric of space. Li Mo Yuan's blockade had, in that instant, become a mere joke. As long as he wished, with his perception of the weak points in space, he had countless methods to silently circumvent any blockade or surveillance. Mechanical Dragon. With a mere thought, the Star Destroyer Mechanical Dragon reappeared. Utilizing miniature spatial folding on that heap of scrap, the dragon's data-streaming electronic eyes locked onto the true scrap metal in the corner. There was no light, no sound, no energy fluctuations. In Lin Feng's vision, the space of that area was abruptly squeezed together like a piece of cloth in the grip of an invisible hand. Then, the hundreds of kilograms of scrap metal, along with the space it occupied, vanished into thin air, clean and pristine, as if it had never existed. Release. Lin Feng issued his second command. In another corner of the warehouse, the space was similarly grasped silently and then released. Crash. The heap of scrap material reappeared, crashing to the ground with a cacophony of noise. This was not teleportation. It was a forcible folding and unfolding of space itself, a more unreasonable and defenseless dimensional strike. With this ability, there was nowhere in the vast world he could not go. Meanwhile, in Longdu, at the residence of the Li family patriarch. In a minimalist yet exuding an aura of opulence and coldness, Li Mo Yuan was polishing a short blade crafted from void crystal. A subordinate clad in a black suit stood before him, bowing, too afraid to breathe. You say he entered the ghost market? Li Mo Yuan did not lift his head. His movements unhurried. Yes, young master. Our people witnessed him enter, but then lost track of him. The signal interference within the ghost market is too strong for our surveillance methods to penetrate. Humph. Li Mo Yuan let out a disdainful sneer, halting his actions. Indeed. A rat in the gutter prefers to burrow deeper into the stench. It suits him. The subordinate lowered his head, not daring to respond. I had originally thought that by cutting off all his resources, he would come crawling to me like a dog. I did not expect him to have the audacity to venture into such a place. Li Mo Yuan placed the short blade back on the rack, a flicker of cold disdain flashing in his eyes. He would not permit this country bumpkin, who had embarrassed him publicly, any opportunity for a comeback, even in a filthy place like the ghost market. He opened a private communication channel, and a rugged holographic image appeared before him. It depicted a burly man with a face full of flesh and a menacing scar on his left cheek. He was He Tianhu of the Black Tiger Gang. Young Masterly, what brings you here? He Tianhu grinned, his tone carrying a hint of camaraderie, yet tinged with a trace of apprehension. A figure of your stature wouldn't easily contact someone like us, who scrape by in the underground. Enough with the pleasantries. Li Mo Yuan's tone was devoid of any courtesy. I am offering you a chance to make a fortune. Oh, He Tianhu's interest piqued. What do you mean? A young man named Lin Feng has arrived in the ghost market. I want your men to find him. And then what? Eliminate him? He Tianhu made a slashing gesture across his throat. No. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Li Mo Yuan's lips. Do not take his life just yet. That would be too lenient. I want you to follow him closely, never leaving his side. If he wishes to purchase something, you must buy it first. If he intends to sell something, you must sabotage his business. If any stall owner dares to transact with him, pay a visit to that stall owner. In short, I want to ensure that he cannot purchase even the most basic spirit crystal in the ghost market, nor exchange a single union coin. Li Mo Yuan's voice was as frigid as a Siberian gale. He Tianhu's smile gradually faded. He understood. This was no mere provocation. This was a scheme to systematically ruin a person within the rules of the ghost market, slowly and tortuously before the eyes of all. Young Masterly, this might violate the rules of the ghost market. He Tianhu hesitated. We merely take money to do our job, to completely shut down a person's path. Rules? Li Mo Yuan retorted. He Tianhu, have you forgotten who has tacitly allowed all these rules within the Black Tiger Gang and throughout Longdu? He Tianhu's body stiffened imperceptibly. Upon completion, this sum. Li Mo Yuan extended 2 fingers. He Tianhu's breath became labored. Deal. He nearly blurted out. Rest assured, young Masterly. Not even a local brat could enter my territory and not be kept in check. I guarantee he will have to ask for my permission to even take a sip of water. After ending the communication, Li Mo Yuan dialed another number. This is Li Mo Yuan. Inform the more reputable trading associations in the ghost market that anyone who dares to do business with a person named Lin Feng is crossing paths with the Li family. Let them weigh their options. A darker, more insidious web of blockade targeting Lin Feng quietly unfurled in the underground world of Longdu. In the warehouse, Lin Feng collected the heap of debris into his storage space, leaving no trace behind. He pushed open the heavy lead door and retraced his steps back to the familiar, secluded alley of the ghost market. Chapter 69. The Tentacles Extend, the underground agent of the Li family in the ghost market. The evolution of the mechanical dragon significantly bolstered Lin Feng's confidence, while his mid-stage master-level spiritual power elevated his perception of this world to several dimensions. However, he was not yet satisfied. The strength of the Beastmaster Guild still seemed somewhat inadequate in Dragon City. The powers of Xiao Jiao and the Little Fox had begun to diverge from that of the mechanical dragon. The higher the strength of the beasts, the more stringent and rare the materials required for subsequent evolutions became. Having only recently arrived at the ghost market, Lin Feng discovered potential treasures that could facilitate the mechanical dragon's advancement. Yet there still remained vast areas of the market unexplored. Since he was already there, he decided to fully explore the ghost market, hoping that fortune might smile upon him and he might encounter a treasure capable of elevating his beast. According to the memory of the Shadow Serpent, there was a place within the ghost market that could consistently provide rare materials of royal grade and above, the Wanbao Pavilion, which was indeed worth a visit. Lin Feng navigated through several chaotic alleys, and soon a 3-story pavilion, incongruous with its surroundings, came into view. Its ancient charm was unadorned by neon signs, featuring only a plaque with golden characters on a black background, inscribed with the words Wanbao Pavilion. Stepping inside, Lin Feng was greeted by a hidden world. The space was far larger than it appeared from the outside, evidently employing spatial expansion technology. Rows of counters crafted from special crystal stones were neatly arranged, with various materials categorized and placed under energy shields, a dazzling array to behold. Upon entering, Lin Feng's heightened spatial awareness detected at least 5 malicious presences locking onto him from different corners. The owners of these presences believed themselves to be well concealed. Yet, to Lin Feng's perception, they were akin to fireflies in the night, clumsy and conspicuous. He dismissed these minor threats and made his way directly to the section dedicated to materials of fire and light attributes. Before long, a crystal stone the size of a fist, ablaze with golden flames, captured his full attention. The stone floated at the center of a protective shield, resembling a miniature sun, emanating a heart-pounding heat and radiance. Imperial-grade solar essence, a treasure formed from the core of a star under specific conditions, containing the purest essence of solar power. It is the ultimate evolution material coveted by fire and light attribute beasts. This was precisely what he sought. It was sufficient to refine Xiao Jiu's bloodline once more, resulting in a tremendous leap in strength. "Shopkeeper, how much for this?" Lin Feng inquired of the elderly man with a goatee behind the counter, who was meticulously cleaning an antique with a small brush. The old man lifted his eyelids, leisurely appraising Lin Feng. "The solar essence is a flat price of 5 million alliance coins, or the equivalent in rare materials." The price was quite reasonable, even slightly beneath market value. Just as Lin Feng prepared to retrieve his alliance coins, several burly figures blocked his side, exuding a palpable aura of menace. At the forefront was a robust man with a grotesque scar running down his left cheek, grinning to reveal a set of conspicuous yellow teeth. "Wait," Scarred Lu interrupted, pressing a hand firmly on the counter, halting Lin Feng's actions. "Shopkeeper, we saw this first. 5 million alliance coins. We, the Black Tiger Gang, will take it." Shopkeeper, he paused, glancing between Scarred Lu and Lin Feng, a flicker of shrewdness flashing in his murky eyes, instantly grasping the situation. While the old owner behind Wanbao Pavilion was indeed powerful and unafraid of the Black Tiger Gang, or even the Li family backing them, there was no need to meddle in their affairs over a single transaction and invite trouble upon himself. "Shopkeeper," he slowly set down the antique in his hand, taking a step back and folding his hands into his sleeves. Not a word was spoken, yet his stance was unmistakably clear. This was a matter for them to resolve, unrelated to Wanbao Pavilion. Lin Feng turned to face the group of burly men, calmly regarding them. "You saw it first?" "Indeed." Scarred Lu thumped his chest, the black tiger tattoo quivering with each beat. "Our boss has had his sights on this for a long time. Just as we were about to pay, you little brat jumped in front of us." His subordinates echoed in agreement. "Exactly. Kid, do you understand the rules? In the ghost market, it's about who arrives first, right? No. It's about whose fist is bigger." Scarred Lu leaned in closer, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper only they could hear. "Kid, I've heard you dared to provoke even the young master of the Li family." His face was a mask of unabashed malice. "I understand what you intend to do." Lin Feng displayed neither anger nor anxiety, maintaining an even demeanor devoid of emotional fluctuation. "You wish to provoke me into action here. If I strike first, it would violate the rules of Wanbao Pavilion, providing Shopkeeper with the justification to expel me. Consequently, I would be unable to acquire this item." Scarred Lu's smile faltered momentarily. This kid wasn't he following the script. "What? Did I hit the nail on the head?" Lin Feng retorted. "So what if you did?" Scarred Lu, exposed, abandoned pretense altogether, his voice suddenly rising. "Kid, mark my words. You won't walk away with this solar essence. Not just this, but anything you desire in the ghost market today. The Black Tiger Gang will contest you to the end. I'm eager to see just how capable you are." This was a blatant show of force, using the name of the Black Tiger Gang to intimidate openly. The surrounding onlookers discreetly shuffled away, whispering among themselves. Yet none dared to intervene. Shopkeeper, he remained tranquil, seemingly unfazed, meditating with his eyes closed. Such occurrences were all too common in the ghost market. Lin Feng did not glance back at Scarred Lu. Instead, he focused on the solar essence. He felt it necessary to deal with these ruffians before him. Thus, Lin Feng adopted a posture as if to seize the solar essence first. Yet, his spirit had already quietly linked with the mechanical dragon within the Beastmaster space. Mechanical dragon. Initiate microspatial folding. Prepare. Seeing Lin Feng reach for the solar essence, Scarred Lu was momentarily taken aback before swiftly attempting to snatch the essence from the counter. He aimed to seize it before Lin Feng could. Scarred Lu's hand shot forward with a whoosh, targeting the miniature sun. However, as Lin Feng retracted his outstretched hand, a bizarre scene unfolded. Scarred Lu's hand passed through the burning golden crystal stone without any resistance, as if it were nothing more than a phantom. He grasped at nothing. Due to the force of his lunge, his hand struck the counter beneath with a resounding smack. Crack! A sharp sound echoed. The counter, crafted from precious ebony wood and inscribed with defensive array patterns, bore a visible crack from his blow. The entire Wanbao pavilion fell into a profound silence. All eyes widened, staring in disbelief at this astounding spectacle. Scarred Lu himself was at a loss. He raised his hand, turning it over repeatedly, utterly baffled by what had just transpired. Why had he missed? Around them, the onlookers erupted in suppressed laughter. What just happened? Am I seeing things? Scarred Lu of the Black Tiger Gang actually managed to break the counter of the Wanbage by his own clumsiness? How utterly amusing. What a disgrace. Master He, who had always kept his eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide. He fixated on the crack on the counter, his goat-like beard bristling with rage. Scarred Lu. His voice was no longer languid, but filled with a chilling fury. This counter is crafted from a century-old golden silk ebony wood, inscribed with a solidification array designed by a master of royal-level formations. Now, tell me, how do you intend to compensate? Scarred Lu's face turned a deep shade of liver red. He felt a surge of anger, but was acutely aware that this was Wanbage. Behind him was the Li family. Yet the proprietor of Wanbage was a figure to whom even the head of the Li family had to show some deference. Master He. I didn't do it on purpose. I do not care whether it was intentional or not. Master He stepped forward, exuding an overwhelming presence. Either you compensate me, or I shall demand that your gang leader, He Tianhu, come here personally to discuss this matter. Just as Scarred Lu was caught in a state of panic, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, Lin Feng approached another staff member to conduct a transaction. Calmly, he produced a thick stack of 5 million alliance coins and gently placed it on the undamaged side of the counter. He then picked up the exquisite sun essence. The entire process was fluid and unimpeded. He tucked the miniature sun away, turned, and strode toward the entrance, not casting a single glance back at Scarred Lu. Only when he brushed past the sweating Scarred Lu did he utter a barely audible remark meant solely for Lu's ears. You see, I've managed to procure it. Scarred Lu's body stiffened abruptly, and when he turned to look, Lin Feng's figure had already vanished through the doors of Wanbage. Chapter 70. The Provocation of the Black Tiger Gang. Apologies, but I specialize in dealing with local bullies. Outside Wanbage, Scarred Lu's face had transformed from a deep liver hue to a ghastly pale. The fury of Master He, the snickers of onlookers, and the sight of the precious counter shattered by his own hand. Each scene felt like a needle piercing his pride. He had been humiliated, toyed with by a mere country bumpkin in front of the entire ghost market. Damn it. He kicked the nearby wall, causing shards of stone to scatter. Brother Lu, that brat is running over there. One of his subordinates pointed deep into the alley. Following the direction, Scarred Lu caught sight of Lin Feng's leisurely figure about to vanish around a corner. That relaxed demeanor ignited the powder keg of fury within him. Pursue him. Today. If I don't break his legs, I, Scarred Lu, will write my name backward. With a furious roar, he charged into the dimly lit alley with several of his men, resembling a pack of ravenous wolves. After a few strides, they found themselves on a relatively wide street, blocking Lin Feng's path. This was one of the main thoroughfares of the ghost market, bustling with people and numerous vendors and passing beast masters halted to witness the spectacle. You little brat, why aren't you running? Scarred Lu sneered, flexing his wrists with a distinctive cracking sound. His subordinates spread out behind him, sealing off all of Lin Feng's escape routes. Lin Feng halted, turned around, and kept his hands buried in his pockets. Run? Why would I run? Here is your chance. Scarred Lu extended a finger, waving it in front of Lin Feng. Hand over the sun essence you just purchased and kneel down to give me 3 kowtows. Then we can let this matter go. Lin Feng appeared as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke. And if I refuse? Refuse? Scarred Lu's face contorted into a snarl. Then I'll beat you until you kneel. Without further ado, he unleashed a surge of mental energy. Roar. A soul-shaking tiger's roar echoed down the street. A massive tiger, over 5 meters in length, pure white, yet shrouded in black mist, appeared beside Scarred Lu. The peak of imperial class, the netherworld white tiger. A chilling aura spread out, causing the temperature in the street to plummet. The vendors and pedestrians around them changed expressions, hastily retreating and clearing a large area. They looked at Lin Feng with a mix of pity. In the ghost market, conflicts were commonplace. But once an imperial-class beast was summoned, it signaled a bloodbath. Attack. Tear him apart. Scarred Lu's arm shot forward. The netherworld white tiger sprang into action, its colossal form transforming into a flash of white lightning as it lunged toward Lin Feng. Its glimmering claws sliced through the air, creating a sharp sonic boom aimed directly at Lin Feng's throat. Yet, Lin Feng remained motionless, not even summoning his own beast. Just as the netherworld white tiger was about to pounce, the core of the mechanical dragon within his beast space trembled slightly. The microspatial folding activated, targeting the space half a meter before the tiger's left paw. Without any warning, as the forceful pounce of the netherworld white tiger descended, its left paw slammed down, but it missed. It felt as if the ground beneath it had suddenly caved in by half a meter. No, it was even more bizarre. The space beneath its feet, along with dust and air, was instantaneously folded and reappeared above its head. A woo? The massive body of the netherworld white tiger lost its critical balance in the high-speed charge. It emitted a confused, sorrowful roar, its entire form crashing to the ground in a most ungraceful manner. Boom. The heavy body struck the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The scene fell into a profound silence. Everyone stood frozen. The sinister grin on Scarred Lu's face was frozen in place. His subordinates gaped, unable to believe their eyes. The netherworld white tiger had tripped over itself? Useless. What are you doing? Scarred Lu bellowed in frustration at his own beast. The netherworld white tiger struggled to rise, shaking its massive head, confusion evident in its eyes. It had no comprehension of why it had fallen. What are you all standing there for? Attack together. Scarred Lu yelled at his underlings. Kill him. One subordinate finally snapped back to reality, spewing forth a fireball the size of a human head. Another swung a battle knife, sending a sharp blade aimed at Lin Feng's waist. Scarred Lu himself once again urged the netherworld white tiger, preparing to launch a second attack. Lin Feng remained unmoved. He merely smoothed out the crumpled space visible only to him, filled with countless folds. The fireball shot into the air, and as it traveled, the space ahead folded once more. The fireball abruptly altered its course, tracing a bizarre arc. Ah! A scream echoed. The fireball struck another companion, igniting the back of his pants in flames. He dropped his battle knife, screaming as he frantically tried to pat out the fire. Meanwhile, the blade he had just swung also encountered the spatial folding. The blade vanished for half a second in the air, only to reappear at the side of the netherworld white tiger. Uffed. The netherworld white tiger, just having regained its footing, was struck by a solid blow before it could attack again, blood splattering everywhere. In a moment of pain, it unleashed an enraged roar and turned its head to bite at the nearest target beside it. That target was none other than its master, Scarred Lu. Beast! Are you insane? Scarred Lu exclaimed, his heart racing as he scrambled to escape. The scene transformed into a bizarre and chaotic spectacle in an instant. The members of the Black Tiger Gang resembled a troupe of clowns on stage, their attacks missing entirely, flames consuming their own ranks, and blades striking their own beasts, which in turn retaliated against their masters. They were ensnared by an invisible force, floundering helplessly in disarray. At the center of this turmoil stood Lin Feng, his hands casually tucked into his pockets. He strolled leisurely between the entangled members of the Black Tiger Gang and the furious spectral white tiger, navigating through the chaos with effortless grace. He exhibited no display of overwhelming energy, nor did he lay a finger on anyone. Yet, this inexplicable scene evoked a deeper sense of dread than any sheer display of power could muster. The onlookers, initially taken aback, had descended into utter astonishment. What kind of ability is this? A mental illusion? It doesn't seem so. Or perhaps some unheard-of spatial power. Scarred Lu finally realized the gravity of the situation he had stumbled into. This was not merely a hurdle. It was an abyss beyond his comprehension. The opponent had not even summoned their beast, yet they had caused their ranks to fall into disarray and lost all face. He dared not pursue further. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Feng's figure nonchalantly passed through their encirclement and merged into the crowd, vanishing at the end of the street. What was that just now? I don't know, it was too eerie. The Black Tiger Gang seems possessed. That young man never even struck a blow. Whispers quickly spread through the street. The Black Tiger Gang, accustomed to dominating the ghost market, had suffered a tremendous defeat in plain sight. A rumor regarding the mysterious master of spatial manipulation began to quietly ferment within the underground world of Longdu. Scarred Lu stood frozen in place, his body cold, the scar on his face twisting as his muscles twitched. He retrieved his communicator and dialed a number, his voice trembling with an uncontrollable quiver. Tiger, brother Tiger. Something has happened. Chapter 71. The underground auction approaches. Lin Feng is determined to acquire the treasure. In Longdu, at the residence of the Li family patriarch, the air in the opulent room felt as if it had solidified. A subordinate clad in black knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, too fearful to lift his head. Li Moyun did not glance at him, instead methodically polishing a short blade made of void crystal with a piece of silk. His movements were slow and steady, devoid of any hint of chaos. Yet, the subordinate could sense a chill more piercing than the Siberian wind emanating from Li Moyun, nearly freezing his very marrow. You mean to say that the Black Tiger Gang, a group of local bullies in the ghost market, could not even stop a mere outsider? Li Moyun finally halted his actions and placed the short blade back on its stand. No, it's not that they couldn't stop him, young master. It was Scarred Lu and the others who were outsmarted. That Lin Feng never even lifted a finger. They caused their own chaos. The subordinate reported in detail the events that transpired in the ghost market, from the counter at the Wanbao Pavilion being shattered to the farcical melee on the streets. With each word spoken, the temperature in the room seemed to drop further. They tripped over their own feet? Li Moyuan repeated incredulously. They struck their own people? Yes. Young master. Witnesses claimed the entire process was bizarre to the extreme, as if they had fallen under the spell of an exceptionally sophisticated illusion. Or perhaps some unknown spatial ability. Li Moyuan fell silent. Illusion? He had already experienced the prowess of that fox at the Beastmaster Association's entrance. But this time, even the peak Imperial-level spectral white tiger had been affected. If it truly was an illusion, then that fox's rate of growth was terrifyingly rapid. Or could it be spatial manipulation? He recalled Lin Feng's mysterious mechanical dragon. Whichever it was, it indicated that he had gravely underestimated this rural lad from Jiangnan City. Useless. Li Moyuan spat out those two words. The subordinate trembled, mistakenly believing he was being reproached. The Black Tiger Gang is nothing but a bunch of fools, achieving nothing but failure. A trace of undisguised disdain appeared on Li Moyuan's face. Relying on them would only lead to further disgrace for the Li family. It seemed that conventional methods of encirclement were no longer effective. The opponent was like a slippery eel, always managing to escape in ways he could not comprehend. Young master, there's one more thing. The subordinate cautiously spoke up. The underground auction, held once every 3 years in the ghost market, is set to take place in 3 days. Li Moyuan's movements paused for a moment. The underground auction. It was a grand event that even the upper echelons of Longdu would pay attention to, often featuring rare treasures not found even in the repositories of noble families. Retrieve the auction catalog. A luminous screen unfolded before them, displaying an array of items radiating with a luminous glow. Li Moyuan's gaze swept quickly over the list, ultimately resting on a featured auction item, the 9 Nether Soul Crystal. A pitch-black crystal that seemed capable of devouring souls. The description was brief, the supreme treasure for mental and illusionary beast manipulation. Instantly, the image of the 9-tailed fox that had embarrassed him in public flashed through Li Moyuan's mind. He was nearly certain that Lin Feng would not remain indifferent upon seeing this item. That item must not fall into Lin Feng's hands. A cold smile curled at the corners of Li Moyuan's lips. Since conventional physical barriers have proven ineffective, I shall employ my most adept methods to obliterate him. Inform the others, he commanded his subordinate. On the day of the auction, I want Lin Feng to experience what true family heritage entails. His plan was simple. First, by leveraging the unparalleled financial resources of the Li family, he would inflate the price of the 9 Nether Soul Crystal at the auction to an astronomical figure that Lin Feng could never bear. He would either face utter bankruptcy or watch helplessly as the treasure was snatched away. Second, Li Moyuan's tone turned even more sinister. Regardless of whether he secured the item or not, the conclusion of the auction would signal his demise. Prepare the Nightblade squad to lay an ambush on the outskirts of the ghost market. But young master, his illusions. I have my preparations. Li Moyuan opened another communication channel, connecting with the Li family's core treasury. As the first-in-line heir, I hereby request the use of the divine stabilizing ancient jade. The subordinate gasped in shock. The divine stabilizing ancient jade. That was an imperial-level secret treasure treasured by the Li family, capable of nullifying nearly all imperial-level and below illusions and mental attacks. To deal with a single Lin Feng, the young master was willing to employ such a trump card. In an inconspicuous corner of the ghost market, Lin Feng was also perusing an auction catalog obtained through special channels. His gaze also landed on the 9 Nether Soul Crystal. Almost simultaneously, a wave of unprecedented and intense yearning emanated from the little fox in the beast space. It was a stirring that seemed to arise from the depths of its very bloodline, as if that crystal were the sole key to its next transformation. It must be obtained. Lin Feng deactivated the holographic screen, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him. It was evident that Li Moyuan, unless he were a fool, would realize that he possessed a spirit illusion-type beast, and he would undoubtedly exploit this crucial auction item. What awaited him was certain to be a malicious financial assault and a relentless pursuit after the auction. It was prudent to prepare some auction funds first. He recalled the batch of illicit spoils left after the demise of the Shadow Serpent, which could conveniently be laundered in the ghost market. Winding through the maze-like alleys, he entered a pawnshop adorned with a sign proclaiming all things pawned. An hour later, he emerged, a bank card from an official institution now nestled within his storage space. The cash flow was secured. Strolling through the chaotic streets of the ghost market, his heightened spatial awareness allowed him to effortlessly evade all prying eyes. Suddenly, he halted. Several familiar yet loathsome presences emerged within his perception, members of the Black Tiger Gang. With a mere thought, the space around him subtly warped, and he seemed to meld into the shadows. Silently, he followed them to a secluded dead end where Scarface Liu and a few subordinates were huddled around a communicator, cursing. Brother Hu, You have no idea how sinister that kid is. We couldn't even lay a finger on him before our own turned on each other. Exactly, brother who? It's definitely spatial abilities. It's utterly bizarre. A gruff roar emanated from the communicator. A bunch of useless fools. Young Master Li's orders have come down. Keep your heads down. On the day of the auction, keep a close watch on that kid. No matter what he bids on, we'll drive the price up mercilessly. Lin Feng stood less than 5 meters behind them, hearing every word clearly. Not only did they intend to rob him, but they also aimed to make a mockery of him with inflated prices. Truly a childish tactic. One of the subordinates seemed to sense something, shivering as he nervously glanced around. Lu Ge, don't you feel a chill at your back? Chill my foot. Scarface Lu slapped the back of his head. Are you scared out of your wits by that kid? It's just us here. Where would a ghost come from? Chapter 72. The auction begins. Ancient Ice Phantom Whale Essence. 3 days later, deep within the ghost market, a naturally formed underground cavern had been transformed into a grand auction venue. At the entrance, 2 guards with an aura as deep as the abyss crossed their halberds, blocking all visitors. Lin Feng presented a pitch-black serpent-shaped token, and after verification, the guards stepped aside, allowing him passage. This was one of the Shadow Serpent's legacies, a ticket to the highest-tier event in the underground world of Longdu. He subtly adjusted his facial muscles, altering his height and posture, then donned a hood that obscured his features, blending into the crowd without a trace of the champion from Jiangnan City. Inside the venue, the lighting was dim, yet the air buzzed with conversation. Various powerful auras mingled, indicating that many prominent figures from Longdu were also concealing their identities in search of opportunities. Lin Feng settled into an inconspicuous corner. Meanwhile, in a VIP box on the second floor with an excellent view, an elderly man with white hair and dressed in traditional attire was meditating. His name was Li Hong, a senior elder of the Li family. Beside him lay an ancient jade pendant, emanating a warm and tranquil glow that effectively shielded the box from external mental probing. To think a country bumpkin would merit the young master's personal planning, Li Hong muttered, disdain dripping from his tone as he opened his eyes. Notify the Black Tiger Gang to proceed as planned. Yes, Elder. His subordinate bowed and retreated. With a crisp chime, the auction officially commenced. A poised female auctioneer ascended the stage. The first item for bid is the complete beast core of the pinnacle royal grade demon beast, the 3-eyed demon wolf. Starting at 500,000 alliance coins, Lin Feng raised his bidding paddle. 501,000. He barely glanced at the beast core. In the box, a smirk crept across Li Hong's lips. 1 million. A subordinate beside him made the bid without hesitation. In another corner where the Black Tiger Gang resided, Scarface Lu also raised his paddle. 110,000. Lin Feng appeared startled by the escalating bids, promptly lowering his paddle and opting out. Ultimately, the beast core was claimed by Li Hong for 120,000 coins, cast aside without a second glance. Huh, an impatient fool, Li Hong remarked, lifting his teacup. The second item for bid, a damaged array plate unearthed from ancient ruins, with unknown efficacy, started at 300,000. 301,000. Lin Feng raised his paddle again. 800,000. Li Hong countered without hesitation. 805,000. The Black Tiger Gang followed suit. Lin Feng again relinquished his participation. As the auction continued with 20 more items, any item Lin Feng attempted to bid on was swiftly seized by the Li family at exorbitant prices. Discontent murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. What is going on? Are the Li family planning to monopolize the auction today? And that pack of rabid dogs from the Black Tiger Gang, snatching everything. Damn it, are we not allowed to play? Hearing the grumbling around him, Lin Feng's face remained inscrutable beneath his hood. His intention was to stir the waters of the event. He wanted everyone to perceive him as a reckless fool, igniting chaos, leaving Li Hong and the Black Tiger Gang oblivious to his true objectives. Lin Feng made bids on every item without exception. On several occasions, he even ended up purchasing some worthless trash at inflated prices. The auction gradually moved into its latter half. The female auctioneer presented a massive ice crystal, half a person's height. This next item is quite special, a nameless extreme cold ice crystal, suspected to be a byproduct of some heavenly treasure. After preliminary assessments by our appraisers, its material rivals that of 10,000-year-old dark ice, yet it appears devoid of any special energy reactions. Starting bid is 200,000. Feel free to inspect. Many beast tamers released their mental energy for probing, only to withdraw in disappointment moments later. It was merely a large ice block, lacking any significant value. In the box, Li Hong barely lifted an eyelid. However, to Lin Feng, the world revealed an entirely different sight. His true eye had automatically activated. Within the unremarkable ice crystal, faint blue patterns, invisible to ordinary mortals and reminiscent of temporal rifts, wove into an intricate network. At the center of this network, a droplet no larger than a fingernail hung suspended, not blue like ice, but rather a profound shade of blue, as if it contained the essence of eons and endless stars. Ding. Special item detected. Name, Ancient Time Phantom Ice Whale Essence. Trace amount. Description, a miraculous substance formed from a strand of primordial power released at the birth of the ancient time phantom ice whale, merging with the world's essence. It can significantly purify the bloodlines of ice type, time type, and life type beasts, with a very low probability of enabling them to grasp a fragment of the truth behind the laws of time. Lin Feng's heart raced. Within the beast space, the slumbering little being's snowflake rune on her forehead began to spin uncontrollably, radiating an unprecedented yearning. This item held immense value for little Bing. Lin Feng realized that its priority for purchase surpassed even that of the 9 Nether Soul Crystal. The function of the 9 Nether Soul Crystal is evident to all today. Numerous powerful factions have gathered for its acquisition. However, Li Mo Yuan understands the necessity of caution, meticulously laying out an intricate web. For even if his financial resources are ample, securing this item will inevitably invite relentless pursuers. Yet, this drop of source liquid is an unexpected delight, unknown to others. He must obtain it. 210,000. Lin Feng raised his bidding paddle as usual. The crowd within the venue erupted in astonishment once more. This rascal intends to swindle the Li family again. Just watch. The Li family's mad dog will surely follow. In the private box, Li Hong astutely picked up on the murmurs circulating in the hall. His brow furrowed. This lad has returned, truly believing them to be fools. Elder, shall we engage? An underling inquired. Li Hong released his spiritual energy, meticulously scanning the icy crystal multiple times, yet he found nothing of value. A mere chunk of ice, shrouded in mystery. He concluded that this was merely a ploy to entice them, draining their resources in preparation for the grand finale. Raise the paddle a bit, just to annoy him. But don't go too high. Understood. 500,000. A subordinate of the Li family lazily raised the paddle. 600,000. Lin Feng, as steady as ever, raised the bid. He sought to project an image of intentionally luring the Li family into a trap. Within the box, upon witnessing Lin Feng's reaction, Li Hong's smirk deepened. Quite the performance. 1 million. He instructed his subordinate to continue bidding, a cold snort escaping him. This time, Lin Feng fell silent for a considerable duration. Just as the auctioneer prepared to bring down the hammer, he called out, 1,000,001. Lin Feng once again shouted a figure, increasing it by a mere 1,000. Humph, this is nothing but a blatant attempt to raise the price, drawing me into a trap. Li Hong was now certain. If he continued, he would indeed become the fool. Let it be. Clang. The wooden hammer fell. Congratulations to this esteemed guest for acquiring the unknown extreme cold ice crystal. On the surface, Lin Feng feigned regret, yet internally, he was already elated. Success. The auction proceeded. At last, amidst the eager anticipation of all, the voice of the female auctioneer rose to a fervent pitch. Next, we present the grand finale of our auction, the 9 Nether Soul Crystal. A jet black crystal, seemingly capable of devouring all light and souls, was slowly unveiled. The atmosphere in the entire venue was ignited in an instant. In the private box, Li Hong, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, finally straightened his posture, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Chapter 73. The psychological warfare of the auction. The exorbitant trap. The Li family suffers a severe loss. As soon as the dark crystal made its appearance, the air in the hall felt as if it had been siphoned away. It hovered silently at the center of the podium, non-reflective and non-refractive, resembling a black hole existing in reality, greedily consuming all surrounding light and perception. The 9 Nether Soul Crystal. Within Lin Feng's beast-controlling space, the small fox, which had been feigning sleep, suddenly opened its eyes. In those enchanting fox eyes, all allure and cunning faded away for the first time, leaving only a primal greed and desire emanating from the depths of its bloodline. The 9 Nether Soul Crystal is an unparalleled treasure that can elevate spirit type, illusion type, and peak imperial-grade beast controllers. Its worth, I need not elaborate further. The voice of the female auctioneer brimmed with excitement, invigorated by the intrinsic value of the item. The starting bid is 50 million alliance coins. Each subsequent bid must not be less than 1 million. As soon as the words left her lips, a chorus of bids erupted within the venue. 60 million. 65 million. I bid 70 million. This was the genuine fervor befitting a top-tier auction item. The hidden forces of Longdu finally revealed their fangs. Lin Feng did not rush to respond. He simply listened quietly. Within the beast-controlling space, the small fox's desire intensified. No need to hurry. It will be yours, Lin Feng reassured it inwardly. He leisurely raised his bidding paddle. 80 million. His increment was modest, his voice calm, blending seamlessly among the multitude of bidders. In the second floor box, Li Hong paused with his teacup suspended in midair. Through the one-way crystal window, He precisely locked onto Lin Feng's inconspicuous corner. Humph! A contemptuous snort escaped him. After all that acting, the fox's tail has finally been revealed. His subordinates immediately grasped the implication. Elder, this lad is indeed after the 9 nether soul crystal. Everything before was merely a smokescreen. A trivial cleverness. Li Hong set down his teacup, his movements devoid of any semblance of urgency. Did he think that by employing such tactics, he could lower our guard or misjudge his financial capacity? Naive. The more he desires it, the less we can allow him to obtain it. Li Hong issued orders to his subordinates. No need for small increments. I want him to truly feel despair. Yes. An underling approached the window, cleared his throat, and announced a figure that rendered the entire venue silent. 100 million. An immediate increase of 20 million. The hall fell into a profound stillness, all bidding voices abruptly ceasing. Countless gazes, filled with shock, anger, or trepidation, turned towards the tightly closed box of the Li family. Only they possessed such formidable financial resources and a domineering style of conduct. Previous bidders hastily relinquished their paddles, their faces etched with reluctance, yet none dared to continue bidding. Competing with the Li family for an item? It was not merely a matter of finances, it was a matter of intellect. The focus of the entire venue instantly narrowed to 2 entities, the lofty Li family box and the mysterious hooded figure seated in the corner who had just bid 80 million. The female auctioneer's face radiated a professional smile, yet her heart was already jubilant. The VIP box on the 2nd floor has bid 100 million. Is there no higher offer? Her gaze subtly flickered towards Lin Feng. Everyone was eager to witness the reaction of this audacious individual daring to challenge the Li family. Lin Feng remained silent. He sat there motionless, as if paralyzed by the staggering price. A full 10 seconds passed, just as the auctioneer prepared to commence the countdown. He finally, albeit laboriously, raised his paddle once more. 100 million and 1. Still, it was the minimum increment. To all observers, this gesture appeared as a defiant struggle. Uffed! Li Hong in the box erupted into laughter. Still daring to contest? He must be on the verge of being stripped bare. Elder, shall we? Continue. Li Hong uttered a single word. 120 million. The subordinate's voice resounded again, light as a feather, yet akin to a mountain pressing upon everyone's hearts. Within the venue, whispers began to circulate. Insanity. The Li family has truly lost their minds. This 9 nether soul crystal is worth at most 80 million. The markup is excessive. They were not merely seeking to buy, they were intent on annihilation. To kill with money. Lin Feng leaned slightly forward. His hand gripping the paddle seemed to exert a subtle strain. Another prolonged silence ensued. This time, his hesitation lingered longer. Everyone believed he was on the brink of capitulation. 121 million. Yet he still followed. In his voice, there was even a barely perceptible tremor. Inside the private room, Li Hong had completely immersed himself in the thrill of the cat and mouse game. He could vividly envision the face concealed beneath that hood, one filled with frustration, rage, and a deep sense of injustice. The young master's command was to utterly shatter him psychologically at the auction. Now, the moment had arrived. Li Hong refrained from allowing his subordinates to place further bids. He rose personally, striding to the window, his silhouette appearing particularly imposing under the light. He intended to demonstrate the resolve of the Li family to Lin Feng and to everyone present. 150 million. He announced a price that would send shockwaves through the entire underworld of Longdu. Having completed this act, he returned to his seat leisurely, lifting his teacup. Eager to relish the sight of that young man's complete disintegration, the world fell silent. The auctioneer, momentarily speechless, forgot to continue. All onlookers held their breath, awaiting the final, yet most impotent, act of resistance. However, the anticipated struggle failed to materialize. The expected defiance was conspicuously absent. In the corner, the hooded figure gently placed the bidding paddle on the empty seat beside him. The action was soft, devoid of any semblance of fervor. Subsequently, he leaned back against the chair, exhaling a long, drawn-out sigh of relief. Bang! The auctioneer finally regained his composure and brought the gavel down with a resounding thud. 150 million. Sold. Congratulations to the VIP client in the 2nd floor box for acquiring the 9 nether soul crystal. The smile on Li Hong's face froze. He stared blankly at the hooded figure below, bewildered by the reaction. Something was amiss. Lin Feng's response was not what he had anticipated. He should have been furious, resentful, madly determined to fight to the bitter end. Why was it like this? A terrifying thought surged unbidden into Li Hong's mind. They might have been toyed with by Lin Feng. They had purchased a 9 nether soul crystal, of little use to them, at double the market price. Lin Feng had successfully ensnared the Li family, making them the unwitting fools, though the sum was but a trifling amount to the Li family. He might have been duped from the very beginning. The true target of the opponent was not this. The elder? His subordinates also sensed the disquiet. In mere seconds, Li Hong's complexion shifted from red to pale, then from pale to green. Damn it! He slammed his hand on the table, shattering the precious jade teacup into dust. He immediately dialed Li Mo Yuan's communicator. Young master, his voice heavy. We acquired the 9 nether soul crystal. On the other end of the communicator, Li Mo Yuan's voice came through. How much did it cost? 150 million. Very well. Li Mo Yuan's tone was chillingly calm. Now, initiate the next phase of the plan. I don't care what methods you employ. I want him dead before he leaves the ghost market. The communication was abruptly severed. Li Hong stood rooted, taking a deep breath. As the auction concluded, the crowd began to disperse, discussing the Li family's extravagant display that evening. Lin Feng rose and, against the tide of people, walked towards the backstage settlement area. Under the incredulous gaze of the staff, Lin Feng paid 1,100,000 alliance coins, swiftly securing the soul crystal into his storage space. He turned and stepped into the deep, shadowy alleys of the ghost market. Chapter 74, Elite Team Ambush. The mechanized dragon sends them off. Emerging from the settlement area, Lin Feng casually tossed the inconspicuous serpentine token into a trash bin. He chose not to return immediately to the temporary warehouse. Instead, like a lost tourist, he meandered through the intricately woven underground passageways, unhurriedly wandering. His footsteps were light, blending into the surrounding cacophony, utterly inconspicuous. Yet, in his perceptive realm, everything was as clear as day. His spatial awareness enveloped an area hundreds of meters behind him. At least 3 groups were tailing him. 2 of the groups exhibited chaotic, mixed energies, likely the hyenas drawn by the scent of blood in the ghost market. The last group, however, was markedly different. Comprised of 5 individuals, they moved like well-trained hounds, maintaining a perfect diamond formation, neither too far nor too close behind him. Their actions were silent and perfectly coordinated. Leading them was Li Hong, the elder of the Li family. He emanated a warm, yet potent energy wave that perfectly concealed the presence of his 5 companions, courtesy of that ancient jade. Moreover, Lin Feng sensed a faint yet persistent spatial disturbance emanating from the center of their formation. It was a type of artifact designed to disrupt spatial abilities. The Li family had made meticulous preparations. Lin Feng turned into a more secluded side path, far removed from the core area of the ghost market, where even the lighting had dimmed. Ultimately, he halted at the entrance of a vast, abandoned underground plaza. This place had once seemingly served as an underground transit hub, now littered with rusted steel frames and collapsed concrete structures, featuring a complex terrain in an expansive area, an excellent burial ground. Lin Feng turned around, ceasing all movement, standing quietly in the center of the plaza, awaiting the hunter's arrival. Moments later, 5 figures emerged from different entrances, sealing off all avenues of escape. Li Hong stepped forward, unmasked, wearing a gaze filled with condescension. Not running anymore. His voice echoed in the vast plaza. Tired of running, I sought a place to rest. Lin Feng, with his hands in his pockets, spoke lightly. The scenery here is quite lovely, perfect for your eternal slumber. Li Hong's expression bore no hint of amusement. Young man, you are the first to toy with the Li family at an auction. Toying? Lin Feng feigned innocence. I merely believed that the soul crystal was not worth that price and chose to forego it. Is it that the Li family's elder has so much money that he has nowhere to spend it, that he must play the fool? Sharp-tongued. One of the Li family's guards barked angrily. Elder, why waste words on him? Seize him directly and leave his fate to the young master. Li Hong raised a hand, halting his subordinate's impulsiveness. He relished the current cat-and-mouse dynamic. I am aware that you possess some peculiar spatial abilities, and your antics with that group from the Black Tiger Gang were indeed somewhat impressive, he stated as if proclaiming an established fact. But do you think the same tricks will work against the Li family? Li Hong gestured to his followers. Activate the spatial suppression disc. The guard in the center of the formation immediately produced an ancient compass from his bosom, channeling his mental energy into it with fervor. Buzz. An invisible wave emanated from the compass, swiftly sweeping across the entire underground plaza. Lin Feng instantly felt the surrounding space transform from fluid motion into a viscous swamp. The air grew thick, each breath laden with resistance. Conventional spatial teleportation and short-range transfers became nearly impossible in such an environment. Any attempt to tear the fabric of space would be met with 100-fold, 1,000-fold resistance. How does it feel? A cruel smile finally emerged on Li Hong's face. The void suppression disc, developed at great expense by the Li family, was specifically designed to counter space-type beast masters like you. Now, your greatest reliance has vanished, hasn't it? Lin Feng's response was a mere 2 words, spoken with a dispassionate calm that inexplicably stirred a sense of unease within Li Hong. He detested this feeling of losing control. Even when death loomed, he remained defiant. No longer willing to delay, Li Hong's murderous intent erupted completely. Attack. Disable his limbs, but leave him breathing. With a single command, the four peak master guards behind him sprang into action simultaneously. Roar. Ferocity. Four formidable imperial-level beasts were summoned in an instant. The fiery lion, the storm-horned eagle, the mountain giant, and the shadow wolf. They surged from four directions, bearing down upon Lin Feng at the center of the square with an earth-shattering might. Flames, wind blades, massive boulders, and shadowy claws converged, sealing off all avenues of escape for Lin Feng. Under the suppression of the void suppression disc, he had no option to evade or retreat. This was a lethal assault. Li Hong could already envision Lin Feng being reduced to a mere puddle of flesh in the next moment. Yet, Lin Feng remained unmoved. He simply lifted his head, revealing an expression beneath the hood that was almost pitying. The void suppression disc? Such a level of spatial interference was indeed fatal for those beast masters still reliant on spatial rifts for movement. However, for the mechanical dragon, which had begun to grasp the laws of space, it was akin to attempting to halt a high-speed maglev train with a mere barrier. Absurd and ignorant. Just as the four attacks were about to strike, Lin Feng's beast space opened. There were no cataclysmic energy fluctuations, no dazzling light displays. A colossal figure, entirely composed of dark silver and black metal, silently emerged beside Lin Feng. The Annihilation Mechanical Dragon. It hovered in midair, its cold mechanical body illuminated by countless blue energy patterns. The eye, entirely formed of data streams, instantaneously scanned and locked onto all incoming attacks. The absolute domain barrier activated. With a gentle tremor of the mechanical dragon's core, a nearly transparent hexagonal barrier, embedded with micro-spatial fractures, instantly enveloped Lin Feng and the mechanical dragon. Boom. The collective force of the fiery lion, storm-horned eagle, mountain giant, and shadow wolf's full-powered assaults crashed against the barrier simultaneously. There was no explosion. There were no deafening sounds. All attacks, upon contact with the barrier, vanished as if they had struck the vast ocean. The raging flames were distorted and elongated, ultimately exiled into an unknown spatial fracture. The sharp wind blades were folded, compressed, and obliterated into nothingness. The heavy boulders sank into the surface of the barrier, as if they had fallen into a four-dimensional pocket, disappearing without a trace. The entire process was eerily silent. Li Hong's sinister grin froze entirely. The confidence of the four guards dissolved into sheer horror. This was impossible. One guard screamed in disbelief. What was that creature, the mechanical dragon? What was the principle behind its defense? Confusion and fear began to seep into their hearts. Li Hong stared intently at the chilling and oppressive mechanical dragon, finally comprehending why the opponent had chosen to wait for them here. This was not a trap. This was a reverse hunt. Full force attack. Shatter its shield. Li Hong's voice trembled with an unacknowledged fear. Lin Feng raised his hand, gently caressing the cold metal shell of the mechanical dragon. They said they would break you. The mechanical dragon's electronic eye flickered with a frenzy of data. Target locked. Threat level, low. Annihilation particle beam, charging 1. Chapter 75, testing the mechanical dragon's new skill, annihilation of the Li family elite squad. Annihilation particle beam, charging cancelled. The data stream in the mechanical dragon's electronic eye settled into calmness. Lin Feng issued a new command. No need for the big moves. That would make ending this conflict too simple. His voice was soft yet distinctly reached Li Hong and the four guards' ears. Lin Feng intended to further explore the newly comprehended micro-spatial folding capability of the mechanical dragon. Arrogant, Li Hong roared, unleashing the full force of his peak master aura without reservation. Forget the shield. Attack the beast master directly. Kill this brat. He had realized that the peculiar barrier possessed astonishing defensive capabilities, and enduring it would only waste energy. Capture the leader first. The remaining 3 Imperial-level beasts immediately redirected their targets. The storm-horned eagle screeched as it summoned a slicing windstorm. The fiery lion unleashed a swirling inferno. And the shadow wolf darted as elusive shadows, striking at Lin Feng from cunning angles. It was too late. Lin Feng did not even need to move an inch. The mechanical dragon's massive frame shifted slightly, its core emitting a blue flash. Microspatial folding initiated. Target locked. Front left, human, master level. The guard controlling the fiery lion, fully focused on directing his beast, suddenly felt the ground beneath him give way. It was neither a collapse nor a fall, but an inexplicable sensation of displacement. The ground beneath him, along with his entire being and a cubic meter of surrounding space, seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand and folded in half. In the next instant, he vanished from his position. Old 3, his companion shouted in shock. The rhythm of their attack thrown into disarray. Li Hong's heart sank. Where was he? He frantically unleashed his mental power, but detected no traces of spatial transmission. Up there. A guard pointed towards the towering dome of the square, his voice quivering. Everyone looked up to see the missing guard plummeting from nearly 100 meters high, as if discarded refuse. Ah! A chilling scream echoed. Being a master-level powerhouse, he managed to twist his body mid-air and summoned a flying beast to catch him, landing awkwardly in the distance, yet his face was ashen. He had no idea how he had ascended. The perfectly coordinated formation of 5 had been effortlessly torn apart. Now was the moment. Within the beast's space, the other 2 creatures could no longer contain themselves. A 9-colored rainbow shot skyward, and the figure of Xiaoju materialized in the air. It did not transform into its true form, but merely opened its mouth and exhaled. A slender thread of solar chaotic true flame, like a golden arrow, instantly crossed the space, striking at the dazed storm-horned eagle. Sensing an overwhelming danger, the storm-horned eagle frantically flapped its wings, attempting to conjure a wall of wind for defense. Yet, that flame disregarded the tempest and imprinted itself upon its wings. The law of burning properties activated. Sizzle! The storm-horned eagle's pride in its wind-based law shattered upon contact with the flame, crumbling into chaos in an instant. The golden flames ravaged fiercely across its form, impervious to its anguished wails and thrashing. Simultaneously, an intangible wave of mental energy enveloped the dazed mountain giant. The little fox had, at some point, perched upon Lin Feng's shoulder, its 5 fluffy tails swaying gently. The apocalyptic illusion quietly commenced. The mountain giant's movements froze, and a flicker of confusion crossed its massive stone eyes. In its world, its companions and master had morphed into grotesque and terrifying monsters, advancing menacingly towards it. With a thunderous roar, it unleashed its fury, pivoting to strike at the shadowy wolf beside it. What madness is this? The 2 guards cried out in unison. As chaos erupted around them, Li Hong's hands began to tremble uncontrollably. Space warped, laws ignited, and reality blurred. Could a mere youth from Jiangnan City truly command such beasts? Each of the 3 summoned creatures could rival the most prestigious lineage from the dragon capital. And now, they belonged to a single individual. In that moment of profound shock, a terrifying energy, capable of sending shivers through the very core of his being, began to coalesce within the chest of the mechanical dragon. The annihilation particle beam began to charge. A blinding blue radiance ignited within the annihilation core of the mechanical dragon, distorting the surrounding space as the energy gathered. The destructive aura instilled a primal fear within all present, both humans and beasts alike. Panic surged through Li Hong. A previously unimaginable sense of impending death enveloped him. Maximize all defenses. Everyone, raise your shields to the utmost. He disregarded everything else, immediately commanding his peak royal beast, the diamond prison ape, to shield him. The other 3 guards quickly summoned their beasts, desperately constructing layered energy barriers at all costs. Light walls, earth walls, energy shields. In an instant, an impenetrable joint defense line formed before them. They fixed their gazes on the increasingly radiant light emanating from the mechanical dragon's chest, bracing themselves for an earth-shattering strike. However, the mechanical dragon moved. It did not unleash its beam. Instead, it aimed the annihilation core at the empty space before it. With a hum, the annihilation particle beam was fired. A massive blue pillar of light, capable of piercing mountains, did not strike Li Hong and his companions, but rather shot into the distorted space before the mechanical dragon. The beam vanished. Li Hong and the others were momentarily stunned. Had it missed? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a wave of paralyzing terror gripped his heart. From all directions, up, down, left, right, dozens of minute spatial rifts materialized without warning around their defensive line. In the next instant, the swallowed annihilation particle beam was fragmented into numerous tiny death rays, imbued with spatial annihilation properties, erupting from those rifts at utterly unpredictable angles. This was not merely a shooting. It was a saturation strike from the very fabric of space itself. No, a guard screamed in despair. His defenses were formidable, yet a beam shot through from behind, instantly piercing his stormhorn eagle. Another guard's beast was impaled by a beam emerging from the ground, directly penetrating its abdomen. The spatial annihilation properties wreaked havoc on the energy structure within the beasts. With a sickening thud, 2 elite members of the Li family fell without uttering a sound. Their beasts gravely wounded. The backlash of chaotic energy surged through their contracts, shattering their mental seas. Blood poured from their eyes, ears, mouths, and noses as they collapsed, instantaneously rendered powerless. In the blink of an eye, the 5-member team was reduced to Li Hong and 1 remaining guard. The 2 men and their solitary beast stood desolately amidst fallen comrades and wailing beasts. Li Hong was utterly terrified. The color drained from his face as he beheld the nonchalant young man before him, as if gazing upon a demonic deity. Monster, you are nothing but a monster. He frantically retrieved an ancient jade pendant from his bosom. I demand your demise. I shall suppress your soul. the Jade of Tranquility. He poured every ounce of his mental energy into it. With a resonating hum, the ancient jade erupted in an unprecedented brilliance. An invisible shackle spanning the space to lock onto Lin Feng's mental sea. A weighty pressure descended, as if intent on freezing and subduing Lin Feng's thoughts and soul entirely. Yet, Lin Feng merely arched an eyebrow. The little fox on Lin Feng's shoulder glanced disdainfully at the resplendent jade of tranquility hovering before Li Hong, its captivating eyes reflecting a profound contempt. A mere piece of stone dares to toy with spiritual energy before me? An invisible, ethereal needle, forged from pure mental energy and the essence of divine poison, quietly shot forth from its brow. The soul-eating poison needle. This needle disregards distance and defense, striking directly at the essence of the soul. At that moment, as Li Hong fervently channeled the jade of tranquility, a grotesque smile etched across his face. His body suddenly stiffened. It felt as though a searing steel needle had plunged deep into his brain. No, it was a million times more agonizing. The pain emanated from the very depths of his soul, indescribable in its intensity. He clutched his head, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. The jade of tranquility slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground, its brilliance fading instantly. The piercing scream shattered the silence of the underground plaza. Li Hong clutched his head tightly, curling into a ball on the ground, convulsing violently. A clear crack formed in the now-dim jade of tranquility, spreading from its center. This artifact, capable of suppressing a master's mental sea, shattered before the chaos of the little fox's divine poison in less than a heartbeat. The ancient jade's suppression? It didn't even possess the qualification to resist. The little fox's soul-eating needle, derived from its chaotic divine bloodline, directly targeted the essence of the soul. The jade's brilliance was pierced the moment it encountered the needle, the spiritual energy within it tainted and violently exploding. What Li Hong experienced was not merely a piercing pain. It was the terrifying sensation of his soul being invaded, paralyzed, and corroded by an alien force. His thoughts began to slow, and control over his body rapidly slipped away. Lin Feng acted. In perfect synchronicity with his intentions, the mechanical dragon executed the optimal attack planned the moment the jade shattered. Dimensional traversal initiated. There was no energy fluctuation. The mechanical dragon's colossal, cold metallic form vanished from the spot. As Li Hong endured the searing agony of his soul, struggling to rise, an icy sensation, chilling to the bone, crept from the nape of his neck. He stiffly turned his head. The grotesque dragon head, composed of data streams, loomed ominously against the back of his skull. A metallic dragon claw, glinting with a cold, steely sheen, had unknowingly clasped his shoulder. Li Hong's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. The specter of doom. When had he appeared behind me? Hadn't the spatial lock already sealed this area? How could he still traverse dimensions? Countless questions and fears detonated within his sluggish mind. With a primal roar, born of sheer survival instinct, he unleashed his final bellow. The sole remaining royal pinnacle beast, the King Kong hell-suppressing ape, sensed its master's peril and emitted a ferocious growl. It abruptly turned its fist, the size of a cauldron and enveloped in thick earth energy, crashed down towards the mechanical dragon's claw. Begone! Li Hong summoned the last vestiges of his strength. His pinnacle mastery physique allowed him to struggle against the grip. Yet, the mechanical dragon's claw remained immovable. Clang! The King Kong hell-suppressing ape's fist struck the mechanical dragon's arm, producing not the sound of flesh colliding, but the resounding clash of metal. Sparks flew. The King Kong hell-suppressing ape let out a pained roar, as cracks appeared on its fist, capable of shattering mountains. Meanwhile, the mechanical dragon's arm bore not even a white mark. With its divine golden physique enhancement, the mechanical dragon was utterly impervious to physical attacks. This was an assault of an entirely different dimension. The last vestige of color drained from Li Hong's face. Feeling the immovable force akin to a mountain upon his shoulder and the chilling metallic sensation at the nape of his neck, he finally relinquished all resistance. The disparity was insurmountable, so vast it rendered him hopeless. Lin Feng approached him slowly, crouching down to pick up the shattered ancient jade talisman from the ground. I mentioned the scenery here is quite pleasant, ideal for eternal slumber. You can't kill me. Li Hong's voice trembled, laced with fear and bluster. I am an elder of the Li family from Longdu. If you kill me, the Li family will never let you off. In heaven and earth, you will find no refuge. Kill you? Lin Feng tossed the ancient jade in his hand. Eliminating an elder of the Longdu Li family could indeed be troublesome. The colossal family behind Li Muyin would pursue him relentlessly, like sharks drawn to blood, without regard for cost, until they saw him dead. That was not his desire. What he sought was intimidation, instilling fear, and subduing the enemy without combat. To kill you would be too lenient. Lin Feng rose, looking down upon him. The mechanical dragon's electronic eye flashed blue. Command confirmed. It tightened its grip on Li Hong's shoulder and suddenly exerted force. An irresistible surge, imbued with spatial annihilation properties, surged into Li Hong's body. This force did not destroy his physique, but precisely located the node connecting his spiritual sea to the external world, the very node for summoning, storing, and cultivating beasts. No. Li Hong let out an even more anguished scream. He felt the tenuous link to the beast space being forcefully torn apart, obliterated, and annihilated by a brutal force. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he instantly withered, his breath visibly deteriorating at an alarming rate. His pinnacle mastery was utterly nullified in that moment. He had become a mere husk, inferior even to an ordinary person. Lin Feng did not spare him another glance. Turning to the several unconscious Li family guards, he expertly confiscated their storage gear and alliance currency cards. Finally, Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the exquisite storage bag at Li Hong's waist. With a swift tug, he tore it off, delving his mental energy inside. He discovered a pitch-black crystal, seemingly capable of devouring all light, quietly resting within. The 9 nether soul crystal. Beside it lay a collection of valuable spiritual materials and a thick stack of alliance gold cards. Lin Feng unceremoniously transferred all items into his own storage space. The 9 nether soul crystal, purchased for 150 million, was now his. He hadn't spent a single penny. After completing these actions, Lin Feng clapped his hands. Well then, let us put this waste to use. He issued a command to the mechanical dragon. Initiate micro-spatial folding. Target 5 humans for beasts. The mechanical dragon's annihilation core radiated a brilliant blue light. The space beneath Li Hong and the unconscious guards, along with their severely injured beasts, suddenly began to distort. Like origami, the space they occupied was forcibly folded, then folded again. Li Hong watched helplessly as his body, along with his companions, was compressed into an ever smaller, irregular cube. He wanted to scream, but no sound escaped his lips. Ultimately, a basketball-sized, internally distorted, electrically flickering spatial cage replaced their original positions. Li Hong and his team were encapsulated. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. This new ability was indeed convenient for dealing with trash. He turned and strode away. The mechanical dragon seized the spatial cage and, with a flash of its form, activated dimensional traversal, vanishing from sight. At the headquarters of the Black Tiger Gang in the Ghost Market, Scarred Lu was in a rage, berating several subordinates for being outsmarted by Lin Feng at the auction. Suddenly, alarms blared frantically at the front entrance. Boss, bad news. Something's fallen from the sky. What is it? Scarred Lu stormed outside in a fury. There, at the entrance, an irregular cube, shimmering with spatial arcs, hovered silently in midair. What in the world is this? Which fool dares to dump trash at our Black Tiger Gang's doorstep? As Scarred Lu approached, a knowledgeable subordinate, pale with fear, grabbed him. Boss, don't touch it. This is a spatial cage. Something is sealed inside. Lu froze for a moment, then cautiously extended his mental energy to probe. When he discerned the distorted faces inside the cage, still recognizable despite the spatial distortion, his legs turned to jelly. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground. Li family elder, Li Hong. Inside the cage, the stripped Li Hong and the 4 pinnacle guards of the Li family were crammed together like refuse. The members of the Black Tiger Gang were paralyzed with terror. That country bumpkin, who had merely seemed clever in their eyes, had not only toyed with the Li family at the auction, but had also annihilated their elite strike team afterward, and then, as if discarding trash, had delivered them to the doorstep of the Black Tiger Gang? What was this? It was a warning. A far more terrifying and blatant warning than that of the Li family. Scarred Lu trembled all over, finally comprehending the kind of monster he had provoked. Within 10 minutes, the news of the Li family elder being stripped of his cultivation and discarded at the Black Tiger Gang's doorstep rippled through the upper echelons of Longdu's underground world like a magnitude 12 earthquake. Countless hidden forces were left reeling in shock. Everyone remembered the mysterious hooded figure who had stirred the winds at the auction. An outsider, with a thunderous approach, has decisively trampled upon the Li family of Longdu, emerging unscathed throughout the ordeal. Numerous influential merchant associations, once deterred by the Li family's blockade, have undergone a complete transformation in their demeanor. The blockade? In the face of overwhelming power, it is but a farcical jest. As Lin Feng returned to his temporary warehouse, his communicator buzzed to life with an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a voice full of respect and eagerness greeted him. May I ask, is this Master Lin? I am the steward of Wanbao Tower, and we possess a batch of top-tier ice-type evolutionary materials. Might you be interested? Chapter 77. Breaking the Blockade. The enraged Li Mo Yuan steps onto the battlefield himself. At the Li family estate in Longdu, the atmosphere in the conference hall is as heavy as iron. The precious incense burns, but it cannot quell the pervasive restlessness and fury within the room. An elder of the family slammed a dossier onto the table before Li Mo Yuan. Look for yourself. At the entrance of the Black Tiger Gang, our Li family members were treated like refuse, publicly displayed for all to see. Li Hong has been incapacitated. The Zhenkong Pan has been destroyed. The ancient jade of determination lies shattered. The elder's chest heaved violently with each word, as if laying accusations bare. Moreover, the 9 nether soul crystal, which we procured for 150 million, now resides in Lin Feng's possession. Li Mo Yuan stood motionless, his gaze averted from the dossier. His expression remained impassive, as if the family, suffering from such unparalleled humiliation, bore no relevance to him. Another elder from a collateral branch seized the opportunity to voice his grievances. Mo Yuan, you have greatly disappointed us this time. To contend with a mere lad from Jiangnan City, you have mobilized such vast resources, and what has it yielded? A loss of both men and reputation. The entire upper echelon of Longdu now revels in the spectacle of our disgrace. I hear even the Tang and Shangwan families are whispering that our Li family's heir cannot even handle an outsider. These words pierced Li Mo Yuan's pride like daggers. He remained silent. The door to the conference hall swung open, and a young man, of similar age to Li Mo Yuan, entered with a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Third uncle, one should not speak so harshly. Cousin Mo Yuan only wishes to establish the family's reputation, but did not anticipate that this country bumpkin would resort to such underhanded tactics. The newcomer was Li Tianzi, Li Mo Yuan's cousin and a formidable contender for the family's inheritance. He bowed slightly to Li Mo Yuan. Cousin, do not take it to heart. Leave such trifles to me next time, lest your hands be sullied. Seemingly a gesture of comfort, it was, in truth, a challenge to his standing. Finally, Li Mo Yuan stirred. He lifted a cup of tea that had long gone cold and brought it slowly to his lips. Crack! A faint sound of cracking echoed as the exquisite jade cup in his hand became riddled with fractures, ultimately disintegrating into a fine powder that slipped through his fingers. He raised his head, his eyes, as tranquil as an ancient well, swept across everyone present. I will handle my affairs myself. With those words, he turned and exited the conference hall, leaving behind a room filled with shock and tension. Upon returning to his study, adorned with cold metals and ancient tomes, Li Mo Yuan locked the door behind him. The calm of a moment ago shattered instantaneously. Boom! He struck his fist against the obsidian desk, which remained unscathed while blood seeped from his knuckles. Yet he felt no pain, only a profound humiliation, unprecedented in its intensity, burned like fire within his very core. He had not lost due to a lack of strength, but rather through miscalculation and misinformation. From the auction onward, he had fallen into his opponent's trap. The adversary had precisely predicted his every move, exploiting his arrogance and the Li family's tyranny, leading him step by step into the abyss. The 9 nether soul crystal was a mere bait, the ambush team, a test. And the outcome? His family's resources had been used to acquire what his opponent desired, only to subsequently incapacitate his men. This was no mere slap in the face. It was akin to tearing the very skin from the Li family and trampling it underfoot with disdain. He, Li Mo Yuan, the pride of Longdu, had become a stepping stone for another rise to fame. The faces of the elder family members and the duplicitous countenance of Li Tianzi flickered incessantly in his mind. A tremendous pressure surged from all directions. He understood all too well that if he did not eradicate Lin Feng with overwhelming force, his position as heir would be perilously compromised. No more tests could be afforded. He must take matters into his own hands. Li Mo Yuan's breathing gradually steadied, the fury in his eyes replaced by a more perilous calm. In Longdu, assassination and ambush would leave traces. He required a legitimate platform, one that would allow him to obliterate Lin Feng under public scrutiny. His fingertips grazed across his holographic interface, and a plan's title materialized before him: the Celestial Dome Selection Tournament. This premier event for the nation's youth would gather the finest talents from across the country. In such high-stakes chaos, casualties would be nothing short of commonplace. This, he resolved, would be Lin Feng's grave. Yet, he alone was not sufficient. Li Mo Yuan opened his contacts and dialed the first number. "Brother Morong, it's me, Li Mo Yuan." A languid voice replied from the other end. "Mo Yuan? A rare visitor. What brings you here?" "The Celestial Dome Selection Tournament. I need you to participate." "Of course, it's a tremendous opportunity." Li Mo Yuan's voice dropped to a whisper. "I require your assistance. Help me eliminate a person during the tournament." There was a moment of silence on the other end. Who could possibly warrant the personal attention of young Master Li for an execution? A fellow named Lin Feng from Jiangnan City. Upon completion, I will provide all the materials required for your wind Kirin to advance to the holy level. The breath on the other end quickened. Deal. After hanging up, Li Mo Yuan did not pause, dialing 7 or 8 more numbers in succession. "Brother Chun, regarding the Celestial Dome Selection Tournament." "Brother Wu, I have a business proposition. Are you interested?" In a mere half hour, He utilized the Li family's influence and his own reputation to assemble a hunting alliance targeting Lin Feng. Having completed this task, he rose and entered his secret chamber. Relay my orders. From this moment forth, I wish to see no one. Send all resources from the Dragon Blood Body Refinement Pool and the third secret vault to me. He intended to enter seclusion. He aimed to elevate his 3 Imperial mid-tier beasts to their zenith. He would, in the most formidable manner, personally snap Lin Feng's neck at the selection tournament. In the Ghost Market, the temporary warehouse, Lin Feng remained blissfully unaware that a net was being cast overhead, specifically targeting him. He was engrossed in counting his spoils. Li Hong's storage bag was akin to a surprise treasure trove. In addition to the invaluable 9 Nether Soul Crystal, there were substantial amounts of Alliance currency gold cards, along with various rare evolutionary materials. Lin Feng held the shattered ancient jade of determination in his hand. Ding! Detected a damaged Imperial-grade spiritual treasure, ancient jade of determination. Would you like to consume 1 million Alliance currency for a critical repair? Repair. Ding! Critical success achieved 100-fold. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the royal-grade spiritual treasure, the Tranquil Soul Pearl. Tranquil Soul Pearl, once adorned. It significantly enhances the rate of mental recovery, grants immunity to all mental control and illusions of royal grade and below, and, in critical moments, can actively unleash a soul guard light to protect the host's spirit. What a delightful little trinket. Lin Feng casually hung the jade pendant around his neck, and a wave of refreshing energy surged into his mind. His communicator had been vibrating incessantly since earlier, flooded with cordial messages from various trade guilds and factions. Lin Feng promptly activated the Do Not Disturb mode. He tidied up all the miscellaneous items and finally, with a solemn demeanor, retrieved the pitch-black Jiuyo Soul Crystal. Chapter 78. Critical Hit. The Jiuyo Soul Crystal mutates. The little fox gains a 6th tail. Inside the temporary storage room, Lin Feng opened his palm, revealing the ink-black Jiuyo Soul Crystal quietly resting within. It resembled a miniature black hole, devouring the surrounding light and emanating a chill that seemed to originate from the depths of the soul. In the beast space, the little fox, previously lounging languidly, suddenly sat up, its 5 tails wagging with excitement. An uncontrollable desire surged towards Lin Feng's mental sea like a tidal wave. It was a call from the very depths of its bloodline. Lin Feng could distinctly sense the little fox's urgency. He smiled, summoned the little fox, and held the Jiuyo Soul Crystal in his palm, watching as the little fox spoke softly. Look at you, so eager. With a thought. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Do you wish to feed your beast, the 9-tailed cataclysm fox, the Jiuyo Soul Crystal? Yes. Lin Feng confirmed without hesitation. Ding. Feeding the Jiuyo Soul Crystal triggers a 10,000-fold critical hit. Another 10,000-fold. Lin Feng's heart leapt with joy. He gazed expectantly at the soul crystal in his palm, ready to welcome the birth of a higher quality, purer holy grade or divine grade soul crystal. However, the anticipated leap in quality did not materialize. At the moment the system prompt resounded, the Jiuyo Soul Crystal in his palm did not grow more resplendent or pristine. Instead, strange purple threads began to appear on its inky surface. These purple strands seemed to possess life, actively siphoning something from the little fox's space. Lin Feng was taken aback. He could feel a faint yet pure allure and the essence of the little fox's venom being forcibly extracted and merged with the soul crystal. The crystal began to tremble violently. Within the obsidian crystal, the purple hue deepened, even mingling with a glimmer of dark golden light that represented the soul-devouring venom. Ding. Critical hit results in a tribute mutation. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the unique divine-grade extraordinary item, the Jiuyo Soul-Devouring Charm Crystal. Lin Feng gazed at the transformed crystal in his palm. It was no longer merely black, but a profound shade of purple-black, as though it contained the essence of stars, with dark golden patterns flowing across its surface, emanating a contradictory aura that both entranced and sent shivers down the spine. Is it possible to play like this? A critical hit not only enhances quality and quantity, but can also absorb the characteristics of the beast, resulting in targeted mutations? The capabilities of this system were even more outrageous than he had imagined. The little fox could no longer contain its excitement. It transformed into a streak of red light and landed on Lin Feng's shoulder, its fox eyes fixated intently on the newly acquired crystal, saliva nearly dripping from its mouth. Here, for you. Lin Feng brought the Jiuyo Soul Devouring Charm Crystal to the little fox's mouth. The little fox swallowed it whole. Boom. The moment the crystal entered its abdomen, a terrifying energy storm erupted, centered around the little fox's diminutive form. The dazzling purple light illuminated the dim storage room as if it were a realm of enchantment. A powerful and unmatched wave of spiritual energy surged forth like a tsunami. The clutter within the warehouse was swept away by an invisible force, and the metal shelves groaned under the strain. Lin Feng stood at the eye of the storm, the tranquil soul pearl casting a faint glow that shielded him from all mental impacts. He fixed his gaze upon the little fox amidst the radiance. Its body curled painfully in midair, emitting a suppressed yet piercing cry. The evolution had commenced. On the system panel, the bloodline data pertaining to the little fox surged wildly. Activation level of nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline. 50, 53, 55. The activation progress soared with unstoppable momentum, ultimately halting at the notation of 60. The constraints of its bloodline had been shattered. A howl of even greater intensity, filled with boundless agony and the ecstasy of rebirth, resonated throughout the warehouse. Amidst the purple light, behind the little fox's 5 fluffy and resplendent tails, a brand new tail, enveloped in rich purple light, began to grow slowly from behind it. Inch by inch, the 6th tail, its color was deeper than the other 5, displaying a pure, enchanting magical purple, with the tips swirling with a subtle dark golden divine radiance. With the emergence of the 6th tail, the world transformed. At the moment the 6th tail fully materialized, the little fox's aura surged explosively. Ding! Your beast, the 9-tailed cataclysm fox, has leveled up. Current level, growth period, peak. A pressure far exceeding its previous form emanated from the little fox. If it had once been a hidden dagger of unparalleled sharpness, now it was a blade unleashed, capable of cleaving the very fabric of existence. Lin Feng's face finally displayed an uncontrollable elation. He immediately opened the little fox's attribute panel to examine its metamorphic changes. Beast, 9-tailed cataclysm fox. Nickname, Little Fox. Level, growth period, peak. Comprehensive combat power assessment comparable to the peak of Imperial level. Quality, Chaos Divine level. Attributes, spiritual, illusory, alluring, soul poison. Bloodline, 9-tailed celestial fox bloodline, 60 activated. Number of tails, 6. Innate divine skills, 1. Alluring charm, intermediate significantly enhances mental allure and control effects, allowing for instant control over targets of equal level and below with wavering will. 2. Cataclysmic illusion, intermediate illusions become more realistic and expand in range, capable of invoking the target's inner demons, delivering dual spiritual strikes. 3. Reality illusion transformation, intermediate allows for a higher degree of conversion between illusion and reality, with shadow clones possessing 30 of the original's combat power. Illusory attacks can be converted into 30 real damage. 4. Alluring soul poison, intermediate the toxicity of the soul-devouring venom is enhanced, accelerating the erosion of the soul. Can coalesce into a soul-devouring poison domain, forming a persistent soul corrosion effect in a limited area. New exclusive skill for the 6th tail, 5. 6-tailed absolute kill illusionary soul devour. Beginner consumes enormous mental energy and essence, sacrificing 1 fox tail, which can regenerate, to create an untraceable illusionary clone. The clone can instantaneously appear behind a designated target and unleash a guaranteed soul-devouring attack, directly annihilating a portion of the target's soul essence. This attack ignores the vast majority of physical and energy defenses. Note, this skill's effectiveness is significantly reduced against targets whose soul strength far exceeds its own. The assessment of combat strength has surged, comparable to the initial stage of an emperor, now leaping directly to the pinnacle of emperor-level prowess. Even more terrifying is the addition of an enigmatic and domineering ultimate technique. By sacrificing a single tail, it can unleash an assured soul annihilation attack. This is nothing short of an unreasonable assassination skill. Lin Feng gazed as the radiance dissipated, landing lightly upon his shoulder, where 6 tails affectionately brushed against his little fox, a grin nearly distorting his face. The 150 million from the Li family was an investment well worth it. Chapter 79, A Thousandfold Critical Return, Late Stage Master, Power Surge. Before Lin Feng could fully savor the surprise brought by the little fox, the system's notification tone erupted in his mind. Ding! Your beast, the 9-tailed annihilation celestial fox, has completed its bloodline advancement, triggering a 1,000-fold critical return. Boom! A surge of pure and magnificent soul essence, more potent than any previous influx, cascaded into Lin Feng's mental sea like a torrent from the Milky Way. The already solidified mental core emitted a resonant hum under the strain of this power. It spun frantically, devouring this external essence, visibly expanding and refining at an astonishing rate. The surface of the core was adorned with intricate patterns, as if inscribed with the highest laws of illusions and souls. Lin Feng's body swayed slightly. The world within his perception transformed entirely. The energy particles drifting in the air, the minute cracks in the walls, Even the whispers of passers-by on the distant street became unprecedentedly clear. His understanding of illusions evolved from mere resistance to profound insight. It was as though all the myriad illusions of the world had become a clearly notated melody before him, allowing him to effortlessly discern their flaws and origins. Ding. The essence of your mental power has undergone a metamorphosis, enhancing the special ability, True Eye. True Eye, intermediate, automatically penetrates all illusions, disguises, and mental misdirections at the Emperor level and below. Ding. Your mental power level has increased. Current level, late stage Master Beast Tamer. A powerful aura emanated uncontrollably from Lin Feng's body, only to be swiftly reined in. In a single return, he had crossed the threshold of the mid-stage master. Such a meteoric rise in power would drive any master who had toiled for decades into a frenzy. Lin Feng flexed his muscles, feeling the surging power within. Without a moment's pause, he aimed to press his advantage. From his storage space, he retrieved a crystal vial. Inside was a drop of liquid, resplendent like a melted galaxy, exuding the chill of ancient glaciers and the essence of nascent life. Primordial Ice Spirit Whale Source Liquid. This was a fortunate find Lin Feng had acquired at an auction. Extracted from 10,000-year-old profound ice. Xiao Bing, it's your turn. With a thought, Lin Feng summoned his fourth beast. A small whale, not particularly large but entirely transparent, seemingly sculpted from ancient ice, appeared in the air. It affectionately nudged Lin Feng's arm with its head, emitting ethereal and melodious whale sounds. Upon its gaze landing on the crystal vial, an intense longing ignited in its pure eyes. It was a call of primal essence, a source of power engraved in its bloodline. For it, that drop of source liquid was the finest tonic in existence. Don't rush, it's coming to you now. Lin Feng uncorked the vial. Without hesitation, he poured the drop of source liquid into Xiao Bing's mouth. Ding. Will you feed your beast? The Primordial Time Illusion Ice Spirit Whale. The Primordial Ice Spirit Whale Source Liquid? Feed. Ding. Feeding the source liquid triggers a 10,000-fold critical hit. Xiao Bing was instantly enveloped by a profound and vast power. The liquid, initially a mere intertwining of cold and life essence, began to transform under the critical enhancement. Strands of silver, representing the laws of time, intertwined with ice blue, mysterious runes of space, manifesting on Xiao Bing's surface, entwining and merging. Ding. Critical hit successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a divine item, the Time-Space Ice Source Divine Liquid. Buzz. The intricate and sacred rune resembling a snowflake on its forehead suddenly illuminated, spinning at an unprecedented speed. An overwhelming power of time, freezing all, and the frost power sealing space erupted simultaneously from its diminutive body. The temperature of the entire warehouse plummeted to freezing point. Countless tiny ice crystals formed in the air, each reflecting a frozen world within. Xiao Bing's body was enveloped in an ice-blue cocoon infused with the laws of time and space. Its bloodline, the already completely activated primordial source initial ice spirit whale bloodline, began a higher level of refinement and sublimation under the impetus of this divine liquid. Ding. The tier of your beast, the primordial time illusion ice spirit whale, has advanced. Current tier, growth stage, intermediate. Crack. The cocoon shattered. Xiao Bing's form remained largely unchanged, but its aura underwent a seismic transformation. If the previous Xiao Bing was a profound, icy sea, now it had become an eternal realm that could freeze time and space, even the laws themselves. Lin Feng immediately summoned its attribute panel. Beast, Primordial Time Illusion Ice Spirit Whale. Nickname, Xiao Bing. Tier, Growth Stage, Intermediate. Quality, Chaos Divine Level. Combat Strength Assessment updated. Comprehensive combat strength comparable to the pinnacle of the Emperor level. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Another pinnacle at the Emperor level. Though Xiao Bing's tier had only advanced slightly, its combat strength had realized a triple leap. This was entirely due to the overpowering and unfathomable nature of time attributes. He continued to examine the details. Innate divine skills. One-time freeze, beginner. Intermediate can designate a specific area to significantly slow down time flow, or even briefly halt it. Range and duration limits have been enhanced. 2 Eternal Ice Seal, beginner. Intermediate draws upon the time-space ice source to freeze all. With layers of ice possessing both time-stopping and space-sealing dual characteristics, exceedingly difficult to breach by any form of energy or physical means. 3 Life's Tribute. Beginner gathers the essence of life, capable of healing wounds, even repairing shattered souls. The effects of the skills had also achieved a qualitative leap. Lin Feng assessed his current strength, feeling a thrill of astonishment. For beasts, for future deities. Xiao Jiao, the 9-turn Chaos Burning Heaven Golden Crow, Growth Stage Intermediate. Combat strength comparable to the initial stage of an emperor, currently the weakest among the four beasts. Yet its law of combustion grants it absolute dominance against fire and light-type adversaries, making its actual combat strength far exceed the assessment. The Mechanical Dragon. The Annihilation Star Mechanical Dragon, growth stage pinnacle, combat strength comparable to the late stage of an emperor. It serves as his mobile defensive fortress, a spatial blade, representing a perfect fusion of frontal firepower and mobility. The Little Fox, the nine-tailed Annihilation Celestial Fox, growth stage pinnacle, combat strength on par with the Emperor's zenith. Its illusions, divine toxins, especially that bizarre six-tail ultimate kill, are truly unparalleled assassination techniques. Xiao Bing, the primordial time illusion ice spirit whale, growth stage intermediate, equally boasts combat strength comparable to the pinnacle of an emperor. It is his most formidable trump card, a dual blockade of time and space, capable of plunging any adversary into despair. Coupled with his late-stage mastery of spiritual power, and enhanced by the treasures of the Tranquil Soul Jade and the Eye of Truth, his overall combat prowess now enables him to overpower the vast majority of peak Master Beast Tamers. Even when confronted by true, sovereign-level powerhouses, he possesses the strength to engage them in battle, and perhaps even emerge victorious. Having traveled from Jiangnan City to Longdu in merely a few days, his strength has undergone a monumental transformation. Just as Lin Feng reveled in the joy of his soaring power, the communicator on his wrist suddenly illuminated, emitting a series of urgent alert tones. A prominently highlighted message, bolded and marked, was dispatched to all registered Beast Tamers communicators in Longdu. It was an official notification from the Longdu Beast Tamer Association. The Sky Dome Project Selection Tournament will officially commence in 3 days. Chapter 80, A Confluence of Fate. The Sky Dome Project begins, talents gather. 3 days later, at the central square of Longdu. This is the heart of Longhua, now transformed into a battleground for the nation's top talents. Above the square, various powerful beasts circled, casting enormous shadows. A lion, engulfed in golden flames, bore a young man clad in crimson battle armor, eliciting waves of gasps. That was Tang Zhan from the Tang family of Longdu. His golden lion king is likely on the verge of breaking through to the saint level. On the other side, a massive azure eagle with a wingspan exceeding 30 meters descended gracefully as a woman in white floated down, exuding an air of chilling elegance. Shangwan Shui from the Shangwan family has also arrived. She is a rare beast tamer possessing 3 beasts. Each of these names signifies a powerful lineage, representing the pinnacle of the younger generation's combat strength. They arrived in luxurious flying cars, rode magnificent beasts, and were surrounded by attendants, basking in the glory of public admiration. The entire square was a sea of people, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. Lin Feng blended into the throng, utterly inconspicuous. He did not employ any mode of transportation nor summon any beasts, donning merely a simple casual outfit. Observing the talented individuals surrounded by admirers, he felt no stirrings within, merely calculating silently. That Golden Lion King alone would require a daily expenditure of at least 500,000 alliance coins. Shangwan Shui's attire, woven from silkworm silk with defensive properties, starts at a market price of 30 million. These individuals radiated the scent of wealth from head to toe. The registration process had commenced, with dozens of testing points established in the central square. Lin Feng queued patiently, inching forward. When it was his turn, he handed over his identity card. The staff inserted the card into a device, gesturing for Lin Feng to place his hand on a nearby crystal ball. The purpose was to assess his spiritual power level. Lin Feng complied, placing his hand upon it. Buzz. The crystal ball erupted into dazzling white light, and a line of bright red characters flashed onto the instrument's screen. Spiritual power level, late master. The staff member responsible for the assessment trembled, nearly toppling the device. The crowd in line fell into a momentary silence, their attention drawn entirely to him. Late master? At such a young age? Which prominent family does this secret contender belong to? They had never seen him before, especially given his ordinary attire. A ripple of murmurs spread through the crowd. At that moment, a discordant voice intruded. Huh, are beast tamers now so worthless? What tomfoolery is this? With all sorts of riffraff daring to participate in the Sky Dome selection? A tall, arrogant young man pushed his way through the crowd. He wore the emblem of Songlong Academy on his chest, clearly another contestant. He scrutinized Lin Feng from head to toe, leaving no room for his disdain to be concealed. Lin Feng hardly spared him a glance, retrieving his identity card from the staff. Hey, I'm talking to you, are you deaf? The young man, feeling ignored, scowled, releasing a mid-level master aura that pressed down upon Lin Feng. Lin Feng halted, turning around. He did not unleash any aura. He simply replied calmly. Your beast is the Storm Eagle, isn't it? The young man was taken aback. So what if it is? The cultivation direction is wrong. Forced maturation has left its foundation unstable, and its spiritual energy flows sluggishly within its meridians, already damaging its essence. Within 3 years, it will undoubtedly fall from the emperor level to the monarch level. Lin Feng spoke as if stating an undeniable fact. The young man's arrogance instantly froze, replaced by shock and fury. Every word Lin Feng uttered was true. This was his greatest secret, and the reason he was eager to seek opportunities in the Sky Dome selection. You're talking nonsense. Whether you believe it is your concern. Lin Feng tossed this remark over his shoulder as he turned to leave, disregarding him entirely. The young man remained rooted in place, his face shifting between shades of green and white, rendered speechless. The crowd, observing his expression, quickly grasped the situation and cast him looks of schadenfreude. Suddenly, a piercing sound of an explosion echoed across the square. The sky darkened. Everyone instinctively looked up. 3 massive, pitch-black phantom bats, exuding a terrifying aura of peak sovereign power, soared above, pulling an extravagant black flying car that hovered directly over the square. Each beat of their wings stirred a chilling wind, causing the beast tamers on the ground to feel a wave of trepidation. It was the Li family. Li Mo Yuan has arrived. The crowd erupted into chaos. The door of the flying car slowly opened. Li Mo Yuan, clad in a custom-made luxurious garment, stepped down from the vehicle with measured grace. He required no assistance, descending step by step from a height of 100 meters, treading upon the void itself. The terrifying aura of a peak master surged forth like a tangible tide, unabashedly spreading in all directions. The very space beneath his feet seemed to warp slightly. Nearby beast tamers found it difficult to breathe, their beasts emitting anxious growls and retreating in alarm. In that moment, the thousands of talents present in the square appeared as mere accessories to him. The atmosphere reached an unprecedented crescendo. He was Li Mo Yuan, universally acknowledged as the foremost prodigy of Longdu, the top seed of this selection tournament. Li Mo Yuan's gaze slowly scanned the raucous square, akin to a sovereign surveying his domain. Ultimately, his eyes traversed the throng of moving heads and precisely locked onto Lin Feng at the edge of the crowd. In those eyes, there was no anger, no roar, only an icy, extreme killing intent and a contempt akin to gazing upon a lifeless object. Everyone noticed his gaze and turned to look, spotting the unremarkable Lin Feng. Contrary to what the crowd anticipated, Li Mo Yuan did not issue any public threats or challenges. He simply observed Lin Feng from afar, then slowly raised his right hand, making a gesture across his throat, a silent declaration of war, yet it bore a more formidable intimidation than any venomous words. After completing this gesture, he withdrew his gaze, as if Lin Feng had become a lifeless entity no longer deserving of a second glance. Just then, a middle-aged man in military attire, adorned with a star of command on his shoulder, emerged on the elevated platform in the center of the square. His presence was solid and imposing as he surveyed the crowd. Silence. With but a mere 2 words, all the clamor was silenced. I am Longzhan, the chief overseer of this selection competition. Now, I shall announce the rules for the first round of selection. His voice resonated through the loudspeakers, echoing across the entire square. All participants will be collectively thrust into a perilous realm designated as the Doomsday Wasteland. The disciples of the prominent families in Longdu have undoubtedly heard of this rift world, which harbors an abundance of high-level resources and treasures capable of elevating one's beast companions. Those who can seize them will be the fortunate ones. Chapter 81. All participants are at the peak of the Master Realm. The hunting squad's target is Lin Feng. Your mission is to survive for 7 days. You will earn points by hunting exotic beasts, scavenging for supplies, or eliminating other participants. At the end of the 7 days, the top 100 scorers will be inducted into the Celestial Dome program's Genius Training Camp, where the official authorities and the Beast Masters Association will provide ample cultivation resources. Furthermore, the top 10 on the leaderboard will receive generous rewards. Remember, there are no rules in there, only life and death. Longzhan's words seemed to lower the temperature of the entire square by several degrees. This was not merely a selection, it was a brutal breeding ground. As Lin Feng listened to the rules, his gaze fell upon Li Mashing, who was surrounded by admirers, and he subtly flexed his wrist. This sounded more like an enticing hunting ground. Longzhan's voice was devoid of emotion, embodying fairness and authority. All participants will don point-collecting wristbands as they enter the trial grounds. He raised his hand, and a 3-dimensional projection of a metallic wristband appeared on a virtual screen. Killing exotic beasts within the Doomsday Wasteland will yield points, the quantity of which will depend on the level of the beast. The square erupted into a flurry of murmurs. This was standard procedure. Discovering hidden resources and completing random tasks will also yield points. Among the crowd, some prodigies from influential families had already begun strategizing. Longzhan shifted his tone, his voice suddenly chilling. Alternatively, you may eliminate other participants. An immediate hush fell over the crowd. For each participant you eliminate, you will directly receive half of their current points. The wristbands will automatically facilitate the transfer. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Long Zhan surveyed the assembly and added a significant remark. In the Doomsday Wasteland, mutual slaughter is, in principle, prohibited. However, in order to hone your adaptability, strategy, and survival skills, all non-lethal means of competition are permitted. The emphasis he placed on non-lethal was particularly heavy. Everyone understood the underlying implication. As long as one does not kill outright, one may maim or cripple, all of which fall within the permissible boundaries of the rules. This would be a bloody contest devoid of any moral constraints. The final rule. Long Zhan's voice eclipsed all discussions. The locations for all participants will be entirely randomized. I wish you all good fortune. Random deployment represents the first trial of luck. Some may land directly at resource points, while others may find themselves plunged into the lair of a king-level beast. In a corner of the crowd, Li Mashing paid no heed to Long Zhan's words. Surrounding him, a dozen young prodigies of equal prowess quietly gathered, forming a small circle centered around him. Among them was Murong Yun, the prodigy from the Murong family with whom he had conversed earlier. Murong Yun leaned in, lowering his voice to whisper in Li Mashing's ear. Brother Mashing, everything is in order. The supervisor in charge of the teleportation array accepted our sincerity. A subtle smile graced his face. We have also obtained a fragment of the map information. Though it is incomplete, it will suffice for our needs. That fellow named Lin will be precisely deployed to the heart of the Annihilation Canyon. Li Mashing's expression remained impassive as he merely nodded. Another prodigy from the Chun family interjected. The Annihilation Canyon is a forbidden zone. It is constantly ravaged by spatial storms, and the beasts within have mutated into ferocious creatures. Even if he survives the storm, he will surely be severely injured by the beasts. All 12 of us have secured deployment coordinates around the Annihilation Canyon. The moment he lands, we can immediately encircle him. What does it matter if he is at the peak of the Master Realm? Under our combined assault, he won't even be able to send a distress signal. Each of these individuals was an elite from the major families, all at the late Master Realm. They were the hunting squad Li Mashing had prepared for Lin Feng. Finally, Li Mashing spoke, his voice as cold as ice. I intend to obliterate him from this world entirely. Once this nuisance is dealt with, you will each have your chance at the opportunities presented by the selection. Moreover, I assure you that your retribution will be duly honored. Yes, Brother Mashing. The group chorused, their eyes gleaming with greed and excitement. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained vigilant, acutely aware of Li Mashing and the malevolent intent emanating from their little group. Li Mashing's murderous aura felt like a tangible blade, piercing through the crowd and striking him directly. You couldn't restrain yourself for long, could you? And you've gathered a band of accomplices. Lin Feng remained calm, even harboring a hint of amusement. He was oblivious to the specifics of their plan, yet he could easily surmise that they would undoubtedly manipulate the teleportation process. This was a classic tactic employed by powerful families against unanchored prodigies, time-honored yet effective. Regrettably, they had chosen the wrong opponent. Lin Feng's consciousness plunged into his spiritual sea, engaging in silent communication with his beast companions. Mechanical Dragon, as soon as the teleportation begins, lock onto the spatial coordinates and stabilize the passageway. We must not be flung into an unknown spatial maelstrom. The Mechanical Dragon's core radiance flickered, signaling its understanding. Little Ice, be on standby. If the landing environment proves excessively hazardous, immediately employ time freeze to buy us some respite. The ethereal whale song of Little Ice resonated in Lin Feng's mind. Little Fox, upon landing, unleash your spiritual energy to scan the movements of all living beings within a kilometer radius, especially those with malicious intent. He felt a soft, furry sensation on his shoulder as Little Fox acknowledged the command. Little Nine, just prepare to roast. In his spiritual sea, the slumbering golden crow opened its eyes, a flicker of solar flame dancing within. At that moment, Long Zhan's voice resounded once more. The selection time is up. Begin now. Enter the teleportation gate. Boom. In the center of the square, a towering, 100-meter-tall luminous portal materialized out of thin air, its interior swirling with light and exuding an aura of the unknown. Charge! Exclaimed Lin Feng, filled with eagerness for the immense opportunity that awaited him. Thousands of talented beast masters surged toward the portal like a tide, desperate not to fall behind. Lin Feng remained unhurried, mingling among the throng in the latter half, advancing at a measured pace. Li Mashing and his hunting squad were the first to step through the portal under the watchful eyes of the crowd, their figures vanishing in an instant. At last, it was Lin Feng's turn. He stepped forward, his body enveloped by the radiant curtain of light. In the next moment, the anticipated sensation of stable teleportation failed to materialize. Instead, a violent, chaotic force of spatial tearing engulfed him entirely. It felt as though an invisible hand sought to wrench his body and soul from the spatial channel and hurl him into a preordained meat grinder. The surroundings transformed from a vibrant, kaleidoscopic corridor into a distorted, tumultuous, and dim vortex. Indeed, they had struck first. Moreover, the cost incurred is substantial. Such pinpoint spatial interference consumes resources sufficient to bankrupt a second-rate family. Lin Feng's body rolled uncontrollably amidst the tumultuous energy. Yet there was no trace of panic on his face. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smirk. Very well. Let him witness whether this meticulously prepared grave is indeed vast enough. Chapter 82. The Survival Battle in the Apocalypse Wasteland. The game begins in hell mode. The intense sensation of spatial tearing abruptly vanished, and Lin Feng's feet landed on solid ground. A pungent, scorching wind, mingled with sulfur and the stench of charred remains, struck his face. He opened his eyes, revealing an endless expanse of charred wasteland before him, the ground riddled with cracked fissures from which dark red light emanated. The sky was an oppressive dark red, devoid of sunlight, only heavy clouds that seemed to smolder. Ding! Anomalous environmental conditions detected. The host has entered a high-risk spatial rift. Apocalypse Wasteland, area, Ashen Abyss. Ashen Abyss, a forbidden zone marked on the map with a skull. Li Mo Yuan truly holds me in high regard. Lin Feng's mental fortitude unfurled instantly, activating his spatial perception abilities. In an instant, the entire world transformed into a three-dimensional model in his mind. The spatial structure here was extremely distorted, as the violent fire elements and chaotic spatial energies boiled like water. What weighed heavily on his heart, however, was the myriad of powerful auras densely scattered within his perception range, each brimming with savagery and insatiable hunger. Indeed, it was a setup. Lin Feng cracked his neck, producing a series of pops. To have me precisely dropped here is to wish for me to be torn apart by high-level beasts from the outset or to be exhausted in flight, unable even to touch the points. This elaborate gift is truly painstaking. At that moment, the ground began to tremble violently. Boom, boom, boom. The earth nearby suddenly erupted, and three colossal lizards, each the size of a heavy truck and covered in molten rock armor, surged forth from the depths. Their dark yellow vertical pupils instantly locked onto Lin Feng, the only living being present. Lava giant lizard. Rank, mid-level emperor. 3 mid-level emperor-class beasts. This force is sufficient to annihilate any master-level squad in an instant. Roar. The lava giant lizard opened its massive jaws, and its scalding saliva dripped onto the charred ground. Sizzling ominously, they roared, charging forward with a momentum capable of shattering mountains. Lin Feng stood still, motionless. A cold smile even appeared on his face. Mecha Dragon. With a thought, a mech dragon shimmering with metallic luster and spatial ripples materialized out of thin air, shielding him behind its form. Buzz. A hexagonal barrier imbued with micro-spatial fractures unfolded instantaneously, enveloping Lin Feng perfectly. Little ice. Lin Feng called again. A small whale, entirely translucent as if carved from ancient ice, appeared in midair. The snowflake-like rune on its forehead radiated a gentle glow. The moment it emerged, the surrounding scorching air experienced a sudden drop in temperature. An ancient chill and pressure emanated from it, spreading outward. The three rushing lava giant lizards visibly slowed in their movements, as if trapped in an invisible quagmire. The ethereal whale's cry resonated in Lin Feng's mind, tinged with a hint of triumphant glee. Kill them outright. Lin Feng issued the most succinct command. Little Ice's body trembled lightly, and the rune on its forehead blazed to life. Innate divine skill, eternal ice seal. Crack. Centered around Lin Feng, icy blue frost surged forth like a tsunami. The air froze, the raging elemental energy solidified. Even the dark red light seemed to be crystallized by this icy blue. The three lava giant lizards, still in their charging stance, bore expressions of ferocity and brutality, forever frozen. Their bodies were instantly coated in a layer of ice crystals possessing properties of both time stasis and spatial confinement. In merely a second, three lifelike ice sculptures stood proudly atop the charred wasteland. Lin Feng snapped his fingers. Bang, bang, bang. The three ice sculptures shattered explosively, transforming into a flurry of icy shards, along with the lava giant lizards, whose vitality was instantaneously extinguished, dissipating into the air. Kill 3 mid-level emperor-class lava giant lizards. The bracelet automatically recorded the feat, granting 3,000 points. Lin Feng glanced at the pulsating numbers on the bracelet, his expression utterly unperturbed. Hell mode? No. For him, this place, teeming with monsters and devoid of interruptions, was simply a veritable treasure trove for accumulating points. He did not hasten to depart. Little Ice, release your aura. Draw forth as many as you can. Little Ice chirped joyfully, and the rune on its forehead gleamed brightly. An aura unique to the ancient illusory ice whale. Embodying the laws of time and life, rippled outward, spreading throughout the desolate ashen abyss. He intended to turn the tables. Did Lin Yuan want him dead here? Then he would transform this place into his exclusive hunting ground for points. Meanwhile, dozens of kilometers away, amidst a pile of rubble, Lin Yuan's figure emerged as the space distorted around him. He steadied himself, surveying his surroundings with a furrowed brow. Immediately, spatial fluctuations occurred successively around him. Shadows materialized from the teleportation, revealing a hunting squad comprised of 12 talented scions from noble families. Mo Yuan, brother. Morong Yun was the first to approach. Excitement barely contained on his face. It worked. I just confirmed that the teleportation coordinates were accurate. That fellow named Lin should now be at the heart of the Ashen Abyss, basking in the welcome of spatial storms and beast hordes. Another genius from the Chun family chimed in, his tone brimming with satisfaction. The Ashen Abyss is a place even king-level powerhouses dare not tread lightly. As a mid-stage master, he could barely last with a few emperor-level beasts. If we head over now, we will witness him being devoured by the beasts. Indeed, even if he is fortunate enough to survive, he will be on his last legs, allowing us to easily dispatch him. Mo Yuan, when shall we set forth? The crowd buzzed with anticipation and greed, their gazes fixed eagerly on Mo Yuan. Eliminating Lin Feng would not only earn them the generous rewards from the Li family, but also remove a formidable competitor for selection. Mo Yuan raised his hand, silencing the chatter. His expression remained unchanged, still the epitome of coldness. Everyone, check your gear and adjust your states. My informants have just reported that Lin Feng has slain 3 mid-level Emperor-class lava giant lizards. What? The smiles on the faces of the crowd instantly froze. Morong Yun's expression shifted. He actually had the strength to retaliate? And 3 mid-level emperors? How can this be? This is the Ashen Abyss. They had imagined Lin Feng's strength, but they never anticipated that, in such a hellish beginning, he could annihilate 3 mid-level Emperor-class beasts. Mo Yuan cast a cold glance at them. This is intriguing. If he were to perish so easily, he wouldn't warrant my personal intervention. He retrieved a tattered beast skin map from his storage space and spread it upon the ground. This is a fragmentary map of the Annihilation Canyon. Our objective is not to collect his corpse, but to hunt. He pointed to a location marked in red on the map. Here lies the heart of the canyon. We shall encircle from the periphery, eliminating all encountered beasts along the way, while simultaneously racking up points. Remember, our advantage lies in numbers and intelligence. Mo Yuan's voice bore no trace of emotion. What I desire is not for him to be slain by the beasts, but for him to exhaust all his trump cards, to descend into despair, and then, with my own hands, to erase him completely from existence. I intend to leave not a single trace of him in this world. The group was intimidated by Mo Yuan's imposing presence, their inner turmoil forcibly suppressed, replaced by a more fervent bloodlust and avarice. Yes, brother Mo Yuan, let us depart. Mo Yuan rolled up the map and summoned his beast, the Void Knight King Mantis, transforming into a shadow that sped towards the direction of the Annihilation Canyon. The 12-member hunting squad surged forward like a pack of sharks sensing blood, officially commencing their hunt. Unbeknownst to them, in the hunting grounds ahead, the prey they sought sat leisurely atop the head of a mechanical dragon, gazing at his score bracelet. The numbers on the bracelet fluctuated at a terrifying speed. Chapter 83, Mo Yuan Strategy. The hunting squad and the beast tide. Several dozen kilometers away, amidst the rugged wasteland, Mo Yuan and his 12 companions moved like phantoms. Their speed was remarkable, each summoning a beast adept at swift movement, leaving behind fleeting shadows across the complex terrain. Brother Mo Yuan, is it truly necessary for us to act in such numbers? This may be placing too much faith in Lin Feng. Morong Yun urged his shadow leopard forward to catch up with Mo Yuan, a hint of confusion on his face. He is merely an outsider, a country bumpkin. Even if he were fortunate enough to contract a few decent beasts, does he warrant such a grand mobilization? One must understand that the stronger the beast, the more resources are required for advancement, which are increasingly rare. Each beast that ascends to the emperor level demands a vast amount of resources. Typically, beast tamers would contract only 1 or 2. Beyond that, they cannot sustain more. His words echoed the sentiments of several others in the team. They were all the pinnacle geniuses of the great families in Longdu, 12 late-stage masters collaborating with a combined total of over 20 contracted beasts, all at or above the late emperor level, capable of dominating Longdu. Yet now, they were here merely to deal with an inconspicuous Lin Feng. Silence. Mo Yuan replied coldly without turning back. I never engage in battles without preparation. nor do I underestimate any adversary. Either I do not strike, or when I do, it is to ensure a fatal blow. Murong Yun, momentarily stifled by the rebuke, dared not speak further. The atmosphere within the team grew heavy, and no one questioned him again. They all felt the intense aura of lethal seriousness emanating from Lin Yuan. He was not jesting. He genuinely regarded Lin Feng as an equal opponent, deserving of their utmost effort to hunt down. Soon, they arrived at a vantage point overlooking the entrance of the Annihilation Canyon. Lin Yuan raised his hand, signaling everyone to halt. He is at the center of the canyon. Murong Yun immediately took out a monocular and peered towards the canyon. How strange. Why hasn't he moved? The energy storm within the canyon seems to have weakened. What could he be doing? He is waiting for death, sneered another talented member of the Qin family. He is likely paralyzed by fear of the canyon's environment or severely injured by the beasts, incapable of moving. Lin Yuan disregarded their comments. He retrieved a pitch-black short flute, intricately carved with countless twisted demonic faces. The beast-driving devil flute. It bears no inherent lethality, but the sound it produces can invoke the most primal brutality and killing instinct within the hearts of creatures. Upon seeing the flute, Murong Yun's pupils contracted slightly. The Li family even provided him with such an item. Brother Mo Yuan, what are you? I must ensure absolute certainty. Li Mo Yuan brought the devil flute to his lips, offering no further explanation. He did not seek a fair duel with Lin Feng. He desired Lin Feng's demise. In the most secure and unequivocal manner, a piercing yet discordant sound erupted from the flute, sharp enough to seem as if it could tear through the very fabric of the soul, instantly reverberating across dozens of miles. In the next moment, the earth began to tremble. From afar, roars and howls akin to the collapse of mountains and the shattering of the earth resounded. Countless enraged beasts, their eyes blood-red, abandoned their territories and ceased their hunts as if compelled by an absolute command, surging madly towards a singular direction. That direction was none other than the Annihilation Canyon. On the high ground, the members of the hunting squad watched in awe and terror at the spectacular yet horrifying scene unfolding before them, their scalps tingling. Dust and smoke obscured the sky as hundreds of beasts, all at least at the pinnacle king level, and even some at the emperor level, formed an unstoppable black torrent. Such a scale of beast tide would cause even a king-level powerhouse to retreat, and their target was merely a late-stage beast tamer. This time, he has surely finished, murmured one talented individual. The earlier disdain vanished from his face, replaced by a trace of fear. If this beast tide were directed at them, the 12 of them would likely not withstand even a minute. At the center of the Annihilation Canyon, Lin Feng was counting the rapidly increasing points on his bracelet when the ground beneath him suddenly shook violently. This tremor was 100-fold stronger than when the lava giant lizard had appeared, as if the very earth were about to be upturned. He stood up, his mental energy instantly expanding. A torrent of frenzied energy rushed in from all directions, nearly overwhelming his senses. Xiaojiu, go take a look. A beam of golden light shot skyward, vanishing into the dark red clouds. Moments later, Xiaojiu's shared vision synced with Lin Feng's mind. The black beast tide, like ink dropped into clear water, was converging from all directions towards his location. And behind the tide, on a high ground, 12 small figures were clearly visible. The leader among them exuded a cold and familiar aura. Lin Yuan, are you attempting to expend my strength with this beast tide? Lin Feng's face bore an odd expression. A clever strategy, though the means are somewhat primitive. He had already cleared the beasts at the center of the canyon, intending to use it as a quiet point for scoring, but instead, he had unwittingly crafted a perfect battleground for confrontation. He chose not to flee, instead walking slowly to the only entrance of the canyon, where the terrain was relatively open. Here, he would stand to face the overwhelming tide of beasts. On the high ground, Murong Yun, through his binoculars, clearly observed Lin Feng's actions. Has he lost his mind? To confront such a massive beast tide without fleeing? Does he intend to resist the entire tide alone? A talent from the Chun family scoffed. What an arrogant fool. He probably believes he's invincible after slaying 3 mid-level emperors. Very well, let him first engage with the beast tide. We shall merely observe from our vantage point, akin to spectators watching a fierce contest. Once he has exhausted his hidden cards and is utterly fatigued, we shall descend to reap the rewards effortlessly. All present harbored a mindset of amusement, coldly sneering as they anticipated the gory spectacle of Lin Feng being torn to shreds by the oncoming horde. They had even begun to deliberate on the distribution of his accumulated points after his demise. The ground trembled ominously as the beast tide advanced, sending tremors that caused the stones on the heights to quiver. In the forefront, a peak-level explosive demon ape emerged within Lin Feng's line of sight, beating its chest and emitting a thunderous roar. In the face of the colossal beast tide, Lin Feng appeared diminutive, akin to a mere speck of dust. Members of the hunting squad wore cruel smiles upon their faces. At the entrance of the Ember Extinction Canyon, Lin Feng stood resolute. High above, Xiao Jiu continued to circle, dutifully scouting and keeping a watchful eye on the distant 12 individuals led by Li Moi. The mechanical dragon materialized beside Lin Feng, deploying a protective barrier around him. As he faced the hundreds of frenzied beasts that were closing in within 100 meters, threatening to overwhelm him. With calm determination, Lin Feng summoned the ancient illusionary ice whale. Chapter 84. The arrival of Xiao Bing, absolute control of time and frost. The earth lamented as the beast tide surged forth like an inky river, carrying with it the momentum of annihilation, obliterating all obstacles in its path. The explosive demon ape, with its crimson eyes and massive fists pounding its chest, generated a sonic wave that seemed capable of tearing the very air apart. A foul wind assaulted their senses, laden with the stench of blood and sulfur. On the heights, Murong Yun lowered his telescope, his face betraying a cruel confidence. Lin Feng was doomed. This would save us considerable effort. Once the beast tide passes, we shall descend to collect his remains. Oh no, there would be nothing left to collect. Brother Moi, your strategy of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf is truly brilliant. The atmosphere was light, as if they were merely enjoying a predetermined beast-fighting spectacle. Li Moi remained silent, observing quietly. In his strategy, Lin Feng would be rendered helpless by the onslaught of the beast tide, forced to reveal all his cards. Ultimately crushed beneath his heel like an ant. However, Lin Feng's current demeanor seemed even more pitiful than he had anticipated. He had chosen to withstand the assault. Foolish. The beast tide was now less than 100 meters from Lin Feng. That diminutive figure appeared to be on the brink of being completely engulfed. Finally, Lin Feng made a move. He merely lifted his head, seemingly to gauge the distance of the beast tide. Then, a command resonated within him. Xiao Bing, freeze time. In an instant, an invisible wave emanated from Lin Feng, rippling outward like the undisturbed surface of a pond. The entire world fell silent. On the heights, Murong Yun's smile instantly froze. The scene he beheld through the telescope left him bewildered, even causing him to question the reliability of his own eyesight. What is happening? They have stopped? What has stopped? Chen Jia, a prodigy beside him, snatched the telescope and froze in shock as well. The beast tide had not ceased. It had merely slowed to an unfathomable degree. The explosive demon ape, leaping high, remained poised to strike, yet its descent was slower than a feather falling. The lava fireball it spewed hovered in midair, its dark red glow pulsating at an agonizingly slow pace. Each of the hundreds of ferocious beasts appeared as if an unseen hand had pressed the slow-motion button. Their fury and madness were vividly apparent in their eyes, muscles straining. Yet they could only move at a snail's pace. Time, within this domain, had been forcibly dragged into a quagmire of stagnation. Is this a control-type beastmaster? Impossible. What control ability could influence so many peak-level beasts? A genius screamed in terror. It's not control. Look at that flame. And the flying debris. Everything is slowing down. Is this a time ability? Time system? What a joke. How could such a legendary attribute belong to him? Members of the hunting squad found themselves in utter disarray. The scene unfolding before them had shattered their perception as the chosen elite. Li Moi's body tensed. He fixated on the scene at the canyon's entrance, where the once static image now displayed violent fluctuations on his otherwise impassive countenance. Time. It was indeed related to time. Within the brief moments of their collective shock, Lin Feng issued a second command, Ancient Ice Seal. Behind him, the translucent silhouette of the small whale shimmered, its forehead adorned with snowflake runes, radiating an exquisite ice-blue light. Suddenly, an overwhelming chill descended. If the previous time freeze had been an unvoiced alteration of rules, then the current Ancient Ice Seal was the most brazen act of physical annihilation. The ice-blue frost surged forth like a tsunami unleashed, sweeping across the area where time had slowed. The air froze. The raging fire elements were encased in ice. Those beasts struggling in slow motion, their madness and brutality, along with their very lives, were forever crystallized at that moment. A layer of ice crystals, imbued with the properties of time stasis, instantaneously enveloped the bodies of all the beasts. From the moment the beast tide surged forth to its complete immobilization, mere seconds had elapsed. Before Lin Feng stood not a tumultuous horde, but a vast expanse of a deathly forest composed of hundreds of ice sculptures, a realm where time and frost intertwined in absolute stillness. All right, let the harvesting commence. Lin Feng calmly patted the mechanical dragon at his side and walked into the frozen domain. The core of the mechanical dragon flickered, extending its sharp metallic claws, gently tapping against one of the ice sculptures of a peak-level beast. Bang! The ice sculpture, along with the beast within, instantly shattered into a flurry of icy fragments. Killed a peak-level explosive demon ape, earning points, 100. The mechanical dragon proceeded to the next target. Bang. Killed 3 late-stage hellhounds, earning points, 80. Bang, bang, bang. The crisp sound of shattering echoed eerily in the silent canyon. Each fracture signified the instantaneous obliteration of a powerful life. The numbers on Lin Feng's wrist-mounted point ring began to escalate at a frenzied pace. 100, 80, 120, 100. On the heights, members of the hunting squad fell silent. Their telescopes had long since slipped from their grasp. Each individual stood as if petrified, staring vacantly at the figure strolling nonchalantly through the forest of ice sculptures, alongside the mechanical dragon efficiently harvesting points. The previous disdain, mockery, and greed transformed into a chilling dread that surged from their feet to the crown of their heads. The strategy they had taken pride in, one that could send even a king-level powerhouse fleeing, had astonishingly become a mere boon for their adversary to accumulate points. This was no longer a battle. This was a massacre. It was a one-sided, utterly predictable feast of point accumulation. Morong Yun's lips trembled. He wished to utter something. Yet not a single word escaped his mouth. He cast a glance toward Li Meyun, hoping to discern a strategy from the face of this steadfast leader. However, all he beheld was a visage so grim it seemed capable of dripping water. Li Meyun clenched his fists tightly. The beast-controlling magic flute, which had been intended to summon the beast tide, creaked ominously under his grip. He had envisioned every possible trump card Lin Feng might possess: powerful offensive beasts, elusive mobility, or some formidable defensive artifact. Yet, he had never anticipated that the opponent's ace would be an almost insurmountable, absolute control over the battlefield. Time. Icebound. The amalgamation of these two forces had transformed his meticulously prepared army into a mere platter served for the taking. He was not the hunter. He had become a fool delivering provisions to the prey. Beep. Total points have reached 12,560. Current rank, 100th. The sound of Lin Feng's wristband chimed crisply. Li Meyun slowly raised his hand to wipe away a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Blood he had just bitten through himself. Chapter 85. Points soar. Li Meyun's killing intent. The hunt begins. Bang. The sharp sound of shattering reverberated through the silent canyon as the metallic claws of the mechanical dragon struck another frozen sculpture of a king-level beast with precision. The ice statue exploded violently, disintegrating into countless sparkling shards that dispersed into the air. Kill confirmed. King-level late-stage Shadow Demon Wolf. Points gained, 80. Bang, bang, bang. Each sound echoed like the metronome of death, each strike marking yet another increment on Lin Feng's wristband. The entrance to the Annihilation Canyon had transformed into a vast plain of ice shards, with the mechanical dragon standing as the sole harvester upon this field. In less than half an hour, the alerts from Lin Feng's wristband had shifted from their initial clarity to a state of numbness. Beep. Total points have reached 38,740. Current rank, 10th. From outside the top 100 to breaking into the top 20, Lin Feng had achieved this through a meticulously orchestrated ambush. The efficiency, however, felt somewhat lacking. Perched upon the shoulder of the mechanical dragon, Lin Feng surveyed the ranking displayed on his wristband, a hint of dissatisfaction flickering across his face. Hundreds of beasts may sound impressive, yet the majority were king-level, with only a scant few at the emperor level, yielding insufficient points. At that moment, the mechanical dragon paused momentarily, its metallic claws rummaging through the remnants of an emperor-level pinnacle hellhound's ice sculpture. Subsequently, it carefully unearthed a fist-sized crimson crystal core, appearing as though magma flowed within. This core had not been entirely shattered by the ancient ice's freezing grip, its surface still radiating astonishing heat and volatile energy waves. The frantic fire seed, an essence of the primal origin that emperor-level fire beasts might coalesce under extreme rage and fury. Lin Feng reached out to receive it. The seed felt warm in his hand, the energy contained within far exceeding that of an ordinary crystal core of the same grade. A delightful little snack. He resolved to seek an opportunity to present it to Xiaojiu. One could only wonder what remarkable outcome might arise. He casually stored the fire seed in his spatial pouch, finally feeling a measure of satisfaction regarding this harvest. Meanwhile, at the central control hub of the selection competition, hundreds of massive virtual screens displayed real-time footage from various regions of the apocalyptic wasteland, while the central screen showcased the incessantly fluctuating personal score leaderboard. Look, the leaderboard. That one named Lin Feng. A technician monitoring the data suddenly exclaimed. What is happening? His points. They've increased again. Just moments ago, he was in 25th place. And now he has surged directly to 10th. Are you serious? Is this for real? It hasn't even been an hour, has it? This civilian beastmaster, with no background or team, is accumulating points at such a rapid pace. Has he disturbed the nest of an emperor-level beast? Check his monitoring footage. Quickly. The entire control center erupted into a frenzy, all eyes fixated on the name that soared like a rocket. In a corner, Long Zhan, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. He paid no heed to the surrounding commotion, calmly raised his hand, and gently tapped on his console. Retrieve real-time monitoring of contestant Lin Feng. The screen flickered momentarily, yet the anticipated live imagery did not materialize. Instead, the image froze at the moment Lin Feng stepped into a spatial rift, and then the entire screen was overtaken by a chaotic blizzard of static and weak signal alerts. Report to the head supervisor. A technical director hurriedly approached. Lin Feng is unfortunately being transported to the Annihilation Canyon region, where the spatial turbulence and energy fields are extraordinarily chaotic, causing severe signal interference. Long Zhan furrowed his brow. Annihilation Canyon? That area is a forbidden zone. How could a random transport be accurately deployed there? How long will it take to restore the signal? At least 3 hours are needed to stabilize a temporary signal channel. Moreover, the spatial laws within are too chaotic. Our signal drones cannot approach at all. The director's response was laden with helplessness. Long Zhan gazed at the glaring red warning on the screen, then glanced once more at the prominently displayed name on the leaderboard. The chaotic magnetic field, the bizarre teleportation location, and the illogical rate of point accumulation all hinted at something profoundly unusual. On the periphery of the Annihilation Canyon, atop a highland, the atmosphere was eerily silent. The expressions of the 12 prodigies in the hunting squad shifted from initial ease and cruelty to shock and confusion, ultimately contorting into a pallid, mortified hue. Yun's hands shook as he struggled to grasp the sight before him. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible, he murmured, lost in thought. The ability to manipulate time, to freeze an entire beast tide. Could this truly be the work of a monster? Did he cheat? Or did he employ some forbidden artifact? The voice of the Chun family's prodigy was dry. He would rather believe Lin Feng had cheated than accept that a peer could wield such terrifying power. The schemes they had once held in pride, capable of instilling fear in kings, had morphed into a bountiful point package for their opponent. This was not merely a failure of their plan, but a ruthless trampling of their dignity. All eyes instinctively converged upon Li Yuan. He was the backbone, their leader. Li Mian, however, did not regard anyone. He remained fixated on the center of the canyon, where Lin Feng was nearing the completion of his plunder. The beast tide consumption plan had utterly failed. Not only had they failed to deplete any of Lin Feng's trump cards, but they had inadvertently enabled him to amass a staggering number of points with little effort. Li Yuan's chest heaved violently, a wave of metallic sweetness rising in his throat, which he forcibly swallowed down. He slowly raised his hand, retrieving a palm-sized, intricately designed black device from his storage ring. The instrument bore no markings, save for a small, faintly glowing indicator light, an advanced signal jammer, acquired at great cost by the Li family from the black market. It was capable of thwarting even the signal probing of king-level experts. Upon witnessing this device, Yun's expression shifted once more. Yuan, what are you? No more time to delay. Li Yuan's voice was colder than the icy winds that swept through the canyon. He activated the signal jammer. The eerie glow of the indicator flickered momentarily before settling into a steady state. In the central control room, the technical supervisor watched in horror as the last flicker of a weak signal vanished entirely, leaving behind an abyss of darkness. On the high ground, Li Yuan's frigid command echoed in the ears of each team member. He was stronger than I had anticipated, but that was where his advantage ended. The beast tide had failed to eliminate him. It was now our turn to take matters into our own hands. Li Yuan summoned his Void Night King Mantis, its crimson compound eyes reflecting the boiling intent to kill that surged within him. All personnel, mobilize. Target, the center of the Ember Annihilation Canyon. At any cost. Eliminate Lin Feng. As his words fell, he transformed into a shadow, diving toward the canyon. The remaining 11 exchanged glances, suppressing their fears, their greed and murderous intent reignited. 12 figures shot forth like arrows released from a bow, the hunt officially commencing. Chapter 86. Monitoring Interruption, Long Zhan's Attention and Canyon Conflict. The selection tournament's control center was enveloped in an eerie silence. Among the hundreds of screens, the one representing Lin Feng flickered briefly before plunging into darkness. Alert! Target signal interrupted. Alert! Target vital signs lost. Blinding red alerts pulsated at the center of the screen. Report, sir. A technician abruptly rose from his seat, his voice quivering with shock. The life signal and score wristband signal of contestant Lin Feng have completely ceased. What? The entire control center erupted in chaos. The signal has been interrupted? Could he be dead? Impossible. Just a minute ago, his score was soaring, propelling him into the top 10. How could he suddenly be dead? The wristband must have been crushed, or he was instantaneously killed for the signal to vanish so completely. Amidst the cacophony of voices, All gazes turned towards the corner where the on-site commander, Long Zhan, stood. Long Zhan slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of disturbance appearing in his otherwise tranquil gaze. Ignoring the crowd's panic, he calmly raised his hand and gently tapped his control panel. Lin Feng's personal tracking display materialized, revealing nothing but a chaotic swirl of static. There were only two possibilities for a signal interruption: the contestant's death or the activation of a high-intensity signal jammer. Considering Lin Feng's unusually rapid score increase and the enigmatic teleportation location known as the Ember Annihilation Canyon, Long Zhan leaned towards the latter. Someone did not want them to witness the unfolding events. "Sir, should we initiate the emergency protocol and forcibly deploy drones for reconnaissance?" The technical supervisor quickly approached, making the suggestion unnecessary. Long Zhan's response was succinct and cold. "The rules of the selection tournament dictate that there are no rules. Anything can happen within. It is a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, and the competition for resources is inherently brutal." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the leaderboard where a name, now frozen but still holding the 5th position, lingered. Once their conflict concludes, the signal will naturally be restored. He instructed to continue monitoring and then closed his eyes once more, as if the genius capable of stirring the winds and clouds was no different from the rest in his eyes. But he alone understood that he had etched the names Lin Feng and the Li family deep into his memory. The Ember Annihilation Canyon. The space here was inherently chaotic, now boiling like water in a cauldron. Several miniature reconnaissance drones belonging to other clans attempted to approach the canyon's edge, only to emit a crackling burst of electricity before plummeting to the ground in a cloud of black smoke. The unique environment of the Ember Annihilation Canyon had become the perfect natural barrier for Li Yuan and his companions to carry out their plans. At the canyon's center, a resounding crash echoed as the mechanical dragon's claws shattered the last ice sculpture of an Emperor-class beast. Killed an early-stage Abyssal Claw beast, earning points, 1,000. Ding. Total points reached 46,800, current ranking, 5th. Lin Feng glanced at the final number displayed on his wristband, a satisfied expression finally gracing his face. This wave of beasts had delivered a bountiful reward. However, in the next moment, the green indicator light representing the signal connection on his wristband flickered twice before extinguishing completely. The connection to the outside world had been severed. Here they come. Rather than panic, Lin Feng appeared to have anticipated this moment. The signal jamming meant that all subsequent actions of his adversaries would be carried out without restraint, leaving no evidence behind. This was a deadly intent. "Master, please be advised. Powerful auras are approaching rapidly from 12, 3, 6, and 9 o'clock. The crisp yet serious voice of the little fox rang in his mind. Their intentions were clear. The murderous intent was palpable. 12 individuals. For directions, they formed a surrounding formation. Lin Feng remained rooted in place, not moving an inch. He merely patted the armor of the mechanical dragon. Mechanical dragon assumed defensive posture. A more solid hexagonal spatial barrier enveloped him entirely. Little 9. Ascend and keep a vigilant watch on each of them. The golden crow transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the dark red clouds above. Its icy murderous intent locking onto all prey below. Little ice, little fox, prepare. After completing these actions, Lin Feng stood still, as if awaiting the arrival of guests. In the next moment, swish, swish, swish. 12 figures appeared almost simultaneously atop the canyon's steep cliffs, seizing all vantage points. They loomed above Lin Feng in the canyon's center, completely sealing off his escape. Leading them was Li Yuan. He stood at the highest point, gazing down at the diminutive figure below. Akin to a deity passing judgment on mortals, the hunting squad had successfully encircled Lin Feng for the final strike. The hunt could commence at any moment. Lin Feng, Murong Yun was the first unable to contain himself. He stood atop a massive rock, pointing at Lin Feng with a sickly excitement and a sinister grin. "How does it feel to be surrounded by us? Aren't you the one who racked up points so effortlessly? Isn't your ice-type beast formidable? Give us another show." The Chun family's prodigy joined in the taunts, attempting to regain the confidence that had been shaken moments ago. "If you kneel and beg for mercy now, surrender all your beasts and treasures, we might consider leaving you with a whole corpse. Ha ha ha, why waste words on a dead man?" The cacophony of shouts reverberated throughout the canyon. They looked at Lin Feng, now thoroughly encircled, as if he were a fish in a barrel. Instinctively forgetting the earlier scene of Lin Feng decimating the beast tide, their faces morphing into expressions of ruthless confidence. Lin Feng raised his head, surveying the scene before finally fixing his gaze on Li Yuan. "With your motley crew of pathetic fish and rotten shrimp, you think you can impede my progress?" He spoke calmly, as if stating a simple fact. One sentence silenced the tumult in the canyon. Expressions of incredulous fury flooded every face. "You seek death." Murong Yun seethed with fury, poised to command his beast to launch an assault. "Wait," Lin Yuan interjected, raising his hand to halt him. He descended slowly, landing 100 meters ahead of Lin Feng, with the other 11 following suit, forming a tighter encirclement. "Your temporal abilities indeed take me by surprise." Lin Yuan's voice was devoid of emotion. "Yet such powers must exact a considerable toll, no? How many more times can you employ them?" He surveyed Lin Feng, akin to a connoisseur eyeing a coveted treasure soon to be acquired. "Surrender your beast and sever your meridians. I may grant you a swifter death." Lin Feng chuckled. "What a coincidence. That is precisely what I wish to convey to you." Chapter 87. The 12 Grandmasters, the luxurious hunting ensemble of Dragon City's prodigies. Lin Yuan's icy gaze sliced through Lin Feng's demeanor like a sharpened blade. He ceased his prattling, merely raising his hand. "Engage." A simple command ignited the powder keg of confrontation. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, 12 columns of blinding light erupted simultaneously around the canyon. At Murongyun's side, the air distorted as a resplendent Qilin, entwined in azure tempests, emerged, its imperial-grade aura unabashedly enveloping the surroundings. The ground fissured beneath Chen family's prodigy. As a colossal hellquake mountain tortoise, armored in obsidian metal, erupted with a roar that reverberated through the canyon. Beside the Wu clan disciple, shadowy demon wolves and three-headed hellhounds materialized. One after another, contract arrays flared to life, summoning an array of formidable beasts, each radiating a terrifying presence, standing beside their masters. Void Night King Mantis, Infernal Flame Demon, Deep Sea Naga. Within mere seconds, 25 beasts packed the heart of the canyon to the brim. All of them were of imperial caliber. Each radiated a terrifying pressure capable of collapsing mountains and reversing rivers. Among them, the three beasts before Lin Yuan exuded the most fearsome aura. Besides the already revealed Void Night King Mantis, the others included a netherworld harvester engulfed in ghostly blue flames, wielding a massive bone scythe, and a relatively diminutive phantasmic spirit cat, exuding an aura of utmost peril. All three were at the pinnacle of imperial strength. These 25 imperial presences intermingled, creating a cataclysmic energy field. The air wailed, space warped, and even the dark crimson clouds above were dispersed by this power, revealing a sky reminiscent of apocalyptic doom. This force could effortlessly erase a small base city from the map. Standing beside his Wind Qilin, Murongyun felt this world-shattering power. The fear previously instilled by Lin Feng dissipating, replaced by overwhelming confidence and malice. He gazed down upon Lin Feng, enshrouded in an energy storm, as if observing a corpse. "Lin Feng, the fact that you could incite the joint effort of the 12 prodigious beast masters of Dragon City to hunt you down is a source of pride." There was a hint of excitement in his voice. "Truly, even if you perish now, your name will resonate in Dragon City for a time, marked as a prodigy that compelled our simultaneous engagement." The Chen family's prodigy interjected, his greedy eyes sweeping over the icy shards behind Lin Feng. "What a pity. That beast of yours, wielding time abilities, is a true waste." He continued, "Now, if you would be so kind as to surrender it, we might allow you to retain your intact corpse." They had ceased viewing Lin Feng as a competitor. Instead, he had become a prize awaiting dismemberment. That beast with temporal abilities was the most coveted trophy. Lin Feng's points were the second most valuable. Yet Lin Feng's life was deemed insignificant. In the face of an ensemble capable of instilling despair in any masterclass beastmaster, Lin Feng remained resolute, not even summoning his little fox or little ice. The defensive barrier of his mechanized dragon emitted a strained hum beneath the oppressive weight of 25 imperial beasts, rippling across its surface. Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings, absorbing the entirety of their formation. The Wind Qilin, at the pinnacle of imperial strength, would likely yield a high score. The Hellquake Mountain Tortoise, in the late imperial stage, possessed commendable defense, yet slaying it would yield considerable points. The Netherworld Harvester, Phantasmic Spirit Cat, and Void Night King Mantis, all three at the pinnacle of imperial power. Lin Yuan alone represented a movable treasure trove of points. Rather than fear, a glimmer of delight emerged on Lin Feng's face. He resembled a famished hunter encountering a bountiful feast presented before him. Lin Feng's focus remained steadfast, not on the threats posed by his adversaries, but rather on calculating how many points he could accrue by vanquishing them all. It had been far too long since he had displayed his true prowess. This truly was a grand celebration. Murongyun, observing the peculiar expression on Lin Feng's face, felt an inexplicable surge of ire. "What are you laughing at? On the brink of death, how can you still find mirth?" Lin Feng lifted his gaze, his eyes transcending Murongyun to regard everyone present. Suddenly, he posed an incongruous query. "I assume your current rankings and points are all within the top 50, correct?" The canyon fell eerily silent. Members of the hunting party were momentarily stunned, utterly failing to grasp Lin Feng's train of thought. Why concern himself with such trivialities when facing imminent death? Murong Yun erupted into laughter, as though he had heard the most ludicrous joke. Huh, and what if we are? What do you intend to do? Lin Feng chuckled, his smile radiant. Then that is splendid. He flexed his neck, producing a series of crisp cracking sounds. Then, under the astonished gazes of all, he uttered a phrase that would forever be etched in their memories. Once I eliminate you, all your points will be mine, combined with my own. The championship should be assured, no? This proclamation thundered through the minds of everyone present like a celestial bolt. Arrogance. No, this transcended mere arrogance. It was a complete and utter derision from prey towards predator. He regarded them not as threats, but as stepping stones to his ascent to victory. You seek death. Murong Yun's face flushed to a shade of deep crimson, an overwhelming sense of humiliation driving him to madness. Kill him. Tear him to shreds. Not just him, but the other prodigies also wore expressions of grotesque fury. They had never endured such a profound humiliation. Lin Yuan's perpetually stoic visage finally betrayed a flicker of anger. He gazed at Lin Feng. Beneath the calm facade, a volcano lay poised to erupt. He no longer wished to hear another word from Lin Feng. He aimed to crush this insolent upstart in the most brutal manner possible. Engage. Form the array. Swiftly and decisively. Lin Yuan's command, chilling to the core, reverberated through the canyon. Crush him. As his frigid order rang out, the 12 members of the hunting party instantly dispersed, no longer fighting individually. They occupied 12 critical positions according to an ancient formation. Roar. Howl. 25 imperial-grade beasts roared in unison, their energies no longer a chaotic pressure, but rather forcibly interconnected through the intricate patterns illuminated beneath their feet. A resonant hum echoed as a net woven from pure energy took shape within the canyon. The upper portion of this net, interlaced with elements of wind, lightning, and light, sealed the heavens above. The lower section, comprised of earth, gold, and shadow, confined the very ground beneath. The heart of the entire canyon transformed into an impenetrable energy prison. Chapter 88. The Contempt of Murong Yun, and How the Little Fox Teaches Him a Lesson. Lin Feng, behold the secret combined battle formation of my Murong clan. Heavenly net and earthly web, standing beside his wind Qilin. One of the primary controllers of the formation, Murong Yun's face contorted with a blend of savagery and fervor, nearly overflowing with exhilaration. He relished the sensation of wielding such control. Within this formation, the powers of our 25 beasts amalgamate, their might escalating geometrically. He pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Feng, as though pronouncing his death sentence. Don't think that your ice-type beast, which can merely decelerate, will save you. In the face of absolute power, all flamboyance will crumble into insignificance. He arrogantly deduced. Controlling that time beast previously to manipulate the beast tide must have drained your beast of all its energy, hasn't it? Such a defiant ability cannot be summoned a second time in such a short span. Beside him, a genius from the Chun family immediately echoed. In the presence of overwhelming strength, any trickery is mere folly. Indeed, he is now but an empty shell. Do not kill him just yet. Cripple his limbs first. I want him to kneel and relinquish the contract of that ice beast. They exchanged taunts, seemingly envisioning Lin Feng being ground into dust by the formation. Zzz. The combined formation began to constrict inward. The barriers of the energy prison crackled with electricity, emitting a piercing shriek. The space was squeezed to the point of groaning under the strain, and the ground was fissured inch by inch under the relentless force. The absolute domain shield propped up by the mechanic dragon began to flicker with hexagonal light patterns, resonating with an impending collapse. It resembled a solitary boat amidst tumultuous waves, on the verge of capsizing. Lin Yuan observed this scene with an unflinching expression. He had no desire to partake in such senseless clamoring. All he sought was the outcome. Spare the pleasantries. First, disable his defensive beast. Lin Yuan's command was succinct and efficient. In an instant, several of the most ferocious attacks locked onto the mechanic dragon. Murong Yun's wind Qilin unleashed a torrent of countless wind blades, crashing violently against the barrier. The Chun family's Hellquake tortoise roared, a yellow gravitational halo descending upon the shield. The shadowy wolves of the Wu family morphed into elusive shadows, incessantly gnawing at the energy nodes of the barrier from cunning angles. Boom, boom, boom. Multiple beams of imperial-grade energy struck the absolute domain shield at the same point. The barrier violently caved inward, emitting a jarring sound of fracturing. Yet, amidst this storm of destruction, Lin Feng remained serene. He did not even glance at the imminent collapse of the shield. Through his true eye, the energy flow of the entire heavenly net and earthly web formation was as clear as the lines on his palm. 12 nodes, 25 energy lines intertwined, forming a seemingly flawless cycle. Yet, he immediately discerned the flaw within. The most arrogant Murong Yun, with his wind Qilin, served as the core of the formation's wind power. His excessive confidence and eagerness to display his prowess rendered the energy he emitted exceedingly unstable, becoming the most conspicuous and fragile link in the entire formation. Like a tightly stretched string, it was the first to potentially snap. To clash head-on, such behavior befits a brash fool. Employing Xiao Bing's time freeze again, that is feasible, but unnecessary. Moreover, Xiao Bing had indeed overexerted herself and required a respite. To handle such an arrogant individual, one must shatter his pride using the very methods he scorns. A subtle smile graced Lin Feng's lips as he gazed at the still-laughing Murong Yun, akin to observing a buffoon in a farcical play. "Little fox," Lin Feng softly called within his heart. "Let him witness what true trickery entails." A wisp of nearly imperceptible pink mist materialized upon Lin Feng's shoulder, revealing a petite, fiery red fox, manifesting out of thin air. It elegantly perched upon Lin Feng's shoulder, its 6 fluffy tails swaying gently like the most exquisite peacock feathers. The 9-tailed annihilation fox had arrived. Its appearance drew no attention. All eyes were fixated on the apocalyptic formation and the crumbling barrier. Murong Yun, in an unrestrained fit of laughter, exclaimed, "Haha, Lin Feng, your defense is about to shatter. Your demise is at hand." The little fox surveyed the energy formation composed of 25 imperial beasts, its expression shifting to one of gravity. Slowly, it raised its head, its eyes, translucent like amethyst, met Murong Yun's gaze from hundreds of meters away. There was no murderous intent, no overwhelming pressure, only a fleeting glimmer of enchanting purple light, capable of ensnaring souls, flickered within the depths of its eyes. Skill, soul-biting mirage. For such a foe, there was no need to employ the ultimate technique of sacrificing a foxtail. Its innate charm and the vision of annihilation were more than sufficient. Caught off guard, Murong Yun fell victim to the enchantment. His laughter abruptly lodged in his throat. The world before him transformed. The raging energy prison vanished. Li Mo Yuan, the Chun family genius, the silhouettes of all his teammates faded into obscurity. He found himself standing within a paradise of melodious birds and fragrant blossoms, his feet upon soft grass, distant waterfalls cascading in a breathtaking display. While celestial cranes soared through the sky, at the center of this ethereal realm stood a breathtaking figure, turned away from him. The figure slowly pivoted. It was Shangwan Shui, one of the 4 top families of Longdu, the proud daughter of the Shangwan clan, and the goddess Murong Yun had long yearned for, but had never dared to speak more than a word to. At that moment, Shangwan Shui gazed at him, her eyes brimming with affection, her gaze like flowing water. "Murong Yun, you are truly remarkable." Shangwan Shui's voice was sweet to the point of being cloying. "You have managed to establish such a formidable formation that even I feel proud of you." Murong Yun's mind blanked in an instant. Happiness had come too suddenly. "Swear you," he stammered, forgetting where he stood. Yet, Shangwan Shui's brow furrowed slightly, revealing a pitiful expression. "That Li Mo Yuan is so detestable. He always steals your thunder, even ordering you about as if you were his subordinate." One remark ignited the long-suppressed jealousy and discontent within Murong Yun. Yes. Why? Why does Li Mo Yuan get to be the captain? Why does everyone hold him in such high regard? In terms of family background, the Murong clan is no less than the Li clan. And that fatso from the Qin family, he dared to mock your Wind Qilin earlier, claiming it was less impressive than Li Mo Yuan's Void Night King Mantis. Shangwan Shui continued to stoke the flames. They all deserve to perish. Murong Yun's eyes instantaneously transformed into a fiery crimson. Jealousy and rage utterly consumed his reason. "Swear, fear not. I shall demonstrate to you that I am the mightiest." He abruptly turned, unleashing a venomous roar towards the direction of Li Moi and the prodigies of the Chun family nestled within his heart. "Wind Qilin, give me your all. Wrath of the storm, tear them apart." Chapter 89. Confidence from Lin Feng. "Let us all strike together. I am pressed for time." Wind Qilin, target Li Moi. Use the wrath of the storm and obliterate him. Murong Yun's frenzied roar reverberated through the canyon. The majestic Wind Qilin, upon receiving its master's most frantic command, felt the surrounding azure storm surge with intensity, truly redirecting its destructive assault towards the core of the formation, Li Moi. "Murong Yun, have you lost your senses? What are you doing?" The expressions of the Chun family's prodigy and the disciples of the Wu family turned from cruel mirth to shock and bewilderment. Their combined formation had yet to strike the enemy, and it was already on the verge of internal collapse. Li Moi remained unmoved. He merely tilted his head, the scythe-like appendage of the Void Knight King Mantis swiftly shielding him. Boom! The ferocious azure whirlwind smashed violently against the obsidian scythe, producing a deafening explosion. The energy shockwaves dispersed, causing the already unstable formation to sway violently. Madman. This lunatic. He has been manipulated. It's that fox. Someone finally realized, casting a terrified glance at the small fox that had been elegantly grooming its paws atop Lin Feng's shoulder the entire time. An entity that appeared harmless, even somewhat adorable, had quietly rendered one of their own, a crucial node of the formation, incapacitated. At the end of its tether, Lin Feng leaned against the mechanical dragon, gently patting its icy armor while emitting a light chuckle. It seems your so-called net of heaven and earth is even more fragile than I had anticipated. He surveyed the array of furious and astonished prodigies of Longdu, leisurely extending one finger. 1. Then he extended a second. 11. Lin Feng's smile grew ever more radiant. Do not squander my time. I still have points to rack up. You should all strike together. You. Arrogant. This statement bore more insult than any attack. The remaining 11 individuals felt their lungs nearly combust with rage. They were the pinnacle of Longdu's prodigies, the future hope of their illustrious families, and had never endured such derision. He seeks to provoke us, to throw us into disarray. Li Moi's icy voice forcibly quelled everyone's fury. His reaction was swift. He instantly discerned Lin Feng's intent and the current predicament. Murong Yun was already incapacitated, still ensnared within the opponent's illusion. Delaying further would only lead to more individuals treading the same path. The fox's abilities were too enigmatic. A swift resolution was imperative, with the most pure and absolute power. Lin Feng and all his beast companions must be crushed to dust. Li Moi held nothing back. He clasped his hands together with fervor. Everyone, abandon precise control. Inject all energy into the formation and annihilate Lin Feng with absolute strength. His command was devoid of emotion, chillingly ruthless. Activate with full force. The ultimate form of the net of heaven and earth, divine might, heavenly descent. The remaining 11, having received the command, disregarded the controlled Murong Yun. Gritting their teeth, they fervently channeled all their mental energy and vitality into the intricate patterns of the formation beneath them. In an instant, the entire net of heaven and earth blazed with brilliance. Above the canyon, a tapestry of energy woven from wind, thunder, and light elements transformed into a sun of destructive judgment. The ground of the canyon, composed of earth, gold, and shadow powers, morphed into a slowly rotating, spike-laden, grinding wheel of execution. Heaven and earth began to converge. That force transcended the imperial realm, inching ever closer to the might of a king's strike. The cataclysmic energy storm caused the entire Ashen Canyon to tremble. This was their ultimate trump card, the foundation of their confidence. Before such power, any scheme or individual control would appear pitifully feeble. However, just as the light of destruction was about to touch Lin Feng, the mechanical dragon beside him stirred. For the first time, it unleashed its upgraded innate divine ability, world traversal, whisking Lin Feng through the dimensional planes and beyond Li Moi's combined formation. Simultaneously, the small fox that had been perched upon Lin Feng's shoulder slowly raised its head once more. Its amethyst-like eyes seemed, in that moment, to transform into two unfathomable black whirlpools. There were no earth-shattering energy fluctuations, nor any world-ending pressures. An intangible, formless presence of mental energy enveloped the entire canyon like the gentlest spring rain, silently cascading over all. Innate divine technique, annihilation illusion. Activate. This time, its target was not a singular individual, but rather all the beast masters present, excluding Lin Feng. Li Moi was wholeheartedly channeling the formation, preparing to relish the moment Lin Feng was ground into a pulp. Suddenly, his vision blurred. The canyon vanished. Lin Feng vanished. He found himself standing in the Li family's ancestral hall, his father, the family head Li Tiangang, gazing at him with disappointment. Moi, you have greatly disappointed me. A mere common beast master has compelled you to resort to the family's trump cards, resulting in such significant losses. You are unworthy of being the heir of the Li family. Li Moi's heart plummeted. Meanwhile, the Chun family's prodigy, the rotund individual proud of his family's wealth, discovered that all his storage rings had turned empty, the family business had been seized, and he had transformed from a privileged young master into a beggar on the streets. The disciple of the Wu family found his most beloved beast betraying him, using its claws to tear open his chest. The 12 prodigies of Longdu simultaneously plunged into the depths of their own most profound and terrifying illusions. Fear, despair, fury, and unwillingness. All negative emotions were magnified infinitely at that moment. Their spirits shattered utterly, and with the beast master's precise control lost, the cataclysmic net of heaven and earth formation spiraled into chaos. That sun of judgment flickered erratically. The grinding wheel of execution's rotation became frantic and disordered. 25 imperial beasts, though still attacking, lost their master's directives. and the vast energy forcibly linked within them began to clash wildly within the formation. Boom. Morong Yun's Wind Qilin, driven by its master's final frenzied command, continued its assault on Li Moi's Void Knight King Mantis. Meanwhile, the Chun family's prodigy's Hellquake Tortoise, ensnared in a vision of betrayal, inadvertently collided with the nearby Wu family's Shadow Demon Wolf. The entire formation devolved into a farcical spectacle. The power that could have annihilated the heavens and earth dissipated rapidly amid internal strife. Buzz. Just beyond the encirclement, the mechanical dragon materialized with Lin Feng, instantly erecting a barrier of absolute domain. Lin Feng stood at the center of the barrier, utterly unscathed. He surveyed the chaotic scene before him, observing the once great talents ensnared in illusions, now displaying their grotesque forms. Yet his expression remained as serene as a gentle breeze. He lightly patted the shoulder of his mechanical dragon. Well done, Mechanic Dragon. Chapter 90. The cataclysmic illusion unfolds, the infighting of Imperial Beast Masters. Chen 2. How dare you betray me? Prepare to pay with your life. A disciple of the Wu family, his eyes blazing crimson, appeared almost deranged. He pointed at the Chun family genius, who was equally lost to madness, emitting a bestial roar. In his illusion, this former ally, once a brother in arms, now grinned maliciously while plundering his family's treasure vault. With a roar, the earth-shattering rock dragon, responding to its master's command, turned with the force of a moving mountain and collided violently with the Chun family's beast, the Azure Water Flood Dragon. Wulai, you are the true traitor. Dragon, constrict him. The Chun family genius, too, witnessed his betrayal in the illusion and without hesitation issued a counterattack command. Boom. The rock dragon and the flood dragon, earth and water, two formidable imperial beasts, clashed ferociously less than 100 meters from Lin Feng. Debris flew, and steam rose in an eruption of chaos. This unforeseen spectacle ignited a fuse, instantly exploding the entire battlefield. Kill. You all deserve to die? Mine. All of it is mine. One after another, the Dragon City geniuses, within the cataclysmic illusions tailored for them by the little fox, confronted their deepest fears and most obsessive desires. Betrayal, greed, jealousy, hatred, all negative emotions were catalyzed to their zenith. Buzz. The grand web that once enveloped the heavens and the earth faltered, losing the unified control of 11 nodes, resulting in instantaneous energy chaos. The light flickered erratically. The energy lines forming the formation snapped like burnt fuses, exploding one by one. The combined battle formation crumbled of its own accord. 25 imperial beasts were utterly unshackled. Under the chaotic, frenzied, and even contradictory commands of their respective masters, they unleashed their most violent attacks upon their former comrades. A three-headed hellhound savagely tore at a shadow wolf. A hellfire demon rained down molten fists upon the head of a deep-sea naga. The entire annihilation gorge devolved into a bloody coliseum of imperial beasts engaged in mutual slaughter. The roaring energy, the wails of the beasts, and the manic laughter and cries of their masters intertwined to compose an utterly chaotic symphony of destruction. The scene spiraled out of control. The terrifying powers capable of leveling a small base were now engaged in a frenzied internal conflict. The orchestrator of this farce, Lin Feng, stood unharmed at the periphery of the chaos, resembling an audience member enjoying a theatrical performance. But at that moment, a roar filled with extreme anger and disbelief erupted from the heart of the battlefield. Lin Yuan. His mental prowess far exceeded that of his peers, and he was the first to forcibly break free from the initial grasp of the illusion through sheer willpower. The ancestral hall and his father's disappointed visage receded like a tide, replaced by a hellish landscape that threatened to shatter his sanity. Teammates turned against one another. Beasts engaged in chaotic brawls, and formations collapsing. Their meticulously crafted trap had transformed into a farcical spectacle, and there stood Lin Feng, who should have been ground to dust, unharmed, calmly observing it all from a distance. All of you awaken. Lin Yuan unleashed a thunderous mental shout, attempting to rouse his teammates. Perched on Lin Feng's shoulder, the elegant little fox raised its amethyst-like eyes slightly. Its 6 fluffy tails swayed gently, releasing an even more enchanting and beguiling pink mist, silently merging into the vast illusion. An innate divine skill, alluring all beings, activated in layers. Lin Yuan's mental shout not only failed to have any effect, but became a new catalyst. The two nearest genius beast masters, already teetering on the brink within the illusion, were further pushed over the edge by this surge of mental energy, distorting their perception of reality anew. In their delusion, Lin Yuan's cold visage transformed into that of a demon intent on consuming everything. It's him. Lin Yuan wants to kill us and monopolize all the points and treasures. He is the ultimate enemy. Kill him. The two slightly weaker team members, rather than awakening, locked their bloodshot gazes onto the very Lin Yuan who sought to rouse them. Lin Yuan, die! They roared with a venomous intensity far exceeding their previous attacks on Lin Feng. Two imperial beasts, a thunderlight leopard and a diamond ape, swiftly redirected their aggression, surging towards Lin Yuan with frenzied energy. This sudden backstab nearly caused Lin Yuan, already on edge, to spew a mouthful of blood. He was forced to defend against his teammates' assault, crossing the sides of the Void Knight King Mantis and the Abyss Reaper in a comically tragic tableau filled with endless irony. The first prodigy of the Li family was now mired in the chaos wrought by his own incompetent allies. Lin Feng chose to no longer remain a passive spectator. The little fox, maintaining such a vast and intense illusion, was expending tremendous mental energy. Decisive action was necessary. Mechanic Dragon, Little 9, Lin Feng commanded inwardly. It's time to reap. He could hardly be bothered to concern himself with the beleaguered Lin Yuan. Buzz. The annihilation core of the Mechanic Dragon ignited abruptly, unleashing a particle beam with spatial folding properties that cut through the chaotic energy currents, precisely locking onto the two relatively weaker genius beastmasters. Lin Feng prepared to strike them down individually. Simultaneously, high above, a radiant nine-colored streak of light dove downward. Little Nine's form emerged from the dark red clouds. Opening its beak wide as a concentrated ball of solar chaotic flame hurtled down, akin to a shooting star, targeting the two imperial beasts. The two team members remained ensnared in the little fox's illusion, entirely oblivious to the impending danger. Boom. The particle beam pierced through one of their beast defenses in an instant. Meanwhile, the terrifying flames of destruction ignited the other imperial beast along with the surrounding space. A piercing scream echoed almost simultaneously. The beast was instantaneously grievously wounded, and the devastating damage violently rebounded through the mental contract back to its master. The two Dragon City geniuses trembled violently, as though their mental seas had been struck with a heavy hammer, blood gushing from their 7 orifices. The illusion before their eyes shattered, but the ensuing agony rendered them speechless as they collapsed backward, completely unconscious. Lin Feng's form glided through the chaotic battlefield like a specter. He approached the two fallen figures, bent down, and under the fiery gaze of Lin Yuan, raised his hand. Crack, crack. With 2 crisp sounds, he crushed the point rings of the two. Ding. Successfully eliminated contestant Zhou Kai, earning points, 3,100. Ding. Successfully eliminated contestant Sun Yu, earning points, 2,950. Current total points, 52850. Current ranking, 4th. Lin Feng cast a glance at the soaring numbers on his wristband, then slowly raised his head to survey the remaining squad of 10 in the distance. Chapter 91, The Eye of Truth. In my eyes, the formation is riddled with flaws. Lin Yuan could no longer maintain his icy demeanor, unleashing a suppressed roar from deep within his throat. He bit down hard on his tongue. The sharp pain and the taste of blood flooded his senses like a bucket of icy water, forcibly extinguishing the remnants of the illusion lingering in his mind. He gazed at his two comrades, unconscious on the ground, and then at the remaining members of his team still grappling with their hallucinations, with their beasts attacking one another. A surge of unprecedented fury and humiliation coursed through him. Wake up, everyone! Lin Yuan's mental strength transformed into the sharpest of spikes, piercing fiercely into each teammate's consciousness. That damned fox must be dealt with collectively. He had finally discerned the source of the chaos. All the turmoil stemmed from that seemingly innocuous red fox perched on Lin Feng's shoulder. Mu Rongyun. The voice of Lin Yuan's mental force resonated in Mu Rongyun's mind. Steady your wind, Qilin. Do not let it go berserk. Mu Rongyun trembled, his vision of Shangguan Shui shattering into nothingness, replaced by the remnants of his allies' beasts and the fallen comrades on the ground. His face flushed a deep shade of crimson. A tumult of shame, rage, terror, and regret intermingling within him. Had he just attacked Lin Yuan? Mu Rongyun opened his mouth, yet no words escaped his lips. The remaining prodigies, under the dual influence of Lin Yuan's forceful awakening and the excessive mental strain of the little fox, gradually broke free from the illusion. When they beheld the grim scene before them, their faces turned pale. The luxurious hunting squad of 12 had inflicted no effective damage on their target, yet had already lost 2 members, with the remaining beasts all wounded and the formation in utter disarray. And the architect of this calamity stood unharmed across from them, as if savoring a farcical spectacle. Kill him. I want to tear him to shreds. The ultimate humiliation morphed into the purest intent to kill. They no longer contemplated capturing him alive or seizing his beasts. A singular thought consumed them. Crush Lin Feng. Abandon the formation. Attack with full force. A prodigy from the Chun clan bellowed, being the first to discard the intricate coordination of the formation. The hellish Shinshan turtle beneath him roared, unleashing rings of earth-colored light imbued with terrifying gravity, crashing towards Lin Feng's position. Charge! Tear him apart. The disciples of the Wu clan were equally consumed by rage. In an instant, shadow arrows, lightning cannons, wind blade tornadoes, and lava fireballs coalesced. The remaining 10 prodigies, along with 21 imperial beasts, unleashed all their energy without reservation. Dozens of attacks, each a different hue, yet all suffused with an aura of annihilation, descended upon Lin Feng like a cataclysmic meteor shower, sealing off every avenue for him to evade. The scene was far more ferocious than the previous net of celestial traps, more irrational than ever. The absolute domain barrier of the mechanical dragon activated instantly, yet faced with such a concentrated assault, its core emitted alarms of overloading. A direct confrontation would undoubtedly lead to instantaneous collapse. The little fox whined softly, shrinking into Lin Feng's embrace. Its body was exceedingly fragile, susceptible to severe injuries from even the slightest residual wave of an attack. Eye of Truth, activate with full force. The overwhelming torrent of energy in his eyes decomposed into countless clear trajectories. The flight speed, energy intensity, and predicted impact points of each attack transformed into the most precise data flowing through his mind. What appeared to be an impenetrable network of attacks was, in his perception, rife with ludicrous gaps and flaws. Mechanical Dragon. Lin Feng issued a command in his heart. Let them witness what spatial traversal truly is. Buzz. Just as the attacks were about to descend, the massive form of the mechanical dragon suddenly became ethereal. Innate divine ability, dimensional transit. It whisked Lin Feng and the little fox away, vanishing from their original spot, reappearing moments later on an open ground several dozen meters away, perfectly evading the first wave of concentrated fire. Boom. The ground where Lin Feng had stood was utterly submerged by dozens of imperial attacks. The earth collapsing and smoke billowing skyward, forming a massive pit. He evaded? Spatial ability. He utilized spatial ability again. Mu Rongyun fixed his gaze on Lin Feng, eyes brimming with jealousy and resentment. Do not relent. He cannot use it infinitely. Continue the assault. Wear him down. Liemo Yuan's orders followed swiftly. The 21 beasts adjusted their aim, and a new wave of attacks coalesced once more. But Lin Feng was no longer content to merely evade. At the instant the second wave of attacks surged forth, he issued a more complex command through the mental link. Mechanical Dragon, microspatial folding. Coordinates, 7 degrees above the 3 o'clock direction. Target, the Thunder Leopard's Thunder Flash. The energy circuits on the mechanical dragon's surface illuminated instantaneously. It did not even move. Merely swiping a mechanical claw lightly, a minuscule spatial fold, invisible to the naked eye, appeared before a raging beam of lightning. That bolt of energy, capable of piercing mountains, silently vanished into the fold, as if it had never existed. In the next moment, a lightning explosion erupted on a remote cliff 100 meters away, creating a bottomless chasm in the rock face. Twisted, exiled. What? The master of the Thunder Leopard was taken aback. His attack, missed? No. It had disappeared into thin air. Continue. Lin Feng's voice resonated within the mechanical dragon's consciousness. Coordinates, 11 o'clock direction, the Wind Qilin Stormblade, after folding. Project 50 meters to your left front. Coordinates, directly above, the hellish Shinshan Turtle's Gravity Crush, after folding. Lin Feng's commands flowed rapidly, calm, and clear. His Eye of Truth transformed the battlefield into a vast three-dimensional coordinate system, with the mechanical dragon serving as his most precise scalpel. A bizarre and extraordinary scene unfolded on the battlefield. Dozens of violent attacks surged toward Lin Feng from all directions. Yet, Lin Feng and his beasts remained suspended in midair, utterly motionless. As those attacks approached their forms, they would vanish without a trace, only to erupt inexplicably in other corners of the battlefield. The entire hunting squad resembled a troop of clowns frantically assaulting the air. Their combined strikes couldn't even graze the hem of Lin Feng's clothing. This is impossible. A prodigy from the Chen clan screamed in disbelief as he watched his attack vanish yet again. How is he doing this? What kind of ability is this? Liemo Yuan's pupils constricted. He too could not comprehend. With his experience, he was utterly at a loss to understand the scene unfolding before him. This had transcended the realm of conventional combat, entering the domain of spatial laws. Just then, a smile curled at the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. Remaining on the defensive would not resolve the conflict. It was time to take the initiative. In the depths of his true vision, a cerulean blade of wind, unleashed by Murong Yun's wind Kirin, intersected with a golden energy fist struck forth by another prodigy, the Diamond Ape. Their trajectories converged upon a nearby energy nexus, positioned under the feet of another disciple from the Wu family. Amidst the makeshift offensive formation they had hastily assembled, Mecha Dragon, Lin Feng commanded directly. Invoking the power of spatial folding to redirect the Wind Kirin's blade and the Diamond Ape's energy punch towards the energy node beneath the Wu disciple, the Mecha Dragon executed the directive with precision. A barely perceptible ripple of spatial distortion flickered. The Wind Blade and Golden Energy Fist, originally destined for Lin Feng, veered unexpectedly in midair. Boom! The collision of azure and gold energy erupted at the frail formation node, yielding an explosion of energy more terrifying than any prior instance. A tempestuous shockwave of energy, akin to an invisible hand, ruthlessly tore apart their already fragile temporary formation. Wow! The brunt of the assault, Morong Yun, the master of the Diamond Ape, and the Wu disciple at the Nexus, were simultaneously struck, spewing blood as they were hurled backward. The formation was once again shattered from within by their own power. Amidst the chaos, Lin Feng observed the ashen face of Lin Yuan, leisurely patting the armor of the Mecha Dragon. Next, it's your turn. Chapter 92, Soul-Eating Divine Poison. Morong Yun's soul suffered a grievous blow, rendering him incapacitated. Waste. Lin Yuan's roar, for the first time, lost its customary chill, infused with a searing intensity. He beheld the formation in disarray. Witnessing his three teammates grievously injured by their own retaliatory attack, a surge of blood and energy roiling within him. Shame. This was an unprecedented humiliation. Concentrate all attacks. Abandon any semblance of coordinated formation. Lin Yuan's orders, transmitted through mental connection, swiftly reached the minds of each team member. Unleash your most powerful single-target attacks. Unrestricted bombardment. I refuse to believe his spatial abilities are limitless. He completely relinquished any intricate tactics. Before the might of absolute power, all finesse would be obliterated. This was the tenet he had steadfastly adhered to, and now, he would demonstrate this truth in the most savage and primal manner. Kill the remaining 10 prodigies, including the 3 who had recently been inadvertently injured by their allies, were now thoroughly incensed. Their rationality was supplanted by a raw, unadulterated bloodlust. Boom, boom, boom. 21 Imperial-level beasts, no longer bound by any form, unleashed their destructive beams, shadow blades, infernal fireballs, and gravitational assaults. All available skills converged into a torrential storm of energy, relentlessly raining upon the minuscule area where Lin Feng stood. The very ground of the gorge was eroded in layers by this frenzied force. Dust and energy fragments melded, creating a deathly zone where visibility was utterly obliterated. Yet, at the eye of the storm, Lin Feng remained composed. Mecha Dragon, continue. His mind was sharply focused, rapidly issuing a sequence of commands through their mental link. The colossal form of the Mecha Dragon pulsated with countless energy circuits, generating and dissipating countless imperceptible microspatial folds before it. Attacks potent enough to annihilate a beginner at the Imperial level were silently absorbed, only to be redirected towards distant mountains or empty ground, erupting in meaningless bursts of fireworks. With the sheer volume of attacks, some were unavoidable. The Mecha Dragon, bearing Lin Feng and his little fox, traversed space to evade the onslaught. Thus, Lin Feng's figure flickered in and out of existence amidst the chaos of destruction. Moving with an air of leisure, Morong Yun clutched his painfully aching chest, watching the figure enscathed within the bombardment, jealousy and malice nearly incinerating his reason. Why could this commoner possess such an abundance of supreme beasts? First, a beast with time manipulation, now one with spatial abilities, and another proficient in illusions. As he observed, it became apparent that all of Lin Feng's attention was devoted to commanding that mechanical beast, neutralizing the incoming attacks from the front. The Mecha Dragon, at the moment of spatial traversal with Lin Feng, would create a fleeting protective gap. Morong Yun sensed an opportunity, a chance to redeem all his humiliations and secure victory in one fell swoop. A ruthless thought burgeoned within him, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. He raised his hand, summoning a small, pitch-black cat demon, seemingly capable of melding into shadows, to materialize silently at his feet. An Imperial-level mid-tier, the Nether Cat Demon. This was his third contracted beast, a top-tier assassin specializing in stealth and assassination. He had kept it as a trump card, previously unexposed, now revealed to eliminate Lin Feng. Go! Morong Yun commanded through mental projection, as if whispering sweet nothings to a lover, yet laced with venom potent enough to freeze the soul. In the fleeting moment of Lin Feng's spatial traversal, when the protective barrier was weak, it would shred his throat. Unbeknownst to Morong Yun, from the moment he initiated these covert maneuvers, the vigilant little Jiao had been hovering in the sky, relaying Morong Yun's suspicious actions to Lin Feng through their mental link. Meow? The Nether Cat Demon emitted an almost inaudible response. its entire form instantaneously transforming into a wisp of thin black smoke, skimming the ground and merging with the shadows of the chaotic battlefield. It gracefully evaded all the violent surges of energy, like a specter, swiftly making its way toward Lin Feng. The opportunity had arrived. Murong Yun's breath quickened as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Feng's figure, just as Lin Feng directed the mecha dragon to once again evade Li Mo Yuan's void slash. He could not escape the attacks from others. As he traversed space to flee, his body emerged in a new expanse. Now is the time. Lin Feng, die. Murong Yun internally howled with the most venomous rage. The lurking black shadow erupted behind Lin Feng. Swift. It approached with blinding speed, akin to a bolt of black lightning. Silent and deadly, its claws glimmering with an ethereal light capable of rending space itself, aimed directly at Lin Feng's neck. A grotesque and ecstatic grin spread across Murong Yun's face. He could almost visualize Lin Feng's head being crushed by his beast's claw. However, Lin Feng appeared utterly oblivious. He did not even glance back. Just as the shimmering claws lunged towards him, a crimson shadow stirred. The little fox, crouching upon Lin Feng's shoulder, possessed eyes akin to amethyst, flashing with a frigid gleam. It did not employ any illusions. With a gentle push of its hind legs, the entire diminutive body transformed into a fleeting red afterimage, proactively meeting the deadly black shadow. With a soft thud, the sound of tearing fabric echoed, their edges emitting dark wisps that caused the ground beneath to crack subtly. However, the nether cat was the entrance to the demon Beastmaster Associate's claws effortlessly penetrated the red figure. Yet there was no tangible quarters, sensation beneath its grasp. It was an illusion. The pupils of the nether cat demon constricted sharply. Not good. It attempted to retreat, but it was already too late. The real little fox had somehow appeared at its side, like a phantom. The two figures crossed in midair. The little fox's fluffy paws merely traced a shallow scratch upon the pitch-black fur of the nether cat demon. Foolish. Murong Yun, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback, quickly followed by a derisive cold laugh. An illusionary beast attempting to engage in close combat with my formidable nether cat demon? What a preposterous jest. That trivial surface wound could hardly be considered even a mere tickle for an imperial-level beast. Yet, in the next instant, his laughter was abruptly silenced. The expression on Murong Yun's face suddenly froze. A heart-wrenching shriek, so piercing it seemed beyond the capacity of any living creature, did not emanate from the nether cat demon, but instead resonated deep within Murong Yun's very soul. He witnessed his nether cat demon suddenly freeze mid-air, trembling violently. That shallow white scratch now glimmered with an eerie green luminescence. This light, as if imbued with a venomous life of its own, disregarded the nether cat demon's resilient hide and formidable energy defenses, penetrating directly within. The little fox's innate divine ability, the soul-devouring venom, was unleashed. This was one of the most terrifying killing moves of the nine-tailed doomsday celestial fox. Its attacks were laced with a poison that eroded the very essence of the soul. The body of the nether cat demon began to twist irregularly, as though its soul were being relentlessly gnawed upon by countless unseen ants. That indescribable, excruciating agony surged back through the mental bond, unmitigated, violently rebounding upon its master. Murong Yun clutched his head, emitting a wail 100 times more tragic than that of his beast. His mind felt as if it were being violently pierced by a glowing iron rod, swirling chaotically. His soul was being torn apart. With a spurt of blood, he violently expelled crimson liquid from his mouth. Almost immediately, dark red blood began to seep from the corners of his eyes, nostrils, ears, and all 7 orifices. His consciousness shattered in the agonizing grip of soul consumption. Seizing the opportunity, the little nine-tailed fox, which had been circling high above without making a move, received Lin Feng's command to attack. It opened its beak wide. A beam of sunlight-infused chaotic flame, not particularly thick but condensed to perfection, shot forth like a golden arrow, slicing through the air. Boom! The flame precisely struck the writhing Murong Yun. He scarcely had time to emit even a grunt before collapsing like a charred piece of coal, completely unconscious. The battlefield fell into a profound silence for a full second due to this sudden turn of events. Everyone halted their assaults, staring incredulously at the scene before them. Lin Feng's figure emerged through the lingering smoke, approaching Murong Yun's charred body. He bent down. Crack! The sharp sound of shattering echoed hauntingly through the silent canyon. Ding! Successfully eliminated contestant Murong Yun, earning points, 4,880. Current total points, 57730. Current ranking, 3rd. Lin Feng glanced at the changes in his ranking on the wristband. Slowly rising to his feet, he lifted his gaze towards Li Mo Yuan, whose complexion had turned ashen, utterly at a loss for expression. Chapter 93, Li Mo Yuan orders a full assault, the imperial beast's devastating torrent. Crack! The sound of the point's wristband shattering reverberated through the desolate canyon, more piercing than any thunder. Murong Yun, a core disciple of the esteemed Murong family from Dragon City, now lay like a charred remnant on the ground, his life hanging by a thread. His 3 imperial-level beasts, the Nether Cat Demon, suffering a grievous soul injury, and the Wind Qilin, alongside another, weakened by the backlash of their bond, lay convulsing on the ground. The hunting squad, comprised of 12 top-tier talents, had already lost 3 in the blink of an eye. The remaining 9, including disciples from the Chun and Wu families, bore expressions devoid of their previous arrogance and cruelty, replaced instead by unmistakable terror. They finally comprehended that they were not confronting a mere commoner they could easily manipulate, but a monster possessing multiple fearsome beasts. That fox could disregard defenses to directly assault the soul. That mechanical dragon could effortlessly distort space, rendering their attacks futile. Such abilities transcended their understanding of a master-level beast tamer. Gulp. The Chun family talent swallowed hard, cold sweat trickling from his palms. Li Mo Yuan's expression darkened, as if he could squeeze water from his face. The confidence and pride he had maintained for 2 decades were now trampled beneath Lin Feng's feet, repeatedly crushed. A meticulously orchestrated ambush had devolved into infighting among teammates, and a strike that was meant to be decisive had turned into a farcical misfire. Now, even Murong Yun's surprise attack had been effortlessly neutralized by the opponent. This was a dual blow to Li Mo Yuan's intellect and strength. Trash. Li Mo Yuan spat the words through clenched teeth, turning to glare at his teammates, whose faces were etched with fear. A bunch of useless fools. He suddenly erupted in a furious roar, the mental force behind his voice causing the others to tremble. 12 individuals, surrounding one, had resulted in 3 being slain in return. The face of our Dragon City aristocracy is utterly tarnished. Li Mo Yuan was indeed ruthless. In his anger, he even berated himself. The Chun family talent stammered, Li Xiao. The spatial abilities of his mechanical beast are too bizarre. Our attacks can't even touch him. Silence. Li Mo Yuan interrupted him harshly. He understood that morale had plummeted to rock bottom. If they did not enact extreme measures soon, this hastily assembled team would collapse. Can't touch him? Then we shall employ a group attack. Spread out our assaults to cover the entire canyon. Let us see where he can hide, forcing him to confront us head-on. A glint of resolution and madness flashed in Li Mo Yuan's eyes. He abruptly raised his hand, revealing a blood-red family emblem in his palm. Everyone, heed my command. Prepare for an all-out effort. We will spare no expense and unleash our family's forbidden techniques. Blood-burning secret art. He issued a command tantamount to self-harm. Shatter his shell. Collapse this canyon. Upon hearing these 4 words, the remaining 8 talents turned pale. This was a life-saving forbidden technique held in reserve by the great families, which involved sacrificing the beast tamer's own blood essence and soul power to forcibly enhance their beast's potential, allowing it to unleash terrifying strength that surpassed its own rank for a brief time. However, the price was permanent damage to the beast and even potential harm to the tamer's own foundation and cultivation. No one would resort to such a method unless faced with life and death. Li Xiao, this a disciple from the Wu family, hesitated. Execute the order. Li Mo Yuan barked. Or do you wish to end up like Murong Yun, lying there like a dead dog? If we cannot slay Lin Feng today, we shall all become the laughingstock of the entire Dragon City. These words struck at their last remnants of pride. Let us do it. The Chun family talent gritted his teeth and was the first to spit out a mouthful of blood onto the shell of his Hellquake tortoise. Roar. The tortoise let out a pained and furious roar, its already massive body swelling again, the spikes on its shell glowing with a sinister blood light. Its aura surging from mid-tier Imperial to peak Imperial in an instant. Seeing this, the others had no choice but to follow suit. Burn. Blood sacrifice. The 8 talents simultaneously invoked the forbidden technique. In an instant, the entire canyon was awash in a crimson glow. The aura of the 16 Imperial beasts surged wildly under the impetus of arcane forces. Their eyes glowed a menacing crimson, and ominous blood patterns emerged upon their skin, as their rationality was devoured by the overwhelming power. Li Mo Yuan was no exception to this transformation. He bit into his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood, imbued with pure energy, to fall upon the Void Knight King Mantis, the Infernal Reaper, and the illusory Light Spirit Cat. With a resonating hum, the 3 apex Imperial beasts' auras ascended to a critical threshold, nearly grazing the sacred realm. All 19 beasts descended into a frenzy. Lin Feng, standing at a distance, felt the overwhelming pressure of their wrathful energy, and for the first time, his expression turned grave. These individuals had been driven to desperation. Excellent. As Li Mo Yuan sensed the surging power within himself and the beasts, he regained that chilling control over everything. He raised his hand, not to point at Lin Feng, but rather towards the heavens and the earth. I concede, your spatial abilities are formidable. Targeted strikes are indeed challenging to land on you. Lin Yuan issued his final command. Everyone, abandon precise targeting. Unleash your strongest attacks, dispersing them widely. The objective is to blanket the entire gorge. Indiscriminate bombardment. I shall see, in the face of an absolute torrent of energy, where your spatial translocation can hide. This was a reckless yet exceedingly effective tactic. If point-to-point attacks could be evaded, then a carpet bombing would turn the entire area into a desolate wasteland. Kill. At that moment, 9 prodigies and 19 frenzied imperial beasts unleashed the power they had gained at the cost of their very lives. The Void Knight King Mantis swung its dual sickles, cleaving countless dark spatial rifts that engulfed the sky above Lin Feng. The Infernal Reaper stomped the ground, unleashing crimson gravitational waves that swept across the gorge like a tsunami. Lightning cannons, molten lava rain, venomous storms, shadowy thrusts, 19 streams of destructive energy, surpassing the normative imperial levels, no longer converged into a single point, but instead wove an impenetrable net of death, cascading towards Lin Feng in the gorge from all directions. The entire Annihilation Gorge trembled. Rock walls crumbled, and boulders tumbled. The force amalgamated was sufficient to severely wound, if not kill, a true pinnacle master. As the energy torrent passed, the very fabric of space twisted visibly. Lin Feng's true eye raced in frantic operation, yet he could perceive no blind spots. All realms were filled with that raging energy. The vicinity of the Annihilation Gorge was rife with turbulent spatial currents, and the energy magnetic field was chaotic beyond measure. Attempting to traverse through the Mechanical Dragon's spatial shift to escape the gorge was futile. The Mechanical Dragon's dimensional passage required stable spatial coordinates, and microspatial folding could not simultaneously contend with such a vast energy impact. Furthermore, the ancient illusory eye soul whale and the little fox had been severely drained in the previous attrition battle and needed time to recuperate. The 9-turn chaotic burning sun golden crow, Little 9, could currently only match the initial level of imperial strength, and in the face of area attacks, was of little assistance. With no avenue for evasion, they could only fight desperately. Mechanical Dragon, Lin Feng murmured inwardly. Absolute domain barrier. Full power deployment. The annihilation core within the Mechanical Dragon surged into a frenzy. The controllable micronuclear fusion energy core instantly overloaded. A massive hexagonal energy barrier, possessing the characteristics of microspatial fractures, rapidly expanded, encasing Lin Feng, the little fox, and Little 9 securely within. In the next moment, the torrent of destruction arrived. Boom! An indescribable cacophony erupted within the gorge, a radiance consuming all. The absolute domain barrier emitted a mournful cry as it encountered the energy torrent. The hexagonal light patterns upon its surface flashing with unprecedented speed, the energy dissipating at an alarming rate. Crack! A faint sound of fracture, distinct amidst the deafening roar of the explosion, resonated clearly in Lin Feng's ears. The first crack appeared upon the Mechanical Dragon's barrier. Following swiftly were the second, third, and more. The fissures spread like a spider's web. Lin Feng's countenance darkened. The Mechanical Dragon could not withstand this concentrated assault. Chapter 94. The 4 divine beasts emerge. This is my true power. Crack, crack. The fissures on the absolute domain barrier proliferated at a visible rate. The 19 blood-frenzied imperial beasts had rendered the energy torrent they unleashed potent enough to boil this space. The annihilation core within the Mechanical Dragon emitted a shrill overload alarm. Energy output had reached its zenith, yet the barrier's collapse was merely a matter of time. It could not hold out much longer. A genius of the Qin family let out an ecstatic roar, commanding the Infernal Reaper to deliver an even more furious gravitational wave upon the crumbling barrier. Lin Yuan's facial muscles twitched slightly. The dawn of victory finally appeared. He had paid an immense price. The blood-burning secret technique would leave them weak for months post-battle, potentially impacting their foundations. But as long as Lin Feng could be slain, all sacrifices would be worthwhile. Void Knight King Mantis. Lin Yuan's mental command was cold and precise. Speed, attack at close range. Once the barrier shatters, sever him. Hiss. The Void Knight King Mantis emitted a sharp hiss. Swish. Its figure vanished instantly from its original position. In the next moment, it materialized just outside the Mechanical Dragon's absolute domain barrier, mere inches away. 2 sickles, shimmering with dark radiance and capable of rending space, bore down with a terrifying power that approached the sacred level. Clang! A sound so piercing it resonated to the very soul erupted as the already fissured barrier caved inward under the strike. Countless shards of energy flaked off the barrier. Now, increase output. Lin Yuan commanded fiercely, his Infernal Reaper and Illusory Light Spirit Cat also maximizing their attack intensity. The remaining 8 were frenzied, knowing this was their final opportunity. Kill him. Lin Feng, your time of demise has come. The torrent of destructive energy surged once more by 30%. They sought to employ their most ferocious might to seal off all of Lin Feng's escape routes, crushing him and the mechanical dragon into dust. The Void Knight King Mantis continued its relentless assault, transforming into a black shadow as it raged around the barrier, hacking furiously. Each strike dimmed the barrier's radiance incrementally. It awaited the moment of the barrier's collapse, poised to unhesitatingly sever Lin Feng's head. Haha, Lin Feng, aren't you the master of evasion? Use your spatial abilities to escape now. A disciple of the Wu family cackled, his face alight with vengeful delight. They could almost visualize Lin Feng being torn to shreds amidst the energy torrent. Liemo Yuan's expression relaxed. Everything was within his grasp. Within the barrier, Lin Feng felt the pressure that threatened to crush him. The mechanical dragon had exerted itself to the utmost. To withstand the combined firepower of 19 frenzied imperial beasts alone was nothing short of miraculous. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as a fist-sized hole emerged in the very center of the absolute domain barrier. Furious torrents of energy surged in through the aperture. He was on the brink of death. The laughter of the Chun family's prodigy grew increasingly piercing. Lin Feng lifted his gaze, and through that opening, he beheld the cold, triumphant visage of Liemo Yuan. Is this the end? Lin Feng whispered. No, it is you who will meet your end. Boom. An unimaginably vast surge of spiritual power erupted from within Lin Feng. Late-stage master. Lin Feng held nothing back. His spiritual energy surged forth like a materialized tsunami, sweeping across the entire Oblivion Canyon in an instant. The intensity of this spiritual force even caused Liemo Yuan and his companions, who were exerting themselves to the utmost, to feel a pang of trepidation. How can his spiritual strength be so formidable? The smile on the face of the Wu family disciple froze. Liemo Yuan's heart skipped a beat as well. He realized that Lin Feng was prepared to fight to the death. This Lin Feng, not only was his beast mastery extraordinary, but his own level of spiritual power was also on par with those scions of the top-tier families. But what of it? In the face of absolute power, no matter how strong the spiritual force, it could not alter his fate of being crushed. It was merely a desperate struggle at the end of a strong bow. Liemo Yuan scoffed coldly and continued his assault. Lin Feng did not attempt to mend the barrier, nor did he command the mechanized dragon to force a breakout. Since you all wish to see my trump card. Lin Feng's voice resonated clearly through the chaotic torrents of energy. Let me show you everything. Little ice, little fox, come forth. Lin Feng's beast mastery space instantly opened 2 portals. He forcibly summoned 2 of his beasts, which were recuperating within, into the fray. Meanwhile, Xiaojiao, who had been hovering in the sky, searching for an opportunity, also received Lin Feng's command. Caw! A resounding cry pierced the skies, shattering the very air around it. A 9-colored stream of light, akin to the sun plummeting, descended from above. The 9-turned chaotic burning heaven golden crow, Xiaojiao. It instantly dived into the battlefield, hovering above Lin Feng. The true flames of the sun erupted with a roar, a fierce blaze that embodied both the essence of the sun and the primordial chaos, instantly incinerating the energy torrents flooding into the barrier, even illuminating the dim canyon for a fleeting moment. Following that, a hauntingly ethereal whale song echoed, as if traversing the vast expanse of time itself. The silhouette of a colossal whale, crystalline as ice, adorned with snowflake runes upon its brow, materialized beside Lin Feng. The ancient illusory ice spirit whale, Little Ice. The moment it appeared, an extreme chill and an enigmatic temporal fluctuation radiated outward. The surrounding torrents of energy seemed to slow for just a moment. Finally, the alluring little fox, with its fiery red coat, leaped once more into Lin Feng's embrace. The 9-tailed apocalypse, celestial fox. Its 6 fluffy tails swayed gently, and its amethyst-like eyes, once languid, now gleamed with a cold, lethal intent. Coupled with the mechanized dragon, the Star Annihilation mechanized source dragon, that stood guard before him, Lin Feng summoned all 4 of his beasts for the first time in front of others. The golden crow hovered in the air, the ice whale encircled him, the celestial fox nestled in his arms, and the mechanized dragon poised in front. 4 divine beasts, each distinct in form and attribute. Yet, the aura they exuded shared a singular essence: vastness, antiquity, and supremacy. It was a pressure that emanated from the deepest roots of their bloodlines, born of the primordial chaos of the universe. The 4 chaotic divine pressures converged, crashing down like 4 ancient divine mountains. In that moment, the battlefield fell into an eerie silence. The malicious grins on the faces of Liemo Yuan and his companions froze entirely. 4 for beasts? The Qin family's prodigy stumbled over his words. A master-level beast master had actually contracted for beasts, each one outrageously powerful. Was he truly a humble beast master? Where did he find the resources to sustain for beasts? This defied all logic. Who, then, was the true pauper? What terrified them further was the overwhelming pressure. The quality of this suppression was absolute. Even though Xiao Jiao and the others were still in their growth stages, the chaotic divine quality was akin to a deity looking down upon mere mortals for lower-tier beasts. Roar! The Hellquake mountain turtle emitted an uneasy growl, its massive form trembling slightly. Not just it, all 19 Imperial-level beasts present, even in their blood-fueled frenzy, were forcibly subdued by this pressure arising from the very essence of life itself. Their aggressive movements involuntarily slowed. Even Li Mo Yuan's Void Night King Mantis, which was on the verge of reaching the saint level, exhibited noticeable stiffness in its actions. Impossible. Li Mo Yuan's body swayed. His gaze fixated on the four beasts beside Lin Feng. Chapter 95, named for instant annihilation. The hunting team disintegrates in an instant, 3 members gone. Time, space, flames, illusions. Each possessed the pinnacle of attributes. Each radiated a terrifying potential that sent shivers down his spine. What manner of monster is this Lin Feng? Surprised, are you? Lin Feng stood amidst the aegis of the 4 divine beasts, the shattering of the barrier no longer affecting him. He calmly regarded Li Mo Yuan, meeting his fiery gaze, and slowly lifted his hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. Now, you witness my true power. As Lin Feng unveiled all his hidden cards, 4 waves of chaotic divine bloodline pressure descended upon every corner of Oblivion Canyon like 4 invisible ancient mountains. The Qin family, the Wu family, and all the other prodigy's beasts, a total of 19 frenzied Imperial-level beasts, now resembled roosters caught by the throat, their momentum for attack abruptly halted. Their crimson eyes reflected primal fear, and the blood markings upon their bodies dimmed. On the battlefield, the destructive torrents of energy, due to the beast's hesitation, diminished in potency by more than half. Lin Feng stood surrounded by the 4 divine beasts, calmly observing Li Mo Yuan. Now it is my turn. Lin Feng's voice was soft, yet resonated like a death knell in the hearts of everyone present. He held nothing back. Little Ice. His first command was issued to the crystalline ancient illusory ice spirit whale. Yu. An ethereal and distant whale song reverberated through the canyon. The intricate snowflake-like rune upon Little Ice's forehead suddenly glowed, radiating a brilliant and profound silvery light. Divine skill, temporal freeze, intermediate. Activate. An intangible, yet omnipresent obscure wave emanated from Little Ice, instantly enveloping the entire canyon. Time, in that moment, seemed to be dragged into a quagmire. The once surging torrents of energy visibly slowed, becoming thick and viscous. Li Mo Yuan and the others were horrified to discover that their thoughts still functioned, but their bodies moved as if in slow motion, 10 times slower. They attempted to command their beasts, only to find that the transmission of their spiritual power had also become sluggish. The entire world fell into a bizarre slow-motion state. A vast area of control. Lin Feng's second command followed swiftly. Little Fox, send them into a dream. Xiao Jiao, clear the field. In Lin Feng's embrace lay the 9-tailed world-destroying celestial fox, its amethyst-like eyes brimming with a radiant purple light. 6 fiery red tails swayed gently, emanating an irresistible allure and spiritual energy, which coalesced into a pink mist that enveloped the entire canyon. The innate divine skill, world-destroying illusion, intermediate. Time froze, rendering the enemies incapable of swift reaction, and the world-destroying illusion effortlessly dragged them all into the abyss. Ah, my hand. No, don't come closer. It's a demon. The 8 prodigies outside Li Mo Yuan, along with their summoned beasts, were rendered momentarily dazed, their expressions overtaken by panic. Some struggled desperately against the invasion of the illusion, while others began to flail aimlessly, as if ensnared in the most harrowing nightmare. At that moment, a piercing cry erupted from the small 9, suspended in the high skies. With a powerful flap of its wings, the true sun's chaotic flame descended like divine fire, transforming into a golden rain of fire that cascaded unreservedly upon the disordered throng of summoned beasts. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The flames ignited the energy shields and blood-red runes on the bodies of those Imperial-level beasts in an instant. The characteristic of the burning law activated, forcibly suppressing their control over their own powers, incinerating them. The anguished roars arose in a cacophony. Meanwhile, the heavily armored dragon, which had been the mainstay of defense, felt an abrupt alleviation of pressure. Its divine core stabilized anew, as the damaged absolute domain barrier swiftly repaired itself under the infusion of energy, easily twisting and banishing a few stray attacks through spatial distortion. In mere seconds, the four great summoned beasts joined forces, completely overturning the tide of battle. Lin Yuan and his companions, once basking in the hope of victory, were unceremoniously thrust into the depths of despair. Lin Feng offered them no respite. His gaze locked onto those few teammates ensnared in the illusion, their minds most shaken. Mechanical Dragon, eliminate the stragglers. Lin Feng's command was cold and efficient. Buzz. The liberated Star Destruction Mechanical Dragon illuminated with countless energy circuits. Its core ability, microspace folding, activated. The colossal mechanical claw of the dragon remained still, merely gripping the position of a Wu family disciple struggling madly in the illusion 100 meters away. Without any warning, the disciple and his nearby summoned beast, along with the surrounding space, suddenly crumpled inward as if grasped by an invisible hand. Spatial collapse strike. No. The Wu family disciple could only emit a brief sound before he and his blood-burning beast were crushed into a grotesque mass of flesh by the terrifying spatial pressure. All bones shattered, he instantaneously lost all combat capability. With a flash, Lin Feng appeared beside him like a wraith. Crack. Without hesitation, he shattered the score ring on the disciple's wrist. Ding. Successfully eliminated contestant Wu Qi, earning points, 5,120. Current total points, 62850, current ranking, second. Next, the mechanical dragon executed its Master S will with precision. It locked onto two other nearby prodigies, similarly ensnared in the illusion. Star Destruction Particle Beam. This time, however, the beam did not shoot directly. Instead, it vanished into a microspace fold at the moment of firing. A space-folding jump attack. Almost simultaneously, in front of the two prodigies. Space split open, and the intensely condensed particle beam appeared out of thin air, ignoring distance, disregarding defensive preparations. Uft, uft. The beam pierced through their hastily erected, chaotic energy shields, as well as their bodies. The two were hurled backward by the tremendous force, blood gushing forth, grievously wounded. Lin Feng's form flickered once more, like the harbinger of death, as he harvested their score rings. Ding. Successfully eliminated contestant Chen Dong. Ding. Successfully eliminated contestant Zhao Kuo. In the blink of an eye, out of the 12-member elite hunting team, 6 had fallen, including the previously eliminated Murong Yun. Lin Yuan's hunting plan had utterly collapsed before Lin Feng's true power. Within the canyon, only Lin Yuan and 5 others remained, grappling desperately against the dual constraints of illusion and time dilation. Lin Yuan bit down hard on his tongue, the pain forcing him to break free from a fragment of the illusion's grip. He watched this unfolding calamity, his heart bleeding. He beheld Lin Feng, leisurely reaping the score rings of his teammates, his sun-kissed handsome face now etched with boundless murderous intent. Lin Feng. Lin Yuan let out a desperate howl. Chapter 96. The four divine beasts emerge, the catastrophic annihilation of the dragon capital prodigies. In the heart of the abyssal canyon, amidst the energy storm, the combined pressure of 4 chaotic divine-level summoned beasts clashed violently with the blood-fueled ferocity of the remaining 13 rampaging imperial-level beasts in the confined space. The air wailed, and the earth tore asunder. Lin Yuan forcefully broke free from the double constraints of the illusion and time dilation, his complexion as pale as parchment. His mental energy nearly depleted. He stared intently at Lin Feng, watching him like a grim reaper, collecting the score rings of his comrades. Lin Feng, I will make you pay. He urged his 3 half-step holy-level summoned beasts into one last frenzied battle. Yet, the Little Nine's solar chaotic flame intertwined with the mechanical dragon S spatial folding, dismantling his attacks time and again. Boom. A streak of solar chaotic flame grazed past Lin Yuan, the intense heat and violent energy impact striking a black metal box hanging from his waist. It was a high-grade signal jammer produced by the Dragon Capital military industry. Crack. The energy circuits on the surface of the jammer sparked erratically, its internal precision components overloaded in an instant under the chaotic flame's law of erosion. The jamming field experienced a brief failure. At the central control center of the Heavenly Dome selection tournament, a massive circular screen displayed hundreds of surveillance feeds in real time, showcasing the battle conditions across various zones. However, the screen representing the abyssal canyon flickered incessantly with a signal interruption. Long Zhan sat at the command seat, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table. The Li family brat had taken the lead to encircle a newcomer, even employing a high-grade signal jammer. This was against the rules. Yet, he had allowed it. He wished to observe the capabilities of the elite scions of Dragon Capital's top families and to see how long the newcomer, deemed a threat by Lin Yuan, could struggle. Suddenly, a technician sprang from his seat. Report to the commander. The signal from the abyssal canyon has been restored. High-intensity energy response detected. Long Zhan paused, raising his head. Bring it in. The attention of everyone in the control center instantly focused on the largest central screen. The snowflakes flickered a few times before a hazy yet recognizable image forcefully emerged. In the next moment, the entire control center fell into silence. The technician's fingers hovered motionless above the keyboard, and data pads slipped from the hands of several advisors, crashing to the ground. What did they see? The screen did not depict the anticipated scene of Li Mo Yuan and others besieging Lin Feng. Instead, it revealed a hellscape. The abyssal canyon was unrecognizable, with collapsing cliffs and charred earth. A few contestants clad in the distinctive combat uniforms of the dragon capital families lay crumpled on the ground, as if mere rags. Their fates unknown. One of them was unmistakably Morong Yun from the illustrious Morong family. At the center of the scene stood a young man, serene and composed. Above him, a terrifying golden crow, engulfed in 9-colored divine flames, circled menacingly. Beside him floated a magnificent whale, emanating ancient temporal fluctuations, while before him lay a complexly structured mechanical dragon, gleaming with a metallic sheen. In his arms, he cradled a mesmerizing fire-red celestial fox with 6 swaying tails, enchanting all who beheld it. For majestic beasts, each exuded an aura that sent shivers down the spines of the battle-hardened military elites monitoring the situation. Opposite Lin Feng stood Li Mo Yuan and the remaining 5 members of his team, disheveled and weary, their breath shallow, resembling madmen yet radiating profound fear. This was a one-sided massacre. The hunting squad organized by Li Mo Yuan was being systematically hunted by what they deemed mere prey. A staff officer gaped in disbelief, struggling to vocalize his astonishment. Long Zhan abruptly rose, his imposing figure leaning closer to the screen, his usually impassive face betraying a rare expression of extreme shock. For beasts, a master-level practitioner has contracted for, and judging by their quality, the golden crow, the giant whale, the mechanical dragon, and that 6-tailed fox. What on earth were Li Mo Yuan and his team doing? Being bested by a commoner. Just then, the screen jolted violently, momentarily obscured by static. The signal was interrupted once more. The energy field within the canyon had devolved into chaos, the technicians reported loudly. Yet, it was already inconsequential. Those few fleeting seconds of footage had been sufficient to upend everyone's understanding. Long Zhan slowly returned to his seat, the taut lines of his muscles betraying his inner turmoil. Investigate. Immediately retrieve all information on this Lin Feng. Is he truly an inconsequential newcomer from Jiangnan City? His voice was deep and authoritative, resonating through the stillness of the command center. Meanwhile, the enormous leaderboard beside the control center began to refresh at a frenzied pace. A name that had previously languished outside the top 10, Lin Feng, was now skyrocketing in points at an alarming rate. 62850, 68950, 75300. His ranking soared like a rocket, surpassing one renowned genius after another. Ultimately, it settled at second place, just behind the current frontrunner, Tang Hao, the scion of the Tang family. The command center fell into an eerie silence once again, having appropriated the points of 6 of Dragon City's top talents. Lin Feng had achieved legendary status in a single battle. In another part of the arena, amidst a thunderstorm, a tall youth exuding a vigorous aura had just torn apart an initial-level Imperial Thunder Lizard with his bare hands. He glanced at the points ranking displayed on his wristband. Tang Hao furrowed his brow, although his first-place position remained unchanged. The name in second place had shifted from Shangwan Shui to one he had recently been hearing frequently. Lin Feng? The speed of his point accumulation is astonishing. What has he done? Slaughtered a pack of peak Imperial beasts, or? Tang Hao's eyes ignited with the thrill of battle. This was intriguing. In the misty marsh, Shangwan Shui perched elegantly atop a pristine, holy light unicorn, untouched by dust. She too had noticed the shift in the rankings. Lin Feng, she murmured softly. Had the one capable of besting Li Mo Yuan finally emerged? In the Desolation Canyon, as the signal briefly restored, Lin Feng remained oblivious. His focus was entirely on the adversaries before him. 12 opponents, 6 eliminated, leaving 6 remaining. Though Li Mo Yuan and his 5 companions struggled under the dual control of Xiao Bing and Xiao Hu, their beasts began to exhibit signs of backlash. The side effects of the blood-burning secret art manifesting. Lin Feng's gaze was firmly fixed on Li Mo Yuan. Capture the leader to subdue the group. Li Mo Yuan, Lin Feng declared, his voice slicing through the cacophony of energy. Your hunting game ends here. Li Mo Yuan wiped the blood from his lips, his pride supplanted by rage and frustration. Lin Feng, do not take pride in your victory. You are merely fortunate to possess 4 powerful beasts. Even in this blood-burning state, my 3 beasts have reached the semi-saint realm. They can certainly slay you. Is that so? Lin Feng took a step forward. Xiao Bing, keep an eye on the others. Xiao Jiu, mechanical dragon. Xiao Hu, concentrate your fire on Li Mo Yuan. Lin Feng issued the command for an all-out assault. He intended to make it clear what the cost of underestimating him would be. Chapter 97. A thousand-fold critical strike re-emerges. Lin Feng ascends to the pinnacle of mastery. In the Desolation Canyon, the chaotic energy currents began to settle. 4 divine beasts encircled Lin Feng, their oppressive presence akin to a mountain. Lin Yuan's complexion turned ashen, his chest heaving violently. The side effects of the blood-burning secret art were taking their toll. His mental energy was rapidly depleting. The Void Knight King Mantis' sickle-like limbs developed fissures, and the infernal flames of the Underworld Reaper began to dim. Of the 12-member hunting squad, 6 had been eliminated, and the remaining 5 struggled in Xiao Bing's time dilation and Xiao Hu's illusions, their combat effectiveness reduced to a mere fraction. The tide had turned. Continuing the fight would only lead to total annihilation. Lin Yuan's arrogance was crushed by the harsh reality. He had never imagined he would be defeated by a commoner hailing from Jiangnan City. Lin Feng. Lin Yuan forced down the metallic taste of blood in his throat. You think you've won? Lin Feng remained placid, his 4 beasts poised for action. He did not respond. Victors need not elaborate. Lin Yuan's hand clenched tightly, a silver scroll appearing in his grasp. It was a directional space teleportation scroll. Procured at great expense by the Li family, attacks below the saint level could not interrupt its activation, making it a top-tier life-saving device. To use it was to concede defeat. Retreat. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, issuing the most humiliating command. He shot Lin Feng a venomous glare. Lin Feng, I will remember you. This matter is far from over. Upon returning to Dragon City, I will make you suffer. With that, Lin Yuan shattered the scroll. A powerful spatial fluctuation erupted instantaneously, the silver light coalescing into a vortex that enveloped Lin Yuan and his remaining 5 comrades. The mechanical dragon's annihilation particle beam struck the shield, but was repelled by the overwhelming force of the spatial power. Trying to escape? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Xiao Bing was about to unleash the Eternal Ice Seal in an attempt to freeze the space. However, the scroll's power was exceedingly high level. The teleportation had already commenced and could not be reversed. In a flash of light, Lin Yuan and his 6 companions, along with their beasts, vanished from the Desolation Canyon, leaving behind a scene of devastation and the unconscious Murong Yun and others. Lin Feng refrained from ordering the mechanical dragon to pursue. Since Lin Yuan had resorted to such a high-level life-saving item, a forced chase might not even succeed. Moreover, there were more pressing matters awaiting him in the canyon. The spoils of war. Lin Feng recalled Xiao Hu and Xiao Bing, leaving Xiao Jiao on alert in the air, while the mechanical dragon followed him toward the nearest Murong Yun. At this moment, Murong Yun resembled a charred ember, her body convulsing. Lin Feng crouched down, deftly removing the spatial ring from her finger and the beast pouch from her waist. As a direct descendant of one of Dragon City's top families, her possessions were undoubtedly valuable. He proceeded in kind, confiscating the equipment from the other 5 eliminated geniuses. 6 spatial rings, 6 high-grade beast pouches. Lin Feng's mental energy delved into one of the rings, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Crystals piled high like mountains, an array of rare, evolutionary materials, and an abundance of restorative potions dazzled the eyes. The wealth of these dragonborn prodigies exceeded Lin Feng's wildest imagination. The resources they carried could sustain an ordinary beast master for decades. Indeed, prosperity and fortune hinge upon swift deliveries. Lin Feng meticulously examined Murong Yun's spatial ring. For as a core member of the Murong family, his collection was the most lavish. Besides the customary resources, Lin Feng discovered, nestled in the corner of the ring, a box sealed with a special material. Upon opening the box, he beheld a fist-sized crystal, irregularly polyhedral and radiating a gentle silver light, quietly resting within. Inside the crystal, it seemed as though countless galaxies were swirling, emanating an exceptionally pure mental fluctuation. This was a mental crystal? Lin Feng recognized the object. Such treasures could only condense after the death of a peak imperial or even saint-level psychic beast. It contained vast and pure mental essence, a coveted boon for all psychic beast masters. Its value was incalculable, given that Murong Yun possessed a nethercat demon. This must be the core material he intended to use to ascend to saint level. Lin Feng weighed the mental crystal in his hand. Now, it belongs to me. He summoned the little fox once more. The 9-tailed cataclysmic fox immediately approached, its fiery red fur brushing against Lin Feng's cheek, its amethyst-like eyes fixated on the crystal, revealing a deep longing. Go ahead and eat. Without hesitation, Lin Feng offered the invaluable mental crystal. Investing in beast masters is tantamount to investing in oneself. The little fox opened its mouth and swallowed the mental crystal whole. Almost simultaneously, the system's anticipated notification rang out in Lin Feng's mind. Ding. fed the nine-tailed cataclysmic fox a high-tier resource, mental crystal, peak imperial, triggering a critical hit. Ding. Congratulations, host. Critical hit multiplied by 10,000. 10,000. Lin Feng's heart leapt with joy. Ding. Critical hit successful. The quality of the mental crystal has soared, resulting in the acquisition of the divine-grade dream crystal, beginner divine level. Boom. Within the little fox, the recently ingested mental crystal erupted with blinding brilliance. The silver glow transformed into a dreamlike spectrum of colors. A vast, ancient, and terrifying mental fluctuation, seemingly capable of governing dreams and souls, surged forth from the little fox. The little fox emitted a contented coo, enveloped in a kaleidoscopic light. It floated in midair. The power of the dream crystal began to reshape its soul's essence. The already solid 6 fiery red tails swayed in the glow, growing thicker, each hair shimmering like divine flames. More astonishingly, at the base of the 6 tails, a 7th tail began to coalesce slowly. For the 9-tailed fox, every additional tail signifies a geometric increase in power. The 7th tail represents a qualitative transformation. The little fox's aura surged wildly, advancing from its peak growth phase toward its complete form. Its comprehension of illusion and soul laws reached a new pinnacle with the aid of the divine crystal. Ding. Your beast, the 9-tailed cataclysmic fox, absorbed the dream crystal, significantly enhancing its mental essence. Bloodline activation raised to 70%. The 7th tail is coalescing. Ding. The 9-tailed cataclysmic fox has comprehended the embryonic form of the divine skill, grand dream of 1,000 autumns. In the center of the battlefield, the little fox was enveloped in a cocoon of light, undergoing a leap in life. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was also poised for his moment. Ding. Beast enhancement achieved. Quality leap triggered, high multiplicative essence return activated. A torrent of pure and vast soul essence, more potent than ever before, surged into Lin Feng's mental ocean like a flood breaking its dam. This power, derived from the dream crystal, carried fragments of divine-level laws. Lin Feng immediately settled into a meditative posture. Within his mental ocean, waves of tumultuous energy roiled. The mental core, slowly rotating at the center of his consciousness, erupted in radiant brilliance upon encountering this divine essence. The core began to spin frantically, greedily absorbing the influx of power. The mental strength of his late-stage master level surged at a visibly accelerating pace. The core's hue shifted from its original silvery white to a faintly shimmering rainbow glow. Becoming denser and more indomitable, Lin Feng felt as if his soul were immersed in a hot spring, each thought becoming crystal clear. His perception of the surrounding space sharpened manifold. Soon, his mental strength reached the apex of the master level. Crack. A sound, audible only to Lin Feng, resonated from the depths of his soul. The bottleneck had shattered. Boom. His mental ocean suddenly expanded nearly double in size. The rotation speed of the mental core slowed. Yet each turn generated an even more potent mental tide. Master Pinnacle. Half-step king. Lin Feng rose to his feet, sensing the world anew. He could even distinctly perceive the drifting energy particles in the air, feeling the subtle creases in space. This newfound control over power brought him unparalleled exhilaration. In merely one battle, he had not only amassed a treasure trove of resources, but had also facilitated the little fox's evolution, while he himself had seamlessly broken through to the master pinnacle. The true king level was now within arm's reach. Lin Feng gazed toward the direction in which Li Mo Yuan had vanished. Li Mo Yuan, thank you for your generous gift. He gathered his spoils, preparing to depart from the now desolate canyon. The second position on the leaderboard was not enough. His goal was the first. Chapter 98. The true treasure of the Doomsday Wasteland. The fragment of law or vein. Deep within the Ember Desolation Canyon, in a hidden cave, after a night of rest, Lin Feng opened his eyes. The 7-colored, luminous mental core within his mental ocean rotated steadily. Master Pinnacle. A vast mental power suffused his entire being, granting him an acute perception of the surrounding space. Even the path of dust particles in the air was vividly clear. At the cave's entrance, the metallic body of the mechanical dragon glinted coldly in the morning light, its energy core humming steadily. The little fox curled up beside Lin Feng, its 7th tail now fully grown, fiery, and fluffy. The 4 beasts had also returned to their peak condition. Lin Feng stretched, his body emitting faint cracking sounds. With 4 imperial-level chaotic divine beasts, alongside his half-step king mental power, he had become invincible in this selection tournament. He raised his wrist and activated the projection screen of the score bracelet. Current ranking, 2nd. Total points, 75, 300. In the lead was still Tang Hao, whose score had surpassed the 100,000 mark. Tang Hao. Lin Feng murmured the name softly. Li Mo Yuan was no longer his target. That individual, who had relied on family resources and life-preserving scrolls to escape, had lost any qualification to compete with him. His sole focus now was the championship. It was time to get to work. Lin Feng stood up, instantly establishing a mental link with the four beasts, commencing the sweep. Their objective, the epicenter of the doomsday wasteland. With a cry, Xiao Jiu soared into the sky, transforming into the eyes of aerial reconnaissance. Lin Feng, accompanied by the other three beasts, exited the cave. The scars of battle in the Ashen Abyss have yet to fade, yet no high-value targets remain. At the central command of the Skyward Project Selection Tournament, Long Zhan sat upon the command seat, observing the colossal screen before him, where the leaderboard's data fluctuated in real time. Lin Feng's name steadfastly occupied the second position, with his score ascending at a consistent and efficient pace. A slight probe revealed no immediate issues. Report to the commander. Lin Feng's score growth rate ranks first in the entire competition zone over the past 3 hours, a technical advisor announced, incredulity lacing their tone. Long Zhan's gaze fixated on the luminous that representing Lin Feng on the screen. That traversed swiftly across the desolate wasteland. Each brief pause signifying the elimination of a high-scoring aberration or a group thereof. His efficiency was astounding. Another advisor pulled up an environmental simulation surrounding Lin Feng. The aberrations in this area range from the initial to mid-level of the Imperial tier. How could he consistently resolve battles every 10 minutes? Long Zhan remained silent, replaying the fleeting images from yesterday when the signal momentarily restored. For exceedingly high-quality spirit beasts, that lad from the Li family has truly bitten off more than he can chew this time. Long Zhan's expression remained impassive. Yet his internal assessment of Lin Feng had escalated from an intriguing newcomer to a veritable threat to seed players. Continue monitoring, Long Zhan commanded. In the core area of the desolate wasteland, the environment was even more harsh, the sky perpetually shrouded in gray, and the air thick with chaotic energy currents. The aberrations here were of a higher grade, predominantly mid-level Imperial tier, with even some late-stage Imperial beasts lurking about. Boom. A massive annihilation particle beam suddenly pierced the skull of a corrupted giant lizard. Before it could retaliate, Xiao Bing's time freeze had rendered its movements tenfold slower. Xiao Jiu swooped down, unleashing the chaotic solar flame, reducing the giant lizard's substantial form to cinders. Ding. Killed a late-stage Imperial aberration, gained points. 1,500. Lin Feng did not even need to intervene. The battle concluded effortlessly. The coordination of the four spirit beasts, coupled with his pinnacle mastery of mental prowess, had forged an efficient killing machine. His score steadily climbed, closing in on Tang Hao. Lin Feng pressed onward, his target a void beast that lay in wait amidst the ruins ahead. At the pinnacle of the Imperial tier, adept in spatial jumps, it was notoriously difficult to hunt. Yet the points it offered were remarkably high. Mechanical Dragon, lock onto it, Lin Feng commanded. The Mechanical Dragon's electronic eye flickered to life, its spatial perception fully activated, locking onto the elusive void beast hidden among the rubble. Hiss! The void beast sensed the impending danger, its form dissipating into the ether as it attempted to meld into the space to escape. Xiaobing, seal off the area. A chilling wind swept through. Eternal ice sealing. Activate. The power of the temporal ice source instantly froze the surrounding space, making the void beast's leap exceedingly arduous. Just as the Mechanical Dragon prepared to unleash its annihilation beam, it abruptly halted. Master, the Mechanical Dragon's mental transmission echoed in Lin Feng's mind, detecting abnormal spatial fluctuations. From the void beast? Lin Feng inquired. The source of the fluctuations lies beneath, with a higher frequency, more stable, and imbued with the essence of law. The Mechanical Dragon analyzed with precision and swiftness. A thought sparked in Lin Feng's mind. Law power? Xiao Jiu, decisive action. Lin Feng commanded without hesitation. Xiao Jiu let out a resonant cry, invoking the forbidden spell, Solar Storm. A miniature golden tempest materialized instantaneously, ensnaring the trapped void beast within. The pinnacle of the Imperial tier, the void beast succumbed to the chaotic god-level forbidden spell in less than 3 seconds, reduced to nothingness. Point secured. Lin Feng, uninterested in reviewing his score, directed, excavate here, pointing to the anomaly detected by the Mechanical Dragon. The Mechanical Dragon's mechanical claw morphed instantly into a high-frequency vibrating drill, cleaving through the alloy ground as if it were tofu. Debris scattered as the Mechanical Dragon, along with Lin Feng, descended vertically. 100 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters. Within the surrounding rock layers, specks of silver light began to emerge. The spatial fluctuations intensified, even prompting Lin Feng, who possessed an affinity for spatial phenomena, to feel a wave of comfort. Finally, after delving nearly 1,000 meters underground, the Mechanical Dragon came to a halt. The sight before Lin Feng left him momentarily breathless. It was a vast subterranean cavern. The The cavern's rock walls were embedded with countless crystals radiating silver light. These crystals varied in size and shape, yet all exuded an overwhelming essence of spatial law. They were not mere spatial spirit stones, but manifestations of law itself. Ding. Rare resource discovered. Fragmented spatial law or vein, small. The system's prompt chimed at the perfect moment. Lin Feng's body trembled slightly with excitement. Law fragments. These were treasures that transcended conventional evolutionary materials, keys for spirit beasts to break through the shackles of the saint level, even achieving divine status. And comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. The Skyward Project selection tournament concealed such a fortuitous encounter. This was the most precious treasure of the selection tournament. Lin Feng leaped from the mechanical dragon's back, casually picking up a fist-sized silver fragment. The pure spatial law energy surged into his palm. He surveyed his surroundings. The scale of this, or vein, exceeded expectations, extending over 100 meters, and within the silver spatial fragments, there appeared to be interspersed glimmers of other colors. Associated or mechanical dragon, your feast has arrived. Lin Feng promptly commanded, absorb with all your might. Yes, master. The mechanical dragon let out an excited low growl. Its annihilation core operating beyond capacity, energy circuits on its surface fully activated, resembling a black hole as it began to voraciously draw in the spatial law fragments from the ore vein. Visible to the naked eye, silver streams of light coalesced into a river, flowing into the mechanical dragon's interior. The mechanical dragon's aura began to rise steadily. However, such a monumental extraction of law caused astonishing energy fluctuations. Even 1,000 meters underground, this intense spatial disturbance radiated outward like a beacon in the night. Lin Feng steadied himself. He understood that this wave would soon attract nearby competitors, perhaps even top-tier prodigies like Tang Hao and Shangwan Shui. Little fox. Lin Feng summoned the nine-tailed celestial fox. Woo. The little fox nuzzled against Lin Feng. He gestured toward the overhead passage and the surrounding cavern. Set up a formation. Use your strongest illusion to mask the law's fluctuations here. The little fox instantly grasped her master's intent, her 7 tails illuminating simultaneously. If anyone foolishly intrudes, let them become our points, Lin Feng mused, stroking the little fox's soft fur. Chapter 99, Li Mo Yuan's Frenzy. Sacrificing Spirit Beasts, Pill of Soul Ignition. Meanwhile, in a hollowed-out underground cavern, far removed from the main battlefield, the light was dim, and the air was thick with the scent of decay and metallic rust. Li Mo Yuan sat on a cold rock, his countenance dark enough to draw water. Behind him, 5 injured team members lay scattered in the corners of the cave, their spirits waning, not daring to even breathe. Silence. An oppressive silence. The foremost prodigy of Longdu, leading a 12-man elite hunting squad, had been tasked with besieging a newcomer from Jiangnan City. Yet the result had been 6 eliminations, with the remaining 6 barely escaping through the use of saint-level scrolls. This was a humiliation, the greatest disgrace Li Mo Yuan had faced in 20 years. He raised his wrist and activated the projection of his score wristband. The luminous screen flickered to life in the darkness, blindingly bright. First place, Tang Hao points, 105,000. Second place, Lin Feng, points, 88,500. The name Lin Feng seared into his nerves like a scorching brand. The points continued to fluctuate, 88,700, 89,000. The insignificant insect he should have trampled upon was, at this moment, soaring up the leaderboard, a mere step away from Tang Hao's coveted throne. In stark contrast, his own points stagnated, and his rank had plummeted outside the top 50. Crack. A rock in Li Mo Yuan's hand was crushed into powder. Li Xiao, a member of the Chen family, attempted to break the silence, his voice hoarse. What shall we do now? Lin Feng's 4 beasts are too peculiar. All at the pinnacle of imperial rank, and their attributes are perfectly countered. Silence. Li Mo Yuan suddenly raised his head, interrupting him. His face, illuminated by the screen, appeared distorted and menacing. I do not require your reminders of his strength. The Chen family disciple trembled, immediately bowing his head, too fearful to utter another word. The cave was once again enveloped in a profound silence. Li Mo Yuan's breathing grew increasingly labored. His heart wavered. The talents, lineage, and resources he once took pride in felt utterly impotent in the face of Lin Feng's for monstrosities. Time, space, illusion, fire. Lin Feng's configuration was despairingly flawless. Conventional methods could no longer hope to vanquish Lin Feng. He could not even keep pace with his points. If he, Li Mo Yuan, were to lose not only to Tang Hao and Shangwan Shui, but also to a commoner, the reputation of the Li family in the Dragon City would plummet, and he would become the laughingstock of the elite circles. No, I will not allow this. Li Mo Yuan murmured, his eyes bloodshot. Lin Feng must die. He rose, his movements resolute. Li Xiao, what are you planning to do? Another disciple from the Wu family inquired nervously. Lin Yuan offered no reply. Retrieving a black jade box from his spatial ring, the box opened to reveal a pill the size of a dragon's eye, blood red, with black mist swirling around its surface. Lying quietly within, a brutal, chaotic, yet immensely powerful aura instantly spread forth. Upon seeing the pill, the remaining 5 team members' expressions changed dramatically. Soul-burning blood pill. Li Xiao. No, that's a forbidden drug. It will drain the essence of your soul, has severe side effects, and could even lead to a permanent decline in your realm. It is meant for life and death situations. The soul-burning blood pill, a forbidden elixir acquired by the Li family through special channels, could forcibly elevate the strength limits of a beastmaster and their beasts in a short time, at the cost of burning their soul and vitality. Albeit for a brief duration, but with explosive power. Lin Yuan was deaf to their warnings, gripping the pill tightly. A decline in realm? He scoffed, his voice hoarse. If I lose to Lin Feng, living will be a far greater torment than a decline in my realm. He raised his head, ready to swallow the pill. Yet he hesitated. The soul-burning blood pill might grant him temporary strength to contend with Lin Feng, but it would not be enough to crush him. Lin Feng possessed 4 chaotic divine beasts. He required greater power, absolute power. Lin Yuan's gaze gradually shifted towards his beast space. A wild and forbidden thought began to take shape in his mind. Come forth. Lin Yuan commanded softly. With a flicker of light, 3 peak imperial beasts materialized within the cave. The Void Knight King Mantis, the Underworld Reaper, and the petite, iridescent, and agile Illumination Spirit Cat. The Illumination Spirit Cat, a rare spiritual and light-type beast, possessed considerable combat prowess, though its offensive capabilities paled in comparison to the other 2, primarily serving as support and control. Meow. As soon as the Illumination Spirit Cat appeared, it affectionately rubbed against Lin Yuan's pant leg. He looked down at this beast that had accompanied him since its juvenile stage, a flicker of complexity flashing in his eyes, quickly overshadowed by an abyss of madness and hatred. Li Xiao, what are you planning? The team members seemed to sense something, their voices trembling. Lin Yuan ignored them. He crouched down, placing his palm upon the Illumination Spirit Cat's head. For the honor of the Li family, to eliminate Lin Feng. Lin Yuan's voice was icy and piercing. Your sacrifice is worth it. The Illumination Spirit Cat seemed to sense something amiss, its body trembling, emitting an anxious low whine, attempting to flee. But Lin Yuan's grip was like a vice, unyielding. He bit his tongue, a drop of his essence spraying onto the Illumination Spirit Cat. Simultaneously, his mental energy transformed into countless spikes, piercing into the spirit sea of the Illumination Spirit Cat. Forbidden technique, Bloodline Furnace. This was one of the most taboo sorceries within the realm of beastmasters, forcibly sacrificing one's contracted beast to strip away its bloodline essence, soul power, and life essence, transferring it temporarily to the beastmaster or other beasts. This act contravened the fundamental tenets of beastmasters, and if discovered, one would be permanently expelled from the Beastmaster Association. Lin Yuan, have you lost your mind? Are you sacrificing your own beast? The 5 team members were horrified, unable to comprehend how the proud prodigy of the Dragon City could resort to such a nefarious sorcery. Stop, Li Xiao, you will ruin yourself. Silence. Lin Yuan bellowed fiercely. Anyone who dares to interfere will be sacrificed alongside them. His frenzied mental power swept forth, pinning the 5 in place. Meow. The Illumination Spirit Cat emitted a heart-wrenching wail. Its body began to disintegrate inch by inch, transforming into the purest points of energy, its vibrant fur rapidly withering. Life force draining away. It could not comprehend why its loyal master would treat it in such a manner. Lin Yuan's expression remained devoid of emotion as he guided this immense energy, half surged into his own body, while the other half was frantically infused into the Void Knight King Mantis. At the same time, he swallowed the soul-burning blood pill. Boom. 3 forces, the pill's potency, the essence of the sacrifice, and the enhancement of the forbidden technique, exploded within Lin Yuan. He howled to the heavens, pain and empowerment engulfing him simultaneously. His mental sea expanded wildly, the pinnacle of his spiritual core fracturing under the impact of the forbidden drug and sacrificial force. Crack. The fissure widened, the spiritual core shattering violently, only to rapidly reform under the support of the immense energy. A new, more solid core, radiating a terrifying pressure, was in the process of formation. King level. Although the reconstruction was incomplete, this power had already surpassed the limits of a master. An invisible wave radiated from Lin Yuan, distorting the very space within the cave. Domain power. This was the hallmark of a king-level beastmaster. Simultaneously, the Void Knight King Mantis underwent a dramatic transformation. Its previously silver-gray exoskeleton now appeared as deep and dark as a black hole. The light and spiritual essence of the illumination spirit cat bizarrely merged with its spatial attributes. Its form surged dramatically, with two scythe-like appendages entwined in distorted light and flickering spatial rifts. The aura ascended, breaking through, ultimately settling at the initial stage of the saint level. The illusory light spirit cat was utterly reduced to ashes, dissipating into the air. Liemo Yuan slowly rose to his feet. His bones cracked ominously, his eyes a deep crimson, surrounded by visible streams of black energy. He savored the unprecedented, surging power within him. The intoxicating sensation of being able to command everything engulfed him. Having paid a heavy price, he had attained the power he had long coveted. The 5 team members lay sprawled on the ground, unable to even stand under the oppressive weight of his regal aura. They gazed at Liemo Yuan as if he were a demon risen from the depths of hell. He flexed his wrist, causing ripples to emanate through the space around him. Power, this is the force that is rightfully mine. He turned his gaze back to the scoreboard, noting that Lin Feng's score had reached 89,500 points. Lin Feng, a cruel and frenzied smile spread across Liemo Yuan's face. Your death is imminent. He pivoted, leading the remaining 2 beasts, who had forcefully broken through to the initial stage of the saint level, out of the cavern. Chapter 100, The Pinnacle Showdown. The Emperor-class Mechanical Dragon versus the Saint-level Night King. Deep within the Rule mineral vein, silver streams of light converged like rivers returning to the sea, merging into the Mechanical Dragon's annihilation core. For reasons unknown, as the Mechanical Dragon absorbed the spatial Rule mineral vein, the system did not register a critical hit. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the ground, the peak of master-level mental energy flowing like mercury, monitoring every ripple of energy within 1,000 meters. The little fox perched on his shoulder, its 7 fiery tails swaying gently, while an intangible illusion enveloped the entire underground cavern. The Mechanical Dragon's absorption efficiency was remarkably high. The energy from this small spatial Rule mineral vein was depleting rapidly. Suddenly, Lin Feng's body tensed imperceptibly. The little fox straightened up, its fur bristling, emitting a low whine. A violent, chaotic, and malevolent spatial fluctuation was approaching at an unimaginable speed. The power level contained within that fluctuation had already surpassed the limits of a master. The king level. It has arrived. Lin Feng stood up, patting the metallic neck of the Mechanical Dragon. Mechanical Dragon, cease absorption. Prepare for battle. The Mechanical Dragon's electronic eye instantly shifted from the blue glow of absorption to the crimson hue of combat readiness. It halted its extraction of the mineral vein, positioning its massive form protectively in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng understood that only one person could have reached the king level in this arena, harboring such intense murderous intent towards him. Liemo Yuan. Had he forcibly broken through during the selection tournament? At the control center of the Sky Dome Project selection tournament, the enormous circular screen matrix, depicting the core area of the Doomsday Wasteland, suddenly began to flicker violently. Warning. Anomalous energy peak detected. Coordinates, X79, Y12. Energy level assessed. King level. The technician's voice trembled with urgency. Long Zhan abruptly rose from his command seat, fixated on the screen. King level? How could there be a king-level energy reaction in the arena? On the screen, a light spot representing Liemo Yuan was moving at an almost teleportation-like speed, emanating energy fluctuations far exceeding that of the Master Peak, and was exceedingly unstable. It is Liemo Yuan. An advisor pulled up comparative data. His mental energy fluctuations had surged dramatically 5 minutes ago, forcibly breaching the king-level barrier. However, the curve of this fluctuation suggested he had likely resorted to forbidden substances. And even, the advisor hesitated to continue, but Long Zhan comprehended the implications. His expression darkened. This fool, is he willing to sacrifice his future just to win? Forcing a breakthrough during the selection tournament, with an unstable foundation, would lead to endless consequences. Using forbidden substances would only further undermine his own strength. Long Zhan swiftly checked Liemo Yuan's trajectory. The endpoint of that direction was the area where Lin Feng, the second place on the scoreboard, resided. He seeks revenge against Lin Feng. Long Zhan slammed his fist down on the control panel, instructing the emergency response team to prepare for intervention. The battle could spiral out of control. Liemo Yuan had abandoned his rationality. He was now a madman wielding king-level power. In the underground mine, the air suddenly thickened. A strong sense of spatial compression left Lin Feng momentarily breathless. Crack! The space at the center of the mine shattered like glass. A scythe-like appendage, gleaming with a dark metallic sheen, extended from the fissure. Following that, a figure, enshrouded in swirling black energy and with blood-red eyes, stepped forth from the void. Liemo Yuan. His aura was wild and savage, the king-level domain power uncontrollably radiating outward, silently turning the surrounding rock walls to dust. Behind him, The Night King Mantis had grown in size, its shell as dark as ink, emanating the terrifying pressure unique to saint-level ferocious beasts. Having sacrificed a beast and consumed the soul-burning blood pill, Liemo Yuan had finally acquired the power he so desperately desired. Lin Feng, Liemo Yuan rasped, his voice grating like iron scraping against iron. I have come to take your life. He uttered no further words. The flames of vengeance and the side effects of the forbidden substance were simultaneously consuming the remnants of his sanity. Night King Mantis, kill him. Dimensional slash. Liemo Yuan's mental energy surged, the king-level domain power instantly enhancing the Night King Mantis. A piercing shriek erupted from the saint-level initial Night King Mantis as it crossed its arms and swung out fiercely. A pitch-black, condensed spatial rift appeared out of thin air. This was not merely an energy attack, it was a true spatial cut. Bolstered by the king-level domain, this strike locked Lin Feng in, instantly reaching his vicinity. The might of the saint level was terrifying indeed. Lin Feng's expression turned grim. He had anticipated Liemo Yuan's madness. Yet facing the full force of a saint-level beast was still overwhelming. Mechanical Dragon. Absolute Domain Barrier. Lin Feng unleashed his master-level mental energy, without reservation. Roar. The mechanical dragon's annihilation core erupted with blinding white light, its energy output reaching its peak in an instant. Buzz. A transparent barrier, containing countless micro-spatial fractures, rapidly expanded, shielding Lin Feng. Boom. The dimensional slash collided violently with the absolute domain barrier. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the jarring sound of spatial fractures. The black rift attempted to cleave through the barrier while the internal spatial fractures twisted, exiling and annihilating the cutting force. Terrifying spatial ripples radiated from the point of impact, causing the entire underground mine to tremble violently, with large boulders crashing down. Crack. Fine fissures appeared on the mechanical dragon's absolute domain barrier, but ultimately, it held fast. The Emperor-class peak withstood the lethal strike of the initial saint level. Lin Feng took a half-step back, dissipating the impact. Though the mechanical dragon was of chaotic divine quality, its overall strength remained that of an Emperor-class peak. Withstanding a saint-level attack placed immense strain on its core. Liemo Yuan's expression froze for a moment. The scene he had envisioned of a guaranteed fatal strike had not materialized. It was blocked. Liemo Yuan could not accept this. He paid an excruciating price to forcibly ascend to the saintly level. How could he possibly be unable to annihilate even a peak Imperial-class mechanical dragon? How many more strikes can your turtle shell endure? Liemo Yuan appeared almost deranged, his mental energy once again depleted. Continuous dimensional slash. Tear it apart for me. The silhouette of the Void Knight King Mantis instantaneously became ethereal, leaving countless afterimages within the mining cavern. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of pitch-black dimensional slashes descended upon Lin Feng and the mechanical dragon from all directions, weaving an impenetrable net of death. Each strike possessed the power to rend mountains asunder. In the face of the tempestuous onslaught of saintly attacks, Lin Feng's response was remarkably composed. He could not retreat. To do so would mean total defeat. A directive resonated within Lin Feng's mental link. Utilize my innate divine ability, micro-spatial folding. The mechanical dragon's electronic eye blazed with crimson light. It relinquished the maintenance of its absolute domain barrier and instead channeled all its energy into manipulating the laws of space. Buzz. The space surrounding the mechanical dragon began to twist and collapse in an eerie manner. As several incoming dimensional slashes approached within 3 meters of the mechanical dragon's body, they seemed to collide with an invisible vortex, the folded space compressing and devouring them in an instant. Simultaneously, the mechanical dragon raised its sharp claws and fiercely grasped in the direction of the Void Knight King Mantis. The area where the Void Knight King Mantis resided abruptly collapsed inward. Hiss! The Void Knight King Mantis let out a startled cry, feeling as though an invisible giant hand had seized it, a terrifying compressive force emanating from all sides, causing its saintly shell to groan under the unbearable strain. It hastily activated spatial jumping, barely evading a fate of being crushed to fragments. Liemo Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. This peculiar mechanical beast, Lin Feng, actually possessed the ability to counterattack. The battle then entered its most perilous phase. 2 colossal beasts, each wielding spatial powers, engaged in the most bizarre and lethal confrontation within the confines of the cramped underground mine. The advantage of the Void Knight King Mantis lay in its saintly power and speed. Each of its strikes could cleave through space. Conversely, the mechanical dragon's strength resided in its chaotic divine quality and a more profound understanding of the laws of space. It could not slice through space, but it could fold, distort, and even annihilate it. Dimensional slashes collided continuously with spatial folding. The spatial structure of the mine had been utterly dismantled, with flickering spatial rifts and chaotic energy flows scattered throughout. Lin Feng and the little fox had to constantly evade these spatial currents capable of obliterating Imperial-class beings in an instant. Why? Liemo Yuan could not comprehend. How could a mere peak Imperial-class creature contend with my saintly Night King Mantis? He sensed that although the Void Night King Mantis held an advantage in power, its finesse in manipulating space was surprisingly suppressed by the opponent. Each spatial fold executed by the mechanical dragon precisely dismantled the onslaught of dimensional slashes, even threatening the Night King Mantis in return. This defied logic. The disparity in realms should not be so easily bridged. Liemo Yuan was unaware that he was not facing an ordinary Imperial-class beast. Rather, he confronted the Star Annihilator, a mechanical dragon of chaotic divine quality, which had just absorbed fragments of the laws of space. Chapter 101. The Suppression of Royal Domains. Lin Feng faces a crisis. Within the underground mine, the spatial structure teetered on the brink of collapse. The black radiance of dimensional slashes clashed repeatedly with the distorted force fields of spatial folding, each encounter causing the rocks a kilometer beneath the surface to wail in agony. Impossible. Liemo Yuan's facial muscles twitched, his crimson eyes fixed intently upon the battlefield's center. His Void Night King Mantis, in the early stages of the saintly realm, was unexpectedly unable to resolve the peak Imperial-class mechanical dragon in a short time. The metallic body of the dragon bore scratches, yet its core operated steadily, and its application of spatial folding was even more exquisite than that of the Night King Mantis. What manner of mechanical creature are you? Liemo Yuan roared, his royal-level mental energy radiating with frenzied intensity. Lin Feng stood composed behind the mechanical dragon. The chaotic divine quality endowed the mechanical dragon with an innate superiority in understanding the laws compared to the forcibly elevated saintly Night King Mantis. Although Liemo Yuan's realm was higher, his foundation was tenuous, and his application of royal-level domain laws was exceedingly crude. Your power is too chaotic, Lin Feng responded coldly. That remark pierced Liemo Yuan's heart. The immense power derived from sacrificing beasts was indeed formidable, yet it was also disordered. Chaotic? Then allow me to show you the terror of this power. Liemo Yuan realized that relying solely on spatial capabilities would yield no advantage. The mechanical dragon's defenses against space were too impeccable. His gaze shifted, locking onto the ancient ice phantom whale, Little Ice, lurking on the flank, poised to provide support. Lin Feng's most troublesome ability was not fire or machinery, but that enigmatic control of time. He had to neutralize this variable first. Night King Mantis. Hold the mechanical dragon in check. Reaper of the Abyss. Liemo Yuan's mental energy surged. Behind him, the Reaper of the Abyss, also catalyzed to the early stages of the saintly realm, suddenly opened its eyes. Eerie blue ghostly flames blazed upon its massive bone scythe. Reaper, go kill that whale. The Reaper of the Abyss transformed into a streak of ghostly blue light, circumventing the mechanical dragon's main battlefield and hurtling towards Little Ice. Lin Feng had anticipated this. Though Liemo Yuan was deranged, his battle instincts remained sharp. Little Ice, target Liemo Yuan and the Night King Mantis. Unleash with all your might. Time freeze. Lin Feng's mental command was issued instantaneously. He intended to divert the enemy's attention while simultaneously restraining their strongest combat power. Roar. Little Ice emitted an ancient whale's cry, the snowflake-like sacred rune upon its forehead spinning rapidly. An invisible wave, imbued with primordial chill and the might of time, instantly spread, enveloping the entire mine. The dust in the air froze. The collapsing debris hung, suspended in midair. The forward momentum of the Reaper of the Abyss abruptly halted, the ghostly flames upon its scythe seemingly frozen. The Void Night King Mantis's scythe-like limbs, mid-swing, also slowed. Lin Feng's lips curled slightly. The peak Imperial-class Little Ice, fully exerting its time freeze, was sufficient to hold the early saintly realm opponent momentarily. A moment was ample for the mechanical dragon to heavily injure its adversary. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Liemo Yuan, bound by the power of time, bore a sinister grin upon his face. The law of time? A trivial trick. The power of the soul-burning blood pill within Liemo Yuan erupted violently as he forcibly activated the recently condensed royal core. Domain, activate. Boom. A visibly discernible spatial ripple erupted outward from Liemo Yuan's center. This manifested as a spherical space approximately 20 meters in diameter. Within this domain, all laws appeared to be distorted and repelled. Crack. The time freeze power of Little Ice emitted a sound akin to shattering glass upon contact with this domain. Within the field, the flow of time instantaneously resumed. What? Lin Feng's heart sank. Ha ha. Liemo Yuan's maniacal laughter echoed through the mine, piercingly shrill. Lin Feng. Did you think that mastering a mere fraction of time could allow you to contend with a sovereign? This is the chasm between a sovereign and a master. Before my void domain, your rudimentary understanding of the laws is far too weak. The most salient hallmark of a royal-level beastmaster is, indeed, their domain. In the realm of beast tamers, they reign supreme, capable of amplifying their inherent attributes to the utmost degree, subduing and repelling other laws. Lin Yuan's beast, possessing spatial attributes, granted him the ascension to kingship, enabling him to comprehend the void domain, which significantly disrupted Xiao Bing's temporal powers. Although Xiao Bing's time freeze was not entirely ineffective, its potency was diminished by over 90% within the domain. What could once freeze for several seconds was now reduced to mere fractions of a second, merely causing a slight delay in the opponent's movements. A pained low moan escaped Xiao Bing's lips as the law was forcefully suppressed, resulting in a backlash. The tides of battle shifted in an instant. Night King Mantis. Eliminate him. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan commanded. Under the domain's enhancement, the Void Knight King Mantis experienced a surge in power and speed once more. Defying the slight time delay, it unleashed a frenzied dance of dual sickles. Spatial slaughter. Dozens of dimensional slashes coalesced into a terrifying spatial tornado, hurtling directly toward the mechanical dragon. The mechanical dragon exerted all its strength to execute spatial folding in an attempt to defend, but under the domain's suppression. Its control over space was also hindered. Boom. The mechanical dragon was struck head-on, its massive metallic form launched backward, shattering the rocky wall of the mine behind it. Mechanical dragon. Lin Feng's heart jolted. Caw. The 9-turn chaos-burning sun golden crow, soaring high above, emitted an enraged cry upon witnessing this. With a powerful flap of its wings, the sun's chaotic true flame transformed into a golden pillar of fire, diving down straight towards Lin Yuan's corporeal form. Capture the thief by seizing the king. Get lost, you scruffy bird. Lin Yuan dismissed the threat without a glance. As the grim reaper beside him suddenly raised its head, the bone sickle swept through the air, unleashing a 100-meter-long azure ghost flame slash to meet the sun's chaotic true flame. The holy grade ghost flame collided with the chaotic true flame in midair. Boom. Flames erupted. Although Xiao Jiao possessed the attribute of law burning, it was still vastly outmatched in sheer power against the holy grade grim reaper. The pillar of fire was shattered, and Xiao Jiao was sent flying by the tremendous recoil, several golden feathers drifting down. The mechanical dragon was repulsed, Xiao Jiao ensnared, and Xiao Bing's laws rendered ineffective. Lin Feng found himself in the gravest crisis since the start of the competition. Lin Feng, it is over. Lin Yuan's void domain enveloped the entirety of the battlefield, and he appeared as a deity within this space. The Void Knight King Mantis broke free from the mechanical dragon's entanglement, its figure flickering within the domain before appearing instantaneously before Lin Feng. The holy grade pressure descended like a mountain. Lin Feng could even see his own reflection in the compound eyes of the Night King Mantis. In the face of such an absolute disparity in realms, your clever tricks are utterly worthless. Lin Yuan advanced slowly, intending to witness Lin Feng being torn to shreds. The corners of Lin Feng's garments rustled in the violent flow of energy. He had to shatter this domain, otherwise they would all perish. His gaze fell upon the spatial law vein behind Lin Yuan, which had already been siphoned of much of its energy by the mechanical dragon, yet still shimmered with silver light. Little fox, Lin Feng mentally transmitted his command. The little fox perched on his shoulder instantly ignited its 7 tails. Only now do you think to use illusions? Too late. Lin Yuan scoffed, in my domain. Mental powers shall also be suppressed. He urged the Night King Mantis, raising its sickle-like limbs, imbued with the sharpness to rend space, striking toward Lin Feng's head. Chapter 102. The Little Fox's Ultimate Killing Technique. Six-tailed Phantom Soul Devourer. The Void Knight King Mantis sickle limbs tore through the air. The holy grade sharpness locked onto Lin Feng's head. The aura of death so thick it was suffocating. The distance was too close. The mechanical dragon had been sent flying, Xiao Jiao ensnared, and Xiao Bing's law suppressed. There was no time to counterattack. Lin Feng, your myth ends here. Lin Yuan stepped forward, his face contorted, reveling in the thrill of vengeance. In the face of such an absolute disparity in realms, you are but an ant. He seemed to envision the scene of Lin Feng's decapitation. To ensure absolute certainty, a sanguine light surged in Lin Yuan's eyes as the recently coalesced king core spun wildly. Mental piercing. The initial stage king's mental power transformed into an intangible, razor-sharp spike, rushing toward Lin Feng's sea of consciousness at a speed surpassing that of the Void Knight King Mantis sickle. A dual-layered annihilation. He sought to obliterate Lin Feng's very essence. Faced with this inevitable demise, Lin Feng did not move. He could not move, as both Lin Yuan and his beast had locked onto him. sealing the space around him. Under the suppression of the void domain, his affinity for space had been reduced to its lowest point. The mental spike surged forth. That tumultuous, chaotic mental energy, infused with Li Mo Yuan's resentment after sacrificing his beast, charged toward Lin Feng's brow in an instant. However, just as the mental spike was about to reach the core of Lin Feng's soul, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The clear heart, soul-settling jade, which Lin Feng had worn closely against his chest, erupted with an unprecedented, brilliant azure light. Buzz. The jade pendant trembled lightly. A solid azure light shield instantaneously expanded within Lin Feng's sea of consciousness, firmly protecting his soul's essence. The treasure activated passively, the soul-settling divine light. Boom. Li Mo Yuan's mental assault, potent enough to severely injure or even annihilate any master, crashed violently against the azure shield. That frenzied mental force dissipated in an instant, failing to even create a ripple, while the azure shield subsequently shattered. Lin Feng stood unharmed in place. However, the clear heart, soul-settling jade, having withstood Li Mo Yuan's mental assault, shattered completely. What? Li Mo Yuan's forward motion abruptly halted, his smile freezing. He could hardly believe what had just transpired. His mental assault, achieved at the cost of burning his own soul to forcibly elevate to the king level, had been thwarted by a mere jade pendant? Impossible. This was a king-level mental attack. Li Mo Yuan raged, his composure shattering. He stared intently at the azure glowing, now shattered jade pendant adorning Lin Feng's chest. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the balance of battle was disrupted. Mechanical Dragon. Lin Feng's command was issued in the brief moment of Li Mo Yuan's stupor. In the distance, the mechanical dragon, recently slammed into the rocky wall, activated its backup energy, disregarding its bodily damage, and instantly erected a miniature absolute domain barrier before Lin Feng. Clang! The Void Knight King Mantis sickle, imbued with holy-grade power, struck against the barrier. Sparks flew, and space fractured. The barrier collapsed instantaneously, yet the lethal cutting force was significantly mitigated. The residual gust swept past Lin Feng, leaving a gash on his cheek and tearing his garments. Lin Feng staggered back 3 steps, regaining his footing. He had survived. Li Mo Yuan's countenance turned ashen. The dual-layered annihilation had utterly failed. How many secrets do you still possess? Li Mo Yuan's voice trembled with uncontainable rage. He could not accept that a commoner from Jiangnan City possessed a treasure capable of withstanding his king-level mental attack. The outcome of battle often hinges on a moment's decision. Li Mo Yuan's moment of distraction was the opportunity Lin Feng had awaited. Little Fox, strike. Lin Feng's mental command was issued in a flash of inspiration. Now is the time. Target Li Mo Yuan. Six-tailed ultimate killing technique. Phantom Soul Devourer. Perched upon Lin Feng's shoulder, the seemingly intimidated little fox suddenly erupted. A sharp, piercing cry shattered the oppressive atmosphere of the mine. Among its 7 fiery tails, the very last one ignited without warning. It was not mere flame, but a sacrificial offering of soul energy. The brilliant tail disintegrated inch by inch, transforming into the purest and most terrifying essence of soul energy. This was a divine talent, an ultimate killing move, the 6-tailed Phantom Soul Devourer. It represented the most formidable single-target assassination technique that the little fox could currently wield. By sacrificing one of its tails, it exchanged for a soul strike that disregarded all defenses, a feat that would demand vast resources and time for regeneration in the future. In that instant, as the fox tail was consumed, a shadowy doppelganger, identical to the little fox yet entirely ethereal and exuding an eerie aura, coalesced into existence. This doppelganger ignored the energy barrier of the saint-level beast master and, even more alarmingly, disregarded Li Mo Yuan's king-level void domain. A sense of dread surged through Li Mo Yuan's heart. Instinctively, he attempted to activate the void domain for defense while commanding the Night King Mantis to retreat. However, it was too late. The shadowy doppelganger vanished without a trace, appearing directly behind Li Mo Yuan in the next moment. Silent as a ghost, the void domain was as ineffective against it as air. The doppelganger raised its ethereal claw, at the tip of which coalesced a concentrated essence of soul-devouring venom. Then, with a gentle stab, it struck. This assault lacked the grandiose energy fluctuations or cataclysmic physical destruction typical of powerful attacks. It bypassed all of Li Mo Yuan's defensive artifacts, and even his king-level mental protection, directly impacting the very essence of his soul. A sound akin to a blade piercing tofu echoed in the realm of the mind. Li Mo Yuan's body stiffened abruptly. He remained poised to charge, his face still contorted with rage and madness. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Then, an indescribable agony, emanating from the depths of his soul, erupted violently. Ah! Li Mo Yuan clutched his head, emitting a shrill, inhuman wail. Black blood began to seep from his 7 orifices. The soul essence had been struck directly by the soul-devouring venom, and the pain he experienced was 100-fold more terrifying than physical dismemberment. Even more horrifying was the fact that his soul was being eroded, annihilated. My soul, my soul. Li Mo Yuan screamed desperately, his king-level mental energy spiraling into chaos, wreaking havoc within the mind. The king-level core he had forcibly condensed was already highly unstable due to the forbidden drugs and sacrifices he had made. Now, with his soul suffering such a catastrophic blow, cracks instantly spread across the surface of the core. Crack. The king-level void domain collapsed. The early-stage Saint-level Night King Mantis and the Underworld Reaper faltered, their auras plummeting, their movements becoming slow and rigid due to the Master's soul injury. In that fleeting second, the tides of battle had irrevocably turned. Lin Feng wiped the blood from his cheek. The little fox, having sacrificed one of its tails, appeared feeble, its form swaying unsteadily. Lin Feng cradled it tenderly, gently stroking its remaining 6 tails. Well done. He cast a glance at Li Mo Yuan, who writhed in agony on the ground. A once proud figure now reduced to that of a dying beast. Impossible. I am a king. I am the prodigy of the Li family. Li Mo Yuan convulsed on the ground, unable to accept this reality. He had sacrificed his beast and consumed forbidden pills to gain transient king-level power, believing he could crush all opposition. Yet, he was undone by the bizarre skill of a mere fox. You were too arrogant. Lin Feng looked down upon him. Save me. Save me. As Li Mo Yuan's consciousness began to blur, the loss of his soul's essence rendered him incapable of maintaining rationality. He instinctively reached for his spatial ring, where a life-saving trump card from his family awaited. Lin Feng would not grant him this opportunity. Stepping firmly on Li Mo Yuan's wrist. Xiao Bing, Xiao Jiao, Mecha Dragon. Deal with them swiftly. Chirp. Roar. The snowflake rune on Xiao Bing's forehead glowed anew. Although Time Freeze couldn't fully immobilize the Saint-level Night King Mantis and Underworld Reaper, it did slow their movements. Having lost the domain's suppression, Xiao Jiao and Mecha Dragon erupted into action. The sun's chaotic true flame transformed into a golden torrent, swiftly overwhelming the reeling Underworld Reaper. Meanwhile, the annihilation particle beam from Mecha Dragon locked onto the Void Night King Mantis. Boom. Without their master's precise commands, Li Mo Yuan's 2 Saint-level beasts were obliterated into fragments before they could even emit a mournful cry, thanks to Lin Feng's trio of beasts working in perfect unison. Li Mo Yuan watched helplessly as his beasts were slaughtered. The backlash from the severed contract only exacerbated his already fractured soul. Lin Feng, my Li family will not let you go. He exerted his final strength, shattering the point ring on his wrist. A blinding white light enveloped the near-dead Li Mo Yuan, teleporting him away. With his soul essence damaged and his foundation destroyed, even if the Li family possessed unparalleled means, Li Mo Yuan's path as a beast master had effectively reached its end. The mind returned to tranquility, strewn with scars and the remnants of chaotic spatial turbulence. Lin Feng retracted his beasts and surveyed the surroundings. Ding! The host has defeated a king-level beastmaster, and the 9-tailed apocalypse fox has gained insight into the utilization of soul energy during battle. The system's notification chimed. Lin Feng did not rush to check. His attention was drawn to the little fox, which curled up in his embrace. The severed tail emitted a faint red glow. He retrieved a regular healing pill and placed it in the little fox's mouth. Although the pill held little promise for regenerating the fox's tail, it was better than nothing. Ding! Administering healing pill triggers a critical hit of 1,000,000 times. Acquired divine grade pill. 9-turn soul rebirth vitality pill. A golden pill, radiating a rich aura of life and soul energy, materialized in Lin Feng's hand. He paused momentarily, glancing at the frail little fox in his arms, before feeding it the divine pill. Chapter 103. The Elimination of Li Mo Yuan. The curtain falls on the first prodigy of Longdu. The white teleportation light abruptly extinguished, and Li Mo Yuan's figure vanished entirely from the mine. The residual oppressive aura of the king-level powerhouse dissipated rapidly with his departure, restoring silence to the cavern, punctuated only by the sound of stones continuously falling from the ceiling. Lin Feng did not immediately focus on the results of the battle. Instead, he looked down at the little fox in his arms. The recently administered 9-turn soul rebirth vitality pill was taking effect, and a dense aura of life and soul energy surged from within the little fox. Its once dull fiery red fur, a result of the sacrifice, rapidly regained its luster. At the severed tail's end, a soft red glow began to coalesce, and the nascent shape of a new tail was faintly discernible. The little fox emitted a weak whimper, nuzzling against Lin Feng. Only then did he relax his taut nerves. The divine pill was indeed effective. Buzz! The point ring on his wrist suddenly began to vibrate violently. Lin Feng raised his wrist, and the projection on the light screen displayed a flurry of data rapidly refreshing. Elimination Judgment, Lin Yuan, Dragon City. According to the rules, 50 of the opponent's points are acquired. Detected target Lin Yuan was previously eliminated. Having plundered points from other contestants, calculations in progress, a colossal figure emerged. Lin Feng's personal score surged by nearly 30,000 points in an instant. Current score, 118. 500 points. Current ranking, 1. First place. Lin Feng gazed at the number, his expression serene. The cost of this battle was not insignificant. The heart-calming soul pearl shattered, the little fox sacrificed a tail, and both the mechanical dragon and Xiao Jiao sustained injuries. Yet, the rewards were equally monumental. Lin Yuan, the most formidable threat in the early stages, was completely eradicated. His meticulously organized hunting team ultimately served as a perfect stepping stone for Lin Feng's ascent. At that very moment, within the rift of the apocalyptic wasteland space, across the entirety of the domain, all contestants' wristbands, regardless of their location or activity, simultaneously received a notification. The leaderboard refreshed. Inside an abandoned chemical factory, two teams from different base cities were on the verge of a confrontation over a supreme evolutionary material. Don't move. We discovered this dragon bloodgrass first. Nonsense. In the realm of secrets, the strong take what they desire. The atmosphere reached a boiling point. The battle on the verge of ignition. Buzz. Everyone's wristbands vibrated in unison. Ignore it, the leader began, but his words faltered as his eyes swept over the notification. Suddenly halting, others instinctively glanced at their wristbands. First place, Lin Feng, score, 118, 500 points. Second place, Tang Hao, score, 113, 500 points. Inside the factory, an eerie silence enveloped the space. Tang Hao surpassed? Who is this first place? Lin Feng. It's that brat. Scroll down. Their gazes hastily searched the leaderboard for that familiar name. They found it. Among the dozens of positions, one name had transformed into a glaring gray. Lin Yuan, eliminated. What? Lin Yuan has been eliminated? A Beastmaster's voice was fraught with disbelief. I recall the rumors from Dragon City. Lin Yuan had assembled a team of 12 master-level geniuses to hunt Lin Feng. They were counter-killed? Not only counter-killed, but also eliminated Lin Yuan. Everyone exchanged glances, astonished. The pride of Dragon City, leading an elite team to besiege a newcomer, only to see the newcomer claim the top spot while the prodigy was cast aside. The absurdity of this narrative was surreal. In the central district, deep within an ancient technological ruin, Tang Hao stood before the remains of a war automaton towering several dozen meters high. His main companion, the golden behemoth, had just torn open the automaton's chest plate, extracting an energy core. The wristband vibrated. Tang Hao glanced at the display. Ranking 2, he paused. Ceasing to clean the core, his focus shifting to the name that had replaced his own. Lin Feng. Lin Yuan lost. There was no trace of anger in Tang Hao's tone, only a profound curiosity. Not only had he lost, but he had also been eliminated. A deep growl emanated from the golden behemoth, sensing the rising battle intent within its master. Excellent. Tang Hao crushed the hard alloy fragments in his hand. The previously mundane selection process had finally become intriguing. Lin Feng, I hope you can maintain this position until I find you. In the northern ice fields, Shangwan Shui stood independently atop a glacier aged for millennia. Her ice crystal phoenix circled above, vigilantly monitoring the surroundings within a 10-mile radius. The leaderboard refreshed. Shangwan Shui regarded Lin Feng's name, her expression frosty. Lin Yuan's 12-member team had been completely annihilated. Her voice remained calm, devoid of emotion, reflecting on the foolishness and arrogance displayed. She analyzed Lin Feng's skyrocketing score. An instantaneous increase of nearly 30,000 points indicated that he had personally eliminated Lin Yuan. Achieving such a feat suggested that his prowess surpassed intelligence assessments. Shangwan Shui lightly tapped Lin Feng's name. It appeared he was the most significant variable in this celestial plan. In the central control center of the celestial plan selection, when the light representing Lin Yuan's life signal vanished from the large screen, the entire command hall fell into a profound silence. Dozens of staff members stared blankly at the main screen. There, the point representing Lin Feng radiated with resplendent brilliance in first place. How intriguing. The Li family's prodigal son was eliminated. A staff member broke the silence. Long Zhan stood at the command platform, his expression stoic. He dares to call himself the number one of the younger generation in Dragon City? It seems Lin Yuan is not as formidable as rumored. This fool resorted to banned substances, perhaps even sacrificing a beast companion for the sake of royal power, yet was still countered and killed by a master-level Lin Feng. Long Zhan keenly perceived Lin Feng's immense value. He might be the key for Dragon Country in combating the invasion from otherworldly realms. Thus, he decisively ordered a thorough investigation into Lin Feng's background, reassessing his potential and implementing close surveillance. In the underground mine, Lin Feng withdrew Xiao Jiao, the mechanical dragon, and Xiao Bing back into the beast space. They all required recuperation, especially the mechanical dragon, which had endured multiple assaults from the holy level Night King Mantis, sustaining significant damage to its shell armor. Only the little fox, under the influence of the divine elixir, was restoring its condition rapidly. Ding! Your beast, the nine-tailed doomsday fox, has consumed the 9-transformation soul rebirth elixir. Its soul origin is fully restored, and enhancements have been conferred. Tail regeneration in progress, expected to complete within 24 hours. The 9-tailed doomsday fox has deepened its understanding of soul power during battle. System prompts flooded in. From adversity comes fortune. The little fox's soul strength, after this sacrifice and rebirth, had soared to new heights. Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings. The mine was on the brink of collapse from the recent battle. Chaotic spatial currents swirling around. Moreover, such intense energy fluctuations could potentially attract other contestants or formidable beasts. He gazed at the vein of spatial law minerals. The surface had already been largely extracted and absorbed by the mechanical dragon. Mechanical dragon, continue, Lin Feng commanded through their mental link. Chapter 104, Collecting Fragments of Law. Triggering billions of times critical hit. In the central control center of the celestial plan selection, the atmosphere was tense. Li Mo Yuan's light point disappearing signified that the most illustrious prodigy from the Li family of Dragon City had been eliminated by an unexpected dark horse from Jiangnan in this nationally scrutinized selection. General Longzhan. Within the monitoring station, a middle-aged man adorned in luxurious robes, with the Li family emblem embroidered on his chest, suddenly rose. He was Li Qingye, the representative dispatched by the Li family. His complexion was ashen, his finger pointing at the screen displaying Lin Feng's light point. This Lin Feng must be problematic. How could a master-level contestant eliminate someone who has ascended to royal level like Mo Yuan? I demand an immediate investigation. His voice echoed through the quiet hall, imbued with an undeniable pressure. Longzhan, seated at the command post, leaned slightly back, his hands clasped. Representatively, mind your words. Mind my words? General Long. It was my family's prodigal son who was eliminated. His forceful breakthrough to royal level within the competition indicates that he encountered a life-and-death crisis. Perhaps Lin Feng resorted to some despicable means? Li Qingye advanced towards the command platform. Longzhan interrupted him coldly. The selection competition is inherently a matter of life and death. Li Mo Yuan's forceful breakthrough was his own choice. He organized a hunting squad to besiege Lin Feng. I have already shown considerable leniency by not involving your Li family. Longzhan rose to his feet. The imposing aura of a military giant instantly overshadowed Li Qingye. A loss is a loss. The rules of the competition supersede all, including the face of your Li family. You. Li Qingye trembled with rage. He understood Longzhan's unwavering justice, but did not anticipate such a blatant disregard for the Li family's dignity. Longzhan, do not forget that Kyoto is not a one-man show for you. If anything were to happen to Mo Yuan, the Li family would not let it go lightly. Li Qingye delivered a harsh warning. We are leaving. He flicked his sleeve and stormed out of the central command with several Li family attendants, seething with anger. In the hall, the atmosphere remained oppressive. An aide approached Longzhan and whispered for permission. General, regarding the Li family. Longzhan's gaze was fixated on the glowing dot of Lin Feng on the screen, the top position on the leaderboard glaringly conspicuous. Li Mo Yuan's spirit was wounded. His foundation destroyed. That old fellow from the Li family is likely to go mad. As for Lin Feng, this Lin Feng is truly a talent. He has achieved a remarkable counterattack against a king-level opponent. His potential is immeasurable. Longzhan's tone conveyed admiration. He is the prospective champion of this selection competition and a beacon of hope for Long Country. Longzhan turned and issued orders. Relay my command, in the name of the military, to the Li family. The aide was taken aback. What purpose does this serve? To admonish them. Longzhan's voice was frigid. Inform Li Tiangang that Lin Feng is under my protection. Anyone who dares to harm Lin Feng in Kyoto will be opposing the entire military. Understood. The aide saluted and departed swiftly. Longzhan is determined to safeguard Lin Feng. In the desolate wasteland, within the subterranean mine, the echoes of battle had yet to disperse. The entire cavern structure was exceedingly unstable, with fissures dotting the landscape. Lin Feng had no time to celebrate his victory. Mechanized dragon, continue the extraction. Speed it up. Lin Feng urged through their mental link. We cannot linger here. We must swiftly claim the final spoils. Mechanized dragon returned to the vein, its alloy claws proving more efficient than any drill. Bolstered by spatial power, The hard ore was sliced through as effortlessly as tofu. As Mechanized Dragon delved deeper, the spatial fluctuations intensified. Crack! Its claws seemed to have encountered an exceedingly hard object. Lin Feng approached. At the very core of the vein lay a fist-sized crystal, entirely silver, with what appeared to be a flowing galaxy within. A spatial law crystal. This was the essence of the entire vein, harboring a purity of spatial law power far beyond that of ordinary ores. Beside it were two smaller crystals, one crimson like fire, the other a deep blue reminiscent of ice. Fire law crystal, ice law crystal. Fortune smiles upon me. Lin Feng stowed the three crystals away without hesitation, immediately presenting the largest spatial law crystal to Mechanized Dragon. Consume it. Mechanized Dragon opened its mouth, swallowing the crystal into its core furnace. Lin Feng held his breath. Feeding a law crystal is a substantial investment. System, do not disappoint me. Ding. Feeding beast with spatial law crystal, rare. The system's prompt resonated. Lin Feng's heart raced. Here it comes. Critical hit triggered. Calculating critical hit multiplier. The system's voice seemed to momentarily stutter due to the overwhelming calculation. Lin Feng's palms grew slightly clammy. Ding. Critical hit triggered, billionfold. Boom. Lin Feng's mind erupted with the sound of thunder. A billionfold. This was theoretically the highest level of divine critical hit. What transformation would a rare law crystal undergo after such amplification? Ding. Critical hit successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a divine artifact, World Source Stone Small. In Lin Feng's palm, a dazzling silver light materialized, lacking a fixed form, sometimes resembling a cube, other times a nebula. An immense, ancient aura, as though from the dawn of the universe, emanated from it. The chaotic spatial currents within the mind were instantly subdued by this aura. The world source. This is the foundational cornerstone of a world, the ultimate manifestation of spatial law. Lin Feng suppressed his elation. He gazed at Mechanized Dragon. Here, this is yours. Lin Feng pressed the world source into the core of Mechanized Dragon's annihilation core. Roar. Mechanized Dragon released an unprecedented, soaring roar. Its body began to tremble violently. Silver light erupting from every crevice, blindingly brilliant. Mechanized Dragon's aura surged uncontrollably. The barrier of the Emperor-level pinnacle shattered under the onslaught of the world source. Its annihilation core transformed into a miniature black hole, voraciously devouring the source power. Mechanized Dragon's form began to expand, the metallic shell undergoing a fundamental metamorphosis, transitioning from alloy to an unknown spatial divine metal. Evolution, transitioning from the growth phase to the maturity phase. Once it reached maturity, Mechanized Dragon's combat prowess would truly ascend to the saint level, or even higher. Lin Feng did not pause. He picked up the accompanying Fire Law Crystal and fed it to Little Nine within the beast space. Ding. Feeding Fire Law Crystal, rare, triggering 10,000-fold critical hit. Acquired. Sun True Fire Source Crystal, divine. Little Nine emitted a joyful cry, the purity of the chaotic true flames soaring once more. Finally, he fed the Ice Law Crystal to Little Bing. Ding. Feeding Ice Law Crystal, rare, triggering 1,000-fold critical hit. Acquired. Primordial Ice Essence, sacred. Although it did not trigger another billionfold miracle, the 10,000-fold and 1,000-fold critical hits still granted tremendous benefits to Little Nine and Little Bing. The three chaotic divine beasts simultaneously embarked on a new round of evolution. Lin Feng sensed the massive energy surging within the beast space. Their auras were synchronously strengthening. Li Mo Yuan's sniper attempt not only failed to hinder Lin Feng, but instead became the catalyst for the collective evolution of his beasts. The tremors within the mine intensified, and the ceiling began to collapse extensively. Lin Feng cast a final glance at the now completely depleted vein and turned to leap into the spatial passage opened by Mechanized Dragon. Chapter 105. The Abyssal Rift opens. The Saint King-level giant claw descends. At the moment the mine collapsed, Lin Feng stepped through the spatial passage. Behind him, a resounding crash echoed from the depths. As the ground in the entire region caved into a massive sinkhole, Lin Feng did not look back. His entire focus was directed towards the beast space within. There, monumental changes were unfolding, particularly with Mechanized Dragon. After consuming the World Source Stone, its evolution entered a frenzied state. Ding. Your beast, Annihilation Mechanized Dragon, is absorbing the World Source Stone. Life tier transition in progress. Growth phase, pinnacle, to maturity phase, initial stage. Comprehensive combat power assessed as saint level initial stage. The Divine Golden Body, intermediate, evolves into the Divine Golden Body, advanced. The material fuses with the fundamental properties of the world, granting a brief immunity to low-dimensional spatial strikes. The innate talent of World Traversal, beginner, evolves into World Traversal, intermediate capable of carrying the host for long-distance spatial plane traversal, disregarding ordinary spatial fluctuations, with significantly reduced consumption and cooldown time. A vast and boundless power of space erupted within the Beast Mastery space. A silver radiance pierced through the alloy deck, and the mechanical dragon's form seemed to transform into a miniature sun. The chaotic divine bloodline, stimulated by the essence of the world's foundation, awakened significantly. Meanwhile, Xiao Jiao devoured the essence crystal of the true fire of the sun, while Xiao Bing absorbed the primordial ice essence. Although their evolutionary progress was not as dramatic as that of the mechanical dragon, they were steadily advancing towards maturity. 3 chaotic divine-grade beasts simultaneously underwent a leap in their life levels. This surge of power was immense. The colossal, ancient, and supreme divine aura emanated uncontrollably from within them. Lin Feng's mental sea trembled violently. He attempted to seal off the Beast Mastery space with his mental force, suppressing the leakage of this aura. Yet, it was too powerful. The 3 chaotic divine auras intertwined, far exceeding the limits that even a master-level mental force could contain. Boom. Space, flame, time, and frost. 3 distinctly different, yet transcendent chaotic divine auras surged uncontrollably from Lin Feng's being, surpassing even the limits of the apocalyptic wasteland spatial fissure. Rumble. Suddenly, the suppressed divine beast aura erupted like a flood breaching a dam, instantly shattering the barriers of the Beast Mastery space and spreading outward. Crack. A clear sound of shattering echoed in the sky. Lin Feng looked up. The ashen sky, as if struck by an invisible force, bore dense cracks akin to shattered glass. The already unstable space, rendered so by previous battles, was utterly fragmented under the impact of this divine aura. The cracks rapidly expanded, ultimately forming a massive black void with a diameter exceeding 1,000 meters. It was more profound and terrifying than the entrance of the apocalyptic wasteland itself. The abyssal rift. A suffocating, malevolent pressure, far exceeding the imperial level, poured forth from the fissure. In the central control room of the Heavenly Vault selection tournament, the hall, which had fallen into a brief silence due to Li Mo Yuan's elimination, was suddenly rent asunder by a piercing alarm. Warning! Warning! An S-class or higher super high-energy reaction detected. The spatial index has surpassed the critical threshold. In the area of coordinates, X79, Y134, the spatial barrier is collapsing. Blinding red light instantaneously engulfed the entire hall. All monitoring personnel sprang to their feet, and the data on the control panels fluctuated wildly, culminating in chaotic crimson chaos. What is happening? Longzhan stepped forward to the main control panel. A technical supervisor, drenched in sweat, rapidly operated the controls. Report, General, E7 District, where Lin Feng and Li Mo Yuan were battling. The spatial barrier has shattered. Could it be caused by a peak imperial level aberration? Longzhan inquired. No. This energy fluctuation far exceeds the peak imperial level. It is tearing open a new passage. The main screen captured a terrifying and blurred image. Above the wasteland mining area, a massive black vortex was taking shape. Data analysis has been completed. Another analyst exclaimed, this is not the internal collapse of the apocalyptic wasteland. A higher dimensional world, through this aura, is forcibly connecting. Longzhan's expression changed. Higher dimensional world connection? This signifies that an existence far beyond the preset strength of the selection tournament may descend. Quickly, activate the first-level emergency plan. Longzhan seized the communicator, instructing all participants to abandon their missions and assemble at the nearest evacuation point. The selection tournament is to be immediately halted. General, it's too late. The passage has already opened. On the screen, the black vortex ceased its rotation, forming a stable fissure leading into the unknown. A terrifying pressure penetrated the screen, leaving everyone in the central control room struggling to breathe. This is... Longzhan's eyes were fixed on the screen, the pressure of the Saint level. In the apocalyptic wasteland, amidst the ruins of the E7 mining area, Lin Feng stood atop the collapsed mining debris, gazing skyward. The sky had shattered. The once ashen canopy resembled glass struck by a mighty hammer, now riddled with countless black fissures. The cracks rapidly expanded, ultimately disintegrating. In their stead arose an immense black vortex spanning the horizon. The abyssal rift. A suffocating, chaotic, and destructive pressure poured forth from the fissure. This pressure far surpassed Li Mo Yuan's subpar, Saint-level beast domain. This was the true aura of a superior being. Saint-level. Moreover, an existence far exceeding the ordinary Saint-level. Lin Feng felt every bone in his body creak. Within his beast mastery space, the 3 evolving beasts emitted restless growls. The divine beast aura they released was like a torch in the night, illuminating the direction for the terrifying presence within the abyss. This is a grave predicament. Lin Feng realized he had ventured too far. The collective evolution brought about by the billion-fold critical strike had inadvertently attracted such a level of monstrosity. The selection tournament had instantaneously transformed into a life-and-death crisis. His wristband vibrated violently, relaying Long Zhan's urgent evacuation command. Yet, it was too late. That saint-level pressure had firmly locked onto Lin Feng. The space was sealed, rendering even the mechanical dragon's dimensional traversal useless. Roar. A roar reminiscent of ancient primordial times emanated from the black vortex. The pressure contained within the sound forced all remaining aberrations within 100 miles, regardless of their level, to prostrate in fear. Lin Feng struggled to maintain his footing. He witnessed a colossal claw emerging from the depths of the abyssal rift. This claw, covered in black scales the size of millstones, radiated an aura of destruction from each scale. It was enormous. Even a single extended claw was mountain-sized, obscuring the sky. Chapter 106. The Saint-Level Battle. Mechanical Source Dragon versus Abyssal Giant Claw. Following the emergence of the giant claw, there was no pause. It locked onto the source of the divine beast aura emanating from the ground, Lin Feng. Then, with the might to crush all, it descended with a resounding crash. The sky was utterly torn asunder by the giant claw. This was not merely a physical obstruction, but a crushing force at the level of laws. The destructive laws of the saint level, like solidified cement, rendered the surrounding space within 100 meters impenetrable. Lin Feng was immobilized. Even his thoughts felt as if they had frozen. Every possible escape route was sealed off by this pure will emanating from a higher dimensional existence. This is the saint level, a truly terrifying existence that transcends the imperial level. The giant claw, wielding the might capable of flattening mountains, crashed down with a thunderous roar. It's over. There is no escape this time. This thought surged uncontrollably within him, just as despair threatened to engulf him. The most brilliant silver cocoon within the beast mastery space suddenly erupted. Ding! Your celestial beast, the star annihilation mechanized dragon, has completed its evolution. Lin Feng's spirit jolted with exhilaration. Almost instinctively, he let out a final roar within the depths of his consciousness. Mechanized dragon, arise. A resounding hum echoed as a silvery beam of light forcefully tore through the frozen fabric of space, soaring skyward. A colossal steel dragon, nearly twice its former size, materialized before Lin Feng, standing as a bulwark against impending peril. It had reached maturity. Initial stage of the holy level. The surface of the mechanized dragon was no longer merely metallic. It shimmered with a divine silver luminescence, intricate patterns of primordial essence flickering across its carapace. A magnificent aura, filled with order and creativity, erupted forth, embodying the overwhelming pressure of the holy level. Two utterly distinct laws of the holy level clashed violently in the air. With a resounding roar, the mechanized dragon let out a fierce cry, its metallic timbre resonating with the fabric of space. Tearing open a breach in the oppressive law brought forth by the abyssal giant claw, Lin Feng felt an immediate alleviation of pressure. He had survived. Yet the crisis was far from averted. The descent of the abyssal giant claw showed no signs of abating. In the face of this cataclysmic strike, the mechanized dragon did not choose to confront it head-on. The core of its star annihilation energy blazed brilliantly, illuminating the primordial patterns on its surface. The mechanized dragon crossed its arms before it. Instead of erecting an energy shield, space began to twist and fold in a manner defying physical laws. A microcosmic spatial fracture formed not as a barrier, but as a trap leading to the void. This was the core ability bestowed upon the mechanized dragon by the primordial essence of the world. With a thunderous crash, the colossal claw finally descended, striking forcefully upon the distorted spatial fracture. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the grating sound of space being torn asunder. The annihilative energy contained within the claw was violently distorted, exiled, and obliterated upon contact with the fracture. It resembled a mighty waterfall being forcibly shoved through a pinhole. The immense body of the mechanized dragon trembled violently, the ground beneath it cracking and splintering like a spiderweb. Yet it held its ground, successfully obstructing this world-destroying blow on Lin Feng's behalf. However, the being lurking beyond the abyssal rift was far more sinister than anticipated. In that fleeting moment when the claw and the spatial fracture were locked in a stalemate, a strand of black mist, finer than a strand of hair, emerged from the gaps in the claw's scales. It disregarded the mechanized dragon's spatial barrier and shot towards Lin Feng's brow at a speed surpassing light, like a living serpent. This was the essence of law pollution. This was the true lethal strike. The physical attack was merely a ruse. This imprint of the abyssal law was the opponent's true objective. If struck, Lin Feng's soul would succumb to the abyssal essence, becoming a mere coordinate and puppet in this world. Lin Feng's true eye caught sight of this fatal strand of black mist. There was no evading it. It was too swift. Mechanized dragon, Lin Feng's mental command surged with frantic urgency. Abandon defense. Charge. It was a command that defied all combat logic. To forsake the sole means of defense and confront a holy level assault with his own flesh? A fool's errand. Yet the mechanized dragon hesitated not for an instant. It instantly withdrew the spatial fracture before it, channeling all its internal energy into its form. The divine golden body. Buzz. The entire body of the mechanized dragon radiated an unprecedented silver brilliance. The primordial power of the world was pushed to its zenith. It ceased all defenses, transforming itself into the sharpest projectile forged from the very rules of the world. It charged forth to meet the colossal claw. With a fierce determination, the mechanized dragon collided with the palm of the claw. Simultaneously, the strand of black law pollution struck the mechanized dragon's body with precision. Hiss! There was no explosion, only the violent annihilation of opposing forces. The cold, eerie abyssal law, upon contact with the mechanized dragon's divine golden body, reacted as oil hitting ice water. It sought to erode the mechanized dragon's form, aiming to assimilate this steel body into the abyss. However, the primordial power circulating within the mechanized dragon acted as the most efficient purifier. The silver radiance enveloped the black mist, commencing a furious purification and disintegration. Two entirely different supreme laws clashed violently at the surface of the mechanized dragon. Terrifying spatial tremors radiated outward from the mechanized dragon, spreading in all directions. Crack, crack. Minute fissures appeared on the seemingly indestructible black scales of the abyssal giant claw. Roar. From behind the abyssal rift came a voice of bewilderment and disbelief. The unknown horrific entity seemed utterly unprepared for the existence of a being capable of resisting, even purifying, its abyssal law in this lowly dimension. For the first time, the descent of the claw was halted. Now was the moment. Lin Feng seized this fleeting opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved a most ordinary, fist-sized recovery spirit crystal from his spatial ring. This was a snack he typically used to replenish energy for his celestial beasts. With all his might, he hurled the spirit crystal towards the mechanized dragon, which was locked in a struggle with the claw. Mechanized dragon. Now, the spirit crystal arced through the air in a parabolic trajectory. Ding! Feeding the star annihilation mechanized dragon the energy crystal, triggering 100,000 times critical hit. The system's notification resonated like celestial music. Ding! Congratulations, host. The star annihilation mechanized dragon has obtained a god-level void energy core, one-time use. The spirit crystal, amplified by the critical hit, transformed into a torrent of pure, overwhelming energy, as though it had originated from the vacuum of the universe. This energy surged directly into the mechanized dragon's core, which had dimmed from the recent exertion. Boom! The near-exhausted energy pool was instantly replenished, overflowing with vitality. Its electronic eyes erupted with a blinding crimson glow. The moment for counterattack had arrived. Chapter 107. The Might of the Primordial Essence. Repelling the abyssal giant claw. The void energy core completely dissolved upon contact with the mechanized dragon, unleashing a torrent of pure energy, seemingly drawn from the cosmos itself, into the dim core of the mechanized dragon. Boom! The near-empty energy reservoir was filled to the brim, overflowing with vitality. The electronic eyes of the mechanized dragon blazed with a piercing red light. Roar! It unleashed a thunderous roar, no longer in passive defense. The divine golden body. The mechanized dragon poured all that immense void energy into its form without reservation. The silver brilliance cascading across its surface surged dramatically, and the essence of the primordial world was ignited to its utmost potential. The mechanized dragon abandoned all ostentatious skills, transforming itself into the most primal and sharpest bullet forged from the very rules of the world. Rather than targeting the broad palm of the claw, it struck with precision at the joint connecting one of the claw's fingers, the weakest point in its defense. Crack! A resounding crack, sharp enough to induce a twinge of discomfort, erupted in the sky. It was the sound of scales shattering, under the purifying and overwhelming force of the world's primal energy. The once unbreakable black scales at the joints of the colossal claw displayed their first web-like fractures. A roar, laced with agony and disbelief, resonated from behind the abyssal rift for the very first time. This unknown, terrifying entity seemed utterly unprepared for the fact that its saint-level form could sustain injury in this inferior dimension. Lin Feng felt a surge of relief. Effective. Yet, in the next moment, his heart sank once more. After the pain from its injury, the giant claw did not retract as he had anticipated. On the contrary, from the fissured wound, a denser black liquid surged forth. This liquid did not merely drip, it twisted and writhed in the air, morphing into countless small, malevolent runic chains. With a rustle, the runic chains, akin to serpents endowed with life, instantly ensnared the massive form of the mechanical dragon, binding it tightly and restricting its movements. A terrifying force of drag emanated from the chains, attempting to forcibly pull the mechanical dragon into the unfathomable depths of the abyssal rift. This was not an attack. It was an attempt to capture. Lin Feng quickly realized. The adversary's objective had never been to eliminate him. Rather, it sought to seize the mechanical dragon. The unique essence of the world's primal energy that resided within the mechanical dragon was a fatal temptation, a supreme treasure for the abyssal beings. What a delusion! Lin Feng's mental energy surged within his sea of consciousness. He immediately conveyed instructions to the two evolving beasts within the Beast Master space through the soul contract. Xiaojiao, Xiaobing, lend your power to the mechanical dragon. Within the Beast Master space, Xiaojiao, who was absorbing the essence of the true fire of the sun, and Xiaobing, who was merging with the essence of the ancient ice soul, simultaneously opened their eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, they cried out in unison. Screech, roar. Two distinctly different divine powers, linked by the contract, transformed into torrents of energy that surged remotely into the body of the mechanical dragon. One was the sun's chaotic true flame that devoured all. The other was the ancient illusionary ice that froze time and space. One hot, one cold. These two extremes of power, upon entering the mechanical dragon's body, did not clash. Instead, they resonated wondrously with the primal energy that dwelled within. Buzz, the mechanical dragon, bound by the black runic chains, suddenly ignited with a brilliant golden divine fire, which was simultaneously enveloped by a layer of pale frost that solidified time and space. Heat and cold, creation and destruction, harmonized perfectly in that fleeting moment. Roar. The mechanical dragon unleashed its core ability, derived from the primal energy of the world. After ascending to the saint level, microspace folding, it did not attempt to break free from the chains. Instead, it forcibly collapsed the surrounding space along with the entwined runic chains. There was no explosion, only an extreme, heart-stopping silence. Those incredibly resilient runic chains, along with the space they occupied, were consumed, crushed, and returned to nothingness by an invisible black hole. The destructive force of the collapsing space surged back through the remnants of the chains, impacting the giant claw. The wound on the giant claw erupted once more, releasing a cloud of black mist. Roar. This time, it was a pure, defiant roar of pain. The gargantuan abyssal claw, having sustained successive injuries, slowly retracted from the rift, filled with endless fury. The overwhelming pressure that enveloped the heavens began to recede like a tide. Lin Feng watched as the giant claw vanished entirely into the black whirlpool, and his taut nerves finally found a moment of respite. Victory. Though it was a Pyrrhic victory, he had ultimately repelled this incomprehensible terror. However, just as the claw completely withdrew into the abyssal rift, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A drop of black abyssal blood silently dripped from the claw's tip. It did not fall to the ground. Instead, ignoring the distance of space, it vanished from sight the moment it dripped. In the next instant, Lin Feng felt an intense burning pain radiate from the back of his left hand. He looked down sharply. That drop of black blood had already left its mark on his hand. It rapidly spread, forming a complex and malevolent black sigil composed of countless twisted runes. The sigil appeared for just a second before, like ink dissolving in water. It slowly sank beneath his skin, vanishing without a trace, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, the cold sensation that emanated from his very soul unmistakably informed Lin Feng that this was no mere illusion. Almost simultaneously, the system's cold notification echoed. Ding! The host has been marked by the saint-level abyssal sovereign and is now afflicted with the abyssal mark. Abyssal mark. This mark cannot be removed by conventional means and will continuously attract similar abyssal creatures to hunt the host. Simultaneously, the mark will gradually erode the host's mind and soul. If not suppressed, it will ultimately transform the host into an abyssal aberration. Lin Feng gazed at the unblemished skin of his hand, realizing that the crisis had not been averted. The enormous rift in the sky, having closed after the retreat of the abyssal claw, began to heal at a visibly slow pace. However, the lingering essence of the abyss had permanently altered the environment of this area, with a foreboding stench of sulfur and decay permeating the air. Central control of the Sky Vault selection. The command hall was engulfed in an eerie silence. All eyes were fixated on the main screen, where the image of the silver dragon shadow colliding head-on with the saint-level claw replayed incessantly in their minds. That was not Imperial level. That was a true clash of saint-level laws. That Lin Feng, his beast, is at saint level? A staff officer's hoarse voice shattered the stillness. No, he was merely at the peak of Imperial level, a forced breakthrough during battle. The technical supervisor trembled as he retrieved the data replay. But its quality was impossible to assess. and its potential was an unfathomable abyss. Long Zhan stood tall at the command platform, his burly frame erect, his expression grave. Chapter 108. Selection halted. Long Zhan's resolution and Lin Feng's crisis. Long Zhan observed the landscape, permanently altered by the collapse of space, along with the slowly dissipating pressure of the saint level. Lin Feng's value had transcended the realm of genius. He was a strategic talent capable of altering the future battlefield of the Dragon Nation. General, the Li family has already departed, the adjutant whispered. Long Zhan did not turn. He picked up the high-priority communicator, his voice resonating throughout the hall. I command the Sky Vault selection to be halted immediately due to irresistible forces. All surviving participants must abandon their tasks and convene at coordinates A1 for emergency evacuation. The 1st, 3rd, and 5th fleets set forth immediately to seal the Doomsday Ruin spatial rift. Assist the survivors and cleanse the abyssal contamination. Orders were decisively issued. The staff within the hall began to operate at high speed. After issuing the collective commands, Long Zhan opened a separate encrypted communication channel. Target, Lin Feng. Lin Feng, can you hear me? On the desolate ruins. Lin Feng felt the searing pain that penetrated his soul from the mark on his hand. The vibration of the bracelet drew him back to reality. It was Long Zhan's voice. After Lin Feng responded, he immediately left his original position, avoiding any contact with others, and headed straight for the Special Affairs Processing Channel of the Longdu Military Department. I will send you the coordinates. Long Zhan's tone was unusually grave. Your beast has triggered this disaster and exposed your secret. Now, not only the Li family has set their sights on you, but countless beast families in Longdu, as well as the owner of that claw. A chill coursed through Lin Feng's heart. He understood that through the battles of recent days, he had revealed too much, effectively becoming a coveted target. Xiaolong moved. Without a moment's hesitation, he issued a command to Xiaolong through their mental bond. Objective: Special Affairs Processing Channel of the Longdu Military Department. Activating innate ability. World Traversal, Intermediate. Locating coordinates, Longdu. Location confirmed, constructing spatial passage. Silver spatial energy gathered before Lin Feng, forming a wormhole capable of accommodating a single individual. Just then, a sudden, searing pain erupted from the back of his left hand, where the previously vanished mark was located. A cold, chaotic force of law erupted from the mark, violently interfering with Xiaolong's control over the space. Warning: unknown abyssal law interference detected. Spatial coordinates have deviated. Transmission accuracy severely affected. World traversal failed. The spatial wormhole, which was on the verge of completion, abruptly twisted violently several times before collapsing entirely. Lin Feng grunted, feeling the backlash on his mental energy, and his complexion paled slightly. Damn it. This abyssal mark is not only a locator, but also a spatial disruptor. Long distance, precise transmission was now impossible. Xiaolong, attempt a short-distance jump. We must leave this place. With no time to hesitate, Lin Feng instantly altered his strategy. Xiaolong summoned its power once more, and an unstable short-distance spatial gate opened before them. Lin Feng stepped through, and his figure vanished in an instant. Less than 10 seconds after his disappearance, two formidable auras descended upon the shattered ruins, one following closely behind the other. Tang Hao stood atop a precipice, his golden behemoth roaring behind him, brimming with battle intent. He gazed at the still unhealed rift in the sky, sensing the lingering holy level pressure and the unique chaotic divine aura in the air. Interesting, Tang Hao licked his lips, feeling not fear, but exhilaration. Not only had he eliminated Li Mo Yuan, but he also had the chance to engage with a being of such caliber. Very strong. I will remember this name, Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Shangwan Shui quietly landed. Her ice crystal phoenix circled in the sky, its ice blue eyes scanning the battlefield. Suddenly, the ice crystal phoenix emitted a soft cry, transmitting a mental message to Shangwan Shui. A slight frown creased her cool visage. In addition to the overwhelming holy level pressure, the phoenix sensed a faint yet malevolent residual aura, the abyssal mark. Moreover, it was a mark left by a highly advanced abyssal creature. The situation was far more complex than anyone had anticipated. After several consecutive short-distance spatial jumps, Lin Feng's figure materialized at the edge of a desolate city. Each transmission caused the mark on the back of his hand to flare up, burdening both him and Xiaolong significantly. Leaning against a crumbling wall, he gasped for breath. Roar! Hiss! Before he could regain his composure, the shadows of the abandoned buildings around him echoed with the roars of strange beasts. Dozens of crimson eyes flickered to life in the darkness. The levels of these beasts were generally above king rank, and they seemed to have caught the scent of the most delectable blood, surrounding him from all directions. It was no coincidence. It was that damned abyssal mark. It acted like a signal amplifier, wildly attracting all high-ranking beasts sensitive to chaos and slaughter in the wilderness. Lin Feng's predicament instantly shifted from a prospective champion of the selection tournament to a moving source of disaster. Damn it. Reluctantly, Lin Feng had no choice but to initiate a spatial jump once more. He had to reach Longdu and seek refuge with the military before being completely overwhelmed by the endless tide of beasts. Meanwhile, in Longdu, at the Li family estate, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the calm before a storm. In the deepest part of the top-tier medical room, Li Mo Yuan lay quietly in a life support chamber. His body connected to various expensive tubes. On the sole monitoring device, the curve representing the essence of his life was faint, resembling a straight line. The head of the Li family, Li Tiangang, stood outside the life support chamber, his imposing frame clad in traditional attire, failing to conceal the explosive contours of his muscles. At that moment, his face, naturally intimidating, was shrouded in clouds of fury. Behind him, a family elder held a diagnostic report, his voice trembling. Head of the family. Young Master Mo Yuan's soul essence has been eroded by an extremely peculiar poison and has completely collapsed. His foundation is utterly destroyed. The divine elixir is powerless to save him. He is finished. Boom. A terrifying mid-level king pressure erupted from Li Tiangang's body. The elder reporting this news was instantly crushed under this oppressive force, struggling to breathe. The medical room, crafted from special alloys, was soon riddled with cracks on its walls. Those priceless precision instruments shattered in an instant, sparks flying everywhere. Lin Feng. Li Tiangang enunciated this name through clenched teeth, with each syllable dripping with overwhelming killing intent. He abruptly turned, issuing commands to the family members behind him. Relay my orders. Initiate level 1 alert. No matter where he is, no matter who protects him. I want Lin Feng dead. Chapter 109. The Fall of the Qilin Child? The Wrath of Li Tiangang. The Li family's intelligence network sprang into action with terrifying efficiency the moment Li Mo Yuan was returned. A classified document was cautiously delivered to Li Tiangang's study, projected onto a massive holographic screen before him. The document contained all of Lin Feng's information, originating from Jiangnan Bay City, a commoner, his parents ordinary wage earners. He enrolled in Jiangnan Beastmaster Academy, starting with a common-level fire crow as his beast, and his initial aptitude assessed as F level. Every piece of information was impeccably clear. Li Tiangang gripped the thin report, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. The data was comprehensive, detailing everything from birth to entry into the Tianxiong Project Selection Tournament. Each link meticulously documented. Yet this clarity appeared to Li Tiangang as the greatest absurdity. A commoner? F-level aptitude. He extended a finger, lightly tapping the holographic screen, displaying Lin Feng's name. Do you truly believe I will accept this? No one among the core family members standing behind him dared to speak. Li Tiangang's gaze swept across the crowd, finally landing on a specially marked video file. It depicted Lin Feng casually tossing a piece of ordinary jerky in the competition area, causing his beast to surge with overwhelming power. A commoner can produce resources that even imperial-level beasts covet. A waste with F-level aptitude can cultivate a beast that crushes my son, Mo Yuan. Li Tiangang's tone was eerily calm, yet each word struck like ice, weighing heavily on the hearts of all present. He abruptly waved his hand, and all the documents vanished in an instant. This is not merely the rise of a commoner. It is a conspiracy aimed at the Li family. He reached a decisive conclusion. A pawn from a rival faction or an illegitimate child, concealed for decades, has been thrust into the spotlight at a critical juncture, with the intent of dismantling the next heir of the Li clan. This logic is a flawless closed loop. He immediately summoned all core members of the family, his icy voice echoing through the hall. First, at all costs, mobilize all family reserves, including the 9 rebirth soul elixir. We must ensure Mo Yuan's survival. An elder's face showed hesitation. Head of the family, the 9 rebirth soul elixir is, even if it means turning him into a living corpse. I will keep him alive, Li Tiangang interrupted. Second, he paused, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloping the room. Issue the highest-level blood-red assassination order of the Li family. The target, Lin Feng. I desire not only his death, but also the eradication of the power behind him, that so-called hidden family, down to the very roots and ashes. The might of the foremost beast-taming family in Longdu surged like a colossal beast awakened, beginning to permeate the entirety of Longdu. The Beast Tamer Association, the Longdu Garrison, the underground black market, and countless factions intricately linked to the Li family received the news simultaneously. An invisible net, centered around the Li family, rapidly unfurled across the skies of Longdu. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Li Tiangang did not immediately dispatch assassins or family elites to pursue Lin Feng in the trial area. In the study, a trusted elder inquired perplexedly, head of the family, why not strike while he is still in the trials? Li Tiangang was meticulously polishing an ancient battle knife, his movements slow and focused. This trial is organized by the military. Killing him during the trial would provoke the Long Kingdom's military displeasure. He will undoubtedly return to Longdu and enter the Tianxiong clan's genius training camp. He will likely seek shelter from Longzhan. He lifted his gaze, a cruel smile gracing his face. I want Longzhan to witness how he is ground to dust under the rules of my Li family, how the fate of those who oppose us unfolds. In our own domain, toying with the enemy using power and regulations until they are utterly crushed. That is Li Tiangong's modus operandi. The news of the Li family's blood-red assassination order detonated like a thunderclap within the upper echelons of Longdu. Accompanied by detailed intelligence regarding the disintegration of Li Mo Yuan's soul source and the destruction of his foundation. The entire Longdu was engulfed in a tense atmosphere. At the Tang family estate, Tang Zhan set down his teacup and addressed his son, Tang Hao, who was brimming with battle intent, with a calm demeanor. Watch closely. Do not act rashly. Tang Hao, somewhat unconvinced, replied, Father, that Lin Feng. A person capable of attracting a holy-level being cannot possibly be simple. Li Tiangong's judgment may not be erroneous. Tang Zhan's gaze deepened. Let the Li family scout the way. We shall wait to see the show unfold. Meanwhile, at the Shangwan family, Shangwan Shui, after listening to the report, coldly remarked, the Li family remains as domineering as ever. Her succinct comment sufficed to convey her neutral stance. In contrast, factions friendly with the Li family, such as the Murong, Wu, and Shun families, publicly expressed their support for the Li family's decisions, laying invisible obstacles in the path of Lin Feng as he prepared to step into Longdu. At the eye of the storm, Li Tiangang donned formal attire and personally traveled to the headquarters of the Beast Tamer Association in Longdu. He sought an audience with the association's vice president, Song Zongming. In the meeting room, Song Zongming personally brewed tea for Li Tiangang. Brother Tiangang, I share your sorrow regarding your son's predicament. Li Tiangang waved his hand, refusing the cup of tea. Vice President Song, I am not here today as a father, but as a beast tamer. He pushed a pre-prepared document across the table to Song Zongming. I am not here to seek vengeance. I am here to uphold the integrity and justice of the beast tamer competition. Song Zongming picked up the document, his expression gradually growing grave. Oh, this is... Lin Feng's beast demonstrated power in battle that exceeded the imperial level, even triggering a spatial collapse and tearing open a rift in the abyss. Li Tiangong's voice was devoid of emotion. I have serious doubts that his beast was tainted by unknown abyssal forces before or during the competition. This report is a preliminary conclusion drawn by several of my family's offerings based on the residual energy at the scene. Abyssal contamination. The mere mention of those words caused Song Zongming's pupils to constrict sharply. This was a grave crime that could breach the bottom line of the Long Kingdom. Brother Tiangang, this matter is of great significance. That is why I have come to you. Li Tiangang leaned forward, an invisible force isolating the external sounds. Of course, we will not let the association's brothers toil in vain. My Li family will soon offer sufficient goodwill for the safety of all participants and the stability of Longdu. I request the association to immediately isolate and examine Lin Feng the moment he returns to Longdu. Li Tiangong's voice resonated again, shifting the focus solely to rules and safety. What he sought was not a bounty from the association, but a legitimate permit to place Lin Feng under isolation and examination, within an environment the Li family could control. Song Zongming fell silent, studying Li Tiangang before glancing at the evidence on the table. After a long pause, he raised his teacup and slowly took a sip. Rest assured, Brother Tiangang, the association will not overlook any beast tamer who has been contaminated, nor will it wrongfully accuse any genius. Everything will be handled according to the regulations. At last, a smile broke across Li Tiangong's face as he stood, adjusting his collar. He had obtained the answer he desired. After departing from the Beast Tamer Association, he re-entered his vehicle and dialed another number. This is Li Tiangang. Notify all entry points into Longdu to initiate a level 1 security check. Yes, every single one. Reason? To screen for carriers of the abyssal mark and prevent the spread of contamination. I want that little mouse to find it increasingly difficult to navigate Longdu. Chapter 110. Lin Feng returns to Longdu. Turbulent undercurrents at the Tianxiong training camp. The stench of the wild stirred the dust among the remnants of shattered walls. Lin Feng crushed the last royal-level pinnacle beast's skull underfoot. The mutated, demonic giant lizard barely had time to emit a mournful cry before it lost its life entirely. He did not glance at the corpse beneath him. Surrounding him were mountains of beast carcasses, the air thick with the acrid scent of blood and sulfur. These were all drawn to the abyssal mark on the back of his left hand. With Li Mo Yuan incapacitated, the Li family must be in an uproar now. He gazed toward the direction of Longdu. There awaited him a battlefield far more perilous and bloody than this wilderness. Can the mechanized dragon still teleport? Warning: abyssal laws are continuously interfering. The spatial coordinates are extremely unstable, with a 99% failure rate for long-distance teleportation. The mechanized dragon conveyed a weary mental wave from within the beast tamer space. Then let us execute a short-distance jump to the rendezvous point. Lin Feng issued his command. A flash of silver light revealed a barely formed spatial gate opening before him, and he stepped through, vanishing from his location. In the outskirts of Longdu, a clandestine facility masquerading as a large logistics hub lay hidden. The air shimmered with distortion as Lin Feng staggered into view. His complexion noticeably pale. The strain of consecutive short-distance jumps weighed heavily on both him and the mechanical dragon accompanying him. A stern-faced captain in military attire awaited his arrival. Offering no superfluous words, he simply appraised Lin Feng with a discerning gaze to verify his identity. "Follow me," the captain instructed, turning to lead Lin Feng into a fully enclosed black magnetic levitation vehicle. The doors sealed shut, isolating them from the outside world. The captain handed over a metallic device resembling a wristband. "Wearing this will temporarily suppress the aura of the mark upon you. General Long Zhan awaits you at the base." After expressing his gratitude, Lin Feng donned the device on his wrist, a refreshing energy instantly enveloping his left hand. The searing pain emanating from his soul and the sensation of being scrutinized indeed diminished significantly. Seizing this rare tranquility, Lin Feng immediately focused his thoughts on the most significant gains from his expedition, the transformations of his 4 beasts. Beast, 9-turn chaotic burning gold crow. Nickname, Xiaojiao. Rank, growth period, pinnacle, comprehensive strength assessment, emperor-level pinnacle combat power. Quality, chaotic divine level. Talent, divine fire, solar chaotic true flame. Now possesses a new characteristic. Rule burn, can briefly suppress and incinerate the opponent's comprehension and control of the same type rules during attacks. It exhibits absolute suppression against fire and light type rule entities. Skills, heaven burning, sea boiling, mastered. Golden crow transfiguration, mastered. Undying divine flame, intermediate. Forbidden spell, solar storm, intermediate. Shadow dimension walking, intermediate. Beast, star-destroying mechanized dragon. Nickname, mechanical dragon. Rank, maturity period, initial stage, comprehensive combat power assessment, saint level initial stage. Quality, chaotic divine level. Passive skill, divine gold body. Advanced can briefly immunize against low-dimensional spatial strikes. Skills, star-destroying particle beam, mastered. Absolute domain barrier, enhanced by spatial source core. Data invasion, intermediate. Talent divine ability, world traversing, intermediate significantly reduced consumption and cooldown time. New core ability, microscopic spatial folding. Intermediate can forcibly fold a targeted area of space, causing spatial collapse strikes, or establish an independent miniature folded space within oneself for storage. Concealment and energy reserve. Beast, 9-tailed apocalypse fox. Nickname, Little Fox. Rank, maturity period, initial stage, comprehensive combat power assessment, half-step saint level. Quality, chaotic divine level. Bloodline, 9-tailed heavenly fox origin blood, 70 activated, currently possessing 7 tails. Talent divine skill, 6-tailed absolute kill phantom devouring soul. Intermediate consumes substantial mental power and essence. Sacrificing 1 fox tail, which can regenerate, to create a phantom doppelganger that cannot be locked on by conventional means. The doppelganger can instantaneously appear behind the designated target, unleashing a guaranteed soul-devouring attack that directly obliterates a portion of the target's soul essence. Beast, ancient illusory ice spirit whale. Nickname, Little Bing. Rank, growth period, late stage, comprehensive strength assessment, half-step saint level. Quality, chaotic divine level. Talent divine skill, time freeze, intermediate. Eternal ice seal, intermediate. Life ode, intermediate. Gazing at these 4 extraordinary panels, luxurious enough to drive any saint-level powerhouse into a frenzy, Lin Feng felt his confidence swell. "The Li family? Very well. I shall see how you intend to contend with me, the very embodiment of calamity." The magnetic levitation vehicle glided silently into the heart of Longdu City. Through the one-way window, Lin Feng beheld the pulsating core of this dragon nation. Colossal beasts traversed designated aerial routes, casting vast shadows between the towering skyscrapers. Visible energy barriers wove through the air, forming a protective shield over the entire city. Majestic, powerful, prosperous. However, contrary to his expectations, the vehicle did not veer towards the heavily guarded military base. With a soft hum, the magnetic levitation vehicle came to a smooth halt before a grand white edifice, the headquarters of the Beast Master Association. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. The captain turned stiffly, an apologetic look on his face. All participants returning from the Tianqiong project must register here and undergo a purity assessment of their mental state. He paused, adding, "This is mandated by the Li family, with the Beastmaster Association responsible for its execution. Within the confines of the rules, the military cannot refuse outright." A phrase flickered through Lin Feng's mind, a banquet at Hongmen. However, his expression remained unchanged. "Let us proceed." He opened the car door and stepped out first. The moment he entered the association's hall, he felt the piercing scrutiny of at least a dozen hostile mental forces, like a malignant shadow sweeping over him. Inside the hall, many staff members wore small emblems of entwining vines, symbolizing their affiliation with the Li family. This place was practically a second home to them. A man clad in the uniform of a senior association officer, appearing to be around 30, stood in their path with 2 guards. He wore a manufactured smile, yet his condescending gaze was unmasked. "You must be Mr. Lin Feng. I am Li Ming from the association's review department." He waved a document in his hand. "Based on multiple participants' joint reports and residual energy analysis from the scene, we have reason to suspect that your mental sea may have been compromised by a high-tier psychic beast or tainted by abyssal energy. According to the association's highest safety regulations, please accompany us to a specialized soul testing room for a comprehensive examination." The captain stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Lin Feng. "Director Li, Lin Feng is a specially recruited participant of the Tianqiong project under military protection. His examination should be conducted by our military." Li Ming's smile remained intact. "Captain, this is the Beastmaster Association, not your military base." He slapped the document against the captain's chest. "This is a special investigation order personally issued by Vice President Song Zongming, endowed with the highest execution authority. Are you intending to defy the association's orders and brazenly snatch him away?" The atmosphere grew tense, a palpable standoff brewing. The captain's fists clenched, the iron will of a soldier radiating uncontrollably. "Very well." Lin Feng's voice, though subdued, brought all actions to a halt. He gently patted the captain's shoulder, signaling him to step back. "For now, let us refrain from open confrontation within the association. Otherwise, we would be handing them a weapon against us." His calm gaze locked onto Li Ming, instilling in the latter an inexplicable sense of trepidation. "I will accompany you." Li Ming was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Lin Feng's decisive compliance. As Lin Feng took a step forward and brushed past him, he whispered a message audible only to the two of them. "However, if the examination yields no issues, you may find it difficult to leave this building today." Chapter 111. Arrival Turmoil, Li family's obstruction and the association's pressure. Cold and oppressive. This was the sole sensation Lin Feng experienced upon entering this peculiar corridor. The walls were entirely constructed from a dark gray soul-stabilizing stone, emitting an intangible wave that incessantly disrupted his mental power. He could sense that his connection with the 4 beasts within the Beastmaster space was enveloped by a heavy shroud, rendering it sluggish and indistinct. A clever tactic indeed. This place was designed to diminish the Beastmasters to the utmost extent. Li Ming walked ahead, his polished leather shoes echoing monotonously against the smooth stone floor. He did not turn back, yet the smugness of having ensnared his prey nearly seeped from his rigid silhouette. They were now in the soul detection chamber, the highest security level of the association. Even a saint-level specter would struggle to stir a ripple here. Li Ming's tone was laced with arrogance. "For your safety, and for the safety of the association, this is a necessary procedure." Lin Feng paid him no heed. His passive ability, the Eye of Truth, had long been activated, and within his gaze, the entire world transformed into a flowing tapestry of energy. Lin Feng clearly observed countless intricate energy circuits embedded within the walls, all converging towards the imposing metal door at the end of the corridor. This was not merely a detection room. It was a trap. The heavy metal door slid open silently, revealing the interior. The room was small, dominated by a massive, grotesque machine at its center. It resembled an oversized metal cage, with countless glimmering crystal probes poised like venomous fangs, aimed directly at a metallic chair in the center of the room. "Please, Mr. Lin Feng." Li Ming gestured with a flourish, inviting him in. This device, a soul-tracing apparatus, had cost the association a fortune, excavated and restored from ruins. It could accurately detect any foreign energy within the essence of one's soul. His rhetoric was seamless. Lin Feng did not even glance at the chair. His attention was wholly on the apparatus. Through the Eye of Truth, he discerned that the energy core within the device was not a gentle scanning module, but a chaotic mass of highly unstable, destructive psychic energy. Once activated, this energy would coalesce into a devastating psychic shock through those crystal probes. Its purpose was not detection, but annihilation, to obliterate his mental sea, rendering him a complete fool. What a soul-tracing apparatus. What a method of isolation and scrutiny. The tactics of the Li family were more direct and malicious than he had anticipated. "What?" refusing to cooperate? Li Ming observed Lin Feng's stillness, the mockery at the corners of his mouth becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. Or are you feeling guilty, afraid that the dirty secrets within you will be exposed? Finally, Lin Feng moved. Instead of approaching the chair, he walked straight towards the grotesque machine, as if admiring a piece of art. This device must be quite expensive, I presume? Of course, Li Ming replied, raising his chin slightly. Its worth could purchase half of the Jiangnan-based city. So, you would do well to cooperate, otherwise. Lin Feng's hand lightly caressed the icy metal surface of the device, feigning admiration. Meanwhile, in his mind, his spirit, suppressed by the soul-binding stone to an exceedingly weak state, was forcibly coalescing into a sharp needle, violently piercing through the invisible repression. The target, the Beastmaster space. Little fox. Almost instantaneously, within the Beastmaster space, the slumbering nine-tailed oblivion fox abruptly opened its eyes, sensing its master's call and the unmistakable intent to kill. A soft hiss echoed in Lin Feng's mental sea. A faint, almost negligible trace of pure soul-devouring poison surged through the gap that had been violently torn open. What are you dawdling for? Li Ming's impatience was palpable as he approached the control panel, preparing to activate the device personally. Since you refused to act, allow me to assist you. His finger was poised to press the red activation button. At that moment, the formless soul-devouring poison had precisely locked onto Li Ming's psychic fluctuations, branding them like a searing iron into his unguarded consciousness. A shriek that was more inhuman than human erupted violently within the chamber. The arrogance and cruelty on Li Ming's face froze instantaneously, replaced by excruciating agony and terror. He clutched his head, suddenly collapsing to the ground, his body convulsing violently. Blood gushed forth from his eyes, nostrils, ears, and mouth, pouring from his 7 orifices in a frantic rush. His soul was being mercilessly gnawed upon by the soul-devouring poison, a destruction stemming from the very essence of life itself. Lin Feng coldly observed Li Ming writhing on the ground. He lifted his foot and forcefully stomped down on the core of the grotesque soul-tracing apparatus. Crack! A crisp shattering sound rang out. The core component of the device was smashed to pieces beneath his foot, countless intricate parts exploding apart, sparks flying. This apparatus, worth half of Jiangnan City, was rendered utterly inoperative. Lin Feng withdrew his foot, looking down upon the man who was now struggling for breath. Is the detection complete? He inquired calmly. What are the results? Boom. The heavy metal door of the chamber was forcibly slammed open from the outside by a tremendous force. Several Beastmasters clad in the association's enforcement team uniforms rushed in, led by none other than Vice President Song Zongming of the Beastmaster Association. His gaze immediately fell upon the bleeding Li Ming on the floor and the now useless heap of scrap metal that was the apparatus. Song Zongming's expression darkened to a deep shade of anger. Lin Feng, you are exceedingly bold. He pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Feng, his voice laced with fury. How dare you commit such an act of violence within the association and dare to destroy evidence in the face of your crimes? He did not inquire about the sequence of events, directly condemning him. Arrest him. With a command, the senior Beastmasters behind him immediately summoned their beasts. A peak-level lava behemoth and an initial-stage Imperial Storm Griffin, their formidable auras instantly encircling Lin Feng. In the hall, the staff adorned with vine badges wore expressions of gleeful malice. An army lieutenant attempted to intervene, but was firmly blocked by 2 enforcement team members. Suddenly, a booming voice, resonant and authoritative, rolled in from outside like thunder. I dare anyone to lay a hand on him. Long Zhan, clad in crisp military attire, strode in with purpose. Behind him followed a squad of fully armed military beastmasters, each radiating a chilling air of lethality, with a pinnacle-level imperial beast perched on each shoulder. Chapter 112. Long Zhan's dominance and protection. Who dares to touch my people? The appearance of Long Zhan froze the previously tense atmosphere. The military beastmasters following him were all peak-level masters, dressed in unified black combat uniforms, their lethal presence starkly contrasting with the privileged enforcement team of the association. Even more daunting were the beasts perched on their shoulders, from Shadowblade Mantis to Thunderstorm Eagle, all being pinnacle-level imperial beasts. The sheer aura of bloodshed, forged from pure combat, slammed into the hearts of the association's enforcement team like an invisible wall. Vice President Song Zongming's expression shifted dramatically, yet he forced himself to maintain composure as he stepped forward. General Long, this matter pertains to the internal affairs of our Beastmaster Association. Lin Feng is suspected of serious violations, and we are conducting an investigation in accordance with the regulations. He attempts to use the term regulations to salvage a modicum of dignity for himself. An investigation? Long Zhan retrieved a flat crystal recorder from his robe, not even glancing at Song Zongming. With a flick of his finger, the crystal transformed into a streak of light, precisely darting towards him. Song Zongming instinctively caught it. Open your eyes wide and behold. This is the true outcome of the investigation. Before Song Zongming could react, Longzhan remotely activated the crystal recorder with his mental energy. A clear three-dimensional image was projected onto the wall of the secret chamber, so vivid that even the finest pores on the characters' faces were unmistakably visible. The scene depicted the apocalyptic wasteland. Li Mo Yuan's face contorted in madness as he unhesitatingly consumed a pill radiating an ominous blood light, the soul ignition blood pill. Subsequently, he summoned his contract beast, the peak-level Imperial Illumination Cat. Amidst the beast's anguished wails, he completed the blood sacrifice, unleashing a tyrannical royal aura that surged from Li Mo Yuan. The scene shifted. Li Mo Yuan gathered 11 prodigies, including Murong Yun, the Wu family, and the Qin family, forming a hunting party with a clear target, Lin Feng. Every detail, every dialogue, was meticulously recorded. The entire secret chamber, along with the hall outside where the scene was broadcast, fell into a profound silence. Soon after, an uncontrollable uproar ensued. My heavens, it's the forbidden drug, the soul ignition blood pill. He even blood sacrificed his contract beast. Has he gone mad? So it was Li Mo Yuan who actively besieged Lin Feng? The version we heard previously was entirely different. The expressions of those adorned with vine insignias from the association transformed from smugness and derision to shock and bewilderment. They had only known that the Qilin heir of the Li family had been rendered powerless, unaware of such despicable undercurrents. The use of forbidden drugs and the blood sacrifice of a contract beast. Either of these infractions constituted a death penalty according to the Beastmaster Code. Longzhan's voice struck like a hammer, reverberating in each person's heart. He strode toward the already pale Song Zongming. You refuse to investigate the crimes of Li Mo Yuan. Neglect to sanction those members of noble families who have violated the rules. Yet here you are, using a baseless accusation to harass a victim. Longzhan stood before him, his imposing figure casting a shadow that completely enveloped Song Zongming. Tell me, Vice President Song, is this the fairness of your Beastmaster Association? Song Zongming's complexion shifted from white to green, then to purple, as beads of cold sweat cascaded down his temples, soaking his crisp collar. He opened his mouth. Yet no words emerged. The evidence was irrefutable. He had no defense. Longzhan was not finished. He pointed towards the sole source instrument that Lin Feng had shattered. And this, named the mental detection, is in truth an offensive weapon targeting the sea of consciousness. Song Zongming's body trembled violently. I will formally submit a lawsuit to the Military Law Office and the Supreme Alliance Council in the name of the military. Longzhan's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present, sending shivers through their very souls. A thorough investigation of certain high-ranking members of the Beastmaster Association for abuse of power, framing the virtuous, and conspiring against the talents of the Dragon Kingdom is a grave offense. This statement was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Song Zongming was utterly panicked. He knew full well that the Li family merely viewed him as a pawn. Once this matter escalated to the level of the Supreme Alliance, to quell the military's fury, the Li family would unhesitatingly cast him aside, making him the scapegoat. At that point, he would lose more than just his position as vice president. His wealth and life could be at stake. Longzhan no longer regarded the pallid man. He approached Lin Feng, his serious expression softening slightly. Let us depart. The military will take full responsibility for the matters here. He led Lin Feng away. Turning towards the exit, the menacing military beast masters immediately formed two lines, creating an impenetrable barrier. They marched with their heads held high, leaving the chamber rife with schemes and filth, under the awe, complexity, and fear of all within the association. The Li family's initial assault, under Longzhan's formidable protection, declared a complete failure. Following Longzhan, Lin Feng traversed the silent hall, disregarding the averted gazes around him. He knew this was merely the beginning. An even greater storm was brewing. The military's black magnetic hover vehicle awaited outside the association's entrance. Longzhan escorted him directly into the vehicle, which silently started and merged into the ceaseless flow of steel in the Dragon capital. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was somewhat subdued. Longzhan personally poured him a cup of hot tea. Li Tiangang is a man who harbors grudges and employs ruthless means. Today's events will only drive him to greater madness. Lin Feng accepted the teacup, the warmth radiating through his fingertips. He may not dare to act against you overtly, but his covert methods will undoubtedly be unending. Longzhan gazed out at the rapidly retreating skyscrapers. Next, you must immediately enter the Celestial Dome Project's elite camp. It is the arena for the most exceptional talents of the Dragon Kingdom, and the only place that can temporarily free you from the Li family's constraints. In the elite training camp, everything is determined by strength. Even Li Tiangong's reach will not extend that far. Lin Feng listened silently. That abyssal mark of yours is quite troublesome. Long Zhan's tone shifted. I have reported it to the highest echelons of the military. They will find a solution. However, until a remedy is discovered, you must remain in the elite training camp, where a special barrier exists to minimize the mark's aura. The vehicle finally halted at the entrance of a heavily guarded underground base. This is the true site of the Celestial Dome Project's elite training camp. Long Zhan led Lin Feng through multiple security checks, ultimately arriving at a massive alloy door. Step inside. Your dormitory and identity information have been arranged. Long Zhan patted him on the shoulder. Remember, within, the only entities you can trust are your own fists and your contract beast. The alloy door slowly opened. Lin Feng stepped inside. Chapter 113, Elite Convergence. The Celestial Dome Project Training Camp's display of might. The colossal alloy door slid open silently before Lin Feng. What greeted him was not the cold metallic aura, but a refreshing air imbued with the fragrance of earth and pure energy. Before him lay a breathtaking expanse. This was no underground base, but a grand island suspended in the void. The sky bore no sun, yet above, a dazzling river of pure light elements flowed, illuminating the entire floating island as brightly as day. In the distance, waterfalls cascaded from hovering peaks, dispersing into ethereal mist mid-air. Futuristic technological structures intermingled with ancient cultivation sanctuaries, connected by bridges forged from rainbow light. The essence of the laws was almost palpable here. Lin Feng could even sense that Xiao Jiu emitted a joyful chirp within the beast space, relishing the abundant fire and light elements present. A tall woman clad in a form-fitting black combat suit, her visage as frigid as ice, leaned against a totem pole. Without casting a glance at Lin Feng, she deftly tossed a metallic wristband towards him. It was a token of identity. He caught it, feeling its icy touch. The wristband automatically tightened around his wrist, and a faint glow swept over his body, revealing a line of numbers on a screen. Student, Lin Feng. Initial points, 10,000. I am Ice Mountain, the chief instructor for you newcomers, she finally declared, turning her face towards him, devoid of any expression. Here, your previous identities, backgrounds, and honors are rendered null and void. She extended a finger, gesturing towards a distant cluster of buildings. The A-class dormitory requires 100 points daily. B-class, 50. C-class, 20. The least desirable D-class still demands 10. The premier gravity training chamber costs 800 points per hour. The elemental pool, 500 points per hour. Even the energy-rich sustenance in the cafeteria necessitates points for exchange. Her monotone delivery, devoid of any inflection, weighed heavily upon the hearts of the fresh recruits. The sources of points were limited to two. First, by completing the tasks assigned by the training camp. Second, by challenging fellow students to win their points. The phrase on the combat stage, life and death are of no concern, sent a chill through the air, as if the temperature had plummeted. Instructor Ice Mountain surveyed the 100 newcomers, including Lin Feng. One last rule. At the end of each month, a ranking of points will be conducted. The bottom 5 will be eliminated, stripped of their qualifications for the Celestial Plan, barred from reentry for life. Such cruelty was stark, direct, and utterly devoid of compassion. This place was far from a sanctuary for prodigies. It was a blood-soaked arena driven by a system of points and elimination. The instant Lin Feng donned the wristband, he felt at least a dozen gazes converge upon him like searchlights. The news of his incapacitation of Li Mo Yuan, withstanding a king's strike, and his subsequent extraction by General Long Zhan had evidently spread here. In those glances, curiosity, scrutiny, wariness, and unabashed provocation intertwined. Not far away, a burly youth wielding a massive axe grinned. He was Tang Hao, the top prodigy of the Tang family. He mouthed the words, "You're impressive," his eyes brimming with combat fervor. To the side, Shangwan Shui of the Shangwan family, draped in white, exuded an aura of cool detachment. She merely cast Lin Feng a fleeting glance before returning her attention elsewhere, seemingly indifferent to everything. Meanwhile, a slender, effeminate youth in the ranks scoffed openly. Is that the Lin Feng, a commoner from Jiangnan City? At that moment, a thunderous boom echoed. An invisible wave of terrifying pressure descended from all directions. The gravity of the floating island surged tenfold in an instant. This was the training camp's welcome ceremony for all newcomers. Ugh! A few recruits beside Lin Feng gasped. Caught off guard, their faces flushing crimson. One weaker individual wobbled, collapsing to his knees with a sharp crack against the hard ground. More than half of the newcomers doubled over under the sudden weight, straining to maintain their posture, veins bulging on their foreheads. Lin Feng felt the oppressive force weigh down upon him, as if an unseen mountain bore down on every cell of his being. Yet, he merely paused momentarily, his feet seeming to root into the ground, standing tall, without a hint of disruption in his breathing. This pressure was but a gentle breeze against his body. honed through numerous system enhancements. Beep. Host endures high-intensity gravitational pressure, triggering a 100-fold critical strike. Congratulations, host. Your physique is undergoing a 100-fold gravitational refinement. Duration, 1 minute. A wave of fearsome pressure, exceeding that of the external environment tenfold, instantaneously enveloped Lin Feng's limbs and organs. His bones emitted faint groans, audible only to him, as his blood surged at an unprecedented pace. Every cell, under this extreme pressure, was squeezed, damaged, and then instantaneously repaired and restructured by the overwhelming vitality coursing through him. An indescribable sensation of exhilaration radiated from the depths of his being. Rather than displaying anguish, Lin Feng's face reflected a semblance of enjoyment, drawing the attention of all onlookers. Tang Hao's smile dimmed slightly, replaced by a hint of seriousness. Shangguan Shui's icy gaze returned to him, now tinged with curiosity. As for the scornful scion of the Wu family, his smirk had frozen in place. He was gritting his teeth, struggling to maintain his stance, while Lin Feng appeared utterly unfazed. This silent rebuke resonated loudly. Instructor Ice Mountain observed it all, her expression remaining inscrutable. She pointed towards a winding, treacherous mountain path that seemed to stretch endlessly ahead. The first task: traverse the 10-kilometer trial path ahead, bearing a 50-kilogram load under tenfold gravity, to reach the dormitory area. As her words fell, an energy-formed backpack materialized behind the 30 newcomers, weighing heavily upon them. Your initial dormitory rankings will depend on your order of arrival. The first 3 will secure A-class dormitories. Those ranked 4 to 10 will receive B-class. Beyond the 10th position, seek out available C-class or D-class dormitories. Now, the timer begins. Ice Mountain's voice rang out like a starting gun. This was not merely a display of authority, it was the first division of initial resources. With a roar, Tang Hao reacted first, his robust form akin to a human tyrannosaurus, striding forth as if propelled by cannon fire. He did not summon any beasts. Relying solely on his body, he stirred up a whirlwind, leaving the other prodigies far behind. He was a running embodiment of a beast. Following closely was Shangguan Shui. Unlike Tang Hao's explosive fervor, she moved with the grace of a swan, her white attire flowing effortlessly. The moment she landed, a delicate and nearly imperceptible layer of frost crystallized upon the ground. Her feet glided effortlessly over the icy surface, deftly counteracting the majority of gravitational pull. She moved with grace and swiftness, akin to a sprite dancing upon the snow. In the blink of an eye, the two figures transformed into distant silhouettes. Lin Feng followed at a leisurely pace, positioned in the third tier. The tenfold gravity indeed posed a challenge, yet it felt more like a cumbersome overcoat than an insurmountable mountain. Within him, the potent force derived from a 100-fold critical strike surged forth, rapidly mending and fortifying each oppressed cell with vigorous vitality. This pressure, rather than a burden, became a relentless source of enjoyment. His physique had long transcended the realm of a master-level beastmaster, reaching an astonishing echelon. Humph, what a pretentious display, muttered Wu Gang, the scion who had previously mocked him. As he struggled to pass by Lin Feng, gritting his teeth, his bones protesting with each movement. Witnessing Lin Feng's effortless demeanor filled him with irritation. Lin Feng did not spare him even a glance. He was engrossed in acclimating to this newfound power, adapting to the harsh arena where the elite converged. Before long, they approached the first trap zone. Suddenly, dozens of crimson energy beams shot forth from the rocky cliffs flanking the mountain path, weaving an impenetrable web of death. Up front, Tang Hao remained unflinching. Open, he commanded, crossing his arms protectively before him, a faint earthy glow radiating from his body, a manifestation of his imperial-level golden behemoth bloodline power. The energy beam struck him with a resounding impact, akin to a stone sinking into the sea, merely stirring ripples without impeding his stride. He charged through with sheer force. Meanwhile, Shangguan Shui exhibited far more finesse. With a graceful wave of her hand, several translucent ice mirrors materialized before her. The energy beams collided with the mirrors, refracting in all directions, allowing her to exploit the momentary lapse to deftly dance through the web of rays, unharmed. Now it was Lin Feng's turn. As he stepped into the trap zone, his true eye had already discerned everything. The trajectories of the energy beams and the nodes of the energy circuitry were crystal clear in his vision. Simultaneously, his spatial awareness enabled him to perceive the slightest fluctuations in the air preceding each beam's discharge. He neither accelerated nor decelerated, maintaining his original pace. With a subtle shift, he advanced his left foot half a step forward, slightly tilting his body and allowing his right shoulder to sink gently. A beam grazed past his nose, the heated air tousling his hair. He stepped forward again, executing an astonishing twist of his body. 2 more beams passed beneath his armpit and around his waist. He resembled an artist dancing upon the edge of a blade, each step perfectly timed, every movement precise to the millimeter. There were no extraneous gestures, no hint of clumsiness. He strolled leisurely through the lethal net capable of perforating a novice beastmaster, emerging unscathed. This scene left the newcomers, who were frantically summoning their beasts to fend off the onslaught, utterly dumbfounded. Is this fellow a monster? How did he accomplish this? Is it mere luck? Luck? Could you possibly traverse the line of death and continue to be fortunate time after time? Wu Gang had just summoned a rock giant tortoise to shield himself, its shell already marred by cracks from the beams. Upon witnessing Lin Feng's relaxed demeanor, the color drained from his face. This was a contest of an entirely different dimension. Beyond the ray net lay an area cloaked in dense fog. Beware the illusionary mist. Watch your step, warned an experienced newcomer. Tang Hao, however, maintained his usual approach, plunging headlong into the fog, accompanied by the sound of cracking ground beneath him. He was too apathetic to unravel the illusions, opting instead to crush every potential ground spike with brute force. Shangguan Shui, on the other hand, conjured an ice crystal butterfly that fluttered gracefully into the mist, charting the safest path for her. As Lin Feng entered the mist, his true eye rendered all illusions moot. He clearly perceived the ground riddled with sharp spikes. With only a few winding paths deemed safe, he ambled along one such path at an unhurried pace. Suddenly, a muffled cry of agony emanated from the mist beside him. It was Wu Gang, evidently ensnared by the illusion, having stepped into thin air, his leg impaled by a ground spike, blood gushing forth. Lin Feng walked past him without a glance. The lamentations of the weak were not worth his time. Exiting the mist, the path ahead opened up, revealing the finish line within sight. Tang Hao and Shangguan Shui raced neck and neck, engaging in a final sprint. Lin Feng ceased to restrain his speed. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, his velocity erupting. The ground beneath him blurred as he raced forward, the wind howling in his ears. Tang Hao and Shangguan Shui, locked in fierce competition at the finish line, sensed the rush of air beside them almost simultaneously. They instinctively turned their heads. Lin Feng's figure darted between them, not merely passing but aligning alongside them. The 3 figures crossed the beam of light constituting the finish line in near unison, with Lin Feng leading by a full kilometer. Gasping for breath, Tang Hao's chest heaved violently as he fixed his gaze on Lin Feng, devoid of resentment, instead filled with fervent battle spirit. He broke into a broad grin, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, and extended his massive fist toward Lin Feng. You are formidable. I am Tang Hao, and I look forward to clashing with you on the battle arena. His demeanor was open and sincere, embodying the pure camaraderie shared among the strong. Shangguan Shui stood quietly to the side, her cool gaze lingering on Lin Feng for a moment before she nodded slightly, acknowledging him. Without uttering another word, she walked directly toward the A-class dormitory that symbolized the highest honor. Lin Feng met Tang Hao's fist with his own in a gentle touch. Lin Feng. 2 simple words heralded the emergence of the strongest new generation within the training camp. The figure of the ice-cold instructor appeared silently at the finish line, her timer displaying 3 names tied for first. A subtle shift in her expression revealed the slightest trace of surprise. Tang Hao withdrew his fist, hoisting his massive axe with a hearty laugh as he strode toward another A-class dormitory. Lin Feng, once the dormitory assignments are complete, meet me at the battle arena. Let me see your beasts. Chapter 115, The Cruel Rules. The battle for core resource towers begins. The door to the A-class dormitory closed behind them, sealing off all external scrutiny. The space was vast. Rather than a dormitory, it resembled a high-end single apartment, decorated in minimalist style, devoid of superfluous items apart from essential furnishings. Lin Feng proceeded directly to the innermost part and pushed open a small door. Inside lay a 3-meter square independent training chamber. The walls and floor were engraved with spirit-gathering formations, and the air brimmed with pure energy, its concentration at least 5 times that of the outside world. The growth of a beastmaster's mental fortitude greatly benefits from this. As he settled down, the metallic bracelet on his wrist emitted a faint tremor, and a line of cold red numbers appeared on the screen. Daily expenditure, 100 points. Remaining points, 9,900. Merely residing here consumed 100 points per day. Lin Feng accessed the exchange list on the bracelet. A dazzling array of resources instantly filled the entire screen. Common spirit fruit, infused with trace fire elements. Points required for exchange, 100 points each. Energy cube, custom nutritional type. Points required for exchange, 500 points each. Beast King level evolution material. Lava heart fragment. 100 fragments are needed to synthesize a complete lava heart, which aids in elevating 1 tier within the Beast King level. Points required for exchange, 50. 000 points. Beast Emperor level skill secret stone, meteor fire rain, fragment. After use, there is a chance for a beast to comprehend the skill meteor fire rain. Points required for exchange, 120,000 points. Fragment of the law comprehension, fire element, 1 hour. Points required for exchange, 200,000 points. Lin Feng scrolled through the list with an impassive expression, a series of astronomical figures flowing before his eyes. His seemingly ample initial points of 10,000 could scarcely procure even a decent evolution material here. Not even enough for a mere 3 minutes in the law comprehension chamber. This training camp was far from a place of benefits. It was a highly efficient point-crushing machine, with a daily lodging fee of 100. Coupled with the daily consumption of beasts and the rental of the training rooms, his points would not last a month. A profound sense of crisis weighed heavily upon his heart, far more oppressive than tenfold gravity. There was no retreat here. Being eliminated meant a lifelong deprivation of qualification. The hungry wolves of the Li family lurked outside, ever watchful. He had to endure, and he had to thrive better than anyone else. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted his thoughts. Lin Feng rose to open the door, revealing 2 newcomers standing outside, their expressions awkward. Precisely the same 2 he had left far behind during the trial road. Lin Feng, my classmate, the lead youth forced a flattering smile. We entered together in the same batch. My name is Wang Hao, and this is Zhang Wei. Lin Feng remained silent, merely observing them. Wang Hao felt a bit uneasy under his gaze, steeling himself to continue. We witnessed your performance on the trial road. It was impressive. We believe that newcomers should unite. Otherwise, we will surely be bullied by those senior students. Yes, yes, Zhang Wei chimed in, nodding vigorously. Those veterans have their own circles. If we don't band together, we won't even secure tasks, and our points will eventually be drained by them. Lin Feng finally reacted. Unite? He retorted. Exactly. Unite. Wang Hao thought he saw a glimmer of hope and stepped forward eagerly. We will follow your lead. Whatever you suggest, we will do. I don't need that. Lin Feng's response was simple and direct. Wang Hao and Zhang Wei's expressions froze on their faces. But going solo is not feasible. They argued. Lin Feng interrupted. That is your problem. Bang. The door slammed shut with a heavy thud, nearly colliding with Wang Hao's nose. Outside, Wang Hao and Zhang Wei's faces flushed with indignation. After a moment, Wang Hao spat in frustration. What a piece of work. Does he really think he is invincible? I'll be waiting to see how he fares when he is besieged by the senior students. Inside, after closing the door, Lin Feng didn't bother to listen to the curses outside. The alliance of the weak, besides sharing risks, would also dilute the rewards rightfully belonging to the strong. He had no need for burdens. The following morning, a jarring assembly bell resonated throughout the floating island. In the central square, over 100 new and old students gathered. Instructor Ice Mountain stood on the platform, her expression as impassive as ever. Today, I shall announce this month's assessment content. As her words fell, the holographic screen behind her lit up, showcasing a towering, 9-story giant tower that pierced the heavens, stunning all present. Core Resource Tower. Ice Mountain pointed to the image of the tower. The tower consists of 9 levels, each representing different resource output permissions. The first level grants access to daily basic resource allocations. The second level doubles the allocation, and so forth. Upon reaching the 9th level, you will have the opportunity to access peak resources at the king level, even genuine law fragments. A roar erupted from the crowd. Law fragments. Those treasures could make even king-level powerhouses go mad with desire. Silence. Ice Mountain's voice, though soft, instantly subdued all discussions. The assessment rules are straightforward. Enter the tower and freely challenge the guardians occupying each level. If you win, you will take their place and receive half of their points. If you lose, you will be deducted the corresponding amount of points for the level challenged. The atmosphere grew tense. Victory meant a bountiful reward. Defeat, total loss. Challenges were unlimited, provided you still had points. Ice Mountain continued to announce the brutal rules. Additionally, she paused. I have one more statement that will completely shift the atmosphere in the square. Inside the tower, 2v2 and even 3v3 team battles are permitted. Upon hearing this, reactions shifted dramatically. The previously calm senior students immediately began exchanging signals of confirmation with their companions. Meanwhile, the newcomers felt an immense pressure descend upon them. The final positions in this assessment would determine the allocation of resources for the next month. The bottom 5 on the monthly ranking would face immediate elimination. After delivering her final words, Ice Mountain turned and departed without a hint of hesitation. She had thrown a massive powder keg into this group of prodigies and ignited the fuse. The tower opens in 1 hour. Before her words had fully settled, the entire square erupted into a frenzy. Brother Yi, shall we defend the 7th level? Of course. We must push down anyone challenging the 7th level. Their initial points are ripe for the taking. Quick, gather people. Let us form a team of 3 and rush to the 5th level. Alliances and schemes unfolded at a frantic pace within mere minutes. This place had transformed into a dark jungle. Tang Hao, wielding his giant axe, strode through the crowd and directly approached Lin Feng, his imposing stature blocking out all the surrounding noise. One-on-one is the way to go. He grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, his fighting spirit ablaze. This is how it should be. I'm claiming the 9th level. If you want to come up, you'll have to pass my test first. He was neither inviting nor boasting. He was declaring his ambition to Lin Feng and everyone present. Lin Feng did not respond. He raised his gaze, peering over Tang Hao's shoulder towards the towering resource tower looming in the distance on the floating island, its ancient and grandeur aura radiating. His aspirations extended far beyond merely reaching the 9th level. Chapter 116. The hostility of aristocratic factions. The opposition of new and old prodigies. The news of the resource tower's opening struck like a boulder plunging into a tranquil lake, creating ripples that spread far and wide. The atmosphere within the elite training camp turned tense and sharp. The trainees no longer acted independently as they once did. Instead, they spontaneously formed distinctly defined factions. On one side of the central plaza, a group of impeccably dressed and haughty trainees congregated, adorned with identical leaf-shaped emblems intricately embroidered in gold thread. This assembly represented the largest faction within the training camp, known as the Noble Alliance. Their leader, a young man named Yichun, lounged against the central statue of the plaza, his demeanor indifferent, as he slowly rotated a translucent jade pendant between his fingers. Having entered the training camp 3 years prior, he hailed from the illustrious Yi family of Longdu, possessing unparalleled mastery and rightfully standing as the leading figure among the senior trainees. He cast a scornful glance towards the newcomers, his lips curling in unabashed disdain. Meanwhile, Tang Hao, wielding his massive axe, was surrounded by 7 or 8 companions, each exuding an aura of ferocity and a palpable thirst for battle. They belonged to the martial faction, who revered absolute strength and scoffed at the notion of forming alliances. Yet, their similar combat styles naturally drew them together. In stark contrast, Shang Shui stood alone in a corner of the plaza, eyes closed in meditation, seemingly indifferent to her surroundings. No one dared approach within 3 meters of her. Lin Feng, however, had become a veritable pariah. His humble origins and near-mythical battle achievements marked him as an outlier, a challenger to the existing order. Excluded by all factions, he had become the most conspicuous target for the Noble Alliance. Within the cafeteria, the aroma of energy-laden meals mingled with the lively atmosphere. Yichun, accompanied by several core members of the Noble Alliance, swaggered in and took the most central position. One of his lackeys, with keen eyes, noticed Lin Feng quietly dining in the corner and immediately whispered something into Yichun's ear. Yichun wiped his hands with a napkin, not even glancing in Lin Feng's direction, yet his voice was loud enough for half the cafeteria to hear clearly. Liamo Yuan? Merely a flower spoiled in the Li family's greenhouse, defeated by a lucky commoner. That only proves he is a waste. Had Liamo Yuan been born a few years earlier and encountered me, I would have easily brought him to his knees. Laughter erupted from his entourage, affirming his words. Exactly. Brother Yi is right. Just because he has a few mutated beasts from who knows where, he thinks he can ascend to greatness? How naive. Yichun lifted a cup filled with a blue liquid, gently swirling it. Some individuals are overly fond of mistaking luck for strength. He raised his voice, scanning the room while deliberately avoiding Lin Feng's direction. True depth comes from bloodlines, heritage, and the resources and secret techniques accumulated through generations of dedication. These are chasms that certain nouveau riche will never comprehend. Within the resource tower, I will make him understand what true disparity means. His taunts were like soft daggers, unmistakably aimed at Lin Feng. The cafeteria fell silent, all eyes, either intentionally or unintentionally, converging on that corner, eager to witness Lin Feng's reaction. Would it be anger? A rebuttal? Yet, Lin Feng calmly finished the last piece of energy-infused roasted meat and chewed slowly, unhurried. The din around him failed to diminish his appetite. Just another pack of barking dogs. Debating with them was futile, a mere waste of time and breath. The rules here have been made abundantly clear by General Long Zhan. Only fists and strength speak the universal language. Under the watchful gaze of everyone, Lin Feng wiped his mouth with a napkin and stood up. Upon seeing him rise, Yichen's face broke into a smug smirk, believing Lin Feng intended to leave in disgrace. His lackeys braced themselves for a new round of mockery. However, Lin Feng did not head towards the cafeteria exit. Instead, he walked directly toward the massive holographic screen at the center of the dining hall, which displayed real-time information about the challengers at each level of the resource tower. Adjacent to the challenge registration desk, everyone was taken aback. What was he up to? Lin Feng's fingertip glided across the screen. The first level, bypassed. The second level, bypassed. The fifth level, bypassed. His finger finally halted at the sixth level. Sixth level challenger, Zhao Tian. Faction, Noble Alliance. Record, 12 wins, 2 losses. Zhao Tian was one of Yi Qin's most formidable subordinates, renowned for his ruthless fighting style. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng extended his index finger and decisively pressed the virtual challenge button. A hum resonated as the cafeteria's screen and all public screens in the plaza simultaneously erupted with a colossal crimson announcement. New trainee Lin Feng formally challenges Zhao Tian, the 6th level defender. The match will commence in 1 hour, in the challenge space of the 6th level of the resource tower. Silence. The cafeteria plunged into a profound stillness, soon followed by an explosive uproar. Insane. Has he lost his mind? Directly challenging the 6th level? Zhao Tian. He is Yi Qin's top enforcer. His beast, the lava tyrant, is rumored to be on the verge of attaining the saintly level. Is he responding to Yi Qin's provocation? Yi Qin's smug demeanor and mocking smile froze in place. The expressions on his lackeys' faces were as distasteful as if they had swallowed a fly. How dare he? This is a death wish. Zhao Tian would tear him to shreds. Coward. Too afraid to challenge Brother Yi, and instead, picking on soft targets? Yet, it was evident to all that this was far from an easy target. This was a direct and resounding slap to the face. Lin Feng chose not to engage them in verbal sparring, but instead opted for the most vigorous approach, launching a direct challenge to their core member. He aimed to demonstrate to everyone that he had not come here to be lectured. He had come to seize resources. In another corner of the cafeteria, Tang Hao, who was polishing his massive axe with a deer hide, noticed the information on the screen. His movements halted. Ha! Good. Excellent. Tang Hao slammed his hand on the table with a resounding crash, causing the dishes to clatter. Now that's what I like to see. Instead of squabbling with those weaklings who only know how to talk, he goes straight for the face slap. What guts? Shangwan Shui, who had been in deep meditation, slowly opened her eyes. Her icy gaze fell upon Lin Feng's back for the first time, revealing a trace of subtle fluctuation. Having completed his actions, Lin Feng did not even glance back at the ensuing commotion. He turned and stepped forward, walking toward the cafeteria's exit amidst the astonished, reverent, mocking, and expectant gazes of all. His destination was the towering resource tower that loomed on the floating island in the distance. That was where his true battlefield lay. Chapter 117, Nouveau Riche. The contempt of Longdu's established talents. The news of Lin Feng's challenge to the 6th level spread like wildfire, sweeping through the entire training camp. The name Lin Feng was once again thrust into the limelight. Outside the resource tower, the spacious plaza was already teeming with people. Did he truly dare to come? I initially thought he was merely uttering some harsh words to intimidate the members of the Noble Alliance. Intimidate. Just look at Yi Qin's expression. His face is nearly swollen from the blows. How could this possibly be mere intimidation? Zhao Kuan is no fragile flower like Li Mo Yuan, his main companion. The lava giant is a genuine half-step saint-level creature, clad in molten armor, impervious to even the most formidable attacks from peak emperor-level beings, which would barely suffice to tickle it. This newcomer is exceedingly arrogant, truly believing that after winning a single trial, he can challenge the authority of seasoned veterans? In the center of the crowd, Yi Qin and his entourage wore grim expressions. Beside Yi Qin stood a burly youth named Zhao Kuan. A cruel smile etched upon his face. Rest assured, Brother Yi, today I shall make him realize the true meaning of humility. Yi Qin, stroking a jade pendant, replied coldly. Do not kill him outright, play with him slowly. I want him to relinquish all his initial points. He must understand that a commoner ought to possess the awareness befitting his status. Understood. Zhao Kuan clenched his fists, the bones cracking like popping beans. Tang Hao, hefting a massive axe, sought the best vantage point and plopped down, causing those around him to instinctively clear a space. On the opposite side of the crowd stood Shangwan Shui, clad in snowy white, her demeanor cool and ethereal, resembling a solitary ice lotus untouched by the world. Under the gaze of the multitude, Lin Feng's figure appeared upon the radiant bridge leading to the resource tower. He walked steadily, neither hurried nor slow, as if he were merely strolling through his backyard rather than heading into a life-or-death confrontation. This composure stilled the cacophony of the plaza. On the 6th level, within the battle arena, lay a simulated volcanic landscape, the air thick with the acrid scent of sulfur, and crimson magma flowed across the ground, the temperature soaring alarmingly. Zhao Kuan had long awaited in the center of the field, arms crossed, looking down at Lin Feng as he entered. Newcomer, I must say, you possess remarkable courage, or perhaps foolishness, he remarked, extending a finger toward Lin Feng. Now, kneel and concede, offering half of your challenge penalty points, and I may consider merely breaking one of your beast's legs. Otherwise, it shall lose half its life today. Lin Feng appeared oblivious to his taunts, merely surveying the surrounding environment. This setting would undoubtedly benefit fire-type beasts. Noticing his dismissal, Zhao Kuan's expression soured, and he ceased his idle chatter. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Come forth, my partner, and tear him apart. Lava giant. Boom. The ground beneath Zhao Kuan erupted violently as a 10-meter-tall behemoth emerged from the magma. Composed entirely of seething lava, its muscles bulged, radiating an oppressive heat and aura that was suffocating. The half-step saint-level presence bore down upon Lin Feng like a mountain. The temperature of the entire arena surged further with the appearance of the lava giant. Many weaker newcomers in the observation area were drenched in sweat, compelled to activate their energy shields to withstand the heat wave. So, this is Zhao Kuan's half-step saint-level lava giant? Indeed terrifying. The pressure is causing my beast to grow restless even within the beast space. It's over. Lin Feng is doomed. The members of the Noble Alliance wore triumphant smiles. Convinced of their impending victory, Yi Chun even shook his head disdainfully, as if he could already envision Lin Feng's dismal defeat. Zhao Kuan erupted into laughter, his voice echoing throughout the arena. Come on, newcomer. Let me witness your so-called mutated beasts. Instead of boasting, Lin Feng extended a hand. Xiaojiu, come out and catch some air. A ball of golden flame ignited in his palm, initially no larger than a fist. It emanated an aura of supreme nobility that even the ferocity of the lava giant could not overshadow. The flame rapidly expanded, transforming into a majestic firebird with a wingspan exceeding 5 meters, its body adorned with iridescent 9-colored feathers, exuding elegance and nobility, standing gracefully in midair. Its eyes like twin suns, coldly regarding the colossal creature before it. It was none other than the 9-turn chaos-burning heaven golden crow, Xiaojiu. Having been nourished by the divine elixir of laws over this period, Xiaojiu's aura had stabilized at the peak emperor level. Yet, the chaotic divine pressure emanating from its bloodline instilled an eerie silence throughout the battle arena. All fire elements bowed in reverence. Even the flowing magma seemed to become docile. Zhao Kuan's laughter froze instantly. Emperor level. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Lin Feng, are you insulting me? Or have you lost your mind? To use an emperor-level firebird against my half-step saint-level lava giant? He pointed at Xiaojiu, his tone dripping with contempt. Do you even know what half-step saint-level means? It is an existence that has brushed against the threshold of the laws. My lava giant could reduce it to a charred chicken with a single punch. The observation area erupted in chaos. Using an emperor level against a half-step saint level? Preposterous. This is utterly arrogant. What does he think this is? The members of the Noble Alliance were laughing so hard they were nearly in tears. Brother Yi, it seems we won't even need to play with him. He asked, digging his own grave. Yi Chen wore a bemused smile once more. He could not comprehend Lin Feng's actions, but that did not diminish his enjoyment of the impending victory. Only Tang Hao had ceased his laughter. Fixating intently on the golden crow in the arena, his brow furrowed. This isn't right. That bird feels more dangerous than Zhao Kuan's lava giant. It exudes an absolute sense of suppression emanating from its very essence. Shangwan Shui's cool gaze also revealed its first signs of turbulence. From the golden crow, she sensed an overwhelmingly pure and terrifying aura of law, surpassing even her own peak emperor-level ice crystal phoenix. In the arena, Zhao Kuan had lost all patience. Since you wish for death, I shall grant it. Lava giant, attack. Yet before he could finish, Xiaojiu made its move. It merely lifted its head slightly and emitted a clear, melodious cry. Chirp. The sound was not loud, yet it seemed to contain the very essence of the primordial laws of heaven and earth. In the next instant, a scene unfolded that sent shivers through everyone present. The once mighty lava giant, engulfed in roaring flames, was extinguished in an instant. Like a subject bowing before its sovereign, it dared not display any defiance. Within the battle arena, all the turbulent fire elements surrendered completely at the sound of that cry. They surged toward Xiaojiu in a frenzy, transforming into streaks of golden light that merged into its being. Xiaojiu's aura surged higher and higher. Zhao Kuan's expression became utterly frozen. No, this is impossible. What is happening? My control over the fire elements. He was horrified to discover that both he and the lava giant had completely lost control of the fire elements in this arena. Now it is my turn. Lin Feng's calm voice rang out, like the decree of death. Zhao Kuan was jolted, forcibly breaking free from the primal terror that coursed through his veins. His face flushed with a mix of humiliation and rage. Enough with the theatrics. He roared, his arms slicing downwards with fervor. Lava giant. Rain down upon it with molten meteorites and reduce it to a pulp. The lava giant, stripped of its dominion over the elemental fire, unleashed a furious roar, pounding its chest before plunging its arms into the magma beneath. With a fierce thrust, it emerged, hurling hundreds of fiery orbs, each the size of a millstone. Into the sky, they whistled ominously, resembling a cataclysmic meteor shower as they descended mercilessly upon the seemingly delicate figure of Xiaojio. Each fireball harbored an overwhelming heat, capable of instantaneously melting a towering edifice. The spectators held their breath, members of the noble alliance wearing expressions of cruel delight. No matter the strange abilities at play, they believed in the supremacy of raw power. Indeed, the unadulterated strength of the lava giant was the antidote to all fanciful tricks. Now, let us see how he meets his end. However, in the face of this apocalyptic assault, Xiaojio did not even flinch, merely raising its head with regal pride. Caw! A clear, melodious cry rang out. Then, to the bewilderment of all present, it opened its golden beak and gently inhaled the oncoming barrage of molten fireballs. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no radiant clash of energies, nothing. As the frenzied fireballs, imbued with the potency of a half-step saint, neared Xiaojio. The flames extinguished inch by inch, and the hard rock shells swiftly dissolved, ultimately transforming into pure, primordial torrents of fire elemental energy. Like rivers flowing into the sea, they were consumed by Xiaojio in a single gulp. Burp. Xiaojio even let out a barely audible, human-like belch, its 9-colored feathers shimmering with renewed brilliance. Silence. The entire arena, along with the observing crowd, fell into an eerie stillness. The wind ceased. The sounds of flowing magma vanished. Everyone's heartbeats seemed to skip a beat. Zhao Kuen's sinister grin froze, resembling a poorly crafted plaster mask. How is this possible? He stammered, trembling fingers pointing at Xiaojio, his eyes bulging as if they might pop from their sockets. That had been the lava giant's full-force attack. Just like that, it was devoured? Lin Feng, having cleared his ears as though the previous roar had been too cacophonous, lifted his eyelids and cast a glance at the petrified Zhao Kun. His tone remained flat, yet resonated throughout the arena. I'm in a hurry. Have both your beasts attack together. This statement proved more devastating than the previously unfathomable scene. An insult. It was a blatant, unadulterated affront. You seek death. Zhao Kuen's reason ignited completely at those words, his complexion turning a deep shade of liver. He could no longer care for the demeanor of a strong man or the slow torment of his opponent. All he wanted was to tear apart this audacious man before him. Lava hell. With his furious roar, the lava giant stomped heavily, causing the ground of the volcanic arena to tremble violently. Dark red magma erupted wildly from fissures in the earth, transforming the entire battleground into a veritable lava hell, with scorching waves crashing against the energy barrier of the space. And you, come forth, Shadow Vine Monarch. A second contract array illuminated beside Zhao Kun, a massive vine plant, entirely black and exuding an aura of chill and darkness. Erupted from the ground. Peak Imperial level, a supportive control-type beast. Find it for me, even for just a second. Zhao Kun bellowed his command. Even if it could not be fully controlled, distracting it for a moment would suffice. Swoosh. Dozens of tendrils, resembling black serpents, surged from all directions toward Xiaojio, each inscribed with bizarre runes capable of paralyzing minds and constraining energies. Simultaneously, the lava hell below took shape, countless magma tendrils shooting skyward, constructing a web of entrapment alongside the vines. The spectators erupted in astonishment once more. 2 against 1. Zhao Kun was forced into a corner. Yet indeed, he was desperate. Yi Chen's expression darkened, for Zhao Kuen's actions were undoubtedly a disgrace to their noble alliance. But now he only hoped for Zhao Kuen's victory. In the arena, confronted with this lethal scenario, a flicker of fluctuation appeared in Xiaojio's eyes. It spread its wings wide. Buzz. An invisible wave radiated outward, the menacing shadow vines. Upon nearing a 3-meter radius of Xiaojio, shattered as if encountering an invisible barrier, crumbling to black powder. Xiaojio's solar chaos true flame, one of its defining traits, was the ability to burn through laws. Before it, any law-based power beneath its life tier would be directly suppressed and incinerated. Then, it opened its mouth. This time, it was not a mere inhalation, but a breath. Pure, golden flames, seemingly forged from the core of the sun, poured forth like a cascading stream from its mouth. The golden flames collided with the dark red magma hell below. The anticipated violent explosion did not occur. Instead, a scene unfolded that shattered Zhao Kun, Yi Chen, and all spectators' perceptions, causing their worldview to collapse. The golden flames, akin to a sovereign patrolling its domain, met the raging magma hell, which resembled a throng of craven worshippers before a deity. The magma not only offered no resistance, but willingly disintegrated, reverently supplying its elemental fire essence to the golden flames in a sacrificial manner. As one diminished, the other flourished. The dark red lava hell visibly faded and cooled, while Xiaojio's solar chaos true flame grew ever more vibrant and resplendent, bathing the entire arena in a sacred golden hue. No. Zhao Kuan watched in terror as he felt the connection between the lava giant and the magma hell being forcibly severed. No, it was not a severance. It was submission. It was betrayal. Moments later, the golden flames dissipated. The so-called lava hell had vanished entirely, leaving behind only a barren expanse of pockmarked black rock. The once mighty lava giant stood in the center, all flames extinguished, its once crimson skin now a dull, lifeless gray. It had lost all fiery power. Resembling a comically absurd stone figure, its proud half-step saint-level pressure had evaporated. Thud! Zhao Kuan's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground, his gaze vacant, muttering incoherently. How could this happen? My lava giant lost. His once proud half-step saint-level beast had been utterly overwhelmed, unable to withstand even 3 strikes in the face of a 2-on-1 disadvantage. Indeed, it could not even mount a semblance of resistance. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to cast another glance at him. He turned and strode towards the exit of the combat space. Chapter 119, The Pinnacle of the Resource Tower, the Law's Fruit and the King's Opportunity. Lin Feng pivoted and made his way to the exit of the combat arena. Behind him lay an oppressive silence, stark and profound. From the commencement of the battle to its conclusion, not even a minute had elapsed. What had transpired was a match that, to all the seasoned students, seemed devoid of suspense, culminating indeed in a complete annihilation, except the tides had turned entirely. Thud! Zhao Kuan's legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed onto the ground. His gaze vacant and hollow, he stared at his lava behemoth, now stripped of all flames, reduced to a comical stone statue, before glancing at the charred remains of the Shadow Vine Sovereign. Impossible, this cannot be, he murmured incoherently, his worldview shattered in that fleeting moment. What caliber of beast mastery is that? In the spectator seats, the members of the Noble Alliance were rendered speechless. The derision, mockery, and delight that had once adorned their faces had solidified into an expression of sheer shock and fear. Yi Chen's countenance was so dark it could have dripped water. His fingers, which had been caressing a jade pendant, trembled slightly from the force of his grip. Beside him, a subordinate hesitantly spoke, "Brother Yi, that firebird." Silence. Yi Chen snapped, cutting him off. "Useless. You can't even handle a newcomer, and in a 2-on-1, you still got annihilated. You've brought disgrace upon our Noble Alliance." On the other side, Tang Hao suddenly sprang from his seat, his eyes ablaze with an unprecedented intensity as he fixated on Lin Feng's departing figure. The suppression of the laws. Such formidable suppression. A member of the martial arts faction beside him looked on in confusion. "Brother Tang, what suppression of laws? Isn't that just attribute restraint? Restraint my foot." Tang Hao cursed vehemently. That's bloodline. It's an absolute domination on the level of life. That Golden Crow's bloodline is undoubtedly mythic. Mythic. The mere utterance of this term sent a collective gasp through the surrounding crowd. Shangguan Shui also withdrew her gaze, closing her eyes once more, yet her long lashes trembled uncontrollably. Unperturbed by the discussions behind him, Lin Feng approached the control screen at the exit of the 6th level and extended his hand. Challenge victory. Calculating rewards. Points earned, 27. 500, challenger victory, receiving half the points of the defender. Granted access to the 6th level, with daily resource allocation increased to 6 times the base amount. As the cold, mechanical voice echoed, Lin Feng observed the surge of points on his wristband, calmly securing his position on the 6th level. Through an indisputable victory, he proclaimed his arrival, instilling a deeper sense of trepidation and speculation regarding his strength among all present. Lin Feng's overwhelming defeat of Zhao Kuan and his assertive acquisition of the 6th level position swept through the elite training camp like a tempest. No longer would anyone dare to associate this newcomer with terms like commoner or upstart. The previously predatory gaze of the older students had shifted. Now, when they glanced towards the newcomers section, it was imbued with a newfound gravity. Lin Feng's battle served as a potent tonic, fiercely invigorating the hearts of all newcomers. In all, they exclaimed, "Incredible! Lin Feng is truly my idol." Indeed, who says we newcomers must be bullied by the older students? We can fight back. Let us go. I'll challenge too. Damn it. Even if I lose some points, I'll give it my all. A wave of challenges surged upward, inadvertently stirred by Lin Feng. Meanwhile, beneath the surface of the training camp's undercurrents, a deeper secret regarding the resource tower began to quietly surface amidst this upheaval. 2 seasoned older students were huddled in a corner of the plaza, speaking in hushed tones. "Have you heard? The commotion at the tower's peak seems greater than in previous years. Lower your voice. Do you want everyone to know?" The other cast a wary glance around. "I heard that this year's Law's Tree has produced fruits of the highest quality ever." The Law's Tree? You don't know? The 9th level of the resource tower isn't empty. It houses a Law's Tree, the very foundation of the entire training camp. It only bears fruit once every 5 years. The speaker suppressed his excitement, his voice trembling. This fruit contains the purest essence of law. For a peak master, there is over a 70% chance to condense a domain and ascend directly to the king level. What? The king's opportunity. Indeed, this is the true ultimate prize of this resource tower contest. It's intended for our most elite geniuses. And this year's fruit just happens to ripen during this contest. This revelation detonated like a thunderclap, rippling through a small circle and igniting the ambitions of all who were aware. In the luxurious room of Yi Chun within the A-class dormitory area, crash. The expensive energy crystal chandelier shattered into countless pieces upon impact with the floor. The room lay in disarray. Lin Feng, Yi Chun's chest heaved violently, his eyes bloodshot. An unprecedented sense of threat and humiliation gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. He abruptly activated his communicator. Everyone, gather here immediately. I have something crucial to announce. Moments later, a dozen core members of the Noble Alliance stood before Yi Chun, silent as the grave. Yi Chun scanned the group. The fury that had once consumed him was now replaced by a steely resolve. You must have all heard about the law's fruit. At this, the crowd collectively held their breath. That fruit is mine for the taking. Yi Chun's voice was resolute. From now on, everyone is to abandon personal challenges and devote all efforts to support me. If I can obtain the fruit and break through to king level, you will all reap the rewards, resources, techniques, quotas for secret realms. I can request them all from the family. He dangled a tremendous bait. Our objective is singular, to spare no effort in securing the path to the 9th level. We must not allow anyone, especially that Lin Feng, the opportunity to lay claim to the fruit. Yes, Brother Yi. The crowd responded in unison, their eyes reignited with the flames of greed. Simultaneously, Lin Feng resided within the independent training room of the 6th level, where the concentration of energy was double that of the A-class dormitory he had previously occupied. He contemplated his forthcoming strategy. Should he directly challenge the 9th level? Or would it be wiser to steadily ascend, layer by layer, while simultaneously harvesting points? Just then, a familiar mechanical notification resonated in his mind. Ding! High-value investment target detected. Target location, core resource tower, top of the 9th level. Target details, unknown anomaly. Containing a high concentration of law source and world source, nearing maturity. Investment recommendation. It is advised that the host proceed promptly to acquire this anomaly and invest, as the expected return rate is exceedingly high. Lin Feng's movement stilled. Law source, world source? Though the specifics were unclear, the system's alerts had never led him astray. Moreover, the mention of an exceptionally high return rate was indeed a rare commendation. It seems that there are astonishing treasures atop this tower. In an instant, he made a resolute decision. Points can be accumulated over time, but such an opportunity, if missed, would be lost forever. He rose to his feet and stretched his limbs, his gaze piercing through the walls of the training room, as if he could envision the distant, cloud-piercing pinnacle of the tower. Chapter 120, The Battle for the Summit. The Holy Level Mechanical Dragon, fully unleashed. 7 days later, the final toll of the Resource Tower contest resonated above the floating island. The day of the decisive battle had arrived. The atmosphere of the training camp surged to a fever pitch. Countless luminous screens floated above the central plaza, broadcasting in real time the unfolding battles on each floor of the tower. The challenges on the lower floors had already reached a fevered intensity, with points being updated like a cascading waterfall. Yet, the attention of all the top talents was firmly fixed on the highest tier, the 9th floor. According to the rules, challengers must advance layer by layer from the 6th floor upwards. Boom. Tang Hao, wielding his colossal axe, was the first to charge forth, his formidable physique transforming into an unstoppable blur as he barreled towards the challenge passage of the 6th floor. On the screen, he faced the avatar of Lin Feng that had been left to guard the 6th level. Upon witnessing this, Shangwan Shui, her white garments billowing, transformed into a streak of icy light, opting for the challenge entrance of the 7th floor. Now that the challenge had commenced, Lin Feng emerged from the training room, paying no heed to those who sought to confront his avatar. His singular objective remained unchanged. The pinnacle of the tower. In a flash of brilliance, Lin Feng's figure materialized within the challenge space of the 7th floor. The concentration of spiritual energy here was several times denser than that of the 6th floor. 2 haughty senior students awaited him, loyal confidants of Yi Chun, both at the peak stage of the Grandmaster realm. Lin Feng, your luck ends here, they declared in unison. Let us take him down together. Both summoned their beasts, a peak-level thunder lion radiating with crackling lightning and a frost giant ape summoning a tempest of frost. Flanking him with perfect coordination, Lin Feng did not even summon Xiaojiao. He merely raised a hand. A red, ethereal figure silently appeared in the arena. The 9-tailed celestial fox. The 2 students barely registered what transpired. They only felt a fleeting sensation before their consciousness plunged into an endless abyss of illusion. When they awoke, they found themselves lying outside the battle space, their points drastically diminished. Their beasts lay beside them, listless and dazed, evidently suffering from a profoundly terrifying mental shock. In a mere 10 seconds, Lin Feng left behind his avatar as he continued his ascent. The 8th floor. The guardians on this level were 3 peak grandmasters under Yi Chen's command. They formed a triangular formation, 6 peak-level beasts safeguarding them at the center, prepared for battle. Be wary of his mental-type beast. Use area attacks to cover the field, leaving him no chance. Attack. Simultaneously, the 6 beasts unleashed their tremendous energy, flames, wind blades, rock projectiles, various elemental assaults intertwining to form a net of destruction, instantly enveloping the entire battle space. Xiaojiu, little fox, Lin Feng spoke calmly. The golden divine bird and the red celestial fox appeared simultaneously. Xiaojiu emitted a melodious cry, unleashing the true flame of chaos, causing all incoming attacks to turn against their masters in an instant, swallowed whole. The little fox's 7 tails swayed gently. An invisible storm of mental energy laced with alluring venom quietly spreading. The 2 beasts of wind and earth momentarily froze, their eyes reflecting struggle and fear. The precision and might of their attacks significantly diminished. In less than 5 minutes, the battle concluded. The 3 guardians were hurled from the arena, their seats and points once again up for grabs. As Lin Feng's figure finally ascended the steps to the 9th floor, the entire training camp fell utterly silent. The 9th floor. Here, there were no simulated volcanoes or icy plains, only a vast, pure white circular platform. In the center of the platform stood a diminutive tree, scarcely half a meter high. Its trunk shimmered as if crafted from light, while its leaves bore flowing runes of law. Atop the tree hung a fruit the size of a fist, the space around it subtly warping, emanating an ineffable aura of profundity. The fruit of law. As Lin Feng stepped onto the platform, 3 figures encircled him from different directions. At the forefront stood Yi Chen, flanked by 2 stern-faced youths, his 2 most formidable subordinates within the noble alliance. Lin Feng. Yi Chen began, his tone imbued with a sense of lofty judgment. Your performance ends here. He ceased his prattle, and a column of sacred light soared into the sky behind him. A magnificent creature, entirely snow-white with a single horn atop its head and standing upon clouds, appeared by his side. The holy level initial stage, the radiant Holy Qilin. Simultaneously, another contract array illuminated beside him, summoning a similarly colossal creature, its golden-scaled body radiating a sharp presence, the holy level initial stage golden griffin. The other 2 youths also summoned 2 holy level initial stage beasts each. 6 holy level beasts. The terrifying pressure intertwined, causing the very space of the 9th floor to quake violently. Did you think we were unprepared? Yi Chen sneered, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Heavenlock formation, activate. At his command, intricate array patterns illuminated beneath the feet of the 6 holy level beasts, connecting them in a colossal 6-pointed star formation. Buzz. The 6 breaths of holy level initial stage energy, bolstered by the formation, twisted together into a singular force, rapidly ascending. Holy level intermediate. Holy level advanced. Ultimately, it barely halted at the threshold of holy level peak. A terrifying aura, potent enough to make even a king-level powerhouse tremble, locked onto Lin Feng. Do you see this, commoner? Yi Chen's voice dripped with satisfaction. This is our foundation, a height that you, a mere upstart, can never hope to reach. Before this heavenlock formation, any holy level will be suppressed. Confronted with what could be termed a fatal scenario, Lin Feng displayed no semblance of panic. He extended his hand, and a chilling mechanical silhouette coalesced before him. Come forth. Mechanical dragon. Boom. A gargantuan figure, towering 30 meters high, descended upon the platform with a thunderous crash. Constructed from an unknown alloy that shimmered with a dark golden hue. Its sleek dragon form radiated both power and beauty, its intricate energy circuits resembling blue veins coursing throughout its body, while a pair of colossal space-folding wings slowly unfurled. A wave of cold, vast, and destructive holy-level initial stage pressure instantly enveloped the arena. Another holy-level initial stage beast. The 2 subordinates beside Yi Chen's eyes widened in shock. Yi Chen himself momentarily faltered, a fleeting look of astonishment crossing his face. Yet, he soon lifted his chin, gazing down at the mechanical dragon with arrogance. It is but a mere holy-level initial stage. What difference does one more make? Before our heavenlock formation, it is merely another piece of scrap metal. Suppress it. The power of the 6 summoned beasts surged to its zenith, and the locking heaven array radiated with blinding brilliance. Its destructive pressure descending upon Lin Feng and the mechanical dragon with the weight of an impending cataclysm. Lin Feng observed them calmly, as one might regard a group of children proudly displaying their toys. He could scarcely muster the inclination to utter another word. Mechanical dragon. Lin Feng's voice was but a whisper, yet it resonated clearly within the core of the mechanical dragon. Released to full power. Allow them to witness what true strength entails. Chapter 121. Space folding, sweeping across the battlefield. Absolute power. 6 harmonies locking heaven array, activate. Yi Chun's voice reverberated with a chilling authority upon the pristine white platform. Suddenly, the array patterns beneath the 6 holy grade beasts blazed to life, and 6 beams of light, each embodying a distinct attribute, shot skyward, intertwining in midair to form a colossal energy net that enveloped the entire platform's ceiling. Upon this net, the runes of the laws flowed, emanating a terrifying wave that sealed space and confined energy, resembling a celestial prison descending upon Lin Feng and the mechanical dragon. This is the combined battle array inherited by the Yi family, specifically designed to hunt down opponents of a higher echelon. A subordinate of Yi Chen grinned cruelly, declaring that under this net, space would be locked, rendering the mechanical dragon's prideful spatial leap utterly futile. Lin Feng, kneel and beg for mercy now, and perhaps you may be left with a complete corpse. Faced with this overwhelming confinement capable of inducing despair in any holy grade powerhouse, Lin Feng did not even lift his eyelids. Noisy, he merely exhaled these 2 syllables. In that instant, a red, enchanting figure materialized beside him, 7 fluffy tails gently swaying behind. It was none other than the 9-tailed world-destroying fox. Summoning an emperor-grade beast? Have you exhausted all options? Yi Chen's contempt deepened upon sighting the little fox. In such a battlefield, what purpose did an emperor-grade companion serve other than becoming fodder? He found it beneath consideration to ponder why Lin Feng would unleash this seemingly harmless creature. To him, it was nothing more than a desperate flailing in the face of despair. Yet, the next moment, Yi Chen and his 2 subordinates found their movements abruptly halted. They perceived a fleeting shimmer before their consciousness was seemingly yanked into a blood-red abyss of fog, where everything around them distorted into a dreamlike haze, accompanied by the wails of countless lost souls echoing in their ears. This momentary disorientation for true powerhouses might have lasted less than a tenth of a second, but it was sufficient. The formidable mental resistance of Yi Chen and his beasts allowed them to break free from the illusion almost immediately. However, by the time their awareness regained clarity, the 30-meter-tall mechanical dragon had already sprung into action. Its electronic eye, flickering with data streams, glimmered ominously. It neither unleashed beams nor swung its claws, nor did it release any energy. Instead, it simply raised its colossal claw, forged from dark golden alloy, and gently grasped at the cataclysmic energy net above. This motion was as delicate as crumpling a sheet of paper, under the incredulous gaze of Yi Chen and his companions. The space before the mechanical dragon, along with the locking heaven array imbued with the 6 holy grade powers, was seized as if by an invisible divine hand, forcefully folded, twisted, and compressed. Ultimately, the vast energy net, along with the expanse of space it occupied, was shrunk to a point more minuscule than a needle's tip, radiating with the light of annihilation. There was no sound, no explosion, only an extreme, soul-freezing silence. Then, the singularity vanished. Boom. The terrifying force of collapsing space erupted in a chaotic tempest, surging outward in all directions. The first to bear the brunt were the 6 holy grade beasts maintaining the array. Puff, puff, puff. The indomitable locking heaven array shattered as if struck by a hammer against glass. Yi Chen and his 2 companions, akin to being struck by a battering ram, spewed blood and were uncontrollably hurled backward, colliding violently with the 9th layer of spatial barriers before sliding helplessly to the ground. Their 6 holy grade beasts emitted a series of mournful cries, their brilliance dimmed, and their energy waning to the point of collapse, clearly suffering from severe backlash. In a single encounter, merely a single encounter, their pride, the combined battle array capable of suppressing even the pinnacle of holy grade beings, had been utterly dismantled in a manner that defied comprehension and overturned their understanding. No, my locking heaven array. Yi Chen lay on the ground, blood frothing from his mouth, his face etched with shock and bewilderment. His once proud, bright, sacred Qilin now cowered beside him, its pure white fur trembling uncontrollably. It dared not lift its head to gaze upon the cold mechanical behemoth, gripped by a fear that emanated from the very essence of life itself. In the face of the chaotic divine pressure emanating from the mechanical dragon, its so-called holy grade bloodline felt as insignificant as dust. Its power had been suppressed by more than half. How could they possibly fight back? Yi Chen was utterly frozen. Heritage? Legacy? The very things he prided himself on had become a grand jest in the face of this incomprehensible, absolute power. The figure of the mechanical dragon vanished from sight. There were no spatial fluctuations, no energy trails. It was as if an old image had been erased and a new one painted over. In the next moment, Its immense form loomed before Yichun. The cold shadow enveloped both Yichun and his trembling bright, sacred Qilin entirely. A gigantic mechanical dragon claw, gleaming with metallic luster, slowly descended. It neither stirred the air nor bore any intent to kill. It merely rested gently upon the noble head of the bright, sacred Qilin. In that moment, every drop of blood in Yichun's body froze. He could distinctly sense that should that claw exert even the slightest pressure, the proud holy-grade beast, a testament to his family's countless resources, would be effortlessly crushed like a ripe walnut. The chasm of power rendered all resistance, all struggle, a tragically futile farce. Yichun's complexion turned ashen, his body trembling violently, teeth chattering, completely devoid of the arrogance he once exuded. The cold metallic touch, conveyed through the bright sacred Qilin's head, reached every nerve ending in Yichun's being. There was no murderous intent, no energy fluctuations, only a pure indifference, emblematic of a higher echelon of life. As if the dragon was gazing down upon mere ants, contemplating whether to lift its foot. Time stretched infinitely in that moment. Yichun's blood felt as though it had solidified, his esteemed lineage, years of arduous cultivation, and the dignity he cherished like life itself were all crushed to dust before the slowly descending mechanical dragon claw, without even a trace of debris left to rise. Resistance? What could he use to resist? With his laughable holy-grade beast to challenge a creature capable of effortlessly folding space and erasing the laws of existence? Humiliation, fear, resentment, despair. Countless emotions surged within him, ultimately coalescing into a singular thought that sent tremors through his very soul. He would die if he remained silent. This mechanical behemoth would undoubtedly crush his Qilin without hesitation, and then crush him. Yichun's atoms apple-bobbed with great difficulty, each word seeming to drain him of all his strength. His two companions from the noble alliance were already ashen-faced, lacking the strength to stand, collapsing to the ground, too terrified to meet the gaze of the mechanical giant. I concede. The last two words were almost forced out through clenched teeth. The sound was faint, yet it resonated like thunder in the deathly silence of the 9th platform. Chapter 122, Seizing the Dao Fruit. The strongest newcomer of this session, Lin Feng. As these three words escaped, Yichun felt as if all the bones in his body had been extracted, and he slumped down. The pride that belonged to a top-tier genius utterly dissipated. Lin Feng gestured for the mechanical dragon to raise its claw. The icy pressure vanished, and the holy Qilin emitted a mournful cry, trembling on the ground, too frightened to rise. Lin Feng stepped forward, approaching Yichun. He uttered no words, merely extended his hand. Yichun's body stiffened. Humiliation surged like a tidal wave, but he dared not hesitate, trembling as he removed his identity wristband and handed it over. Lin Feng accepted it, casually manipulating a few functions on the light screen. Points transferred, 180,000. A cold notification echoed. Yichun gazed at his wristband, nearly emptied of points, his heart jolting, yet he dared not utter a single word. Lin Feng tossed the wristband back to him and walked toward the other two youths sprawled on the ground. Upon seeing this, they did not dare to hesitate, hastily surrendering their wristbands. We concede too. Lin Feng, Senior, we implore you to show mercy. Another two substantial transfers of points were recorded. After completing these actions, Lin Feng no longer cast a glance at them, as if they were merely trivial opponents to be dismissed. He turned and strode toward the center of the platform, where the Tree of Laws quietly radiated a gentle glow. Yichun and his companions, in a daze, watched that figure as he approached the treasure they yearned for, one they would go to great lengths to obtain. In this moment, they truly understood that their so-called foundation and preparations had been nothing but a farcical joke from the very beginning. Lin Feng extended his hand, his fingertips gently brushing against the fist-sized fruit. The distorted space surrounding the fruit became astonishingly docile at his touch. Energy tower notification. The Dao fruit is currently unripe and cannot be harvested. A week's wait is required. Ding. High concentration of the essence of laws and the essence of the world detected. Investment suggestion. This item holds immense value. Should the host invest? A godly critical strike is anticipated. The system's notification resonated in his mind. At that moment, boom. A wild and domineering figure surged toward the entrance of the 9th layer, bloodied and wielding a massive axe, brimming with battle intent. It was Tang Hao. He had evidently emerged from a fierce battle to break through the encirclement. However, upon stepping onto the 9th platform, what he encountered made his pupils constrict in shock. Lin Feng stood unscathed beneath the Tree of Laws, fixated on the Dao fruit, while his opponents, Yichun and his two strongest subordinates, lay sprawled in a corner like three dead dogs, their 6 holy-level beast auras waning, prostrate on the ground, not daring to lift their heads. Tang Hao was momentarily taken aback. Then, he erupted into a fit of raucous laughter. Ha! Well done. His voice boomed, reverberating throughout the entire platform. I knew that their dainty formations could never hold you. Meanwhile, the central square of the training camp was in complete uproar. Tens of thousands of students, whether newcomers or veterans, were glued to the largest screen overhead. The screen vividly displayed everything that had transpired on the ninth layer. From Yi Chun and his companions setting up the 6 harmonies locking array to Lin Feng summoning that mysterious mechanical giant, culminating in an incomprehensible scene that shattered everyone's understanding. The space was folded. A combined battle formation capable of suppressing pinnacle holy-level beings was crumpled like a piece of waste paper, then vanished. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. Silence. The square was enveloped in a prolonged silence lasting half a minute. Everyone gaped, their minds blank, unable to process the information they had just witnessed. What just happened? I don't understand. How did the formation break? As Lin Feng confiscated Yi Chun and the others' points, his focus on the Dao fruit. The suffocating silence was finally shattered by a tide of exclamations. My heavens. 1 against 3. Instant kill. Yi Chun's veteran noble alliance was swept away by a single individual. What on earth is that mechanical dragon? Space folding? Is that a power a Beastmaster can wield? Incredible. This transcends mere strength. It defies all logic. All the new students were flushed with excitement, fervently shouting Lin Feng's name. Lin Feng. Lin Feng is amazing. Conversely, the veterans, particularly members of the Noble Alliance, turned pale, their eyes filled with fear and awe. In this moment, no one dared to question. No one remained unconvinced. Lin Feng. This name was inscribed in the hearts of all at the elite training camp in the most domineering and unreasonable manner, marking him as the strongest newcomer of this session. No, he could no longer be defined merely as a newcomer. He was undoubtedly the strongest of this session, if not several recent sessions. On the 9th platform, Lin Feng turned around and nodded at Tang Hao behind him. Tang Hao, hefting his massive axe, stepped forward, causing the ground to tremble slightly. His blood seemed to burn with intensity, his focus on Lin Feng completely disregarding Yi Chun and his 2 companions, who lay crumpled in the corner. Your mechanical dragon is formidable, Tang Hao grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, excitement akin to that of a hunter spotting a prime quarry. Stronger than I had anticipated. Lin Feng withdrew his hand from the tree of laws, meeting his gaze calmly. However, I can sense that you did not exert your full strength. Tang Hao struck the axe blade against the ground, the clanging sound piercing the air. He pointed a finger directly at Lin Feng. 1 month. Here, I challenge you. No fancy formations, no ambushes, just you and me, a one-on-one duel. Let me see your true abilities. The battle intent emanated from Tang Hao like tangible flames, sweeping across the entire 9th platform. Before Lin Feng could respond, a cold figure appeared silently at the platform's entrance, clad in a tight black combat suit. It was the chief instructor, Ice Mountain. She glanced at Yi Chun and the others sprawled on the ground, then fixed her gaze on Lin Feng. You performed admirably. Ice Mountain spoke, her tone still flat, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. From this moment forth, you possess full rights over the 9th layer, including the harvesting rights to this tree of laws. This announcement, akin to an official seal, unequivocally recognized Lin Feng as the ultimate victor in this fierce contest. Yet, Tang Hao appeared oblivious, his gaze fixated intently on Lin Feng. Dare you accept? In Chapter 123, a cataclysmic blow unfolds. The essence of the laws undergoes an aberration. At last, Lin Feng made his move, advancing a couple of steps to stand merely 10 meters apart from Tang Hao. Very well. A simple word, devoid of any superfluous emotion. Upon hearing this, a more audacious smile spread across Tang Hao's face. Excellent. How forthright. He suddenly shifted his tone, hefting his colossal axe as he surveyed the desolate entrance to the challenge, curling his lip. However, before we proceed, to prevent any interruptions, how about this? Let us join forces to expel all those self-important senior students from the tower first. What do you think? Once the arena is cleared, we shall determine our standings. This proposition caused the nearby Ice Mountain to glance over with mild surprise. The 2 most formidable newcomers were, astonishingly, opting to collaborate at this critical juncture. This amounted to a final ultimatum directed at all remaining seniors within the tower. Lin Feng's heart remained unperturbed. For him, this was merely a matter of convenience. I have no objections. Ha ha. Splendid. Tang Hao laughed heartily, striking his chest plate with the axe handle. Then it is settled. In that moment, 2 distinctly powerful figures forged a temporary alliance that instilled fear in all. At the Sky Dome training camp, in the central control hub, Long Zhan stood quietly with his hands clasped behind his back before a vast screen displaying everything occurring on the 9th level platform. He watched as Lin Feng, wielding that astonishing mechanical dragon, obliterated Yi Chun's confidence with an overwhelming display of might. He also observed Tang Hao launching an exhilarating challenge, along with their unexpected collaboration. A satisfied smile gradually emerged on Long Zhan's face. There is no fear in an abundance of talent. The true concern lies in the absence of rivalry. Only through conflict and pressure can genuine strength be forged. Lin Feng's emergence was akin to a ferocious catfish, thoroughly stirring the stagnant waters of the elite training camp. "Relay my orders." Long Zhan's voice resonated with calm authority. "Yes, General." A subordinate promptly stepped forward. "Grant students Lin Feng, Tang Hao, and Shangwan Shui the highest S-class student privileges." The aide momentarily paused, astonished. S-class privileges were tantamount to wielding half the authority of an instructor, granting access to over 90% of training grounds and resource libraries, even permitting the review of certain non-confidential mission files. Understood. He dared not inquire further and immediately stood at attention. Long Zhan waved his hand, signaling him to withdraw. He gazed at Lin Feng's serene countenance on the screen and activated an encrypted communication channel on his wristband. On the 9th level platform, Lin Feng's wristband emitted a faint vibration. A message, visible and audible only to him, materialized. "Well done." It was Long Zhan. "But this is merely the beginning. The Yi family is but a stepping stone compared to the adversaries you will face in the future. Do not grow complacent, nor let your guard down. This world is vast and perilous. Utilize all the resources at your disposal swiftly to break through to the King realm. Only then shall you possess the initial credentials to grasp your own destiny." The message was brief, yet every word carried substantial weight. Lin Feng closed the communication, his understanding deepening. It seemed that the Sky Dome plan was far more intricate than he had anticipated, and he had merely just received his entry ticket. With Long Zhan's orders issued, the jarring toll of the conclusion of the resource tower contest reverberated throughout the floating island. On the screen, Lin Feng's score ultimately crystallized into a staggering figure. He emerged as the indisputable champion of this grand affair. At this moment, only Lin Feng and Tang Hao remained atop the expansive platform, along with Shangwan Shui, who sat cross-legged in another corner, seemingly meditating throughout the entirety of the event. Tang Hao, satisfied, settled down in a spot, beginning to polish his treasured weapon. Lin Feng, in contrast, approached the tree of laws once more. He gazed at the fruit emanating profound waves of mystery, the surrounding space subtly warping. According to the information provided by the resource tower, this Dao fruit had yet to fully mature, requiring an additional 7 days of absorbing the force of the laws to reach its ultimate fruition. To avoid any unforeseen complications, Lin Feng chose to sit cross-legged directly on the 9th level of the resource tower. He closed his eyes, appearing to enter a deep meditative state, though in truth, his entire focus was immersed in the system panel within his mind and his beast control space. Time began to flow at an exceedingly languid pace. On the first day, Tang Hao paced restlessly along the edge of the platform, ultimately unable to contain his impatience as he rushed down the tower to spar with the senior students who had not been eliminated. On the third day, Shangwan Shui opened her eyes, glanced at the increasingly resplendent Dao fruit, then at the motionless Lin Feng, before transforming into a stream of ice and quietly departing. By the 5th day, within the entire resource tower, there remained no challenger aside from Lin Feng. All had been unceremoniously expelled by Tang Hao, that battle-mad fiend, in a brutally efficient manner. For Lin Feng, these 7 days were a prolonged yet sweet torment. Each day, he calculated the rate at which the value of the Dao fruit was ascending, repeatedly contemplating which of his beasts would yield the greatest returns upon its consumption. The mechanical dragon? No, that would not suffice. Its evolutionary path was focused on ultimate spatial control, and the myriad laws contained within this Dao fruit would only serve to muddle its purity, resulting in a net loss. The little fox? That too was unsuitable. Its domains of spirit, illusion, charm, and poison had already formed a cohesive system. Forcibly introducing other laws would only disrupt its balance. The little ice? That seemed somewhat feasible. However, through his sensing, he discerned that the traces of time and life laws within this Dao fruit were scarce. Feeding it to little ice would be somewhat counterproductive. Ultimately, all options pointed back to his original partner, Little Nine, the 9 transforming chaotic burning heaven golden crow. Its core attribute is chaos, embodying the essence of inclusivity and the consumption of all laws. This Dao fruit, while perhaps a mere impurity to other beasts, represented a sumptuous feast for Little Nine. More importantly, with the successive evolutions of the mechanical dragon, the little fox, and little ice, Little Nine's strength was indeed beginning to lag behind. As Lin Feng's first beast, he would not allow it to fall behind. On the 7th day, at noon, a gentle tremor coursed through the entire resource tower. The tree of laws at the center of the platform erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. At the treetop, the fruit, now the size of a fist, reached full maturity. The previously distorted space instantly stabilizing, with all enigmatic waves retracting, appearing as an unremarkable, colorful apple. Lin Feng opened his eyes. He rose and walked step by step to the tree, extending his hand to gently pluck the Tao fruit that countless geniuses coveted. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and directly utilized his privileges to teleport away from the resource tower, arriving at his private room in the A-class dormitory. Upon returning to his dormitory, the first thing he did was lavishly squander nearly 1/3 of the astronomical points in his account. He activated the S-rank highest-level defensive formation, initiated the S-rank isolation barrier, and engaged the S-rank anti-scrying force field. Layer upon layer of invisible energy shields enveloped the entire room so securely that not even a fly could intrude. Not even a king-level powerhouse could pry into his affairs without alerting anyone. After completing these preparations, he solemnly opened his palm. The Tao fruit of laws lay quietly in his hand, emanating a soft, iridescent glow. He could distinctly sense the myriad essences of fire, water, wind, thunder, light, darkness, earth, and dozens of other law energies interwoven yet non-intrusive, forming a perfect equilibrium. Little Nine, he softly called within his heart. In the beast taming space, the magnificent golden divine bird instantly opened its eyes and let out a joyful cry. This is yours. With a mere thought, the Tao fruit vanished from his hand and appeared directly before Little Nine. Without any hesitation, Little Nine opened its mouth and swallowed the fruit, which was larger than its own head, in one gulp. The room fell into an eerie silence. He held his breath, his heart racing uncontrollably. This was, without a doubt, the most valuable single investment he had ever made since his arrival in this world. Success or failure hinged on this moment. Ding, your beast. The 9-turn chaos burning sky golden crow has successfully consumed the Tao fruit of laws, sacred grade. Investment action confirmed. Triggering critical hit. Calculating critical hit multiplier for this instance. It was here. Lin Feng instinctively clenched his fist. In his mind, he could visualize a progress bar representing the multiplier, ascending at an exceedingly slow yet resolute pace. 10-fold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold, millionfold, 10 millionfold. The progress bar shattered all previous records and showed no signs of stopping. Lin Feng's breath nearly ceased. Ding. Triggered. Billionfold critical hit. Boom. The familiar yet foreign sound of the highest level system notification resonated in his mind like the first thunderclap at the dawn of chaos. A billionfold. Indeed. It was a divine level critical hit. Ding. Critical hit successful. Congratulations, host. Your investment has yielded immeasurable returns. The Tao fruit of laws, sacred grade, has transformed into a mythic grade wonder, the chaos source fruit of all laws. Almost instantaneously after the notification, a sudden anomaly unfolded before Lin Feng. Little Nine, having consumed the Tao fruit, did not grow larger. Instead, its body began to shrink dramatically. Its resplendent golden feathers, its majestic form, and its eyes aflame with solar fire transformed into pure energy particles, collapsing inward. Ultimately, everything converged into a singular point, a singularity that could not be described in words, seemingly containing all colors and laws of the universe. In the next moment, the singularity erupted. Boom. It was not merely sound, but a violent roar emanating from the very fabric of the laws. A terrifying aura, mingling creation and destruction, encompassing all, exploded forth from the point where Little Nine had collapsed. Crimson flames of law, azure waters of law, verdant winds of law, golden light of law, profound darkness of law. Thousands of disparate and even opposing law energies surged like a resplendent fireworks display, wreaking havoc within Lin Feng's room. The entire chamber trembled violently under this ferocious power, even developing numerous fissures. Yet, these raging laws were firmly restrained by an even more domineering and primordial force. Fortunately, Lin Feng had already activated the S-rank protection, otherwise, the skies above the entire base would have manifested all sorts of anomalies. Chaos. It was the chaos source fruit of all laws, born from Little Nine's chaotic essence. It acted like a ravenous black hole, voraciously devouring, analyzing, and merging those rampaging fragments of law. With each law consumed, the brilliance of the source core intensified, and its aura grew more robust. Lin Feng could feel Little Nine's life level undergoing an irrational and frantic leap. Inside the room, the violent torrent of laws threatened to completely tear apart the S-rank dormitory's defensive barrier. The chaos source fruit of all laws, formed from Little Nine's essence, resembled a nascent cosmic singularity, voraciously absorbing every surrounding energy. Little Nine's aura ascended steadily in this feasting frenzy, almost without pause, crashing through the formidable barrier of the pinnacle of the Emperor level, sacred level. And this was merely the beginning. At the very moment Little Nine stepped into the sacred level, an unimaginably pure force of chaotic origin, blending thousands of profound laws, surged through the contract like a torrential river flooding its banks, pouring into Lin Feng's spiritual sea. Boom! Lin Feng's body jolted violently. Within his spiritual sea, the solid mental core representing the pinnacle of the master level could not withstand this overwhelming force for even a second. Crack! The mental core shattered explosively. An indescribable agony threatened to grind his very soul into dust. Yet, almost immediately, that chaotic origin power transformed into the gentlest source of creation, reassembling the shattered core fragments. Shatter, reconstitute. Shatter again, reconstitute again. Each cycle felt like a thorough tempering and sublimation. Finally, after the 9th reconstitution, the fragmented core no longer coalesced into a core, but instead unfurled slowly at the center of Lin Feng's spiritual sea. A brand new domain, exuding the essence of primordial chaos, was thus born. Within this domain, the sights were bizarre and ever-changing. One moment it was flames scorching the heavens, the golden crow's call echoing. The next, it transformed into an endless deep sea, where ice whales swam freely. Then, space folded, and the mechanical roar of dragons resonated through dimensions, followed by the enchanting sounds of foxes, mesmerizing all beings. Fire, frost, space, spirit, life, death, thousands of law phantoms constantly flickered in this domain, ultimately converging into the core of primordial chaos. This was Lin Feng's unique and unparalleled domain, the Chaos Domain. The aura of the Beast Master within him surged wildly, breaking through the threshold of the King level without any pause, soaring upward, eventually stabilizing at the mid-level of the King tier. The energy storm within the room had long since subsided. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. The entire world, within his perception, had transformed into something entirely different. He could clearly see the elemental particles flowing through the air and hear the faint breathing of space itself. Before him, suspended in midair, was a divine bird. It remained the 9-turn chaos-burning sky golden crow, yet it was utterly transformed. Its physique had not expanded. Rather, it appeared more refined. Each feather seemed to be forged from the purest essence of chaotic flames, flowing with the divine radiance of 9 colors. The original golden divine fire had now transformed entirely into an indescribable chaotic true flame, quietly burning and assimilating the surrounding space, distorting it. Its dual pupils were no longer merely golden. They had morphed into 2 miniature, slowly rotating chaotic nebulae, within which myriad laws ebbed and flowed. Lin Feng's thoughts stirred, revealing a brand new attribute panel before his eyes. Beast Mastery, 9 transformations chaotic flame golden crow. Nickname, Little Geo. Rank, growing period, peak, mature period, initial stage. Overall strength assessed as mid-saint level. Quality, chaotic divine level. Attributes, chaos, having integrated with the primordial essence of myriad laws, capable of evolving any attribute. Bloodline, primordial golden crow source blood, 90% activated. Talent, divine fire, solar chaotic true flame. Myriad laws chaotic source flame. Skill trait, myriad laws return to 1. Source flame can devour, analyze, simulate, and transform the power of the vast majority of laws in the world. Skill trait, chaotic annihilation. When attacking, the source flame can forcibly revert the laws in the target area to chaos, inflicting irreversible annihilative damage. Skills. 1. Heaven Burning Sea Scorching. Great perfection can invoke the myriad laws chaotic source flame, incinerating all things, evaporating rivers and seas, significantly enhancing its power. 2. Golden Crow transforms into rainbow. Great perfection speed limit significantly increased, capable of short-distance chaotic shuttling. 3. Undying Divine Flame. Advanced significantly increased number of rebirths, enhanced recovery speed. Capable of instantaneously reshaping its divine form within the chaotic source flame. 4. Forbidden Spell Solar Storm. Great perfection can merge with the power of myriad laws, forming a chaotic doomsday storm that sweeps in all directions. 5. Shadow Dimension Walking. Great perfection can merge with chaotic power, allowing for chaotic dimension walking that disregards spatial barriers. New talent divine ability, chaotic domain. Prototype unleashes a domain where within, all laws obey me. Loyalty, 100 unwavering. Mid-saint level, chaotic domain. Lin Feng gazed at this extraordinary panel, feeling the surging power within him as if it could command everything. A smile involuntarily gracing his lips. This time's cataclysmic return on investment, magnified countless times, exceeded even his expectations. Not only was it Little Geo's ultimate transformation, but it also propelled him to unprecedented heights, breaking through to the mid-kingdom realm. Moreover, he had directly condensed the most crucial and challenging aspect of the King's realm, the prototype of the domain. and it was the most supreme, chaotic domain. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, a rapid, piercing alarm blared from the identity wristband on his wrist. Before he could react, the wristband's display activated automatically, forcefully connecting him to an encrypted communication. Urgent notice. Urgent notice. The cold, stern voice of Chief Instructor Ice Mountain echoed throughout the room, resonating in every corner of the training camp. All students, an A-level combat mission has been urgently issued. Ice Mountain's tone was laden with unprecedented gravity. 15 minutes ago, at the Kunlun Abyss Rift in the west of the Dragon Nation, violent, anomalous fluctuations were detected. According to frontline monitoring, the concentration of abyssal energy has skyrocketed over 300 times in a short span, with energy reactions surpassing Saint King level. The highest command of the military has determined that a Saint King level aberrant creature from the 7th layer of the Abyss is attempting to establish a stable outpost, potentially even creating a permanent spatial passage. Lin Feng's smile vanished in an instant. An abyssal outpost? Saint King level aberrant creature? This was no longer a trial. It was a war of dimensions. All students possessing Saint level combat power are hereby summoned to form an elite assault team, to accompany the first batch of Dragon Guard Legion into the Abyss for exploration and destruction missions. Ice Mountain's gaze suddenly shifted, locking onto him. Lin Feng, I'm here. Lin Feng replied calmly. During the resource tower contention, you demonstrated exceptional mastery over spatial powers. With special approval from General Long Zhan, you are hereby officially appointed as the captain of this elite assault team. Tang Hao and Shangwan Shui will serve as your vice captains. You hold the highest command authority for this operation, including decisions on mission advancement, withdrawal, and the life and death authority over all team members. Ice Mountain's voice was resolute. Mission objective: infiltrate the Abyss Rift, ascertain the specific coordinates and defensive deployments of the outpost at all costs, and create as much disruption as possible before the main force of the Dragon Guard arrives to delay the construction process. This is an order. The communication was severed. The room fell silent once more. Lin Feng glanced at the vibrant red mission briefing on his wristband, then looked out at the azure sky. His first battle in the King's realm would be a direct confrontation with the Abyss. He extended his hand, and little Jiu transformed into a streak of light, landing on his shoulder and affectionately nuzzling his cheek. Lin Feng stood up and made his way toward the door. Chapter 125, Assembly of the King's Team. Target, Kunlun Abyss Rift. Lin Feng pushed open the metallic door of the dormitory. Outside stood Tang Hao, shouldering his enormous battle axe, waiting expectantly. He merely stood there, not intentionally releasing any aura, yet the surrounding air felt thickened by his presence, his fierce battle intent more concentrated than it had been 7 days prior. Akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. I thought you intended to cultivate to Saint King level inside before emerging, Tang Hao jested, sizing up Lin Feng with an amused grin. Your aura has completely changed. King's realm? Luck, Lin Feng replied flatly. This word luck caused Tang Hao's mouth to twitch slightly. Breaking through to the King's realm, a milestone that had taken countless prodigies decades to achieve, was casually termed luck by him. Humph, truly a monster, Tang Hao murmured, yet the battle intent in his eyes burned even more fiercely. A cool figure emerged silently from the shadows of the corridor, as if she had been there all along. Shangwan Shui extended a data chip, as delicate as a cicada's wing. As soon as the urgent summons was issued, I compiled all publicly available information regarding the Kunlun Abyss Rift from the past 3 months, including energy fluctuation records and several anomalous reports released by the military. Her speech was measured, yet each word was crystal clear. This is a preliminary analysis. It may prove useful. Our meticulous Shangwan is thorough, doing her homework before a fight, Tang Hao remarked, lightly tapping his shoulder with the axe handle. If it were me, I'd charge in and chop everything I saw. Shangwan Shui paid him no heed, her gaze fixed on Lin Feng. Knowing what to strike is more important than knowing how to strike. Lin Feng thanked her, accepting the chip. A flicker of light from his fingertips, and all data was instantly uploaded into his identity wristband. The trio said no more and headed directly to the military transport pad at the center of the training camp. There, Chief Instructor Ice Mountain awaited them. Behind her stood dozens of soldiers clad in black standard battle armor, each exuding a murderous aura, their bodies straight as arrows. Simply standing there, they radiated an overwhelming sense of iron-blooded oppression that was beyond the comparison of the training camp students. The Dragon Guard Legion, even as mere advanced scouts, their presence was far superior to that of the camp's trainees. The frosty instructor, devoid of superfluous words, handed a bronze beacon, archaically designed and inscribed with intricate spatial runes, into Lin Feng's hands. This was a military-grade spatial stabilization beacon, the highest tier available. The instructor's tone was solemn as she urged him to remember, upon activation, regardless of the abyssal corner he found himself in, The military would forcibly pinpoint his coordinates, enabling the opening of a one-way escape route lasting 3 seconds. She paused momentarily to add, "This is yours," and the last line of defense for the entire squad. Subsequently, she presented 2 smaller silver beacons to Tang Hao and Shangwan Shui, a gesture that silently affirmed Lin Feng's undisputed core status within the team. Tang Hao nonchalantly shoved the beacon into his pocket, while Shangwan Shui earnestly affixed hers to her tactical gloves. Finally, the instructor surveyed the 3 of them, declaring, "I have but one request, return alive." With that, she stepped aside, granting access to a military-grade spatial shuttle, its exterior resembling a black sword, adorned with a network of energy circuits. The trio proceeded aboard. Inside, the cabin was as bright as day, with a dozen Dragon Guard scouts already in position. They merely cast a glance at the newcomers before returning to their meditative state, as though merely 3 more companions had joined their ranks. A low hum resonated as the shuttle vibrated slightly, without any jarring acceleration. The scenery outside the viewport was instantly replaced by a swirling spectrum of colors. They had entered the subspace corridor. The light screen at the front of the cabin flickered, revealing the sharply defined visage of General Long Zhan. He directed his gaze not at anyone else, but directly at Lin Feng, his eyes conveying scrutiny, expectation, and an immense weight of pressure. After a brief moment, he withdrew his gaze and issued a terse command. "The operation officially commences now." Communication fell silent. The light screen dimmed, plunging the cabin into an absolute hush. Save for the low, resonant drone characteristic of subspace travel. This profound sense of suppression was more unsettling than any pre-battle mobilization. Lin Feng closed his eyes, rapidly reviewing the intelligence provided by Shangwan Shui in his mind. The Kunlun Abyss, the largest spatial rift in the western territories of Dragon Country, was heavily guarded year-round. Its internal laws were chaotic, permeated by the corrosive energies of the abyss, which would continuously taint the spirit and body of beast tamers and their beasts, suppressing the manifestation of conventional laws. Even more troubling, the enemies lurking within were not merely instinct-driven beasts. Intelligent abyssal races, such as abyssal weavers and abyssal stalkers, possess social structures and an understanding of tactical coordination. The mission's target, a Saint King-level abyssal creature, boasted intelligence rivaling that of top human strategists. The voyage did not last long, perhaps 5 minutes, perhaps 10. Suddenly, the shuttle jolted violently, exiting subspace. The distorted light outside vanished, revealing a scene of utter horror. The sky appeared bleak, marred by spiderweb-like crimson cracks, reminiscent of a fragmenting glass. Below lay an endless expanse of black wasteland, barren of life. At the center of this wasteland was a chasm, unfathomably vast and indescribably immense. It resembled a horrific scar, cleaved into the earth by some divine weapon, continuously exuding a thick, inky black mist. The Kunlun Abyss Rift. Merely gazing at it through the viewport sent a chill surging from the depths of one's soul. "Prepare for airdrop," an unemotional electronic synthetic voice announced within the cabin. At that moment, Lin Feng's body stiffened abruptly. An indescribable sensation of burning erupted from the mark on his chest, left by the Saint King-level abyssal sovereign. It was not the heat of flames, but a chilling brand that resonated from the very essence of his soul. It felt as though an invisible hook, forged from pure malice, had pierced through space and the shuttle's metallic shell, locking onto his soul with deadly precision. Boom! A wave of intangible malevolence radiated from Lin Feng, akin to a shockwave from a nuclear explosion, expanding outward and plunging into the unfathomable chasm below. The entire Kunlun Abyss seemed to awaken, like a slumbering behemoth roused from millennia of dormancy. And then, it became enraged. Beep, beep, beep. The shrill, eardrum-piercing alarm echoed throughout the cabin. The tactical screen, which had previously displayed stable data, was suddenly overwhelmed by a frenzied surge of crimson data streams. Alert! Alert! Unidentified high-intensity mental lock detected. The energy response from the abyssal rift was escalating exponentially. In 1 second, activity surged 3-fold. In 2 seconds, 7-fold. In 3 seconds, 10-fold. My goodness. The entire denizens of the abyss have been activated. Inside the cabin, the dozen Dragon Guard scouts who had been resting with their eyes closed snapped awake, each instinctively gripping their weapons tightly. Tang Hao surged to his feet, his expression a mix of confusion and alarm as he glanced toward the source of the alarm. Shangwan Shui's face drained of color, her gaze fixed intently on the tactical screen, where the abyssal map, once dotted with countless lights, had coalesced into a foreboding bloodstain. It was as if the wrath and murderous intent of the entire abyss had been ignited by this small shuttle, by someone aboard. Chapter 126. Entering the Abyss. The boiling mark and the hunters. What is happening? A seasoned Dragon Guard scout could no longer maintain his composure, springing to his feet. He stared at the tactical screen, now completely submerged in crimson data streams, the alarms merging into a cacophony sharp enough to pierce the eardrums. This is incomprehensible. The abyssal activity index is still surging. It has already surpassed the safety threshold by 20-fold. Captain, we have been locked onto. An unprecedented high-intensity mental wave has penetrated all our shielding layers. Tang Hao, wielding his battle axe, felt his muscles tense, the ferocious battle intent surging within him, resisting the insidious wave of malice. What the hell? We've barely arrived, and they're welcoming us with such a ruckus? Shangwan Shui remained silent, her slender fingers swiftly navigating the portable light screen before her, bringing up a three-dimensional energy structure diagram. The moment after, her entire demeanor froze. No, she uttered, her voice laced with a barely perceptible tremor. The source of the high-intensity mental wave lock is not our shuttle. Her gaze slowly shifted, landing precisely on Lin Feng. It's you. Almost simultaneously, a Dragon Guard scout responsible for communications lifted his head, disbelief etched across his face. Report. The source of the lock has been confirmed. The target is an independent life form within our cabin. All actions came to a standstill at that moment. A dozen pairs of eyes, mingled with astonishment, vigilance, and shock, converged upon Lin Feng. He, however, paid no heed to anyone. The abyssal mark concealed beneath his clothing was now radiating an excruciating pain that seemed capable of searing through his very soul. He could distinctly hear the cacophony of countless frenzied, avaricious, and bloodthirsty wills in the unfathomable abyss below, all exulting and seething at his impending arrival. Alter the battle plan. Lin Feng's voice was calm, yet instantly drowned out all alarms within the chamber. He strode purposefully towards the emergency airlock on the side of the vessel. All of you, proceed to Point B for the drop as originally planned. Tang Hao abruptly interposed himself before Lin Feng, the blade of his battle axe hovering just an inch from the ground, the gust of air it stirred ruffling Lin Feng's garments. What do you mean? What about you? Lin Feng raised his hand, gesturing towards the viewport outside. Beneath the ashen sky, shrouded in thick, inky mists of the abyss, countless twisted shadows coalesced into terrifying torrents, all fixated on this diminutive shuttle. More precisely, they aimed directly at Lin Feng's location. They're coming for me. Lin Feng's tone brooked no argument. I will enter alone from point A, right here. I will divert them all. Tang Hao's breath caught. He yearned to protest, to shout that he would accompany Lin Feng. But as he gazed into Lin Feng's eyes, serene, devoid of any ripple, and observed the unreasonably violent tide of the abyss that surged solely for one man, he found himself rendered speechless. Shangwan Shui stepped forward, projecting the latest data between the two men. He speaks the truth. Over 99% of the abyssal energy fluctuations are precisely focused on him. We, and the entire shuttle, are virtually undetectable to the abyss. This data was far more compelling than any words could convey. Damn it. Tang Hao slammed his fist against the metallic wall, producing a dull thud. You better not die. We have another mission to undertake in a month. Lin Feng said nothing further. He turned and advanced towards the hatch, which had begun to open slowly. Boom. The hatch swung wide open. A tempest laden with sulfur, decay, and pure malice surged into the chamber. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng stepped forth, akin to a black meteor plummeting into the unfathomable chasm. The shuttle's engines roared to life, the vessel tilting sharply as it fled in a frenzied escape. Tang Hao stood by the viewport, watching as the minuscule black figure was swiftly consumed by the endless darkness and frenzied shadows. His grip on the battle axe tightening with a palpable intensity. A sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. The wind howled past his ears. Lin Feng's body plummeted rapidly, and the searing pain on the back of his hand peaked the moment he crossed into the abyss. The mark upon him ignited a lighthouse of indelible existence within his soul, proclaiming his presence to the entire abyss. He could sense it. From all directions, countless twisted shadows approached at a velocity surpassing sound, converging upon him as their focal point. They resembled leopards, yet were devoid of skin. Encased in a shell as smooth as obsidian, their limbs ending in razor-sharp bone blades. They traversed the shadows and spatial rifts silently, embodying the most common yet tenacious fodder of the abyss, abyssal stalkers. In the distance, the shuttle carrying Tang Hao and the others sped past a group of stalkers. An eerie scene unfolded. Those stalkers paid no heed to the military vessel exuding immense energy, as if it were merely a passing companion. Their singular focus was, from the very beginning, Lin Feng, as if he were a delectable morsel, radiating an irresistible allure, drawing in every shark within this ocean. In midair, Lin Feng abruptly arrested his descent. He beheld the tide of stalkers surging from all sides, obscuring all light, and a solemn expression graced his features. Xiaojiao, he called softly. A point of light, defying description by any hue, manifested from his shoulder and then erupted with a resounding brilliance. The divine bird emerged. Each feather shimmered with 9-colored divine radiance, and within its dual pupils swirled miniature, rotating chaotic nebulae. The transformed 9-turn chaos-burning heaven golden crow unfurled its wings for the first time upon this tainted land. It opened its beak. There was no earth-shattering cry, nor was there a conflagration consuming all. A wave of 9 colors emanated from Xiaojiao, radiating outward like transparent ripples in all directions. The myriad chaotic source flames. The ripples of the chaotic source flames encountered the first abyssal stalker that lunged forward. There was no incineration, no explosion, not even a trace of energy dissipated. That creature, beneath the holy rank, could not muster even the most basic struggle. Its form, its hardened obsidian shell, its tainted soul, were obliterated at the level of the laws by the mere brush of the source flames. It vanished, reduced to the purest void. Next came the second, the third, the 10th, the 100th. That silent ripple, akin to an eraser signifying non-existence, brazenly swept through this space. All abyssal stalkers touched by it were, as if they had never existed, thoroughly erased from this world. Lin Feng's body gradually descended, eventually landing firmly on a massive black rock. Surrounding him was an area of absolute cleanliness exceeding a kilometer in radius. There were no corpses, no remnants, no residual energy. Even the viscous mists of the abyss had been largely cleared away. Only in the distance did more, stronger abyssal creatures, drawn by the increasingly searing mark upon his chest, surge forward in relentless waves. This mark served as both a death warrant and the most efficient beacon for attracting foes. Lin Feng lifted his gaze towards the boundless darkness. Chapter 127, Hundredfold Critical Hit. The first gift from the abyss. Lin Feng had no inclination to linger. He had not come to engage in a protracted battle with the countless minions of the abyss. That mark acted like an insatiable whirlpool, continuously drawing in stronger and more numerous adversaries. We must move. Xiaojiao, let us go. Lin Feng's thoughts shifted. The 9-turn chaos-burning heaven golden crow resting on his shoulder accelerated the rotation of the chaotic nebula within its eyes. There was no blinding light, nor were there violent energy fluctuations. Xiaojiao, along with Lin Feng, transformed into an elusive 9-colored streak of light, vanishing from their original position in an instant. Golden crow transcending. Moreover, it was a chaotic transcending that could traverse spatial barriers over short distances. Boom. In the very next moment, hundreds of even more formidable and armored corrupt titans collided violently with the black rock where Lin Feng had just stood. The frenzied power of the abyss pulverized the boulder into dust. However, their target had already vanished. The furious roars echoed relentlessly in the first layer of the abyss. In a deep valley constructed of countless colossal bones, each bone towered larger than a building, marred with blackened streaks left by the corrosive energies of the abyss. A radiant flash of 9 colors swept through the air, and Lin Feng's figure quietly emerged from the depths of the shadowy valley, leaning against a colossal rib bone. He swiftly suppressed his aura. Xiaojiao transformed into its most primordial form of light, vanishing into his collar. The frenzied pursuit from afar was left far behind, granting him a moment of safety. He surveyed his surroundings. The terrain of this valley of bones was intricate and shrouded in shadows, making it an exceptional hiding place. Just as he was preparing to explore further, he seemed to step upon something beneath his feet. Lin Feng lowered his gaze. It was several palm-sized shards of obsidian, their edges irregular and scattered among the skeletal remains. He recognized them instantly. These were fragments of the abyssal stalkers that Xiaojiao had obliterated using chaos annihilation moments ago. Remnants that had splattered forth in the instant they were erased by the laws of the universe. Evidently, although Xiaojiao's chaos annihilation was formidable, the residual energy when dealing with thousands of targets simultaneously could still send insignificant debris flying. He bent down to pick up a piece. It felt icy to the touch, a chilling and tainted aura attempting to seep into his body through his fingertips, but it was effortlessly blocked by his kingly protective energy. For any ordinary beastmaster, this would be a lethal toxin, a source of pollution to be avoided at all costs. Yet in Lin Feng's eyes, this was a resource, albeit one of the lowest value. A daring thought began to take root in his mind. System, everything can be a crit. What about the products of the abyss? What might one gain by investing in substances belonging to the abyss? More potent abyssal materials? Or perhaps something entirely different? The risks were astronomical. Should the crit yield uncontrollable pure abyssal energy, detonating it in this cursed place would be tantamount to seeking one's own demise. However, the potential rewards were equally unfathomable. To hell with it, let us do it. Lin Feng had never been one to hesitate. He crouched down, placing his palm upon the unremarkable obsidian shell. System, invest in it. Ding. Detected low-quality material containing abyssal shadow loss. Proceed with investment? The system's prompt made Lin Feng's heart skip a beat. Abyssal shadow laws? Indeed. Even the most basic cannon fodder held fragments of this realm's laws within their physical structure. Yes, he confirmed without hesitation. In his mind, the wheel representing the crit multiplier began to spin wildly. 10 times, 50 times, 80 times. Finally, the pointer came to a steady halt at a moderately high number. Ding. Triggered, 100 times crit. Congratulations, host. Your investment has yielded exceptional returns. The low-quality abyssal shell has transformed into a fine-grade material, abyssal shadow crystal. The moment the announcement finished, the obsidian shell in Lin Feng's hand dissolved instantaneously like ice thrown into a furnace, transforming into a pool of pure black liquid. This liquid did not drip. Instead, it began to rapidly reorganize and condense above his palm in a manner defying the laws of physics. Ultimately, a perfectly diamond-shaped crystal, roughly the size of a dragon's eye, suspended above his hand, absorbing all surrounding light. It emitted no energy fluctuations and bore no tainted aura, as if it were the embodiment of a pure shadow. A new line of information materialized before Lin Feng's eyes. Item: Abyssal Shadow Crystal. Rank: Fine grade, can grow with the elevation of the Beastmaster's rank. Effect: when absorbed into the body, it perfectly simulates the aura of abyssal creatures for a short duration, granting the beast the ability to shadow stalk. Intermediate, significantly reducing the chances of detection by creatures of the same rank or below. Note: when the hunter and prey share the same aura, who is the true hunter? Lin Feng stared at the attributes of this crystal, utterly stunned. He had envisioned countless possibilities, critting a pure energy abyssal, or critting a drop of toxic abyssal blood, or even critting a small abyssal creature. Yet he never anticipated that the system would elegantly resolve his most pressing dilemma in such a clever manner. The abyssal mark upon his chest made him the brightest beacon in the abyss, impossible to conceal or obscure. This abyssal shadow crystal served as a disguised signal station. It could not extinguish the light of the beacon, but could alter its hue from the delectable essence of an otherworldly soul to that of an unremarkable local native. This was, without a doubt, a divine item tailor-made for his infiltration mission. The method of solving his problem exceeded all his expectations. The system's power transcended mere numerical explosions. It lay in its ability to overturn causality and transform decay into miraculous innovation. A surge of exhilaration welled up within Lin Feng. Without a moment's hesitation, he called forth through his mental link within the Beastmaster's space. Mechanized dragon. In the Beastmaster's space, the mechanical dragon, quietly hovering, flickered with streams of data in its eyes. This entity was to be fused. With a thought, the abyssal shadow crystal in his palm vanished, appearing before the core chamber of the mechanized dragon the next instant. Buzz. The armor of the dragon's chest silently slid open, revealing a pulsating core composed of countless spatial runes. A beam of light shot forth, precisely drawing in the crystal. The moment the crystal touched the core, it transformed into a pure stream of shadow data, which the core completely consumed, analyzed, and reconstructed. Almost simultaneously, numerous intricate black patterns emerged on the dragon's originally metallic, silver body, flowing like living entities and ultimately vanishing within the seams of its armor. A faint aura, perfectly attuned to the surrounding abyssal environment, emanated from the mechanized dragon. It worked. This crucial trump card was now in place. Lin Feng stood slowly, brushing off the dust from his clothes. He lifted his gaze towards the depths beyond the Valley of Bones, where a more profound and perilous darkness awaited. The purpose of this journey was to ascertain the coordinates of the outpost. He was no longer the passive prey fleeing for his life. He could become a hunter, moving stealthily within the shadows. Chapter 128. Intelligent Races. The Abyss Weavers Who Spin Nets. Tang Hao and Shangwan Shui appeared behind a massive bone resembling a scapula. Both bore unstable auras, clearly exhausted from their efforts to evade the relentless pursuit of abyssal creatures. The B-point coordinate area has been completely sealed off. We've been pushed back here. Shangwan Shui spoke rapidly, her fingertips tracing over a tactical hologram that displayed a map riddled with red alert points. Tang Hao, wielding a battle axe, kicked a fragment of bone away in irritation. Damn it. Those things are crazed, their numbers exceeding our intel by at least tenfold. It's as if the entire abyss has been stirred up. Just as he finished speaking, both paused in unison. A figure emerged unexpectedly from the shadows beside them, moving as silently as a falling leaf. It was Lin Feng. His seemingly ordinary combat uniform remained immaculate, exuding a calm and prolonged aura, as if he had not just emerged from the onslaught of countless monsters, but rather had come from a leisurely excursion in the abyss. You, Tang Hao, felt your pupils constrict sharply, your battle axe instinctively crossing over your chest, every muscle in your body tensing in an instant. How could you be here? You were supposed to be. He wanted to say you were engulfed by that tide of monsters. Fortune favored me, Lin Feng calmly interjected. Finding a suitable corner to evade a barrage, Shangguan Shui remained silent, taking a couple of steps forward, her cold eyes scanning Lin Feng. No, your mental lock has vanished. I employed some special methods to temporarily suppress the fluctuations of the mark, Lin Feng replied, his words meticulously measured. Suppress? Shangguan Shui's brow furrowed slightly. The monitoring system of the shuttle indicated that the wave of mental energy locking onto your soul had completely diminished within 0.1 seconds. This isn't suppression. This is a complete cloaking, even a disguise. This woman was terrifyingly perceptive. A flicker of admiration crossed Lin Feng's mind. The effect of merging the abyssal shadow crystals with the machine dragon was even more flawless than he had anticipated. Perhaps it was the energy interference in the abyss. He offered a vague explanation. Tang Hao wished to probe further, but was halted by a gesture from Shangguan Shui. Now is not the time for inquiries. She projected the tactical map between the three of them. Our mission objective is to ascertain the status of the outpost, not to deliberate on this matter here. Now that we are all present, let us proceed deeper. Tang Hao let out a heavy grunt, tacitly agreeing. He too found it puzzling. Yet the facts were laid bare before him. Lin Feng was alive and appeared more at ease than either of them. This little monster was becoming increasingly inscrutable. The team regrouped, stealthily advancing through the vast valley of skeletal remains toward the depths of the first layer of the abyssal fungal forest. The environment here was even more sinister and malevolent than at the entrance. The ground was covered with a thick, dark red fungal carpet, soft and viscous underfoot, akin to treading upon the flesh of a living being. Massive, bone-white skeletons jutted out from the fungal carpet, twisted into grotesque shapes. The air was heavy with a noxious blend of decay and the metallic scent of blood. This cursed place, even the plants grow so repulsively. Tang Hao muttered under his breath. His main companion, a towering golden behemoth, was leading the way at the forefront of the group. Its enormous paws fell heavily, crushing a gigantic fungal strand, as thick as a barrel, that lay across their path. Crack! A sickening sound echoed as the broken fungal strand twitched violently at the severed end, curling as if it were a severed nerve. Stop! Shangguan Shui's voice rang out abruptly, causing everyone to halt. What is it? Tang Hao asked, bewildered. Look at the ground. Tang Hao lowered his gaze, noticing that around the severed fungal strand, large expanses of the fungal carpet were pulsating rhythmically at a visible frequency. This was not merely a physical transmission of vibrations. It resembled a vast neural network signaling an intrusion. In that moment, Lin Feng's chaotic domain took clearer shape. This seemingly desolate forest was, in fact, a living entity. Every fungal strand, every inch of the carpet, was interconnected by a common will. They had been detected the moment they stepped into this forest. Damn it! Weevee walked into a trap. Tang Hao instantly realized, his battle axe glowing brilliantly. Just then, a white streak of light descended rapidly from above, landing on Shangguan Shui's shoulder. It was her ice crystal phoenix. The phoenix's feathers were somewhat dim, imbued with an ominous black aura, clearly having encountered something during its aerial reconnaissance. The situation is worse than we anticipated, Shangguan Shui stated, her expression darkening as she received the information from the phoenix. In the center of the forest, there is a tower, a colossal structure composed entirely of twisted fungal strands and countless bones. At its pinnacle, there is an extremely strong energy response. She paused, as if gathering her thoughts. The entire forest's fungal strands resembled a massive web, with each thread ultimately converging upon that tower. Tang Hao's breath caught. You mean, this is not merely a wild beast lair? Lin Feng concluded for her. This is the territory of an intelligent species capable of social structure, adept at setting traps and ambushes. As his words fell, a rustling sound filled the air. The surrounding fungal strands seemed to have received a unified command, springing to life in an instant. They surged from the ground and the crevices of the bones, weaving and intertwining at an astonishing speed. Within mere seconds, a giant net, spanning 1,000 meters and blotting out the sky, formed above their heads. This net was not composed of ordinary fungal strands. Each thread pulsed with dark red, enigmatic runes. An invisible pressure descended from the net. It was neither a physical weight nor an energetic force, but a pure interference and suppression at the level of fundamental laws. Roar! The golden behemoth was the first to react, unleashing a ferocious roar. Its muscular right arm swelled, its fist, imbued with terrifying destructive power, struck down upon the descending net like a golden cannonball. However, an eerie scene unfolded. The behemoth's punch, potent enough to shatter mountains, passed right through the net without any resistance, as if it had struck nothing but empty air. Yet, in that moment when the fist penetrated the net, the dark red runes upon it flared to life. The behemoth let out a pained roar, staggering as the golden glow enveloping it dimmed visibly by a third. How is this possible? Tang Hao exclaimed in shock. It's draining my power. Physical attacks are ineffective. Shangguan Shui quickly deduced. This is a trap at the level of laws. With a thought, the ice crystal phoenix on her shoulder emitted a clear cry, unleashing a gust of extreme cold breath infused with the essence of freezing laws. The white frost froze the very air into fine shards of ice as it approached the net. However, as this icy breath, capable of freezing even imperial-level beings, neared the net, the strange runes on it illuminated once more. They acted like greedy whirlpools, absorbing, disassembling, and neutralizing the frigid energy. The net remained unscathed and, having absorbed this energy, descended even faster. Damn it! Energy attacks are also countered. Tang Hao's forehead glistened with cold sweat. At that moment, a grating rustling sound emerged from the shadows surrounding them. Several grotesque monsters slowly materialized from behind the massive bones. Their upper bodies resembled human torsos, pale-skinned with pure black eyes, while their lower halves morphed into monstrous, spider-like forms, covered in black carapace and razor-sharp limbs. Each creature wielded an eerie staff made of white bones, topped with a pulsating, blood-red tumor. Abyssal weavers. They chanted incomprehensible incantations, stirring the very laws of reality. The runes inscribed upon the colossal net above flickered with an eerie luminosity, resonating with incantations that intensified the oppressive force of the laws governing this realm. A wave of mental energy, steeped in avarice and malice, swept across the trio. Fresh souls, ripe for weaving into a more exquisite tapestry. Chapter 129. Interference of Abyssal Laws. The suppression of ice and fire. It is the interference of abyssal laws. The voice of Shangguan Shui was cold, yet tinged with gravity. They are distorting the elemental rules in this area. All conventional elemental attacks will be significantly weakened, or even absorbed by them. I refuse to be cowed by such sorcery. Tang Hao bellowed in fury, his disdain for such flamboyant tricks palpable. Behemoth. War roar. The golden behemoth struck its chest with a thunderous roar, releasing a visible wave of golden sound, mingled with pure power amplification, radiating toward itself and its allies. Its form surged once more, muscles bulging, golden fur standing on end, as its sense of strength reached an apex. However, the moment the aura of war roar brushed against the net, the dark red runes upon it twisted violently, coalescing into a blurred, brown curse pattern. An invisible force of curse, swifter than lightning, precisely imprinted itself upon the golden behemoth. Roar whimper? The behemoth's recently amplified momentum deflated instantly, akin to a punctured balloon. Its poised fist, ready to strike again, moved as if in slow motion. Each inch lifted becoming an arduous and laborious endeavor. Slowing curse. Tang Hao's complexion turned ashen, cursing under his breath. Infuriated that these spider-like creatures would resort to such underhanded tactics, Shangguan Shui disregarded his expletives, swiftly issuing new commands. The ice crystal phoenix emitted a piercing cry, its wings flapping as it attempted to soar over the net and directly attack the abyssal weavers casting spells behind it. Yet, it barely ascended 50 meters before it seemed to collide with an invisible wall, producing a muffled thud as it was forcefully rebuffed. No good, the skies are also sealed. Shangguan Shui's judgment was swift and astute. This was a three-dimensional cage of laws. The two found themselves entirely at a disadvantage. One's power diminished and action slowed, while the other's signature move was utterly countered, unable to touch the enemy's essence. Lin Feng remained motionless, quietly observing the ominous net pressing down, exuding a foreboding aura. Xiao Jiu, he softly called. A nine-colored divine light erupted from his shoulder, revealing the nine-turn chaos-burning heaven golden crow, which unfurled its resplendent wings. With two miniature chaotic nebulae slowly swirling within its eyes, it opened its beak. No roar, no breath. A slender strand of nine-colored flame, delicate as a thread yet imbued with a primal force that made the very fabric of space tremble, drifted toward the colossal net. Chaos source flame of all laws. Sizzle. Sizzle as if a red-hot iron met ice and snow. The moment the chaotic source flame made contact with the net, the dark red runes emitted a haunting wail. Swiftly and mercilessly obliterated. An aperture the size of a bowl manifested upon the net. It worked. Tang Hao's spirits lifted. Shangguan Shui cast a look of astonishment, sensing that as the runes were incinerated, the twisted laws in this area began to restore to a semblance of normalcy. This bird's flame can actually burn the laws themselves? Burn through it. Lin Feng issued a succinct command. Xiao Jiu's eyes, filled with chaotic nebulae, accelerated their rotation, spewing forth more chaotic source flames. The vast net, obscuring the sky, was visibly scorched and melted. As the cage appeared on the verge of collapse, the abyssal weavers, shrouded in the shadows of bones, executed an unexpected maneuver. Their incantations morphed abruptly, sharpening and hastening. The colossal net of laws spontaneously crumbled, disintegrating into pure, dark red law energy. Yet, this immense energy did not dissipate. Under the weaver's manipulation, it was intricately rewoven and condensed. Not good. Shangwan Shui's expression shifted instantly. She grasped the enemy's intent. They abandoned the wide-scale blockade, concentrating all their power. Before her words faded, several chains of law, constructed entirely from dark red runes and 100 times more refined than before, like serpents with life of their own, tore through the air with a piercing shriek, precisely ensnaring the airborne Xiaojiao. Their target had always been this singular chaotic golden crow, the only entity that posed a threat to them. Xiaojiao reacted swiftly, conjuring a wall of chaotic source flames before itself. However, the chains of law were not tangible. They pierced through the outer layer of flames, merely dimming slightly, before fiercely wrapping around Xiaojiao's wings and body. Chirp! Xiaojiao emitted a pained trill. The chaotic source flames erupted on its surface, fiercely scorching the chains. The runes upon the chains disintegrated one after another under the flames. Yet the chains themselves exhibited remarkable resilience, proving difficult to fully escape from. This devolved into a pure battle of primal energy consumption. Damn it! Teng Hao, witnessing Lin Feng's beast being targeted, roared in fury, commanding the golden behemoth to recklessly charge at the nearest abyssal weaver. Yet, that weaver merely waved its bone staff lightly, casting a new gravitational curse upon the behemoth, rendering its already sluggish movements akin to wading through a quagmire, each step burdened with immense weight. Meanwhile, Shangwan Shui's ice crystal phoenix unleashed another frigid breath, aimed squarely at another weaver. One of the weavers did not even turn around, merely directing a bone staff towards the phoenix. A somewhat slender chain of law effortlessly intercepted and neutralized the icy breath mid-flight. Tactical synergy, precision fire, trap interlinking. This small team, since entering the abyss, found themselves genuinely embroiled in a fierce battle for the first time. The tactical acumen of these intelligent abyssal creatures surpassed their expectations. Teng Hao and Shangwan Shui's beasts were entirely on the defensive, helplessly watching Lin Feng's Xiaojiao endure the brunt of the enemy's concentrated fire. Lin Feng's brow furrowed tightly for the first time. He could distinctly sense Xiaojiao's primal energy being rapidly depleted. This drain subtly transmitting through their bond to his own mental sea. Meanwhile, at the heart of the fungal bone forest, atop a ghastly white tower constructed entirely from twisted mycelium and the bones of countless colossal beasts, a being with a stunningly beautiful human female upper body and a grotesque giant spider lower body reclined languidly upon a throne woven from innumerable strands of soul. Her 8 crimson multifaceted eyes, peering through a suspended black crystal, observed Lin Feng and his companions on the battlefield with keen interest. Her gaze flitted past the golden behemoth, disregarded the ice crystal phoenix, and finally, greedily fixated on the chaotic golden crow, ensnared by the chains of law yet still valiantly scorching everything with its 9-colored divine fire. A wave of mental energy, imbued with allure and malice, resonated within the tower's apex. What a beautiful flame! Oh, what a pure soul it is! If only I could capture it and weave it into my masterpiece, how exquisite a tapestry it would be. Lin Feng, your bird is on the verge of collapse. Teng Hao exclaimed, beads of sweat dotting his forehead in desperation. Shangwan Shui remained silent, yet her relentless attempts at assault, only to be effortlessly thwarted, spoke volumes of the dire situation. Lin Feng made no reply. He gazed at the little Jiao, bound tightly by the chains of the law, its brilliance fading gradually. And a flicker of resolution crossed his eyes. Chapter 130. The Saint-level Spider Queen, Lilith, who takes pleasure in stealthy observations. Deep within the fungus graveyard stood a colossal tower constructed from countless twisted mycelium and pale, skeletal remains, exuding a nauseating aura of life. At the pinnacle, a throne woven from shimmering threads of souls cradled a being reclining languidly atop it. Her upper body was that of an exquisite woman whose beauty would drive any human to madness, with skin as white as snow and a visage both enchanting and otherworldly. However, her lower half was a grotesque mass of dark exoskeleton and menacing appendages, resembling a gigantic spider. 8 crimson compound eyes gleamed with interest as they fixated on a floating black crystal before her. Such beautiful flames, Lilith's scarlet lips parted, and a wave of alluring yet malevolent mental energy reverberated at the tower's summit. Her gaze lazily swept past the brutish golden behemoth and disregarded the futilely frost-breathing ice phoenix. Ultimately, all 8 of her eyes greedily locked onto the chaotic golden crow, ensnared by the chains of law, yet fiercely burning with 9-colored divine fire. Oh, what a pure soul it is! A nearby abyssal weaver, whose aura had reached the pinnacle of the emperor level, respectfully inquired through mental waves, Your Majesty, would you like me to intervene and utterly crush these intruding insects? The flames of this golden crow are too peculiar. capable of directly incinerating the proud weavings of our kind. No, Lilith shook her head, extending a slender finger to gently trace the surface of the crystal, as if caressing the pulsating nine-colored flames within. To kill it outright would be a waste. A glimmer of greed flickered in her eyes. As the matriarch of the weavers, her comprehension of the essence of laws far surpassed that of her peers. She could distinctly sense that the flames of the golden crow contained a supreme attribute that transcended conventional elemental laws, akin to the very essence of all things. Chaos. Such power is not meant to exist in this barren world, Lilith murmured to herself. If I could capture this fledgling and analyze its origin, I might just touch upon the realm of the sovereign lord. Her fascination shifted from the golden crow to the seemingly unremarkable human beastmaster. She sensed that the true source of that chaotic essence did not emanate from the extraordinary beast, but rather from the king-level human. I must see what other trump cards this intriguing human possesses. A cruel yet curious smile curled at the corners of Lilith's lips. Through the mycelium network that spread throughout the forest, she issued a new, silent command to her subordinates on the battlefield. On the battlefield, the Abyssal Weavers, initially focused on maintaining the chains of law, suddenly shifted their attack mode. They ceased the continuous energy supply to the chains, and instead wove the newly consolidated power into several more sinister rays. Whoosh, whoosh. Several dark green beams and distorted, intangible ripples swiftly navigated around the briefly restrained little Jiao, aiming directly at Tang Hao and Shangwan Shui from an oblique angle. Be careful. Shangwan Shui immediately shouted a warning. Damn it, these spider-like creatures have changed their tactics. Tang Hao roared, urging the golden behemoth to shield himself with its massive form. Thud. A dark green corrosive curse ray struck precisely against the behemoth's sturdy arm. Roar. The behemoth let out a pained howl as black smoke began to rise from its metallic-like golden fur, flesh visibly eroding at an alarming rate to reveal stark, white bones beneath. Meanwhile, Shangwan Shui's situation grew even more perilous. An intangible mental disturbance wave penetrated the body of the ice phoenix, crashing violently into her sea of consciousness. Her complexion turned ashen, her body swaying, and the mental link with the ice phoenix became violently unstable. The phoenix in the sky emitted a mournful cry, its chilling aura becoming disordered. The situation took a drastic turn in an instant. The enemy had abandoned direct confrontation with their strongest point and shifted their attack to the vulnerable members of the team. This precise and efficient tactical switch plunged Tang Hao and Shangwan Shui into a dire crisis. Lin Feng's brow furrowed tightly. He finally understood that the enemy's objective from the beginning was not to kill them, but to exhaust them, to test them, to force him to reveal all his hidden cards. Relying solely on little Jiao's chaotic source flames, while powerful, was far too taxing and played directly into the enemy's hands. This forest was the enemy's domain, their energy inexhaustible, while little Jiao's essence diminished with every use. A change in tactics was imperative. His mind raced, weighing the pros and cons of each option. Lin Feng, we need a solution. My behemoth is about to melt away. Tang Hao's voice carried an unprecedented urgency. Shangwan Shui remained silent, but her pale face spoke volumes. A flicker of determination shone in Lin Feng's eyes. No longer hesitating, he made his decision. Little Jiao, with a mental command, he conveyed his intent through their psychic link. Contract the flames, no more aggressive assaults. In midair, little Jiao, engaged in a fierce struggle against the chains of law, momentarily froze as the chaotic nebula in its eyes flickered. It instantly grasped its master's intention. In the next moment, the surging chaotic source flames, which had sought to incinerate everything, abruptly retreated inward, ceasing the futile tug-of-war with the chains of law. It relinquished its struggle and instead restructured the recaptured chaotic flames in a more intricate manner upon its surface. No longer a spear of invincibility, it transformed into a shield that would guard all. Shift to defense. Protect us three together. The nine-colored divine light erupted with a resounding brilliance. A shield of chaotic flames, refined to perfection, descended from above like an inverted glass bowl, enveloping Lin Feng, Tang Hao, Shangwan Shui, and their beasts entirely. Almost instantaneously as the shield formed, several rays of corrosive curses and mental disturbances struck fiercely against its surface. There were no earth-shattering explosions, no violent energy clashes. Those merciless attacks capable of severely wounding Emperor-level beasts were, upon contact with the chaotic flames, rendered as inconsequential as a cow sinking into the sea, silently extinguished, decomposed into the most primordial void. Blocked it. Tang Hao gazed in disbelief at the behemoth, where the corrosive wounds had ceased to spread. Shangwan Shui steadied her mind, seizing the opportunity to mend her damaged mental link. However, Lin Feng's expression remained devoid of any relaxation. This was merely a temporary measure. Maintaining such an extensive chaotic defensive circle exacted a toll on Xiao Jiu's essence far more terrifying than the preceding straightforward assault. He could distinctly sense pure strands of foundational power swiftly dissipating from Xiao Jiu's body through their contract. At the pinnacle of the mycelium tower, Lilith gazed at the resplendent nine-colored light shield encased within the crystal, her crimson compound eyes gleaming with heightened greed. What a fascinating toy. I shall observe how long your energy can endure. She raised her hand, issuing a silent command that spread forth. On the battlefield, the abyssal spellweavers ceased their attacks. They stood silently in place, their pitch-black eyes fixated upon the luminescent shield. They were waiting for their prey to exhaust all its strength. Within the shield, a profound silence enveloped the space. Chapter 131, a thousand-fold critical hit. Data invasion, paralyzing the law network. Inside the shield, a deathly stillness reigned. The nine-colored divine light isolated all malevolent laws from the outside world, yet it also resembled an exquisite prison, firmly ensnaring the three individuals in place. Tang Hao paced anxiously, glancing at the deep, bone-visible corrosive wound on his beloved pet's arm, his heart aching intensely. Lin Feng, we cannot afford to linger any longer. This cursed entity is ravenously siphoning energy from your bird. In 10 minutes, we shall all perish. Shangwan Shui, supporting the nearby skeleton, appeared pale as she struggled to stabilize her turbulent mental sea. He is right, she murmured softly yet clearly. The energy consumption rate of this chaotic shield has surpassed my calculative limits. Maintaining the defense plays directly into the enemy's hands. The enemy is waiting for their prey to exhaust all its strength before gracefully stepping in to reap the rewards. Lin Feng remained motionless, yet his mental energy was more concentrated than ever, tightly connected to a consciousness within the beast taming space. A head-on confrontation? That would be the act of a fool. Although Xiao Jiu's chaotic source flame could incinerate all, against a law network fueled by an entire forest, it was akin to using a basin of water to nourish a desert. Conventional, elemental, physical, and mental attacks were all countered by the opponent's law system. Thus, unconventional means must be employed. An idea flashed through his mind like lightning piercing the night. That recently acquired gift from the abyss, the abyssal shadow crystal, and his beast, the Star Destroyer mech dragon, known for its unpredictable tactics and miraculous feats. Lin Feng's thoughts raced as a bold and audacious plan rapidly took shape. Conventional attacks were ineffective. He would employ technological means to deliver a dimensional strike. Within the beast taming space, Lin Feng's consciousness descended before the massive mechanical dragon. The mech dragon, the diamond crystal capable of absorbing all light, subtly floated before the dragon's pulsating spatial core. Consume this. Buzz. The dragon's electronic eye flickered with red light. Without hesitation, the core chamber silently opened, and a guiding beam precisely drew the abyssal shadow crystal into its depths. The moment the crystal touched the core, Lin Feng, suppressing his excitement, roared inwardly at the intangible system panel. System, now is the time. Invest in this fusion act for a critical strike. Ding. High-value investment detected. Extraordinary fusion of alien law essence and divine mechanical core initiated. Triggering critical strike, the wheel begins to spin. In his mind, the wheel representing endless possibilities spun wildly, with multipliers of 10, 100, and 500 racing past. Ultimately, the pointer came to a steady halt in a dazzling golden zone. Ding. Critical strike triggered 1,000-fold. Congratulations, host. Your investment has yielded an epic-level return. The abyssal shadow crystal and the Star Destroyer core have undergone a super-regulatory fusion under the 1,000-fold critical strike. The mech dragon's core computation logic has achieved an epic-level upgrade. Analyzing abyssal law data model. Analysis complete. Congratulations. Your beast taming Star Destroyer mech dragon has comprehended a new core ability. Data invasion. Abyssal specialization. A stream of fresh information cascaded through Lin Feng's mind like a waterfall. Ability. Data invasion, abyssal specialization. Effect, capable of forcibly analyzing all non-physical targets containing laws and energy flows into readable, modifiable base data streams. Possesses logical level priority for invasion and destruction against abyssal law constructs. It's done. Lin Feng felt a surge of ecstatic joy erupt from the depths of his being. This was truly a divine skill tailored for the predicament at hand. What law traps, what energy countermeasures, before the mech dragon's eyes. All was merely zeros and ones. Lin Feng, what are you thinking? Time is running out. Tang Hao's roar yanked Lin Feng's consciousness back to reality. He beheld the anxious and grave expressions on Tang Hao and Shangwan Shui's faces. Yet he merely raised his hand calmly. Do not rush. What do you mean, do not rush? Tang Hao's eyes reddened. If we do not hurry, we shall be collecting our corpses. Lin Feng offered no further explanation. He simply snapped his fingers. Buzz. A spatial ripple radiated from his side. A colossal mechanical dragon, shimmering with a cold metallic sheen, silently materialized within the chaotic light shield. Tang Hao and Shangguan Shui simultaneously froze in astonishment. The mech dragon? Tang Hao blurted out. Why did you summon it? Are you inviting it to wait for death alongside us? Shangguan Shui furrowed her brows, utterly perplexed by Lin Feng's actions. While this mechanical dragon exhibited superb defense and spatial capabilities, its method of attack relied solely on energy beams, which, in this law-interfered environment, would likely struggle to sever even a single mycelial thread. However, upon its summoning, the mech dragon did not adopt any attacking posture. It merely hovered silently in midair. Its electronic eyes, composed of endless data streams, suddenly igniting with a crimson glow. It was scanning, within the mech dragon's perspective, the vast and oppressive law web that had instilled despair in Tang Hao and Shangguan Shui morphed into an entirely different visage. It was neither a law nor energy. It was a colossal and cumbersome program constructed from countless green codes and data streams. Energy nodes, rune paths, curse logics, all were deconstructed into their most fundamental codes. A cold, emotionless electronic voice resonated directly within Lin Feng's mind. Target locked. Spiderweb Law Protocol 17 Beta. Initiating scan. Scan complete. Discovered 372 logical hierarchy vulnerabilities, 75,000 lines of redundant code, and a critical infinite loop backdoor. Evaluation. Crude, inefficient, riddled with flaws. Lin Feng, taken aback by the mech dragon's evaluation, found himself at a loss for words. So, in the eyes of the mech dragon, this law network that had left two top-tier geniuses at their wits' end was merely an unfinished half-baked software, initiating implantation of modification commands, redirecting energy supply nodes, modifying curse trigger conditions to self. Execute. The mech dragon's electronic eyes blazed with crimson intensity. In the next moment, an extraordinary scene unfolded in the forest of mycelium, one that even the distant spider queen atop her tower could not comprehend. The ominous, dark red web, which had once functioned seamlessly, emanating a terrifying suppression of laws, suddenly began to flicker erratically, akin to a computer afflicted by a virus. What on earth is happening? A Abyssal Weaver emitted a wave of perplexity through its mental pulses, sensing its connection to the law network become excruciatingly sluggish, with commands delayed beyond reason. In a split second, before it could react, a newly formed slow curse inexplicably reversed direction and struck precisely at itself. Its 8 limbs felt as though they were encased in lead, nearly causing it to drop its bone staff. This was merely the beginning. Another weaver screamed in horror as a dark green corrosive curse erupted from its own chest, instantly creating a gaping hole. Chaos. Utter chaos. The entire law network spiraled into complete disarray, as countless curses and law attacks began to rain down randomly upon the weavers themselves. They resembled a horde of mages casting spells, only to have their abilities recoil upon them. Far above, at the pinnacle of the mycelium tower, Lilith suddenly straightened in her throne. Her previously languorous and enchanting demeanor was replaced by sheer astonishment for the first time. Impossible. She could distinctly feel the foundational rules of her meticulously crafted law network being violently and chaotically rewritten by a force she could not fathom. This was not a clash of energy, nor an opposition of laws. It was a disintegration of a nature she had never witnessed before, dismantling the very roots of logic. What manner of sorcery is this? Before she could finish her thought, a crisp crack echoed through the battlefield, akin to the shattering of glass. The vast law web, after a final frenzy of flickering, collapsed entirely, dissolving into a sky filled with dark red motes that scattered into the air. Tang Hao and Shangguan Shui stood in stunned silence, their minds blank. What just transpired? Tang Hao, wielding his battle axe, stammered, his expression one of disbelief as though he had encountered a ghost. Shangguan Shui offered no reply. She merely stared intently at the mechanical dragon suspended in midair, which had yet to unleash a single shot, yet with merely a gleam in its eyes had turned the tide of battle. Her worldview was irrevocably shaken in that moment. Lin Feng retracted the chaotic light shield and gently patted the cold metallic shell of the machine dragon. Well done. He turned to face the Abyssal Weavers, now engulfed in turmoil due to the collapse of the law network, many of whom were severely injured by their own curses, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 132. The Spider Queen's Astonishment. What is this boy's true identity? The instant the law web shattered, all the Abyssal Weavers felt as though they had been struck by an invisible hammer that crushed their very souls. Black blood spewed from their mouths, each one's breath fading like a severed kite, rapidly wilting. The law network was deeply intertwined with their souls. Its dismantling and collapse inflicted far more lethal backlash than any physical assault could. A thunderous roar, long suppressed, erupted from the throat of the golden behemoth. The multiple curses of slowness, corrosion, and gravity dissipated with the disappearance of the law network. The oppressive force vanished. The pent-up fury, at that moment, transformed into a pure desire for annihilation. Die! Tang Hao's eyes glowed crimson as he pointed his axe forward. The golden behemoth responded with a singular action. It charged. Its colossal form became a golden meteor, the ground cracking beneath its tread. It did not employ any flashy skills. Instead, it barbarously crashed into the nearest staggered abyssal weaver, who had stumbled from the backlash. Bang! The sound of a dull thud echoed, sharp enough to make one's teeth ache. The imperial abyssal weaver, along with its formidable shell, was obliterated into an indistinguishable mass of flesh. Simultaneously, a clear phoenix cry resonated through the heavens. Shangguan Shui's ice crystal phoenix raised its neck and sang, its wings unfurling as the previously suppressed frost laws poured forth without restraint. Countless icicles, each shimmering with a ghostly blue light, fell like a rainstorm upon the remaining targets. Crack, crack, crack. The cacophony of freezing sounds melded together as those abyssal weavers still struggling against the backlash were transformed into ice sculptures of various poses before they could even emit a scream. The golden behemoth's rage was far from spent. It charged toward an ice sculpture, its muscular fist coming down with tremendous force. Boom! The ice sculpture, along with the weaver inside, shattered into a flurry of glistening powder. One punch after another, it resembled an unyielding ice-smashing machine, pulverizing the remaining ice sculptures one by one. In a mere 3 seconds, the tide of battle underwent a staggering reversal. Just moments prior, they had been trapped within the confines of the law, awaiting harvest as prey. Now, the roles of hunter and hunted had been completely inverted. At the apex of the mycelium tower, Lilith abruptly rose from her throne woven from soul threads. The languorous and alluring posture she once held vanished without a trace, replaced by an extreme, incredulous astonishment. Her 8 scarlet compound eyes fixated on the now pitch-black crystal before her. Impossible. Her mental pulses trembled, echoing in the vastness of the tower's summit. The core of the law network was constructed upon the imprint of the great abyssal will, unless a higher tier. Superior law capable of overwhelming the abyssal will was employed to forcibly override it. It could never be broken. The peak imperial weaver standing by trembled slightly under the weight of the queen's fury, cautiously emitting mental pulses. Your Majesty. Could it be the chaotic flames of the golden crow? No, Lilith vehemently denied. Her 8 compound eyes replayed the final moments captured within the crystal over and over again. The mechanical beast simply floated there, without energy cannon, without physical impact, nor did it unleash any form of law power she could comprehend. It merely glanced at her. Yes, it was merely a glance. Then, her prideful web, capable of ensnaring even those of the same tier as holy beings, collapsed as if it were a shoddy toy punctured by a child's finger, disintegrating from its very structural foundation. This sensation was akin to a master swordsman, having devoted a lifetime to forging a divine sword, only for the opponent to glance at it without drawing their weapon, causing the divine sword to shatter into iron shavings. It was the most complete subversion and mockery of everything she had studied, and the very foundation of the existence of the Weaver clan. What, then, could it be? The unknown, an unprecedented unknown, brought forth a far deeper fear and trepidation than mere defeat. Lilith's chest heaved violently, as the greed and fury characteristic of a holy being were forcibly suppressed by another overwhelming emotion. It was an emotion known as reason. She was the queen, the commander of her kin, issuing commands to all units. Her mental fluctuations instantly reverberated throughout the entire forest of fungal remains. Abandon all forward outposts and retreat immediately, consolidating our defenses towards the main nest. The subordinate at the peak of the imperial rank was taken aback. Your Majesty? Are we to forsake the hunting grounds we've managed for over a century? Lilith's 8 compound eyes coldly scrutinized her subordinate. Until we ascertain the capabilities of that mechanical puppet, no unit is to engage in any form of contact with that human squad. This is an order. She resumed her seat upon the throne, the first hint of gravity gracing her otherwise exquisite visage. The human named Lin Feng possessed a power that transcended conventional combat logic, until a method of counteraction was discovered. Any rash action could spell catastrophic doom for her kin. On the battlefield, the last shard of ice was ground to dust beneath the massive foot of the golden behemoth. Tang Hao, wielding his battle axe, heaved heavy breaths, finally releasing the pent-up frustration that had been coiling within him. He approached Lin Feng, scrutinizing the now-dimmed annihilation mechanical dragon, his expression one of disbelief. Lin Feng, what in the world just transpired? That dragon merely blinked, and those spider spirits turned on one another like mad? Shangguan Shui also approached, her silence marked by an intense gaze fixed on the mechanical dragon. Her beloved ice crystal phoenix gently preened her hair, transmitting a soothing aura. Yet, within Shangwan Shue's heart, tumultuous waves surged. As the team's strategist, her mind raced in overdrive the moment the law network collapsed. There were no energy fluctuations, no laws in opposition, not even a trace of mental shock. It was an assault method she could not comprehend. It was as if the mechanical dragon had implanted a virus within the entire magical framework of the enemy, a virus capable of self-destruction. The absurdity of this notion made her chuckle internally, yet she could conjure no more rational explanation. Lin Feng retracted both Xiao Jiao and the mechanical dragon. Surveying the remnants of the spellcasters strewn about, his heart devoid of relief. He patted Tang Hao's shoulder. It was merely a unique interference ability that fortuitously counters them. Fortuitously counters? Tang Hao's mouth formed an O. Is that what you call divine retribution? Lin Feng opted for brevity, aware that the recent data intrusion by the mechanical dragon, while spectacular, had undoubtedly alerted the true sovereign lurking behind this forest, the saintly Spider Queen. What reaction would this intelligent commander, capable of devising such intricate traps, exhibit upon realizing her system had been instantaneously dismantled by an unknown force? Would she retreat, observe, or lay down even more lethal traps? The unknown peril was the most terrifying of all. Suddenly, Shangwan Shui spoke, her voice trembling ever so slightly. They are retreating. What? Tang Hao was taken aback. My phoenix is scouting from above. The mycelial networks in this forest are retracting at an alarming speed, and all concealed abyssal creatures are fleeing. Tang Hao was stunned for a moment before exclaiming, they're running away because they can't win? Are these spider spirits really that cowardly? Lin Feng shook his head. No, they are not cowardly. He gazed deeper into the fungal forest where a faintly visible, pallid tower loomed. They are afraid. Afraid of us. Tang Hao was perplexed. Lin Feng remained silent, understanding that the shadowy puppeteer was not fearful of the golden behemoth's might or the ice crystal phoenix's chill. What instilled fear was the incomprehensible unknown, which, at this moment, lay firmly within his grasp. Tang Hao wished to inquire further, but was interrupted by Lin Feng. Let us proceed. He stepped forward, the first to venture deeper into the woods. Tang Hao and Shangwan Shui exchanged glances, each reflecting a hint of bewilderment, yet they promptly followed suit. Chapter 133. The Cunning Bait. Divided by the abyssal iron mine, the golden behemoth crushed the last ice sculpture, pulverizing the corpse of an imperial abyssal spellcaster into a mixture of ice and flesh. Tang Hao hefted his massive axe, his chest heaving as he exhaled a cloud of stale air. The pent-up frustration and fury that had simmered for too long finally dissipated through this raw display of violence. Shangwan Shui leaned against a jagged bone, directing her ice crystal phoenix to circle above in vigilance, while she rapidly adjusted her own mental faculties. Still reeling from the earlier shock, the battlefield was silent save for the howling winds and Tang Hao's labored breaths. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was not idle. He approached a relatively intact corpse of a spellcaster, obliterated by a single punch from the golden behemoth, and crouched down. His fingers gently brushed against the shattered dark shell. A thought echoed in his mind. Beep. High-value investment target detected. Imperial abyssal spellcaster remains, containing trace abyssal laws and residual mental imprint. Would you like to invest? Invest. Beep. Triggering 100-fold critical hit. Congratulations, host. Your investment has yielded exceptional returns. Items acquired. Abyssal soul crystals, pure, X3. 3 egg-sized crystals. As dark as night, yet radiating pure spiritual vibrations, silently appeared in Lin Feng's hands. Within the crystals, countless stars flickered, and as he held them, a refreshing energy permeated his palm, reaching deep into his spiritual consciousness. What a treasure! Lin Feng did not hesitate. He flicked 2 of the soul crystals towards Tang Hao and Shangwan Shui. Tang Hao instinctively reached out to catch one, feeling its cool, smooth surface. He looked down in confusion. What is this? Some kind of loot? Before he could finish, he sensed an exceptionally pure stream of spiritual energy surging from the crystal, rapidly replenishing the mental power he had expended to summon the behemoth. Holy crap, this energy is unbelievably pure. Tang Hao's eyes widened, his battle-focused mind momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. On the other side, Shangwan Shui caught her soul crystal, and in mere moments, her pallid complexion regained a hint of color. She turned to Lin Feng, her usually icy face now displaying a complex mix of shock and confusion. This is an energy crystal directly affecting the essence of the soul, devoid of any impurities. The value of a single one must rival any royal-grade spiritual elixir. She struggled to understand how such a treasure could be extracted from the corpse of an imperial creature. Moreover, Lin Feng's demeanor suggested that this was a commonplace operation for him. Tang Hao also came to his senses, glancing at the soul crystal in his hand. Then at the calm Lin Feng, scratching his head in bewilderment. Lin Feng, Just how many secrets do you possess that we are unaware of? Cleaning the battlefield and collecting spoils, Lin Feng casually remarked as he tucked away the final soul crystal. Such an explanation. Not only did Shangwan Shui find it hard to believe, but even Tang Hao harbored doubts. However, they both wisely chose not to press further. The mysteries surrounding this man seemed to plunge deeper than the abyss itself. A profound respect, born from within, quietly took root in their hearts, replacing their initial competition and scrutiny. In the Tower of Fungal Remains, Lilith, seated upon her throne, still bore the astonishment evident in her 8 crimson compound eyes. The black crystal before her faithfully recorded all that had transpired, including the bizarre moment when Lin Feng conjured 3 black crystals seemingly from thin air. Right from the corpse of the weaver. What was that? A nearby subordinate at the pinnacle of imperial rank emitted waves of confusion. Your Majesty, those crystals appear to contain the primordial soul energy of our abyss, yet they are devoid of all fury and chaos. Lilith remained silent, her thoughts racing at a terrifying speed, dissecting the laws, the chaotic flames, and now this unheard-of ability to transform spoils. This human could no longer merely be described as a genius. He resembled a variable, a formidable variable capable of appending the very rules of the abyss. Engaging in a direct confrontation had proven to be folly. Her own network of laws felt utterly impotent before him. Thus, a cold, enchanting smile re-emerged at the corners of Lilith's lips. No matter how powerful an individual might be, as long as they are sentient beings, they must possess weaknesses. And the most common, yet most lethal weakness inherent in human nature is greed. She extended her slender fingers and lightly tapped the air. An invisible command coursed through the mycelial network that spanned the entire forest. If brute force could not conquer, then let your own weaknesses dig your graves. The team resumed their journey, and this time the atmosphere grew subtly tense. Tang Hao and Shangwan Shui unconsciously lagged half a step behind Lin Feng. It was not intentional, but rather a subconscious inclination to follow strength. After traversing a narrow passage formed by the ribcages of colossal beasts for about half an hour, the scene before them opened up magnificently. Before them lay an immense circular valley. The valley's rocky walls were not merely barren stone, but revealed vast veins of, or glimmering with a dark metallic sheen. The ores exhibited an eerie dark red hue, adorned with natural magic patterns that conveyed a sense of weightiness and solidity merely by gazing upon them. Tang Hao's breath turned labored. Damn it, it's abyssal demon iron. He nearly shouted. A flicker of emotion crossed Shangwan Shui's face as well. Abyssal demon iron, an exceedingly rare, yet crucial strategic resource in the abyss, was indispensable for abyssal creatures to forge high-tier weaponry and construct core fortifications. Its sturdiness far surpassed any alloy known in the human realm. The exposed ore veins in this valley were astonishingly rich in reserves, a truly shocking sight. We're going to strike it rich. No, we must destroy it. Excitement gleamed in Tang Hao's eyes as he hefted his massive axe, his battle fervor reignited. If those spider folk haul this back, they could arm a whole legion. We need to blow this place to smithereens before they even realize it. His proposal brimmed with enticing allure, marked by a soldier's decisive efficiency. However, Shangwan Shui furrowed her brows. Wait a moment. Her voice was cold, akin to a bucket of ice water dousing Tang Hao's fiery enthusiasm. This is too coincidental. Coincidental? What do you mean? Tang Hao turned, somewhat disgruntled. This is our good fortune. We've found their arsenal. No, Shangwan Shui shook her head. Ever since we entered here, everything we've encountered has not been mere coincidence. Traps, ambushes, and now this mine. She pointed to the seemingly unguarded valley. Why is such a vital resource point devoid of even a single guard? Why is it so easily exposed along our path? It defies logic. Logic? I only believe in my fists. Tang Hao's temper flared. Who cares if it's a trap? With so many of us, we charge in, blow up the mine, and leave. What can they do to us? And what if this is a trap designed to divide our forces? Shangwan Shui's tone grew sharper. Once we enter the mine, they could very well seal the exits and trap us inside. The two began to argue heatedly, one advocating for a thunderous strike to obliterate the enemy's lifeline, while the other insisted on calm analysis and vigilance against unknown traps. Lin Feng had remained silent, observing the mine, under the passive effect of the eye of truth. There were no signs of illusions or disguises. This meant that the mine was genuine, and the abyssal demon iron within was indeed real. Yet, the more genuine it appeared, the more peculiar it became. After witnessing the means of the mechanized dragon, would the spider queen named Lilith still resort to such a simplistic and easily penetrable bait? No. Then what could her true objective be? As he gazed at Tang Hao and Shangwan Shui, who were now flushed with fervor, a thought suddenly struck him. Perhaps the spider queen's aim was not the mine itself, but rather them. She was exploiting Tang Hao's temperament to sow discord and dissent within the team. A team that cannot unite, no matter how strong, is merely a scattered sandpile. What a clever tactic to attack the mind. Lin Feng formulated his strategy. Forcibly stopping Tang Hao would only exacerbate his frustration, potentially leading to resentment in subsequent actions, which would severely undermine team morale. Yet allowing them to plunge headlong into the trap would play right into the enemy's hands. All right, everyone, stop arguing. Lin Feng finally spoke. His voice not loud, yet instantly silencing both Tang Hao and Shangwan Shui. He stepped between them, surveying their expressions. Tang Hao, you are correct. Destroying the enemy's war resources is crucial. A hint of pride flashed across Tang Hao's face. Shangwan Shui, your concerns are entirely valid. We cannot overlook any potential risks. Shangwan Shui nodded in agreement. Lin Feng paused before proposing an unexpected plan. Thus, we shall split our forces. What? Both Tang Hao and Shangwan Shui were momentarily taken aback. Tang Hao, Lin Feng addressed him. Take half of the Dragon Guard scouts, targeting this mine. Once inside, do not seek to harvest, simply aim to destroy. Detonate the core or veins as swiftly as possible, and then retreat immediately. He then turned to Shangwan Shui. You and I will lead the remaining members, avoiding the mine, and continue along our original route towards the Bone Giant Tower for armed reconnaissance. We will maintain real-time communication, and should either side encounter trouble, the other can arrive for support within 10 minutes. This plan satisfied Tang Hao's desire to destroy the target, while also heeding Shangwan Shui's caution to evade unknown risks. Tang Hao was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Excellent. This plan is splendid. Let us do it. He eagerly began to gather half of the Dragon Guard scouts, hefting his massive axe as he charged first into the valley mine. Shangwan Shui yearned to voice her concerns further, yet, upon witnessing Tang Hao's exuberant demeanor, she could only swallow her words. Approaching Lin Feng, she inquired, "Are you certain this is wise? I can't shake off this unsettling feeling." Lin Feng, gazing at the vanishing figures of Tang Hao and the others as they disappeared into the mine's entrance, turned to regard the looming, pale tower shrouded in mist. "There are undoubtedly issues," he replied calmly. "Yet, at times, one must venture towards the tiger's den despite knowing the dangers that lie within." Chapter 134, The Soul-Devouring Mist. Lin Feng and Shangwan Shui found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. Tang Hao's silhouette had completely vanished around the bend of the valley's mine, his battle cry reverberating in the air. Shangwan Shui stared at the gaping entrance, her brows furrowed tightly. "I still feel uneasy. He is alone." Lin Feng did not turn back. He merely continued to observe the pale tower barely visible through the mist. He is not alone. In the Tower of Fungal Corpses, atop her throne, Lilith watched the two divided groups within the crystal, a cruel yet satisfied arc gracing her exquisite visage. Within the crystalline image, the brutish figure wielding a colossal axe plunged into the meticulously prepared grave, much like a child receiving a sweet treat. Hooked, she mused, her mental vibrations echoing from the tower's pinnacle, exuding an elegance reminiscent of a cat toying with its prey. How foolish, yet predictably human. Rising slowly, her 8 elongated and menacing appendages pierced the throne woven from strands of souls beneath her. A low hum emanated from the immense tower, akin to the rhythmic pulse of a heart. In the next moment, a dense, nearly tangible purple mist erupted from the tower's core. The fog, saturated with the stench of blood and decay, surged forth like a silent purple tsunami, overwhelming the entire forest of fungal corpses with relentless force. This was the embryonic form of Lilith's domain, her most cherished hunting ground, the soul-devouring mist. The area occupied by Lin Feng and Shangwan Shui was consumed in an instant. One moment, the skeletal terrain was discernible within 100 meters. The next, visibility plummeted to a mere 3 meters. It was as if one could not see their own hand in front of their face. No, it was worse than that. The purple mist seemed alive, viscous and frigid, infiltrating everything without restraint. "This is bad." Shangwan Shui's expression shifted dramatically as she reacted swiftly. "It's a trap, a domain-type ability." A clarion cry of a phoenix resounded as the ice crystal phoenix materialized beside her, its wings unfurling to create a circular frost barrier that enveloped the entire team. Crack! The moment the purple mist made contact with the frost shield, an excruciatingly corrosive sound echoed as the shield's surface dimmed instantly. Even more alarmingly, the communicator crackled with static. Tang Hao's voice now a mere murmur of noise. Their connection was utterly severed. Damn it! Shangwan Shui clenched her teeth, acutely aware that maintaining the frost shield was draining her mental energy at least tenfold more than she anticipated. This mist is consuming energy. A sudden, sharp cry pierced the air as one of the accompanying Dragon Guard scouts clutched his head, agony etched across his features. "Something is speaking in my mind." Almost immediately, another scout began to tremble uncontrollably, dropping his weapon to the ground. Whispers, countless fragmented, malevolent whispers began to emanate from all directions, as if resonating directly within each person's mind. At times, they were tender murmurs between lovers, at others, the calls of kin, only to morph into the anguished wails and curses of countless vengeful spirits. They clawed at reason, tainting the mind. Steady your thoughts. Seal your senses. Shangwan Shui commanded sharply, forcibly channeling her mental energy in an attempt to shield everyone with the ice crystal phoenix's frigid will. Yet her complexion grew increasingly pale. She glanced at Lin Feng, only to find him standing still, seemingly unresponsive to the chaos surrounding them. Lin Feng, this is an assault on the soul and mind. Your golden crow and that mechanical dragon. Her words hung in the air, the implication clear. No matter how potent the chaotic flames, they could not extinguish this intangible mental pollution. The peculiar mechanical dragon might disrupt the laws of the network, but could it counteract this soul-level corruption? It appeared to be an inescapable deadlock. The enemy had deftly evaded all their known strengths, ensnaring them in the most unfavorable battleground using the most insidious methods. At last, Lin Feng stirred. He raised his hand, gently resting it on Shangwan Shui's shoulder. Do not squander your mental energy. A soothing energy enveloped her, momentarily calming her turbulent mental sea. What do you mean? Shangwan Shui struggled to comprehend. Without a solution, they would succumb to madness first. She gestured towards the scouts, teetering on the brink of collapse. They want to go mad, Lin Feng replied with an unsettling calmness. He lifted his gaze towards the depths of the mist, as if piercing through the layers of the soul's veil to see the queen relishing their struggles. What she desires is me. Thus, until she makes her move, we remain safe. No sooner had he spoken than several indistinct yet agile shadows flitted at the edges of the mist. They did not attack immediately, but circled around, akin to a school of patient sharks waiting for their prey to weaken. The arachnid vanguard, Lilith's most elite executioners. Shangwan Shui's heart sank gradually. Segmentation, encirclement, weakening, and finally, the commander herself would descend to reap the reward. A classic yet inescapable hunting tactic. They had become mere meat on the chopping block. At the pinnacle of the tower of fungal corpses, Lilith's figure had vanished from her throne. She walked gracefully through her misty domain, much like a sovereign surveying her garden. Her 8 crimson compound eyes pierced through the dense fog, keenly fixating on Lin Feng. She witnessed the woman struggling desperately, the feeble human guards on the brink of collapse. And finally, the man, the true object of her desire, standing there calmly, as if he had relinquished all resistance. What a delightful expression. Lilith's mental vibrations resonated with a hint of pleasure. Was it despair? Or was he pondering whether to utilize his fiery bird or that mechanical puppet for a final futile struggle? She had already reached the outermost edge of the encirclement. She had even devised how to shatter this man's pride piece by piece, claiming his fascinating chaotic essence entirely for herself. She raised her hand, poised to issue the final assault command. Yet, at that moment, the man, whom she believed had surrendered, also lifted his hand. He did not summon the incinerating golden crow, nor did he call forth the law-defying mechanical dragon. He simply snapped his fingers gently. A barely perceptible ripple in space expanded beside him. An intensely vibrant scarlet suddenly illuminated the stillness of the purple mist without warning. It was a fox, resplendent in a vivid crimson hue, trailed 7 tails that flickered like flames behind it. Upon its sudden appearance, it did not herald any formidable surge of energy, nor did it exude an overwhelming presence. Instead, it languidly yawned, then opened its enchanting eyes, which seemed to contain the entirety of the starry heavens. Within this soul-devouring mist, the myriad demonic whispers capable of shattering the minds of even the most powerful emperors ceased abruptly upon encountering those mesmerizing orbs. As if a frenzied beast's throat had been seized, the chaotic murmurs that plagued the minds of the Dragon Guard scouts vanished without a trace. The world fell into serene silence. Shangwan Shui gazed in a daze at the suddenly manifested crimson fox, her mind a blank canvas. What was this? Lin Feng's third beast. In the distant fog, Lilith, poised to issue commands, found her elegantly raised hand frozen in midair. For the first time, her 8 multifaceted eyes revealed a blend of absurdity and dread. What manner of creature was this? Why did its appearance render my soul-devouring mist fundamentally ineffective? Now, Lin Feng gently patted the little fox's head, then raised his gaze toward Lilith's direction, signaling that it was their turn. Chapter 135. Come forth, little fox. Illusionary duel of eternal dreams. Purify the mind. Do not listen. Lin Feng's voice rang out sharply, his kingly mental prowess erupting like a torrent unleashed. A wave of refreshing will swept across the battlefield, temporarily stabilizing the nearly shattered Dragon Guard scouts nearby. Their murky eyes regained a glimmer of clarity, gasping for breath. Their faces etched with the terror of survival. Yet, this was merely a drop in the ocean. The insidious encroachment of this soul-devouring mist was far too pervasive for a mere mental barrier to withstand. On Shangwan Shui's ice crystal phoenix, The originally translucent frost began to take on an ominous shade of purple. The power of the frost law was being continuously suppressed, tainted, and assimilated by this domain. The mental energy required to maintain the shield had reached a terrifying depletion. Beads of sweat trickled down Shangwan Shue's brow as her body trembled slightly. Surrender, little insects. Lilith's voice echoed through the mist, fluctuating in distance, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right, imbued with an insidious allure that penetrated to the bone. How tiresome and futile are your struggles. In this realm that belongs to me, your soul shall become my most delectable and exquisite delicacies. Her voice brimmed with delight and confidence, as if she were savoring a theatrical performance with a predetermined outcome. Each malicious whisper felt like an invisible dagger piercing the hearts of the gathered. Do you hear them? Your families are weeping. Your glories are decaying. Your will is worthless. One Dragon Guard scout could bear it no longer. He discarded his weapon, clutching his ears with both hands, emitting a desperate scream. Stop speaking. Stop speaking. Shangwan Shui watched this scene, her heart wrenched, a wave of helplessness surging within her. She had done her utmost. Yet the battlefield chosen by the enemy was a realm of the soul, beyond their reach. She turned to Lin Feng, the man who had remained remarkably calm throughout. Did he truly have no means to counter this? Were they truly to be toyed with to death by this venomous spider? Lin Feng disregarded the mocking echoes in the air. He even refrained from glancing at the struggling dragon guards. His reaction defied all expectations. He simply raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The crisp sound emerged as a jarring, yet clear note amid the venomous whispers of the mist. With a barely perceptible ripple in space, a fiery red figure materialized without warning within the despairing purple-black fog, instantly becoming the sole splash of color. It was a fox, entirely crimson like fire, with 7 grand tails swaying gently like burning flames. Its appearance did not herald any cataclysmic energy surge, nor any overwhelming law suppression. It merely stretched languidly, then lifted its head, revealing those alluring eyes that seemed to contain the entire cosmos. In the tower of fungal corpses, Lilith floated gracefully in midair, enjoying the despairing spectacle of her prey within the crystal. When the crimson fox appeared, she momentarily froze. Then, her mental aura brimmed with unabashed disdain and derision. Oh, a psychic fox? How laughable your struggles are. You think to combat my soul domain, infused with abyssal will, with mere illusions? How naively charming. To her, this was merely the final, absurd convulsion of prey before being wholly devoured. On the battlefield, the little fox did not launch any attacks. It did not even regard the surrounding grotesque shadows, nor did it pay heed to the pervasive, demonic whispers. It simply tilted its head upward, emitting a distant, prolonged cry that transcended that of any earthly creature. That cry held no energy, yet seemed to possess a peculiar enchantment. Innate divine skill, dream of eternal dreams. Centered around the little fox, an invisible mental field, distinctly different from the soul-devouring mist, spread silently like ripples on a water surface. It did not disperse the mist, nor did it purify the vile curses. Instead, it forcibly created an entirely new dreamscape within the mist, in this realm that belonged to Lilith. The surrounding scenery began to twist in defiance of physical laws, wildly contorting. The decaying fungal forest, composed of flesh and bone, resembled an oil painting drenched in water, with colors beginning to flake and blur. The jagged bones on the ground softened and became ethereal. In their place emerged an endless expanse of fragrant grasslands, where warm sunlight poured down from an unknown source, dispelling all chill. The refreshing scent of flora replaced the nauseating stench of decay and blood. The gentle sounds of a babbling brook drowned out all demonic whispers. The purple, soul-devouring mist lingered still, like a gossamer veil draping over this dreamlike meadow, creating a strange yet splendid spectacle. Illusion against illusion, domain against domain. Lin Feng's nine-tailed destruction celestial fox dared to assert itself within the dominion ruled absolutely by the Spider Queen Lilith, fighting for the right to define this space in an even more domineering and unreasonable manner. The Dragon Guard scouts, who had been on the brink of collapse, found the maddening whispers in their minds vanish in an instant. They stared blankly at the suddenly manifested meadow, their expressions of pain and despair replaced by a profound and incomprehensible stupor. Shangwan Shui was also entranced. She froze in her effort to maintain the frost shield. Her lips parted, yet unable to utter a sound. Her ice crystal phoenix ceased releasing cold air, merely adopting a similarly bewildered posture as it gazed at the crimson fox standing at the center of the meadow, its 7 tails gently swaying. What is this power? To create a new domain within the enemy's territory? What caliber of mental prowess could achieve such a feat? This transcends mere illusion. It is a manipulation of reality itself. The most shocking revelation is the true master of this domain, the Tower of Mycelium. Lilith's elegant demeanor has vanished entirely. She plummets from the air, her 8 grotesque appendages crashing heavily to the ground, producing a dull thud. Her 8 crimson compound eyes fixate intently on the astonishing scene within the crystal, her mental waves rife with unprecedented absurdity and horror. No, it cannot be. Her soul-devouring mist, founded upon the abyssal will-s imprint and forged with her own sacred soul essence, constituted an absolute hunting ground. Here, she is a deity. Yet now, something has erected another temple within her divine realm. The fox's power has not dispelled her mist. Rather, it has fundamentally stripped her of the authority to interpret it. The haunting whispers still linger, yet they can no longer erode the mind. Instead, they have transformed into mere background whispers of the prairie. The corrupting energies persist, but they no longer taint the laws. They have become an uncanny nourishment for Flora. Her domain has morphed from a lethal snare into an utterly harmless backdrop. What on earth is this? For the first time, her mental waves tremble with fear. This is no longer within the realm of illusion. It is a higher dimensional mental law she has never comprehended, nor even imagined. Lin Feng gently stroked the soft fur of the little fox, feeling the affection it conveyed. He raised his head, as if he could pierce through the layers of mist and dreams, locking eyes with the spider queen in the distance, who had succumbed to self-doubt. Chapter 136. The Eye of Truth Shatters Illusion. The twin kings unite to battle the spider queen. 2 entirely distinct fields of mental power collided violently. Like 2 grinding stones forced together, clashing in the crevice between reality and illusion, grinding against one another. The space emitted a mournful cry under the unbearable strain. The surrounding scenery plunged into a kaleidoscopic madness. In one moment, there was a surging purple-black mist, with countless faces of vengeful spirits emerging, issuing silent curses. In the next, warm sunlight bathed the verdant prairie, with a clear stream babbling beneath. The 2 conflicting claims to power were engaged in the most savage and primal of struggles. The Dragon Guard scouts were utterly stunned, their cognitive systems repeatedly reformatted amid this celestial clash, their minds blank. Shangwan Shui's ice crystal phoenix also halted, sensing the rejection from both domains, leaving it at a loss with its frost laws. How intriguing. The Tower of Mycelium, Lilith's mental waves, laced with cold ire, reverberated once more. How utterly fascinating. A mere imperial-level little fox dares to attempt to shake my sacred realm, imbued with abyssal will, with its childish dreams? As soon as the thought crossed her mind, the purple, soul-devouring mist surged violently. The prairie scene began to be eroded at a visible speed. The verdant grass became tainted with purple, rapidly withering and rotting. The clear stream turned murky and foul. The warm sunlight was shrouded by the thick mist, reverting to a chilling and despairing gloom. The little fox emitted a suppressed whimper, its 7 tails dimming noticeably, its body trembling slightly. Its grand dream was but a nascent form, while Lilith's domain was an authentic sacred realm. The chasm of their tiered differences was an insurmountable abyss. Do you see? Little insect. Lilith's voice dripped with condescension, mocking, for in the face of absolute power, all struggles render your despair even more laughable. Now, let this pitiful little pet witness how its dream is ground to dust, piece by piece. Deep within the mist, a far more terrifying and concentrated mental pressure began to coalesce. This was the lethal strike Lilith prepared to unleash. She aimed to utterly shatter the little fox's mind, condemning it to eternal despair within its own dream. Shangwan Shui's heart leapt to her throat as she instinctively took a step forward. Lin Feng, the pressure is too great. If this continues, the fox will be drained of life. Yet, Lin Feng remained steadfast, showing not a hint of anxiety. The little fox's grand dream was never intended to defeat Lilith. Its purpose was to flip the table, drawing the overconfident dealer's full attention to this hidden card. It was to create an opportunity, a chance potent enough to deliver a fatal blow, just as Lilith concentrated all her essence on a single point. Preparing to savor the final struggles of her prey, a subtle glimmer of chaotic light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Passive ability, Eye of Truth, activated. In an instant, the world within his gaze underwent a cataclysmic transformation. All the distorted, flickering shadows, all the intertwining illusions and mists, all the wailing vengeful souls and struggling companions, everything illusory receded like a tide. The entire world, in his eyes, transformed into a vast web of purple mycelium, composed of innumerable strands of varying thickness, all gleaming with an ethereal glow. At the very core of this vast web, a singularly robust main vein stood out, revealing a figure with startling clarity. It was a woman of otherworldly beauty from the waist up, yet grotesquely transformed into a monstrous 8-legged spider from the waist down. She elegantly raised one of her appendages, its tip aimed forward, gathering a terrifying energy capable of annihilating souls. That was Lilith's true form. I have found you. Lin Feng's lips moved silently. Almost simultaneously, the chaotic essence within him surged into motion. Prototype of the chaos domain, unleashed. A force of domain power, unlike any known law of this world, erupted outward from Lin Feng, expanding forcefully. It was an essence of primordial void. Within the domain, a 50-meter diameter area, all purple soul-devouring mist, all malicious whispers, all mind-corrupting energies, upon contact with this domain, were forcibly obliterated, assimilated, returned to chaos. An absolute safe zone was forcibly carved out within this sacred realm. Shangguan Shui felt an unexpected lightness, the suffocating weight of mental pressure evaporating in an instant. She turned sharply, just in time to see Lin Feng raise his hand, pointing toward a seemingly empty patch of mist. No words were needed. Their long-standing rapport allowed her to grasp Lin Feng's intent in a heartbeat. Her reaction was instantaneous. Phoenix. Shangguan Shui's voice rang out, clear as ice, laced with long-suppressed murderous intent. Absolute zero. A resounding cry of the phoenix echoed. The ice crystal phoenix's feathers blazed to life, emanating a profound, soul-freezing azure light. It opened its beak wide, unleashing not a breath of frost, but an utterly condensed beam of light, devoid of any color. As the beam of light traversed the space, it appeared as though time itself had come to a standstill. There were no violent fluctuations of energy, only an overwhelming silence where all things succumbed to an absolute stillness. The twin monarchs joined forces, and the counterattack commenced. This strike encapsulated all their strength and bore the weight of their hopes. The beam sliced through the layers of purple mist, leaving a stark, pale trail in the air, as if the very fabric of space had been shattered. Accurately aimed at the direction indicated by Lin Feng. A chilling scream, sharp and filled with unimaginable agony and horror, resonated from the depths of the mist, reverberating throughout the battlefield for the first time. The elegance and composure that had previously characterized the sound were now replaced by sheer anguish and rage. Shangguan Shui gazed towards that direction, her clenched fist trembling slightly. Deep within the mist, the soul-rending shriek abruptly ceased. Immediately following, a tempest of fury and dread erupted. How could you possibly discover me? Lilith's mental fluctuations lost all traces of grace, leaving only a raw and incomprehensible madness. Her true form lay hidden within the very essence of the realm, seamlessly merged with the soul-devouring mist. This was the unwavering confidence of a saint-level entity. In a moment of desperation, the space before Lilith twisted violently as countless purple-black mycelia converged frantically, instantaneously coalescing into a heavy shield adorned with bizarre magical runes. This was her primal power, the manifestation of the realm. Chapter 137. The chaotic domain reveals its might, inflicting severe damage on the saint-level commander. At the moment the shield took shape, the beam of absolute zero emanating from the ice crystal phoenix, embodying its full power, struck with unyielding force. There was no explosion, no thunderous roar, only an eerie, profound silence. The arachnid magical shield, capable of withstanding the full might of an emperor-level attack, froze at the instant of contact with the beam, its swirling purple luminescence solidifying. Crack! A crisp sound akin to shattering glass echoed. The shield fragmented inch by inch, transforming into a cascade of crystalline powder that gently fell like snow. The residual frigid energy, unhindered, crashed against one side of Lilith. A deep blue frost spread with visible speed from her limbs to her otherworldly upper body, causing her movements to exhibit a moment of uncontrollable rigidity. Had she lost? No, she had not yet been defeated. She still possessed the ability to retaliate. If only she could grasp a mere 0.1 seconds. However, Lin Feng had no intention of granting her that fleeting moment. At the very instant the ice crystal phoenix launched its assault, Lin Feng's meticulously prepared lethal strike was already upon her. The 9-turn chaotic burning sky golden crow, which had been shielded behind Lin Feng, transformed into an ethereal flow of chaos that tore through space. Golden crow transcends. It materialized behind Lilith, who had revealed a significant vulnerability due to her stiffened form. The claws, once ablaze with 9-colored divine light, were now devoid of all brilliance, revealing only an utter void. It was a nothingness that threatened to consume both light and darkness, time and space. Chaotic annihilation. The claws of the little crow, infused with a terrifying power capable of reducing all laws to chaos, lunged towards the vulnerable heart of Lilith. This strike surpassed the speed of thought. This strike was ruthless, leaving no room for mercy. In the face of life and death, Lilith's combat instincts surged to their zenith. She barely had time to turn around or summon additional power from the realm. With a dying wail, the 6 remaining elongated and menacing spider legs behind her bent backward in defiance of biological structure, converging as if to form a steel cage in an instant, attempting to absorb this fatal blow with her most resilient body parts. Sizzle. The collision between the chaotic primal flame and the spider legs produced no violent explosion. Instead, it emitted a sound that sent shivers deep into the soul, akin to an eraser obliterating pencil marks. Those 6 spider legs, formidable enough to rival saint-level divine weapons, vanished without a trace upon contact with the chaotic primal flame. They were not severed, nor burned, but utterly erased from this world, from the very root of the laws. 1 leg, 2 legs, 3 legs. In the blink of an eye, 3 of Lilith's defensive spider legs were wholly obliterated by the seemingly inconspicuous chaotic primal flame. The unbearable pain, emanating from the very essence of her being, elicited the most sorrowful and agonizing scream Lilith had ever produced since her inception. She could no longer maintain the stability of her realm. Propelled by the terrifying force of that strike, her entire body lurched forward in disarray. Simultaneously, she opened her mouth wide and expelled a mass of viscous, caustic webbing, reeking of acrid acidity, as if casting a net over Lin Feng and his companions without hesitation. This was not an attack, but a desperate attempt to delay, to buy herself a sliver of hope. Having accomplished this, she dared not glance back at the aftermath of the battle, retreating hastily into the thinning depths of the mist. That enormous corrosive web, brimming with the terrifying power to dissolve steel, loomed ominously over the group. Shangguan Shui was poised to command the ice crystal phoenix to defend, but a figure faster than the web had silently placed itself in front of everyone. It was the Annihilation Mechanical Dragon. The massive form of the mechanical dragon loomed like an insurmountable mountain, and in the face of the corrosive web, it calmly raised its right paw. Absolute Domain Barrier. A hexagonal, shimmering barrier of transparent light instantly unfolded. The corrosive web collided against the barrier, failing to trigger even a ripple, as it was thoroughly distorted, banished, and obliterated by the microspatial fractures within the shield. Lilith had escaped. A truly formidable saint-level initial wisdom abyss commander had been severely wounded by the combined forces of Lin Feng and Shangguan Shui within her own domain. Amid the meticulously laid traps, as she fled in haste, the soul-devouring mist that had enveloped the battlefield dissipated rapidly, akin to a punctured balloon. The warm sunlight, the lush meadows, and the grand dreamscape woven by the little fox faded away. The surroundings reverted to the ominous and terrifying forest of fungal remains, composed of the remains of colossal beasts and blood-soaked mycelia. It was as if all that had transpired was merely a bizarre dream. Yet, the echoes of Lilith's wretched screams still reverberated in everyone's ears. The 3 severed spider leg remnants that lay on the ground silently testified to the ferocity of the recent battle. Silence enveloped the arena. The dragon guards, who had just been pulled back from the brink of mental collapse, now regarded Lin Feng with a mixture of reverence and awe, as if beholding a deity. Shangguan Shui stood frozen, her gaze darting between Lin Feng and the small fox beside him, which was entirely crimson and harmlessly wagging its 7 tails. Then, her gaze fell upon the 9-turn chaos burning sun golden crow, which had just effortlessly vanquished a formidable foe, now quietly suspended in midair, engulfed in chaotic flames. Ultimately, her attention was fixed on the star-destroying mechanical dragon, which had effortlessly withstood the dying counterattack of a saint-level powerhouse, emanating a chilling metallic sheen. Her mind was utterly blank. The mental, chaotic flame, and mechanical spatial systems, 3 beasts in total. Each possessed abilities that transcended her comprehension. Each one wielded terrifying combat prowess capable of challenging, even severely injuring, a saint-level adversary. Who exactly is this man? What other hidden cards does he possess? Lin Feng disregarded the astonished reactions of those around him. Calmly, he raised his hand, and Xiao Jiu transformed into a streak of light, merging into his body. He gently patted the little fox on its head, which affectionately nuzzled his palm before vanishing in a flash of red light. Having completed these actions, he turned to gaze at the still-dazed Shangguan Shui, who remained ensnared in the aftermath of the tremendous shock. A saint-level being should afford us considerable time. Now it is time to check on Tang Hao. Chapter 138, The Military Shock. 10,000-fold critical strike on the ancient Nether River threads. As the mist dissipated, the bone forest returned to its eerie silence. The air was still tinged with 3 distinctly terrifying auras. One belonged to the Spider Queen Lilith, a chilling and tyrannical abyssal might. Another was from the Ice Crystal Phoenix, an absolute zero capable of freezing all things. The last, and the most domineering, belonged to the 9-turn chaos burning sun golden crow, wielding the chaotic annihilation power that reduced all laws to nothingness. Shangguan Shui stood there in a daze, her mental consciousness yet to recover from the incomprehensible battle. The several Dragon Guard scouts appeared as if their souls had been drained, gazing at Lin Feng's back with an awe reserved for deities. Boom. A thunderous explosion reverberated from afar, followed by the sight of a figure wielding a massive axe, shrouded in dust and the acrid scent of smoke, rushing back with fervor. All done. I blew the entire mine to smithereens. Tang Hao exclaimed, his face adorned with a triumphant grin, his boisterous voice preceding his arrival. However, as he charged into the area, his steps abruptly halted, his smile freezing in place. He was no fool. As a scion of one of Longdu's premier families, he had navigated various energy environments since childhood, honing his perception to an unparalleled degree. He sensed it, the lingering, terrifying pressure of a saint-level entity. His gaze fell upon the 3 grotesque spider legs, half obliterated and still oozing purple blood. He glanced toward the nearby ground, frozen into a pallid expanse, as if the very space were lamenting. Damn! Tang Hao's throat bobbed as he murmured to himself, his expression shifting from excitement to solemnity, and finally to sheer incredulity. As if he had seen a ghost, he abruptly turned to Lin Feng and Shang Wanshui. You just defeated a saint here? Shang Wanshui's lips moved, unsure how to articulate an explanation. To say they had defeated the foe, but the enemy had clearly escaped. To claim they had not? Yet the severed legs of that saint commander lay on the ground. Lin Feng did not respond to Tang Hao's inquiry. He merely retrieved a palm-sized silver metal beacon, intricately adorned with precise circuitry from his storage space. Military Space Stabilization Beacon. He activated the beacon's one-way emergency communication function, transmitting a brief yet information-laden message back to the Kunlun frontline base. Frontline Scout Team, Leader Lin Feng, encountered an intelligent saint-level abyss commander, codenamed Spider Queen. Confirmed to possess domain embryonic form, abilities leaning towards mental pollution and soul erosion. The adversary exhibits exceptional tactical intelligence and trap-setting capabilities. Recommend careful advancement for rear forces. The target has been significantly injured, 3 legs severed, and has temporarily retreated. At the Kunlun frontline base, the command center was alive with activity. On a massive sand table projection, countless red dots representing abyssal creatures clashed violently with blue dots symbolizing the Dragon Guard Legion. The atmosphere was as tense as iron. Long Zhan stood before the command platform, his expression as dark as water, issuing commands with methodical precision. 7th Assault Team, advance 5 kilometers on the left flank. Eliminate the corrupted troll cluster. Heavy artillery positions, coordinates, 344, 591. Initiate 3 rounds of fire coverage. Just then, a communication officer's complexion shifted dramatically as he abruptly stood up. Report to the commander. Received an urgent intelligence transmission with utmost priority from the frontline scout team. All movements within the command center came to a halt. Long Zhan's brow furrowed deeply. Utmost priority? That signified an encounter with a development capable of overturning the entire battlefield. The intelligence was instantly projected onto the main screen. Upon reading the words Intelligent Saint-Level Abyss Commander, a collective gasp echoed throughout the command center. Immediately retrieve the combat record footage of that squad. Long Zhan's voice was resolute. A brief segment, captured by the tactical helmets of the Dragon Guard scouts, began to play. The footage was jarring, filled with unsettling purple-black mist, interspersed with heart-wrenching screams and murmurs. Then, in the center of the frame, a blurred figure, Lin Feng, stood calmly. Buzz. An incomprehensible domain erupted around him, centered on his being. It was an absolute void. All the purple soul-devouring mist, all the distorted light and shadow, were forcibly erased upon contact with this domain, assimilated, and returned to nothingness. A 50-meter diameter, utterly clean safe zone emerged like a black hole within the saint-level domain. The footage abruptly ceased. Inside the command center, silence reigned. All battle-hardened strategists and officers appeared as if ensnared by a spell, staring blankly at the still frame on the screen. What was that? Purification? Dispersion? No. That was a higher-level annihilation of the laws. Immediately, Long Zhan slammed his fist onto the command platform, the special alloy surface denting under the force. His ironclad, composed visage now bore unmistakable shock and horror. Raised the Kunlun Abyss threat level to war grade. Order. The 1st and 3rd main Dragon Guard legions, abandon rest. Advance at full speed. At all costs, stabilize the front line beyond the fungal bone forest. A series of commands capable of altering the entire western battlefield were bellowed with unassailable authority. Once the orders were given, Long Zhan slowly lifted his head, his gaze fixated on Lin Feng's name on the screen. This young man, whom he had personally recruited into the Celestial Plan, was growing at a rate that had far surpassed everyone's expectations, even exceeding the bounds of reason. He was no longer merely a genius. He was a monster. On the battlefield, Lin Feng had already begun to clear the remnants of combat. Tang Hao and Shang Wanshui gazed at him with expressions akin to those one might wear when confronting a monster, yet he remained utterly unfazed. He sauntered over to the shattered remnants of Lilith's spider leg, crouching beside the debris. To the others, it appeared he was merely examining the structure of the abyssal creature, collecting combat data. However, only Lin Feng understood the true nature of his search. At the chaotic, severed end obliterated by the chaotic source flames, a thread, thinner than a strand of hair and nearly merging with the surrounding darkness, pulsed feebly. It was a fragment of the saintly origin that Lilith had failed to reclaim in her moment of devastation. Saint-level abyssal origin thread. It contained the pure essence of the soul intertwined with the dual laws of the abyss. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Casually, he extended his hand, allowing a faint chaos-infused energy to envelop his fingertip, delicately peeling the thread away from the wreckage and cradling it in his palm. Ding! Detected a saint-level origin infused with soul and abyssal dual laws, possessing immense investment value. The system's notification chimed as expected. Lin Feng suppressed the surge of elation within him, maintaining a calm demeanor, akin to that of a researcher analyzing a specimen. Deep within, however, he unhesitatingly issued a command. Investment. Ding. Triggered, 10,000-fold critical hit. Congratulations, host has acquired divine-grade material, threads of the primordial Nether River. A torrent of incomprehensible information surged into Lin Feng's mind in an instant. The black thread in his hand had vanished, replaced by a strand entwined around his fingertip, now exhibiting a color of ashen desolation. It appeared unremarkable, yet seemed to connect to an ancient, forbidden realm. From it, Lin Feng could sense the decay of time and life. This object could facilitate a momentous transformation in Xiao Bing's bloodline. He clenched his fist tightly, carefully stowing away the divine artifact. Hey, monster! A large hand clapped heavily on his shoulder, interrupting his reverie. Tang Hao grinned, leaning in closer. His previous expression of shock now transformed into overwhelming excitement and curiosity. Enough with that broken thing. Let's hear what just transpired. Chapter 139, Flesh and Obsidian. The living outpost of the abyss. Oh my! Tang Hao's Adam's apple bobbed as he involuntarily uttered a curse, his radiant smile freezing in place, replaced by sheer disbelief. He was no fool. The residual, saintly aura of terror that had yet to dissipate weighed down on his nerves like an invisible anvil. The three grotesque spider legs oozing purple blood felt like branding irons, searing his mind. He abruptly turned to Lin Feng and Shangwan Shui. Did you two just defeat a saint-level being here? Shangwan Shui's lips moved, yet no sound emerged. Had they truly vanquished it? The enemy had clearly fled. But to claim they hadn't, the severed leg of the saintly commander lay bloodied on the ground, emanating an undeniable essence of a formidable foe. Observing her expression, Tang Hao glanced at the eerily calm Lin Feng and suddenly understood, igniting like a lit firecracker. Damn, you two didn't think to include me in this. He strode over, wielding his massive axe, delivering a powerful slap on Lin Feng's shoulder. Next time, you must call me for such glorious opportunities. My golden behemoth has longed to taste the bones of a saint-level creature. His words held no trace of jealousy, only a pure sense of regret and battle fervor for having been left out. Shangwan Shui regarded the boisterous Tang Hao, then glanced at Lin Feng, and felt the taut string within her heart finally relax. This makeshift team had seemingly unknowingly coalesced into a genuine unit. Lin Feng paid no heed to Tang Hao's exuberance. Instead, he retrieved several abyssal soul crystals excavated from the slain abyssal creatures from his storage space. While these crystals were of average quality, their quantity was substantial. He casually tossed 2/3 of them to Tang Hao and Shangwan Shui. Loot, let's replenish some energy. Tang Hao caught them without hesitation, grinning broadly. Generous of you. Shangwan Shui quietly accepted her share, saying nothing, yet her fingers tightened around the crystals. Though these crystals were a mere drop in the bucket for her and Tang Hao's expenditures, Lin Feng's gesture signified an attitude, an acknowledgement of them as true comrades in arms rather than mere accessories. The cohesion of their little team reached its zenith in that moment. Which way did that giant spider flee? After absorbing the soul crystals, Tang Hao felt a slight restoration of his mental energy, immediately hefting his axe, ready to pursue. Let us follow. Lin Feng pointed toward the depths of the forest, indicating the clear path left by the source power as Lilith fled. Tang Hao and Shangwan Shui voiced no objections. Now, every decision Lin Feng made felt like an absolute command to them. The team delved deeper along the path. As they advanced, the surrounding environment grew increasingly bizarre. The color of the flesh fungi darkened, nearly becoming a pure shade of purple-black, while the scattered remains of colossal beasts grew ever larger, revealing even some dragon bones radiating divine light, ruthlessly pierced and parasitized by the fungi. The nauseating scent of the abyss thickened to a near-tangible density. Finally, they arrived at the terminus of the fungus-bone forest. The sight before them caused all, including the prepared Lin Feng, to halt in their tracks. Tang Hao's boisterous expression once again froze. Shangwan Shue's body trembled slightly. At the horizon's end loomed a gigantic fortress. So grand it defied description. It was not constructed from brick or metal. Instead, it was a grotesque amalgamation of writhing, dark crimson flesh and obsidian as black and polished as bone. The fortress's surface was adorned with countless massive blood vessels, resembling mountain ranges, pulsating rhythmically like a living heart. With each beat, immense abyssal energy was drawn from the depths of the earth, funneled into the core of the fortress. Countless abyssal creatures of various forms scurried in and out of its pockmarked surface, akin to worker ants returning to their nest. This was no mere fortress. It was a living entity, an ever-growing, ever-expanding outpost of the abyss. Merely gazing upon it, an overwhelming pressure, far surpassing that of the Spider Queen Lilith, descended upon each soul like a tangible firmament. Gore. The golden behemoth beside Tang Hao let out a low, uneasy growl, its savage golden eyes betraying a flicker of fear for the first time. Shangwan Shue's ice crystal phoenix was also startled into revealing itself from the beast's space, its burning icy flames flickering uncertainly under the weight of this oppressive aura. Within Lin Feng's beast-controlling space, Xiao Jiu emitted a low, vigilant growl, instinctively retracting the chaotic source flames enveloping its form. The pressure was overwhelming, so intense that even these divine-blooded beasts sensed a life-threatening danger. At that moment, the abyss mark on the back of Lin Feng's hand suddenly became searingly hot, a scorching pain that felt as if it could sear through his very bones. The agony of the mark resonated intensely with an entity deep within the distant flesh and blood fortress. It was it, the abyssal sovereign of the Saint King level. This so-called outpost was the fortress it was constructing for its descent. Tang Hao's jaw clenched, his temples throbbing. How on earth do we fight this thing? For the first time, he questioned the power he had always prided himself on. The sense of that fortress loomed over him, akin to an ant gazing up at a planet on the brink of collision. Any attack would seem futile and powerless. Shangwan Shui remained silent. Yet the trembling of her fingertips betrayed her inner horror. Her analytical abilities lost all significance in the face of such absolute, unreasonable might. Infiltrate. How could one penetrate a living fortress where every inch of flesh was intertwined with the will of a sovereign? Just as Tang Hao and Shangwan Shui sank into unprecedented despair and helplessness, Lin Feng made a decision that astonished everyone. He did not choose to retreat, nor did he issue any commands for reconnaissance or assault. Instead, he found a relatively concealed hollow among the bones and sat cross-legged. Resting. Tang Hao abruptly turned his head, almost dropping his axe. Resting? Lin Feng, are you joking? That thing grows stronger every second. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to escape later. I concur with Tang Hao's perspective. Shangwan Shui chimed in, her voice tinged with urgency. The pressure was still rising. This is abnormal. We must immediately relay this information back. This is beyond our capacity to handle. Yet, Lin Feng merely shook his head. He raised his hand, a thread of gray and lifeless hue emerging silently at his fingertips. Thread of the primordial Nether River. Retreating would not resolve the issue. Since it has manifested here, the main forces of the military will inevitably confront it. Our current location serves as the optimal launching point for an attack, and it is our only opportunity. His gaze swept over the two of them. We are still lacking in strength. Therefore, before the final confrontation, I must augment our most formidable trump card. Tang Hao and Shangwan Shui were taken aback. They could not fathom from where Lin Feng would conjure such a card in this dire predicament. Lin Feng refrained from further explanation. He closed his eyes, delving into the beast-controlling space to connect with the ancient, slumbering, illusory ice soul whale. Xiao Bing, awaken. Your moment has arrived. Chapter 140. The pressure from the Saint King. The final enhancement. The living flesh and blood fortress pulsed with each beat, like an invisible hammer striking deep into the souls of the three. Tang Hao's arm, bearing the giant axe, trembled, not from exhaustion, but from the purest tremor of life's instinct. Resting? Lin Feng, are you serious? He snapped his head around. The eerie glow reflected on the axe blade, illuminating his flushed face. That thing grows stronger every second. Its aura is even denser than before. If we don't leave now, we will be trapped. Shangwan Shui echoed his sentiments, her speech hastening, revealing her inner turmoil. I agree with Tang Hao. Its oppressive force continues to escalate. This is not normal. We must urgently relay this information. This target is beyond our capabilities. Logic, reason, and all past battle experiences screamed the same word, flee. Yet, Lin Feng simply shook his head. Sitting cross-legged in the shadow of the bones, he resembled an unyielding rock, steadfast against the waves of the Saint King's oppressive might. Retreating will not solve the problem. His voice, though quiet, clearly overshadowed the rapid heartbeat driven by fear in the two. Since it has appeared here, the main forces of the military will inevitably face it. Lin Feng lifted his gaze, calmly surveying the two. Our current position is the best launch point for an attack and our only opportunity. Opportunity? What opportunity? Tang Hao almost shouted. Is it the chance to be crushed like insects by that thing? We are still lacking in strength. Lin Feng ignored his outburst. He extended his hand, the gray, lifeless thread of the primordial nether river, appearing silently at his fingertips. It emitted no energy fluctuations. Yet it provoked a deeper sense of unease in the golden behemoth and the ice crystal phoenix, the beasts of Tang Hao and Shangwan Shui, respectively. Thus, before the final confrontation, Lin Feng's lips curved into a slight smile. I shall augment our most formidable trump card. His words carried an undeniable certainty. Tang Hao and Shangwan Shui stood in stunned silence, gazing at the unremarkable gray thread at Lin Feng's fingertips, their minds swirling in confusion. A trump card? In such dire straits, where could one possibly conjure a card capable of turning the tide? Lin Feng did not elaborate further. He stood, surveying the battlefield littered with skeletal remains. I require an absolutely secure environment to facilitate a critical evolution for my beast. He looked at the two, his tone earnest. Tang Hao, Shangwan Shui, you will guard me. Tang Hao opened his mouth, intending to voice a protest, but when he met Lin Feng's calm, unwavering gaze, all arguments lodged in his throat. What kind of trust was this? It was the trust to completely entrust one's back to a teammate beneath the very eyes of a Saint King-level existence. Tang Hao and Shangwan Shui exchanged glances, and from each other's reactions, they saw the same answer: shock and an innate sense of responsibility that arose from being utterly trusted. Shangwan Shui was the first to nod. All right. The word was resolute and definitive. Tang Hao exhaled sharply, slamming his giant axe against the ground. Damn it, you madman. He cursed, yet a smile more grotesque than tears appeared on his face. If you mess this up, I'll haunt you even as a ghost. They understood that each enhancement Lin Feng undertook signified a geometric increase in the team's combat power. And this time, the stakes were their very lives. The three swiftly mobilized, searching for the last refuge in this land of death. Ultimately, they discovered a concealed cave shielded by the remains of a colossal dragon beast. Roar! Tang Hao's golden behemoth roared, clearing the rubble from the cave entrance, then stood guard like a golden deity at the threshold, warily watching the pulsating flesh and blood fortress in the distance. A clear, melodious cry of a phoenix resonated. Shangwan Shui's ice crystal phoenix soared into the sky, spiraling above. As the ethereal blue flames transformed into a delicate mist, cloaking the energy fluctuations in this area, serving as the highest sentinel. The star destruction mechanism dragon silently materialized within the confines of the cave, where a diminutive version of the absolute domain barrier was quietly unfurled, creating an invisible spatial rift that thoroughly severed the cave from the outside world. With triple-layered defenses, it was as impenetrable as a fortress. Lin Feng ventured into the innermost depths of the cave, settling into a cross-legged position as he retrieved the ethereal thread of the primordial nether river from his storage space. With a mere thought, a translucent whale, seemingly sculpted from ancient ice, appeared before him. The illusionary ice spirit whale from ancient times, known as Xiaobing. Still in its growth phase, it was not particularly large, yet the snowflake runes upon its forehead radiated a gentle glow. Upon sighting the thread of the primordial nether river, a flicker of instinctual fear surfaced in its pure eyes. The thread exuded an aura of death and finality, starkly contrasting with its own essence of life and the flow of time, yet possessing an eerie semblance of shared origin. It embodied the ultimate manifestation of time's cessation and the decay of life. Lin Feng extended his hand, gently caressing the cool, smooth head of Xiaobing. His spiritual energy flowed like a warm stream, soothing its restless emotions. Do not fear. Consume it, and you shall wield a newfound power. Trust me, and also trust in yourself. The runes upon Xiaobing's forehead flickered momentarily. It sensed the absolute trust and encouragement emanating from Lin Feng's spiritual energy. Fear was gradually supplanted by courage. Slowly, it widened its star-like eyes, finally summoning the bravery to open its mouth wide. A powerful suction emerged in the divine material. The thread of the primordial nether river, which could drive even the mightiest of saints to madness, transformed into a grayish stream of light, swallowed whole by Xiaobing. In that instant of consumption, boom, an indescribable, extreme chill, mingled with an eternal aura of silence, erupted violently from within Xiaobing. Its body trembled violently. Crack, crack. The temperature within the cave plummeted to an unfathomable freezing point in the blink of an eye. The air was frozen. The light was frozen. Even the spatial barrier laid down by the mechanism dragon groaned under the weight of this frigid onslaught, its surface sprouting a delicate frost. Layers of eerie, bluish ice crystals, reeking of death and decay, spread out wildly across the cave walls, solidifying into existence. This was no ordinary ice. It was imbued with the dual characteristics of time's suspension and the withering of souls, the ice of the Nether River. The evolution of Xiao Bing had commenced. Its form was undergoing a profound metamorphosis, reshaped from within by the overwhelming essence of the Nether River. Chapter 141. Xiao Bing evolves, wielding the sacred ice of annihilation. In the deepest recesses of the cave, Lin Feng sat cross-legged. He suspended the thread of the primordial Nether River in midair. With a mere thought, the illusionary ice spirit whale was summoned forth. The crystalline form of Xiao Bing instinctively recoiled as it materialized, its pure eyes reflecting the shadow of the gray thread. Filled with trepidation, this was the natural fear of life confronting its own end. Lin Feng reached out, gently stroking its icy head, his spiritual energy flowing in like a warm current, calming its unease. Do not fear. Consume it, and you will command a new power. Trust me, and also trust in yourself. The absolute trust conveyed through his spiritual energy was like a warm hand, dispelling the chill deep within Xiao Bing's soul. The snowflake runes on its forehead flickered again. Fear was being replaced by courage. Xiao Bing slowly opened its mouth, producing a gentle suction. The thread of the primordial Nether River transformed into a grayish stream of light and was swallowed whole. In the moment of consumption, boom, an indescribable, extreme cold, mingled with an eternal aura of silence, erupted violently from within Xiao Bing. Its body shook violently, as if enduring the most brutal of tortures. Crack, crack. The temperature within the cave plummeted to an unfathomable freezing point in the blink of an eye. The air was frozen. The light was frozen. Even the spatial barrier laid down by the mechanism dragon groaned under the weight of this frigid onslaught, its surface adorned with a delicate frost. Layers of eerie, bluish ice crystals, exuding an essence of death and decay, spread wildly across the cave walls, solidifying into existence. This was no ordinary ice. It was imbued with the dual characteristics of time's suspension and the withering of souls, the ice of the Nether River. Roar. At the cave entrance, the golden behemoth shivered violently. Its golden fur, capable of withstanding magma, now adorned with a layer of frost. Uneasily, it pawed at the ground and glanced back at the dark depths of the cave. What on earth is happening? Tang Hao also sensed the chilling aura that seemed capable of freezing souls. He paced back and forth with his giant axe, his expression fraught with anxiety. This chill was unlike the ice phoenix of the Shangwan clan. It was far more sinister. That guy Lin Feng isn't concocting some dark artifact in there, is he? Shangwan Shui stood still, her eyes closed as she carefully perceived the essence of that power. Moments later, she opened her eyes, her body trembling ever so slightly. It is not evil. It is an end. Her words were soft, yet caused Tang Hao to freeze in his tracks. An end? What do you mean? The end of time, the decay of life. Shangwan Shui's explanation left Tang Hao bewildered, yet he grasped another layer of meaning. The level of this power was extraordinarily high, so high that we could not comprehend it. Just then, the distant flesh-and-blood fortress seemed to sense this newly born, terrifying power, which stood in stark contrast to the abyssal force. The fortress's pulsations quickened dramatically. Boom. An even greater and more substantial pressure of the Holy King surged forth like an invisible storm, crashing down from afar. Puff. Shangwan Shui's ice crystal phoenix let out a mournful cry, swaying precariously in the sky, its icy flames dimming by 3/10. Tang Hao's golden behemoth let out an enraged roar, its massive form forced into a half-kneeling position as it braced itself against the ground, struggling to withstand the overwhelming force. Damn it! Tang Hao ground his teeth in frustration. That thing has been provoked. It's accelerating. Hold the line. Shangwan Shui's voice was tinged with urgency. Lin Feng has entrusted us with his back. We cannot let him down. Tang Hao exhaled heavily, driving his giant axe into the ground before him, using his body to brace against the oncoming pressure. I know. Inside the cave, Lin Feng was oblivious to everything outside. His entire focus was directed toward the enormous ice cocoon before him. Xiao Bing's form was now completely enveloped in a thick layer of ancient ice, exuding the essence of the Nether River. The surface of the ice cocoon was adorned with countless intricate and sacred runes, representing the silver symbols of time, the blue symbols of freezing, and the gray symbols of the soul, all interweaving and merging in a mysterious manner. Lin Feng could distinctly feel that Xiao Bing's life essence was leaping forward at an unfathomable speed. The latter stage of growth. The pinnacle. Boom. An invisible barrier was violently shattered. Maturity phase, elementary. Yet, this is merely the beginning. Its essence continues to surge wildly, shattering the barriers of maturity, launching a desperate assault towards the elusive realm of sanctity. At long last, a crisp crack resounded, reminiscent of the world's first fracture, emanating from the core of the ice cocoon. An indescribably vast and profound radiance burst forth from the fissure, instantly illuminating the entire cavern. The ice cocoon shattered inch by inch. A brand new, breathtakingly beautiful colossal whale silently hovered before Lin Feng. Its size had increased several-fold, its body translucent and crystalline, as if sculpted from the purest, otherworldly void ice. Upon its forehead, the snowflake-shaped rune had undergone a complete transformation, morphing into a miniature galaxy, slowly rotating, composed of countless ice crystals and ethereal light. A powerful, restrained yet infinitely desolate aura of sanctity radiated from it. Lin Feng promptly summoned its attribute panel. Fourth beast, ancient Nether River Ice Spirit Whale. Nickname, Little Ice. Tier, Maturity Phase, Elementary. Overall combat strength assessed as initial stage of sanctity. Quality, Chaotic Divine Level. Attributes, Ice, Time, Life, Annihilation, Origin of the Nether River. Bloodline, Bloodline of the ancient source Ice Spirit Whale, perfectly fused with the origin of the Nether River. Innate Divine Skills. 1. Time Freeze, Great Success. 2. Eternal Ice Sealing, Great Success. 3. Life's Ode, Great Success. 4. Newly Acquired Divine Ability. Annihilation Ice River. Elementary harnesses the power of the Nether River to create an icebound river infused with the dual characteristics of time stasis and soul freezing, capable of freezing, banishing, and obliterating the souls of all enemies within its range. Loyalty, 100, Unwavering. It is accomplished. Lin Feng felt a profound sense of assurance within. Xiaojiao. Mid-stage Sanctity. Mechanical Dragon, Initial Stage of Sanctity. Little Ice, Initial Stage of Sanctity. 3 Beasts of Sanctity. At last, he possessed the means to confront that terrifying outpost head-on. Outside the cavern, the chilling aura that instilled dread receded like a tide. The pressure on Tang Hao and Shangwan Shui diminished abruptly. Is it over? Tang Hao gasped for breath, about to inquire. A tranquil figure emerged slowly from the pitch-black entrance. It was Lin Feng. You. Tang Hao managed to utter a single word, but it caught in his throat. He beheld, behind Lin Feng, an ice crystal whale of unparalleled beauty, gliding silently into view. The restrained yet undeniable aura of sanctity caused Tang Hao's pupils to constrict to pinprick size. Shangwan Shui's body was frozen in place. Her analytical prowess, her proud composure, shattered in that instant. Psychic, chaotic flame, mechanical space. Now, there was yet another beast of sanctity, embodying ice, time, and even a hint of an unfathomable deathly essence. The fourth, a full fourth beast of sanctity. Tang Hao's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. He extended a trembling finger, pointing at the ice spirit whale, then at Lin Feng. You. After struggling for words, he finally squeezed out 2 syllables through clenched teeth. Monster. Lin Feng paid no heed to their astonished expressions. He merely lifted his gaze, calmly surveying the pulsating, expanding flesh fortress in the distance. Then, he took a step forward. Let us move. It is time for our counterattack. Chapter 142, Abyss Gatekeeper, Peak Sanctity Brutal Demon General. The chilling aura that instilled dread receded like a tide. The pressure on Tang Hao and Shangwan Shui diminished abruptly. Is it over? Tang Hao gasped for breath, about to inquire. A tranquil figure emerged slowly from the pitch-black entrance. It was Lin Feng. You. Tang Hao managed to utter a single word, but it caught in his throat. He beheld, behind Lin Feng, an ice crystal whale of unparalleled beauty, gliding silently into view. The restrained yet undeniable aura of sanctity caused Tang Hao's pupils to constrict to pinprick size. Shangwan Shui's body was frozen in place. Her analytical prowess, her proud composure, shattered in that instant. Psychic, chaotic flame, mechanical space. Now, there was yet another beast of sanctity, embodying ice, time, and even a hint of an unfathomable deathly essence. The fourth, a full fourth beast of sanctity. Tang Hao's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. He extended a trembling finger, pointing at the ice spirit whale, then at Lin Feng. You. After struggling for words, he finally squeezed out 2 syllables through clenched teeth. Monster. Lin Feng paid no heed to their astonished expressions. He merely lifted his gaze, calmly surveying the pulsating, expanding flesh fortress in the distance. Then, he took a step forward. Let us move. It is time for our counterattack. The squad, fully recuperated and in optimal condition, cautiously approached the living fortress, 3 individuals and 1 whale, 1 phoenix, and 1 beast. Tang Hao, wielding a colossal axe, walked alongside Lin Feng, occasionally stealing glances at the ancient Nether River Ice Spirit Whale, trailing behind. His mind was a muddle of confusion. 1 person, contracting for beasts of sanctity? This transcended mere issues of mental capacity. It defied the fundamental laws of beast contracting. Hey, I say. Tang Hao could no longer contain himself. Leaning closer to Lin Feng and lowering his voice, you must honestly tell me, are you perhaps a reincarnated ancient being who has lived for thousands of years? Otherwise, this simply does not make sense. Lin Feng cast him a sidelong glance, disregarding him. How could one explain such matters? Should he claim to possess a system that even feeding a carrot could yield a critical strike to become a Millennium Ginseng King? Tang Hao might very well tie him up and dissect him for research on the spot. Shangguan Shui followed on the other side, observing. But her focus was on Lin Feng. She noticed that his aura had shifted once more. After Little Ice's evolution, in addition to that transcendent chaotic essence, there seemed to be an added layer of temporal depth and a hint of life's indifference. This person's growth knows no bounds. For the first time, she felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness regarding the notion of pursuit. Perhaps, from the very beginning, they were never on the same track. The squad advanced swiftly, the surroundings eerily silent. Even the lowest-tier abyssal creatures vanished without a trace, as if consumed by that fortress. 5 kilometers. As they entered the 5-kilometer range from the fortress, an abrupt change occurred. Boom. The very earth trembled violently, a deep, resonant quake, akin to the awakening of a slumbering giant's heart. In the distance, the flesh fortress, spanning the heavens and the earth, saw the massive blood vessels upon its surface pulsate at an accelerated rhythm. Gurgle. In the very heart of the fortress, a once closed, immense chasm stretching for miles began to slowly yawn open, accompanied by the excruciating sounds of flesh and bone grinding against one another. It resembled not a door, but rather the gaping maw of an abyssal behemoth. Deep within this chasm lay an abyss of pure, light-consuming darkness. Prepare for battle. Tang Hao bellowed, his muscles tautening instantaneously. The golden behemoth beside him emitted a low growl, its golden fur standing on end. Shangguan Shui's ice crystal phoenix circled low, flames of frost swirling around its form. They all anticipated an onslaught of endless abyssal beasts. Yet, they were gravely mistaken. Thud! A heavy footfall resonated from the inky void, causing the hearts of the trio to skip a beat. Thud! Another sound reverberated, fracturing the earth beneath them. A colossal shadow, so immense it evoked despair, emerged from the darkness, advancing step by step. It was a gigantic monstrosity towering over 100 meters tall, its body encased in a grotesque armor forged from abyssal black gold and bones, each plate inscribed with twisted runes of annihilation. In its grasp was a grotesque axe, larger than itself, its blade ablaze with ghostly purple flames capable of incinerating souls. Its head resembled that of a skinned dragon, adorned with horns and bony spikes, while its eyes blazed like molten lava. Frenzied, destructive, an insatiable desire for obliteration, pure and unadulterated, surged forth like a tangible tempest. Saintly, pinnacle. Shangguan Shui trembled slightly, her voice laced with an uncontrollable dread. The aura of this fiend surpassed that of the Spider Queen Lilith they had previously encountered by several magnitudes. It embodied sheer, unembellished power, and absolute crushing force. This creature was the sentinel of the outpost, the brutal demon general. The brutal demon general was the ultimate guardian, forcibly created by the sovereign king using its own blood and the bones of countless powerful beings. It possessed no intricate intelligence, only boundless strength and unwavering loyalty to its master. Its fiery, molten gaze slowly turned, locking onto the minuscule Lin Feng's team. A roar erupted from the depths of its throat, indescribable by mere words. It was not merely sound, it was a command that detonated across the battlefield. With its roar, the very earth beneath their feet, the sky above, the air they breathed, everything transformed. Buzz! An invisible, twisted force field emanated from the blood and flesh fortress, instantly enveloping a 10-kilometer radius like an inverted bowl. The field of law pollution. Ugh! Tang Hao stifled a groan, witnessing the radiant golden gleam of the behemoth beside him dimming at a visible pace. My strength is waning. He attempted to summon the energy within him, only to feel as though he were ensnared in a viscous quagmire. Each exertion was tenfold more arduous than usual, and for every unit of energy he managed to mobilize, 3 or 4 units were forcibly assimilated and consumed by the surrounding environment. Conventional energy was suppressed, at least 50%. Shangguan Shui's complexion turned ashen, her ice crystal phoenix emitting a mournful cry, its icy flames reduced to a mere flicker, poised to extinguish at any moment. The air was thick with corrosive abyssal essence, akin to countless invisible insects fervently burrowing into their bodies, contaminating their energies and eroding their souls. This was the most terrifying aspect of this outpost. It could forcibly transform an area into an absolute battleground, perfectly suited for abyssal creatures. Here, enemies would be inexorably weakened, while the abyssal beings would receive boundless enhancements. Under such circumstances, there was simply no chance of victory. How the hell do we fight this? Tang Hao's jaw clenched. A look of near despair etched onto his face for the first time. The brutal demon general moved. It merely raised the grotesque axe. The entire space groaned under the burden of this simple action. The shadow of death loomed over everyone. Yet, amidst this polluted and desolate domain, Lin Feng remained standing with an air of calm. As the field of law pollution approached within 3 feet of him, it seemed to encounter an invisible black hole, quietly being devoured, annihilated, and reduced to nothingness. The realm of chaos. All laws bow to me. A mere gatekeeper dares to roar before me? Lin Feng raised his hand, gently pointing at the towering brutal demon general. Xiao Jiu, incinerate it.